He opened his eyes and lay flat on the sea surface, using the buoyancy of his life jacket. What met his eyes was boundless darkness. The entire sea surface seemed to be covered by a piece of black silk, and not a single ray of light could penetrate that deep veil. Only the rhythmic crashing of the waves, their deep rumble standing out clearly in the silent night, seemed to define the entire world with only this solitary pulsation. Weariness eventually washed over him like a tide, dragging him into a deep sleep. When he awoke from his coma for the second time, he was surprised to find himself on a wide beach. He was a security guard at a company. He participated in a team-building activity organized by the company and boarded a luxury cruise ship with the group. Unexpectedly, they encountered a sudden storm during the trip. The cruise ship sank, and he survived by chance, being washed ashore on this strange deserted island. On this deserted island, he unexpectedly found 4 beautiful female employees who had survived in the company and formed a team with them. Relying on the survival skills he had learned in the army, he led the team to survive on the deserted island. Faced with numerous challenges such as food and water shortages, wild animal attacks, and the need to build shelters, he demonstrated extraordinary calmness and wisdom, resolving all crises with composure under pressure. In this arduous and dangerous journey of survival, he gradually won the trust and affection of 4 beautiful women, and reached the pinnacle of his life. He slowly and laboriously propped himself up from the soft sand, his blurry vision gradually clearing. The first thing that caught his eye was the towering, ancient trees that seemed to reach into the clouds. They stand tall like giants, their dense branches and leaves intertwined to form a thick green canopy. At the foot of these large trees, various unknown green plants grow lushly and vibrantly. Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but wonder to himself, where exactly am I? Judging from the appearance, it seems to be a deserted island. With this in mind, he forced himself to endure the extreme fatigue and weakness in his body and slowly walked step by step toward the woods by the shore. Each step he took seemed to exhaust all his strength, but the will to survive sustained him as he continued forward. After a difficult trek, Zhao Tianyu finally arrived at the foot of a thick, sturdy tree. He could no longer hold on. His legs gave way, and he collapsed heavily to the ground like a deflated balloon. At that moment, he felt his throat was so dry it was almost burning, and his stomach was growling loudly. He was almost at his limit of being both thirsty and hungry. He leaned weakly against the tree trunk, his somewhat dazed eyes darting around as he began to look around at his surroundings. Before long, his gaze fell upon the depths of the woods not far away, where several wild banana plants were growing. This unexpected discovery instantly lifted Zhao Tianyu's spirits, who was on the verge of despair. He gritted his teeth, mustered his last bit of strength, struggled to get up from the ground, and staggered toward the few banana trees that would save his life. When he finally reached the wild banana trees, a sense of anticipation welled up in his heart. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered that there wasn't a single banana fruit on these trees. He was initially overjoyed but then felt a pang of disappointment. However, this feeling was quickly replaced by an impulse. He clenched his fist, which was as big as a clay pot, and smashed it hard against the trunk of the banana tree without hesitation. Bang! Bang! A series of dull impacts echoed through the forest, as if the entire grove could feel the intense commotion. Punches rained down on the tree trunks, one after another. After being hit by more than a dozen punches, the banana tree, which was originally straight and as thick as a bowl, could no longer withstand the enormous force and collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. Upon seeing this, Zhao Tianyu immediately rushed forward and began to tear off the wide, banana leaf-like outer skin with both hands. In no time, he had peeled off the hard, rough outer skin. Immediately afterwards, he broke off a section of fresh, white banana leaf, eagerly stuffed it into his mouth, and began to chew it heartily. With each bite of banana heart he swallowed, he could clearly feel his strength slowly returning. He increasingly greedily enjoyed this gift from nature, eating many sections of banana tree heartwood in succession. He stopped eating and slowly sat down on the ground to rest until he felt a little full. Just then, he seemed to remember something important, and suddenly reached out and quickly rummaged into his pocket. When he touched the familiar outlines of the items in his pocket, a surge of surprise welled up inside him. The cigarettes, the lighter, and the cell phone were all still safely in place. He eagerly reached into his pocket and carefully pulled out his cigarette case, cell phone, and lighter. However, the sight before him filled him with disappointment. The cigarette box, after being soaked in seawater for a long time, was in a terrible state and looked as if it would fall apart at any moment. Without hesitation, he tossed it aside. Then, he gripped the phone tightly, scrutinizing the screen. Unfortunately, the phone, too, had been damaged by seawater and had already shut down automatically. Nevertheless, he still held on to a sliver of hope and gently pressed the power button. But no matter how he tried, the phone remained unresponsive. Left with no other choice, he had to temporarily abandon fiddling with his phone and turn his attention to the lighter in his hand. He pressed the lighter button with a slight pressure. However, to his dismay, the lighter did not produce a flame as expected. But Zhao Tianyu was not discouraged. He had a sudden inspiration and thought that he might be able to use the heat of the sun to dry the damp items. So he quickly walked into the sun and placed his phone and lighter on a flat stone, letting them bask in the sunlight. After doing all this, he turned around and went back to the big tree not far away, found a comfortable spot to sit down and rest for a while. Time ticked by, and before they knew it, more than an hour had passed. Zhao Tianyu slowly stood up and walked towards the stone again. He bent down, picked up the phone and lighter placed on it, and pressed and held the power button with anticipation. However, the phone remained unresponsive, like a sleeping beast that had not yet awakened. Although his phone was ruined, he didn't give up. He took a deep breath, composed himself, and turned his attention back to the lighter in his hand. This time, he concentrated and pressed the button repeatedly. 1, 2, 3 times. Finally, after pressing it 4 or 5 times in a row, there was a soft click, and a small flame appeared on the top of the lighter. This faint but precious flame instantly illuminated Zhao Tianyu's slightly tired yet joyful face. He was immediately delighted. It seemed the lighter still worked. He immediately went into the woods, gathered some dry grass and firewood, and lit a fire under a big tree. Looking at the roaring flames, Zhao Tianyu felt much more at ease. After all, having fire on this deserted island provides a greater sense of security. At night, even wild animals dare not approach easily. Now that there was a fire, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. He thought he had to quickly find something to roast and eat to fill his rumbling stomach. So he quickly stood up and walked briskly towards the shore. As soon as he reached the shore, he eagerly began to search carefully along the coastline. His eyes, like radar, scanned every inch of land and rock, leaving no corner unchecked for any possible food. And so he walked along the coastline, seemingly without end. After an unknown amount of time, when he felt his legs were starting to ache slightly, he finally spotted some mussels clinging tightly to the surface of a huge rock in front of him. These mussels looked quite large, and there were a considerable number of them. Zhao Tianyu's eyes lit up, and he immediately ran over excitedly. He looked around, found a fist-sized rock, gripped it tightly in his hand, and then carefully walked to it. Next, he raised the rock high and smashed it down on the mussels. Several crisp thuds were heard, and many mussels fell to the ground. Zhao Tianyu quickly used his security guard uniform to cover them, afraid of leaving any behind. With his bag full of spoils, he happily returned to the campfire. He crouched down, found a stick, and gently pulled out some still burning charcoal from the fire. Then, he neatly arranged the freshly picked mussels one by one on the charcoal, letting them slowly roast in the embers. Time passed quietly, and Zhao Tianyu waited expectantly by the side. After about 10 minutes, he estimated that the mussels were almost cooked. Thinking of this, he could no longer contain his excitement. He grabbed a mussel and, without caring whether it was hot or not, pried open the shell with both hands. The tender, juicy mussel meat was exposed, steaming and carrying a faint aroma. Zhao Tianyu didn't have time to think, quickly using his fingers to pluck the mussel meat out, and without hesitation, stuffed it into his mouth and chewed it heartily. It must be said that the mussel meat didn't taste particularly delicious. The strong, fishy smell was quite unpleasant. However, for Zhao Tianyu, who was starving and almost fainting, it was the most precious delicacy in the world. One bite after another, as the mussel meat was continuously put into his mouth, he felt his empty stomach slowly filling up, and his strength gradually returning. Zhao Tianyu wolfed down dozens of grilled mussels in a row, and then patted his round belly with satisfaction. He couldn't help but shout, "This feeling of being full is fucking awesome!" He stood up, walked into the woods, gathered some more firewood, returned to the big tree, added a few thicker pieces of wood to the fire, and let them burn slowly. Although he had a lighter, He knew he didn't know how long he would be on this deserted island, so he tried his best not to let the fire go out. After doing all this, Zhao Tianyu walked along the coastline again. At this moment, the coastline was piled with all kinds of garbage washed ashore by the sea. Old fishing nets, plastic bottles, aluminum cans, foam boards, plastic sheets, and other debris were everywhere. In a bustling city, he wouldn't even bother to glance at these things. But on this deserted island, they are precious resources that could greatly increase his chances of survival. However, he didn't immediately pick up the debris. After all, he could always come back and clean it up. He was more interested in looking along the coastline to see if he could find coconut trees. If he could find coconuts, he could temporarily solve the water problem. After all, he was on a strange, deserted island, and without any weapons, he dared not venture into the forest to find water. And so, Zhao Tianyu tirelessly continued along the coastline. He walked for an unknown distance when suddenly he vaguely saw several tall, straight coconut trees standing on the shore ahead. In an instant, his previous exhaustion vanished, and he immediately quickened his pace, excitedly running towards the coconut trees. When he ran breathlessly to the coconut tree, he looked up and was pleasantly surprised to find that the tree was laden with coconuts of all sizes. Looking at these lush, round, and adorable fruits, Zhao Tianyu was overjoyed. At this moment, he no longer cared whether the coconuts were ripe or not. He just wanted to pick them quickly, taste them, and quench his thirst. He quickly bent down, picked up a fist-sized hard rock from the ground, stuffed it into his pocket, and chose a coconut tree that was about 7 or 8 meters tall. He stood firm under the tree, spat into his palm, rubbed his hands together a few times, then hugged the coconut tree trunk and began to climb. The trunk of this coconut tree was extremely smooth, making it quite difficult for an average person to climb. But Zhao Tianyu was no ordinary person. He had served in the army for nearly 10 years, so climbing this kind of tree was not difficult for him. In less than 2 minutes, he had reached the top of the tree and was gripping the trunk tightly with his feet. He freed one hand, took the stone from his pocket, and began smashing it repeatedly at the point where the coconuts were attached to the tree trunk. One coconut after another fell to the ground under his relentless assault. He didn't throw the stone away until all the coconuts had been knocked off the tree. Then, he hugged the trunk with both hands, let go of his legs, and slid back to the ground with a whoosh. He picked up a sharp stone and smashed it against the coconut several times. After a few blows, a crack appeared in the coconut, and clear coconut water slowly flowed out. Zhao Tianyu immediately picked up the coconut, brought it to his lips, and greedily drank the juice inside. Clearly, the coconut wasn't fully ripe, and the juice was slightly bitter, but for Zhao Tianyu at that moment, it was already a great satisfaction. In just over 10 seconds he drank all the juice from one coconut, then cracked open a second and a third, drinking the juice from 3 coconuts in a row before finally stopping. He took off his security guard uniform, wrapped the remaining coconuts in it, and carried them towards the fire. Back by the fire, he placed the coconuts on the ground, sat down, and began to rest. Gazing at the boundless sea, he couldn't help but ponder, "I've been adrift at sea all day. This deserted island is probably very far from where the accident happened. The rescue team will most likely never find this place. I wonder if there are any other survivors stranded on this deserted island like me." Chapter 5. Beautiful Suran. The sun slowly slid down, like a tired old man, gradually sinking behind the horizon. The sky painted a colorful scroll by the evening glow. Zhao Tianyu's steps were somewhat heavy as he returned to the wild banana tree he had cut down during the day. He casually tore off a few large banana leaves and spread them on the ground beside the fire. Then, he went to the beach, smashed a few seashells with a stone, put them in his clothes, and brought them back to roast and eat as his dinner. He was worried that wild animals might come out at night, so he brought more firewood and lit several fires around the big tree as a precaution. He was so tired that day that he had just laid down on the banana leaves when sleepiness washed over him like a tide, and he soon fell into a deep sleep. The night was unusually peaceful. There wasn't a sound around him, and he slept soundly without even a dream. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the leaves and fell on Zhao Tianyu's face as he slowly opened his eyes, welcoming a new day. He stretched and loosened his body. Most of the fire from last night had gone out, with only some charcoal still smoking. He went into the woods, gathered some dry grass and firewood, piled the grass on the fire, blew on it a few times, and it quickly reignited. After finishing his work, he went to the beach, washed his face with seawater, and continued searching for potential resources along the coastline. He hadn't gone far when he saw what looked like a person lying on the beach. His heart tightened, and he immediately quickened his pace and rushed towards them. The man lay motionless on the beach, a life ring still around his neck, clearly having been washed ashore after drifting at sea. Zhao Tianyu didn't have time to think. He rushed over and quickly turned the man over. He was stunned by what he saw. It was Su Ran, the manager of the company's human resources department. Su Ran's face was pale, her eyes closed and unresponsive, as if she had already stopped breathing. Zhao Tianyu quickly put his finger to her nose to check. Fortunately, he could still feel a faint breath, which meant she could still be saved, and Zhao Tianyu breathed a slight sigh of relief. He called her name loudly, hoping she would wake up, but Su Ran didn't respond at all, as if she had fallen into an unawakening sleep. At this moment, Zhao Tianyu noticed that Su Ran's stomach was swollen, and based on his experience, he knew that it was most likely from swallowing seawater. He immediately embraced her upper body, leaning forward, and then pressed hard on her abdomen with both hands. With his rhythmic squeezing, seawater finally began to slowly flow from Su Ran's mouth, each time like a breath of hope for life. Zhao Tianyu didn't stop, continuing to repeat the action, single-mindedly focused on pulling her back from the brink of death. After a while, Su Ran finally opened her eyes, then coughed violently, showing that her body was recovering. Zhao Tianyu quickly and gently placed her back on the ground. Seeing that she had recovered, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Su Ran, having just regained consciousness, looked at Zhao Tianyu with a confused expression and asked in a very weak voice, "Who are you? Where is this?" Zhao Tianyu quickly explained, "We work for the same company. I'm Zhao Tianyu, a security guard. This is a deserted island." Unfortunately, Su Ran just frowned, staring at him with a puzzled expression, and finally shook her head. "I don't know you." Zhao Tianyu felt a little helpless, thinking to himself, "That's true, I'm just an ordinary security guard at the company. While she's a high-ranking manager, it's normal that she wouldn't recognize me." Unexpectedly, Su Ran suddenly looked at him and said, "You saved me just now, didn't you?" Zhao Tianyu nodded and briefly recounted what had just happened. Just as he finished, Su Ran suddenly asked, "Did you take advantage of me just now?" Zhao Tianyu suddenly got angry, and his voice unconsciously rose. "What do you take me for? I'm a security guard, not a thug. You're really asking for trouble." After saying that, he turned around and left angrily, unwilling to talk to her anymore. Upon seeing this, Su Ran panicked immediately and weakly called out, "Hey! Don't go! I was wrong, I apologize to you. I'm so thirsty, can you get me some water?" Hearing her say that, Zhao Tianyu paused, glanced back at her, and then quickly walked back. He said softly, "Get up, come with me, I'll take you to get some water." Su Ran gritted her teeth and tried to stand up, but her body was too weak to even sit up. She could only look at Zhao Tianyu with a pitiful and helpless expression. Chapter 6 For Beauties. Zhao Tianyu could, of course, see the pitiful helplessness and pleading look in Su Ran's eyes. She was practically begging for help written all over her face. He thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "If you really can't stand up, I'll carry you over. But let's make it clear beforehand, don't come back saying I took advantage of you." Su Ran nodded in agreement almost without hesitation. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu didn't say anything more, bent down, and opened his arms to pick her up. Su Ran's body was very light, and her hands instinctively wrapped around Zhao Tianyu's neck, as if trying to maintain her balance and not fall. Zhao Tianyu had only taken a few steps when he suddenly realized that his palms seemed to be pressing on an inappropriate place, right on her round and firm buttocks. A soft and elastic sensation came through his palm, making Zhao Tianyu's heart tremble and almost causing him to lose his focus. He silently sighed. This Su Ran is not only beautiful, but her figure is also top-notch, even her private parts are so well endowed. Without thinking much about it, he quickly carried Su Ran back to the campfire and gently placed her on a banana leaf. Zhao Tianyu picked up a coconut, cracked it open with a stone, and handed it to her. Su Ran's eyes lit up, and she quickly took it and drank it down in large gulps. The coconut juice was cool and sweet, and Su Ran felt energized. She finished the coconut in just a few mouthfuls. She looked at Zhao Tianyu with a pitiful expression, and without hesitation, he broke open another one and handed it to her. Zhao Tianyu said, You rest first, I'll go find something to eat. Then he turned and walked towards the sea. He walked to the large rock where the mussels had been hidden before, smashed a lot of mussels down with the rock, and carried them back to the fire in his clothes. He used a stick to stir out some burning embers and placed all the mussels on them to slowly roast. After drinking the coconut juice, Suran's complexion improved noticeably. She began to carefully examine Zhao Tianyu's security guard uniform and couldn't help but ask, "Are you a security guard for our company?" Zhao Tianyu nodded and smiled. "Yes, you're only noticing now?" Suran shook her head awkwardly. "There are too many people in the company, how could I possibly recognize them all? I just felt you looked vaguely familiar." Zhao Tianyu didn't mind, and simply said, "It's normal that you don't recognize me, I'm just an ordinary security guard." After a while, the mussels were cooked. He picked up a few and handed them to Suran. "Here, have some to tide you over." Suran took them, opened the shells, and reluctantly took a bite. As soon as she chewed, her expression changed immediately. The taste was even more unpalatable than she had expected. Zhao Tianyu noticed her reaction and laughed, saying, "This stuff isn't very good, but it's better than starving." Hearing this, Suran had no choice but to grit her teeth and swallow the mussel meat in her mouth. Zhao Tianyu also grabbed one, took a bite without a care, and ate it with relish. Seeing this, Suran couldn't help but ask, "Don't you find the taste disgusting?" Zhao Tianyu shrugged and laughed. "I'm used to it. Back in the army I ate insects, earthworms, and rat meat, things even harder to swallow than this." Suran's face immediately turned green, and she quickly interrupted him. All right, if you keep talking, I'm going to throw up what I just ate." Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu said nothing more, and the two ate and rested. Before long, only mussel shells remained by the fire. After eating, Suran clearly felt much better. She looked up at Zhao Tianyu and said, "My name is Suran. What's yours?" Zhao Tianyu smiled and replied, "Of course I know you're Suran, one of the company's 4 beauties. My name is Zhao Tianyu." Suran was taken aback, blinked and asked, "For beauties? There's such a thing? How come I didn't know that?" Zhao Tianyu laughed even harder. "Of course I wouldn't know. This is a ranking made privately by our security team. The company's 4 beauties are Lu Shuiyu, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting." Suran listened, becoming interested, and continued to ask, "So how did you rank them?" Zhao Tianyu replied with a smile. "President Lu is first, you're second, Lin Yu is third, and Zhou Wanting is fourth." Suran smiled. "Oh my, I didn't expect to have this ranking. I'm actually second." But after laughing, she sighed softly and looked into the distance, saying, "I wonder how President Lu and the others are doing. Did they manage to escape from the cruise ship?" Her voice lowered. Of all the people on board, probably very few were still alive. Zhao Tianyu was silent for a few seconds after hearing this, then said softly, "Yeah, we've really had a run of bad luck this time. We finally managed to get out and relax, and then this happens." The two sat by the fire and chatted quietly for a while, when suddenly Suran asked again, "How long do you think it will take for the rescue team to find us?" Zhao Tianyu paused for a moment, then shook his head and said, "This place is far from where the accident happened. The rescue team might not be able to find us." Upon hearing this, Suran's expression clearly changed, and she asked nervously, "Are you saying we might be trapped here and die?" Zhao Tianyu quickly explained, "That's not what I meant. I meant we might not necessarily need rescue. Maybe a ship will pass by, and then we'll be rescued." Hearing this, Suran's expression softened slightly, and she nodded gently. Zhao Tianyu stood up and said to her, "You stay here for a while, I'll go to the beach to see if there's anything usable." Suran quickly replied, "Don't leave me alone, I'll go with you. I don't want to be alone anymore." Zhao Tianyu nodded and said nothing more. The two then continued searching along the coastline for any supplies that had drifted ashore, one after the other, to make further preparations for their survival. Chapter 7. Seeing the corpse. Zhao Tianyu rummaged through the piles of garbage washed ashore on the beach for a while and finally found a reasonably sturdy woven bag. He first ran to the sea to wash the bag clean with seawater, and then began to carefully pick up anything usable around him. Plastic bottles, aluminum cans, and tattered fishing nets, no matter how dirty or old, he stuffed them into his bag if he thought they were useful. Suran, watching from the side, was completely bewildered and couldn't help but ask, Why are you picking up all this junk? Zhao Tianyu smiled and replied, Don't underestimate these things. You'll see how useful they are later. The two chatted as they walked, slowly making their way along the coastline. Along the way, they collected quite a few more plastic bottles and empty cans, gradually filling their woven bag to the brim. Before they knew it, they had walked quite a distance. Suddenly, Su Ran stopped, her eyes fixed on a certain direction on the beach ahead. She raised her voice and called out to Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu, look! There seems to be someone lying over there. Zhao Tianyu immediately looked up and followed the direction she pointed. Sure enough, there was a figure lying on the beach not far away. The two didn't dare delay and immediately quickened their pace, rushing over. The closer they got, the more uneasy they felt. An indescribable stench permeated the air. Upon closer inspection, both men gasped in shock. The person showed no signs of life. The body was swollen and deformed from being submerged in water, the face almost unrecognizable. The body was covered in wounds, as if bitten by sea creatures, and numerous mosquitoes swarmed around the wounds. The pungent, acrid stench was so strong it almost made one unable to stand, like a cloud of poisonous smoke piercing the nostrils. Su Ran's face turned deathly pale at just one glance. Her stomach churned, and she nearly suffocated. She couldn't help but turn and run away. After running a few meters, she bent over, covered her mouth, and began to vomit violently until she was almost exhausted. Zhao Tianyu, on the other hand, was much calmer. He put down the woven bag he was carrying, took a deep breath, and walked towards the corpse. He crouched down and carefully searched the body's clothes. Soon, his eyes lit up. He pulled a lighter and a box of cigarettes from the body's pocket. The packaging was wet, but the cigarettes inside didn't appear to have gotten wet. Zhao Tianyu tore open the packaging, took out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, then took out his dry lighter, lit it, and took a deep drag, his face full of satisfaction. He was a heavy smoker, and had been feeling unbearable without a cigarette for the past few days. Now he was finally feeling better. After finishing his cigarette, he looked down at the clothes and shoes on the corpse. Although they were soaked, they were still relatively new. He immediately began to strip the clothes and shoes off the corpse, completely ignoring the pale, mushy body lying next to him. Seeing this from a distance, Su Ran exclaimed in shock. Zhao Tianyu, are you crazy? Why are you stripping a dead person of their clothes? Isn't that disgusting? Zhao Tianyu didn't even look up and casually replied. Disgusting what? I only have one set of clothes. I can't wear this outfit all the time, can I? It would be a real waste to keep these things on him. A short while later, he cleaned the clothes and shoes, rinsed them with seawater, and put them in a woven bag. Then, he picked up the corpse by its feet and dragged it into the sea like trash, throwing it in. After packing his things, he walked over to Su Ran and said calmly, Let's go, let's continue looking for supplies. Su Ran's gaze was somewhat complicated at this moment. Although she didn't speak, she clearly distanced herself from Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu noticed this as well and laughed, saying, Is it really necessary? I just took off a piece of clothing. Why are you looking at me like a monster? Su Ran lowered her head and remained silent, but still kept a distance of 3 or 4 meters from him, showing that she was still quite awkward. Zhao Tianyu didn't say anything more, and the two walked along the beach for a while longer, but found nothing of value. Seeing that they had been out for several hours and the sky was gradually darkening, the two decided to turn back. The walk back took nearly 2 hours. By the time they returned to the campfire, Su Ran was exhausted and collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. She was covered in sweat, her clothes were soaked, and her face was flush red from the sun. She looked quite disheveled. Zhao Tianyu teased, Manager Su, it seems you really need to get more exercise. This short walk has exhausted you like this. Su Ran glanced at him and said weakly, I sit in an office all day, I'm not from the security team, it's a miracle I even walked back. Zhao Tianyu stopped teasing her, went over and placed the lighter he had taken from the corpse on a rock to dry. He then took the clothes and shoes he had collected earlier to the beach to wash them, and hung them on the branches of a big tree to dry, preparing them for later use. Chapter 8 Collecting Fresh Water. After Zhao Tianyu washed the clothes and shoes he had stripped from the corpse, he hung them to dry on a tree branch. Su Ran stood to the side, her face filled with shock. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she asked, You really intend to wear those dead man's clothes and shoes? Zhao Tianyu didn't even look up, simply nodding slightly and calmly replying. Otherwise what? Did you think I was joking? Su-ran quickly waved her hand, vehemently objecting. No, no, wearing dead people's clothes is too unlucky. It's so unlucky. Zhao Tianyu, however, seemed completely unconcerned, simply shrugging. You see, I only have one security guard uniform on me. I can't just wait until it's worn out and wear a grass skirt, can I? Su-ran was speechless for a moment, unsure how to advise him, and could only sigh helplessly, silently watching him continue tidying up the pile of junk. Zhao Tianyu then pulled out a tattered fishing net from the woven bag. Although it was covered in trash and had many holes, he didn't mind at all. He squatted down and carefully cleaned away the trash from the net, patiently untangling the knotted and tangled net lines with exceptional care. Su-ran couldn't resist any longer and leaned closer to ask, What are you doing messing around with this tattered net? It looks like it's completely rotten. Zhao Tianyu looked up unhappily. Torn? This is a treasure. If I fix it up, I can use it for fishing. After spending more than an hour, Zhao Tianyu finally managed to repair the fishing net, and then ran into the woods to find a thick wooden stick. He tied the repaired fishing net to a wooden stick, then took it to the beach, put it in the water, and decided to try his luck and see if he could catch any fish. After he finished, he returned to the campfire, sat down, and lit a cigarette, the same pack he had taken from the corpse, using the firewood in the fire. He smoked it with a satisfied expression. Suddenly, he glanced at the plastic bottles beside him, and a thought popped into his head. Relying on coconut juice every day couldn't work. The coconuts weren't ripe, and drinking too much could easily cause diarrhea. Besides, they hadn't dared to venture too far into the forest yet. If they encountered poisonous snakes or something, that would be a huge problem. It would be better to find a way to collect some fresh water first. Thinking of this, he immediately took action, went to the beach, picked up a seashell, smashed it with a stone, and chose a relatively sharp piece to use as a knife. He picked up an empty bottle and carefully cut the middle of the bottle with the seashell. At this moment, Su-ran asked curiously again, What are you doing now? Zhao Tianyu replied while busy, making a water collection device. We can't drink too much coconut juice. We need to find a way to get some real fresh water. Su-ran's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she asked in surprise, Wow, you know all this? Aren't you a security guard? How do you know so many survival skills? Zhao Tianyu smiled lightly. I'm not an ordinary security guard. I used to be in the army, and I learned a lot about wilderness survival. Su-ran was even more surprised, blinking as she asked, You were in the army? Then how did you become a security guard? Zhao Tianyu seemed somewhat displeased, his tone slightly somber. What's wrong with a soldier becoming a security guard? Is being a security guard shameful? Su-ran quickly waved her hand. That's not what I meant, don't misunderstand, I really didn't mean to look down on you. Zhao Tianyu sighed and said calmly, That's what you say, but you office elites never really take us security guards seriously. Hearing this, Su-ran paused, clearly feeling a little guilty, because what he said was indeed true. No one in the company really took the security guards seriously. Zhao Tianyu didn't continue the topic, lowering his head to continue cutting the plastic bottles with seashells, processing them one by one meticulously. After a while, he looked up at Su-ran and said, If you have nothing to do, go to the beach and pick up some plastic sheeting. As Su-ran walked, she turned back and asked, What do you need the plastic sheet for? Zhao Tianyu smiled helplessly. Hey, Manager Su, why do you ask so many questions? I told you it's useful, so just go pick it up. Su-ran didn't say anything more, obediently got up, and walked towards the shore to pick up the plastic sheet, her movements quite nimble. Watching her retreating figure, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but laugh, thinking to himself, Su-ran, who's usually so aloof, actually listens to me obediently sometimes. That's really interesting. Half an hour quickly passed, and Zhao Tianyu had divided all the dozen or so plastic bottles in half, turning them into usable water collection containers. He carried the bottles to the shore, placed them next to the small pits he had dug beforehand, and then immediately began working on the sand. He dug more than a dozen pits with his bare hands, each about 20 or 30 centimeters deep, placed the bottle bottoms in the center, and then compacted the edges with sand. Just then, Su-ran returned, carrying several pieces of colorful plastic sheeting, which came in handy. Zhao Tianyu placed the bottle in the center of the pit, then spread the plastic sheeting over the sandpit, carefully pressing the edges down, and finally placed a small stone in the center to increase the pressure. Su Ran stood to the side, completely absorbed in Zhao Tianyu's actions, like a curious child. Once everything was ready, Zhao Tianyu clapped his hands, let out a long sigh, and turned back to Su Ran confidently, saying, "That's a wrap. We'll have fresh water to drink tomorrow morning." Su Ran opened her eyes wide and asked in surprise, "Can we really collect water like this?" Zhao Tianyu smiled and replied confidently, "You'll see when the results come out." Chapter 9 Teasing Su Ran. Night quietly fell, the sunset on the horizon was as brilliant as a painting, and the sun, like a child who had played enough, slowly sank below the horizon. Zhao Tianyu walked briskly to the spot where he had previously laid the fishing net, his heart filled with anticipation. He pulled up the net, and his eyes lit up. There were 4 or 5 lively sea fish hanging in it, each weighing more than half a pound. Su Ran was dumbfounded, never expecting that a broken net could actually catch fish. Zhao Tianyu smiled as he carefully untied the fish from the net, treating them like precious treasures. Then he put the tidy net back into the sea, ready to try his luck again. Next, he picked up a seashell knife and began processing his spoils. Zhao Tianyu's movements were skillful and efficient. He scaled the fish, gutted them, and removed the innards in one smooth motion, without the slightest hesitation. In less than 20 minutes, the fish were cleaned thoroughly. Afterward, he found 2 wooden sticks, skewered the fish, and slowly grilled them using charcoal he had scraped from the fire. Soon, the air was filled with the rich aroma of grilled fish, sizzling and making everyone's mouths water. Su Ran looked on with longing, her eyes glued to the grill. The fish was finally done, and Zhao Tianyu picked up a skewer and handed it to Su Ran. Ignoring the heat, Su Ran tore off large pieces of fish and wolfed it down, nodding repeatedly as she chewed. Compared to the mussels, this grilled fish was simply divine. Zhao Tianyu ate with great relish, and the 2 of them devoured the fish in no time, still looking like they wanted more. After finishing the fish, Zhao Tianyu cracked open 2 coconuts, handed one to Su Ran, and then tilted his head back and gulped down a whole coconut of juice. This dinner was the most satisfying one on the island. After eating and drinking her fill, Su Ran exclaimed, "Zhao Tianyu, you're amazing! You're practically a survival master on a desert island. When we get back to the company, I'll definitely repay you." Zhao Tianyu's lips curled into a mischievous smile, and he said mysteriously, "Whether we can leave is still uncertain. If you want to repay me, why not do it now?" After saying that, he winked at Su Ran, his eyes carrying a hint of ambiguity. Su Ran's face changed, and she panicked, stammering, "How can I repay you on this island?" Zhao Tianyu continued to smile knowingly. "You're so beautiful, I wouldn't mind if you offered yourself to me." Hearing this, Su Ran was instantly filled with shame and anger, glaring at him and shouting, "You're dreaming. I'd rather die than agree." Zhao Tianyu, still with his nonchalant demeanor, smiled and leaned closer. "It's just the 2 of us on this island, a lone man and woman. If I really did something, what could you do?" Su Ran turned pale with fright, her body tensed, and sweat beaded on her forehead. A wave of panic washed over her. If something really happened, she wouldn't have a chance to fight back. Seeing her like that, Zhao Tianyu laughed and waved his hand, saying, "Just kidding. If I really wanted to do something, I would have done it when you were unconscious." Su Ran was furious, wishing she could slap him. Zhao Tianyu, however, looked smug. He lit a few more small fires nearby and then said to Su Ran, "It's late, you should get some rest. I'll keep watch." Su Ran glared at him angrily, but nodded anyway and lay down on the banana leaves she had laid out to sleep. Zhao Tianyu took out a cigarette, sat down by the fire, and started smoking, staring blankly into the night. The night was quiet, with only the sound of the waves and the occasional bird call from the woods. He stared at the firelight, thinking, "We can't stay by the sea forever. We need to hurry into the forest to find water and build shelter. I doubt anyone will come to rescue us. But there might be wild beasts in the forest, and it would be too dangerous without weapons." He thought to himself that he would have to go to the beach again tomorrow to look for anything that could be used as a weapon. He sat there thinking for a long time, and by midnight, Zhao Tianyu couldn't stay awake any longer. He added some firewood to the fire, thinking that nothing bad should happen tonight, so he lay down, closed his eyes, and soon fell asleep. Chapter 10 Want to Fall in Love. The next morning, as dawn broke and the sky was still shrouded in a hazy mist, Su Ran slowly woke up and opened her eyes. She turned her head and saw Zhao Tianyu still lying quietly beside her, breathing steadily and fast asleep, even letting out a few soft snores. She gazed at him as he slept. His eyes were closed, his thick eyelashes resting peacefully beneath his eyelids. His high, straight nose accentuated his features. A slight smile played on his lips, as if he were doing something pleasant in his dream. He wasn't exactly handsome, but his face had a captivating charm that grew on you the more you looked at it. The man seemed ordinary at first glance, but the more she looked at him, the more pleasing he became. Su-ran thought to herself, and for some reason, she felt especially safe whenever he was by her side. At this thought, 2 blushes rose on her face, like the rosy hues of dawn, and she quickly looked away. She couldn't help but ask herself, what's wrong with me? How could I start having these wild thoughts after only one day? Su-ran is 25 years old this year. She joined Lu Shue's company right after graduating from university. With her outstanding abilities, she rose through the ranks and became the human resources manager in just a few years. Not only is she beautiful, but she also has an outstanding temperament, so she naturally has a constant stream of suitors, all of whom are quite remarkable. However, like Lu Shui, she always focuses on her career and never takes matters of the heart, politely declining all her suitors. Now, on this secluded island, with only the gentle lapping of waves against the shore and Zhao Tianyu by her side, her mind went blank. Many emotions she hadn't had time to consider before quietly surfaced. Looking at Zhao Tianyu's peaceful sleeping face, she suddenly felt an urge to fall in love. She sat for a while, then secretly glanced at him again to make sure he was still asleep. Only then did she quietly stand up and silently walk away. Reaching a rock, she quickly pulled down her pants, relieved herself, and then rinsed herself briefly with seawater. After tidying her clothes, she casually walked to the beach, scooped up a handful of cool seawater, and washed her face. The morning chill invigorated her. After washing her face, she strolled slowly along the shore, her steps light and her expression relaxed. At that moment, the red sun slowly rose on the horizon, its golden rays spreading across the sea and bathing the entire island in gold. Su-ran took a deep breath of the fresh air, as if all her worries had vanished with the wind, and her mood became lighter than ever before. As she walked, she noticed many colorful seashells on the beach, sparkling in the sunlight, as beautiful as jewels. She immediately bent down and excitedly picked them up one by one, like a child who had found a treasure, her smile radiant. She was completely immersed in this simple joy, as if she had returned to her carefree childhood. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyu finally woke up from his dream and slowly opened his eyes. He rubbed his eyes, sat up, and looked around. The surroundings were empty. He was all alone. The fires he had lit the night before had gone out, but he wasn't worried, since he still had 2 lighters. He slowly climbed up from the banana leaf, walked to the beach, and splashed his face with seawater. In the distance, he saw Su-ran squatting by the sea, doing something, but he didn't pay much attention and continued walking towards where the fishing nets were laid. He yanked up the fishing net, his eyes lighting up. 3 or 4 more fish were caught in it. He happily removed the fish, rearranged the net, and put it back into the sea. Just then, Su-ran noticed him and quickly walked over. Seeing the fresh fish, Su-ran's eyes lit up, clearly pleased. Zhao Tianyu looked at her and asked, "Do you know how to prepare fish?" Su-ran rolled her eyes at him and retorted defiantly, "Do you really think I'm just a pretty face? I can cook for myself all the time." Zhao Tianyu nodded. "Okay, then you prepare these fish, and I'll go check on the harvest at the freshwater farm." Su-ran found a sharp seashell and began processing the fish efficiently. Zhao Tianyu walked to the small pits where fresh water was collected, squatted down, and carefully peeled off the plastic sheeting covering them. He peeked inside and saw that the bottle already contained several tens of milliliters of fresh water. He was delighted, thinking to himself, this method is indeed feasible. As long as more sheets are used, a considerable amount of water can be collected in a day. He turned and went to the beach to rummage through the trash washed ashore, finding several relatively clean empty bottles. He unscrewed the caps, rinsed them with seawater, and then returned to the small pit, carefully pouring the collected fresh water into the bottles. From the dozen or so pits, he had collected 3 bottles of water in total. Satisfied, Zhao Tianyu restored the pit to its original state and carried the water back to the fire. By then, Su-ran had already cleaned the fish, skewered them on sticks, and was slowly roasting them by the fire. Zhao Tianyu handed her the water, smiling. Here, have some fresh water. This is today's catch. Su Ran took the bottle, immediately unscrewed the cap, and took a big gulp. She stopped after drinking half the bottle, exclaiming with delight. You're amazing! You actually managed to collect fresh water! Zhao Tianyu smiled nonchalantly and said, This is just the beginning. The most surprising things are yet to come. Chapter 11 Blood-pumping excitement. Seeing Zhao Tianyu's smug look, Su Ran rolled her eyes at him and said irritably, Hey, you really get cocky just because I praised you a little. Zhao Tianyu smiled but didn't reply. Before long, the aroma of the grilled fish filled the air. The two of them were already starving, so they didn't bother with formalities and started eating heartily. After finishing the fish, Zhao Tianyu wiped his mouth and said seriously to Su Ran, You stay here. I'll look along the coast to see if I can find some iron and make a decent knife. We can't stay in this wasteland forever. We need to go into the forest to find water and then find a safe place to build a shelter. But the forest is too dangerous. We can't do it without a weapon. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ran immediately said, I'll go with you. I don't feel safe staying here alone. Zhao Tianyu nodded, and the two set off together towards the coastline to search for metal materials suitable for forging knives. Finding a piece of iron on this desolate coastline was like looking for a needle in a haystack. The two walked for 3 or 4 kilometers, their feet sinking into sand, shells, and pebbles, but they couldn't find even a small piece of decent metal. The sun was high in the sky, blazing fiercely, as if it would bake the entire island dry. Sweat had already soaked through their clothes. The damp fabric clung to their skin, sticky and hot, extremely uncomfortable. Su Ran, in particular, had cheeks flushed like ripe apples, her breathing became increasingly rapid, and her steps were noticeably heavier. Seeing that she was not in good condition, Zhao Tianyu felt a pang of worry. He looked around and quickly spotted the shadow cast by a large, lush tree. He hurried over and, after carefully confirming that there was no danger, called Su Ran over to rest. Su Ran plopped down in the shade of a tree, panting heavily and sweating profusely. Zhao Tianyu leaned against the tree trunk, took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and slowly took a drag. A hint of relief finally appeared on his tired face. After a short rest, their strength returned, and the two set off again. However, after walking for nearly an hour, they still hadn't found anything. Just as they were about to give up and turn back, Su Ran suddenly pointed to the distant sea and exclaimed excitedly, Zhao Tianyu, look! There's a suitcase on the sea over there. Zhao Tianyu looked in the direction she was pointing and sure enough, he saw a dark-colored suitcase floating in the waves. His eyes lit up and he laughed. Maybe there's something good inside. I'll go retrieve it and take a look. Before he finished speaking, he began to take off his clothes. Seeing this, Su Ran exclaimed in surprise, Why are you taking your clothes off? Of course you have to take off your clothes before going into the sea, otherwise it'll be so uncomfortable to be soaked. Zhao Tianyu rolled his eyes and said while unbuttoning his shirt, Can you stop thinking about weird things? Su Ran was speechless and turned her head away, blushing. Zhao Tianyu stripped down to only his shorts and jumped into the sea without hesitation, swimming towards his suitcase. He didn't swim very fast, as the seawater offered great resistance, and by the time he grabbed the suitcase and swam back, more than 40 minutes had passed. After dragging his suitcase onto the beach, Zhao Tianyu didn't bother to put on clothes and immediately squatted down to inspect it. He found that the suitcase was still locked, so he picked up a rock and smashed it several times until it finally broke open. The moment the suitcase was opened, a salty, damp smell wafted out, and inside were men's clothes soaked through with seawater. Su Ran leaned closer for a look, then suddenly frowned and said, These clothes look so familiar. They seem to belong to Vice President Yi. Zhao Tianyu was taken aback and turned to look at her. How come you look so familiar? You and him? You're talking nonsense. Su Ran immediately interrupted him, her face slightly flushed. I've seen him wear these clothes before. He has similar suits in his office. Zhao Tianyu shrugged and stopped teasing her. He took the wet clothes out one by one, then suddenly stopped, a strange look appearing on his face. Su Ran curiously peeked over and immediately blushed. Beneath the men's clothing lay a pile of women's underwear, several boxes of well-packaged condoms, and even 2 boxes of unidentified male enhancement products. Zhao Tianyu stroked his chin and chuckled mischievously. "Tis TSK, Vice President Yi is usually so serious. I didn't expect him to know how to enjoy life in private. Is he planning to relax properly on this trip?" Chapter 12. Obtaining the military knife. Su-ran immediately exploded, her face extremely ugly. She rummaged through Yue's luggage while trembling with anger, saying that Yue usually pretended to be a decent person, but it turned out that he was actually a lover of extreme tastes. Zhao Tianyu wasn't surprised at all after hearing this, and replied with a grin. "What's so strange about that? It's easy to draw the skin of a tiger, but hard to draw its bones. You can't judge a person by their appearance alone. They may look like a gentleman, but who knows what kind of person they are inside." As he spoke, he picked up 2 boxes of aphrodisiacs and shook them, jokingly saying, "Our Vice President Yi is so young, but his kidneys are already failing. He has to rely on external help. TSK TSK. After saying that, he threw the 2 boxes of medicine into the sea, and then took out a few pieces of sexy lingerie and 2 boxes of condoms and put them aside. Just then, he discovered an unexpected surprise at the very bottom of his suitcase: a military knife about 20 or 30 centimeters long, tucked into a leather sheath, with a very imposing design. Zhao Tianyu's eyes lit up, and he was as excited as if he had found a treasure. He immediately drew his military knife, and when the sunlight shone on it, it flashed with a cold light, and it was incredibly sharp, like a weapon from a movie. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This is really something! I was worried about not having any iron sheets to make tools, but God really knows how to arrange things. This thing is more valuable than anything else." After fiddling with the military knife for a while, he satisfiedly sheathed it and tucked it into his waistband. He then packed the remaining items back into his suitcase. Seeing this, Su-ran quickly reminded him, "Why are you keeping these underwear? Throw them away right now, they're embarrassing to look at." Zhao Tianyu grinned slyly. "Didn't you say you didn't have any clean clothes? These are perfect for you in an emergency." Su-ran blushed instantly. "I will never wear such embarrassing things." Zhao Tianyu joked again. "No one can see it anyway, what are you afraid of? Just wear it underneath." Su-ran ignored her and instead stared at the 2 boxes of condoms, asking, "Then what are you keeping these 2 for? Don't tell me you have ulterior motives." Zhao Tianyu was both amused and exasperated. "Can you stop having such wild imaginations? If I really had that idea, I would have done it already. This thing can hold water. It could save lives in a pinch." Su-ran snorted coldly. "That's just sophistry. I don't believe it." Zhao Tianyu didn't bother to explain anymore, picked up his suitcase and walked back. Su-ran hesitated for a moment, but quickly followed him. After more than 3 hours, they finally returned to the camp under the big tree. By then, the fire had long since gone out, so Zhao Tianyu quickly gathered some dry branches and grass to rekindle it. As evening fell, Zhao Tianyu went to check on the fishing nets. When he pulled one up, he was pleasantly surprised to find a large fish weighing 4 or 5 pounds hanging on the old fishing net. He immediately untied the fish from the net, put the net back into the sea, and then took out his military knife to skillfully process the fish. In less than 10 minutes, he had cleaned it and was ready to grill it. When Su-ran saw him return carrying a large fish, her eyes lit up, and she was as excited as a child. Zhao Tianyu found a wooden stick, sharpened one end, skewered the fish, and then pulled out some charcoal from the fire to roast the fish slowly on it. 10 minutes later, the fish skin was roasted to a golden brown and glistening with oil, and a fragrant aroma filled the air, making the 2 of them drool. Once the fish was cooked, Zhao Tianyu and Su-ran couldn't wait any longer. They tore off pieces of fish meat and ate them with gusto, their mouths dripping with oil. The 4 or 5 pound fish was quickly reduced to bones, but the 2 of them ate with great relish, even gnawing the bones clean. Zhao Tianyu found 2 more coconuts, split them in half, handed one to Su-ran, and then drank it all in one gulp, exclaiming how refreshing it was. After eating and drinking their fill, the 2 sat around the fire and chatted for a while. Zhao Tianyu then lit a few more fires around the area to keep wild animals away. At this moment, Su-ran offered, "You're too tired, I'll keep watch tonight." Zhao Tianyu joked, "Oh, our beautiful Su is feeling sorry for me? Tell me honestly, are you infatuated with me?" Su-ran rolled her eyes at him. "Don't be so conceited. I'm just worried that if you collapse from exhaustion, no one will be there to take care of me and keep me alive." Zhao Tianyu laughed and said, "Women, they say one thing but mean another. Don't worry, you'll genuinely fall in love with me sooner or later." Su Ran was completely speechless. Zhao Tianyu immediately put on a serious face. "Alright, enough joking around. I'm going to take a nap now. Remember to wake me up if there's any noise, and don't let the fire go out." After speaking, he handed the military knife to Su Ran, lay down on the banana leaf, and started snoring within 3 minutes. Looking at the sleeping Zhao Tianyu, Su Ran muttered, "He's such a pig, he falls asleep as soon as he says he wants to." In the middle of the night, Zhao Tianyu suddenly woke up and saw Su Ran asleep with her knees against her chest. The military knife in her hand had fallen to the ground, and the fires were almost extinguished. He shook his head helplessly, got up to add firewood, and gently laid Su Ran down on the banana leaf to sleep. He sat back down by the fire, lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and sighed inwardly as he looked at the few cigarettes left in his hand. "It looks like this cigarette won't last much longer." He frowned, then looked down at Su Ran. His mind started to wander. Now that Su Ran could drift to this island, and a blurry corpse had been found on the beach, it was probably from their company. In addition, Yu Wei's suitcase also drifted over, so there might be other colleagues on the island who survived, but just haven't met yet. After finishing his cigarette, Zhao Tianyu stared at the firelight, his mind wandering for a while, until a sliver of light appeared on the horizon, at which point he felt sleepy. Thinking that there was no immediate danger, he lay down next to Su Ran and soon fell into a deep sleep again. Chapter 13, Teaching Yu Wei a Lesson. Just as dawn was breaking, Su Ran woke up and, still half asleep, found herself lying on a banana leaf, which puzzled her. She remembered keeping watch by the fire last night, so how did she end up sleeping on a makeshift bed on the floor? After a moment's thought, she realized that Zhao Tianyu had settled her in. She glanced at Zhao Tianyu, who was still fast asleep, but did not disturb him. She quietly gathered some firewood and rekindled the nearly extinguished fire. Su Ran then walked to the beach, scooped up some seawater to wash her face, and was about to go back when she suddenly caught a glimpse of a group of people walking towards the shore in the distance. She looked closely, but couldn't make out who it was at first. However, judging from the direction, it seemed to be walking towards her. The people over there noticed her too, and their pace quickened considerably as they ran towards the camp. As the distance closed, Su Ran finally saw clearly that it was actually Lu Shui, Lin Yu, Zhou Wanting from the company, and Yu Wei, who made her feel complicated. Su Ran was stunned for a second, then her face was filled with excitement. She hadn't expected that these familiar faces were still alive. Lu Shui was overjoyed to see Su Ran and ran over quickly, saying excitedly, "Su Ran, that's great! We thought something had happened to you." Lin Yu quickly added, "Sister Su Ran, it's such a relief to see you on this island." Su Ran smiled too, her eyes glistening with tears, and said, "Me too. It's so good to see that you're all still alive." Yu Wei then smiled and leaned closer to Su Ran, saying with a touch of emotion, "Su Ran, it really makes me happy to see you again." At the company, Yu Wei had a crush on Su Ran, and Su Ran had also felt some affection for him. But that was before she saw that box of strange items. Upon seeing Yu Wei, Su Ran immediately dropped her smile and coldly replied, "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Yi. I never expected you to still be alive." This sudden coldness made the atmosphere at the scene somewhat stiff. Lu Shui and the others all looked puzzled, unable to understand why Su Ran's attitude had suddenly changed so drastically. Yu Wei was also a little confused, and asked cautiously, "Su Ran, why are you being so cold to me? Weren't we quite close before?" Su Ran glanced at him and replied indifferently, "President Yi, when have we ever been close?" These words froze Yu Wei's face, and he felt frustrated. What did I do wrong? The atmosphere was a bit awkward, so Zhou Wanting quickly stepped in to smooth things over. "Sister Su, how did you end up here? We thought you weren't on this island." Su Ran smiled and said in a relaxed tone, "After the cruise ship accident, I grabbed a lifeboat and jumped into the sea, and then I got dizzy. Zhao Tianyu saved me." Upon hearing this name, Lu Shui and her group were somewhat surprised. Lin Yu asked, "Zhao Tianyu? Who is that?" Su Ran explained, "He is a security guard at our company." No sooner had he said that than Yu Wei immediately retorted sarcastically, So you're just a security guard? No wonder nobody knows you. Suran retorted without hesitation. What's wrong with a security guard? He's much better than you, a truly good person. Don't underestimate him. Everyone was stunned again, clearly not expecting Suran to protect a security guard like this. At this moment, Lu Shui asked, Do you have anything to eat here? We are thirsty and hungry, and we can't hold on much longer. Suran nodded in agreement. We have a few coconuts and some fresh water. Please follow me. As he spoke, he led them toward the campfire. Before they even got close, Zhao Tianyu had already woken up and sat up from the banana leaf. He was stunned when he saw the group of people in front of him. He hadn't expected that some of his colleagues had also drifted to this island. Lu Shui and her group also stared at him. When Yu Wei saw that he was wearing a security guard uniform, he immediately asked Suran with disdain, Is this the security guard you were talking about? Suran looked at Zhao Tianyu and nodded, saying, Yes, it's him. He saved me and has been taking care of me these past 2 days. Yu Wei rolled his eyes and finally turned to look at Zhao Tianyu properly, but his eyes were full of contempt. Seeing his arrogant attitude, Zhao Tianyu's temper flared up instantly, and he retorted directly, What are you looking at? Believe me or not, I'll gouge your eyes out. The moment he said that, everyone was stunned. No one expected Zhao Tianyu to be so angry, resorting to violence so readily. Yu Wei retorted angrily, not to be outdone. You're just a security guard. What are you doing acting so arrogantly here? I'll fire you when we get back to the company. Zhao Tianyu laughed. Go back to the company? You'll have to get off this deserted island alive first. No sooner had he finished speaking than he suddenly rushed forward and kicked Yu Wei squarely, sending him flying 3 or 4 meters away, rolling several times on the beach. Yu Wei lay on the ground groaning in pain, clutching his stomach as if several bones were broken. The kick stunned everyone. Lu Shui immediately shouted, How could you hit someone? President Yi didn't do anything to you. Zhao Tianyu replied nonchalantly, Do I need a reason to hit him? I just don't like him, so I'll hit him if I want to. The scene immediately became tense. Suran couldn't stand it any longer and turned to a burly man, saying, Ah Bao, teach this arrogant bastard a lesson. Be careful not to actually kill him. Chapter 14 Exceptional Skill. No sooner had Lu Shui finished speaking than a burly, broad-shouldered man suddenly emerged from behind her graceful figure. This man was tall and strong, standing there like an iron tower, inspiring awe in those who looked upon him. The man named Bao had a face full of contempt and disdain. His eyes, as big as copper bells, were fixed on Zhao Tianyu in front of him, as if he wanted to devour him alive with his eyes. Everyone present knew very well that this Bao was no pushover. It is said that Lu Shui spent a huge sum of money to hire him as her bodyguard. What's even more astonishing is that it's rumored that Bao once fought in underground boxing rings abroad, filled with bloodshed and violence, experiencing countless life-or-death battles, making him a seasoned veteran. Seeing Bao stride out aggressively, Suran, who had been standing to the side, instantly became extremely anxious. She knew all too well how formidable Bao was. If he were to actually attack Zhao Tianyu, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhao Tianyu would likely be either killed or seriously injured. Without the slightest hesitation, Suran quickly spread her arms, like a mother hen protecting her chicks, and stood firmly in front of Zhao Tianyu. At this moment, her face was full of anxiety, and her voice was trembling slightly with nervousness. Mr. Lu, please be lenient. Zhao Tianyu was indeed in the wrong just now, and I sincerely apologize on his behalf. He's just a security guard in our company. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against him. As Suran spoke, she looked at Lu Shui with pleading eyes, hoping to quell the impending conflict. Upon hearing Suran's words, Lu Shui was slightly taken aback, then frowned and replied irritably, Suran, what's wrong with you? Why are you protecting this lowly security guard like this? Faced with Lu Shui's questioning, Suran quickly explained, President Lu, I didn't mean to favor him. After all, he saved my life. If Bao had intervened, he would have beaten him to death. However, Lu Shui remained expressionless and said coldly, Humph. Don't worry, Bao knows what he's doing. He knows how to control himself and will never kill someone easily. Giving this kind of person a good lesson will teach him a lesson. Before Su Ran could say anything more, Zhao Tianyu gently pulled him away and said with a smile, I didn't expect our beautiful Su to care about me so much. Tell me honestly, have you fallen for me? Hearing him say that, Su Ran stomped her feet in anger and said, Are you crazy? What kind of time is this to be joking? Ah Bao is President Lu's personal bodyguard. He could kill you if he makes a move. Zhao Tianyu chuckled and said, It seems that Miss Su still cares about me quite a bit. She's even worried that I'll get beaten to death by this dog. Su Ran stomped her foot angrily and said fiercely, I don't care about you anymore. You deserve to be beaten to death for being so rude. Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu call him Go, a derogatory term, Ah Bao's anger erupted like a volcano. His eyes widened in fury, and he roared, You brat, are you tired of living? Today I'll show you what I'm made of, and see how I teach you a lesson for your ignorance. With that roar, Ah Bao gave his opponent no chance to react. He quickly clenched his fist, which was as big as a casserole dish, and with a whooshing sound, smashed it down on Zhao Tianyu's head with the force of a thunderbolt. Lu Shui, who witnessed all of this, originally only hoped that Ah Bao could scare or teach Zhao Tianyu a lesson, and never expected that things would develop to such an out-of-control point. As Ah Bao's incredibly powerful fist was about to smash into Zhao Tianyu's vulnerable head, Lu Shui was so frightened that her face turned pale and she screamed. Because she knew very well that if that punch landed, Zhao Tianyu would probably be in grave danger. However, it was too late to stop him now. Unexpectedly, facing Ah Bao's fatal blow, Zhao Tianyu not only did not dodge at all, but stood firmly in place, also clenching his fist tightly, and fearlessly met Ah Bao's iron fist. Just as their fists collided, a deafening roar suddenly erupted, as if two meteors were violently colliding in the air. Ah Bao felt an irresistible force surging from the opponent's fist, his arm trembled involuntarily, and he was forced to take a big step back. In contrast, Zhao Tianyu stood as steady as a mountain, unmoved. Upon witnessing this astonishing scene, everyone, including Lu Shui, was stunned speechless, their mouths agape, unable to utter a single word. They simply couldn't believe what they were seeing. Especially Lu Shui, she knew how powerful Ah Bao was. She had personally witnessed Ah Bao break several ribs of a thug who had provoked her with a single punch. She never expected that the skinny Zhao Tianyu would actually go head-to-head with Ah Bao, and even make Ah Bao take a step back. Ah Bao's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief as he stared intently at Zhao Tianyu in front of him, thinking to himself, I never expected that this seemingly ordinary security guard would actually be such a hidden master. You really can't judge a book by its cover. At this moment, Zhao Tianyu, with a playful expression, casually teased, Hey Go, you're pretty strong. No wonder our CEO Lu was willing to spend a lot of money to hire you as her bodyguard. Zhao Tianyu's words undoubtedly reignited Ah Bao's anger. He was furious, his forehead veins bulging, and he roared as he charged at Zhao Tianyu like a mad beast. In the blink of an eye, within a mere 10 seconds, the two had already exchanged more than a dozen blows. As the battle intensified, Ah Bao felt increasingly shocked and uneasy. Because he gradually realized that the security guard in front of him did not seem to be using his full strength, and every move he made seemed effortless and relaxed. Looking at Zhao Tianyu, he remained calm and composed throughout, dealing with Ah Bao's attacks as if he were strolling in a garden, his movements fluid and effortless, showing no sign of panic. After exchanging more than 10 moves, Zhao Tianyu suddenly shouted, All right, Go, I'm not in the mood to play with you anymore. Before he could finish speaking, he flashed forward and closed in on Ah Bao. Then, he swung his right arm and his fist, as big as a casserole dish, carrying a sharp gust of wind, smashed straight at Ah Bao's head. Faced with such a swift attack, Ah Bao dared not be careless in the slightest. He quickly crossed his arms above his head, attempting to block Zhao Tianyu's powerful punch. Unfortunately, despite Ah Bao's quick reaction time, the power contained in Zhao Tianyu's punch was simply too great. With a muffled thud, Ah Bao flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground and losing consciousness. Chapter 15 shocks everyone. When they witnessed this astonishing scene, Lu Shui and the others were all dumbfounded, frozen in place, as if under a spell, unable to utter a single word for a long time. They could hardly believe their eyes. In such a short time, Zhao Tianyu had cleanly and decisively knocked Ah Bao to the ground, and Abao's life or death was now unknown. Everyone present, including Lu Shui, stared at Zhao Tianyu with utter astonishment, as if they had seen a monster descended from outer space. Time ticked by, seemingly frozen in place. Finally, after a long silence, Lu Shui broke the deathly stillness. She swallowed hard and asked in a slightly trembling voice, Who are you? How could you possess such formidable skills? Zhao Tianyu replied with a faint smile. President Lu, just look at the security guard uniform I'm wearing, and you'll know. I'm just an ordinary security guard in your company. He paused briefly, then added, However, I must admit your bodyguard is quite skilled. It's remarkable that he could hold his own against me for so many moves. If it were anyone else, that punch I threw would probably have sent him to meet the King of Hell by now. After hearing Zhao Tianyu's nonchalant words, Lu Shui was speechless. At the same time, she became even more curious about this mysterious man. She never imagined that such a highly skilled yet unassuming expert was hidden within her security team. Meanwhile, Su Ran, standing to the side, was completely ecstatic, as if she had discovered a rare treasure or a whole new continent. Her eyes sparkled, and her face was filled with uncontrollable admiration as she stared intently at Zhao Tianyu, as if trying to etch him into her mind. Lu Shui glanced at the unconscious Bao again and said to Zhao Tianyu, You killed him! Zhao Tianyu chuckled and said, President Lu, what are you saying? I wouldn't dare to do murder. He's just unconscious and will wake up soon. Hearing Zhao Tianyu say that, Lu Shui secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Su Ran staring at him with a love-struck expression, Zhao Tianyu chuckled and said, Beautiful Su, why are you looking at me like that? Are you captivated by me? Su Ran's face immediately turned red, and she didn't dare to look at Zhao Tianyu anymore. She whispered, You're really something. You're so skilled, but you didn't tell me beforehand. I was so worried about you. Zhao Tianyu chuckled and said, You didn't even ask me? But I was really touched by how protective you were of me just now. It wasn't for nothing that I saved you. After saying this, he looked at Yue again. Yue, who was no longer the arrogant and domineering person he had been just now, immediately lowered his head. Zhao Tianyu chuckled and said, Some people look so refined, but they're full of bad intentions. Lu Shui and the others also realized that Zhao Tianyu's words were a veiled reference to Yue. Lu Shui asked curiously, What do you mean by that? When did Yue offend you? Why did you say that to him and then hit him? Zhao Tianyu shook his head and said, He didn't offend me. I hit him mainly because I didn't like him. And don't misunderstand, I didn't name names. Hearing him say that, Lu Shui didn't say anything more. Instead, Su Ran pointed to the suitcase under the big tree and said to Yue, Mr. Yi, is that suitcase yours? At first, no one noticed the suitcase, but after hearing Su Ran say that, Lu Shui and the others all turned their attention to it. When Yue saw the suitcase, his expression changed instantly. He recognized it as his own at a glance, and he knew exactly what was inside. At this moment, he understood why Su Ran had been so cold towards him earlier. She must have seen what was inside the suitcase. He shook his head vigorously, saying, It's not my suitcase. My suitcase isn't this color. Su Ran said coldly again, Are you sure this suitcase isn't yours? Yue immediately denied it. Su Ran then said, But why do I see all the clothes in this suitcase are yours? Yue immediately said, There are many identical clothes in the world, how can you be sure these clothes are mine? Lu Shui asked with great curiosity, What's inside this suitcase? Where did you get it? Hearing her ask that, Su Ran blushed and was too embarrassed to speak. Zhao Tianyu chuckled and said, We found this suitcase on the beach. It's packed with some really good stuff. Lin Yu asked with great curiosity, What good stuff is it? Zhao Tianyu deliberately kept Lin Yu in suspense, smiling as he asked, Does Miss Lin really want to know? Lin Yu said impatiently, Hurry up and tell me. What's in this suitcase? Stop dawdling like that. Zhao Tianyu then smiled and said, Actually, it's nothing much, just some sexy women's underwear, 2 boxes of aphrodisiacs, and 2 boxes of condoms. I'm wondering what kind of person the owner of this suitcase is. As she said this, she glanced at Yue. Yue said somewhat flusteredly, Just say what you want to say. Why are you looking at me like that? I already told you this suitcase isn't mine. Judging from his expression, Lu Shui and the others guessed that this was his suitcase, otherwise he wouldn't be so flustered. Lu Shui and the others also felt that he was somewhat perverted and disgusting. Why would he bring these things out? It seems that, just as Zhao Tianyu said, some people may look refined and polite, but they are full of bad intentions. Zhao Tianyu then chuckled and said to Yi Wei, "Why are you so nervous? I didn't say the suitcase was yours. How would you know I was looking at you if you didn't look at me?" Yi Wei said in a panic. "Don't talk nonsense, when have I been nervous? I'm just afraid you'll hit me." Zhao Tianyu chuckled and said, "I don't hit people randomly. I only hit you because I didn't like you, but I like you a lot now." Hearing him say that, Lu Shui and the others were speechless again. What kind of logic was that? At that moment, Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting both spotted the coconuts under the big tree almost simultaneously. Their eyes lit up, and they couldn't help but swallow hard. Chapter 16 proposes a deal. Seeing the two of them, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but laugh. He then teased, "Hey, you two beauties, why are you staring so intently at that coconut? Does it have flowers growing on it?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting's pretty faces instantly flushed red, making them look exceptionally shy and adorable. At this moment, Su Ran chided him in an annoyed tone. "All right, stop joking around. President Liu and the others are starving and thirsty right now, they don't have the mind to joke with you." Zhao Tianyu nodded as if he suddenly understood, still smiling, and continued. "Oh, so that's how it is. I was wondering why our beautiful and charming Miss Lin and Miss Zhou kept staring at a coconut. Turns out they were really thirsty." Seeing that Zhao Tianyu was still grinning like that, Su Ran glared at him fiercely. Zhao Tianyu didn't say anything more, then quickly climbed the tree, picked the few coconuts he had, and prepared to distribute them to Lu Shui and the others. Unfortunately, Lu Shui's group consisted of more than a dozen men and women, while Yizi only had 7 or 8 people. This number was far from enough to meet everyone's needs. It's worth mentioning, however, that although Lu Shui usually appears quite aloof, she is actually quite kind-hearted. When Su Ran handed the coconut to her, she didn't rush to take it. Instead, she handed it to a senior executive next to her who looked extremely weak. Moreover, even Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting did not choose to enjoy the coconuts themselves after receiving them, but instead gave them to others who needed more hydration. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu thought to himself, "I didn't expect these three to be so kind-hearted, still thinking of others even at a time like this. But this is a deserted island after all, and if they continue like this, they'll easily suffer losses." Despite thinking this, Zhao Tianyu didn't say much. Instead, he addressed the crowd, saying, "You don't need to keep pushing and shoving each other like this. There are many coconut trees over there, and they are all covered with coconuts." After saying this, he pointed to the beach where coconut trees grew. Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, the group all turned their gaze in that direction. They could vaguely see the coconut trees, and they rushed towards them in a swarm. At this moment, Ah Bao also woke up, struggled to get up from the ground, and looked at Zhao Tianyu with a face full of resentment. Lu Shui said to him, "Ah Bao, there are coconut trees over there. Go and pick some for him." Ah Bao nodded, glanced at Zhao Tianyu, and walked over there. At this moment, only Zhao Tianyu, Lu Shui, Su Ran, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting remained, looking at the 4 beauties in front of them. Zhao Tianyu thought to himself, "I must say, this is the first time I've seen these 4 beauties up close, and each of them is absolutely stunning." Lu Shui looked at Zhao Tianyu and said, "Zhao Tianyu, I never expected that our company's security team would have such a hidden talent as you. How about we make a deal?" Hearing Lu Shui say this, Zhao Tianyu asked with great interest, "I wonder what kind of deal President Liu wants to make with me?" Lu Shui slowly spoke again. "With your skills, can you protect us girls on this deserted island? Don't worry, as long as the rescue team arrives, I can give you a large sum of money when we get back to the company." Zhao Tianyu smiled and said, "President Liu, I don't quite understand what you mean. Don't you have A Bao protecting you? Besides, you're the company president, they'll definitely listen to you. Why do you need me to protect you?" Lu Shui shook her head and said, "Although A Bao is my personal bodyguard, that's only within the company. You have to understand, this is a deserted island. He's so skilled, if he wanted to do something to us, we wouldn't even have a chance to fight back." Also, don't be fooled by the fact that Yue and his gang listen to me now. I think it won't be long before they stop. Who knows what they might do to us then? Hearing Lu Shui say this, Zhao Tianyu was stunned. He hadn't expected Lu Shui to be so clever and to have thought of everything. He couldn't help but give Lu Shui a thumbs up and praised her. President Lu is not only beautiful, but also incredibly smart. You've thought of everything. Aren't you worried that I might do something to you? You know this is a deserted island. Even if I rape you all and then kill you all, who would know? Upon hearing his words, Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting's expressions changed immediately, while Su Ran remained expressionless. Lu Shui, however, chuckled and said, I don't think you're that kind of person. Zhao Tianyu then asked with a smile, Mr. Lu, it seems you only met me today, right? How do you know I'm not that kind of person? Lu Shui said confidently, Su Ran was so protective of you just now, and you saved her while she was unconscious. There were only the two of you here. If you wanted to do something to her, you would have done it already. Zhao Tianyu nodded and said with a smile, It seems that President Lu is really something. No wonder you can manage such a big company. Lu Shui smiled and said, So you agree to this deal? Zhao Tianyu immediately shook his head and said, I disagree. Lu Shui was taken aback and asked with a face full of curiosity, Why don't you agree? Just tell me what you want, as long as it's not too unreasonable, I'll grant it. Zhao Tianyu said, I don't like making deals with others, and besides, it's still uncertain whether the rescue team can even find this place. Although I'm quite skilled, I don't have much experience in wilderness survival. You guys consume a lot of food and fresh water every day. I don't have the ability to take care of all of you. I'm not even sure if I can survive here myself, let alone protect you. No sooner had he finished speaking than Su Ran immediately said, You're lying. I can tell you have a lot of experience in wilderness survival. Why don't you agree to President Lu's offer? Zhao Tianyu glared at her fiercely, and Su Ran immediately dared not say another word. Zhao Tianyu then said to Lu Shui, In the end, I'm just a security guard at the very bottom of the company. To be honest, I'm not used to being with you company executives. Besides, I'm used to being alone. After saying this, he ignored Lu Shui and turned to the shore. He picked up a few empty bottles and went to the small pits where fresh water was collected. He poured all the fresh water collected from the pits into the empty bottles. He didn't restore the small pits either, since he now had a military knife, so he planned to go into the woods to find a water source and then find a safe place to build a shelter. Chapter 17 Angrily Confronting Yue. After collecting the fresh water, they went to the shore and picked up the fishing nets that had been placed in the sea to check them. There were 7 or 8 more sea fish, each weighing 4 or 5 ounces, hanging on the fishing net. Zhao Tianyu untied the sea fish from the net. They untied the fishing net from the stick and folded it neatly. They found a woven bag on the shore and put the fishing net and the collected fresh water into it. Squatting on the shore, I cleaned the fish and brought them back to the fire. Meanwhile, Ah Bao and his group also brought back some coconuts, which they smashed open with stones and greedily drank the coconut juice. Zhao Tianyu ignored them, found 2 sticks, and skewered the prepared fish together. He pulled out some still burning charcoal from the fire and placed the fish on it to slowly roast. Seeing the fishing net inside the woven fabric, Su Ran asked curiously, Zhao Tianyu, why did you put the fishing net away? Zhao Tianyu looked up and said with a smile, After we finish eating the grilled fish, I plan to go into the woods to find a water source and build a shelter. Upon hearing his words, Su Ran's expression immediately changed, as did Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting, who were sitting not far away. Yue, Ah Bao, and the other men, on the other hand, revealed a smile. After all, Zhao Tianyu is so skilled, no man wants him to stay here. Only after he leaves will they have the opportunity to better showcase themselves in front of Lu Shui and the other beauties. Su Ran immediately said, Didn't you say the forest is full of dangers? Why do we have to go into the forest to find water and build a shelter? You can collect fresh water on the shore, and there are so many fish in the sea, we don't have to worry about food at all. Isn't it better for us to wait for rescue here? Hearing him say that, Zhao Tianyu didn't say anything more, but just kept looking down and flipping the 2 skewers of grilled fish. Seeing that Zhao Tianyu remained silent, Su Ran spoke again. Are you really going to go into the woods and abandon us? Zhao Tianyu then raised his head and said with a smile, "Why should I care about you when we're not related? You're all high-level executives in the company, and I'm just a security guard. I feel uncomfortable around you. Tell me, if I hadn't ended up stranded on this deserted island, I don't think any of you would even give me a second glance, would you?" Hearing him say that, Su Ran was speechless for a moment. Before long, the fish on the fire was roasted until it was golden brown and still sizzling with oil, and the aroma filled the air. Yu Wei and his group were already starving. Smelling the aroma of the grilled fish, they stared wide-eyed at the scene, their mouths watering. If they were not matched by Zhao Tianyu, this group would probably have already started stealing his grilled fish. After the sea fish was grilled, Zhao Tianyu picked up another skewer and handed it to Su Ran. He picked up a skewer, tore off pieces of grilled fish, and ate them in big bites. Looking at the grilled fish in her hand, and then at Lu Shui, Su Ran stood up and sat down in front of Lu Shui. He took a fish off the stick and handed it to Lu Shui, then gave one to each of Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting. Seeing the two grilled fish still on the stick, Yu Wei shamelessly approached Su Ran and said with a smile, "Su Ran, can I have one too?" Su Ran said, annoyed, "If you want to eat them, why don't you go catch them yourself? There are plenty of mussels on the rocks by the shore, why don't you smash them and roast them?" Enraged by Su Ran's retort, Yu Wei thought to himself, "What are you so smug about, you bitch? One day I'll be the one riding you." To ease the awkwardness, he handed the fish in his hand to Yu Wei and said, "You can have this one." Just as Yu Wei was about to take it, Su Ran retorted, "I'm telling you, how can a grown man like you take something from a girl to eat?" Yu Wei immediately withdrew his outstretched hand, glared at Su Ran, and said somewhat awkwardly to Lu Shui, "President Lu, you should eat it. I'll go to the beach and get some mussels to grill." After saying this, he turned and left. Everyone else had heard what Su Ran had said. Upon learning that there were mussels on the rocks by the shore, the group of people stood up and went to the shore to smash the mussels. After Yu Wei left, Lu Shui said to Su Ran, "Su Ran, why did you confront Yu Wei like that? Aren't you worried he'll retaliate against you?" Su Ran chuckled and said, "I'm not worried at all. I've already planned to go into the woods with Zhao Tianyu to find a water source and build a shelter." Hearing her say this, Lu Shui and the other two were stunned. It had only been a few days since they last met, so why was Su Ran so dependent on and trusting of Zhao Tianyu? Lin Yu whispered, "Aren't you worried that he might take advantage of you when you go into the woods?" Su Ran said confidently, "I'm good at judging people. Zhao Tianyu isn't that kind of person. If he really wanted to take advantage of me, why would he go into the woods? You all saw his skills just now. Although Yu Wei and his group look serious, they're not good people. Why don't the three of you come with me to the woods with Zhao Tianyu?" Although they spoke softly, Zhao Tianyu heard every single word they said. Hearing her say that, Lu Shui quickly said, "How can that be? What will happen to these company executives if I leave?" Su Ran quickly added, "Mr. Lu, you just asked Zhao Tianyu to protect you. You know that if you stay with Yu Wei and his group, who knows what they might do if the rescue team can't find this place soon?" Hearing Su Ran say that, Lu Shui spoke up again. "I know that makes sense, but I am the company president after all. If I abandon them now, what will they think of me when I return to the company someday?" Su Ran quickly added, "President Lu, what time is it? Why are you still thinking about them? I think Zhao Tianyu is right. The rescue team might not be able to find this place. Think about it, there are only a few of us women here. Which man wouldn't have designs on us? If we stay with Yu Wei and his gang, they'll definitely do something outrageous in a few days. You always think of others first, but who knows how they might try to take advantage of you." Hearing this, Lu Shui fell into deep thought, realizing that Su Ran's words made sense. If they continued to stay with Yu Wei and his group, they would do something outrageous in just a few days. After thinking about it for a while, he finally looked up at Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting and said, "What do you two think?" Chapter 18, Taking in a Beautiful Woman. Hearing Lu Shui's question, Lin Yu answered first. "I think Sister Su Ran makes a lot of sense. In my opinion, Zhao Tianyu doesn't seem like a completely wicked person. Even if you are bullied by him alone, it's still much better than being bullied by Yu Wei and his gang." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Wanting chimed in. That's right, my thoughts are exactly the same as Lin Yu's." Although they weren't speaking loudly, Every word they uttered was clearly audible to Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu slowly stood up from the ground and walked steadily toward Lu Shui and the others. He stopped when he got closer and asked, "Do you want to come into the woods with me?" Faced with Zhao Tianyu's question, the four girls all nodded quickly. However, what Zhao Tianyu said next surprised everyone present. He said firmly, "Sorry, I didn't agree to let you come into the woods with me." His sudden words were like a bolt from the blue, leaving the girls stunned on the spot. In an instant, the same thought popped into everyone's mind. "We, a group of beautiful women, are offering to go into the woods with you, and you still look so unwilling?" Su Ran immediately pressed on. "Don't you want to take us in?" Zhao Tianyu nodded expressionlessly and slowly said, "You guys are all senior executives in the company, while I'm just an insignificant security guard. I'm not on the same page as you at all. I have neither the obligation nor the responsibility to take care of you. Besides, to be honest, I have absolutely no experience in wilderness survival. With my limited abilities, I'm already thankful to be able to survive, let alone take you all with me." Hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, the girls were stunned once again, clearly not expecting him to refuse so firmly. At this moment, Su Ran immediately blinked her big, watery eyes, putting on a pitiful and endearing look, and pleaded with Zhao Tianyu in a coquettish voice. "Oh, Zhao Tianyu, don't be so modest, okay? I know you have a lot of experience in wilderness survival. If the rest of us want to survive on this deserted island, we can only rely on you. Besides, you know perfectly well what kind of people Yue and his gang are. Can you really bear to watch us beautiful, defenseless girls fall into their clutches and suffer their bullying and humiliation?" Seeing this, Lu Shui quickly chimed in. "That's right. Zhao Tianyu, please help us out, okay? Don't worry, I'll definitely repay you as long as we can leave this deserted island." Hearing her say that, Zhao Tianyu quickly said, "President Lu, please stop making empty promises. Whether we can leave here is still uncertain. My abilities are limited. I don't even know if I can survive here, let alone take you guys with me." Hearing him say that, Lin Yu immediately said in a coquettish tone, "Zhao Tianyu, please take us in. You can't bear to see us die on this deserted island or be bullied by Yue and his gang, can you?" Zhou Wanting pleaded, "Yes. Zhao Tianyu, please take us in. I know you're the best." Faced with the four beauties' desperate pleas, Zhao Tianyu thought to himself, "I never expected that the four beauties of the company would take the initiative to beg a mere security guard like me to take them in. You know, in the company, these four people wouldn't even give me a second glance. How come now that we're stranded on this deserted island, I've become such a hot commodity?" Zhao Tianyu originally did not intend to take them in, even though they were beautiful. But if he took those girls with him, it would be very difficult for him to survive on this deserted island. Faced with their desperate pleas, and remembering the character of Yue and his gang, she knew that if she ignored them, they would be bullied by Yue and his group in no time. Thinking of this, his heart softened, and he slowly said, "I can take you in, but I can't guarantee that I can take good care of you. Also, you all have to listen to me." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu say this, Lu Shui and the other girls quickly promised that they would listen to Zhao Tianyu from now on. Having received assurances from the four beautiful women, Zhao Tianyu continued, "All right then. Let's go into the woods now." After saying this, she returned to the campfire and began packing her things. She put everything usable into Yue's suitcase. Lu Shui and the others quickly stood up and came to the big tree to help him tidy up. Seeing that Lu Shui was still wearing that pink dress, Zhao Tianyu frowned immediately. He took a set of Yue's clothes out of Yue's suitcase, handed it to Lu Shui, and said, "Go and change into these clothes." Seeing the clothes Zhao Tianyu handed her, Lu Shui didn't reach out to take them. Instead, she asked curiously, "Why do you need to change clothes? The clothes I'm wearing are fine. Besides, these are men's clothes, so I'm not going to wear them." Hearing her say that, Zhao Tianyu was speechless for a moment, and said in a serious tone, "It's summer now, and this forest is teeming with mosquitoes and snakes. If you want to get bitten by mosquitoes or snakes, you don't have to change." Hearing him say that, Lu Shui knew that Zhao Tianyu was doing it for her own good. He took the clothes from him and went into the nearby woods to change. Before long, Lu Shui had changed her clothes and returned to the tree. Zhao Tianyu then had several girls tie their sleeves and trouser legs together with ropes they had picked up from the beach. Although they didn't know why Zhao Tianyu wanted them to do this, the girls tacitly refrained from asking further questions. They all picked up ropes and tied their sleeves and trouser legs together. Just as Zhao Tianyu was about to lead the girls into the woods, Yu Wei and Abao's group also threw some mussels with stones and returned to the campfire. Seeing Lu Shui and the others with Zhao Tianyu, and that they had even tied up their sleeves and trouser legs, Yu Wei immediately asked, "President Lu, what are you doing? Why are you tying your sleeves and trouser legs together?" Before Lu Shui could speak, Su Ran interjected. "We've decided to join Zhao Tianyu and go with him into the woods to find water and build a shelter." Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Yu Wei, Bao, and the group of company executives immediately changed their expressions. They hadn't expected that Lu Shui and the other three beauties would all go to Zhao Tianyu's side. Chapter 19 Overbearing. Yu Wei looked anxious and quickly advised. "President Lu, think about it. That forest is fraught with danger, and who knows how many unknown perils it holds. How can you all go into the forest with him?" Lu Shui raised an eyebrow, her beautiful eyes fixed on Yu Wei, and asked in return, "Why can't we go into the woods with him?" When Lu Shui asked him this question, Yu Wei was speechless and didn't know how to answer. Just then, Bao quickly chimed in, patting his chest and guaranteeing, "President Lu, I admit this guy is indeed quite skilled, but when it comes to wilderness survival experience, he may not be as good as me. Rest assured, as long as I, Leopard, am here, I will take good care of you and everyone else, and I will absolutely ensure that you suffer the slightest harm." Before Bao could finish speaking, another company executive hurriedly chimed in. "That's right, President Lu. You're the president of our company, you bear a heavy responsibility. We're all counting on you to lead us to survive here." Immediately afterward, another company executive nodded repeatedly, earnestly advising, "That's right, Mr. Lu. If you really leave with them, everyone's spirits will be completely broken. Besides, with so many of us here, pooling our wisdom and working together, are we really inferior to that mere security guard?" For a moment, everyone chimed in, trying to dissuade Lu Shui and the others from going into the woods with Zhao Tianyu. Hearing everyone's clamor of advice against going into the woods with Zhao Tianyu, she felt a surge of joy. How could Lu Shui and the other girls not know what these people were really thinking? Lu Shui said firmly, "You don't need to try to persuade us anymore. Since we've decided to go into the woods with him, we won't change our minds." Hearing Su Ran say this, Yi Wei quickly added, "Mr. Yi, aren't you afraid that if you go to the woods with him, he might take advantage of you? After all, he's just a security guard. You saw it yourself, he even hit me." Upon hearing Yi Wei's words, Zhao Tianyu flew into a rage before Yi Wei could even react. She stretched out a hand and slapped him hard across the face. Yi Wei flew straight out like a kite with a broken string and crashed heavily to the ground. He covered his face with both hands and let out a heart-wrenching scream. The sound seemed to pierce the sky, causing everyone present to tremble. At this moment, Zhao Tianyu roared at Yi Wei, who was lying on the ground, like an enraged lion. "You scum! I'm a security guard, does that mean I'm inferior? I haven't eaten a single grain of rice from your family, nor have I used a single penny of your money. What gives you the right to point fingers at me and act arrogantly? If you dare to bastard in front of me again, believe me, I'll kill you right now and throw you into the sea to feed the fish." Yi Wei, who had just received a hard slap from Zhao Tianyu, felt a burning pain on his face and his head was buzzing. Hearing Zhao Tianyu's fierce words, he was filled with anger, but he dared not show it at all. She could only meekly cover her swollen face with her hands, not even daring to look up at Zhao Tianyu. Those who witnessed this were all stunned. They never expected Zhao Tianyu to act so impulsively, attacking again without a word. For a moment, the scene fell into a deathly silence. Finally, Bao was the first to come to his senses. He pointed angrily at Zhao Tianyu and roared, "Even if you're skilled, you absolutely can't just start hitting people like that. We're all civilized people, can't we communicate and resolve problems properly?" Another senior manager from the company hurriedly echoed, "That's right. You can't just rely on your skills to hit people. No matter what you do, you have to be reasonable." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to Lu Shui and continued, "President Lu, you all saw it too. This security guard started beating people without saying a word. How dare you go and rely on such an unreasonable person? Aren't you afraid that he will take the opportunity to bully you?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu immediately raised his head and stared intently at the person who was speaking. When Zhao Tianyu suddenly stared at him, the man instantly felt as if he were being stared at by a highly venomous cobra. An indescribable sense of fear surged into his heart, causing him to tremble involuntarily. He immediately fell silent, no longer daring to utter a single word, and hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to meet Zhao Tianyu's gaze at all. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu quickly shifted his gaze to a bow, then said expressionlessly and in a cold tone, "I'm going to beat him up today, what can you do about it? If you've got the guts, come and try hitting me." Upon hearing this, Ah Bao was furious, but at the same time, he was also very clear that with his current strength, he was no match for Zhao Tianyu at all. Therefore, despite the burning anger in his heart, he ultimately suppressed the urge to take action. He could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger, keeping his head down and remaining silent, not daring to respond to Zhao Tianyu's provocation. Zhao Tianyu's face was ashen as he once again swept his gaze over the group of company executives standing in a row. His eyes were as cold as ice, sending chills down one's spine. He parted his lips slightly and said coldly, "Don't think I don't know what you're all up to. The reason you're preventing President Liu and the others from joining me is simply because they're pretty and you want to keep them around so you can take advantage of them later." When Zhao Tianyu so ruthlessly exposed their thoughts, these usually aloof and sanctimonious company executives turned pale and then red-faced, feeling utterly ashamed and embarrassed. However, when they met Zhao Tianyu's sharp and icy gaze, they all wilted like frostbitten eggplants, and not one of them dared to utter a single word in rebuttal. Zhao Tianyu remained cold and stern, continuing in that chilling tone, "We're all trapped on this deserted island now. As long as you don't foolishly provoke me, I won't bother you. But if you dare to provoke me, I'll definitely kill you." After saying this, he ignored the group and turned to face Lu Shui and the others. His voice softened slightly as he said, "All right, let's go." Hearing his words, Lu Shui and the others nodded obediently in agreement. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Tianyu deftly hoisted the heavy suitcase onto his broad shoulders and strode confidently toward the dense, secluded forest ahead. Seeing this, Lu Shui and the others didn't dare to delay at all and quickly followed closely behind. Chapter 20: The Changeable Nature of Human Nature. Once Zhao Tianyu and the others had disappeared from sight, Yue slowly and laboriously got up from the dusty ground. His face was filled with anger, his eyes glaring fiercely at the retreating figures of Zhao Tianyu and the others, as if he were about to breathe fire. Immediately afterward, Yue could no longer contain his anger and started cursing loudly. "This despicable security guard dared to treat me like this. You just wait and see, one day I will tear you to pieces. And you bunch of arrogant little bitches," Lu Shui actually ran off with a lousy security guard. "Don't think you can get away with this. One day, I'll have you all pinned down and begging for mercy." However, after Yue finished uttering those harsh words, he seemed to suddenly become a different person, instantly adopting a fawning and ingratiating expression. He quickly turned to Ah Bao beside him, bowing and scraping, and said, "Brother Bao, from now on, we'll be counting on you on this deserted island. You'll be our boss from now on." Upon hearing Yue's words, the other pampered company executives echoed his sentiments, expressing their absolute obedience and dependence on Ah Bao. "That's right, Brother Leopard, you're our boss from now on," one of them quickly replied. The other person chimed in, "That's right, Brother Leopard. When it comes to agility and wilderness survival experience, who can compare to you? From now on, whatever you order us to do, no matter how hard or tiring it is, we will carry it out without hesitation or a word." Someone else eagerly added, "Yes, Brother Leopard. As long as we can leave this deserted island safely and return to the city, I will definitely repay your great kindness. At that time, whether it's money or other benefits, just ask." And so, these usually high-ranking company executives changed their usual arrogant attitude and rushed to flatter Ah Bao, hoping to find a glimmer of hope on this deserted island full of unknown dangers. Being flattered like this by a group of company executives made Ah Bao a little smug. He chuckled and said, "You're too kind. We're family now. As long as we stick together, surviving on this deserted island will be a piece of cake. Don't let that young security guard's skills fool you. His wilderness survival experience might not be as extensive as mine. I once spent a month alone in the rainforest." Hearing him say that, Yue and a group of company executives showered Ah Bao with compliments. After a long while, Yue spoke up again, still indignant. What a pity! All 4 of our company's stunning beauties ran off with that lowly security guard. Otherwise, we could have had a good time and had some fun. Upon hearing Yue's words, Ah Bao couldn't help but reveal a faint smile, and then slowly replied. So, Mr. Yi, you must have already harbored ulterior motives and been drooling over Ms. Lu and those other beauties, right? Upon hearing this, Yue immediately became a little nervous. He quickly waved his hands and hurriedly explained. Oh dear, Brother Leopard, please don't call me President Yi anymore. Here, you are the undisputed boss. From now on, just call me Xiao Wei. Besides, women as beautiful and charming as Lu Shui would likely stir the heart and lead to inappropriate thoughts in any normal man. It has to be admitted that Yue is indeed quite clever and quick-witted. In truth, he knew very well that if he wanted to survive on this deserted island, he would have to rely on Ah Bao. That is why he did not hesitate to abandon his former arrogance, and show such a humble and submissive demeanor. It's important to understand that although Ah Bao is nominally Lu Shui's personal bodyguard at the company, in Yue's mind, Ah Bao is nothing more than Lu Shui's lackey. Even if the two happened to meet on ordinary days, Yue would always look at him with disdain and wouldn't even bother to say a word to Ah Bao. However, times have changed, and now they are trapped on this dangerous deserted island. He can only survive by relying on Ah Bao. This includes all the company executives who share the same idea as him. On this deserted island, in order to survive, these company executives have fully demonstrated the fickle nature of human nature. Ah Bao chuckled and said, Don't worry, one day I'll definitely kill that little security guard. Then President Lu and the others will have to listen to us. What can we do to them then? We'll be the ones to decide. Upon hearing this, Yue and the other senior executives of the company burst into laughter. He was already fantasizing about riding Lu Shui, Su Ran, and a few other beauties on his crotch. After a while, Ah Bao said in a serious tone, Since you've all decided to listen to me from now on, I'll assign tasks now. No sooner had he finished speaking than Yue immediately said, Brother Leopard, just give the orders, and we'll do whatever you tell us to do. Other company executives also expressed their willingness to follow his arrangements. Seeing the group of company executives like this, Ah Bao nodded in satisfaction. He began. The 4 essential elements for wilderness survival are a campfire, water, food, and shelter. We already have a campfire, and there's no need to rush for food. There are so many mussels on the shore that we can barely fill our stomachs. We also don't need water. Those coconuts are enough for us to eat for a few days. Right now, the most important thing is to build a shelter. After saying this, he glanced at Yue and said to him, Xiao Wei, take a few people to the shore to collect some rope and plastic sheeting. I'll take a few people to the woods to collect some wood. We need to build the shelter as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be troublesome when it rains. Hearing Ah Bao actually call him Xiao Wei, Yue was immediately annoyed, thinking, Damn it, I was just being polite, and you actually took it seriously. I'll take care of you one day. But he didn't show his dissatisfaction, and said with a bow and scrape, Okay. Brother Leopard, I'll go to the shore to collect ropes and plastic sheets right away. After saying this, he called a few company executives and went to the shore to collect ropes and plastic sheets. Ah Bao then led the rest of the men into the woods to collect wood for building a shelter. Chapter 21 Inhuman. The coastline is littered with all sorts of trash washed ashore by the sea. There were also many ropes of varying thicknesses and plastic sheets of various colors. In less than 2 hours, Yue, along with several company executives, collected a considerable amount of rope and plastic sheeting and brought it back to the large tree next to the fire. Ah Bao also led a group of people to collect some wood from the nearby woods. The group immediately began building the shelter. As it was getting dark, they had already set up a shelter under the big tree. Although it looks rather simple, at least it can keep out the wind and rain. Zhao Tianyu led Lu Shui and the others carefully through the dense forest. It was the height of summer, the scorching heat seemed capable of melting everything, and the entire forest was filled with a suffocating, oppressive atmosphere. They had only been walking for a short while when everyone was already drenched in sweat, their clothes soaked through and clinging tightly to their skin. Not only that, but swarms of mosquitoes followed them around like shadows, launching sneak attacks from time to time. Soon, Lu Shui and the other girls' delicate skin was covered with large, red, swollen welts from their bites. However, Zhao Tianyu seemed unaffected by these things. He steadily carried the heavy suitcase, his steps firm and powerful, and continued to move deeper into the dense forest without stopping. In contrast, Lu Shui and her 3 companions were in a much worse state. Accustomed to a life of luxury, they had never experienced such hardship. At this moment, they were already breathless with exhaustion, and every step they took was extremely difficult. Despite this, none of them dared to utter a single complaint. They could only grit their teeth and persevere, doing their utmost to follow in Zhao Tianyu's footsteps. Time passed by, and before they knew it, the group had been trekking for nearly 2 hours, but they still hadn't found even the slightest trace of water. At this moment, Lu Shui and the others felt as if they were about to collapse from exhaustion. Their legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with molten lead, and they could hardly move an inch. Finally, Su Ran couldn't bear it any longer. Gasping for breath, she called out to Zhao Tianyu in an almost pleading tone. "Zhao Tianyu, we really can't walk anymore. Can we stop and rest for a while?" Hearing her say that, Zhao Tianyu immediately stopped and turned to look at Lu Shui and the other 3, whose faces were flushed and who were panting heavily. He frowned and said, "Sigh. How come you're so tired after walking such a short distance? How are you going to survive here? It seems you need to train more. Otherwise, you'll easily die on this deserted island." Hearing Zhao Tianyu say that, Lu Shui and the other 3 were a little angry, but they didn't dare to say anything more. Zhao Tianyu then said, "Let's find a place to stop and rest for a while." After saying this, he looked around and soon saw a large, shady tree. He led the girls to the base of the big tree, carefully observed the surroundings to make sure there were no potential dangers, and then let Lu Shui and the other girls sit down to rest under the tree. Lu Shui and the other 3 collapsed to the ground like deflated balloons, panting heavily. Zhao Tianyu then took out 2 bottles of fresh water that he had painstakingly collected from his suitcase. He handed the bottle to Lu Shui and said, "Each of you should drink half a bottle." Lu Shui immediately took the 2 bottles of water and handed one to Su Ran. He opened a bottle himself, put his mouth to it, and gulped down half of it in one go, then handed the remaining half to Lin Yu. Su Ran quickly unscrewed the bottle cap, drank half a bottle, and handed the remaining half to Zhou Wanting. Zhao Tianyu took out a bottle of water from his suitcase, unscrewed the cap, and drank it all in one gulp. Seeing that Zhao Tianyu had finished a whole bottle of water, Lin Yu said with some dissatisfaction, "Why did you drink a whole bottle by yourself, while we each had to drink half a bottle? Don't you know how to be considerate of women?" Zhao Tianyu said irritably, "Hey, Miss Lin, I collected this water myself. Giving you half a bottle is already more than enough. Don't forget, this is a deserted island. Showing mercy to women won't put food on the table. Go and see if Yi Wei and the others will show you any mercy." Hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Lin Yu's face turned red with anger. Just as she was about to say something, Su Ran immediately spoke up. Yeah, just shut up. This isn't the company." Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Lin Yu tightly shut her mouth, which had been about to say something, but her dissatisfaction did not dissipate. Her beautiful eyes glared fiercely at Zhao Tianyu. If looks could kill, Zhao Tianyu would probably be torn to pieces by now. Time passed slowly in this somewhat oppressive atmosphere. After about 10 minutes, Zhao Tianyu finally broke the silence. He looked up, glanced at the 4 beautiful women in front of him, and said, "We've rested enough, haven't we? We should get up and set off. We need to find a water source as soon as possible." However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yu, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help but mutter again. "Can't you see that we are already panting and exhausted? Can't we rest a little longer?" As she spoke, she gently pounded her aching legs with her hands, her face full of exhaustion and sorrow. Faced with Lin Yu's complaints, Zhao Tianyu clearly had no patience or sympathy whatsoever. He turned his head sharply, glared at Lin Yu fiercely, and said without any mercy, "If you really want to rest, then you might as well stay here. It doesn't matter to me anyway." After saying that, he didn't even glance at Lin Yu again. Instead, he walked straight to his suitcase, bent down, hoisted it onto his shoulder, and then strode off without hesitation into the depths of the dense forest. Upon seeing Zhao Tianyu's resolute action, Lu Shui and the others were slightly taken aback at first, then quickly stood up as if waking from a dream, and followed Zhao Tianyu's footsteps. Watching Zhao Tianyu's retreating figure, which was utterly heartless, Lin Yu stomped her feet in anger. She cursed inwardly. Humph! He's just a lowly security guard, what's so great about him? How dare he be so arrogant? If we weren't on this deserted island, I wouldn't even bother with such a conceited bastard. Despite being filled with anger and resentment, Lin Yu gritted her teeth and dragged her heavy body to catch up. Chapter 22 Timely Intervention. And so, they continued their arduous journey for nearly an hour without finding any water. At this moment, Lu Shui and the others felt an indescribable sense of disappointment and frustration. At the same time, they began to doubt whether their decision to come and seek refuge with Zhao Tianyu was wise. The deeper you go, the denser the vegetation becomes, forming a green barrier that firmly blocks out the sunlight. Scattered animal bones occasionally appear on the ground, standing out conspicuously in the dim environment. The entire forest was filled with a chilling atmosphere that sent shivers down one's spine. Su Ran cautiously probed Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu, we've been searching for so long and haven't even seen a drop of water. Maybe there's no water source in this forest at all, and besides, this place is just too terrifying. Maybe we should just go back to the shore. As she spoke, she gently wiped the large beads of sweat from her forehead with her hand. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu abruptly stopped and slowly put down the heavy suitcase he was carrying on his shoulder. He turned around, his gaze fixed intently on the girls before him, their faces flushed with exhaustion and panting heavily. In a low voice, he asked, "Do you all want to go back to the shore?" Faced with Zhao Tianyu's question, Lu Shui and the other three nodded almost simultaneously, as if they had discussed it beforehand, indicating their agreement with Su Ran's suggestion. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu coldly replied, "Fine, if you want to go back, then go back and stay with Yi Wei and his group. Anyway, I'm going to find a water source to build a shelter. I can survive here better without you four burdens." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Lu Shui and the other three's expressions immediately changed. Lin Yu said angrily, "Fine, I'll go back then. Do you really think we can't survive without you? You're just a security guard, what's so great about you?" Hearing Lin Yu say that, Zhao Tianyu got angry. He was about to yell at her when he suddenly saw a snake as thick as an arm coiled up on a tree branch less than 2 meters above Lin Yu's head. The snake's skin was almost the same color as the tree trunk, so it was not easy to spot unless you looked closely. The snake's triangular head was particularly noticeable, clearly indicating it was highly venomous, and it was currently flicking its tongue at Lin Yu. Judging from this, they could attack Lin Yu at any moment. If Lin Yu were bitten by this snake, she would die in this forest within half an hour. At this moment, Zhao Tianyu's heart felt as if it were being scorched by a raging fire, and his eyes, like 2 beams of cold light, were fixed on the terrifying venomous snake. His face was solemn, his lips trembled slightly, and he said in an extremely serious and deep voice, "Lin Yu, you must not move. Just stand there obediently. Lu Shui, Zhou Wanting, and Su Ran, the 3 of you quickly step back a little. Be very quiet and try not to make any noise." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words and seeing his tense, unsmiling face, the 4 girls exchanged bewildered glances, their hearts filled with doubt and confusion. Zhao Tianyu, still anxious, lowered his voice and shouted again, "Don't make a sound! Just do as I say!" Seeing Zhao Tianyu's anxious and uneasy appearance, Lu Shui, Zhou Wanting, and Su Ran dared not delay any longer and slowly moved their feet, carefully retreating to the back. Lin Yu, on the other hand, stood frozen in place, as if under a spell, without moving an inch. At the same time, Zhao Tianyu's sharp eyes never left the venomous snake above her head. His right hand quietly reached for the extremely sharp military knife at his waist, groping it little by little. Before long, he had firmly grasped the gleaming military knife in his hand. But at this critical moment, an unexpected event occurred. The venomous snake that had been coiled on the branch suddenly shot out like an arrow, opened its blood-red mouth, revealed sharp fangs, and pounced straight at Lin Yu under the tree with lightning speed. But Zhao Tianyu reacted quickly, striding forward and forcefully swinging his military knife at the venomous snake. Just as the venomous snake was about to bite Lin Yu, a flash of cold light appeared, and Zhao Tianyu's military knife struck the snake's body like lightning. This military knife is extremely sharp, practically indestructible, capable of cutting through iron like mud. In an instant, accompanied by a crisp snapping sound, the venomous snake was cut in two and fell helplessly to the ground. With lightning speed, Zhao Tianyu grabbed Lin Yu and pulled her to his side. Without hesitation, he raised his strong right foot and stomped hard on the still writhing and struggling snake head, crushing it with all his might. At this moment, Lu Shui and the others suddenly realized, as if waking from a dream, that the venomous snake had been cut in two and lay on the ground. Looking at the scene before them, they suddenly understood why Zhao Tianyu had been so tense and anxious earlier. Lin Yu, on the other hand, was already deathly pale with fright. Her heart was pounding violently, as if it were about to leap out of her throat. Fear made her tremble uncontrollably, and her limbs were completely out of her control, like withered branches and fallen leaves swaying in the wind. Time passed second by second. About 10 seconds later, under Zhao Tianyu's continuous and forceful crushing, the broken snake, which had been barely clinging to life, finally became completely still and showed no signs of life. Only then did Zhao Tianyu slowly and cautiously lift his foot. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the snake's head had been crushed to pieces by his foot, a bloody mess that was horrifying. Seeing that the venomous snake was completely dead, Zhao Tianyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to Lin Yu and asked, "Are you all right?" Lin Yu shook her head, unable to hold back any longer, and began to sob softly. She knew that if Zhao Tianyu hadn't acted quickly, she would have been bitten by the venomous snake. She knew what the consequences would be if she were bitten by this venomous snake. Seeing Lin Yu sobbing softly, Zhao Tianyu didn't say anything more. Lu Shui, Zhou Wanting, and Su Ran immediately stepped forward to comfort Lin Yu. Zhao Tianyu then crouched down, picked up his military knife, and chopped off the snake's head. Pick up the snake's body, which had been broken into 2 pieces, and put it in your suitcase. Chapter 23 Finding the Water Source. Turning to Lu Shui and the others, he said, "As you just saw, this forest is full of dangers. You could lose your life if you're not careful. If you regret it now and want to go back to the shore, hurry up. I'm going into the forest to find water and build a shelter." Hearing Zhao Tianyu say this, Lu Shui and the others were stunned. We just looked at each other and didn't say a word. What they just witnessed truly terrified them. Just as Zhao Tianyu said, this forest was fraught with danger, and a single misstep could be fatal. Although the coastline is safe, there is no fresh water and not enough food. If we go back, we'll have to rely on Yue's group, and we'll inevitably be bullied by them. Almost half a minute passed, and Su Ran suddenly raised her head and said firmly, "I want to go with you. Rather than go back to the shore and be bullied and tortured by Yue and his gang, I'd rather die." Lu Shui quickly added, "I want to go with you too." Zhou Wanting quickly chimed in, "Me too. Even if I die in the woods, I won't go back to be bullied by Yue and his gang." Lin Yu looked up, her face full of guilt, and said, "Zhao Tianyu, I was wrong just now. I shouldn't have said that to you. If you hadn't saved me in time, I might have been bitten by that snake." Hearing the girls say that, Zhao Tianyu slowly spoke again. "I didn't mean to treat you like that. You can see how dangerous this forest is. I can't be by your side every moment. To survive here, you have to rely on yourself. This is nothing like working in a company. You need to quickly acquire survival skills to better survive." Hearing Zhao Tianyu say this, the girls nodded quickly. Zhao Tianyu hoisted the suitcase onto his shoulder again and continued walking deeper into the dense forest. Lu Shui and the others quickly followed in his footsteps. And so, time passed by, and the group struggled forward for nearly 2 more hours. At this moment, everyone's physical and mental state is on the verge of collapse. They not only feel extremely tired, but also experience waves of hunger and thirst. Especially Lu Shui and a few other girls, they no longer had the strength to move their feet, as if their feet were being weighed down by lead weights. Even Zhao Tianyu, who was usually in good physical condition, could only gasp for breath, his clothes soaked with sweat. Just then, Zhao Tianyu, who had been walking at the very front of the group, suddenly heard a faint, almost indistinct sound of flowing water coming from afar. He was overjoyed and immediately stopped, listening intently, afraid of missing any subtle sound. Seeing Zhao Tianyu stop without warning, Lu Shui and the others were puzzled and quickly stopped as well. Su Ran leaned closer, looking puzzled, and asked softly, "What's wrong? Did you discover something?" Zhao Tianyu remained focused and did not immediately answer Su Ran's question. Instead, he asked again, "Did you hear the sound of flowing water?" "I think I heard the sound of flowing water." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Lu Shui and the others immediately perked up, pricking up their ears and listening intently. However, apart from the rustling of leaves in the breeze and the occasional clear and melodious birdsong from above the branches, there were no other unusual sounds. Time passed slowly, and after a while, the girls looked at each other, shaking their heads helplessly, indicating that they had not heard the so-called sound of flowing water at all. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but wonder if he was really hallucinating due to overwork. He shook his head helplessly with a wry smile and sighed. And so, Zhao Tianyu and his group walked silently for quite a while longer. Just then, a gentle breeze quietly brushed past them, bringing a touch of coolness and freshness. As the breeze blew, Zhao Tianyu once again caught the familiar yet faint sound of flowing water in his ears. He stopped, tilted his ears slightly, and listened intently. The sound was sometimes clearly audible, and sometimes so faint as if swept away by the wind. Zhao Tianyu dared not be careless, fearing that this was just a temporary illusion or hallucination. So he stood quietly in place, motionless, intently trying to discern the source and direction of the sound. After listening carefully, Zhao Tianyu was finally certain that he had not misheard this time. It was indeed the sound of flowing water, and it didn't seem to be far away. Thinking of this, an overwhelming surge of excitement welled up within him. Zhao Tianyu immediately turned around and shouted excitedly to Lu Shui and the other girls behind him. "I heard it clearly! It really is the sound of flowing water!" His voice trembled with excitement, and his eyes sparkled with joy. Before he finished speaking, Zhao Tianyu impatiently strode forward. Seeing this, Lu Shui and the others followed closely behind. And so they continued on their way, walking briskly for about 200 meters, when the faint sound of flowing water, which had been barely audible, began to grow louder and clearer, like a cheerful melody that echoed in the air. At this moment, not only Zhao Tianyu, but also Lu Shui and the other girls could clearly hear the crisp and melodious sound of the flowing water. The crowd grew increasingly excited, and their pace quickened unconsciously. After running another 300 or 400 meters, a winding stream, like a silver ribbon, suddenly appeared before their eyes. The river water was crystal clear, revealing colorful pebbles and small fish swimming freely at the bottom. The surface shimmered, reflecting the lush trees on the banks and the blue sky and white clouds. This beautiful sight delighted everyone, who cheered with joy. The group quickly walked to the riverbank. Lu Shui and the other girls immediately lay down and stuck their heads into the stream to drink water. Upon seeing this, Zhao Tianyu immediately said, "This water is undrinkable." Hearing him say that, the girls all stopped. Lu Shui looked up and asked curiously, "Why can't we drink this water which is so clear?" Zhao Tianyu explained, "Although this water looks crystal clear, there might be a lot of bacteria and parasites in it. Drinking it like this could easily upset your stomach. It has to be boiled before you can drink it. You guys rest here for a bit, I'll go check around the neighborhood." After saying this, before Lu Shui and the others could reply, he put his suitcase on the ground and walked into the nearby woods. After walking for a while, I suddenly saw what looked like several bamboo trees growing in the distance. Chapter 24: Eating Roasted Snake Meat. Zhao Tianyu quickly walked up to the bamboo stalks, took out his military knife from his waist, and started chopping a bamboo stalk about the thickness of a bowl. With a series of crisp chopping sounds, in less than a minute, the once straight and upright bamboo could not withstand Zhao Tianyu's fierce attack and crashed to the ground. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Tianyu swung his military knife again, cutting the bamboo into several sections and carefully selecting a few bamboo tubes from them. He quickly returned to where Lu Shui and the others were, carrying the bamboo tube. He gently put down the bamboo tube and then turned and walked into the nearby woods. Not long after, he returned carrying a pile of dry firewood and withered grass. He came to the riverbank, took out a lighter from his pocket, and lit a fire. Then he picked up 2 bamboo tubes, walked to the riverbank, bent down and dipped the tubes into the crystal-clear water. As the glug-glug sound rang out, soon both bamboo tubes were filled with cool and sweet river water. He carefully placed the bamboo tube filled with water upright above the fire so that the flames could fully heat the water inside. While waiting for the water to boil, Zhao Tianyu didn't stop for a moment. Instead, he opened the suitcase next to him and took out the corpses of the 2 venomous snakes he had killed earlier. He skillfully peeled off the snake's skin, found 2 thin and sturdy wooden sticks, and skewered the prepared snake meat onto the sticks. Next, he carefully pulled some glowing red charcoal from the fire and placed the snake meat on top of it to slowly roast. Time passed slowly, and after about 10 minutes, the water in the bamboo tube finally boiled, and steaming water vapor rose continuously. Zhao Tianyu then made several bamboo bowls from bamboo tubes, poured the boiled water from the bamboo tubes into the bowls, and handed them to Lu Shui and the others. The girls, who were already extremely thirsty, couldn't wait to pick up the bamboo bowls and slowly drink the hot water inside. After drinking a bowl of hot water, everyone felt a little better. Meanwhile, the snake meat skewered on the sticks was already emitting a fragrant aroma. The crowd, who were already starving, couldn't help but drool at the aroma. Once the snake meat was cooked, Zhao Tianyu didn't care that it was too hot to handle. He tore off a piece of steaming hot snake meat and stuffed it into his mouth, wolfing it down. Lu Shui and the others looked at the fragrant snake meat on the wooden stick, but none of them dared to eat it. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu said, "Hurry up and eat! What are you standing there for? This snake meat won't taste good if it gets cold." Su Ran said somewhat embarrassedly, "We dare not eat snake meat." Hearing him say that, Zhao Tianyu said in annoyance, "What time is it? Why are you still so delicate? It's up to you. If you don't eat, you'll just have to go hungry." After saying this, he ignored Su Ran and the others and began to eat the snake meat in large mouthfuls. He was smacking his lips while eating. Seeing Zhao Tianyu eating with relish, Su Ran and the others couldn't help but swallow their saliva. My stomach also started growling loudly, much to my dismay. Zhao Tianyu then inappropriately exclaimed, "Holy crap, this snake meat is so delicious!" Su Ran could no longer bear it. She carefully tore off a small piece of snake meat, put it in her mouth, and tentatively chewed it. I took a bite and my eyes lit up immediately, even though the roasted snake meat had no seasoning added. "But it tastes incredibly tender, and you can't help but chew it in big bites," he said to Lu Shui and the other 2. "You should try this, the snake meat is really delicious." Hearing her say that, Lu Shui and the other 2 carefully tore off a piece of snake meat and put it in their mouths. After taking a bite, the 3 of them were immediately impressed and began to chew vigorously. Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. The roasted snake was devoured by the group in less than 10 minutes. Everyone still looked like they wanted more, and Lu Shui couldn't help but exclaim, "I didn't expect this snake to look so terrifying, but I didn't expect the meat to be so delicious." Lin Yu quickly added, "Yes. I didn't expect snake meat to be so delicious." Hearing them say that, Zhao Tianyu chuckled and said, "That's why I say you can't judge things by appearances alone. It's the same with people. They may look glamorous on the outside, but their hearts may be as venomous as snakes." Hearing him say that, the girls were all stunned, wondering if Zhao Tianyu was just saying it casually or if he meant something else. I sat by the river and rested for a while. Zhao Tianyu said, "Have you all rested well? It's getting late, we still have to keep going." Lu Shui looked puzzled and asked softly, "But haven't we already successfully found the water source? Why do we still need to leave?" Her beautiful eyes were filled with confusion and curiosity. Zhao Tianyu looked at Lu Shui and patiently explained, "That's right, we found a water source, but this place is small and cramped, and the terrain is relatively low-lying. Building a shelter here would pose many risks, such as danger if there is a rainstorm or the river swells. Therefore, for safety reasons, we must find a more suitable place." After hearing Zhao Tianyu's detailed and reasonable explanation, the girls nodded, their admiration for him deepening. They hadn't expected him to be so thoughtful and considering everything. Zhao Tianyu quickly picked up a bamboo tube beside him, walked to the riverbank, carefully scooped up some water, then turned back to the campfire and slowly poured the water from the bamboo tube into the blazing fire. As the hissing sound began, the originally blazing flames gradually died down, leaving only wisps of smoke rising in the air. Then, Zhao Tianyu turned to Lu Shui and the others and instructed them, "You guys help carry all these bamboo tubes up." After saying that, he took the lead and carried the heavy suitcase. Led by Zhao Tianyu, the group continued their journey along the winding riverbank. After about half an hour, their hard work paid off, and they finally found a relatively flat and open area on higher ground by the river. Moreover, the location offers a wide and clear view, allowing for a distinct view of the surrounding landscape. Furthermore, the vegetation is not dense or lush, posing minimal obstacles to the construction work. Without a doubt, this place is perfectly suited for building a shelter. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu smiled with satisfaction and gently put down the suitcase he had been carrying on his shoulder for a long time. Lu Shui and the others followed suit, gently placing the bamboo tubes they were holding on the ground and letting out a slight sigh of relief. Chapter 25, Taking Turns to Keep Watch. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhao Tianyu said to Lu Shui and the others, "You guys go and gather some firewood nearby and light a fire. Remember not to go too far. I'll go see if I can find some food to eat." After saying this, he took out a lighter from his pocket, handed it to Su Ran, and turned to walk into the woods. Lu Shui and the others also went into the woods to start gathering firewood. Zhao Tianyu wandered around in the woods for more than half an hour and spotted 2 pheasants. But without a bow and arrows, he could only watch as the 2 grouse slipped away right under his nose. As it was getting dark, Zhao Tianyu stopped searching and turned to walk towards the river. When he returned to the riverbank, Lu Shui and the others had already lit a bonfire and gathered a lot of firewood. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu felt a little gratified. It seemed that these girls weren't entirely useless after all. Seeing Zhao Tianyu return empty-handed, the girls all seemed a little disappointed, but none of them dared to say anything more. Before they knew it, it had become completely dark. Since they had not found any food, they could only boil some water in bamboo tubes and drink it. It took them 6 or 7 hours to walk from the coast to here, and by this time everyone was exhausted. Zhao Tianyu said to Lu Shui and the other 3, "The 4 of you take turns keeping watch at night. Make sure the fire doesn't go out. If anything happens, wake me up. I'm going to sleep now." Hearing him say that, the girls were all stunned, thinking, "You have no sense of chivalry at all. You made the 4 of us take turns keeping watch while you slept." Zhou Wanting said somewhat unhappily, "Why should you get to sleep while the 4 of us have to take turns keeping watch?" Zhao Tianyu glared at her and said irritably, "You all have to listen to me, so how about we switch? I'll keep watch, and the 4 of you can get up tomorrow morning and go find food." Hearing him say that, Zhou Wanting was speechless for a moment. Zhao Tianyu didn't say anything more, and simply lay down on the ground to sleep. Before long, he was already snoring. Zhou Wanting whispered again, "What a pig! How can he sleep so soundly in this place?" Hearing her say that, Lu Shui whispered, "Let's say less. After all, this is a deserted island, unlike the company. We have to rely on him to survive. Apart from being a bit sarcastic, he's actually a good person, much better than Yi Wei and his gang." As soon as Lu Shui finished speaking, Su Ran nodded in agreement and said, "President Lu is right. Zhao Tianyu is a very kind person. During the 2 days I spent with him, he took good care of me and didn't take advantage of me." Hearing Su Ran say that, Lin Yu joked, "Looks like our Su Ran has taken a liking to this security guard." Teased by Lin Yu, Su Ran blushed and said, "Don't talk nonsense. I don't have a crush on him. Besides, there's nothing wrong with a security guard. He's much better than that two-faced Yi Wei." Hearing Su Ran say this, Lu Shui and the others were all taken aback. Lu Shui asked with some curiosity, "Su Ran, I remember you and Yi Wei had a good relationship at the company, right? How come you changed so much after coming to this deserted island? What exactly happened?" Hearing Lu Shui ask this question, Su Ran didn't say anything, but silently reached out and slowly pulled open the suitcase. As the suitcase lid was opened, an unusual atmosphere instantly filled the air. Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and the others couldn't help but look into the suitcase. When they saw the colorful, sexy lingerie and the 2 boxes of conspicuously packaged condoms inside, their cheeks flushed with a shy blush, like ripe apples. Lin Yu blinked her big, curious eyes and couldn't help but ask softly, "Sister Su Ran, where did you get all these things?" Su Ran parted her lips slightly and began to explain. "This suitcase actually belongs to Yi Wei. Zhao Tianyu and I found it on the beach, and these items were originally placed inside the suitcase. At the time, we even saw 2 boxes of aphrodisiacs in the suitcase, but Zhao Tianyu threw them directly into the sea." After hearing Su Ran's words, Lu Shui and the others suddenly realized what was going on. Lu Shui was the first to break the silence, speaking indignantly. No wonder Yue denied it so readily when you asked him this morning if the suitcase belonged to him. It turns out there was such a disgusting thing hidden inside. I always thought Yue was a gentle, refined, and gentlemanly man, who would have thought his heart was so filthy and despicable. Lin Yu immediately chimed in. You can never truly know a person's heart. I never expected Yue to be carrying these things. Zhou Wanting then said, What's the point of keeping these things? Just put them in the fire and burn them. After saying that, she went to burn all the sexy lingerie and condoms. Seeing this, Su Ran immediately stopped her and said, You can't burn them. Zhao Tianyu said these things are useful to keep. Zhou Wanting said irritably, What use is this thing? Is he some kind of pervert like Yue, wanting all of us to wear these sexy lingerie? No sooner had she finished speaking than Zhao Tianyu, who was still fast asleep, suddenly said, Beautiful Zhou, you need to change your habit of talking behind people's backs. Don't worry, I'm not a pervert. Zhao Tianyu suddenly spoke, startling Lu Shui and the others. Zhou Wanting blushed and said, Weren't you asleep? How could you hear us talking? Were you pretending to be asleep? Zhao Tianyu slowly opened his eyes and said, I was asleep, but you guys woke me up. Those sexy lingerie were for you guys to wear. After all, each of you only has one set of clothes, and you don't even have any spare clothes. Furthermore, to put it bluntly, these underwear and such are things you wear close to your skin. Even if I wanted to see them, I couldn't. If you really don't want to wear them anymore, just throw them into the fire and burn them. But those 2 boxes of condoms are not to be touched. They could be lifesavers in a pinch. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Wanting immediately retorted with an annoyance. Don't talk nonsense. How could a condom possibly save a life? I think you're clearly plotting against us. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu immediately stared at her with an expression as if she were a fool, then replied with a smile. Hey, Miss Zhou, can you use your brain for a second? If I really intended to do something bad to you, what use would I have for these condoms? After hearing his words, Zhou Wanting was momentarily at a loss for words, because upon closer reflection, Zhao Tianyu's statement did indeed make sense. If he really wanted to do something to the 4 of them, they probably wouldn't have had the slightest chance or room to resist, so why would they need to use a condom? Chapter 26 Hunting Wild Rabbits. Zhao Tianyu then added, Are you guys tired or not? Go to sleep. We have things to do tomorrow. As he spoke, he rolled over, and soon after, thunderous snoring resumed. Seeing this scene, Lu Shui and the others couldn't hold back any longer, and could only curse inwardly. This guy is a complete idiot. At this moment, Lu Shui turned to look at Su Ran and the other 2, and said softly, All right, you 3 go to sleep first. I'll keep watch for now. If I really can't hold on any longer, I'll wake you up to take over for me. Hearing Lu Shui's arrangement, Lin Yu, Zhou Wanting, and Su Ran didn't say much and all lay down to go to sleep. Lu Shui, on the other hand, sat quietly by the fire, occasionally reaching out to add a few pieces of firewood to keep the fire burning brightly. Lu Shui's gaze slowly swept over the people who had already fallen asleep, and she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. I never thought that I, the president of a company, would fall to such a state. Sigh, this life is truly tragic. However, she quickly changed her mind and realized that the few days she had been stranded on this deserted island were actually the most relaxed and carefree times she had experienced since taking over the company. You should know that when you were in the company, you had a large group of employees who were eagerly hoping to be supported by you. So, apart from sleeping, most of the time is spent either in meetings and handling various matters, or talking business and having meals with clients. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, Zhao Tianyu had already woken up. When he opened his eyes, he saw Zhou Wanting sitting by the fire, keeping watch. Lu Shui, Su Ran, and Lin Yu were still fast asleep. Zhao Tianyu also showed a relieved smile. He slowly got up from the ground. Hearing the noise, Zhou Wanting immediately turned her head to look at him and said, Why are you up so early? Zhao Tianyu said with a smile. The early bird catches the worm. Seeing Zhou Wanting's haggard appearance and red eyes, Zhao Tianyu felt a pang of sympathy. He said to her, It's already dawn, there's no danger anymore. You should lie down and get some sleep. I'll go find something to eat. After saying that, he didn't say anything more, stood up, walked to the riverbank, and splashed his face with the somewhat icy water. Instantly, he felt much more refreshed. Zhao Wanting also lay down by the fire and fell asleep soon after. After washing up, Zhao Tianyu took his military knife and walked into the nearby woods. The sun had not yet risen, and the entire forest was shrouded in mist, with relatively low visibility. In addition, this season is also the season when venomous snakes are active, so Zhao Tianyu was extremely cautious. You have to be vigilant and observe your surroundings before taking each step. And so, without realizing it, we had already walked quite a distance. Just then, a very faint sound came from the bushes not far away. Zhao Tianyu immediately became alert. He gripped the hilt of his military knife tightly with his right hand and carefully moved slowly toward the bushes from which the sound had come. As he approached and got within 3 or 4 meters of the bushes, suddenly, a small gray head peeked out from the bushes. Zhao Tianyu looked closely and realized it was a wild rabbit. And judging from its appearance, it had obviously never interacted with humans before. The hair seemed to be full of curiosity about the strange human in front of it. It stared at Zhao Tianyu with its round eyes, looking at him with a blank and adorable expression, without any fear. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Tianyu reacted swiftly. With a flick of his wrist, he forcefully flung the military knife he was holding at the rabbit. Unexpectedly, whether it was good luck or his excellent throwing accuracy honed through practice, the military knife flew straight out and pierced the rabbit's body with lightning speed. The severely injured hare immediately let out a miserable cry, then collapsed to the ground and began to roll and struggle incessantly. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu dared not delay and immediately quickened his pace to rush forward. Upon getting closer, Zhao Tianyu reached out and grabbed the rabbit tightly, then quickly pulled the general's knife out of its body. Then, without any hesitation, he picked up the rabbit and smashed it against the trunk of a thick tree next to him. With a loud bang, the rabbit made intimate contact with the tree trunk, fell to the ground, kicked its legs a few times, and then remained motionless. Zhao Tianyu also quickly stepped forward and picked up the dead rabbit. By this time, the sun had risen high in the sky, and the mist in the woods was slowly dissipating. Having caught this rabbit, Zhao Tianyu didn't continue searching, mainly because he was too hungry. After all, we traveled all day yesterday, and only ate a little bit of roasted snake meat. This wild rabbit must weigh at least 5 or 6 pounds, enough for several of them to have a hearty meal. When he returned to the campfire, Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Su Ran had already woken up and were sitting around the fire chatting. Zhao Wanting was still fast asleep on the ground. When Lu Shui and the other two saw that Zhao Tianyu had brought back a wild rabbit, their eyes lit up. Su Ran laughed and said, "Zhao Tianyu, you're amazing! You actually brought back a wild rabbit. I'm really starting to admire you more and more." Zhao Tianyu said expressionlessly, "Don't flatter me. I just got lucky. If you guys have nothing better to do, go and collect some more firewood." Hearing him say that, Su Ran muttered, "Humph! What an unromantic man." After saying this, he stood up and went into the woods to gather firewood. Lu Shui and Lin Yu immediately stood up and went with her to collect firewood. Zhao Tianyu then took the wild rabbit to the riverbank and used his military knife to make a cut on the rabbit's neck. He grabbed its skin and pulled hard, and with a ripping sound, the entire rabbit's skin was torn off. He casually tossed the rabbit's skin aside, then made a cut on the rabbit's belly, removed the internal organs, and set them aside. He couldn't bear to throw away the rabbit's entrails. He had already discovered yesterday that there were many small fish and shrimp in the river. Zhao Tianyu planned to weave a fish trap out of bamboo and put these entrails inside as bait, hoping to catch some fish and shrimp to eat. After all, there are 5 of them right now, and they consume a lot of food every day. After all, he only has a military knife, and it's quite difficult for him to find enough food. Chapter 27: Enjoying Roasted Wild Rabbit. After cleaning the rabbit, he took it back to the campfire, then went into the nearby woods with his military knife and cut a stick about the thickness of a child's arm. He picked up his military knife, sharpened one end of the wooden stick, and with gentle yet precise movements, pierced the rabbit through the middle of the stick. Then, he picked up a stick and pulled out some still burning charcoal from the fire and spread it out. Next, they carefully placed the skewered rabbits over the charcoal and began to roast them patiently and meticulously. Not long after, Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Su Ran, each carrying a large bundle of firewood they had just gathered, walked unsteadily to the fire. He threw the firewood he was holding onto the ground and slumped down on the dusty floor, panting heavily with his mouth open. Seeing the three of them panting and exhausted, Zhao Tianyu's lips curled up slightly, revealing a playful smile. He couldn't help but tease them. "Look at how weak you all are! It's really worrying! You'd better work out more in the future, otherwise how will you survive on this deserted island?" Hearing Zhao Tianyu's merciless words, the three girls blushed with anger, puffed out their cheeks, and glared at him with wide eyes. Su Ran retorted irritably. "Humph! We're busy as spinning tops every day at the company, constantly dealing with all sorts of tedious work matters. Where would we find the extra time to exercise? But you're just sitting in the security department doing nothing all day. What else is that but wasting your time?" Faced with Su Ran's sharp accusations, Zhao Tianyu naturally wouldn't back down easily. He immediately straightened up and retorted with a serious expression. Hey, Miss Su, you can't say that. Who said I just loaf around in the security department all day? I'm doing my job diligently, okay? Besides, the work of a security guard isn't much easier than yours." Hearing him say that, Su Ran asked again, annoyed. "Then tell me, what do you do in the security department?" Zhao Tianyu chuckled and said, "I do a lot of things. Every day I look at the beautiful women coming and going, and I'm always thinking about what kind of underwear they're wearing." Hearing this, Lu Shui and the other two were speechless. They almost simultaneously exclaimed, "Pervert!" In less than half an hour, the rabbit on the stick was roasted until it was golden brown and was still sizzling with oil. The fragrance wafted through the air, and the three of them swallowed hard as they smelled it. At this moment, Zhou Wanting, who was still fast asleep, also woke up because of the fragrance. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he asked, "What smells so good?" Seeing that she looked like she hadn't woken up yet, and hearing what she said, Zhao Tianyu and the others couldn't help but laugh. Zhao Tianyu chuckled and teased, "How come your nose is even more sensitive than a dog's? You wake up just from the smell." Zhou Wanting blushed immediately after being teased by Zhao Tianyu. Before long, the wild rabbit was roasted. Zhao Tianyu tore off the four meatiest rabbit legs and handed them to Lu Shui and the other three. He then picked up a piece with less meat and started eating it. Seeing that Zhao Tianyu actually gave her the rabbit leg, Lu Shui and the other three were deeply moved. Their goodwill towards Zhao Tianyu deepened even further. In less than 10 minutes, they had devoured a roasted wild rabbit, leaving only a pile of bones, and everyone still looked like they wanted more. Zhao Tianyu then used a bamboo tube to draw some water and placed it on the fire to boil. After the water boiled, it was poured into bamboo bowls and everyone drank some. Zhao Tianyu then said to Lu Shui and the other girls, "Now that we have found a water source, we need to build the shelter as soon as possible. I just hope it doesn't rain in the next few days." After saying this, he turned to look at Lu Shui and the other three, his gaze sweeping over each of their faces, and then said again, "Right now, we only have this one military knife available, so I will go into the woods to cut down the bamboo needed to build the shelter. The four of you will stay here to make ropes." Upon hearing his arrangement, Lu Shui and the others exchanged bewildered glances, feeling somewhat lost and helpless. Lu Shui frowned slightly and broke the silence first, asking, "But how do we twist rope? We've never done this before, and we have absolutely no idea how to do it." Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu smiled slightly and said reassuringly, "Don't worry, since you don't understand, I can teach you step by step. Come on, follow me." As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up and walked briskly into the depths of the woods. Seeing this, Lu Shui and the others didn't dare to delay, and quickly got up to follow closely behind him. After entering the woods, Zhao Tianyu began to carefully search for suitable materials. Before long, he found a patch of relatively lush, withered grass that was over a meter tall. So he carefully walked to the grass, drew his military knife from his waist, and deftly cut the withered grass one by one at the root. After a flurry of activity, which took about half an hour, they finally managed to collect a large pile of dry grass. Then he led a few girls to carry all the withered grass to the riverbank. Upon arriving at the riverbank, Zhao Tianyu did not stop immediately but continued working without pause. He skillfully divided the withered grass into small bundles and tied them tightly together with some flexible branches. After completing this step, he gently placed the bundles of dry grass into the crystal-clear stream, letting them soak quietly in the water. Almost half an hour passed, and Zhao Tianyu picked up a bundle of softened, dry grass and began to twist it into rope. Lu Shui and the other three stared at him intently. After more than 10 minutes, Zhao Tianyu had already twisted a rope more than a meter long out of dry grass. Then he looked up at Lu Shui and the other three and asked, "Have you all learned it?" Lu Shui and the other three nodded and picked up the dry grass to start twisting rope. Zhao Tianyu stood up, went into the woods, found a Y-shaped branch, took out his military knife, and cut it down. He took it back to the campfire, picked up the military knife, and began to slowly trim it. Su Ran asked with some curiosity, "Didn't you go to cut bamboo? Why did you bring back a branch and start fiddling with it here?" Zhao Tianyu explained with a smile. "We need to solve the food problem first before building a shelter. How can we have the strength to cut bamboo if we're not well fed?" Chapter 28 Discovering the Bamboo Forest. Hearing this, Su Ran blinked, a look of confusion on her face, and asked again, "Then what do you plan to do with this branch?" Zhao Tianyu explained with a smile. "I saw pheasants in the woods yesterday. I was thinking of making a slingshot myself so that I could easily shoot them down when I encountered them again. And this tree branch can be used as the slingshot's frame." After listening to his detailed explanation, Lu Shui and the others nodded in understanding. At this moment, Lu Shui chuckled, her eyes filled with admiration, and said, "I really didn't know you were so knowledgeable. But I've always been a little curious. How could someone as skilled as you choose to be a lowly security guard?" Zhao Tianyu smiled slightly, a hint of nonchalance flashing in his eyes, and replied, "Although my skills are not bad, so what? Skills can't put food on the table. Besides, being a security guard isn't so bad. You don't have many worries each day, the work is easy and comfortable, and you don't need to worry about too many miscellaneous things. What's the point of living a lifetime, working so hard to earn so much money? As long as you live happily and joyfully, isn't that enough?" His words startled Lu Shui for a moment, but she quickly recovered and exclaimed in admiration, "I never expected you to have such a profound view of life." Zhao Tianyu nodded and said, "Of course." Lu Shui then asked, "Don't you have any ambitions?" Zhao Tianyu then said, "I don't have any ambitions. I just want to find someone to marry, have children, and live a simple life." Hearing him say that, Lu Shui and the others were taken aback again. Lin Yu asked with a smile, "So what kind of person are you planning to marry?" Zhao Tianyu said with a smile, "As long as it's good to me and my family, that's all I ask for." As they spoke, Zhao Tianyu had already used his military knife to trim a rather exquisite bao frame. He then opened his suitcase and began rummaging through it. A short while later, she took out a set of sexy lingerie from her suitcase. Seeing this, Lu Shui and the others blushed again. Zhou Wanting blushed and said, "You're a pervert! Why did you take these clothes out?" Zhao Tianyu glared at her and muttered irritably, "Hey Zhou, what's going on in your head all day? Can't you be a little simpler? All I wanted to do was pull out the rubber band from this dress and make a slingshot. What are you thinking?" After being scolded by Zhao Tianyu, Zhou Wanting felt her face burning with embarrassment. She wished she could find a crack in the ground and hide in it. Zhao Tianyu, holding a military knife, gently and carefully made a small cut in the part of the underwear with the elastic band. Then, he carefully inserted his fingers into the opening, pinched the rubber band inside, and slowly pulled it out. A moment later, the intact rubber band was successfully removed. Then, he put the underwear back into the suitcase. At this moment, the bao frame and rubber band needed to make the slingshot are ready. The only thing missing is a suitable leather pad. Just then, Zhao Tianyu suddenly caught sight of the rabbit skin he had just peeled off. This was exactly the material he needed. So he picked up his military knife again, aimed at the rabbit skin, and precisely cut off a small piece. Then, he carefully plucked all the rabbit fur off the piece of rabbit skin by hand, ensuring that its surface was smooth and flat. At this point, all the materials needed to make the slingshot have finally been gathered. Zhao Tianyu dared not delay for a moment, and immediately threw himself into the intense and busy work of making slingshots. Time passed by, and after about 20 minutes, he had made a slingshot. He took his slingshot to the river bank, picked up a small round stone, and placed it on his leather mat. He aimed at a tree branch about 10 meters away and shot it. Zhao Tianyu has loved playing with slingshots since he was a child, and he is quite accurate. He can hit any target within 30 meters. The stone fired from the slingshot hit the finger-thick branch with perfect accuracy, instantly snapping it in two. Zhao Tianyu nodded with great satisfaction. He turned to Lu Shui and the others and said, "You guys keep twisting the rope. I'll go see if there's any bamboo in the nearby woods. I might also see if I can hunt a couple of pheasants to eat." Hearing him say that, Lu Shui and the other three nodded obediently. Zhao Tianyu picked up some more round pebbles by the river and put them in his pocket. He then took his military knife and slingshot and headed into the woods. We kept walking like this, and almost half an hour had passed. Finally, we saw a bamboo forest that was growing extremely lushly. The bamboo grove was lush and green, with the emerald leaves swaying in the wind as if waving to him. A surge of joy welled up in Zhao Tianyu's heart, and his pace quickened unconsciously. He walked briskly towards the grove of bamboo, his heart filled with happiness. However, just as he was about to reach the bamboo grove, he suddenly noticed something under one of the bamboo stalks. He stopped and looked closely. What he saw was astonishing. A plump bamboo rat, weighing 2 or 3 pounds, was leisurely munching on the tender bamboo leaves that had just sprouted. Upon seeing this, Zhao Tianyu was overjoyed. He had only come to find bamboo, but he never expected to find such an unexpected surprise here. Zhao Tianyu immediately steadied himself, skillfully pulled out his homemade slingshot from his pocket, and then carefully placed a smooth, round stone on the slingshot's pad. Then, he squinted his left eye, firmly gripped the slingshot handle with his right hand, and began to adjust the angle and force, aiming intently at the bamboo rat's head. At this moment, he was only about 10 meters away from the bamboo rat. For someone like Zhao Tianyu, such a close distance was a piece of cake. He could hit the target with perfect accuracy. Zhao Tianyu took a deep breath and suddenly released his grip. The small stone shot out like an arrow, tracing a graceful arc in the air with a sharp whistling sound. In the blink of an eye, the stone struck the bamboo rat squarely on the head. The bamboo rat suddenly let out a piercing scream that echoed throughout the bamboo forest. Then, it collapsed to the ground like a lump of mud and began to roll around incessantly, as if it were enduring immense pain. Chapter 29: Shooting Bamboo Rats. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu quickened his pace and rushed forward like an arrow released from a bow. In the blink of an eye, he was beside the bamboo rat. Without hesitation, he stretched out his right hand and grabbed the struggling bamboo rat tightly. Then, with a sudden burst of strength, he lifted the bamboo rat high above his head and slammed it down hard onto the ground. With a dull thud, the poor bamboo rat's brains were smashed open. It had been struggling in its death throes, but now lay motionless in a pool of blood, completely lifeless. However, Zhao Tianyu seemed completely unconcerned about the bloody scene. He didn't even glance at the dead bamboo rat again, but quickly raised his head and began to carefully examine his surroundings. This bamboo forest covers a large area and is filled with dense bamboo. A rough estimate suggests there are at least several hundred bamboo stalks. These bamboo stalks vary in thickness, some even thicker than a bull, and they tower into the clouds, reaching heights of 20 to 30 meters. Interspersed among these tall and straight bamboos are some small bamboo shoots that have just sprouted tender tips, looking vibrant and full of life. What's even more surprising is that there are many tender bamboo shoots that have just broken through the soil hidden in this bamboo forest, like shy children hiding behind the grass, appearing and disappearing. When Zhao Tianyu's gaze fell on the bamboo shoots, a joyful smile instantly spread across his face. He thought to himself, "I never expected this. My luck is so good today." First, they found this lush bamboo forest, then they used a slingshot to kill a fat bamboo rat, and there were even so many bamboo shoots in the forest. Zhao Tianyu excitedly squatted down, took his military knife, and began digging at the base of the bamboo shoot without hesitation. Before long, a bamboo shoot as thick as an adult's arm broke through the soil. He carefully peeled away the hard outer skin of the bamboo shoot, and in an instant, the pure white, translucent bamboo shoot flesh inside was revealed, emitting an enticing fragrance. Unable to contain his excitement any longer, Zhao Tianyu eagerly opened his mouth and took a big bite. To his great surprise, the bamboo shoots not only had no bitter taste, but also had a delicate and refreshing sweetness. And so, he wolfed down the entire bamboo shoot, letting out a satisfied burp. He slowly stood up, rolled up his sleeves, selected a bamboo stalk about the thickness of a bull, picked up his military knife, and began to chop it. With a crisp whoosh, the incredibly sharp blade effortlessly left a deep cut on the bamboo's surface, as if slicing through tofu. He then repeated the same method, continuously waving his military knife, each strike accompanied by a crisp sound and new cracks appearing on the bamboo. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the once straight and upright bamboo fell to the ground with a crash under Zhao Tianyu's fierce attack. He dragged the bamboo aside, took a military knife and cut off its branches, then cut it into lengths of 3 or 4 meters. 3 or 4 hours passed in this way. By then, Zhao Tianyu had cut down more than 10 bamboo stalks about the thickness of a bull and chopped them into pieces 3 or 4 meters long, then piled them together. By this time, he was already covered in sweat and panting heavily, and his clothes were completely soaked with sweat. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhao Tianyu cut down another bamboo stalk as thick as his arm and squatted down to dig up a few bamboo shoots. He shouldered the thick bamboo pole, carrying bamboo shoots and bamboo rats, and headed towards the riverbank. When he returned to the riverbank, he saw Lu Shui and the others sitting together, intently twisting the rope in their hands. In the few hours he was gone, Lu Shui and the others had made a large pile of rope. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but feel a surge of relief. When Lu Shui and the others saw Zhao Tianyu return, they all stopped what they were doing and looked up at him. The girls were quite happy when they saw that he had brought back a bamboo rat and some bamboo shoots. Zhao Tianyu returned to the fire, placed the bamboo rat and bamboo shoots on the ground, and put the bamboo stick aside. He collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Seeing him panting heavily, Lu Shui asked with concern, "Why did it take you so long to come back? We were all worried that you might have encountered danger." Hearing her say that, Zhao Tianyu was also somewhat moved. He smiled and explained, "Don't worry, I'll be fine. I just found a large bamboo grove in the woods and cut some bamboo there for a while." After saying this, he glanced again at the pile of ropes that the girls had been twisting. He laughed and said, "Looks like you guys aren't completely useless after all. You actually managed to twist so much rope. I thought you were slacking off while I was away." Hearing Zhao Tianyu say this, Lin Yu, who was originally overjoyed, suddenly pouted and retorted with displeasure. "Humph, do you really think we are so useless and worthless? Look, my palms are already blistered from twisting these ropes." As she spoke, she stretched out her slightly red and swollen palms, showing Zhao Tianyu the shocking scars on her hands. Seeing the blood blisters on her palms, Zhao Tianyu felt a pang of sympathy. He said, "Don't be angry. I was just joking with you. Actually, I was quite touched to see you twist so many ropes. You don't need to work so hard. If your hands hurt, take a break." Hearing Zhao Tianyu say that, Lu Shui and the others felt a little better. Zhou Wanting pointed at the bamboo rat and said to Zhao Tianyu, "Where did you get such a big rat? You're not going to eat it, are you?" Hearing her say that, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but laugh and said, "Hey Zhou, open your eyes and see if this is a rat? Have you ever seen such a big rat? This is a bamboo rat, it grows up eating bamboo, and it tastes really good." Hearing him say that, Zhou Wanting felt a wave of embarrassment. She muttered softly, "I've never seen it before, have I? After resting for a while, I felt I had regained some of my strength." Zhao Tianyu picked up the bamboo rat and went to the riverbank to start processing it. In less than 20 minutes, the bamboo rat was processed, cleaned, and brought back to the fire. Use a military knife to chop the bamboo rat into small pieces and put them into 2 bamboo tubes. Add some water to the bamboo tubes and place them directly on the fire to cook. When the bamboo rats inside the bamboo tube were almost cooked, Zhao Tianyu took another bamboo shoot, peeled off the outer skin, sliced the shoot flesh into thin slices, and put it into the bamboo tube to stew with the bamboo rat meat. Chapter 30 Making Fishing Traps. Zhao Tianyu skillfully picked up another bamboo tube, his hand gripping the incredibly sharp military knife tightly, the blade gleaming coldly. With a swift stroke of the knife, the bamboo tube was instantly split open, turning into thin, long bamboo strips. After careful polishing and refinement, several exquisite pairs of bamboo chopsticks were created. Before long, the fragrant bamboo rat stew with bamboo shoots in the bamboo tube was fully cooked. The enticing aroma filled the air, making everyone's mouths water. Everyone eagerly reached out, picked up the newly made bamboo chopsticks, and scrambled to put them into the bamboo tube. Pick up the tender and juicy bamboo rat meat and the crisp and refreshing bamboo shoots, then put them in your mouth and enjoy them to the fullest. To be honest, although this bamboo rat stew with bamboo shoots didn't have any seasonings added, its unique original flavor was intoxicating, with a wonderful taste that was hard to describe. In less than 10 minutes, the bamboo rat meat and bamboo shoots in the 2 bamboo tubes were devoured by the group. Even the delicious broth was drunk clean. Just then, the sky gradually darkened, and night quietly fell. Zhao Tianyu then led Lu Shui and the other 3 into the woods to collect some firewood, and carried it back to the fire. After resting by the fire for a while, Zhao Tianyu picked up the bamboo, which was as thick as an arm, and chopped it down with his military knife. With a series of crisp sounds, the bamboo was split into strips of uniform width. Watching Zhao Tianyu's busy figure, Su Ran couldn't help but feel curious, so she asked, "What are you doing now?" Without looking up, Zhao Tianyu said, "I see a lot of small fish and shrimp in this river. I'm planning to weave a fish trap to see if I can catch some of them to eat." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu say this, Su Ran couldn't help but turn her gaze to him, her face showing admiration. She then gave him a thumbs up. He exclaimed in admiration, "I'm increasingly impressed with character creation. How do you know everything? You're practically an all-rounder. What did you do before?" Zhao Tianyu raised his head slightly, a smug smile playing on his lips, and nodded gently, replying, "Of course, this little thing is a piece of cake for me. How about it? Aren't you already starting to fall for me?" His teasing made Su Ran blush instantly. She spat lightly and retorted irritably, "Humph, Shaw! Stop being so conceited. I'm not infatuated with you. I just complimented you a couple of times, and look how pleased you are, your tail is practically wagging in the air." Zhao Tianyu, however, didn't seem to care. With a smile on his face, he continued cheerfully, "Hee, Miss Su, don't be so absolute. Although I'm just a lowly security guard now, I'm quite confident in my looks and charm. Maybe one day I'll win your heart." His shameless boasting made Lu Shui and the others burst into laughter. Lu Shui covered her mouth and laughed, then pointed at Zhao Tianyu and teased, "Haha, I have to say, your skin is thicker than a city wall corner." Lin Yu laughed and said, "I think you're just an old peacock." Zhou Wanting then said to him, "Who gave you your confidence? Where did you get your looks and charm from?" Hearing the girls say that, Zhao Tianyu didn't say anything more and focused on whittling bamboo strips. Lu Shui and the others did not disturb him any further. After a while, Lu Shui suddenly spoke to him, saying, "Since we were stranded on this deserted island, we haven't taken a bath. We smell really bad and our clothes are filthy. We'd like to take a bath in this river." Hearing her say that, Zhao Tianyu immediately raised his head and said in a serious tone, "What kind of bath is this in the dark? Are you out of your mind?" Hearing him say that, Lu Shui immediately said, "It's just taking a bath, is it that dangerous?" Zhao Tianyu continued, "You need to understand that this is a deserted island. There are probably many poisonous snakes and insects hiding by this river. If you get bitten, I guarantee you won't live to see tomorrow morning." Hearing him say this, Lu Shui and the others were speechless for a moment. After all, what Zhao Tianyu said made sense. After a long while, Lu Shui spoke again. "According to you, does that mean we can't take a bath anymore?" Zhao Tianyu rolled his eyes at her and said, annoyed, "President Lu, you're usually such a smart person, how come you've suddenly become so stupid? Why don't you take a shower during the day? Why do you have to do it at night? Do you think I'm spying on you?" Lu Shui felt embarrassed after Zhao Tianyu said that. She thought to herself, "Yeah. How could I be so stupid? I can take a shower during the day. Why do I have to do it at night?" In less than half an hour, Zhao Tianyu had chopped up a bunch of bamboo strips. He picked up the bamboo strips and started weaving a fish trap. It took him more than an hour to finally finish weaving one. They took a fishing cage to the riverbank and stuffed in the entrails of wild rabbits and bamboo rats. They found a spot with lush aquatic plants, lowered the fishing trap, and weighed it down with a rock. Returning to the campfire, he said to Lu Shui and the other 3, "You 4 will take turns keeping watch tonight. I'm going to sleep now." Lin Yu said somewhat indignantly, Why should the four of us have to keep watch at night? Zhao Tianyu chuckled and said, You all have to listen to me, and I need to find food and cut bamboo tomorrow morning. How about we switch? I'll keep watch, and the four of you can go find food and cut bamboo. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu immediately fell silent. Zhao Tianyu smiled, said nothing more, and lay down on the ground to sleep. He fell asleep within minutes. Looking at Zhao Tianyu, who was already fast asleep, Lin Yu couldn't help but mutter, What a strange person. He doesn't know how to cherish women at all, and he doesn't even know how to take care of us beauties. Hearing her say that, Lu Shue smiled and said, Isn't this a good thing? Lin Yu was taken aback for a moment, and asked, What's good? Lu Shue smiled and explained, This shows that he doesn't have any bad intentions towards us. If he were too nice to us, that could be dangerous. Hearing Lu Shue say this, Lin Yu, Zhou Wanting, and Su Ran were taken aback. After a moment's thought, they also felt that what she said made sense. Lu Shue glanced at the sleeping Zhao Tianyu and then slowly said, Although I've only been with him for a day, I can tell he's a good person. The reason he's strict with us and makes us do everything is for our own good. After all, we can't rely on him forever to survive here. We have to rely on ourselves more. He does this to toughen us up. Chapter 31 Shooting Wild Chickens. It must be said that Lu Shue is indeed very intelligent. She was able to see through Zhao Tianyu's good intentions so quickly. Upon hearing Lu Shue's words, Su Ran, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting all nodded in agreement. Su Ran said, You guys go to sleep first. I'll be on night watch tonight. If I really can't hold on any longer, I'll wake you up. Hearing Su Ran's words, Lu Shue and the other two did not say anything more. They lay down by the fire, closed their eyes, and soon fell asleep. Time passed quietly, and the next morning, just as the sky began to lighten, Zhao Tianyu woke up leisurely. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze falling precisely on Lin Yu, who was sitting by the fire. Lin Yu's head was tilted slightly, resting on her knees, her eyes closed, clearly dozing off. Upon seeing this, Zhao Tianyu quickly stood up, walked briskly to Lin Yu, and then reached out and gently patted her back. The slap jolted Lin Yu awake. She looked up, somewhat dazed, rubbing her still sleepy eyes. A hint of guilt crossed her face as she said to Zhao Tianyu, Oh dear, how could I have fallen asleep? I'm so sorry. Zhao Tianyu didn't blame her. Instead, he smiled and comforted her. It's all right. It's already dawn, there won't be any danger. Go back to sleep for a while and get some rest. Lin Yu glanced gratefully at Zhao Tianyu, then nodded, obediently lay down on the ground, and soon fell into a deep sleep again. Zhao Tianyu stood up and went to the riverbank. He scooped up some water and washed his face, instantly feeling much more refreshed. Then they went to the spot where the fishing cage had been placed the day before, picked it up and examined it. Inside the fishing trap were dozens of small fish and shrimp, each about the length of a finger. Zhao Tianyu was delighted, thinking, It seems it can really catch small fish and shrimp. I'll have to make a few more fishing traps. He returned to the campfire, took a bamboo tube, went to the riverbank, and poured the small fish and shrimp from the fishing trap into the bamboo tube to raise them. They put the fish trap back into the stream, but the small fish and shrimp weren't enough for the 5 of them to eat in one meal, so they had to find other food. Zhao Tianyu stood up again and walked into the woods. After walking for more than half an hour, he heard the clear call of a pheasant. Looking up, I saw a plump pheasant perched on a branch of a large tree, calling out incessantly, as if announcing its existence to the world. Zhao Tianyu was overjoyed. He quickly took out his slingshot from his pocket, took out a smooth stone, and carefully placed it on the slingshot's pad. He walked slowly toward the pheasant, each step light and graceful, as if afraid of startling his prey. The pheasant seemed unaware of Zhao Tianyu's approach. It remained perched on the branch, watching Zhao Tianyu curiously, occasionally emitting clear chirps as if greeting him. Zhao Tianyu was secretly delighted. He continued to move forward steadily and finally arrived at a place less than 10 meters away from the pheasant. He stopped, took a deep breath, then raised his slingshot and aimed at the pheasant. At such close range, it was a piece of cake for Zhao Tianyu. He pulled the trigger of the slingshot without any effort, and the stone inside the slingshot shot out like lightning, flying straight towards the pheasant. With a sharp thud, the stone struck the pheasant squarely in the body. The pheasant let out a piercing scream, then flew forward 7 or 8 meters like a kite with a broken string before crashing heavily to the ground, rolling around incessantly. Upon seeing this, Zhao Tianyu quickly stepped forward, fearing that the injured pheasant might take the opportunity to escape. He quickly picked up the pheasant that was still flapping its wings on the ground, grabbed its neck tightly with one hand and its body with the other, and then twisted it forcefully. With a crack, the pheasant's neck was snapped, and it twitched a few times before dying. This pheasant weighed about 4 or 5 pounds, enough for the 5 of them to have a hearty meal. Zhao Tianyu stopped looking for other food and turned to walk towards the river. When he returned to the riverbank, Lu Shui, Su Ran, and Zhou Wanting had already woken up and were looking at the small fish and shrimp being raised in the bamboo tube with great interest. Only Lin Yu was still fast asleep on the ground. Seeing Zhao Tianyu return with a pheasant, Lu Shui and the other 2 were extremely happy and excited. Su Ran said to Zhao Tianyu with great admiration, "Wow, Zhao Tianyu, you're amazing! You actually brought back a pheasant. Looks like we'll have a pheasant to eat today." Zhao Tianyu smiled but didn't say anything, and threw the pheasant directly into the fire. A smell of burning chicken feathers wafted out instantly, and Lu Shui and the other 2 covered their noses with their hands and stood at a distance. Seeing their behavior, Zhao Tianyu said, annoyed, "Look at how pretentious you are." Lu Shui and the other 2 blushed instantly. Before long, the pheasant's feathers were burned off completely, and Zhao Tianyu found a stick and pulled the pheasant out. They took it to the riverbank, cleaned it thoroughly, and then removed the internal organs and set it aside. He took the pheasant back to the campfire, chopped it into small pieces, put them into 2 bamboo tubes, and poured some water into the tubes. They placed the bamboo tubes over the fire to cook, and in less than an hour, the pheasants inside emitted a fragrant aroma, making everyone's mouths water. Zhao Tianyu picked up another bamboo shoot, sliced it thinly, put it into the bamboo tube, and stewed it with the pheasant meat. Lin Yu had already woken up by then. Everyone picked up bamboo bowls and chopsticks, and began to feast on the pheasant meat and bamboo shoots inside the bamboo tubes. It must be said that this stew of pheasant meat and bamboo shoots has a unique flavor. After eating the stewed pheasant and bamboo shoots, Zhao Tianyu said to the girls, "You guys stay here and make ropes. I'll go cut bamboo. If you want to take a bath, you can, but be careful." Hearing Zhao Tianyu say this, the girls all nodded obediently. Zhao Tianyu didn't say much, stood up and walked towards the grove of bamboo. Upon arriving at the bamboo forest, he took out his military knife and began cutting bamboo. Lu Shui and the other girls twisted rope around the campfire for a while. By then, the sun had risen high in the sky, and the entire forest was unbearably hot and humid. Su Ran said, "It's so hot, let's go take a bath in the river. Anyway, Zhao Tianyu won't be back for a while." Hearing her say that, Lu Shui and the others immediately nodded. Several girls stood up and went to the riverbank, stripping themselves naked, revealing their fair and flawless skin and sexy and charming figures. I wonder what Zhao Tianyu would think if he saw this. Chapter 32: A conversation among several girls. Several girls excitedly walked directly into the river and began to enjoy this rare bathing time. After all, they had been on the deserted island for so many days and hadn't had a chance to properly clean themselves. Now that they could finally take a shower, they were all incredibly happy. After soaking in the cool river water for nearly half an hour, the girls finally left the water, satisfied, and returned to the shore. They carefully washed their clothes and then took them to the fire. Next, the girls cleverly used sticks to build a simple wooden frame next to the fire, hung the washed clothes on it, and began to dry them. The 4 girls squatted naked by the fire, completely unconcerned about each other. Lin Yu suddenly said with some worry, "Do you think if Zhao Tianyu comes back now and sees the 4 of us naked, he might suddenly become a beast and do something bad to us?" Hearing Lin Yu's words, Su Ran couldn't help but laugh and comforted her. "Don't overthink it. Zhao Tianyu isn't that kind of person. But if he really saw us like this, his heart would definitely race and his blood would be boiling." Lin Yu laughed after hearing Su Ran's words, then asked curiously, "Why are you so confident in Zhao Tianyu? You've only known each other for a few days. Is it because he saved your life that you've fallen in love with him so quickly?" Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Su Ran blushed and said, "Don't talk nonsense, I don't like him at all." Seeing her like this, Lu Shui teased her with a smile. You still say you don't like him? Look, your face is all red. But then again, Zhao Tianyu is a pretty good person. Although he's not handsome, he's the kind of person who grows on you the more you look at him. Plus, he has so much experience in wilderness survival, it's normal for you to like him. After Lu Shui said that, Su Ran's face turned even redder. Zhou Wanting continued. Although he is a good person, he is just a security guard at heart. He is not from the same social class as us at all, and even if we were together, we would not be happy. Hearing Zhou Wanting say that, Su Ran immediately retorted. What's wrong with being a security guard? Does that mean I should be looked down upon? I'm not that kind of materialistic woman. Once I set my sights on someone, I don't care if he's rich or what he does for a living. Zhou Wanting immediately spoke up to defend herself, saying, Sister Su, that's not what I meant. I didn't look down on the security guards. Before Su Ran could say anything more, Lu Shui immediately spoke up. All right. Stop arguing. In my opinion, Zhao Tianyu is no ordinary person. He's so skilled. He even easily dealt with our Bao. Moreover, with such extensive wilderness survival experience, he must have a hidden past. As for why he would rather be a security guard, that remains a mystery. Hearing Lu Shui say this, Su Ran and the other two fell into deep thought, becoming even more curious about Zhao Tianyu. As it was getting dark, Zhao Tianyu used his military knife to cut down dozens of bamboo stalks as thick as a bull, and then cut off the branches on the bamboo. When he returned to the riverbank, Lu Shui and the others were still twisting rope. Zhao Tianyu smiled with satisfaction upon seeing this. He returned to the fire, sat down on the ground, picked up a bamboo tube, and gulped down the cool boiled water. He drank the entire bamboo tube of water in one gulp, put the tube on the ground, and said breathlessly, Damn it, cutting bamboo all day has exhausted me. Lin Yu said, annoyed. Zhao Tianyu, we're all girls, can you please not speak so rudely? Can't you be a little more polite? Zhao Tianyu glared at her and said irritably, That's just who I am. I say what I think. Don't pretend to be so refined. I sat on the ground and rested for a while, and felt that I had regained some strength. Zhao Tianyu went to the riverbank again, picked up the fishing cage to check it, and saw that it had caught dozens of small fish and shrimp, each about the length of a finger. He went back to the fire, took a bamboo tube, poured the fish and shrimp into it, and then put the fish trap back into the stream. Together with what they caught in the morning, it's enough for them to have a meal. They found a flat stone by the river, carried it to the fire, placed it on the fire, and then put the small fish and shrimp from the bamboo tube onto the stone slab to roast. In less than half an hour, the fish and shrimp on the stone slab were cooked, and everyone picked up the cooked fish and shrimp and began to eat them heartily. After eating the grilled fish and shrimp, it got completely dark, and Zhao Tianyu took his military knife and started chopping bamboo strips again. Before long, they chopped up a bunch of bamboo strips and started weaving fish traps. It took almost 2 hours to weave another fishing trap. I took the trap to the riverbank, put the pheasant entrails into the trap, and then put the trap into the river and weighed it down with a stone. Back by the campfire, looking at the pile of rope that Lu Shui and the others had twisted, he said, These ropes are more than enough to build a shelter. You don't need to twist ropes tomorrow. Go into the woods and carry back the bamboo I've cut. Hearing him say that, the girls all nodded obediently. Seeing the girls nod, Zhao Tianyu nodded in satisfaction and said to them, Tonight you will take turns keeping watch. I need to get up early tomorrow to go into the woods to find food. After saying that, he lay down by the fire and fell asleep, snoring in less than 5 minutes. Seeing his reaction, Lu Shui and the others were speechless once again. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Zhao Tianyu woke up and saw Su Ran sitting by the fire, looking haggard with red and swollen eyes. Upon seeing Zhao Tianyu wake up, Su Ran immediately asked, Why did you wake up so soon? Why didn't you sleep a little longer? Zhao Tianyu said with a smile, I also want to sleep a little longer, but the conditions don't allow it. I still need to find food. You lie down and get some sleep. Su Ran nodded, lay down by the fire, and fell asleep in less than 3 minutes. Zhao Tianyu went to the riverbank to wash his face, then picked up the 2 fishing cages to check them. Each cage contained a number of small fish and shrimp, weighing about 2 or 3 pounds in total. That should be enough for the 5 of them to have a meal, But Zhao Tianyu also knew that eating only small fish and shrimp wouldn't provide much nutrition, and they needed to supplement their diet with more protein. I found a stick and dug a small pit about half a meter deep by the river. The water from the river seeped into the pit. Zhao Tianyu poured the small fish and shrimp from the fishing cages into the small pit to raise them, and then put the 2 fishing cages back into the river and weighed them down with stones. Chapter 33: Hunting Porcupines. After setting up the fishing trap, Zhao Tianyu turned back to the fire, picked up some dry firewood, and gently put it into the fire. His gaze fell on the 4 girls who were still fast asleep. They lay there quietly, like sleeping angels. Zhao Tianyu's lips curled up slightly, revealing a gentle smile, then he silently turned and walked into the depths of the woods. He moved through the woods, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, hoping to spot some traces of wild animals. However, as time passed, apart from the occasional bird calls coming from the branches, he did not see any other animals. A sense of disappointment and frustration gradually welled up in Zhao Tianyu's heart. He couldn't help but wonder, where have all those pheasants and rabbits gone? Is it really impossible to find food today? He stopped and leaned against the trunk of a large tree to rest for a while. The rough texture of the trunk gave him a sense of security. He closed his eyes, regulated his breathing, and tried to calm his inner unease. After a while, Zhao Tianyu opened his eyes again, took a deep breath, and continued walking deeper into the woods. He walked on for a while longer. Suddenly, a slight rustling sound came from a clump of bushes not far away. Although the sound was faint, it was exceptionally clear in the quiet woods. Zhao Tianyu's nerves tensed instantly. He gripped his military knife tightly and moved more quietly toward the bushes. Before he could get close, a rustling sound suddenly came from the bushes, and then a huge porcupine covered in sharp quills darted out like lightning. It ran straight away into the distance like an arrow. This sudden turn of events caught Zhao Tianyu completely off guard. He was so frightened that his heart almost jumped out of his chest, and he couldn't help but curse. Damn it! This is going to scare me to death! I thought it was something else, but it's just a porcupine. Haha, looks like I'm in for a treat today. I can finally taste the meat of this porcupine. Zhao Tianyu's mood instantly changed from fear to excitement. Without saying a word, he took off running after the escaped porcupine. Although the porcupine ran quite fast, it was still just an animal. How could it possibly outrun the strong and powerful Zhao Tianyu? Before long, Zhao Tianyu had gradually closed the distance with the porcupine and was about to catch up with it. The porcupine seemed to sense the threat behind it, and it desperately sped up, trying to escape Zhao Tianyu's pursuit. However, Zhao Tianyu did not give it that chance. Just as the porcupine ran to a clump of bushes, Zhao Tianyu rushed forward and successfully forced the porcupine into the bushes. With nowhere else to go, the porcupine curled up into a ball and hid in a corner of the bushes, shivering. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu was secretly delighted. He immediately picked up a wooden stick as thick as an arm from the ground. Gripping the stick tightly, he smashed it down hard on the porcupine's head with all his might. With a muffled thud, the wooden stick struck the porcupine squarely on the head. The porcupine, struck by the blow, let out a piercing scream, then flew backward like a kicked soccer ball, crashing heavily to the ground. It kept rolling around on the ground, seemingly trying to relieve the excruciating pain in its head. Zhao Tianyu showed no mercy to the porcupine. He raised the wooden stick and smashed it repeatedly on the porcupine's head, once, twice, 3 times, until the porcupine stopped moving. Zhao Tianyu casually tossed the wooden stick in his hand onto the ground like trash. He quickly grabbed his military knife and, with a swift stroke, cut a thick vine. Then, he carefully used the vine to tightly bind the porcupine. This porcupine is enormous, estimated to weigh at least 20 pounds. With this porcupine, they won't have to worry about food for the next 2 or 3 days and can focus on cutting bamboo and building shelter. Moreover, the quills on this porcupine can be used to make arrows. Perhaps because he had acquired the porcupine, Zhao Tianyu was in an exceptionally cheerful mood. He couldn't help but burst into song. Hey, today is a good day, all my wishes will come true, today is a good day, I open the door to welcome the spring breeze, hey. His voice was thunderous, as if it could pierce the clouds. The birds that were resting on the branches were frightened and scattered in panic, flapping their wings as if they had encountered some terrifying monster. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu was somewhat surprised. He stopped singing, watched the birds fly away, and muttered to himself, "Damn it! Was my singing that bad? How did I scare them all away?" As Zhao Tianyu continued walking back, he kept humming the song he had just heard. It took him over an hour to finally reach the riverbank. Meanwhile, Lu Shui and the other three had also woken up and were sitting around the fire, chatting and laughing. Before Zhao Tianyu even reached the campfire, his singing voice drifted over. Upon hearing the song, Lu Shui and the other three were stunned and looked at each other in bewilderment. Zhou Wanting laughed loudly and said, "Has Zhao Tianyu gone mad? What kind of crap is he singing? It's awful." Lu Shui and the other two nodded in agreement. Zhao Tianyu returned to the fire, threw the porcupine on the ground, clapped his hands, and looked at Lu Shui and the other three with a smug expression. When Lu Shui and the other three saw the porcupine Zhao Tianyu brought back, they were all stunned. Their eyes widened, and they all looked up at Zhao Tianyu with an almost worshipful gaze. Seeing the four women's adoring gazes, Zhao Tianyu was overjoyed. He smiled and said, "For beauties, don't look at me with such adoration. It'll make me shy." After saying that, he deliberately acted shy, which made Lu Shui and the other three burst into laughter. Hearing him say that, Lu Shui and the other three were speechless, thinking to themselves, "This guy is too narcissistic." Zhao Tianyu, however, didn't seem to mind and continued to smile at Lu Shui, saying, "Beautiful Lu, do you think I sing well?" Upon hearing this, Lu Shui's lips curled into a slight smile, and she said softly, "Do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu quickly laughed and said, "Is there even a need to ask? Of course, you want to hear the truth." Seeing this, Lu Shui stopped being coy and said directly, "Then I'll be honest, your singing is really awful." Zhou Wanting chimed in, "That's right. Not only is he tone deaf, he's practically noise." Lin Yu laughed and said, "Others sing for money, but you sing for your life." Su Ran couldn't help but chuckle and said, "I have to say, your singing is really terrible. It's absolutely terrifying." Chapter 34 Four Strong Girls. Faced with the unanimous negative reviews from the women, Zhao Tianyu felt embarrassed. His face flushed, and he stubbornly retorted, "You people don't know how to appreciate things at all. I can't be bothered with you." Even so, Zhao Tianyu still felt a little embarrassed, so he quickly picked up the porcupine from the ground, turned around and walked to the riverbank to start processing it. Seeing Zhao Tianyu's embarrassed expression, Lu Shui and the others couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hearing the girls laughing, Zhao Tianyu scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly, then carefully began to process the porcupine. He first pinched one of the porcupine's long quills with his hand, and with a little force, pulled it off and set it aside. Then, he gently pulled off all the quills one by one, being very careful not to hurt the porcupine. Zhao Tianyu breathed a sigh of relief after all the long quills had been removed. He took out his military knife, gestured at the porcupine's body, and then carefully made a cut along the porcupine's back, peeling off the entire porcupine's skin intact. Next, Zhao Tianyu gently made an incision in the porcupine's belly, then reached inside and carefully removed the internal organs, setting them aside. After doing this, he meticulously cleaned the porcupine meat, ensuring there were no remaining hairs or dirt. After cleaning the porcupine meat, Zhao Tianyu stood up and went into the woods. A short while later, he returned with several pieces of wood about the thickness of a finger. He first sharpened one end of the stick, then cut off a large piece of porcupine meat, cut it into small pieces, and then used the sharpened stick to skewer the small pieces of porcupine meat together. Once everything was ready, Zhao Tianyu pulled out some still burning charcoal from the fire, placed the skewered porcupine meat on it, and slowly roasted it. As time goes by, the porcupine meat gradually turns golden brown, with oil sizzling on the surface and an enticing aroma filling the air, making one's mouth water. In less than 20 minutes, the porcupine meat on the sticks was roasted to perfection, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with an irresistible aroma. The crowd sat around the fire, their mouths watering as they looked at the skewers of golden brown porcupine meat. After the porcupine meat was roasted, Zhao Tianyu handed a large skewer to each of Lu Shui and the others, and then picked up a skewer himself and ate it in big bites. After eating roasted porcupine meat, Zhao Tianyu took 2 bamboo tubes to the riverbank, filled them with water, and placed them on the fire. After the water boiled and cooled, everyone drank some more. Zhao Tianyu led several girls to the bamboo forest. He was in charge of cutting bamboo and instructed the 4 girls to carry the bamboo he had cut back to the riverbank. These girls have lived in the city since they were little. They've never done such heavy work before. Each bamboo stalk weighs at least several dozen kilograms. Although it takes 2 people to carry one stalk, their shoulders were already red and painful after only a few stalks. But the 4 of them didn't complain much and continued to grit their teeth and carry the bamboo. After all, they knew that if they wanted to survive on this deserted island, they couldn't rely on Zhao Tianyu completely. They had to become stronger themselves. Zhao Tianyu also witnessed this scene, and his opinion of Lu Shui and the other 3 girls rose even higher. It wasn't until the sun was almost setting that Zhao Tianyu called a halt to Lu Shui and the other 3 girls who were still carrying bamboo. He said to them, "You've had a hard day. Go back to the river bank and rest for a bit. I'll go into the woods and see if I can find some food." Hearing him say that, Suran said with some concern, "It's almost dark, and it's not very safe to go into the woods to look for food. Besides, don't we still have porcupine meat and small fish and shrimp? That's enough for us to eat for 2 days. Lu Shui quickly added, "Yes. It's almost dark, let's not go." Hearing their concern, Zhao Tianyu felt a warmth in his heart and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'm just taking a stroll. Nothing will happen, I'll be back soon." Hearing him say that, the girls didn't say anything more. 2 of them picked up a bamboo pole and walked towards the river. Back by the river, he threw the bamboo on the ground, slumped down, and gasped for breath. They all lifted their clothes to check, and saw that the fair skin on their shoulders was chafed and bleeding, making them wince in pain, but they didn't complain. Zhao Tianyu walked through the woods, his eyes searching everywhere. Before long, Zhao Tianyu saw some lush green plants growing under a big tree, and he was immediately delighted to see them. I quickly walked over to take a look and found that these plants were mugwort, which can not only be used to repel mosquitoes, but also has a hemostatic effect. He also knew that Lu Shui and the others had been carrying bamboo all day, and their shoulders must be chafed and bleeding. However, due to his strong sense of pride, he did not tell the other girls that he had come into the forest to find herbs to stop bleeding and relieve pain. He could only say that he had come to find food. He used his military knife to cut the mugwort at the roots, tied it with a vine, and carried it towards the riverbank. When he returned to the fire, Lu Shui and the others were sitting on the ground blowing on his bleeding shoulder. Upon seeing Zhao Tianyu return, the girls quickly pulled their clothes up. Zhao Tianyu put the bundle of mugwort on the ground, slumped down on the ground, panting heavily. He picked up a bamboo tube filled with cool boiled water, tilted his head back, and gulped down every last drop of water. Looking at the bundle of mugwort on the ground, Lu Shui asked curiously, "What is this? Is it a wild vegetable?" Hearing her ask this, Zhao Tianyu smiled and explained, "This is not a wild vegetable, it's mugwort. When made into mugwort sticks, it can be used to repel mosquitoes and also has hemostatic and analgesic effects. I just took a walk in the woods, but I didn't see any animals. However, I did see this mugwort, so I brought some back." After saying this, he glanced at the girls' shoulders and said, "I see you all have such delicate skin. After carrying bamboo all day, your shoulders must be bleeding and in a lot of pain. Each of you should choose some mugwort leaves and apply them to your wounds. This will not only stop the bleeding but also relieve the pain." Hearing him say that, Lu Shui and the other 3 girls were all stunned. They looked at each other and felt a warm feeling in their hearts. They were quite clever and immediately realized that Zhao Tianyu wasn't looking for food at all, but rather deliberately going to find the mugwort for them. They knew that Zhao Tianyu actually cared about them a lot, but he acted as if he didn't care. Since Zhao Tianyu didn't bring it up, the 4 of them didn't point it out either. Chapter 35 The Thoughtful Zhao Tianyu. Lu Shui and the other 3 each took some mugwort leaves, put them in their mouths and chewed them carefully. After they were chewed up, they lifted their clothes and applied the crushed mugwort leaves to their shoulders. It must be said that mugwort has a very good effect in stopping bleeding and relieving pain. Before long, after applying the chewed mugwort leaves to their shoulders, they all felt that their previously unbearable shoulder pain was no longer as bad. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu also stood up and walked towards the riverbank. He searched along the riverbank for a while and finally found a suitable large rock. He laboriously carried the rock back to the fire, then spread the mugwort on top of it, preparing to start roasting. Next, Zhao Tianyu went back to the riverbank and scooped the 2 fish traps out of the water. He carefully examined each trap and found that it contained quite a few small fish and shrimp. He nodded in satisfaction and then returned to the campfire with his catch. Zhao Tianyu picked up a bamboo tube from the side and gently poured the small fish and shrimp into it. Then, he put the 2 fish traps back into the river, letting them continue to catch more fish and shrimp. After finishing these tasks, Zhao Tianyu did not stop. He walked to the small pit, scooped out the small fish and shrimp that were being raised inside, and put them into the bamboo tube as well. Finally, Zhao Tianyu carefully poured the small fish and shrimp from the bamboo tube onto the stone slab and began to slowly roast them. In less than half an hour, the small fish and shrimp on the stone slab were grilled until they were golden brown and emitted an enticing aroma. The group, already starving, could hardly resist the delicious food. They eagerly reached out, grabbed the grilled fish and shrimp, stuffed them into their mouths, and began to chew heartily. To be honest, these small fish and shrimp didn't have any seasoning added, so the taste wasn't exactly amazing. However, everyone knew very well that it was already a blessing to have food to eat on this deserted island, so they ate with relish and were very happy. After dinner, the mugwort on the big rock had been roasted until it was half dry. Upon seeing this, Zhao Tianyu quickly picked up the half-dried mugwort and began to rub it. Seeing this, Su Ran couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. She blinked her big eyes and asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" Zhao Tianyu looked up, a faint smile on his face, and explained, "I'm kneading these mugwort leaves into sticks. When we light them later, they'll not only repel mosquitoes but also release a unique fragrance that will help us fall asleep." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's explanation, Lu Shui and the other 3's eyes lit up. They looked at Zhao Tianyu with admiration, as if he were an omnipotent hero. During the few days they spent with Zhao Tianyu, he always managed to bring them all sorts of surprises, making them feel that Zhao Tianyu seemed to know everything and be able to do everything. Lu Shui and the other 3 quickly picked up the half-dried mugwort and kneaded it into small strips with Zhao Tianyu. Time flew by, and in less than half an hour, everyone had kneaded all the mugwort into mugwort sticks. Zhao Tianyu then lit some moxa sticks and placed them around the area. It must be said that the moxa sticks are indeed very effective at repelling mosquitoes. As the smoke from the moxa sticks continued to drift out, the number of mosquitoes that were originally annoying was indeed reduced significantly. As night deepened and it became increasingly late, Zhao Tianyu turned to face Lu Shui and the other 3, and said gently, "It's getting late, you should all get some rest. You're all exhausted today, so I'll take over the night watch." Upon hearing this, Lu Shui and the other 3 were taken aback, wondering to themselves, "What's wrong with this guy today? Did he take the wrong medicine? Why is he suddenly so eager to take the night watch?" The 4 girls stared straight at Zhao Tianyu, as if trying to see through his eyes to understand his true thoughts. Feeling awkward as the 4 girls stared at him, Zhao Tianyu said, "Why are you all staring at me? Aren't you sleepy? Go to sleep. Your shoulder hurts, so get some rest tomorrow." Hearing him say this, Lu Shui and the other 3 were stunned again, but they didn't say anything more and simply lay down to sleep by the fire. Zhao Tianyu sat by the fire, lost in thought. Before long, Lu Shui and the other 3 girls had fallen asleep. Looking at the 4 sleeping girls, Zhao Tianyu thought to himself, "These 4 girls have no experience in wilderness survival. I don't know if I can lead them to survive on this deserted island. Although I am skilled and have considerable experience in wilderness survival, this deserted island is too dangerous. A single misstep could be fatal." Thinking about this gave Zhao Tianyu another headache. I sat by the fire until almost dawn, feeling like I could barely keep my eyes open. I thought to myself, "It's almost dawn, there shouldn't be any danger now." He added some more firewood to the fire, then lay down on the ground next to the fire, and fell asleep. Within 3 minutes, he was already snoring. When Lu Shui and the other 3 girls woke up, the sun was already high in the sky. Seeing that Zhao Tianyu was still fast asleep, the 4 girls did not wake him up. I added some firewood to the fire, stood up, went to the river to wash my face, and instantly felt much more refreshed. Lu Shui took Lin Yu and others into the woods to gather firewood, while Su Ran picked up the 2 fishing cages that were in the stream to check them. Each fishing trap yielded some fish and shrimp, and Su Ran, following Zhao Tianyu's example, poured the fish and shrimp into a bamboo tube. They put the fishing trap back into the stream and took the fish and shrimp from the bamboo tube back to the fire. He took some firewood and put it on the nearly extinguished fire, then put his mouth close and blew hard for a while, and the fire reignited. Before long, Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting each returned carrying a bundle of firewood. Seeing that Zhao Tianyu was still fast asleep, the 4 girls also consciously went to the riverbank and found a big rock to sit on. Lin Yu whispered, "I didn't expect Zhao Tianyu to be so kind. Yesterday, knowing that our shoulders were bleeding from carrying bamboo, he deliberately went into the woods to find mugwort." Hearing her say that, Lu Shui and the other 2 nodded in agreement. It wasn't until almost noon that the 4 girls returned to the campfire. Su Ran poured the fish and shrimp from the bamboo tube onto the stone slab and began to roast them. Lu Shui picked up her military knife, cut off some porcupine meat, skewered it with a stick, and imitating Zhao Tianyu, found a stick and pulled out some still burning charcoal from the fire, then placed the porcupine meat on it to slowly roast. Chapter 36: The Big Watermelon. Not long after, Zhao Tianyu slowly woke up. He slowly got up from the ground, rubbing his sleepy eyes as if he had not fully woken up from his sweet dream. As his vision gradually cleared, and he saw Lu Shui and the others busily grilling fish, shrimp, and porcupine meat, a smile of satisfaction appeared on his face. Just then, Su Ran noticed that Zhao Tianyu had woken up. She smiled brightly and said to him warmly, "You really know how to pick your time. The fish, shrimp, and porcupine meat are almost ready to roast. Go wash your face by the river." After hearing this, Zhao Tianyu smiled and nodded, then stood up and walked briskly towards the riverbank. He crouched down, carefully scooped up a handful of clear river water, and gently sprinkled it on his face, feeling the coolness seep into his skin and bring a refreshing sensation. Instantly he became refreshed, as if all his fatigue had been washed away by the river water. After washing up, Zhao Tianyu returned to the campfire and sat down leisurely. Before long, the aroma of porcupine meat, fish, and shrimp filled the air, making one's mouth water. Seeing this, everyone eagerly picked up the roasted porcupine meat, fish, and shrimp, chewing them heartily and enjoying the delicious breakfast. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Lu Shui suddenly turned to Zhao Tianyu and asked, "Zhao Tianyu, aren't we moving bamboo today?" Zhao Tianyu raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile, and replied softly, "You've all worked hard these past few days, so take a good rest today." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Lu Shui and the others all wore expressions of disbelief, seemingly quite surprised by his decision. Su Ran asked with some curiosity, "Didn't you say you wanted to build the shelter as soon as possible? Why do you need to stop and rest for a day?" Zhao Tianyu smiled and explained in a relaxed tone, "I just saw that you guys have been working too hard these past few days, so I wanted to let you relax a bit. Besides, there's no rush to build a shelter, and it's good for everyone to rest for a day longer." His gaze swept over Lu Shui and the other 3 girls, then he added with a smile, "Also, please don't call me by my name directly anymore, it feels a bit strange. I'm a bit older than all of you, you can call me Brother Zhao, it sounds much more friendly that way." Hearing this, Zhou Wanting felt a little unconvinced. She pouted and retorted, "How do you know that we're not as old as you? Maybe we're even older than you." Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu wasn't angry at all. Instead, he chuckled and patiently explained, "Of course I know that. Lu Shui and Su Ran are both 26 this year, with Lu Shui being 2 months older than Su Ran. And you and Lin Yu are both 25 this year. If I remember correctly, you were born in March, and Lin Yu was born in August, so you're 5 months older than Lin Yu." Zhao Tianyu's words stunned Lu Shui and the other 3. They never expected that Zhao Tianyu would know their ages so well, even down to the specific months. Lu Shui looked at Zhao Tianyu with suspicion and asked curiously, "How do you know our ages so clearly?" Seeing this, Lin Yu was not to be outdone and followed up on Lu Shui's words, questioning Zhao Tianyu. "Hurry up and tell the truth, did you secretly investigate us?" Zhou Wanting was not to be outdone. Although her tone was relatively gentler, it was still full of questions. "Stop beating around the bush and just tell me clearly, who exactly are you? How do you know our birth dates so clearly?" Faced with the barrage of questions from Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting, Zhao Tianyu showed no sign of panic. Instead, a faint smile appeared on his lips. He explained unhurriedly. Haha, it's not just me who knows this. Many people in our company know it. After all, the four of you are the four most famous beauties in the company. As soon as Zhao Tianyu finished speaking, Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting exclaimed almost simultaneously. What? The four beauties? Just then, Su Ran, who was sitting to the side, suddenly interjected. He mentioned to me before that the four of us were chosen as the four beauties by the company's employees in private. Su Ran's words surprised and intrigued Lu Shui and the other two. Lu Shui asked, When did this happen? I've never heard of it before? Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting also spoke up, saying that they had never heard of it either. Zhao Tianyu said with a smile, You guys are all senior executives in the company. You don't usually interact with the lower-level employees, so it's normal that you haven't heard these rumors. As for me, from the first day I joined the company, I often heard my colleagues in the security team talking about you four beauties. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui and the other three were taken aback once again. Lu Shui seemed very interested in this topic, and she asked with great interest. Besides knowing our age, what else do you know about us? Zhao Tianyu raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a sly smile, and replied, Then I know a lot more. Seeing this, Lu Shui quickly urged, Stop being so mysterious, tell us quickly, what else do you know about us? Looking at the four eager girls in front of him, Zhao Tianyu deliberately kept them in suspense, and said with a smile, You mustn't be angry when I tell you. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Yu eagerly interjected, Oh, stop beating around the bush. Just tell us what you want to say, and we promise we won't get angry. Zhao Tianyu nodded in satisfaction, then said with a smile, Then I'll tell you. Lu Shui's bust size is 34B, Su Ran and Zhou Wanting are both 36C, and you, Lin Yu, yours is 36D, so we secretly call you Big Watermelon behind your back. Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Lu Shui and the other three girls blushed instantly. At the same time, I was also curious about how the employees knew my bra size, since it's a private matter. Lin Yu said angrily, Men are all the same. Zhao Tianyu said with a smile, Big Watermelon, do you have some misunderstanding about men? Or have you been hurt too deeply by men? Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu call her Big Watermelon, Lin Yu immediately flew into a rage and retorted, You're talking nonsense. I've never been in a relationship before. When have I ever been hurt by a man? Try calling me Big Watermelon again and see what happens. Do you believe I won't fight you to the death? Chapter 37 Taking Advantage. Hearing her say that, Zhao Tianyu quickly said, Didn't we just agree not to get angry? Why are you getting so worked up? Lin Yu glared at Zhao Tianyu, annoyed, and said, Who's joking with you? Who told you to call me Big Watermelon? That's an awful name. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu laughed and said, It's not just me who calls you that. A lot of people in the company call you that behind your back. Who told you to have such a big belly? As he spoke, he deliberately glanced at Lin Yu a few times, especially at her high and firm breasts, and gently licked his lips. Lin Yu witnessed this scene, and her anger flared instantly. Pointing at Zhao Tianyu's nose, she cursed, You filthy scoundrel, if you stare at me again, believe me, I'll gouge your eyes out. Zhao Tianyu, however, didn't take it seriously and said with a grin, What's wrong with taking a few glances? It's not like it'll hurt you. You're so fierce, no wonder you can't find a boyfriend. These words were like a sharp sword, piercing straight into Lin Yu's heart. Her face turned crimson, and her neck swelled with rage. She roared furiously, I'll fight you to the death. Before she finished speaking, Lin Yu stood up abruptly and charged towards Zhao Tianyu like an enraged lioness. Before Zhao Tianyu could react, she had already hugged him tightly like a koala and then started punching and kicking him. Her punches and kicks were like tickling Zhao Tianyu, posing no threat whatsoever. Zhao Tianyu's lips curled up slightly, revealing a playful smile, and then he said unhurriedly, Okay, I know I was wrong, I will never call you Big Watermelon again. However, Lin Yu did not seem to give up. She still held Zhao Tianyu tightly, tearing and scratching at him, as if she wanted to torture every inch of his skin. Seeing the two of them in such a comical situation, Lu Shui, Su Ran, and Zhou Wanting couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lin Yu seemed completely oblivious to the laughter around her. She was single-mindedly focused on making Zhao Tianyu, submit, and continued her fierce attack on him. After being teased by Lin Yu and hearing the laughter of Lu Shui and the other two, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but blush with embarrassment. He shouted angrily at Lin Yu. "All right. Stop it! If you don't stop, I'm really going to hit you!" However, to Zhao Tianyu's utter surprise, Lin Yu ignored his warnings and continued to do as she pleased. Upon seeing this, Zhao Tianyu's anger flared up instantly. Without saying a word, he immediately reached out and, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, accurately grabbed Lin Yu's high and firm breasts. This sudden turn of events caught Lin Yu completely off guard. She was frozen in place, as if under a spell, utterly at a loss for what to do. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Zhao Tianyu quickly broke free from Lin Yu's grasp, then stood up, a smug smile on his face, and said with a chuckle, "Haha, I don't believe I can handle you. But I must say, your big watermelon is really soft to the touch." After saying this, fearing that Lin Yu would get angry, he turned around and ran into the woods. Seeing Zhao Tianyu disappear into the woods, Lin Yu finally came to her senses. Her face flushed red, and she screamed, "Zhao Tianyu, you pervert! How dare you pinch my breasts?" Upon seeing this, Lu Shui and the other two burst into laughter. Lu Shui said with a smile, "Who told you to provoke him? Now look what happened! You got taken advantage of." Su Ran chuckled and teased, "Lu Yu, what does it feel like when Zhao Tianyu pinched your breasts?" Teased by the two of them, Lin Yu's face turned even redder, and she stood there, gritting her teeth. Seeing her like this, Zhou Wanting laughed and said, all right, don't be angry. It's just that your breast was pinched. It's not like you'll lose a piece of flesh." Lin Yu said angrily, "You're not the one who got taken advantage of, so you're not angry anymore." Su Ran said with a smile, "Who told you to provoke him?" Lin Yu said angrily, "Who told him to call me Big Watermelon? It sounds awful. If I find out who gave me that nickname, I'll definitely teach him a lesson." Lu Shui laughed and said, "Look at you, your breasts look like two watermelons. No wonder people call you Big Watermelon." Hearing Lu Shui say that, Lin Yu blushed and said, "Do you think I wanted to grow this big? It's so annoying." Lu Shui laughed and said, "What's there to worry about? I'm more than envious." Zhao Tianyu went into the woods, found a big tree and leaned against it, his mind involuntarily recalling the scene of pinching Lin Yu's breasts just now. "I thought to myself, it really is a big watermelon. It's definitely the real deal, and it feels really nice to squeeze." Just as he was lost in thought, a pheasant's call suddenly rang out, and Zhao Tianyu immediately snapped back to reality. Looking up, I saw a pheasant calling out incessantly from a tree branch not far away. Zhao Tianyu was also delighted. He took out his slingshot from his pocket, placed a stone on the leather pad, and slowly walked towards the pheasant. Before long, they were less than 20 meters away from the pheasant. They stopped, aimed at the pheasant, and fired. The stone fired from the slingshot hit the pheasant squarely on the head, and the pheasant let out a scream before falling to the ground and rolling around. Zhao Tianyu also quickly stepped forward, picked up the pheasant, grabbed its neck with one hand and its head with the other, and twisted it forcefully. With a crack, the pheasant's neck was snapped. The pheasant twitched a few times and then went completely still. He took the pheasant and walked towards the riverbank. When he returned, Lu Shui and the others were sitting around the fire chatting. Lu Shui, Su Ran, and Zhou Wanting were quite happy to see that he had brought back another pheasant. Lin Yu glared at him angrily. Before Zhao Tianyu could even reach the fire, Lin Yu stood up and said to him, "You scoundrel, you're finally back. Let's see how I deal with you." Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu immediately threw the pheasant in his hand to the ground, opened his arms and said with a smile, "You're really something else. You'll get out of control if you don't discipline me for a day. I'd like to see how you deal with me. I think you haven't had enough of being bullied yet." Hearing Zhao Tianyu say that and seeing his outstretched hands, Lin Yu immediately wilted, all her previous energy gone. Worried that if she rushed forward, Zhao Tianyu would take advantage of her again, she could only sit on the ground in a huff. Chapter 38 Zhao Tianyu's Background. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu's face broke into a smug smile. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly, and a sly glint flashed in his eyes. He then slowly said, "Heh, little punk, you think you can fight me with your skills? You think I can't handle you?" Hearing Zhao Tianyu say that, Lin Yu was furious again, but she didn't dare to lay a hand on him, fearing that he would take advantage of her if she did. Seeing Lin Yu's embarrassed expression, Lu Shui and the other two couldn't help but laugh again. Zhao Tianyu calmly picked up the pheasant from the ground and returned to the fire, placing it directly on the fire without hesitation. As the flames licked at it, the pheasant's feathers were quickly ignited, and a strong smell of burning feathers instantly filled the air. The smell was extremely pungent, causing people to wrinkle their noses. Lu Shui and the other 3 girls covered their mouths and noses with their hands, stood up, and retreated 3 or 4 meters away in unison. However, Zhao Tianyu seemed completely unconcerned about the smell. He stared intently at the fire, watching the pheasants writhe in the flames. Before long, the pheasant's feathers were burned off completely, and the whole pheasant turned black, as if it had been charred. Zhao Tianyu found a stick and used it to pull the roast chicken out of the fire. He picked up the chicken, walked to the riverbank, and put it in the water to wash it. The water flow washed away the black stains on the surface of the roast chicken, revealing the tender meat inside. Zhao Tianyu carefully cleaned the roast chicken, removing the innards one by one and setting them aside. After finishing the roast chicken, he looked at his work with satisfaction, then took the chicken back to the fire. Then, he turned around and said to Lu Shui and the others, "If you guys have nothing to do, why don't you go for a stroll around the neighborhood?" Hearing his words, Lin Yu grumbled somewhat unhappily. "Why do you want us to go for a walk out of the blue?" Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu quickly explained, "I just wanted to take a good shower today, since I haven't showered for quite a few days. I feel so embarrassed with you all here." Hearing him say that, Lin Yu retorted angrily, "Pa! You shameless scoundrel, you're worried about the 4 of us peeking at you." Zhao Tianyu didn't say much, and started taking off his clothes as he went to the riverbank. Seeing him take off his clothes, Lu Shui and the other 3 blushed and turned their heads away. Before long, Zhao Tianyu was down to his underwear and went into the river to take a bath. Soaking in the river, Zhao Tianyu felt an indescribable comfort and ease throughout his body. After soaking in the river for almost half an hour, Zhao Tianyu reluctantly climbed ashore, washed his clothes in the river, and hung them on the branches of a large tree to dry. Wearing his wet underwear, he returned to the campfire, opened his suitcase, and began rummaging through it. Looking at Zhao Tianyu's bronze skin and strong muscles, Lu Shui and the other 3 blushed again, thinking, "I never expected this guy to have such a great physique." Before long, Zhao Tianyu rummaged through his suitcase and found a set of Yui's clothes to wear. Seeing Lu Shui and the other 3 blushing, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but tease them. "Why are your faces so red? Are you all captivated by my physique?" Hearing Zhao Tianyu say that, Lu Shui and the other 3 blushed again. Zhao Tianyu stopped teasing them, sat down by the fire, picked up a bamboo stick, and began splitting it into strips. Seeing Zhao Tianyu splitting bamboo strips, Su Ran asked curiously, "What are you doing? Are you making a fish trap again?" Zhao Tianyu shook his head and said, "2 fishing cages are enough, and the fish and shrimp we catch are enough for us to eat. Anyway, we're just sitting around doing nothing, so I'm planning to weave a bamboo basket out of bamboo strips to store things." Hearing him say that, the 4 girls were stunned again. Lu Shui said, "I didn't expect you could weave bamboo baskets." Zhao Tianyu said dismissively, "What's so difficult about weaving a bamboo basket? In our area, every household weaves things out of bamboo during the off-season to sell and supplement their income." Hearing Zhao Tianyu say this, Lu Shui and the others nodded. Lu Shui then asked, "Is your family from the countryside?" Zhao Tianyu nodded and said, "Yes. What's wrong? Do you look down on people from the countryside?" Lu Shui quickly shook her head and said, "Don't misunderstand, I don't look down on people from the countryside, I was just asking casually. By the way, why haven't I heard you mention your family yet?" Upon hearing Lu Shui's question, Zhao Tianyu's expression changed, and he slowly said, "My family is all dead, and I'm the only one left." Hearing him say that, Lu Shui and the others were all taken aback. Lu Shui quickly said, "I'm sorry. I didn't know." Zhao Tianyu shook his head and said, "It's nothing." After saying this, he raised his head and looked at Lu Shui and the other 3 and said, "I have never met my grandfather since I was born. When I was 3 years old, my parents went to work in a coal mine. A gas explosion killed my parents. Since then, I have been living with my grandmother. I could have gone to university, but my family couldn't afford it, so I joined the army. My grandmother passed away in my 3rd year in the army, leaving me all alone." Hearing him say that, Lu Shui and the others were stunned again, and felt quite uncomfortable. They hadn't expected that Zhao Tianyu had such a tragic background. For a moment, the girls didn't know what to say. After a long while, Lu Shui finally spoke. "You're so skilled, even Ah Bao isn't a match for you. You must be in the special forces." Zhao Tianyu nodded and said, "I guess so." After saying this, she seemed to recall some sad past events, and her face turned somewhat pale. It took her a while to return to normal. Without saying anything more, he lowered his head and continued splitting bamboo strips. His changing expressions were observed by Lu Shui and the other 3 without missing a single detail. Lu Shui spoke up again. "I can tell you're someone with a story. Could you tell us your story? It's not good to keep things buried in your heart. Maybe it will make you feel better if you talk about it." Hearing her say that, Zhao Tianyu looked up at the 4 girls and said, "There's nothing much to say." After saying that, he bent down and split bamboo strips again. Seeing that Zhao Tianyu was unwilling to talk about it, Lu Shui did not press him further. More than an hour later, Zhao Tianyu had chopped up a large pile of bamboo strips and started weaving bamboo baskets. Lu Shui and the other 3 sat to the side, watching him with great interest. Feeling a little embarrassed by the stares of the 4 girls, Zhao Tianyu said to them, "The 4 of you will take turns keeping watch tonight. We'll go and move the bamboo back tomorrow morning. You can catch up on your sleep now." Chapter 39 startled several girls. Hearing Zhao Tianyu say this, Lu Shui and the other 3 nodded and lay down on the ground next to the fire to sleep. Perhaps because they were too tired these past few days, the girls fell asleep soon after lying down. Zhao Tianyu was focused on weaving a bamboo basket. As it was getting dark, he finished weaving a bamboo basket from the bamboo strips. After glancing at the 4 girls who were still fast asleep, Zhao Tianyu stood up and stretched his somewhat stiff body. They went into the woods, gathered some firewood, tied it up with vines, and carried it back to the fire. They found a stick about the thickness of a finger, sharpened one end, and strung the pheasant together. They pulled out some still burning charcoal from the fire and placed the pheasant on it to slowly roast. When the pheasant was almost cooked, Zhao Tianyu saw that Lu Shui and the other 3 were still fast asleep. He reached out to Lu Shui and tried to wake her up. A thought suddenly popped into his mind, a smile appeared on his face, and he withdrew his hand. He cleared his throat and shouted, "Oh no! The wolf is coming!" Startled by Zhao Tianyu's shout, Lu Shui and the others were instantly awakened from their sleep, scrambling to their feet with terrified expressions. Seeing them like this, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lu Shui and the other 3 finally came to their senses and glared fiercely at Zhao Tianyu. Lu Shui said angrily, "Don't you know that scaring someone can be deadly? How can you be like this?" Lin Yu said angrily, "How could you be so mean? Couldn't you just wake us up properly? Why did you have to scare us like that?" Zhao Tianyu laughed and said, "I just wanted to see how scared you guys were. Are you all pigs? It's already dark and you're still sleeping. Alright, stop nagging. The pheasant is roasted. Hurry up and go wash your faces by the river and come back to eat." Lu Shui and the other 3 glared at him again before standing up, washing their faces by the stream, and returning to sit down by the fire. Before long, the pheasant was roasted, and everyone tore off pieces of the roasted pheasant meat and stuffed them into their mouths to enjoy. The roasted pheasant was quickly devoured by the group, leaving only a pile of bones, and everyone still looked like they wanted more. After chatting around the fire for a while, Zhao Tianyu said to Lu Shui and the others, "You guys take turns keeping watch, I'm going to sleep now." After saying this, before the girls could reply, he lay down by the fire and fell asleep, snoring in less than 3 minutes. Lin Yu couldn't help but mutter, "What a pig! He just falls asleep as soon as his head hits the pillow." Thinking back to how Zhao Tianyu had touched her chest that afternoon, and how she had just been startled by him, Lin Yu was instantly filled with anger. Then he whispered to Lu Shui and the other 2, "That Zhao Tianyu is too wicked. He just scared us all. How about we scare him too?" Hearing her say that, Lu Shui quickly whispered, "Let's forget about it. He's been working hard these past few days, and he still has to cut bamboo to build a shelter tomorrow. Let him get some rest. Hearing Lu Shui say this, Lin Yu didn't know what else to say. The next morning, Zhao Tianyu woke up before dawn and saw Su Ran still sitting by the fire. Slowly getting up from the ground, Su Ran, hearing the noise, immediately turned to look at him and said, "It's not even dawn yet. You can sleep a little longer." Zhao Tianyu said with a smile, "I've had enough sleep, and I'm used to waking up early. You, on the other hand, can lie down and sleep for a while longer." Su Ran shook her head and said, "I'm not sleep either." Zhao Tianyu didn't say anything more. He walked to the river and washed his face, instantly feeling much more refreshed. They picked up the 2 fishing cages again to inspect them, and found that each cage contained a lot of small fish and shrimp. Su Ran also took a bamboo tube and came to the riverbank. Zhao Tianyu poured the fish and shrimp into the bamboo tube, and then put the fish trap back into the river. The 2 men took the fish and shrimp they had caught back to the fire and placed them on the large rock to slowly roast them. Zhao Tianyu took another bamboo tube, went to the riverbank, fetched some water, put it on the fire, cut off some porcupine meat, put it in the bamboo tube, and started stewing it. Once the fish and shrimp on the stone slab were cooked, and the porcupine stew in the bamboo tube emitted a fragrant aroma, Su Ran woke up Lu Shui and the other 2. After breakfast, Zhao Tianyu led the 4 girls toward the bamboo forest. Just like the day before yesterday, Zhao Tianyu was in charge of cutting bamboo, while Lu Shui and the other 3 girls were responsible for carrying the bamboo back to the riverbank. By evening, they had carried all the bamboo used to build the shelter back to the riverbank. Lu Shui and the other 3 girls' shoulders were chafed and bleeding again, so Zhao Tianyu found some more mugwort and had them chew the mugwort leaves and apply them to their shoulders. After everyone roasted and ate the last piece of porcupine meat, Zhao Tianyu had the 4 girls take turns keeping watch, while he lay down and slept by the fire. He woke up early the next morning and saw Lu Shui sitting by the fire, looking haggard with swollen eyes. Zhao Tianyu got up from the ground and said to her, "You lie down and rest for a while. I'll go into the woods to find some food." Hearing Zhao Tianyu say that, Lu Shui nodded and lay down to rest. Zhao Tianyu went to the riverbank, washed up briefly, picked up the 2 fishing traps to check, and found that each trap had yielded a considerable number of small fish and shrimp. They poured the small fish and shrimp into the small pit to raise them, and then put the fish trap back into the river. He returned to the campfire, added some firewood to the dying embers, slung his bamboo basket over his shoulder, and headed into the woods. The sun had just risen, and the forest was shrouded in mist, with low visibility. Zhao Tianyu was extremely careful with every step he took. After wandering around the woods for almost an hour, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but feel disappointed and frustrated, except for the occasional bird calls from the branches. Fortunately, the sun had risen high in the sky, the fog had dissipated, and visibility had improved. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the trees, warming him and filling him with the fresh morning air. Zhao Tianyu was in a great mood. After walking quite a distance, a rustling sound suddenly came from the bushes not far away. Zhao Tianyu immediately stopped and looked at the bushes warily. He pulled out his military knife from his waist and slowly walked towards the bushes. Before he could even reach the bushes, he could faintly hear a rustling sound and smell a faint, fishy stench in the air. Zhao Tianyu also felt a sense of crisis and immediately stopped, staring intently at the bushes. Chapter 40: Easily Dealing with the Python. Just then, a huge python, like a ghost, suddenly poked its terrifying head out from behind the bushes. The head was as black as ink, resembling a giant plate, and its gaping maw was terrifying, constantly spitting out a scarlet tongue, as if it were demonstrating against Zhao Tianyu. If an ordinary person were to see such a terrifying python, they would probably be scared out of their wits and frozen in fear. However, Zhao Tianyu was no ordinary person. He showed no fear whatsoever, and instead cursed loudly with a nonchalant expression. "Damn it! I thought it was some powerful character, but it's just a python. It actually gave me quite a fright." While cursing and swearing, Zhao Tianyu secretly rejoiced. He was just worried about not finding food when this python unexpectedly delivered itself to his doorstep. It was like a pillow being delivered when he was sleepy. So he said to the python without any hesitation, "I'll start with you today." Although this python is not small, it is only 4 or 5 meters long. For Zhao Tianyu, dealing with this python was not a difficult task. He calmly placed the bamboo basket on his back onto the ground, then swiftly gripped the military knife in his hand, its blade gleaming coldly and exuding an aura of killing intent. Holding a military knife, Zhao Tianyu's lips curled into a disdainful smile as he defiantly shouted at the python. "You idiot! Come and bite me if you dare! I'll tear you to pieces!" Perhaps it truly understood Zhao Tianyu's words, for as if enraged, the python suddenly straightened its body, like a black lightning bolt. With its gaping maw wide enough to swallow a person whole, it lunged at Zhao Tianyu with a fierce aura, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Just as the python was about to bite him, Zhao Tianyu reacted swiftly, dodging to the side with lightning speed, narrowly avoiding the python's fatal blow. At the same time, the military knife in his hand flashed through the air, carrying a sharp momentum, and slashed straight at the python. With a sharp hiss, the military knife struck the python's body precisely, instantly carving a deep gash into its rough scales. Blood gushed out of the wound like a fountain, splattering onto the surrounding grass and forming a shocking pool of blood. The python, having suffered such a severe injury, was clearly enraged. Its body writhed violently, and its already ferocious head was raised high. It opened its blood-red maw, revealing sharp fangs, and launched another fierce attack on Zhao Tianyu. Faced with the python's frenzied counterattack, Zhao Tianyu showed no fear. He calmly observed the python's movements, looking for an opportunity to retaliate. Just as the python's sharp teeth were about to bite him, he quickly bent down, grabbed the bamboo basket from the ground, and without hesitation slammed it onto the python's head. The bamboo basket tightly covered the python's head, instantly disorienting its attack. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Zhao Tianyu forcefully slammed the bamboo basket onto the ground, pinning the python underneath. Immediately afterwards, he swiftly brought his knife down, and the military knife pierced the python's belly like lightning. The blow was powerful and heavy, piercing directly through the python's body. When Zhao Tianyu pulled out the military knife, a gushing stream of scalding blood spurted out like a fountain, splashing onto his face and body. However, he had no time to dodge and could only let the blood splatter on him. The injured python did not give up. It continued to twist its body frantically, trying to break free from the bamboo basket and tightly coiling around Zhao Tianyu. But Zhao Tianyu wasn't about to let it succeed. He nimbly dodged to the side, easily avoiding the python's coils. He casually picked up a wooden stick as thick as an arm from the ground. At the same time, the python broke free from the bamboo basket and opened its blood-red mouth to attack Zhao Tianyu again. Zhao Tianyu picked up a wooden stick and struck the python's head hard. Zhao Tianyu used all his strength in this strike, knocking the python to the ground where it began to roll around. Zhao Tianyu followed suit, grabbing a wooden stick and smashing it repeatedly against the python's head. After more than 10 blows, the python's head was smashed to pieces, and the python became completely still. Only after seeing that the python was completely dead did Zhao Tianyu throw the blood-stained wooden stick on the ground. He stuffed the python's carcass into the bamboo basket, then carried the basket on his back and walked towards the river. This python weighs about 40 to 50 kilograms, and that much snake meat is enough for them to eat for several days. It took Zhao Tianyu more than an hour to finally carry the python back to the riverbank. By then, Lu Shui and the other 3 girls had woken up and were chatting and laughing around the fire. Zhao Tianyu returned to the fire, put the bamboo basket on the ground, and slumped down, panting heavily. Lu Shui and the others were shocked to see the python in the bamboo basket. When they saw Zhao Tianyu's face covered in blood, the girls thought he was injured and screamed in fright. Hearing the girls scream, Zhao Tianyu said breathlessly, "What are you yelling about?" Su Ran said with a worried expression, "Why are you covered in blood on your body and face? Where are you injured? Let me see." Hearing Su Ran's concern, Zhao Tianyu felt a warmth in his heart and said with a smile, "Don't make a fuss, I'm not injured. The blood on my body is from this python." Hearing Zhao Tianyu say this, the girls secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Wanting immediately picked up a bamboo tube filled with cool boiled water and handed it to Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu took the bamboo tube handed to him, tilted his head back, and gulped down all the water in the tube in one go. After finishing the water, he casually tossed the bamboo tube aside and began to pant heavily again. After resting for a while and feeling that he had regained some strength, he stood up and went to the riverbank, putting his head directly into the water to wash the blood off his face. They returned to the campfire, pulled the python out of the bamboo basket, dragged it to the riverbank, and used their military knife to make a cut in the snakeskin. He grabbed the snakeskin with both hands and tore it off, then made an incision on the python's belly and removed its internal organs, setting them aside. Clean the snake meat and take it to the fire. Cut off a section, cut it into small pieces, and put them into 2 bamboo tubes to stew. They then used sticks to set up a wooden frame next to the fire, tied the remaining snake meat with rope, and hung it on the frame to roast. After all, in such hot weather, snake meat would easily rot and spoil if it wasn't processed in time. Since there's no sea salt available for preserving them right now, we can only hang them on wooden racks to dry, which will preserve them for a few days. Chapter 41 Construction of the Shelter begins. In less than half an hour, the snake meat in the bamboo tube began to emit an enticing aroma, as if beckoning everyone to come and taste it. The aroma was irresistible, and everyone's mouths watered. They eagerly picked up their bowls and chopsticks, grabbed some stewed snake meat, and began to eat it with gusto. The tender, juicy snake meat melted in their mouths, leaving them with an unforgettable taste. After finishing the stewed snake meat, everyone boiled some water and drank to their heart's content. Then, the group began to build a shelter. Zhao Tianyu found several wooden sticks about the thickness of an arm nearby, sharpened one end of them, and distributed them to Lu Shui and the other 3 girls. Then, he marked some spots on the ground and started digging holes with a few girls. Although Lu Shui and the others didn't know why Zhao Tianyu had them dig the hole, they didn't ask any questions. They simply picked up the wooden sticks and started digging the hole according to Zhao Tianyu's instructions. Although the tools weren't ideal, the soil was relatively loose because the area was near a small river, so digging wasn't too difficult. However, Lu Shui and the other 3 were all girls with delicate skin, and it wasn't long before their palms were blistered. Despite this, the girls did not complain of being tired. Instead, they gritted their teeth and persevered. Zhao Tianyu witnessed this scene and was very satisfied with the girls' performance, so he smiled and nodded. Time passed by, and after 4 or 5 hours of tireless effort, with everyone working together, they finally dug dozens of small pits, each more than half a meter deep, into the ground. By this time, everyone was exhausted, as if all their strength had been drained. Their clothes were soaked with sweat and clung tightly to their bodies, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. Especially Lu Shui and the other 3 girls, their faces were flushed, like ripe apples, and they were panting heavily, as if they wanted to release all their fatigue through their breath. Their palms were covered in blisters from long hours of labor, which was heartbreaking to see. Looking at the girls in this state, Zhao Tianyu felt a pang of sadness, but he also understood that only through such trials could they better adapt to life on this deserted island and thus survive. So, suppressing his reluctance, he said to the girls, "Everyone is tired, let's stop and rest for a bit." Hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Lu Shui and the other 3 felt as if they had been granted a pardon. They dragged their heavy bodies back to the campfire, then collapsed onto the ground like deflated balloons, panting heavily as if only in this way could they regain some strength. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu quickly went to the fire, and added some firewood to make the fire burn brighter. Then, he picked up 2 bamboo tubes, quickly walked to the riverbank, filled the tubes with water, and carefully brought them back to boil over the fire. He found a bamboo tube, split it into strips, sharpened one end of the strips, took a large piece of snake meat from the wooden frame, cut it into small pieces, and skewered it onto the sharpened bamboo strips. He found a stick and pulled out some still burning charcoal from the fire, placed the skewered snake meat on top of the charcoal, and then waited quietly. As time passed, the snake meat gradually turned golden brown under the licking of the flames, emitting an enticing aroma. In less than 20 minutes, the snake meat was roasted to perfection, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a wonderful aroma. Zhao Tianyu distributed the roasted snake meat to Lu Shui and the other 3. The 4 of them, including Lu Shui, were already starving and didn't care that the snake meat was too hot to eat. They ate it in big mouthfuls. After eating the roasted snake meat, everyone drank some hot water and rested by the fire for a while. Zhao Tianyu instructed Lu Shui and the other 3. Take bamboo baskets and go to the riverbank to collect some fist-sized stones. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui and the other 3 immediately stood up, grabbed bamboo baskets, and went to the riverbank to start collecting stones. Zhao Tianyu then went to the pile of bamboo and carefully examined each bamboo stalk. He selected some of the thickest bamboo, and with his military knife in hand, skillfully chopped the bamboo into the lengths he needed. And so, Zhao Tianyu focused on his work, and time slipped away unnoticed. After 2 or 3 hours of effort, he finally chopped all the bamboo into the length he wanted. Lu Shui and her 3 companions also brought back a large pile of stones the size of fists. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhao Tianyu said to Lu Shui and the others, "That's all for today, we'll continue tomorrow." Hearing Zhao Tianyu say this, Lu Shui and the other 3 dragged their exhausted bodies back to the campfire and sat down. Seeing that there was still some time before dark, Zhao Tianyu looked up at the sky and estimated the time. Then he turned to Lu Shui and the others and said, "You guys stay here and don't wander around. I'm going to take a stroll in the woods and see if I can find some more food." Hearing him say that, Su Ran looked at Zhao Tianyu with concern and said, "It's getting dark. It's not safe for you to go into the woods alone. Maybe you shouldn't go?" Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu quickly smiled and reassured her. "Don't worry, I'll just go for a walk around the neighborhood and I'll be back soon." Su Ran was still a little worried, but seeing Zhao Tianyu's insistence, she couldn't stop him any longer and could only tell him, "Then be careful." Zhao Tianyu smiled and agreed, then slung his bamboo basket over his shoulder and walked briskly toward the woods. He knew very well that building a shelter was a physically demanding task that required a lot of energy. Therefore, he needs to take advantage of the remaining time to find more food to replenish his nutrition. They had been on this deserted island for several days, and they had hardly eaten any green vegetables, which was making Zhao Tianyu's stomach feel unwell, and he even started to suffer from constipation. Therefore, he especially hoped to find some wild vegetables or fruits in the woods to improve his meals. Zhao Tianyu wandered aimlessly through the woods, his eyes constantly searching the surrounding grass and bushes, hoping to find some edible wild vegetables or fruits. However, after wandering in the woods for more than half an hour, he didn't see a single edible wild vegetable, let alone any wild fruit. This left Zhao Tianyu feeling somewhat disappointed and frustrated. He sighed deeply and continued walking deeper into the woods. We walked on for a while longer, and suddenly we saw some purple wild berries not far away. Zhao Tianyu also quickly stepped forward to take a look, and when he saw what the wild fruits looked like, he was immediately delighted. He exclaimed with immense joy, "Holy crap, isn't this a wild blueberry? I never expected to find such a wonderful thing on this deserted island." Zhao Tianyu also knew that wild blueberries had many benefits, such as lowering cholesterol, improving eyesight, improving memory, and improving gut health. I couldn't wait to pick a handful of wild blueberries and put them in my mouth to enjoy them. These wild blueberries are quite sweet, with a sweet and sour taste and a good texture. Chapter 42 The Shelter is complete. After eating some wild blueberries, Zhao Tianyu couldn't wait to start picking more. Time passed slowly, and after more than half an hour, he finally finished picking all the wild blueberries and put them into the bamboo basket. However, by this time the sun had gradually set in the west, and the sky was slowly turning orange-red. Zhao Tianyu dared not delay any longer. He quickly picked up the bamboo basket and walked towards the river. When he returned to the campfire, the sun had completely set, and night had enveloped the entire deserted island. Lu Shui and the other 3 were sitting around the fire, anxiously awaiting his return. Seeing Zhao Tianyu return safely, the 4 girls finally felt relieved and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. When Zhao Tianyu placed the bamboo basket on the ground, Lu Shui and the other 3 were immediately drawn to the wild blueberries inside. Lu Shui asked curiously, "What are these things?" Zhao Tianyu smiled and replied, "These are wild blueberries. Try them, they taste great." Hearing Zhao Tianyu say this, Lu Shui and the other 3 all smiled with delight. They couldn't wait to grab a handful of wild blueberries each, pop them into their mouths, and savor their unique sweet and sour taste. Lu Shui couldn't help but exclaim, "I never expected to be able to eat such delicious fruit on this deserted island." Lin Yu smiled and chimed in, "I must say, these wild blueberries taste sweet and sour, and they're quite refreshing." Su Ran then said to Zhao Tianyu, "Brother Zhao, you know too much. You even managed to find fruit on this deserted island. It seems like we won't have to worry about food and drink from now on, following you." Zhao Tianyu said irritably, "Stop flattering me. I'll say it again, if you want to survive on this deserted island, You can only rely on yourselves." After saying this, he took 2 bamboo tubes, went to the riverbank, fetched some water, and put it on the fire. They took a piece of snake meat, cut it into small pieces, and put it in a bamboo tube to stew. After a long wait, the snake meat was finally cooked. By then, night had completely enveloped the earth, and it was pitch black all around, except for the faint light emitted by the roaring fire. The group sat around the fire, eagerly picking up their bowls and chopsticks to enjoy the fragrant stewed snake meat. After a hearty meal, everyone sat around the fire, enjoying a moment of warmth. Zhao Tianyu looked at Lu Shui and the other 3 and said, "You 4 can take turns keeping watch tonight. I'm going to sleep now." Before he finished speaking, he lay down by the fire like a tired old ox, and within 5 minutes, he was snoring loudly. Looking at the sleeping Zhao Tianyu, Lu Shui and the others couldn't help but curse inwardly. "This guy is such a pig! He falls asleep as soon as his head hits the pillow." Time passed quietly, and the next morning, just as the sky was beginning to lighten, Zhao Tianyu woke up early. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and saw Zhou Wanting sitting by the fire, looking haggard, clearly having not slept all night. Zhao Tianyu quickly told Zhou Wanting to lie down and rest, while he stood up and walked to the nearby riverbank. He squatted down, stretched out his hands, scooped up some slightly cold river water, and gently splashed it on his face. The coolness instantly spread throughout his body, invigorating him and making him feel refreshed. After washing up, I picked up the 2 fishing traps to check them, and each trap had yielded quite a few small fish and shrimp. He went back to the fire, took a bamboo tube, returned to the riverbank, poured the fish and shrimp from the fishing trap into the bamboo tube, and then put the fishing trap back into the river. Back by the fire, they poured the fish and shrimp from the bamboo tubes onto the stone slab and began to roast them. Just as the fish and shrimp were almost cooked, they woke up Lu Shui and the other 3. After breakfast, Zhao Tianyu led Lu Shui and the other 3 to erect the bamboo stalks they had selected the day before, and then inserted them into the deep pits that had been dug earlier. Zhao Tianyu carefully positioned each bamboo stalk in the pit, adjusting their positions to ensure they were arranged closely together. Next, he filled the gaps in the bamboo with some stones and soil, and then stomped on them to make the filling more compact. And so, one bamboo pole after another was erected. After 4 or 5 hours of hard work, all the pillars of the shelter were finally erected. After working for several hours straight, everyone was exhausted, and their clothes were soaked with sweat. Sitting on the ground, panting heavily, Zhao Tianyu cut some more snake meat, skewered it on a wooden stick, and roasted it over the fire. After finishing the snake meat, the group did not rest at all and continued to work on building the shelter. They connected the pillars together with bamboo and rope to form a sturdy frame. As night fell, the main structure of the shelter was finally completed. It took another week, and with everyone's efforts, the shelter was finally built. They even built 2 beds, one large and one small, out of bamboo inside the shelter. It took another 3 days to build a kitchen outside the shelter, and then a fireplace inside the kitchen. It's been almost half a month since we arrived here from the coast. These days, everyone has been busy building shelters and kitchens. Every day is high-intensity labor, which has really exhausted them. The shelter and kitchen have now been set up, and everyone can finally get some rest. Zhao Tianyu didn't wake up until almost noon that morning. When he opened his eyes, he saw Lu Shui and the other 3 still fast asleep on the big bamboo bed. Seeing them fast asleep, Zhao Tianyu smiled, got out of bed, put on his shoes, and tiptoed to the entrance of the shelter. He opened the bamboo door and looked up. The sky was overcast, and a heavy rain was imminent. But the shelter was already built, so he wasn't worried about the rain. After washing his face by the river, he picked up the fishing traps to check them. Each trap had yielded a good catch of fish and shrimp. He poured the fish and shrimp into a small pit by the river to keep them alive, and then put the traps back into the river. Back in the kitchen, I slung my bamboo basket over my shoulder and headed into the woods. Before I had gone far, I heard the call of a pheasant. Looking up, I saw a pheasant calling out incessantly from a large tree not far away. Zhao Tianyu immediately took out a slingshot from his pocket, placed a stone on the leather pad, and slowly walked towards the pheasant. Before long, they arrived at the big tree where the pheasant had landed, picked up the slingshot, aimed at the pheasant, and fired. The stone fired from the slingshot struck the pheasant hard, causing it to let out a scream and fly several meters before crashing to the ground and thrashing about. Chapter 43: A blood-pumping scene. Zhao Tianyu strode forward, picked up the pheasant that was still flapping its wings, grabbed its neck and twisted it hard. With a crack, the pheasant's neck was snapped instantly. He put the pheasant in the bamboo basket and continued walking into the woods. They walked on for a while longer, but didn't see any other animals. At this moment, the sky became even more gloomy, and a strong wind blew through the woods. Zhao Tianyu immediately turned around and walked quickly towards the shelter. When he returned to the shelter, Lu Shui and the other three had already woken up and were chatting by the fireplace in the kitchen. Zhao Tianyu went into the kitchen and put the pheasant in the bamboo basket directly into the fireplace to burn, and the smell of burning chicken feathers immediately wafted out. Lu Shui and the other three immediately covered their mouths and noses with their hands. Before long, the pheasant's feathers were burned off. Zhao Tianyu took the pheasant to the riverbank, cleaned it, and then removed its internal organs and put it in the fishing cage. He took the prepared pheasant back to the kitchen, found a stick about the thickness of a finger to skewer it, and pulled out some charcoal from the fireplace to roast the pheasant slowly. Just then, large raindrops fell from space, and soon a torrential downpour began. Fortunately, the roofs of the shelter and the kitchen were covered with a thick layer of mud, so no rainwater leaked down from the roof. In less than half an hour, the pheasant was roasted until it was golden brown and still sizzling with oil, and the strong aroma filled the air. The aroma was irresistible, and everyone's mouths watered. They couldn't wait to tear off pieces of the roasted pheasant meat and stuff them into their mouths to enjoy. In less than 10 minutes, the roasted pheasant was devoured by the group, leaving only a pile of bones, and everyone still looked like they wanted more. At this moment, Zhao Tianyu suddenly remembered the 2 fishing cages he had placed in the river. He immediately stood up and ran to the riverbank in the rain. He saw that the river water, which had been crystal clear, had become quite murky. The current had increased significantly, but fortunately, the 2 fishing cages hadn't been washed away. Zhao Tianyu immediately collected the 2 fishing cages and took them back to the kitchen. He took 2 more bamboo tubes to the riverbank, caught the fish and shrimp raised in the small pit, put them in the bamboo tubes, and took them back to the kitchen. In just a short while, Zhao Tianyu's clothes were already soaked by the rain. Su Ran immediately said to him, "Brother Zhao, go and change your clothes quickly, or you'll catch a cold." Zhao Tianyu nodded, went back to the shelter to change his clothes, and then took the wet clothes to the kitchen and hung them on the wooden rack next to the fireplace to dry. The rain came and went quickly. By evening, the rain had stopped, and the sky had cleared. After eating some fish and shrimp cooked in bamboo tubes, everyone sat by the fireplace chatting idly. After a while, Zhao Tianyu suddenly spoke to Lu Shui and the other 3, saying, "The shelter and kitchen have been set up, but these things are not enough to support our survival here. I plan to go to the coast tomorrow to collect some usable supplies and also boil some sea salt to bring back. After all, not having salt for a long time isn't good for your health. You guys just stay in the shelter and wait for me to return." Upon hearing this, Lu Shui immediately said, "I want to go with you too." Lin Yu quickly added, "I want to go too. I'm going crazy staying here every day. It's a good opportunity to go to the coast to relax." Su Ran then added, "If you leave, we won't dare to stay here alone." Hearing them say that, Zhao Tianyu nodded and said, "All right then. Let's go to the coast together tomorrow." The next morning, everyone woke up early. After eating some grilled fish and shrimp, Zhao Tianyu led a few girls to the riverbank with some empty bottles, filled them with water, and put them in bamboo baskets. The group walked toward the shore. Perhaps because of the rain the day before, the paths in the woods were muddy and slippery. Zhao Tianyu could only cut a few thick wooden sticks, giving one to each person to hold and prop on the ground for balance. Zhao Tianyu, carrying a bamboo basket and holding a military knife, led the way, while Lu Shui and the other 3 followed closely behind him. We walked for almost 3 hours and had only covered less than half the distance. By then, the sun was high in the sky, and the entire forest had become incredibly humid and hot. After walking such a long way, everyone was exhausted. Their clothes were completely soaked with sweat, sticking to their bodies and making them feel incredibly uncomfortable. There were still many mosquitoes swarming around them. Zhao Tianyu was slightly better off, but Lu Shui and the other 3 were already flushed and panting heavily. Seeing the four girls' condition, Zhao Tianyu felt a pang of sympathy. He then found a shady tree, looked around to make sure there was no potential danger. He took out his military knife, cut some tree branches, spread them on the ground, and said to Lu Shui and the other three, "Let's sit under the tree and rest for a while." Hearing Zhao Tianyu say this, Lu Shui and the other three felt a great weight lifted off their shoulders, as if all their strength had been drained away. He slumped down on a branch under the big tree, panting heavily like a deflated balloon. Zhao Tianyu gently placed the bamboo basket on the ground, then slowly leaned against the trunk of the big tree, allowing his body to relax for a moment. His eyes were not closed. Instead, he kept a close eye on his surroundings, remaining vigilant. The four women, including Lu Shui, wore clothes with relatively loose necklines, which allowed Zhao Tianyu to see the view around their necklines from his vantage point, while leaning against the tree trunk. Through the loose neckline, Zhao Tianyu could clearly see the colors of Lu Shui and the other three women's underwear, as well as their deep cleavage, which was faintly visible and aroused the imagination. This thrilling scene made Zhao Tianyu's heart race involuntarily, and his throat felt dry. He couldn't help but swallow, trying to relieve the burning sensation. However, his mind started wandering like a wild horse. Especially when his gaze fell on Lin Yu, her 30-60 full breasts made his heart race. He couldn't help but secretly admire her. Holy crap, they're so big and white! No wonder she's called a big watermelon! His eyes kept darting back and forth between the four girls, which was quite a feast for the eyes. At this moment, Lu Shui and the other three were still panting heavily, completely unaware that Zhao Tianyu had been spying on them. Zhao Tianyu stared at the collars of the four people for almost 10 minutes before reluctantly turning his gaze away. Chapter 44 Happy Enemies. After resting under the big tree for nearly half an hour, the group felt their strength gradually recovering and decided to continue towards the coast. However, they had only walked a short distance when Zhao Tianyu, who was walking in front, suddenly heard a slight rustling sound coming from behind the bushes not far away. Although the sound was not loud, it was exceptionally clear in the quiet environment. Zhao Tianyu immediately became alert and quickly stopped in his tracks. However, Lin Yu, who was following behind him, was unable to stop in time and bumped into him. With a loud bang, Lin Yu's ample breast slammed into Zhao Tianyu's waist. The sudden impact sent a jolt through Zhao Tianyu's heart, and a strange feeling welled up inside him. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Lin Yu, a smile appearing on his face. "Why are you contradicting me?" Zhao Tianyu said with a smile, his tone slightly teasing. Hearing Zhao Tianyu say that, Lin Yu's face instantly turned bright red. She lowered her head shyly and said reproachfully, "Why did you suddenly stop when we were walking together?" Zhao Tianyu pointed to the bushes not far away and said in a low voice to the others, "There seems to be something behind those bushes. You guys stay here for now, I'll go take a look." After saying that, Zhao Tianyu drew his military knife from his waist, gripped it tightly in his hand, and then carefully walked towards the bushes, each step showing extreme caution. When Zhao Tianyu walked up to the bushes, his eyes were drawn to the scene before him. Two hares were hiding in the bushes, pressed close together, seemingly engaged in some kind of intimate behavior. Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but curse under his breath. These two bastards are actually hiding here getting intimate. He was wondering what to eat on the beach when these two wild rabbits came to him. Without hesitation, Zhao Tianyu picked up his military knife, aimed at the two rabbits mating, and with a sudden flick of his wrist, the knife flew out like lightning. With a thud, the sharp military knife pierced the body of one of the wild rabbits with perfect accuracy. The rabbit was severely injured and collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain. The other rabbit was so frightened by this sudden turn of events that it fled the scene like lightning, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Zhao Tianyu did not chase after the fleeing rabbit. His attention was entirely focused on the rabbit in front of him that had been stabbed by the military knife. He reached into the bushes, carefully picked up the injured hare, and then forcefully pulled the knife out of its body. As the saber was pulled out, a gush of blood gushed from the rabbit's body like a spring. However, the rabbit did not die immediately. It kept rolling around in Zhao Tianyu's hands, seemingly making a final struggle. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu clenched his fist and smashed it hard against the rabbit's head. The punch was incredibly powerful. After twitching a few times, the rabbit finally lost all signs of life and stopped moving. He wiped the blood-stained military knife clean on the rabbit's fur and tucked it back into his waistband, then carried the rabbit back to Lu Shui and the other three. Lu Shui and the other three girls had clearly seen Zhao Tianyu throw his military knife, and when they saw him bring back a wild rabbit, they looked at him with admiration. Lin Yu said happily, "Looks like we can have roasted wild rabbit again today." Hearing her say that, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but tease her. "You're so old, why are you still thinking about food all the time? Aren't you afraid of bursting?" After saying this, he brazenly glanced at Lin Yu's large breasts. Teasing Zhao Tianyu like that, Lin Yu immediately turned red with anger and retorted, "Say that again, and believe me, I'll fight you to the death." Zhao Tianyu chuckled and said, "Come on then. Let's see if I'm afraid of you." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu say this, Lin Yu suddenly recalled the scene of Zhao Tianyu pinching her breast, and immediately wilted. He stood there, fuming, speechless for a moment. Lu Shui and the other two were amused by the two. Lu Shui said with a smile, All right. Stop fooling around. I think you two are a pair of sworn enemies, always bickering." Zhou Wanting also said with a smile, "Sister Shui is right. I think you two were family in your past lives, otherwise why would you always be fighting?" Hearing Lu Shui and Zhou Wanting say that, Lin Yu blushed and said, "Who said he's my enemy? This guy is so mean, all he does is bully me all day long." Seeing Lin Yu's sullen expression, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but laugh. He said to her, All right, I won't tease you anymore. When we get to the coast, I'll roast this wild rabbit and give you a rabbit leg to eat." Lin Yu snorted and turned her head away from Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu tossed the wild rabbit into the bamboo basket on his back, then led a few girls toward the shore. They walked for almost 4 more hours before finally reaching the shore. It had taken them 6 or 7 hours to walk from the shelter, and by this time everyone was completely exhausted. Their clothes were soaked with sweat, sticking to their bodies and feeling incredibly uncomfortable. Lu Shui and the other three collapsed onto the beach, panting heavily. Having walked such a long way, Zhao Tianyu was exhausted. He put down the bamboo basket and collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. After resting for a while and feeling that he had regained some strength, Zhao Tianyu said to Lu Shui and the other three, "You guys go and gather some firewood to light the fire. I'll go and deal with this wild rabbit." After saying this, he took out a lighter from his pocket and handed it to Su Ran, while he picked up the wild rabbit from the bamboo basket and walked towards the shore. Lu Shui and the other three immediately stood up, went into the woods to collect some firewood, carried it to the beach, and lit a fire. Before long, Zhao Tianyu had finished processing the wild rabbit, washed it clean with seawater, and brought it back to the campfire. They found a stick thicker than a finger, strung the rabbit together, pulled out some still burning charcoal from the fire, and placed the rabbit on it to roast slowly. After almost half an hour, the rabbit was roasted until it was golden brown, sizzling and dripping with oil, and the aroma filled the air. The group, who were already starving, couldn't help but swallow hard at the aroma. After the rabbits were roasted, Zhao Tianyu tore off 4 pieces and handed them to Lu Shui and the other 3. Seeing Zhao Tianyu share the meatiest rabbit leg with them, Lu Shui and the other 3 were moved once again. In less than 10 minutes, the roasted rabbit was eaten down to a pile of bones by the group. They were only half full and still looked like they wanted more. Chapter 45. He kissed Su Ran. But with no other food available, everyone had no choice but to endure their hunger. Zhao Tianyu took a bamboo tube out of the bamboo basket and gently placed it on the blazing fire. Next, he took out 2 bottles of river water he had brought from the shelter from the bamboo basket and carefully poured them into the bamboo tube. As time went by, the water in the bamboo tube began to steam and gradually boiled. Zhao Tianyu patiently waited for the water to heat up, and then let it cool naturally. Once the water was at a suitable temperature, he handed the bamboo tube to everyone, gesturing for them to drink some to relieve their thirst and hunger. After everyone had finished drinking water, Zhao Tianyu looked at Lu Shui and the other 3 and said solemnly, "You stay here. I'll go along the coast and see if I can find any usable supplies to bring back." Before he could finish speaking, Lu Shui and the other 3 spoke almost simultaneously, saying in unison, "We'll go with you." Zhao Tianyu nodded and said, "All right then. Let's go together." The 5 of them began searching along the coast for usable supplies. Although there was a lot of trash washed ashore, there wasn't much that could be used. After walking quite a distance, they only managed to find a few plastic bottles. At this moment, Suran suddenly noticed a detail. Whenever Zhao Tianyu saw an empty cigarette box, he would pick it up and examine it without hesitation. This piqued Suran's curiosity, and she couldn't help but ask, "Brother Zhao, what are you doing?" Zhao Tianyu gave an awkward smile. "I like to smoke, but I haven't smoked for days and I feel really uncomfortable. That's why I was thinking of finding a pack of cigarettes that hasn't been opened yet." Hearing him say that, Lin Yu said angrily, "Don't you know that smoking is harmful to your health? It would be better if you quit." Zhao Tianyu said irritably, "Even if you quit, I still won't quit smoking." Seeing that the two were about to argue again, Lu Shui quickly said, all right, stop arguing, save your energy." Hearing Lu Shui say that, Zhao Tianyu and Lin Yu stopped arguing. The group continued walking along the coast, and this time Lu Shui and the other 3 picked up and inspected every cigarette box they saw. After walking for a while, Suran actually saw a box of unopened cigarettes. Suran was overjoyed. She immediately picked up the pack of cigarettes, held it high as if she had discovered a treasure, and excitedly shouted to Zhao Tianyu, "Brother Zhao, look!" Upon hearing Suran's shout, Zhao Tianyu quickly turned around. His eyes lit up when he saw the pack of cigarettes in Suran's hand. He took 3 steps at a time, quickly walked to Suran's side, and snatched the cigarette from her hand as if afraid it would fly away. Zhao Tianyu carefully examined the pack of cigarettes. He first checked the plastic packaging on the pack and found no signs of damage. Next, he carefully tore open the plastic packaging, opened the cigarette box, and saw that the cigarettes inside were still relatively dry, with no signs of dampness. Zhao Tianyu was overjoyed beyond words. He excitedly hugged Suran tightly, kissed her hard on the cheek, and exclaimed, "Beautiful Suran, you're truly my lucky star. You actually found this unopened box of cigarettes. I love you so much." After saying that, Zhao Tianyu released Suran, eagerly took out a cigarette from the cigarette case, and quickly put it in his mouth. Then, he took out a lighter from his pocket and lit the cigarette with a click. Zhao Tianyu took a deep drag, feeling the smoke sting his throat, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Suran was completely bewildered when Zhao Tianyu suddenly hugged and kissed her, but she only realized what had happened after he let go of her. For some reason, she didn't feel disgusted by Zhao Tianyu's actions. On the contrary, she felt quite pleased, and her little face flushed as she lowered her head. Lu Shui and the other 2 were completely dumbfounded. After a while, Lin Yu finally spoke up, saying, "You're something else. You actually took advantage of our sister Suran." Hearing Lin Yu say this, Zhao Tianyu realized that he had been too excited. Somewhat embarrassed, he said to Suran, "Beautiful Su, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to take advantage of you. I was just too excited when I saw this pack of cigarettes." Hearing Zhao Tianyu say that, Suran blushed and whispered, "It's okay. I don't blame you." Hearing Suran say that, and seeing her blushing face, Zhao Tianyu was stunned. He thought to himself, "Judging from her expression, she doesn't seem to blame me. Could it be that she's fallen in love with me?" Thinking of this, he was overjoyed and decided to test Suran. He said with a smile, "Beautiful Su, look, I just kissed you. Why don't you kiss me back and we'll kiss each other?" Hearing Zhao Tianyu say that, Suran's face turned even redder. From the expression on her face, Zhao Tianyu could tell that Suran was already interested in him. Lin Yu said to Zhao Tianyu, annoyed, "You shameless bastard! It's one thing to kiss our sister Suran, but you actually have the audacity to dream that sister Suran will kiss you back. What kind of pipe dream are you having in broad daylight?" Hearing Lin Yu say that, Zhao Tianyu retorted without backing down, "What are you babbling about? Even the beautiful Su didn't say anything, but you're meddling in other people's business. You want to kiss me? I'm not going to. You big watermelon." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu flew into a rage. Her chest heaved violently as she stomped her feet in anger and roared, "Who are you calling a watermelon? Try saying it again. I'll fight you to the death." However, Zhao Tianyu acted as if nothing had happened, still grinning and shouting at Lin Yu, big watermelon, I'm calling out, what can you do to me?" Lin Yu's patience had reached its limit. She could no longer tolerate Zhao Tianyu's provocation. Like an enraged bull, she charged straight at Zhao Tianyu, ready to teach him a lesson. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Tianyu swiftly stretched out his arms and hugged Lin Yu tightly. Caught off guard, Lin Yu was somewhat at a loss when Zhao Tianyu suddenly hugged her. Her body instantly lost its freedom, and she could only struggle desperately in Zhao Tianyu's arms. "You bastard, let me go!" Lin Yu shouted angrily, her voice filled with rage and helplessness. Zhao Tianyu laughed and said, "You little brat, I can't handle you. Just because I haven't shown my teeth doesn't mean I'm a pushover." After saying that, he freed one hand and slapped Lin Yu's pert buttocks hard. When Zhao Tianyu patted her like that, Lin Yu felt a strange sensation on her buttocks. Her face immediately turned red, and she shouted loudly, "Let me go right now, you damn bastard! How dare you spank me!" Chapter 46 Reunion with Yi Wei and his group. Hearing Lin Yu say that, Zhao Tianyu's lips curled up slightly, revealing a mocking smile. He chuckled and said, "I think you haven't been beaten enough. Even at this point, you're still being stubborn." Before he could finish speaking, Zhao Tianyu raised his hand and slapped down, two crisp, slap, sounds echoing in the air as his palm landed on Lin Yu's pert buttocks once again. However, Zhao Tianyu didn't really hit her with much force, he just patted her lightly twice, as if he were joking with her. However, those seemingly minor slaps caused Lin Yu's body to tremble violently, and a tingling sensation spread throughout her body like an electric current. This strange feeling caught Lin Yu off guard. Her body trembled slightly involuntarily, and her originally stubborn little mouth opened slightly without her noticing, letting out a barely audible moan. Although the groan was very soft, it seemed particularly abrupt in the quiet atmosphere. Zhao Tianyu, Lu Shui, and the others were taken aback and all looked at Lin Yu. Zhao Tianyu was secretly puzzled. What's wrong with Lin Yu? Does she have masochistic tendencies? Why would she make such a sound when she's being spanked? Zhao Tianyu immediately released Lin Yu, and Lin Yu immediately quieted down. His face was as red as a monkey's bottom, and he lowered his head. The scene immediately became awkward. After more than 10 seconds, in order to ease the awkwardness, Lu Shui immediately said, "Have you made enough of a scene? Let's go." Hearing her say that, Zhao Tianyu smiled awkwardly and continued walking briskly towards the coastline, with Lu Shui and the others quickly following behind. Lin Yu, walking at the very back, blushed deeply, thinking, "How could I have made that kind of sound? It's so embarrassing." Looking at Zhao Tianyu's back, he couldn't help but curse. "It's all because of that damn Zhao Tianyu, he actually embarrassed me. I will never let you get away with this." The group continued walking slowly along the coastline. After walking for quite some time, Lu Shui's eyes suddenly lit up. She found a rusty oil drum among a pile of messy garbage. Lu Shui quickly stepped forward and carefully picked the oil can out of the garbage heap. Holding the oil drum, she walked up to Zhao Tianyu and said to him expectantly, "Brother Zhao, look, I found an oil drum. Do you think it's useful?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu immediately stopped, took the oil drum from Lu Shui's hand, and began to examine it carefully. After a careful inspection, Zhao Tianyu found that although the oil drum was rusty on the outside, it was not obviously damaged. Moreover, from the blurry writing on the outside of the oil drum, he could vaguely make out that the oil drum was originally used to store cooking oil. Zhao Tianyu was overjoyed. He smiled and said to Lu Shui, "This oil drum is really a great thing. With it, we can make a pot." Before he finished speaking, Zhao Tianyu couldn't wait to reach out and unscrew the lid of the oil drum, wanting to see what was inside. However, due to prolonged immersion and corrosion by seawater, the lid of the oil drum had become extremely tight. Zhao Tianyu tried everything he could, even using all his strength, but he still couldn't unscrew the stubborn lid. Zhao Tianyu could only slowly draw his general's knife from his waist, then walked steadily to the shore, scanning his surroundings with keen eyes, and finally found a relatively flat rock not far away. He carefully placed the oil drum on the stone, as if it were a precious treasure. Then, he took a deep breath, concentrated, and slowly cut off the top of the oil drum with his military knife. This process was not easy. Zhao Tianyu had to carefully control the force and angle of the military knife to avoid injuring himself, or damaging the oil drum. After more than 10 minutes of effort, he finally succeeded in cutting off the top of the oil drum, revealing what was inside. At the bottom of the oil drum, some blackened cooking oil remained. This oil had spoiled and emitted an unpleasant odor that made one want to vomit. Zhao Tianyu frowned and quickly put the oil drum into the seawater to clean it carefully. Just then, Lu Shui suddenly exclaimed, "Look! There's a group of people walking this way from the distant shore." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu and the others all looked up and followed the direction Lu Shui pointed. Sure enough, on the distant coastline, a group of blurry figures were walking towards them. Due to the distance, it was impossible to see the specific appearance of these people clearly at a moment. The group of people on the distant coast also saw Zhao Tianyu and his companions, and quickened their pace as they walked towards them. After a while, Zhou Wanting, who had sharp eyes, suddenly spoke up. "It's Yi Wei and a Bao." Before long, Zhao Tianyu and his group could see the faces of the group clearly. It was Yi Wei and a Bao's group. Before long, Yi Wei and his group arrived in front of Zhao Tianyu and his companions. Neither of them spoke, they simply stared at each other. It was only then that Zhao Tianyu and the others noticed that Yi Wei and his group had become quite haggard and thinner in the past 2 weeks, and each of them looked listless. Judging from their appearance, they hadn't had a good time in the past 2 weeks. Seeing them like this, Lu Shui couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. After all, they were all her employees. Yi Wei and his group also noticed that half a month had passed, and apart from looking a little haggard, Lu Shui and the others hadn't changed much. It seemed that they had been doing well with Zhao Tianyu during this time. Thinking of this, Yi Wei and his group felt unbalanced, and wished they could kill Zhao Tianyu right now, but unfortunately, even if they all joined forces, they were no match for Zhao Tianyu. Almost a minute passed before Yi Wei broke the silence, and said to Lu Shui with a smile, "President Lu, it's so good to see you. I thought something had happened to you." Hearing him say that, Su Ran was furious and said angrily, "What do you mean by that? Are you hoping something bad will happen to us?" Yi Wei immediately smiled and said, "Su Ran, what are you saying? I'm just concerned about you guys. I'm worried that you won't eat or sleep well if you go into the woods with this security guard." Su Ran snorted and said, "You don't need to worry about that. We've been following Brother Zhao and eating well every day. We eat roasted pheasant or roasted rabbit, and we also have wild fruits and vegetables with every meal. I feel like I've gained weight during this time." Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Yi Wei and his group's expressions changed instantly, and they couldn't help but swallow hard. You see, ever since Zhao Tianyu left with Lu Shui and the others, they built a shelter on the coast. Although they had a place to shelter from the wind and rain, food was not as plentiful. Chapter 47: Seeing through Ah Bao's scheme. Despite finding 2 tattered fishing nets on the shore and placing them in the sea, they managed to catch some fish every day. However, due to the large number of people, the amount of fish caught was far from meeting their needs. More often than not, they would smash mussels off the large rocks on the shore and grill them to fill their stomachs. During this time, they practically smashed off all the mussels clinging to the rocks on the nearby coast and roasted and ate them. They even picked and ate all the coconuts from those coconut trees. Their daily lives consisted of either searching for food or being on their way to find food. Ah Bao had led them into the forest to search for food several times, but after many attempts, they only managed to catch 2 wild rabbits. This meager amount of food was a drop in the ocean for them, far from enough to even satisfy their hunger. When they heard Su Ran recount how they had not only roasted pheasants and rabbits to eat while following Zhao Tianyu, but also wild fruits and vegetables as a supplement, how could these people not feel envious? Just as everyone was immersed in their longing for the delicious food, suddenly, an executive stepped forward and knelt down with a thud, right in front of Lu Shui. Everyone was completely baffled by this scene. Lu Shui quickly said, "Chen Ming, what are you doing? Get up quickly." The man named Chen Ming, with snot and tears streaming down his face, said, "President Lu, please take me in. This wretched place is unbearable. I haven't had enough to eat these past few days. If this continues, I'll starve to death on this deserted island sooner or later. Please have pity on me. I don't want to die here." As soon as he finished speaking, another company executive stepped forward and knelt down on the ground with a thud. He was also crying and pleading, "President Lu, please have pity on me. I have elderly parents and young children to support. I don't want to die here. If you're willing to take me in, I'll do anything you ask." As soon as she finished speaking, another company executive stepped forward, knelt on the ground, and begged Lu Shui to take him in. Seeing their pleading faces, Lu Shui felt a pang of heartache, but she was also in dire straits herself. If it weren't for Zhao Tianyu, she didn't know if she would have survived until now. Then she looked at Zhao Tianyu and said to him with a pleading tone, "Brother Zhao, look, these people are all from our company. You can't bear to watch them die here, can you? You're so capable, why don't you take them in? It'll be good to have more people to help each other, right?" Hearing Lu Shui say this, Zhao Tianyu coldly replied, "What do I care if they live or die? You overestimate me. I don't even know if I can survive here, let alone take them in." Hearing Zhao Tianyu say that, Lu Shui said angrily, "How can you be so heartless?" Lin Yu quickly added, "Yes. Brother Zhao, don't be so heartless. They are our colleagues after all. We can't just stand by and watch them starve to death on this deserted island." Zhou Wanting said indignantly, "Brother Zhao, they say a man's knees are worth gold. Look, they're kneeling on the ground begging us. Please take them in." Su Ran chimed in, "Yes. Brother Zhao, they look so pitiful, why don't we take them in?" Zhao Tianyu sneered, "If I were heartless, why would I have taken you in? You would probably have been violated by this group by now. Let me tell you, this is not the time for your overflowing sympathy. You can't even protect yourselves, yet you're thinking of others?" Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Lu Shui and the others were speechless for a moment. Zhao Tianyu continued, "If you think you have the ability to help them survive here, then go ahead and take them in. I don't care about you anymore." Hearing Zhao Tianyu say this, Lu Shui and the other three dared not say anything more, nor could they bear to look at the three executives kneeling on the ground, so they silently lowered their heads. Zhao Tianyu raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a mocking smile. His gaze was piercing, staring straight at the three people kneeling on the ground, as if he could see through their inner thoughts. "You three, stop pretending to be pitiful." Zhao Tianyu's voice was icy cold, carrying an undisguised disgust. "Even if you plead with the heavens, I will absolutely not take you in. Here, the only way to survive is through your own abilities." He paused for a moment, then continued, "Don't think I don't know what you're up to. You must have been taught to do this by Ah Bao, right?" Zhao Tianyu's words exploded in the air like a thunderclap. Lu Shui and the others were stunned upon hearing them, and they all raised their heads and turned their gazes to the three people kneeling on the ground. The three men's faces turned pale instantly, and their bodies trembled slightly, clearly because Zhao Tianyu's words had hit a nerve. A bead of sweat appeared on Chen Ming's forehead. He quickly tried to explain. You mustn't be talking nonsense. We sincerely wanted you to take us in. Brother Leopard, he didn't say anything." However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Shui and the other three noticed something amiss. They exchanged a glance, a question rising in their minds. Could it really be that this matter is not so simple? Lu Shui pondered to herself. Could it be that they begged us to take them in because Ah Bao was behind it? But what was his purpose in doing so? At this moment, Ah Bao felt a chill in his heart. He hadn't expected Zhao Tianyu to see through his plans so easily. So he quickly stepped forward and said to Zhao Tianyu with a nervous expression, "Don't talk nonsense, I didn't tell them anything." However, Zhao Tianyu didn't seem to care about Ah Bao's explanation. He raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile, and then slowly said, "Haha, I have to say you're quite clever, you actually came up with this idea." After saying this, Zhao Tianyu slowly took out the pack of cigarettes that Su Ran had picked up from his pocket. He gently opened the cigarette pack, took out a cigarette, put it to his lips, and lit it with a lighter. With a soft click, the cigarette was lit. Zhao Tianyu took a deep drag and then slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. The smoke spread through the air, forming a thin white cloud. Zhao Tianyu peered through the smoke at a bow and continued unhurriedly. "You are Lu Shui's personal bodyguard, so you naturally know her personality very well. You know Lu Shui is soft-hearted, which is why she asked these three people to play the victim and begged Lu Shui to take them in." Zhao Tianyu paused, took another drag of his cigarette, and continued. "Seeing the three of them kneeling on the ground begging for mercy, given Lu Shui and Lin Yu's personalities, they would definitely agree to take them in." At this point, Zhao Tianyu suddenly changed the subject, his tone becoming serious. "But as you know, you have to get my permission to take them in. If I don't agree to take them in, Lu Shui and the other three will think I'm heartless, and they'll hate me. I must say, you really know how to sow discord. But if I actually agree to take them in, they'll become a ticking time bomb you've planted right next to me. Chapter 48: The Enraged Leopard. Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's explanation, Lu Shui and the other three were speechless with astonishment. If what he said is true, then Ah Bao's thoughts are far too insidious and cunning. It's simply terrifying. Ah Bao was clearly not expected that Zhao Tianyu could see through his schemes so easily. His expression changed instantly, sometimes gloomy, sometimes fearful, as if he was going through a fierce internal struggle. Seeing that their scheme had been exposed by Zhao Tianyu, Chen Ming and the other two kneeling on the ground felt extremely ashamed and could only awkwardly get up from the ground. At this moment, their pitiful appearance had vanished, replaced by expressions of embarrassment and awkwardness. Witnessing all this, Lu Shui and the other three felt their anger erupt like a volcano. Lu Shui, furious, shouted at Ah Bao. "Ah Bao, I have always trusted you completely, but I never expected you to be so treacherous and cunning, plotting such a despicable scheme to sow discord between us and Brother Zhao." Su Ran, standing to the side, was equally enraged. She glared fiercely at Chen Ming and shouted, "Chen Ming, have you no shame? Think back carefully. How has President Lu treated you at the company? When has she ever mistreated you? Yet you cooperated with Ah Bao to use such despicable means, putting on a pitiful act to gain our sympathy. Do you have any sense of shame at all?" After being scolded by Su Ran, Chen Ming and the two company executives who had just been feigning pitifulness were immediately filled with shame, their heads almost touching the ground like children who had made a mistake. Seeing that his carefully crafted scheme was easily seen through by Zhao Tianyu, Ah Bao knew that no matter how much he denied it, it would be useless. So he simply stopped arguing and stared at Zhao Tianyu with a cold gaze, saying coldly, "I originally thought you were just a security guard with slightly better skills, but I didn't expect you to have some brains." After saying that, Ah Bao turned his attention to Lu Shui, saying indignantly, "President Lu, the reason I did this was because you forced me to." Hearing Ah Bao's words, Lu Shui was taken aback, and then asked, "When did I force you?" A cold smile crept across Ah Bao's lips as he sneered, "I, Ah Bao, have always been devoted to you." After saying that, he pointed to Yi Wei and his group of company executives, and continued, "And this group of company executives, which one of them isn't loyal to you? But what about you? As the company president, you didn't even say a word, just abandoned us and left with this little security guard. How are we supposed to feel about that?" Before Lu Shui could speak, Su Ran coldly laughed without any mercy and said, "Don't make yourself sound so high and mighty. If the four of us hadn't left with Brother Zhao and had stayed with you instead, we probably would have been defiled by you beasts by now." His words were like a sharp sword, piercing straight at Ah Bao, leaving Ah Bao speechless instantly. However, Yi Wei, who was standing nearby, quickly reacted and came to Ah Bao's rescue, saying, "Su Ran, what you said is too much. How could we be those kinds of people?" Yi Wei's voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction and anger, as if he felt very wronged by Su Ran's accusations. However, Su Ran didn't buy it at all. Instead, she retorted angrily, "Yi Wei, I always thought you were a gentleman, but I never expected you to be a hypocrite. Stop trying to argue. Facts speak louder than words." As she spoke, Su Ran's gaze sharpened as she stared intently at Yi Wei, and she continued, "The suitcase that Brother Zhao and I found is yours, and that's irrefutable evidence. You'd better explain to everyone what you were doing with all those sexy lingerie, condoms, and aphrodisiacs in your suitcase when we're all out traveling?" Su Ran's questions came like a barrage of cannonballs, catching Yi Wei off guard. His face instantly turned red and white, clearly because Su Ran had hit a nerve. At this moment, Ah Bao and the other company executives all turned their attention to Yi Wei, seemingly waiting for his explanation. Seeing all the company executives turning their attention to him, Yi Wei was startled, but he quickly regained his composure and hurriedly began to explain. "Don't believe her nonsense. She's making this up out of thin air, maliciously slandering us, and trying to sow discord between us. How could I, Yi Wei, be that kind of person? And why would I carry such a thing with me?" Although Yi Wei spoke passionately and righteously, his panicked expression had already betrayed him. The company executives present weren't fools either. They now believed what Su Ran had said. Seeing that his schemes had been exposed by Zhao Tianyu, Ah Bao knew that staying any longer would only bring him humiliation. So he glared fiercely at Zhao Tianyu, then turned to Yi Wei and the group of company executives and said, "Let's go!" After saying that, Ah Bao turned around first, preparing to lead everyone away from this embarrassing place. However, they had only taken 2 steps when suddenly, Zhao Tianyu's voice boomed behind them like a thunderclap. "Stop! Did I tell you to leave?" The sudden shout made Ah Bao and the group of company executives tremble. They all stopped in their tracks and turned to look at Zhao Tianyu in astonishment. Ah Bao's face turned extremely ugly. He stared intently at Zhao Tianyu and replied coldly, "What do you want to do?" Zhao Tianyu sneered and said sarcastically, "You people are really quite casual, aren't you? Coming and going as you please. Do you really think this is your personal market?" Seeing this, Ah Bao also sneered and retorted without backing down. "This deserted island isn't yours. I can go wherever I want. What right do you have to tell me what to do? Don't think you're so great just because you have some skills. I'm not afraid of you. If you push me too far, I'll fight you to the death. I want to see what you, all by yourself, can do to all of us." Before he could finish speaking, Ah Bao's gaze suddenly shifted to Lu Shui and the other 3, his sneer growing even more pronounced. He said in a sarcastic tone, "And you 4 sluts, stop pretending to be so high and mighty. You've been in the woods with this kid for half a month, you must have already given your bodies to him, right?" Ah Bao's words were like a sharp sword, piercing the hearts of Lu Shui and the other 3. Their faces instantly turned bright red, as if they had been slapped in the face in public, feeling both ashamed and angry. Su Ran was trembling with rage. Her eyes widened as she yelled at Ah Bao, "You're talking nonsense! Do you think Brother Zhao is like you filthy scoundrels? You're a complete scoundrel!" However, Ah Bao was unfazed by Su Ran's angry rebuke. Instead, he sneered and continued to provoke her. "Oh my, look at you, calling him Brother Zhao so affectionately! Who would believe you haven't had something happen between you two?" Chapter 49 Terrifying Strength. Upon hearing Ah Bao's words, Su Ran was so angry that she trembled all over. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu said to her, "It's not worth getting angry with this kind of person. Let's see how I deal with him. If I don't beat the shit out of him, I'll change my mind." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Tianyu turned his head sharply and shot his gaze at Ah Bao like a sharp arrow. His lips curled slightly upward, forming a cold smile that sent chills down one's spine. "I see you're itching for a beating again, kid!" Zhao Tianyu's tone was full of sarcasm and threat. "Perfect timing! I haven't stretched my legs in days, so I'll use you, you reckless fool, to practice today." Ah Bao was clearly intimidated by Zhao Tianyu's imposing manner. He involuntarily took 2 steps back, a look of fear on his face. However, after a brief moment of hesitation, Ah Bao quickly regained his composure. He widened his eyes and shouted loudly at Yi Wei and the other company executives. "Everyone, attack together! Kill this security guard! Rob those 4 bitches, and let's all have some fun!" Hearing Ah Bao's shout, Yi Wei and the other executives responded. They quickly got into position and pounced on Zhao Tianyu like hungry tigers, clearly intending to outnumber him and kill him. Despite being surrounded by this group, Zhao Tianyu showed no fear. His cold smile grew even wider, as if these people were nothing more than a bunch of vulnerable ants in his eyes. "Don't say I'm bullying you!" Zhao Tianyu's voice echoed through the crowd, carrying an unshakable confidence. "Come at me all at once!" Seeing this, Ah Bao shouted without hesitation, "Go!" With that roar, a group of people swept towards Zhao Tianyu like a surging wave. However, at this critical moment, Zhao Tianyu swiftly dodged to the side like a ghost, easily avoiding the attack. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Tianyu launched a flying kick, striking Yi Wei in the stomach with lightning speed. This kick was like a thunderbolt, carrying boundless power and might. Yi Wei didn't even have time to react. Like a kite with a broken string, he was kicked away violently. He flew through the air in an arc before crashing heavily 2 or 3 meters away, letting out a piercing scream. The scream seemed to be a signal, and then Zhao Tianyu's fist struck a company executive on the head, with lightning speed. The executive didn't even have time to make a sound before collapsing to the ground, unconscious, as if his soul had been ripped away. Zhao Tianyu's figure weaved through the crowd. Every move he made was as fast as the wind and as accurate as lightning. hitting the target precisely every time. Those he struck all fell to the ground instantly, some fainted immediately, while others lay on the ground groaning in pain. In less than a minute, everyone except Ah Bao had been knocked to the ground and rendered unable to fight. Some fainted immediately, without making a sound, others lay on the ground, wailing incessantly, as if suffering immense pain. Upon seeing this, Ah Bao was stunned and speechless. Although he knew Zhao Tianyu was very capable, he never expected him to be this capable. In his original plan, with so many of them attacking together, they could easily defeat Zhao Tianyu. However, to his utter surprise, Yi Wei and the dozen or so company executives didn't even last a minute before being easily dealt with by Zhao Tianyu. At this moment, Ah Bao also knew that Zhao Tianyu had not used his full strength when he fought him last time. He no longer had the arrogant and domineering spirit he had just had. His eyes were filled with fear when he looked at Zhao Tianyu, and even his hands and feet began to tremble uncontrollably. Lu Shui and the other three were so shocked by what they saw that they were speechless, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg in them. Although they knew in their hearts that Zhao Tianyu was quite skilled, they never imagined that he was so terrifying. In just 1 minute, they easily dealt with Yi Wei and his group. Zhao Tianyu clapped his hands nonchalantly, then looked at Ah Bao with a big smile and teased. "Oh dear! He's too weak. I haven't even had my fill of beating him yet. Now it's your turn." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Ah Bao seemed to have all his strength drained away, and he collapsed to his knees with a thud, his body trembling uncontrollably. He looked up at Zhao Tianyu with a terrified expression and stammered, "Brother Zhao, oh no! Uncle Zhao, I was wrong, I really know I was wrong, please have mercy on me. I promise I will never dare to provoke you again, just let me go like a fart." Seeing Ah Bao kneeling and begging for mercy, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but feel a little surprised. In his original expectation, even if Ah Bao couldn't beat him, he would at least put up a fight. But he never expected that this guy would be so afraid of death. Lu Shui and the other three people standing to the side were filled with contempt and disdain for Ah Bao's behavior. Lu Shui, in particular, was so angry that her chest heaved. She cursed inwardly. "How could I have chosen such a good-for-nothing as my bodyguard? I must have been blind." Seeing Ah Bao kneeling and begging for mercy, Zhao Tianyu almost couldn't bear to hit him. But then she thought that if she didn't teach him a lesson, he might come back to bother her in the future, and she also thought about what she had just said. Then he said to Ah Bao, "I just said I was going to beat the shit out of you. If I do that, then I'll have to write my name Zhao backwards." After saying this, he slowly walked towards Ah Bao. When Ah Bao saw Zhao Tianyu walking towards him, he felt a tightness in his anus and his whole body trembled. He immediately said to Zhao Tianyu, "If you don't hit me, I can give you some good stuff." Hearing this, Zhao Tianyu immediately became interested and said to him, "Tell me, what can you give me? If what you give me satisfies me, I won't hit you." Ah Bao quickly said, "Don't you like smoking? I can give you cigarettes and medicine, and some other things too." After saying this, he looked at Lu Shui and the other three, and continued, "There are also some women's clothes and women's items." Upon hearing Ah Bao's words, Zhao Tianyu was taken aback, thinking, "Where did he get these things? Could he be lying to me?" He then asked, "Don't try to fool me, where did you get all this stuff?" Ah Bao immediately chimed in, "How could I dare to lie to you? A few days ago we found several suitcases on the shore, and these things were all found inside those suitcases." Chapter 50. Following Ah Bao to retrieve something. Hearing this, Zhao Tianyu was overjoyed and thought to himself, "These people are so lucky to find suitcases on the shore." Zhao Tianyu's lips curled up slightly, revealing a smile, and then he said, "Take me to get that suitcase now. If it really contains what you said, I will naturally let you go." Upon hearing this, Ah Bao felt as if he had been granted a pardon and quickly nodded in agreement, saying, "I'll take you there right away, I'll take you there right away." After saying that, he hurriedly got up from the ground, his movements appearing somewhat disheveled. Zhao Tianyu then said to Lu Shui and the other three, "You guys go back first, I'll go with him to get the things." However, before he could finish speaking, Lu Shui and the other three said almost simultaneously, "We want to go with you too." Hearing them say that, Zhao Tianyu nodded and said, "All right then, since you all want to go, let's go together." Zhao Tianyu then turned to look at Ah Bao, his face darkening, and said sternly, "You take us there now, and you better not try anything funny, or I won't let you off easily." Abao was intimidated by Zhao Tianyu's imposing manner and repeatedly nodded and bowed, saying, "Don't worry, I would never dare to play any tricks. I'll take you there right now, I'll take you there right now." After saying that, Abao turned and left, but in the instant he turned, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Zhao Tianyu and the others followed Abao toward their shelter. Yu Wei and the group of company executives also struggled to their feet and followed, supporting each other. After more than an hour's journey, Zhao Tianyu and his companions, led by Abao, finally arrived at their shelter. Although this shelter was not as sturdy as the one Zhao Tianyu and the others built by the river, it was still able to withstand some wind and rain. Outside the shelter, there was a large pile of mussel shells and some coconut shells, indicating that they had been eating these things to fill their stomachs for the past 2 weeks. Zhao Tianyu stopped in his tracks, staring intently at Abao, and said without any politeness, "Where's the stuff? Stop dawdling and go get it to me right now." When Abao heard Zhao Tianyu's words, a hint of panic flashed across his face, but he quickly regained his composure and hurriedly replied, "I've hidden all these things in the woods. I'll take you there to get them right away." However, the moment Abao spoke, a hint of malice flashed in his eyes. Although the malice was fleeting, it was still caught by the perceptive Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu thought to himself, "This kid is definitely up to no good. What tricks is he trying to pull? I'll see what he's up to." However, Zhao Tianyu did not expose Abao on the spot. Instead, he said coldly with a blank expression, "Then take us to get it now." Upon seeing this, Abao quickly nodded in agreement and then strode towards the woods. Zhao Tianyu and the others slowly followed. Just then, Lu Shui gracefully walked to Zhao Tianyu's side, then leaned forward slightly, brought her lips close to Zhao Tianyu's ear, and whispered to him, "Brother Zhao, I think Abao has ulterior motives. He seems to want to lure us into this forest." Upon hearing Lu Shui's words, Zhao Tianyu was taken aback. He was amazed by Lu Shui's insight and thought to himself, "She's quite clever. She was able to see through Abao's ill intentions." Zhao Tianyu nodded and replied in a low voice, "Don't worry, I want to see what tricks he's up to." So the group followed Abao closely, slowly walking deeper into the woods. After about a few hundred meters, Abao suddenly stopped without warning. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu and the others also stopped 3 or 4 meters away from Abao. Zhao Tianyu looked at Abao expressionlessly and asked in a cold tone, "Where's the stuff?" Abao seemed completely unconcerned about Zhao Tianyu's indifferent attitude. He slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a sly smile, and then pointed to a clump of dense bushes not far away, saying to Zhao Tianyu, "The thing is hidden behind those bushes." Zhao Tianyu followed the direction Abao was pointing and saw that the bushes were growing very lushly, almost completely covering what was behind them. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu's doubts deepened. He still spoke to Abao in that cold tone. "Then go and get it." Abao nodded and slowly walked towards the bushes, while Zhao Tianyu and Lu Shui stared intently at him. Before long, Abao arrived at the back of the bushes. He crouched down and pulled a suitcase out from behind the bushes. Immediately afterwards he straightened up, held the suitcase up to his eyes, and shouted loudly to Zhao Tianyu and the others, "Look, isn't this the suitcase? I'm not lying to you. Come and take it." When Zhao Tianyu saw the suitcase in Abao's hand, he couldn't help but be surprised. This kid actually has a suitcase. However, just as his thoughts shifted, the cunning and ruthlessness that had flashed in Abao's eyes suddenly came to mind. Zhao Tianyu instantly understood that Abao had ulterior motives in asking him to go and get his suitcase. He was probably plotting something in secret. However, Zhao Tianyu was skilled and daring. He immediately turned to Lu Shui and the others and instructed them, "You all stay here and don't move around. I'll go check out the situation." Seeing this, Lu Shui quickly grabbed Zhao Tianyu, staring suspiciously at Abao behind the bushes, and said sternly, "You're definitely up to no good. What tricks are you trying to pull? Just bring your suitcase over, we'll wait for you here." Upon hearing Lu Shui's words, Abao's face instantly darkened, but he quickly adjusted his expression and revealed an unnatural smile. He said, "Mr. Lu, what are you saying? How could I possibly play any tricks? It's just that I have too many suitcases and I really can't carry them all by myself. so I'm asking you to come and help me. Looking at Ah Bao's fake smile, Zhao Tianyu was now 100% certain that Ah Bao was up to something when he called him over. Zhao Tianyu said softly to Lu Shui and the others, "I'll go see what tricks he's up to." Before Lu Shui and the others could answer, Zhao Tianyu strode towards the bushes like a gust of wind. Seeing this, Lu Shui and the others exchanged glances and quickly followed. When Zhao Tianyu and his group walked up to Ah Bao, they saw 3 or 4 suitcases on the ground. Seeing this, Ah Bao quickly nodded and bowed, saying, "See, I didn't lie to you, did I? There really are suitcases here." Chapter 51. Lu Shui is taken hostage by Ah Bao. Zhao Tianyu stared at Ah Bao with a cold gaze and expressionless face, and said in a detached tone, "You're smart enough to let me go this time." Upon seeing this, Ah Bao immediately bowed and scraped like a lapdog, replying with a fawning expression, "Don't worry, I will never cause you any more trouble in the future." Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu's doubts were not dispelled. He recalled the barely perceptible malice that had flashed in Ah Bao's eyes just now. He thought to himself, "How could this kid hand over these suitcases to me so easily? There must be something fishy going on. Maybe there's something dangerous hidden in these suitcases." Thinking of this, Zhao Tianyu frowned slightly and said to Ah Bao in an increasingly cold voice, "Open your suitcase, I need to check it." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's request, Ah Bao was visibly taken aback. He clearly hadn't expected Zhao Tianyu to make such a request. However, he quickly regained his composure, a smile returning to his face as he said with a forced smile, "Haha, you really are cautious. Are you worried that there's some danger in this suitcase? Okay, I'll open it and show you." As he spoke, Ah Bao slowly squatted down and carefully opened each of the suitcases one by one. The moment the suitcase was opened, Zhao Tianyu and the others all widened their eyes in unison. The scene inside the suitcase was astonishing. One suitcase was filled with all sorts of women's clothes and accessories, colorful and dazzling. Seeing this, Lu Shui and the other 3 squatted down and curiously picked up the clothes to examine them carefully. The contents of the other suitcase were somewhat unexpected. It contained 5 or 6 packs of cigarettes and several lighters. Zhao Tianyu's gaze was immediately drawn to the cigarettes and lighters, and a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. The other 2 suitcases contained some men's clothing and some commonly used medicines. Ah Bao looked at Zhao Tianyu with a smile, and then said happily, "These things are all for you." His tone was relaxed and casual, as if he didn't care about who owned the items. However, changing the subject, Ah Bao suddenly pretended to be a little embarrassed and said, "But you see, it doesn't seem quite right to give you all this stuff. After all, we had a lot of trouble finding these suitcases. Could you leave some for us?" Upon hearing Ah Bao's words, Zhao Tianyu smiled and replied, "Don't worry, I'm not the greedy kind of person. How about this? We'll take half of these things and leave the other half for you." After saying this, Zhao Tianyu bent down to get the cigarettes from his suitcase. His attention was completely focused on his suitcase, and he was completely unaware of the changes in his surroundings. However, at that moment, Ah Bao quietly took out a sharp wooden stick from behind his back. He gripped the wooden stick tightly in his hand, as if it were a deadly weapon. As Zhao Tianyu bent down, Ah Bao quickly reached out a hand and tightly embraced Lu Shui's body. Lu Shui was startled by this sudden action, and her body trembled involuntarily. Ah Bao pressed the sharp wooden stick tightly against Lu Shui's neck. With just a little force, it could pierce her skin. "Stop it, all of you!" Ah Bao shouted at Zhao Tianyu and the others, his voice revealing a hint of ferocity and determination. Zhao Tianyu and the others were completely unprepared for Ah Bao's sudden attack on Lu Shui, and their faces showed expressions of astonishment. Zhao Tianyu was filled with remorse. He had clearly anticipated that Ah Bao might play tricks, yet he was still so careless, putting Lu Shui in danger. Suppressing his anger, Zhao Tianyu coldly said to Ah Bao, "Let her go, and I'll pretend this never happened." Ah Bao sneered and replied, "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? If I let her go, you'll forgive me?" Zhao Tianyu frowned deeply and continued coldly, "What exactly do you want?" Ah Bao's eyes flashed with malice as he stared intently at Zhao Tianyu, gritting his teeth as he said, "What do you want? Haha, of course I want to kill you, you ignorant fool! You damned security guard, you shouldn't even be here. If it weren't for you, these 4 beauties would already be my playthings. You've made us lose face, do you think I'll let you off easily? Despite Ah Bao's threat, Zhao Tianyu's expression remained unchanged. He simply stared at the man coldly, a disdainful smile playing on his lips, and said, "Release her now, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, this day next year will be your death anniversary." Upon hearing this, Ah Bao's sneer deepened. He said mockingly, "Don't try to scare me. It's a fight to the death. She's in my hands now. Even if I die, I'll take someone down with me. To have such a beautiful woman like President Liu die with me, I'll die a worthy death." No sooner had he finished speaking than Su Ran, who was standing to the side, could no longer contain her anger. Her eyes widened as she angrily shouted at Ah Bao. "Ah Bao, are you even human? President Liu has always treated you very well at the company, and you actually repay kindness with enmity by taking her hostage. Release her right now." Ah Bao sneered. "I know President Liu has treated me well in the company. But after arriving on this deserted island, she actually abandoned us to seek refuge with this damned little security guard. How am I supposed to feel about that? And you, Su Ran, let me tell you the truth, I've wanted to sleep with you for a long time." Hearing him say that, Su Ran was so angry that her face turned red and she couldn't help but curse. "Ah Bao, you scum, you deserve to die. President Liu must be blind to hire someone like you as his bodyguard." Unfazed by Su Ran's insults, Ah Bao sneered. "Say what you will. Wait till I kill this security guard and see how I deal with you." After saying this, he turned to Zhao Tianyu and said, "Now do as I say. Take out the military knife from your waist. Hurry up, or I'll kill her right now." Zhao Tianyu didn't say anything, but drew the military knife from his waist and held it in his hand. Ah Bao said coldly, "Very well. Right now, take the handle of your military knife and stab yourself in the leg." Zhao Tianyu remained unmoved, sneering. "Are you stupid? Or am I stupid? Am I crazy? Why would I stab myself in the leg?" Ah Bao said angrily, "If you don't stab me, I'll kill President Liu right now, you believe me?" Chapter 52, Dealing with Ah Bao. Zhao Tianyu's lips curled into a faint smile. He nodded gently and said unhurriedly, "Of course I believe you. And I have complete faith in your ability. Now do it and kill her." His words revealed a mockery and disdain, as if he didn't care about the current situation at all. Upon hearing this, Ah Bao was taken aback. The muscles on his face tensed instantly. He widened his eyes and roared angrily, "You don't even care whether she lives or dies?" Zhao Tianyu's smile remained unchanged. He sneered and retorted, "How could I not care about her life or death? However, I will not be coerced by you because of her. I'm not so stupid as to stab myself in the back." After saying that, he glanced at Lu Shui, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Then Zhao Tianyu said to Lu Shui, "Lu Shui, don't worry. If he really kills you, I will definitely avenge you." Lu Shui naturally understood Zhao Tianyu's thoughts. She took a deep breath and calmly replied, "Okay, I believe you. If he really kills me, you must remember to avenge me." After saying that, Lu Shui turned her head and stared at Ah Bao with cold eyes, saying without fear, "Ah Bao, go ahead and do it. I don't want to live anymore anyway." Ah Bao never expected Zhao Tianyu and Lu Shui to respond like this. He originally thought that as long as he took Lu Shui hostage, Zhao Tianyu would obey him. However, the current situation is completely unexpected, leaving him somewhat at a loss. A mocking smile played on Zhao Tianyu's lips as his voice echoed in the air, carrying a hint of sarcasm and urging, "Hurry up and kill her! I'm waiting to kill you too. Don't worry, after I kill you, I'll definitely find a good place to bury you. Look at this beautiful place, burying you here will be the best I can do for you." Ah Bao's face turned extremely ugly. His lips trembled slightly, and his hand, which had been tightly gripping the wooden stick, began to shake uncontrollably. His heart was filled with fear and contradiction. He knew that once he killed Lu Shui, Zhao Tianyu would definitely not let him go. Ah Bao was actually a very afraid person of death, and he didn't want to die here like this at all. However, given the circumstances, he seemed to have no other choice. He took a deep breath, trying to keep his voice from trembling too much. Then I'll do it? You forced me to." Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu's smile widened, and he mocked, "Hurry up and do it! Why are you, a grown man, dawdling like a woman?" Bao's body trembled violently. He stared wide-eyed at Zhao Tianyu, his fear growing stronger. Despite the harshness of Zhao Tianyu's words, he still couldn't muster the courage to harm Lu Shui. Seeing his expression, Zhao Tianyu sneered and said in an icy voice, "I'll say it one last time, release her immediately, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Tianyu gripped his military knife tightly and slowly walked towards Bao, each step showing exceptional determination and revealing a chilling killing intent. As Zhao Tianyu approached, Bao's fear intensified, and his body trembled uncontrollably. When he saw the murderous intent in Zhao Tianyu's eyes, he finally broke down completely. His voice was filled with despair and fear as he shouted, "Do you really mean what you say? If I let her go, will you really let me go?" Zhao Tianyu's smile widened, and he said sarcastically, "Of course I keep my word. Do you think I'm like you, a fickle and unpredictable person?" Hearing Zhao Tianyu's affirmative answer, Bao's fear lessened slightly. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to believe Zhao Tianyu. He quickly released Lu Shui, then gave her a hard push on the back, causing her to stumble forward. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Bao turned around and, like a frightened rabbit, ran wildly into the distance. Upon seeing this, a cold glint flashed in Zhao Tianyu's eyes. Without hesitation, he raised the military knife in his hand, swung his arm sharply, and the knife flew out like lightning, heading straight for Bao's back. With a thud, the military knife pierced deeply into Bao's back. Bao let out a shrill scream and fell forward to the ground. This sudden scene completely stunned Su Ran and the others. They stared wide-eyed at what was happening before them, their faces filled with terror, and for a moment they forgot to scream. Zhao Tianyu walked slowly to Bao with a blank expression, each step seeming exceptionally heavy, as if the whole world was holding its breath for this moment. He crouched down, his movements as gentle as a breeze across a lake, but when his hand grasped the military knife at Bao's waist, everything became cold and resolute. In an instant, the military knife was pulled out, a flash of cold light, and a stream of scarlet blood gushed out from Bao's back like a fountain. The blood splattered on the ground, creating a shocking scene. Bao's screams echoed throughout the space. His body trembled violently from the excruciating pain, and his face showed an expression of extreme agony. He hissed, "Didn't you say you would spare me?" A cold smile crept across Zhao Tianyu's lips. His voice, as icy as frost in a freezing night, was cold and ruthless as he spoke. "Even if I spare you this time, you'll definitely come back to cause trouble for us next time. I've already given you a chance, but you're courting death and insist on going down a dead end. You can't blame me for that. I'll send you on your way now, and I hope you can be reborn as a good person in your next life." A flicker of despair flashed in Bao's eyes, and his pleas grew increasingly desperate. "Please don't kill me. I don't want to die." However, Zhao Tianyu's mind was made up, and he ignored Bao's pleas. Zhao Tianyu gripped Bao's hair tightly with one hand like an iron clamp, while his other hand held the blood-stained military knife. Without hesitation, he swung it forcefully at Bao's neck. Instantly, blood gushed from Bao's neck like a fountain, splattering onto Zhao Tianyu and forming a crimson mist. Bao's eyes were wide open, his face filled with resentment and fear, and his life came to an abrupt end at that moment. Witnessing this bloody scene, Lu Shui and the others turned pale with fright and screamed loudly. Chapter 53: The Shock of the Crowd. Looking at the lifeless Bao in front of him, Zhao Tianyu's face remained completely calm, as if he had just killed an insignificant chicken. He expressionlessly wiped the blood-stained military knife back and forth on Bao's clothes until the blade regained its gleaming edge, then slowly tucked it back into his belt. After doing all that, Zhao Tianyu bent down and carefully examined Bao's corpse. After a while, he took out a pack of cigarettes that hadn't been finished and a lighter from Bao's pocket. Zhao Tianyu stood up and walked steadily to Lu Shui, Su Ran, and the others. Su Ran stared at him in terror, stammering, Brother Zhao, you killed someone?" Zhao Tianyu nodded expressionlessly and replied calmly, "Shouldn't he have died?" Before he could finish speaking, and before Su Ran could even open her mouth, Lin Yu suddenly cried out in terror, "He deserves to die, but you don't have to kill him, do you?" Zhao Tianyu's eyes instantly turned cold. He looked coldly at Lin Yu and said, You all saw what just happened. He took Lu Shui hostage, intending to kill me and then rape you all. This kind of person deserves to die and doesn't deserve any sympathy. Lin Yu seemed intimidated by Zhao Tianyu's imposing manner, but she still forced herself to remain calm and retorted. This is still a human life. How could you be so heartless? Zhao Tianyu was furious. He said irritably, If I weren't ruthless, I would be the one who's dead. You guys would have been defiled by this scum long ago. His voice was full of anger and helplessness. Hearing Zhao Tianyu say that, Lin Yu seemed to want to say something, but before she could speak, Lu Shui grabbed her arm. Lu Shui looked at Zhao Tianyu with a firm gaze and said, I think Brother Zhao did the right thing. It's good that someone like a Bao was killed. If we let him go this time, he will definitely come back to cause trouble for us next time. Lu Shui paused for a moment, then continued. Just like Brother Zhao said, there are no laws on this deserted island, and anything can happen. Sometimes we have to be ruthless to better protect ourselves. Although her words were somewhat cold, they revealed a sense of helplessness and reality. It must be said that Lu Shui's perspective was quite insightful. Hearing her say this, Su Ran, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting all fell silent, saying nothing more. Zhao Tianyu looked at Lu Shui, feeling a surge of relief. He nodded and said, It's getting late, let's go. After saying that, he squatted down, zipped up the suitcases, picked one up, and carried it on his shoulder. Seeing this, Lu Shui and the others each picked up a suitcase and followed him. When they returned to the shore with their suitcases, Yu Wei and the group of company executives were outside the shelter, groaning in pain. This showed that Zhao Tianyu had just used considerable force. When Yu Wei and his group saw Zhao Tianyu, a look of fear instantly appeared on their faces. Zhao Tianyu stopped and placed his suitcase steadily on the ground, then stared at Yu Wei and his group with a cold gaze. Under Zhao Tianyu's gaze, Yu Wei and his group suddenly felt a chill rise from their spines, as if they were being stared at by a ferocious beast. Yu Wei said in a trembling voice, You, what else do you want to do? Where's Brother Leopard? Didn't he take you to get your suitcases? Zhao Tianyu's lips curled up slightly, revealing a cold smile. His voice was equally icy. That bastard Ah Bao dared to take President Lu hostage in the woods to threaten me, so I've already killed him. Zhao Tianyu's words were like a thunderclap, exploding in the ears of Yu Wei and his group. They had no idea that Zhao Tianyu would kill a Bao. For a moment Yu Wei and his group were stunned, their hearts filled with panic and unease. They were afraid that Zhao Tianyu would kill them without mercy, just like he had done to a Bao. Yu Wei's face turned deathly pale instantly, and a fine layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. He stammered, I know I was wrong, I will never bother you again, please let me go, don't kill me. His voice was filled with fear and pleading. Yes. We all know we were wrong, and will never dare to cause you any more trouble. Please have mercy and let us go. A company executive echoed, his face filled with terror, his legs even trembling slightly. Chen Ming pleaded pitifully with Lu Shui. President Lu, I really know I was wrong. It was that bastard A Bao who forced me to act pitiful in front of you, trying to sow discord between us. I had no choice. Please don't kill me. I have elderly parents and children at home who need my care. I really don't want to die. Mr. Lu, I also have elderly parents and young children to support. Please have mercy and spare my life. I don't want to die here without knowing why. Another company executive also begged for mercy, his voice trembling with tears. However, just when everyone thought they were doomed, Zhao Tianyu suddenly spoke up. All right, stop pretending to be pitiful. I didn't say I was going to kill you. Don't worry so much. Hearing Zhao Tianyu say this, Yu Wei and his group secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Tianyu said coldly, I hope you won't mess with me again. If there's a next time, I'll definitely kill you. Do you hear me? Yu Wei and his group quickly promised that they would never provoke them again. Zhao Tianyu nodded, then opened several suitcases and took out some clothes and medicine for Yu Wei and his group. As for the few packs of cigarettes, he couldn't bear to give them to them. Seeing that Zhao Tianyu not only didn't kill them, but also gave them clothes and medicine, Yu Wei and his group were somewhat moved. Even Lu Shui and the other three found it somewhat unbelievable that Zhao Tianyu gave clothes and medicine to Yu Wei and his group. Zhao Tianyu then said to Yu Wei and his group, You guys shouldn't stay on the shore either. The rescue team won't be able to find this place. You've eaten all the mussels and coconuts on this shore. If you stay on the shore any longer, you'll all starve to death. There's a small river in the woods, about 8 or 9 kilometers from the shore. Although the woods are dangerous, there's plenty of food. If you move to the riverbank and build a shelter, you might survive. Chapter 54 Zhao Tianyu teases Lin Yu. Hearing Zhao Tianyu say this, Yu Wei and his group were obviously taken aback. They looked at each other, not expecting Zhao Tianyu to treat them this way. After a while, they came to their senses and thanked Zhao Tianyu again. Zhao Tianyu didn't say anything more, and turned to leave with Lu Shui and the others. And so, the group walked on in silence for a long time, without anyone saying a word. Suddenly, Su Ran broke the silence. She looked at Zhao Tianyu and said thoughtfully, Brother Zhao, I find it increasingly difficult to understand you. Sometimes I think you are ruthless and merciless, but other times I think you are kind-hearted and full of humanity. Zhao Tianyu stopped and looked at Su Ran with interest, then asked with a smile, Oh? Why do you say that? Su Ran hesitated for a moment, then said, Here's what I'm thinking. Since you've already killed Ah Bao, logically speaking, you should also eliminate Yu Wei and his group to prevent them from spreading the news of your killing of Ah Bao after they leave this deserted island. After all, it's a human life. Lin Yu chimed in. Yes. I felt the same way. I thought you would kill Yu Wei and the others without hesitation, but you not only didn't do anything, you even gave them clothes and medicine, and told them there was a small river in the woods. This was really beyond my expectations. Hearing what they said, Zhao Tianyu said angrily, According to you, the 4 of you saw me kill someone with your own eyes. Should I kill all 4 of you? Su Ran said with a smile. The 4 of us are all beauties, you wouldn't have the heart to kill us. Zhao Tianyu was speechless for a moment, and said, Being ruthless has to be directed at people and things. Actually, I didn't want to kill anyone. Killing Ah Bao today was out of necessity. Now that Ah Bao is dead, Yu Wei and his gang pose no threat to us anymore, and after today's events, I don't think they'll dare to provoke us again. Hearing him say that, Lu Shui and the others nodded in agreement. Lu Shui said with some concern, Yu Wei and his group have no experience in wilderness survival. I don't know if they can survive on this deserted island. Zhao Tianyu said with a smile, You don't need to worry about that. Take care of yourself first. You can barely take care of yourself, why bother with them? Hearing Zhao Tianyu say that, Lu Shui didn't say anything more. By the time they returned to the campfire, it had completely died down. Everyone put down their suitcases and collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. The sun was about to set, and everyone was starving. However, it was no longer possible to find food in the woods. After resting on the ground for a while, Zhao Tianyu said to Lu Shui and the others, Go and gather some firewood and cut some palm leaves. I'll go to the shore and get some mussels to roast. After saying this, he drew his military knife from his waist and handed it to Lu Shui. Turning around, Lu Shui and the others stood up and went into the woods to gather firewood and cut palm leaves. As darkness fell, Lu Shui and the others gathered some firewood and chopped some palm leaves to bring back and light a fire. Zhao Tianyu also smashed some mussels with stones and brought them back in his clothes. They pulled out some still burning charcoal from the fire and placed the mussels on it to roast slowly. Once the mussels were cooked, everyone eagerly picked them up, broke off the shells, and began to feast. After eating the roasted mussels, Zhao Tianyu took the pot made from the oil drum to the shore, filled it with seawater, and placed it on the fire to boil sea salt crystals. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and started smoking with a look of enjoyment on his face. Now that he has so many cigarettes, Zhao Tianyu will have some spiritual nourishment for the foreseeable future. Lu Shui and the other 3 girls opened the suitcase containing women's products, took out cosmetics, and began to put on makeup. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu's lips curled up slightly, revealing a mocking smile. He teased, Women, they really love to dress up. In this desolate wilderness, in the middle of nowhere, they actually have the mood to put on makeup. Who are they trying to impress? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu raised her eyebrows and retorted irritably, What do you know? Loving beauty is a woman's nature. What does it have to do with where you are? Haven't you ever seen a girl who doesn't like to wear makeup? Hearing her say that, Zhao Tianyu nodded thoughtfully and replied, Yes, that's true. But to be honest, the four of you are already pretty enough. Even without makeup, you're still very charming. His words made Lu Shui and the other three feel quite pleased. Lin Yu asked sweetly, "Oh? Really? Then tell me, which of the four of us is the prettiest?" Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu didn't mince words and answered bluntly, "Is there even a question? Of course it's Lu Shui. Her face is like a fairy descended from heaven, and her temperament is top-notch too. While the three of you are pretty, you're still just a tiny bit less attractive than her." Upon hearing this, Lu Shui blushed and lowered her head shyly. However, Zhao Tianyu changed the subject and continued, "But if I had to choose one of you four to be my wife, I would definitely choose you." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was taken aback, clearly surprised. She blinked her big eyes and asked curiously, "Oh? Why?" Zhao Tianyu's smile grew even brighter as he chuckled and replied, "Haha, because I like big breasts. Who told you to have such big breasts? I can use them as a pillow to lean on when I sleep at night." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple. Feeling utterly ashamed, she said with a mixture of embarrassment and anger, "Can't you speak properly? You can't say anything nice." Zhao Tianyu, however, didn't seem to care and continued with a smile, "If a dog's mouth could produce ivory, that would be truly a miracle. But speaking of which, you're so skinny, how come your chest is so big? Did you have breast augmentation surgery?" Lin Yu's face turned from red to green. Her eyes widened, and she retorted angrily, "You're talking nonsense. I have a completely natural, genuinely good figure." Zhao Tianyu seemed satisfied with Lin Yu's reaction. He continued to tease her with a smile. "I don't believe you. Unless you let me check it myself, how am I supposed to know if you're telling the truth?" Lin Yu was so angry she almost fainted. Her chest heaved as she roared angrily, "You wish! You're just trying to take advantage of me." Zhao Tianyu said with a smile, "If they won't let you check, so be it. Why get angry?" Chapter 55 Bolitas Found in the Woods. Hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Lin Yu's face turned bright red with anger, and her chest heaved violently. I'm so angry! You surnamed Zhao, I'm not done with you yet." Lin Yu's voice was sharp and shrill, full of anger and dissatisfaction. Seeing Lin Yu's exasperated appearance, Lu Shui and the others couldn't help but burst into laughter. Su Ran smiled and said to Lin Yu, Yeah, why are you arguing with Brother Zhao? You know his personality, isn't that just asking for trouble?" Seeing Lin Yu's exasperated expression, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but smile. He quickly said, Okay, don't be angry. Getting angry is bad for your health. I was just joking with you, why are you taking it so seriously? Lin Yu knew perfectly well that if she continued arguing with Zhao Tianyu like this, she would definitely be the one to suffer. She snorted coldly, turned her head away, and refused to look at Zhao Tianyu again, thus expressing her dissatisfaction. Time passed by, and after about an hour, the seawater in the pot finally evaporated completely, leaving only a layer of grayish-white sea salt crystals at the bottom of the pot. Zhao Tianyu carefully picked up an empty bottle and collected the sea salt crystals little by little. Looking at the grayish-white sea salt crystals in the bottle, Lu Shui asked curiously, Brother Zhao, is this sea salt? Why isn't it the same color as the salt we usually eat? Hearing her ask this, Zhao Tianyu smiled and explained, These sea salt crystals still contain some toxic impurities, which is why they look this color. They must be filtered and boiled into sea salt before they can be consumed. Hearing him say that, the girls all looked at him with admiration. Zhao Tianyu then said to Lu Shui and the other three, It's getting late, and you've all had a long day. Go to sleep. I'll keep watch. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ran immediately said, Let the four of us take turns keeping watch. You still need to go looking for food tomorrow. Hearing her say that, Zhao Tianyu didn't say anything more. He lit several more fires around him, lay down on the palm leaves next to the fires, and started snoring in less than 3 minutes. The next morning, Zhao Tianyu woke up early and saw Zhou Wanting sitting by the fire, looking haggard with red and swollen eyes. When Zhou Wanting saw Zhao Tianyu wake up, she said to him, Brother Zhao, it's barely dawn, why are you awake? Why didn't you sleep a little longer? Zhao Tianyu climbed up from the palm leaf and said with a smile, I've had enough sleep. But your eyes are red. Lie down and get some sleep. Zhou Wanting was also extremely sleepy, so she nodded and lay down on the palm leaf to sleep. Zhao Tianyu stretched his stiff body, went to the shore, and put his head directly into the seawater. He immediately felt much more energetic. After washing up, I returned to the campfire, slung my bamboo basket over my shoulder, and headed into the woods. The sun had not yet risen, and the entire forest was shrouded in a thin mist, making visibility poor. Zhao Tianyu was extremely cautious with every step he took. He walked on for a while, and suddenly, a clear and sharp animal cry reached his ears. Curious, he looked up and saw a tiny squirrel standing on a pine tree not far away, staring at him with its big, round eyes and a silly look on its face, while occasionally letting out sharp cries. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu's lips curled up slightly, revealing a sly smile. He quickly pulled a slingshot from his pocket, and then took out a stone from his pocket as well. Carefully placing the stone on the slingshot's pad, tightening the rubber band, aiming at the squirrel, and launching it without hesitation. At this moment, Zhao Tianyu was only a dozen meters away from the squirrel, which was a piece of cake for a slingshot expert like him. The stone shot off like lightning, flying straight towards the squirrel. In the blink of an eye, the stone struck the squirrel squarely on the head. The squirrel let out a miserable cry and fell from the tree like a kite with a broken string, rolling around on the ground. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu was secretly delighted and hurriedly stepped forward to pick up the injured squirrel. However, just as he was about to get close to the squirrel suddenly opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth, and tried to bite him. Zhao Tianyu reacted quickly. Without fear, he grabbed the squirrel and, with all his might, slammed it hard against the trunk of the large pine tree. With a loud bang, the squirrel slammed into the tree trunk like a cannonball, then fell to the ground like a deflated balloon, completely still. Zhao Tianyu picked up the squirrel and felt its negligible weight, feeling a little disappointed. After all, this squirrel weighed less than a pound, so it wasn't really a big catch. However, even a small grasshopper is still meat. Zhao Tianyu comforted himself, put the squirrel in the bamboo basket, and continued walking deeper into the forest. He strode confidently through the dense forest, hoping to find more animals. However, after walking for quite a while, they didn't see a single other animal, and they couldn't help but feel disappointed and frustrated. Fortunately, the sun finally rose slowly, and sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow on the ground. The thin mist in the woods gradually dissipated, and visibility improved. Zhao Tianyu took a deep breath, adjusted his mindset, and continued walking forward. He hadn't gone far when his eyes suddenly lit up. There were some mushrooms growing under a large pine tree. He hurried forward and examined the mushrooms closely. When he saw their shapes clearly, a surge of joy welled up inside him. These mushrooms were actually porcini. Zhao Tianyu's hometown is surrounded by mountains. Every year during the rainy season in June and July, all kinds of wild mushrooms grow on the mountains, with porcini mushrooms being the most common. He was very familiar with these mushrooms, and he never expected to find them on this deserted island. He immediately put down the bamboo basket, broke off a few pine branches and placed them at the bottom of the basket, and carefully pulled the porcini mushrooms up by the roots and put them into the basket. Knowing that porcini mushrooms grew on this deserted island, after picking the porcini mushrooms under the pine tree, Zhao Tianyu carefully searched for more porcini mushrooms in the forest. After more than an hour, we finally picked 3 or 4 pounds of porcini mushrooms, which was a very good harvest. Just as he was about to return to the shore, he suddenly heard the call of a pheasant. Chapter 56: A Rare Delicacy. Zhao Tianyu looked up and saw a brightly colored pheasant standing on a branch of a big tree, chirping incessantly. The pheasant's feathers are multicolored and shimmer with a mesmerizing brilliance under the sunlight, as if they were a work of art meticulously painted by nature. Its call was clear and melodious, as if it were showing its presence to Zhao Tianyu. A surge of joy welled up in Zhao Tianyu's heart. He thought to himself, "It's just like what I wished for. I was just wondering where to find a pheasant to stew with porcini mushrooms, and this pheasant has come to me on its own." He quickly pulled a slingshot from his waist, then took a smooth stone from his pocket, and carefully placed it on the slingshot's pad. He took a deep breath, aimed at the pheasant, and then released his grip sharply. With a whoosh, the stone launched from the slingshot flew like lightning and struck the pheasant precisely. The pheasant let out a shrill cry and flew forward several meters like a kite with a broken string before crashing heavily to the ground. Upon seeing this, Zhao Tianyu quickly stepped forward and picked up the pheasant that was still flapping its wings. He grabbed the pheasant's neck tightly and twisted it forcefully. With a crisp crack, the pheasant's neck snapped. It struggled a few times before losing all signs of life. Zhao Tianyu looked at his spoils with satisfaction and threw them into the bamboo basket. Then, he continued walking towards the shore, feeling exceptionally relaxed. This trip not only yielded a large harvest of fresh porcini mushrooms, but also allowed us to shoot down a pheasant and a squirrel with a slingshot, making it a very fruitful trip. Zhao Tianyu was in a great mood and couldn't help but sing loudly. His singing startled the birds on the branches, causing them to scatter and fly away. Watching the birds scatter and fly away, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but laugh and curse. Damn it! Is my singing that bad? It was already noon when he returned to the shore. By then, Lu Shui and the others had also woken up and were sitting around the fire, boiling sea salt crystals. Zhao Tianyu dragged his exhausted body slowly to the fire. He gently placed the bamboo basket on the ground, then, like a deflated balloon, he plopped down heavily on the ground, panting heavily as if trying to expel all the fatigue from his body. Lu Shui and the other three were quite happy to see the porcini mushrooms, the pheasant, and the squirrel in the bamboo basket. Su Ran immediately took the pheasant out of the bamboo basket and threw it into the fire without hesitation. As the flames licked, the smell of burning chicken feathers instantly wafted out and filled the air. However, at that moment, Lin Yu suddenly picked up the dead squirrel and said to Zhao Tianyu, "Brother Zhao, how could you be so heartless? This squirrel was so cute, and it didn't have much meat on it. How could you bear to kill it?" Zhao Tianyu was already exhausted, and hearing Lin Yu's words made him a little annoyed. He replied irritably, "Hey, big watermelon, what time is it? You're still feeling sorry for small animals? I don't care if it's cute or not, as long as it can fill its stomach." Hearing Zhao Tianyu call her, big watermelon, again, Lin Yu's face instantly turned bright red, and she stomped her feet in anger. Her voice unconsciously rose 8 octaves. "I've already told you to stop calling me big watermelon. If you keep doing it, I'll. Zhao Tianyu found Lin Yu's sullen expression quite amusing. Instead of stopping, he chuckled and pressed on. "So what?" Provoked by Zhao Tianyu, Lin Yu became even angrier. She glared at him and said fiercely, "I'm not talking to you anymore." Just then, Lu Shui, who was standing to the side, couldn't stand it anymore and quickly said, All right. You two are such a pair of bickering lovers, you can't live without teasing each other, can you?" Lu Shui's words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the battle between Lin Yu and Zhao Tianyu. By this time, the pheasant in the fire had been burned black. Seeing this, Su Ran immediately found a stick, carefully pulled it out of the fire, and then quickly walked to the shore to clean and treat it. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu turned to Lu Shui and said, "You take some porcini mushrooms to the shore and clean them. I'll take care of this squirrel. I'll cook you a delicious meal later." Hearing that Zhao Tianyu was going to cook for them, Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting were all full of anticipation. Each of them took some porcini mushrooms from their bamboo baskets and went to the beach to wash them. Zhao Tianyu took the squirrel to the shore and began to process it. By the time he finished processing the squirrel, Su Ran had already processed the pheasant, and Lu Shui and the other two had cleaned the porcini mushrooms. Just then, the seawater in the pot had evaporated completely, leaving only a layer of sea salt crystals at the bottom of the pot. Zhao Tianyu carefully collected the sea salt crystals into an empty bottle. He then instructed Su Ran to take the pot to the shore and wash it with seawater. He himself went to the shore, picked up a piece of wood that had been washed ashore, washed it with seawater, and placed it on the ground next to the fire. Placed the pheasant and squirrel on the wooden board and chopped them into small pieces with a military knife. He picked up a pot and placed it over the fire, then poured in the chopped pheasant and squirrel meat, and used a dry stick to stir-fry them until fragrant. They took a few more bottles of water they had brought from the shelter, poured them into the pot, and began to slowly simmer it. Time passed by, and the pheasant and squirrel meat in the pot gradually became tender and fragrant. Zhao Tianyu then sliced the clean porcini mushrooms into thin slices and carefully placed them into the pot to stew with the pheasant and squirrel meat. He then took a small amount of sea salt crystals from the bottle and gently poured them into the pot. Seeing this, Lu Shui couldn't help but feel worried. She frowned and asked, "Brother Zhao, didn't you say before that these sea salt crystals contain toxic impurities? Won't we get poisoned if we just put them directly into the pot like this?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu smiled and reassured him. "Don't worry, these sea salt crystals won't kill you. Although they do contain some toxic impurities, eating them once or twice occasionally is fine." After hearing Zhao Tianyu's explanation, Lu Shui finally felt relieved. After a while, the pheasant meat, squirrel meat, and porcini mushrooms in the pot were finally cooked through. The rich aroma filled the air, making one's mouth water. The group, who were already starving, could no longer contain themselves and picked up their bowls and chopsticks. They couldn't wait to pick up the pheasant, squirrel meat, and beef tripe mushrooms from the pot and stuff them into their mouths to enjoy. One bite, and the delicious flavor explodes in your mouth. Pheasant meat is tender and juicy, squirrel meat has a unique aroma, and porcini mushrooms have a smooth and delicious texture. The subtle sea salt flavor adds another layer of complexity to the dish, making it unforgettable. Chapter 57: Seeing the Coconut Tree Again. A large pot of steaming, fragrant stewed pheasant, squirrel, and porcini mushrooms was devoured by a few people in no time, leaving not even a drop of broth. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Zhao Tianyu asked Su Ran to stay by the fire and continue boiling the sea salt crystals. He then led Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting along the coast to search for usable supplies. The four of them walked and stopped frequently, their eyes constantly scanning their surroundings. After walking along the coast for 7 or 8 kilometers, they finally found a tattered fishing net and 2 rusty iron containers. After all, Zhao Tianyu was quite satisfied to have found these things on this deserted island. After such a long walk, Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting were all exhausted. Their foreheads were covered in sweat, their breathing became rapid, and their clothes were soaked through and clung tightly to their bodies. Seeing the 3 of them like this, Zhao Tianyu felt a pang of heartache and then found a shady tree in the woods by the coast. After observing the surroundings and confirming that there was no potential danger, Lu Shui and the other 2 were allowed to sit under the tree to rest. He slowly leaned against the tree trunk, took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, took a deep drag, and exhaled a smoke ring. His gaze habitually fell on Lu Shui and the other 2 girls, or more precisely, on their loose necklines. Through the slightly open neckline, he could see Lu Shui and the others' underwear and their deep cleavage, which made his heart beat faster involuntarily. Unrealistic fantasies began to surface in his mind, playing out before his eyes like a movie. Time passed by, and he stared at the necklines of the 3 girls for a long time, completely forgetting everything around him. He only snapped out of his daze when the cigarette burned his fingers, and quickly threw the cigarette butt away. Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but swallow, the saliva making a soft, gulp, sound in his throat. He reluctantly withdrew his gaze, but his mind was still lingering on the scene he had just witnessed. After resting for nearly 20 minutes, I felt my strength returning. Everyone stood up and continued walking along the coast. After walking a little further, Zhou Wanting suddenly shouted, "Look, there seem to be coconut trees over there." Upon hearing her shout, Zhao Tianyu and the others abruptly raised their heads, their eyes fixed intently on the distance. In the distance, along the coastline, several tall coconut trees could be seen standing faintly. Overjoyed, the 4 quickened their pace involuntarily, rushing towards the coconut trees like a whirlwind. Only when they got closer could they truly see the full view of these coconut trees. These coconut trees were over 10 meters tall, their dense branches swaying gently in the sea breeze, as if waving to them. The branches of the coconut trees are covered with coconuts of all sizes, like strings of green gems, radiating an alluring luster. Not only that, but there were also some ripe coconuts scattered on the ground, some of which were rotten and spoiled, crawling with flying insects and ants, which was disgusting to look at. But some of them looked fresher, probably having just fallen from the tree. Since they moved to the woods to build a shelter, they haven't tasted that sweet and delicious coconut juice in a long time. Seeing these coconuts again filled the group with immense excitement and joy. Zhao Tianyu reacted quickly, picking up several relatively fresh coconuts from the ground. He then drew a sharp knife from his waist and skillfully split the coconuts open. He handed one to each of Lu Shui and the other 2, then picked one up himself and eagerly brought it to his lips, gulping down the coconut juice inside in one go. After finishing the coconut juice, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but shout, "Awesome! This is so refreshing! This coconut juice is so delicious!" Lu Shui and the other two were startled by him. Lin Yu was so frightened that she choked on the coconut juice and coughed violently. He said to Zhao Tianyu, annoyed, "Brother Zhao, don't you know that scaring people can be deadly? You don't have to shout so loudly about how delicious the coconut juice is. You startled us." Zhao Tianyu said, annoyed, "Why are you such a coward?" After saying that, he ignored her, spat into his palm, rubbed it, and put the military knife in his mouth. He grabbed the bare coconut tree with both hands and started climbing up. It would be quite difficult for an average person to climb this coconut tree, which is more than 10 meters tall, but it was a piece of cake for Zhao Tianyu. In less than a minute, it climbed to the top of the tree like a monkey. Seeing him climb the coconut tree, which was more than 10 meters tall, so quickly, Lu Shui and the other two were so surprised that their mouths dropped open. Lin Yu couldn't help but tease, "Is this guy born in the year of the monkey? Otherwise, how could he be so agile?" Hearing her say that, Lu Shui and Zhou Wanting couldn't help but laugh. Zhao Tianyu gripped the coconut tree trunk tightly with both hands, freed one hand to take the military knife from his mouth, and slashed at the joint between the coconut and the trunk. Coconuts kept falling down until all the coconuts on the tree were cut down, then he put the military knife back in his mouth. He grabbed the tree trunk with both hands, let go with his feet, and slid down to the bottom of the coconut tree in a flash. After a short rest, they continued climbing up the second coconut tree. It took more than half an hour to finally cut down all the coconuts from those coconut trees. There were a total of 70 or 80 coconuts. Zhao Tianyu then went to the shore and rummaged through the trash washed ashore to find a few relatively new woven bags, which he then used to pack the coconuts into them. Zhao Tianyu picked out the largest bag and carried it on his shoulder, while Lu Shui and the other two each carried a bag, and they headed back the way they came. Because everyone was carrying a bag of coconuts, they were walking rather slowly. Zhao Tianyu hadn't felt anything yet, but Lu Shui and the other two were almost unable to straighten their backs because of the weight of the coconuts on their shoulders. So much so that I had to stop and rest every short distance. They walked and stopped for more than 3 hours before finally returning to the campfire. As soon as they put the woven bag on the ground, Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting felt as if their bodies had been hollowed out, and they collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Zhao Tianyu was also exhausted and stood there panting heavily. Su Ran was both surprised and happy to see the coconuts inside the woven bag. After resting for more than 10 minutes, Zhao Tianyu finally recovered, while Lu Shui and the other two were still panting heavily. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhao Tianyu said to Lu Shui and the others, "You guys stay here and go gather some more firewood later. While we still have some time, I'll go into the woods and see if I can find some food." Chapter 58 Smoked Rabbit. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ran said to him without hesitation, "I'll go with you. We can look after each other, have company on the way, and I can also learn from you how to find food." Zhao Tianyu did not refuse Su Ran's words, but readily nodded and replied, "All right then, you can come with me." So the two of them shouldered bamboo baskets and walked together into the depths of the woods. At the same time, Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting also stood up and went to the nearby woods to start gathering firewood. Zhao Tianyu and Su Ran hadn't gone far when suddenly, a slight rustling sound came from the bushes not far away. Although the sound was not loud, it was exceptionally clear in the quiet woods. Upon hearing the sound, the two immediately stopped and watched the direction warily. Zhao Tianyu lowered his voice and instructed Su Ran, "Stay where you are and don't move. I'll go over and see what's going on." Before he finished speaking, he quickly drew the sharp military knife from his waist, gripped it tightly in his hand, and then carefully walked towards the bushes. However, before Zhao Tianyu could get close to the bushes, a gray hare, as if startled, suddenly darted out and ran off like an arrow into the distance. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu dared not hesitate for a moment, and immediately quickened his pace, chasing after them like a whirlwind. Seeing this, Su Ran hurriedly followed behind and chased after the wild rabbit together. Although Zhao Tianyu was already quite fast, the wild rabbit was exceptionally agile, dodging left and right, making it impossible for Zhao Tianyu to catch it. And so, Zhao Tianyu chased after him relentlessly, running a full 80 or 90 meters. Suddenly, the rabbit darted towards a large tree like lightning and vanished without a trace beneath it. Zhao Tianyu ran to the big tree, looked closely, and found a hole about the size of a bowl under the tree. Without a doubt, the rabbit must have crawled into this hole, which must be its lair. Not long after, Su Ran also ran breathlessly to the big tree. Zhao Tianyu knew the saying, "A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows," and he was well aware that this wild rabbit's lair definitely had more than one entrance. Therefore, Zhao Tianyu made a quick decision and immediately ordered Su Ran to guard the entrance of the cave and not let the wild rabbit escape from there. After settling Su down, Zhao Tianyu began to carefully search around the big tree. Sure enough, not long after, he found a hole of the same size under another big tree not far away. Zhao Tianyu thought to himself, "This hole should be another exit for the wild rabbit." He quickly crouched down, drew his military knife from his waist, and then used the knife to dig up some soil to completely block the hole. Finally, he stomped on the soil a few times to make sure it was firmly packed so the rabbit couldn't escape easily. After searching the surrounding area carefully again and finding no other holes, he returned to Su Ran's side. Su Ran blinked her big eyes, looking at Zhao Tianyu with curiosity, and asked in confusion, "Brother Zhao, this wild rabbit ran into this hole, how can we catch it?" Zhao Tianyu smiled confidently and replied softly, "That's easy. We can just smoke it out. You stay here and keep watch. Make sure the rabbit doesn't escape. I'm going to find something nearby." Before he finished speaking, Zhao Tianyu turned and left. A little while later, he returned to the cave entrance carrying a bundle of hay, then cut some fresh branches from a nearby tree, and finally chopped a few large palm leaves. Zhao Tianyu deftly used his military knife to dig a small pit about several tens of centimeters deep at the entrance of the cave. He carefully placed the dry grass into the pit and then lit it with a lighter. As the fire spread, the dry grass quickly caught fire, and flames leaped at the entrance of the cave. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu quickly threw the fresh branches onto the fire. In an instant, a thick plume of smoke rose into the air, like a giant gray dragon, baring its fangs and claws as it surged into the cave. Zhao Tianyu shouted to Su Ran, "Quick, use palm leaves to fan the smoke into the cave, so that all the smoke can be poured into the cave." Su Ran didn't dare to delay and immediately picked up a palm leaf, fanning it around incessantly like a diligent little bee. Thanks to Su Ran's efforts, the billowing smoke was like a powerful torrent, continuously being blown into the cave. Zhao Tianyu carefully placed his hand at the entrance of the cave. He held his breath and stared intently at the entrance. Time passed by, but he remained motionless like a statue. Thick smoke poured into the cave continuously for about 3 or 4 minutes. The hare hiding in its burrow could no longer endure the torment of the smoke and burst out of the burrow like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Tianyu reacted swiftly, grabbing the rabbit with lightning speed. He held the rabbit tightly, afraid it would break free and escape. Then, without any mercy, he picked up the rabbit and slammed it against a nearby tree like a sandbag. With a loud bang, the hare made intimate contact with the tree trunk, then fell like a kite with a broken string, lying motionless on the ground. Su Ran stopped what she was doing when she saw the rabbit being caught. Zhao Tianyu turned to her and shouted, "Hurry up and fan me! Why did you stop?" Su Ran looked at Zhao Tianyu with a puzzled expression and asked, "Didn't we already catch the rabbit?" Zhao Tianyu smiled slightly and patiently explained, "These wild rabbits are social animals, and there's more than one in this burrow. So you should keep fanning them. You can't go wrong with my advice." After listening to Zhao Tianyu's words, Su Ran picked up the palm leaf again and continued to fan the thick smoke into the cave. Less than a minute later, another rabbit darted out of the burrow. Zhao Tianyu reacted quickly, grabbed it, lifted it up, and slammed it against a nearby tree. That's how the wild rabbit met its end. Su Ran kept fanning smoke into the hole, but several minutes passed and no more rabbits came out. Zhao Tianyu thought to himself, "It seems there are no more wild rabbits in this cave." This made Su Ran stop. She put the 2 rabbits into the bamboo basket, stomped out the fire, and carried the bamboo basket on her back, walking towards the coast. By the time they returned to the shore, the sun was slowly setting below the horizon. Lu Shui and her 2 companions also gathered a lot of firewood. When they saw that Zhao Tianyu and Su Ran had brought back 2 wild rabbits, the 3 of them were overjoyed. Chapter 59 Lin Yu bitten by a snake. After resting for a while, Zhao Tianyu picked up 2 wild rabbits and leisurely walked to the shore. He skillfully placed the rabbits on a large rock and then began to process them. With practiced skill, he finished processing the 2 rabbits in less than half an hour, washed them clean with seawater, and brought them back to the fire. By this time, night had completely fallen, and the surroundings were pitch black, with only the faint light of the campfire illuminating a small area. Zhao Tianyu stood up, went into the nearby woods, cut a stick about the thickness of a finger, and brought it back to the campfire. He picked up his military knife and sharpened one end of the stick to make a perfect skewer. Then, he picked up a rabbit and skewered it onto the stick. They pulled some still burning charcoal from the fire, placed the rabbit on it, and began to slowly roast it. Time passed by, and in less than 20 minutes, the rabbit was roasted to a golden brown, its surface still sizzling with oil, and an enticing aroma filled the air. The aroma made everyone's stomachs rumble and their mouths water. Just as the rabbit was almost cooked, Zhao Tianyu poured some sea salt crystals from the bottle and sprinkled them evenly over the rabbit. Finally, Zhao Tianyu tore off the 4 rabbit legs and handed them to Lu Shui and the other 3. Looking at the rabbit leg that Zhao Tianyu handed over, Lu Shui and the other 3 felt a surge of emotion. Although Zhao Tianyu was quite strict with the 4 of them, it is undeniable that he treated them very well. Whenever he found food, he would always generously leave the best parts for the girls to enjoy. Perhaps due to the addition of sea salt, the roasted wild rabbit tasted exceptionally delicious, making it mouth-watering. A roasted rabbit was devoured in no time by a few people, leaving only a pile of lonely bones. However, everyone seemed to still be enjoying themselves and looked like they wanted more. At this moment, Lin Yu spoke first to Zhao Tianyu, saying, "Brother Zhao, I feel like I haven't eaten enough yet. Why don't we roast the remaining wild rabbit and eat it too?" Her words revealed her longing for delicious food. Seeing this, Zhou Wanting quickly chimed in. "Yes. Brother Zhao, I'm not full yet either. Let's roast the rest of the rabbit and eat it, okay?" Her tone was slightly coquettish, making it hard for anyone to refuse. Seeing the expectant looks in their eyes, Zhao Tianyu smiled and nodded in agreement. He then picked up the rabbit, skillfully skewered it on a stick, and slowly placed it over the fire to roast. Time passed slowly, and after about half an hour, the rabbit was finally roasted. Zhao Tianyu carefully took the rabbit off the fire, then meticulously tore off its 4 legs and handed them to Lu Shui and the other 3. After eating the roasted wild rabbit, Zhao Tianyu split open a few coconuts and handed one to each of Lu Shui and the others. He then picked one up and drank the coconut juice in one gulp. After eating and drinking their fill, the group sat around the roaring fire, listening quietly to the gentle lapping of the waves against the rocks, and gazing up at the stars in the night sky that shone like jewels. Feeling the gentle sea breeze caressing my body, it's as if all my worries are swallowed up by this tranquil atmosphere, and my mood becomes exceptionally pleasant. Just then, Lu Shui suddenly broke the silence. She turned to Zhao Tianyu, her soft voice particularly clear in the night. "Brother Zhao, we've worked up a lot of sweat today, and we smell terrible. Our clothes are also all dirty. We'd like to go to the beach to take a bath, is that all right?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. "Okay, then you can go, but please be careful." After receiving Zhao Tianyu's permission, Lu Shui and the other 3 were overjoyed. They quickly rummaged through their suitcases to find a clean set of clothes and then ran excitedly toward the shore. Reaching the back of a huge reef on the shore, Lu Shui and the others couldn't wait to take off all their clothes and jump naked into the sea, enjoying the coolness and comfort of the water. Zhao Tianyu remained alone by the fire, leisurely taking out a cigarette from his pocket, skillfully putting it in his mouth, and then lighting it with a lighter. As the smoke slowly rose, he took a deep breath, letting the faint tobacco flavor fill his mouth, and then smoked with a satisfied expression. After a while, time seemed to stand still. Suddenly, Lin Yu's scream came from the shore, breaking the silence of the night and shaking the whole world. Zhao Tianyu's heart tightened. Without thinking, he stood up like an arrow and quickly ran towards the shore. His steps were as fast as lightning, as if he were walking on air. In just a few dozen seconds, he had already run to the big rock where the 4 of them were bathing. By the bright moonlight in the sky, Lu Shui and her 3 companions were spotted at a glance. They stood naked on the shore, the moonlight shining on them, making their sexy figures and fair, flawless skin even more alluring. Zhao Tianyu's gaze was involuntarily drawn to it. He felt a dryness in his throat and his heart began to race. Lu Shui and the other 3 were clearly not expected that Zhao Tianyu would suddenly appear. They panicked and hurriedly covered their private parts with their hands, letting out a scream at the same time. This unexpected turn of events left Zhao Tianyu somewhat embarrassed. He quickly turned around and asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Su Ran's voice trembled slightly as she immediately replied, "Lin Yu was just bitten by a snake." Zhao Tianyu's expression instantly turned serious, his heart filled with worry and anxiety. He was extremely anxious and hurriedly asked, "Lin Yu, where were you bitten? Tell me quickly, how are you feeling now?" Lin Yu's face instantly turned bright red, like a ripe apple. She lowered her head and said shyly in a soft voice, It's my butt that was bitten. It hurts so much." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu became even more anxious and urged, "Stop dawdling and come over here quickly so I can see how serious your wound is." Lin Yu's face turned even redder, and her voice was so soft it was barely a whisper. But I'm not wearing any clothes, isn't that inappropriate?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu was speechless. He couldn't help but raise his voice. "What kind of time is this? You're still worried about this? Your life is at stake. Come here right now, let me check your wound. If the snake that bit you is venomous, you could be in mortal danger if it's not treated promptly." Chapter 60 Examining Lin Yu's Wounds. Lin Yu trembled at Zhao Tianyu's words, her heart pounding as if it were about to leap out of her throat. Despite her lingering shyness, the fear of death acted as a powerful force, rendering her unable to care about anything else. Her hand moved with lightning speed to grab a piece of clothing and hurriedly draped it over her body to cover her private parts. Then, like a frightened little lamb, she tiptoed and awkwardly walked to Zhao Tianyu's side, standing with her back to him. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu did not hesitate to take out a lighter from his pocket and light it with a click. Then, he nimbly squatted down and looked straight at Lin Yu's buttocks. In the dim firelight, Lin Yu's round and pert buttocks were fully revealed. On that pert buttock, where the snake had bitten her, the teeth marks were clearly visible, as if they were a mark left by a demon. Even more shocking was the fact that blood was constantly flowing from the wound, like a trickle, staining the surrounding skin red. Being stared at so closely by Zhao Tianyu made Lin Yu feel incredibly ashamed. Her cheeks flushed bright red, like a ripe apple, even redder than a monkey's bottom. She was so embarrassed she wanted to disappear into the ground to escape this awkward situation. However, Zhao Tianyu's gaze did not linger solely on the wound. His gaze involuntarily drifted to Lin Yu's private parts. Although they were only vaguely visible, the indistinct outline made his throat go dry and a surge of heat rose from his body. His mind began to wander uncontrollably, with all sorts of thoughts racing through his head like wild horses. But he quickly realized his lapse in composure, steadied himself, and refocused his attention on Lin Yu's snake bite wound. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the flowing blood was a bright red, and there was no obvious swelling or discoloration around the wound. Zhao Tianyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief and asked Lin Yu, "How are you feeling now?" Lin Yu's cheeks were as red as ripe apples. She said shyly in a soft voice, "My butt hurts a little, but I don't feel uncomfortable anywhere else." Hearing her say this, and considering the condition of her wound, Zhao Tianyu could also confirm that the snake that bit her was not venomous. He breathed a sigh of relief, then stood up and comforted her. "Thank goodness the snake that bit you wasn't poisonous, otherwise I really wouldn't know how to deal with it." Hearing Zhao Tianyu say that, Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief, and her mood became much lighter. Lu Shui, Su Ran, and Zhou Wanting, who were standing to the side, were also secretly relieved, and most of their worries instantly dissipated. Zhao Tianyu turned to Su Ran and instructed her. "Su Ran, I saw some anti-inflammatory medicine in the suitcase. Apply some to her wound later, just in case it gets infected and inflamed." Su Ran quickly nodded and replied, "Okay, I understand." Zhao Tianyu didn't say anything more. He turned around and walked unsteadily toward the fire. However, his mind was as if a gust of wind had swept through it, and the scene of Lu Shui and the other 3 people being completely naked flashed through his mind like a movie. The image was so clear that he could almost feel their smooth skin and slender curves. This made his heart race involuntarily, and his thoughts began to wander. Holy crap! He thought to himself. I never expected all 4 of them to have such great figures. Tonight is truly a feast for the eyes. After what had just happened, Lu Shui and the other 3 girls dared not take a bath again. He hurriedly grabbed his clothes and put them on, then quickly took the clothes he had taken off and returned to the fire like a thief. For a moment, the atmosphere around the fire became extremely awkward, and no one knew what to say to ease the tension. The 4 girls' faces were still flushed, and they kept their heads down, not daring to meet Zhao Tianyu's gaze. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He decided to break the awkward silence, so he looked at Su Ran and said with a smile, Su Ran, why don't you put some anti-inflammatory ointment on Lin Yu's wound? I'm going to take a stroll along the coast. After he finished speaking, he stood up, his movements somewhat stiff. He slowly walked to the shore, took a cigarette out of his pocket, and lit it with trembling hands. The smoke rose slowly, and he took a deep breath, letting the nicotine stimulation calm his inner restlessness. He stood on the shore, quietly watching the waves crash against the beach, listening to the sound of the waves, and his mood gradually calmed down. After finishing his cigarette, he stayed on the shore for another 10 minutes or so, thinking that Su Ran had already applied the medicine to Lin Yu, before turning around and sitting down by the fire. At this moment, the 4 girls' faces were still rosy, like ripe apples. They sat around the fire, occasionally exchanging glances, all seemingly a little uncomfortable. Several more minutes passed before Su Ran finally couldn't hold back any longer. She lowered her voice slightly and said to Zhao Tianyu, Brother Zhao, when you rushed to the shore just now, did you see us all naked? When Zhao Tianyu heard Su Ran's question, his heart tightened. Of course, he would not admit that he had seen all 4 girls naked. With a blank look in his eyes, he replied, I didn't see anything. When I heard Lin Yu scream, my first thought was that she might be in danger, so I rushed over without thinking. When I got behind the rock where you were bathing, I heard your screams and quickly turned around. However, Lu Shui and the other 3 clearly did not believe Zhao Tianyu's explanation. Su Ran pressed on. You really didn't see anything? A hint of doubt flickered in her eyes. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu quickly emphasized again. At that time, I only had the thought of whether Lin Yu was in danger, and I didn't have the mind to pay attention to anything else. Moreover, when I heard your screams, I immediately turned around and didn't have time to look at anything else. Seeing that Zhao Tianyu refused to admit it, Lu Shui and the other 3 were at a loss. Lin Yu blushed again and said to him, I don't believe you examined my wound and didn't see anything? Hearing her say that, Zhao Tianyu said in a serious tone, I was so focused on checking your wound that I didn't have time to look at anything else. Hearing him say that, Lin Yu was speechless. She knew that even if Zhao Tianyu had really seen it, he wouldn't admit it. The thought of bending over with her but sticking out while Zhao Tianyu examined her wound made her blush. Chapter 61 Taking Lu Shui to find food. To ease the awkward atmosphere, Zhao Tianyu quickly said to Lu Shui and the other 3, It's very late, you should all go to sleep. I'll take over the night watch. Hearing Zhao Tianyu's arrangement, Lu Shui and the other 3 did not say anything more, but silently lay down on the palm leaves by the fire, preparing to fall asleep. Zhao Tianyu gathered some more firewood and lit several bonfires around the area. He sat down by the fire, took out a cigarette from his pocket, and leisurely began to smoke. However, Zhao Tianyu's thoughts did not dissipate with the smoke. The image of Lu Shui and the other 3 people being completely naked, as well as the scene of him examining Lin Yu's wounds, kept replaying in his mind. These images intertwined and swirled in his mind, causing him to start to let his thoughts wander. And so, Zhao Tianyu smoked and lost in thought, and time slipped by unnoticed. As dawn approached, he felt his eyes were about to close, and thought there was no more danger. So he got up and took some firewood to put on the fires, making sure they could continue to burn, before lying down on the palm leaves beside the fire, closing his eyes, and preparing to sleep. Less than 3 minutes later, Zhao Tianyu started snoring. Lu Shui and the other 3 slept until the sun was high in the sky and sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves onto them before they gradually woke up. They exchanged a glance at Zhao Tianyu, who was still fast asleep, and neither of them disturbed him. Slowly climbing up from the palm leaves, dragging his somewhat weary body, he made his way to the shore. The morning sea breeze gently caressed their hair, bringing a refreshing feeling. After arriving at the shore, they squatted down, scooped up some cool seawater, and washed their faces. Everyone felt much more refreshed. So as not to disturb Zhao Tianyu's sleep, Lu Shui and the other three did not return to the campfire after washing up, but instead found a large rock on the shore and sat down. "Do you think Brother Zhao saw us naked last night? It was so embarrassing," Zhou Wanting suddenly said, her voice revealing a hint of shyness and embarrassment. Upon hearing her words, Lu Shui immediately replied, "Is that even a question? The moonlight was so bright that he must have seen us all naked. But so what? We didn't lose anything." Her tone was very nonchalant, as if she didn't care about the matter at all. Su Ran chimed in with a smile. "Sister Shui is right. Even if he sees us naked, we won't lose out." However, Lin Yu's reaction was different from theirs. Her face instantly turned bright red, like a ripe apple, and she stammered, "You guys aren't at a disadvantage, but I'm so embarrassed. I was bent over with my butt sticking out and he was staring at me." As soon as Lin Yu said that, Lu Shui, Su Ran, and Zhou Wanting couldn't help but burst into laughter. Their laughter made Lin Yu's face turn even redder, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. Okay, stop laughing," Lin Yu said irritably. "If you laugh again, I'll really get angry." Su Ran chuckled and said, Yeah, think positively. There's nothing shameful about being stared at by Brother Zhao." Lu Shui then added, "Su Ran is right. Who told you to get bitten by a snake? Brother Zhao was staring at your butt because he was checking your wound." Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was almost noon. Zhao Tianyu slowly opened his eyes, as if he were still asleep. He rubbed his sleepy eyes as he struggled to get up from the palm leaf. Once he was fully awake, he walked unsteadily to the shore. The sunlight shone on him, outlining his slightly tired figure. With a smile, he called out to Lin Yu, who was sitting on a rock not far away. Yeah, does your bottom still hurt? Do you want me to check it again? Don't let it get infected." As soon as Zhao Tianyu finished speaking, Lu Shui, Su Ran, and Zhou Wanting burst into laughter as if they had been triggered. The laughter echoed crisply across the empty coastline. Lin Yu's face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple. She said awkwardly, "I don't need you to check me. It doesn't hurt anymore." Just then, Su Ran suddenly interjected. Yeah, Brother Zhao is kind enough to check your wound, so just let him take a look." Her tone was teasing, as if she was enjoying seeing Lin Yu's shy expression. Lin Yu's face turned even redder, and she retorted somewhat angrily, "I don't want him to check me. If you want to check me, then take your pants off yourself and let him check me." Upon hearing this, Su Ran not only didn't get angry, but laughed even more happily. She replied with a grin, "I'd love to have him check me, but unfortunately I wasn't bitten by a snake." Hearing her say that, Lin Yu was speechless for a moment. Zhao Tianyu chuckled and said to Su Ran, "Beautiful Su, even if you weren't bitten by a snake, I can still check you out." Now it was Su Ran's turn to blush, and she said, annoyed, "You wish." Zhao Tianyu smiled and said nothing more. He squatted down, scooped up some cool seawater, and washed his face. Instantly, he felt much more refreshed. He stood up and said to Lu Shui and the others, "You guys go and gather some more firewood, and boil some sea salt to crystallize. We'll return to the shelter first thing tomorrow morning. I'll go into the woods to find food." Upon hearing this, Lu Shui immediately said, "I'll go into the woods with you to find food. It'll be good to have two people looking out for each other." With a beautiful woman by his side, Zhao Tianyu was naturally more than happy to oblige, and immediately nodded and said, "All right then. You and I will go into the woods together to find food." After saying this, he turned to Su Ran and the other two and said, "The three of you stay on the shore and don't wander around." After saying this, he returned to the big tree, slung a bamboo basket over his shoulder, and led Lu Shui into the woods. Su Ran, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting also went to the nearby woods to start collecting firewood. It was already noon, the sun was high in the sky, and the entire forest was incredibly hot and humid, with many annoying mosquitoes swarming around the two of them. They hadn't walked far when they were already covered in sweat, their clothes completely soaked and sticky against their bodies, feeling incredibly uncomfortable. But in order to find food, the two had no choice but to grit their teeth and continue walking into the woods. They walked for more than half an hour, but apart from the occasional bird calls from the branches, they did not see any other animals. The two of them were inevitably disappointed and frustrated. Chapter 62. The poisonous snake appears above the head. Seeing Lu Shui panting heavily, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but feel sorry for her. He asked with concern, "Do you want to stop and rest for a while? You look a little tired." Lu Shui, panting heavily, gently shook her head and said resolutely, "Let's keep looking for food. I'll be fine." Zhao Tianyu nodded and didn't say anything more. The two continued walking deeper into the woods. They walked for almost 2 more kilometers. Suddenly, a clear pheasant call broke the silence. The two exchanged a glance, immediately stopped, and looked up warily. They saw a pheasant perched on a branch of a large tree more than 10 meters away, calling out incessantly. A hint of excitement flashed in Zhao Tianyu's eyes. He quickly took out his slingshot from his pocket, skillfully picked up a stone, placed it on the leather pad, and then aimed at the pheasant. With a whoosh, the stone shot from the slingshot flew like lightning, striking the pheasant squarely in the body. The pheasant let out a pitiful cry, its body suddenly lunged forward, and then, like a kite with a broken string, flew 4 or 5 meters away before finally crashing heavily to the ground. Seeing this, Lu Shui's eyes widened, and she said to Zhao Tianyu with admiration, "Brother Zhao, your slingshot is so accurate! You're practically a sharpshooter. Can you teach me?" Zhao Tianyu smiled and teased, "If the people in the company saw you, the high and mighty CEO, playing with a slingshot, their jaws would probably drop to the floor in shock, wouldn't they?" Upon hearing this, Lu Shui couldn't help but chuckle and replied, "So what if I'm the CEO? Here I still have to rely on you." Zhao Tianyu smiled and nodded in agreement, then quickly walked towards the spot where the pheasant had fallen. He bent down, picked up the pheasant, grabbed its neck tightly, and then pulled hard. With a sharp crack, the pheasant's neck snapped. The pheasant struggled a couple of times before finally losing its breath. Zhao Tianyu carried the pheasant back to Lu Shui's side and said to her, "Let's go back. I'm starving, and this pheasant should be enough for the rest of us to have a meal." Lu Shui nodded obediently, and the two of them walked together toward the shore. However, they hadn't gone far when Zhao Tianyu, who was walking ahead, suddenly seemed to sense something and abruptly stopped. His gaze was fixed on the bushes not far away, where there seemed to be a slight rustling sound coming from. Seeing Zhao Tianyu stop, Lu Shui immediately stopped as well and said to him, "Brother Zhao, why did you suddenly stop?" Zhao Tianyu pointed to the bushes not far away and said to Lu Shui, "There seems to be something in those bushes. Stay here and go take a look." After saying this, he handed the pheasant in his hand to Lu Shui, and then quickly drew his military knife from his waist, gripped it tightly in his hand, and slowly walked towards the dense bushes. As he approached the bushes, a tense atmosphere filled the air. Zhao Tianyu carefully parted the bushes and saw a porcupine curled up inside. They were overjoyed. They had thought that one pheasant wouldn't be enough for a good meal, but the porcupine had delivered itself to their doorstep. He took a deep breath to calm himself down, then slowly tucked the military knife back into his waistband to avoid startling the porcupine. Then, he nimbly picked up a fist-sized stone from the ground, gripped it tightly, adjusted his posture, aimed at the porcupine's head, and smashed it down without hesitation. With a muffled thud, the stone struck the porcupine squarely on the head. The porcupine immediately let out a shrill scream and rolled around in pain, clearly suffering a severe injury. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu did not hesitate at all. He quickly picked up another stone from the ground and smashed it hard on the porcupine's head as well. This time, he was stronger and faster. The stone hurtled past like a meteor and slammed into the porcupine's head. As the second stone fell, the porcupine's head was instantly smashed to pieces, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. The porcupine twitched a few times, then completely lost its life and lay motionless on the ground. Zhao Tianyu carefully dragged the dead porcupine out of the bushes. "I found some dry grass, twisted them together to make a simple rope, and then used this rope to tightly bind the porcupine's 2 hind legs." Zhao Tianyu lifted the porcupine as easily as if it were a chick, and then strode towards Lu Shui. Lu Shue's position was rather unusual. She was standing right under the branches of a large tree. When Zhao Tianyu walked to a distance of about 3 meters from Lu Shue, his gaze was suddenly drawn to the tree branch above Lu Shue's head. He looked closely, and his heart tightened suddenly. A chill ran down his spine. It turned out that a dark green snake was coiled on a tree branch less than 2 meters above Lu Shue's head. The snake blends almost seamlessly with the surrounding branches and leaves, making it difficult to spot without close observation. The snake was about 2 or 3 meters long, and its body was as thick as an adult's arm. What's most frightening is that its head is triangular, making it look particularly ferocious and terrifying, clearly indicating that it is an extremely venomous snake. At this moment, the snake was facing Lu Shue, constantly flicking its tongue, seemingly ready to launch a fatal attack on her at any moment. Zhao Tianyu's eyes were fixed on the venomous snake flicking its tongue above Lu Shue's head, as if drawn by a magnet. She didn't even dare to blink, for fear that if she wasn't careful, the venomous snake would suddenly attack Lu Shue. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his nerves and keep his voice steady as he softly said to Lu Shue, "Stand still and don't move. Don't panic." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words and seeing his tense expression, Lu Shue felt a sudden tightness in her chest and realized that the situation was not good. She steadied herself, listened intently, and indeed heard a faint hissing sound, the sound of a venomous snake flicking its tongue. Her heart suddenly raced, and a fine layer of sweat broke out on her forehead. She cautiously glanced up out of the corner of her eye and, sure enough, saw the venomous snake flicking its tongue at her from above. This sight terrified Lu Shue. Her face turned deathly pale, and her hands and feet trembled uncontrollably. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu dared not delay for a moment. He slowly placed the porcupine he was carrying on the ground, and then slowly reached for his waist with his right hand, drawing out his general's knife. His movements were gentle and cautious, for fear of alerting the venomous snake. Meanwhile, his eyes never left the venomous snake above Lu Shue's head. Chapter 63: Coconut Milk Stewed Dragon and Phoenix Meat. In that heart-stopping moment, the venomous snake suddenly opened its hideous, blood-red maw without warning and shot out at Lu Shue with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Tianyu's reaction speed was astonishing. He appeared beside Lu Shue with lightning speed and pushed her away without hesitation. At the same time, Zhao Tianyu's military knife flashed through the air like a meteor, heading straight for the venomous snake. The military knife was incredibly sharp, seemingly capable of cutting through steel. With a crisp crack, the venomous snake was cleanly cleaved in two. The two severed snake bodies writhed on the ground, as if making a final struggle. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu ruthlessly raised his foot and stomped hard on the snake's head like Mount Tai crushing an egg, then began to grind it relentlessly. Each step carried immense force, as if it intended to crush the snake's head completely. Finally, under Zhao Tianyu's relentless crushing, the venomous snake completely lost its movement and stopped struggling. Zhao Tianyu then slowly lifted his foot and looked closely. He saw that the snake's head had been crushed to pieces by him, a truly gruesome sight. Recalling the thrilling scene just now, Lu Shue and Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. If Zhao Tianyu hadn't reacted so quickly and pushed Lu Shue away in time, Lu Shue would probably have been bitten by the venomous snake by now, and the consequences would have been unimaginable. Lu Shue's face was as pale as paper, clearly terrified. She looked at Zhao Tianyu with lingering fear, her voice trembling slightly as she said, "Brother Zhao, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I probably would have been bitten by that poisonous snake." Zhao Tianyu shook his head and said, "It's good that you're all right. There are a lot of poisonous snakes in this forest, so it seems we'll have to be extra careful in the future." After saying this, Zhao Tianyu squatted down without hesitation, his movements swift and decisive. He gripped his military knife tightly, aimed precisely at the snake's head, and swung it sharply. With a crack, the snake's head fell to the ground. He picked up the snake's body and the porcupine, and walked towards the shore, with Lu Shue following closely behind him. The two didn't exchange many words along the way, just walked in silence. After more than an hour, the two finally returned to the campfire. There, Su Ran, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting were sitting around the fire, chatting and laughing. They were overjoyed and excited to see the porcupine, pheasant, and venomous snake that Zhao Tianyu and Lu Shue had brought back. Zhao Tianyu and Lu Shui put their prey on the ground, then collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Lu Shui, in particular, was breathing heavily, her chest heaving as if she were trying to expel all her fatigue. Seeing this, Su Ran quickly stood up, walked to Zhao Tianyu's side, and drew a military knife from Zhao Tianyu's waist. Then he took out 2 coconuts from the bamboo basket, skillfully split them open, and handed the coconut juice to Zhao Tianyu and Lu Shui. Zhao Tianyu and Lu Shui took the coconuts, and, without saying a word, immediately put their mouths to them and started drinking them. The sweet coconut juice slid down their throats, giving them a refreshing feeling and instantly restoring some of their strength. Without hesitation, Su ran through the pheasant into the blazing fire. The flames quickly engulfed the pheasant, and in no time, its feathers were completely burned off, and even its skin was charred black. Picking up a stick, I carefully lifted the roast chicken out of the fire and headed towards the shore. Seeing this, Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting quickly stood up and walked to the shore together to help Su Ran deal with the pheasant. In less than 20 minutes, they had cleaned the pheasant thoroughly, rinsed it carefully with seawater, and then brought it back to the fire. Looking at the cleaned pheasant and the few coconuts in the bamboo basket, Zhao Tianyu's eyes suddenly lit up. He said with a big smile, "Let me make you a delicious dish to try." Hearing Zhao Tianyu say that, Lu Shui and the other 3 all showed expectant expressions, especially Lin Yu, who asked curiously, "What delicious food are you going to make for us?" Zhao Tianyu's lips curled up slightly, forming a faint smile, and he said unhurriedly, "Coconut milk stewed dragon and phoenix meat." The name instantly caught the attention of Lu Shui and the other 3. Curiosity appeared on their faces as if they were deeply attracted by the unique name. Lu Shui blinked her big eyes and asked curiously, "What's that?" Zhao Tianyu said with a smile, "Actually, it's just pheasant stewed in coconut milk and snake meat." Hearing him say that, Lu Shui and the other 3 couldn't help but laugh. Lin Yu laughed and said, "Why don't you just say coconut milk stewed pheasant and snake meat? Why do you have to say coconut milk stewed dragon and phoenix meat?" Zhao Tianyu didn't say anything more. He first gently placed the already processed pheasant on a wooden board he had picked up from the shore, then, holding his military knife, he quickly chopped the pheasant into small, even pieces. Then he picked up the snake's carcass, quickly walked to the shore, carefully cleaned it, washed it with seawater, and took it back to the fire to cut it into small pieces. With everything ready, he placed the pot steadily on the fire, then used his military knife to split open several coconuts, and slowly poured the clear coconut juice into the pot. The moment the coconut milk is added to the pot, a refreshing aroma wafts out, instantly making one feel relaxed and happy. Finally, Zhao Tianyu put the pheasant meat and snake meat, chopped into small pieces, into the pot and began to stew them patiently. Time passed by, and after nearly an hour, the pheasant and snake meat in the pot were finally cooked to perfection. A rich aroma burst forth like a torrent, filling the air. The enticing aroma made everyone swallow hard. The group, who were already starving, picked up their bowls and chopsticks and began to devour the pheasant and snake meat from the pot. The snake and pheasant meat stewed in coconut milk is absolutely amazing. It not only has the natural deliciousness of pheasant and snake meat, but also incorporates the unique sweetness of coconut juice. The 3 blend together to create an indescribable and wonderful taste. As everyone ate, they kept praising the food, making tisk tsk sounds of admiration. In less than 10 minutes, the pheasant and snake meat in the pot were devoured by the group, leaving not a single drop of broth. However, despite having eaten their fill, they still looked like they hadn't had enough, as if they hadn't had enough to eat. Zhao Tianyu contentedly took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it leisurely, and took a deep drag. The smoke rose slowly, and an expression of utter enjoyment appeared on his face, as if he were the happiest person in the world at that moment. "A cigarette after a meal, life is better than being a god," he exclaimed, his voice revealing his satisfaction with the delicious food and his love for life. Chapter 64 Making Bows and Arrows. After finishing a cigarette, Zhao Tianyu stood up, picked up a porcupine, and went to the shore. Carefully, I pulled out each of the porcupine's quills and set them aside. After all the porcupine quills were removed, they carefully peeled off the entire porcupine skin with a military knife. They then removed the internal organs, keeping only the liver, and threw the rest into the sea. They returned to the fire with the cleaned porcupine and the quills they had pulled from it. he said to Lu Shui and the others. Go to the coast and see if you can find some fishing line. I'll go into the woods and find some sticks. I plan to make a few bows and arrows. When we get back to the shelter, I'll teach you how to shoot arrows. Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Lu Shui and the others immediately stood up and walked towards the shore. Zhao Tianyu, holding a military knife, walked into the woods. After wandering around in the woods for a while, I finally found a tall elm tree. Zhao Tianyu was secretly delighted, knowing that elm wood was an excellent material for making bows and arrows. Without hesitation, he raised his military knife and chopped hard at the tree trunk. With a crack, a wooden stick as thick as a child's arm fell to the ground. Zhao Tianyu continued to swing his military knife, and in a short while, 4 or 5 such wooden sticks were chopped down. Next, he cut down some sticks about the thickness of a finger to make arrows. After cutting the sticks, Zhao Tianyu skillfully tied them together with bark, then shouldered the bundle and walked with firm steps toward the shore. When he returned to the campfire, he found that Lu Shui and the others had not yet returned. Zhao Tianyu wasn't in a hurry. He put the wooden sticks he had cut down on the ground, then picked up his military knife and began to carefully process them. He first shaved the wooden sticks, each about the thickness of a child's arm, into the shape he envisioned, each cut precise and powerful, wood chips flying everywhere. Next, he shaved each of the finger-thick wooden sticks into a shape about the thickness of chopsticks. Finally, Zhao Tianyu placed the processed wooden sticks on the fire to bake them until they turned black. This not only increases the strength of the wooden stick but also makes it more flexible, thereby improving the quality of the bow and arrow. Zhao Tianyu picked up a wooden stick used to make a bow with great interest. He gripped both ends of the stick tightly with both hands, and then used all his strength to forcefully bend the stick into the shape of a bow. When he released his hands, the stick quickly returned to its straight shape. Pick up the military knife and cut a shallow groove at each end of the wooden stick. These 2 grooves will be the key parts for binding the bowstring. Just as Zhao Tianyu was focused on making the bow, Lu Shui and several others returned. Lu Shui was carrying some tangled fishing line. Lu Shui and the others walked to the fire, panting heavily, and sat down on the ground. Zhao Tianyu was overjoyed when he saw the fishing line they brought back. Carefully untangled the tangled fishing lines. Zhao Tianyu used his military knife to cut the fishing line to the length he needed, then picked up 3 fishing lines and carefully twisted them together to make them stronger. Then, he picked up the stick he used to make the bow again and bent it into the shape of a bow. Finally, Zhao Tianyu tightly bound the 3 twisted fishing lines together to the grooves at both ends of the wooden stick. After some effort, he successfully made a simple bow. Zhao Tianyu tried pulling on the bowstring made of fishing line. The bowstring made a crisp sound the moment he released it. Zhao Tianyu nodded with great satisfaction. In less than an hour, Zhao Tianyu had made 4 bows. Although they looked somewhat rudimentary, he was quite satisfied. After finishing the bow, Zhao Tianyu did not stop. He picked up a wooden stick about the thickness of a chopstick, held a military knife, and skillfully cut a groove at one end of the stick. Then, he quickly cleaved a cross-shaped slit at the other end of the stick with a military knife. The cross-shaped opening was just right, preventing the stick from breaking while allowing the porcupine quills to be inserted tightly. Take a porcupine, pluck a sharp quill from its body, and carefully insert it into the cross-shaped opening. Then, he used fishing line to tightly bind the porcupine quills and the stick together, making sure they wouldn't come loose. And just like that, a simple yet practical arrow was completed. Zhao Tianyu looked at his masterpiece, a satisfied smile on his face. He couldn't wait to pick up a bow and knock the arrow he had just made. He adjusted his posture and aimed at the trunk of a large tree about 8 or 9 meters away. With a gentle release, the bowstring twanged, and the arrow shot out like lightning, striking the tree trunk with perfect accuracy. The porcupine quill's arrowheads were deeply embedded in the tree trunk, and Zhao Tianyu nodded in satisfaction. The faces of Lu Shui and the others sitting to the side all showed expressions of amazement and admiration. These past few days with Zhao Tianyu, he has always managed to bring them unexpected surprises. Whether it's making tools, finding food, or dealing with various emergencies, Zhao Tianyu seems to be omnipotent, as if there's nothing he doesn't know. Lu Shui and the others secretly rejoiced that they had chosen to rely on Zhao Tianyu. With such an outstanding person by their side, they felt very safe. Zhao Tianyu kept making arrows, and by nightfall he had made nearly 20. After eating some roasted porcupine meat, Zhao Tianyu said to Lu Shui and the other 3, "Tonight the 4 of you will take turns keeping watch." After saying that, he collapsed onto the palm leaf with a thump, like a lump of mud, and soon began to snore loudly. The next morning, before the sky was even slightly light, Zhao Tianyu opened his eyes precisely on time, as if an alarm clock had been set. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and saw Lu Shui still sitting by the fire, her eyes bloodshot and her face exhausted. Zhao Tianyu quickly climbed up from the palm leaf, walked to Lu Shui's side, and said to her, "Go and get some sleep. We'll go back to the shelter after dawn." Lu Shui shook her head, forcing herself to stay awake, and said, "I'm not that sleepy either. I'll wait until we get back to the shelter to sleep." Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu didn't press the matter any further, so he nodded and turned to wake up Su Ran, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting, who were still fast asleep. The group arrived at the shore and washed their faces with the cool seawater. The coolness instantly spread throughout their bodies, invigorating them. Back by the fire, Zhao Tianyu roasted some more porcupine meat. After everyone had a hearty meal, they began to pack up. They stuffed all the coconuts they had picked into the suitcases. Then each of them carried a suitcase and headed towards the shelter, facing the rising sun. Chapter 65: Encountering a Leopard. Because everyone was carrying a suitcase full of coconuts and clothes, it not only increased their physical burden, but also required them to be constantly aware of potential dangers around them, so everyone walked very slowly. Especially Lu Shui and the other 3, they hadn't gone far before the heavy suitcases weighed them down so much that they could barely stand up straight. Their clothes were soaked with sweat, large beads of sweat rolled down their foreheads, and they were panting heavily, as if each breath required all their strength. Seeing this situation, Zhao Tianyu could only ask them to stop and rest every short distance to relieve their fatigue. However, the shelter was still nearly 10 kilometers away from the coast. Even with everyone walking and stopping frequently, more than 3 hours had passed and they had only covered less than half the distance. Lin Yu was panting heavily. She struggled to lift her head and said to Zhao Tianyu, "Brother Zhao, we really can't walk anymore. This suitcase is too heavy, it's making it hard for me to breathe. And my stomach is growling with hunger. Can we stop and rest for a while?" Seeing their flushed faces and panting breaths, Zhao Tianyu could only nod. They then found a shady tree, looked around to make sure there was no potential danger, and then let the 4 girls sit under the tree to rest. Lu Shui and the other 3 put their suitcases on the ground and slumped down, panting heavily. Zhao Tianyu also put his suitcase and bamboo basket on the ground, leaned against the tree trunk, and gasped for breath. After resting for almost 10 minutes and feeling that he had regained some strength, Zhao Tianyu gathered some firewood and dry grass nearby and lit a fire under a big tree. He found a few wooden sticks about the thickness of chopsticks, sharpened one end, and took out a piece of porcupine meat from the bamboo basket, skewering it with the sticks. They pulled out some still burning charcoal from the fire and placed the porcupine meat on it to roast slowly. In less than 10 minutes, the porcupine meat on the wooden stick was roasted until it was golden brown and was still sizzling with oil. The aroma wafting in the air made Lu Shui and the other 3 drool. Once the porcupine meat was roasted, Zhao Tianyu handed 2 skewers to each of Lu Shui and the other 3. After receiving the porcupine meat from Zhao Tianyu, Lu Shui and the other 3 ignored the fact that it was too hot to eat and stuffed it into their mouths, eating it in big bites. After eating roasted porcupine meat, Zhao Tianyu took out a few coconuts from his suitcase, split them open, and handed one to each of Lu Shui and the other 3. He picked one up himself, tilted his head back, and drank all the coconut juice inside in one gulp. He took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and leisurely began to smoke. After finishing a cigarette, he extinguished the fire, slung his bamboo basket over his shoulder, hoisted his suitcase, and continued walking toward the shelter. Lu Shui and the other 3 also picked up their suitcases and followed Zhao Tianyu. And so they continued walking slowly forward, when suddenly, a cacophony of bird calls shattered the tranquility. Everyone looked up in astonishment, and saw that the birds on the branches seemed to be greatly frightened, and they all took flight in panic, disappearing into the dense forest in an instant. Zhao Tianyu's heart tightened, and he immediately stopped, staring warily into the depths of the woods. At the same time, Lu Shui and the other three also stopped in their tracks and stood there nervously. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, everyone's eyes fixed on the woods, awaiting the arrival of unknown danger. Less than a minute passed, yet it felt like an eternity to everyone. Finally, a huge leopard appeared silently in everyone's sight like a ghost. This leopard was enormous, astonishing in its size. Its head was almost the size of a wash basin, it was over a meter tall, and its body length exceeded 2 meters. Its limbs were as thick as an adult's calves. Zhao Tianyu stared wide-eyed at the enormous creature before him, a wave of fear washing over him. He wondered to himself, could this leopard be some kind of spirit? How can it be so huge? Faced with such a ferocious beast, Zhao Tianyu dared not be negligent in the slightest. He quickly put down his suitcase and bamboo basket on the ground, then without hesitation drew a sharp military knife from his waist, gripped it tightly in his hand, held it horizontally in front of him, and stared intently at the leopard with eyes like an eagle, not daring to relax for a moment. Lu Shui and the other three were already pale with fright and trembling uncontrollably. They were so terrified by the huge leopard that they lost their minds, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, like leaves in the wind. Zhao Tianyu shouted at Lu Shui and the other three with a serious expression. Put your suitcases down quickly and find a safe place to hide. Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Lu Shui and the other three snapped out of their daze and hurriedly put their suitcases on the ground. Like startled rabbits, they quickly hid behind a big tree. Zhao Tianyu gripped his military knife tightly and stared intently at the leopard. The leopard also noticed Zhao Tianyu and his group. It stopped and stared intently at them with its sharp eyes, exuding a fierce aura. The two sides remained deadlocked for less than half a minute, as if time had frozen. Suddenly, the leopard raised its head and let out a deafening roar. The sound, like thunder, echoed through the air, filling people with dread. Immediately afterwards, the leopard pounced straight at Zhao Tianyu like an arrow released from a bow. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu showed no fear. He roared, "You beast, you've come at the perfect time! Let's see how I deal with you today!" As is well known, leopards are extremely fast runners, ranking among the fastest in the animal kingdom. Especially a leopard of this enormous size, its speed is astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the leopard had already rushed to a spot less than 5 meters away from Zhao Tianyu like lightning. It leaped high into the air, opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs, and lunged at Zhao Tianyu. In that breathtaking, critical moment, Zhao Tianyu displayed his extraordinary agility and reaction speed. His body moved with lightning speed, as if he had become a ghost, and he instantly dodged the leopard's fatal blow. At the same time, his military knife flashed through the air, striking the ferocious leopard with lightning speed. The military knife was incredibly sharp, like the scythe of death, mercilessly slicing a huge gash several tens of centimeters long into the leopard's body. In an instant, blood gushed from the leopard's wound like a fountain, staining the surrounding grass red. The leopard, having suffered such a severe injury, let out a blood-curdling, heart-wrenching scream that echoed throughout the forest, sending chills down everyone's spine. Chapter 66: Solving the Leopard Problem. It struggled painfully, running forward for 5 or 6 meters before finally managing to stop. However, the injured leopard did not back down. Instead, it became enraged. It stared with blood-red eyes, and kept letting out low growls, clearly filled with resentment towards Zhao Tianyu's attack. Surprisingly, the leopard did not choose to attack Lu Shui and the other three who were hiding behind the big tree. Instead, it resolutely turned around and pounced on Zhao Tianyu again. Zhao Tianyu was standing in front of a big tree when he saw the leopard pouncing on him like a hungry tiger. His nerves were on edge. But he didn't panic. Instead, he reacted quickly, dodging to the side with a nimble movement. The leopard darted past like lightning, its speed astonishing, so much so that it couldn't stop its rampage in an instant, crashing straight into the trunk of the large tree like a cannonball. With a loud bang, the tree swayed violently from the leopard's impact, as if it might collapse at any moment. The leaves, like startled butterflies, fluttered down, forming a green rain curtain. From this breathtaking scene, it's easy to imagine just how powerful the leopard's impact was. The leopard itself was also stunned by the sudden impact, its fat head shaking like a rattle drum, as if it had not yet recovered from the shock. Just as the leopard was momentarily stunned, Zhao Tianyu quickly seized this fleeting opportunity. He gripped his military knife tightly and, without hesitation, slashed fiercely at one of the leopard's legs. The saber flashed through the air, landing precisely on the leopard's ankle. With a crack, the leopard's leg snapped off like a tree branch. The leopard suddenly let out an extremely shrill scream, a sound that seemed to pierce eardrums and send chills down one's spine. However, this did not deter it. Instead, it aroused its ferocity. Despite the excruciating pain, it turned its head, opened its blood-red maw, and pounced on Zhao Tianyu again like a maddened beast. This time, Zhao Tianyu did not dodge. He stood firmly in place, his eyes fixed on the leopard. When the leopard pounced in front of him, he suddenly raised his foot and kicked the leopard's head with all his might. This kick was like a thunderbolt, carrying Zhao Tianyu's anger and determination, and landed hard on the leopard's jaw. With a muffled thud, the leopard's body was kicked backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground. Zhao Tianyu's foot was also jolted by the force of the impact, feeling as if it were about to crack. Seeing the leopard fall to the ground, Zhao Tianyu did not hesitate for a moment. He quickly stepped forward, seized the opportunity, gripped his military knife tightly in his right hand, and stabbed at the leopard's neck like lightning. With a soft thud, the military knife pierced the leopard's fur and muscles without any resistance, penetrating deep into its throat. Without hesitation, Zhao Tianyu drew his sword. In an instant, a stream of scalding blood gushed from the leopard's neck like a fountain, splashing onto the ground and forming a pool of scarlet blood. The leopard, having suffered such a fatal blow, let out a piercing scream that echoed through the silent forest, sending chills down one's spine. It rolled and struggled on the ground, trying to escape the sudden, intense pain. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu dared not relax for a moment. He quickly retreated to a place 4 or 5 meters away, gripped his military knife tightly, and stared intently at the leopard that was struggling to its death. The leopard, severely injured, rolled more and more violently on the ground, its cries growing weaker and weaker. However, Zhao Tianyu was not affected by its tragic state. He remained highly vigilant and prepared to deal with any possible situation at any time. Time passed second by second, and after about 10 minutes, the leopard's screams gradually subsided and finally disappeared completely. Zhao Tianyu then cautiously stepped forward and gently kicked the leopard's body to confirm that it was no longer moving. After confirming that the leopard was dead, Zhao Tianyu breathed a sigh of relief, panting heavily. Lu Shui and her 3 companions, who were hiding behind a big tree, were already stunned by what they saw. Their mouths were agape, their faces filled with disbelief. They could hardly believe that Zhao Tianyu had dealt with this enormous leopard so easily. At this moment, their admiration for Zhao Tianyu surged like a tidal wave, beyond words. Lu Shui and the other 3 slowly emerged from behind the big tree and walked to Zhao Tianyu's side. They first glanced at the leopard's corpse on the ground, and then turned their gazes to Zhao Tianyu, their faces full of admiration and respect. Feeling embarrassed by the 4 girls staring at him so openly, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but laugh and say, "Why are you staring at me like that? Do I have flowers on my face?" Lu Shui's voice trembled with excitement as she exclaimed with utmost admiration, "Brother Zhao, you're so brave! You managed to take care of that leopard so quickly. I really admire you." Lin Yu quickly chimed in, "Yes, Brother Zhao, you really surprised me. My admiration for you is like the Yellow River, flowing endlessly." However, before Lin Yu could finish speaking, Zhao Tianyu hurriedly waved his hand to interrupt her, laughing and shouting, "Stop! Stop! Stop! You're exaggerating too much. I'm getting goosebumps." Su Ran immediately said to Zhao Tianyu, "Brother Zhao, you're a real man. You actually took care of that leopard." Hearing her say that, Zhao Tianyu said angrily, "What are you talking about? Am I not a man or a woman?" Zhou Wan looked at the leopard carcass on the ground and asked Zhao Tianyu, "Brother Zhao, what should we do with this leopard carcass?" Zhao Tianyu laughed and said, "Is that even a question? Of course we'll take it back and eat it. I've never eaten leopard meat before. I wonder if it'll taste good." Hearing him say that, Zhou Wanting asked again, "This leopard must weigh at least 200 or 300 pounds. How are we going to get it back?" Zhao Tianyu said with a smile, "You don't need to worry about that. I'm all strength. You can have my suitcase and bamboo basket." After saying this, he wiped the blood off the leopard fur with his blood-stained military knife and tucked it back into his waistband. Chapter 67 Returning to the Shelter. Zhao Tianyu gripped the leopard's feet tightly with both hands like iron clamps, then lifted it up with a sudden movement, easily hoisting the 200 to 300-pound leopard onto his shoulder. Lu Shui and the other three were stunned by this astonishing scene, secretly marveling. My God! Is he even human? He just lifted such a heavy leopard so easily. Zhao Tianyu, however, seemed oblivious to the leopard's weight, steadily carrying it and striding towards the shelter. Seeing this, Lu Shui and the others didn't dare to delay at all. They quickly picked up their suitcases and followed closely behind Zhao Tianyu. Lu Shui and Su Ran then worked together to lift the suitcase that Zhao Tianyu had been carrying earlier. Although the suitcase was much lighter than the leopard's suitcase, it was still no easy task for the two girls. Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting then worked together to lift the heavy bamboo basket. As a result, everyone's burden became heavier and heavier, and their walking speed became slower and slower, so they had to stop and rest every short distance. And so they continued their arduous journey, taking more than 3 hours, before finally reaching the riverbank. The 5 people were exhausted, as if their bodies no longer belonged to them. Their clothes were soaked with sweat and clung tightly to their bodies. They were panting heavily, as if they could never catch their breath. Zhao Tianyu threw the leopard to the ground, then slumped down on the ground like a lump of mud, not wanting to move an inch. Lu Shui and the others did the same, dropping their luggage and plopping down on the ground, panting heavily, too exhausted to even speak. Time passed by, and after nearly half an hour, everyone began to feel their strength returning. Zhao Tianyu stood up, walked to his suitcase, opened it, took out a few coconuts, and split them open with a knife. He handed one to each of Lu Shui and the other 3, then picked one up for himself and drank all the coconut juice in one go without hesitation, leaving not a drop. After drinking the coconut juice, Zhao Tianyu dragged the leopard's carcass to the riverbank, preparing to dispose of it. Seeing this, Lu Shui and the others quickly stood up and rushed forward to help. However, despite their claim of helping, the 4 of them could only stand aside and watch Zhao Tianyu skillfully operate the equipment. It took Zhao Tianyu almost half an hour to peel off the leopard's entire pelt. He then used a military knife to make an incision in the leopard's belly, and carefully removed its internal organs one by one. He kept some of the entrails, intending to put them in the fishing cage as bait, while he ruthlessly threw the rest into the river, letting the current carry them away. After cleaning the entrails, Zhao Tianyu picked up his military knife and cut the leopard meat into small pieces. Lu Shui and the other 3 carried the leopard meat, cut into small pieces, into the kitchen and placed it on palm leaves. It took almost half an hour to cut all the leopard meat into small pieces and move it to the kitchen. The leopard meat weighed almost 200 pounds. That's enough to feed the 5 of them for a month, and they won't need to go into the woods to look for food for a while. Zhao Tianyu then picked up another piece of leopard meat, skillfully cut it into smaller pieces with his military knife, and gently put it into the pot to stew. While the leopard meat was stewing, Zhao Tianyu didn't sit idle. He carefully scraped away the remaining fat from the leopard skin bit by bit, afraid of damaging the precious pelt. After all the fat on the leopard pelt was scraped off, it was washed clean with river water and hung on tree branches to dry. Time passed slowly, and the aroma of leopard meat gradually wafted from the pot. When the leopard meat was cooked, Zhao Tianyu added some sea salt crystals to it. The group, who were already starving, couldn't wait to pick up their bowls and chopsticks and start eating the stewed leopard meat from the pot. The moment the leopard meat touched everyone's lips, they were captivated by its unique deliciousness. The meat was tender and juicy, with a rich and mellow flavor, making every bite an intoxicating experience. Wow, this leopard meat is absolutely delicious! Lin Yu exclaimed with a broad smile. I never imagined I'd have the chance to taste such delicious leopard meat in my lifetime. It's several times better than ordinary beef and mutton. Hearing her say this, Zhao Tianyu and the others all agreed wholeheartedly and nodded in praise. After eating the stewed leopard meat, it was completely dark. Everyone was exhausted from the day, so they sat by the fireplace and chatted for a while before returning to the shelter early to lie down and sleep. Perhaps because their hands were too tired, everyone slept quite soundly that night. The next morning, the sky was still gray. The sun had not yet fully risen, and the whole world was shrouded in a thin layer of morning mist. Zhao Tianyu, as usual, woke up early from his sleep. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze falling on Lu Shui and the others on the large bed. They were still sound asleep, deep in their sweet dreams, even snoring softly. Zhao Tianyu didn't disturb them. Instead, he carefully got out of bed, afraid of waking them from their sweet dreams. He tiptoed to the entrance of the shelter, and gently pushed open the bamboo door. The morning air is exceptionally fresh, carrying a cool dampness that makes one feel relaxed and refreshed. Zhao Tianyu took a deep breath of the fresh air and immediately felt refreshed and in a good mood. He strolled to the riverbank, squatted down, and put his hands into the water, feeling the cool water flow through his fingers. Then, he scooped up a handful of water and gently splashed it on his face. The cool touch made him shiver, but it also made him feel much more refreshed. After washing his face, Zhao Tianyu remembered the 2 fishing cages he had placed in the stream. They had been at the coast for days and hadn't had time to check on them, so they pulled the 2 fishing cages out of the water. Each fishing trap caught a lot of small fish and shrimp, but many of them died due to lack of oxygen. They picked out the dead fish and shrimp and threw them directly into the stream, then carefully poured the still living fish and shrimp into a small puddle by the stream to raise them. They then put some leopard entrails into the fishing cage and put the cage back into the stream. Back in the kitchen, I saw that there were already quite a few mosquitoes flying around on the leopard meat. Zhao Tianyu immediately picked up a piece of leopard meat and brought it to his nose to smell it. Fortunately, the leopard meat had not spoiled, and Zhao Tianyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 68: Boiling Sea Salt and Building a Smoking Chamber. Zhao Tianyu thought to himself, "The weather is so hot now. If we don't process these leopard meats properly soon, they will probably rot and spoil, which would be such a waste." However, to preserve the leopard meat, one must first boil the sea salt crystals brought back from the coast into sea salt. Thinking of this, he didn't dare to delay for a moment, quickly stood up, and walked towards the woods. In less than 20 minutes, he arrived at the bamboo forest. He selected a bamboo stalk about the thickness of a bull, picked up his military knife without hesitation, and began hacking at it. The knife flashed, bamboo chips flew everywhere, and in less than 5 minutes, the bamboo fell to the ground with a crack. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Tianyu swiftly cut off all the branches from the bamboo, then chopped it into small sections, and used the cut branches to tightly bind the bamboo sections together. Finally, he carried the bundle of bamboo and strode towards the shelter. Once outside the kitchen, Zhao Tianyu further processed the bamboo, cutting it into individual bamboo tubes. Then, holding a bamboo tube, he rushed to the riverbank like a whirlwind, filled it with water, and hurried back to the kitchen without stopping. They then carefully poured the sea salt crystals into the bamboo tubes filled with water. He took out a large empty plastic bottle that he had brought back from the coast from the bamboo basket. With a swift and clean motion, he sliced off the bottom of the bottle, revealing a smooth cut. He found a stick and scooped some charcoal out of the fireplace, put it in the empty bottle, and then took the bottle to the riverbank. Put the bottle into the river and let the river water wash the charcoal inside, cleaning it thoroughly. Then he poured the charcoal from the bottle onto the grass by the stream. They also scooped up some river sand that had been washed clean by the river. First, fill the bottle with a layer of charcoal 2 or 3 centimeters thick. These charcoal pieces are arranged closely together to form a solid bottom layer. Next, he placed a layer of river sand, 2 or 3 centimeters thick, on top of the charcoal. The sand was fine and even, covering the charcoal. And so, he filled the empty bottle with layers of charcoal and river sand, each layer neatly arranged without the slightest carelessness. Finally, he used his military knife to drill several small holes, about the size of rice grains, into the bottle cap. To further improve the filtration system, he cut a strip of cloth from his clothes and tied it tightly to the bottle opening with fishing line. This strip of cloth was to prevent charcoal and river sand from leaking out. After some careful work, a simple filtration device was created. Meanwhile, the sea salt crystals had completely dissolved into the water, waiting to be filtered. Just then, Lu Shui and the other 3 girls slowly walked out of the shelter. They were still sleepy, rubbing their eyes and yawning, as if they hadn't fully woken up from their dreams. After reaching the riverbank, they quickly washed up and went straight to the kitchen. Upon entering, their eyes were immediately drawn to the bamboo tubes. Suran spoke first, asking, "Brother Zhao, what are you doing?" Zhao Tianyu smiled slightly and explained, I'll filter these sea salt crystals so we can boil them up as quickly as possible and then use them to marinate the leopard meat. After saying that, he handed the filter to Su Ran and asked her to hold it. Then, he placed the pot under the filter, ready to receive the filtered brine. After everything was ready, Zhao Tianyu carefully picked up a bamboo tube filled with salt water and slowly poured the salt water into the tube. The brine flowed slowly down the bamboo tube, filtered through layers of charcoal and river sand, and finally dripped into the pot drop by drop. Although the process seemed simple, it actually required a great deal of care and patience. Zhao Tianyu operated with complete concentration, not daring to be careless in the slightest. And so, time passed by, and after about half an hour, a pot full of clear brine finally appeared before everyone. Zhao Tianyu then placed the full pot of brine on the fireplace and began to boil sea salt. It would take several hours to boil such a large pot of brine into sea salt. Looking at the pile of leopard meat on the palm leaves, Zhao Tianyu thought to himself, "In this hot weather, simply curing this leopard meat with sea salt probably won't preserve it for long. It seems we'll need to smoke it." He turned to Lu Shui and the others and said, "We need to build a smoking room to ensure that the leopard meat doesn't spoil." Lu Shui and the others nodded in agreement. Zhao Tianyu then stood up and walked towards the woods first, with Lu Shui and the other three following closely behind. Upon entering the bamboo forest, Zhao Tianyu began carefully selecting bamboo. With keen eyes, he quickly spotted some bamboo about the thickness of an arm and immediately started cutting them down. Since it's just a smokehouse and doesn't need to be as sturdy as a shelter, these bamboo poles, about the thickness of an arm, are perfectly adequate. In less than half an hour, Zhao Tianyu had chopped a large pile of bamboo. Then, he cut the bamboo into small sections 2 or 3 meters long, tied them together with rope, and carried them back outside the kitchen. Back outside the kitchen, Zhao Tianyu didn't stop. He quickly picked up his military knife, cut the bamboo to the appropriate length according to his needs, and carved mortise and tenon joints into the bamboo. After everything was ready, Zhao Tianyu led Lu Shui and the others to start building the smoking room. They worked like this until noon, and the smoking chamber was still less than halfway set up. Although Lu Shui and the other three hadn't done much work, they were still panting heavily, and their stomachs were growling loudly with hunger. Everyone could only return to the kitchen to rest for a while, and by then the salt water boiling in the pot had almost evaporated. Zhao Tianyu didn't even bother to rest, and picked up a small wooden stick to stir it continuously. Another half hour passed, and the salt water in the pot had completely evaporated, leaving only a layer of white sea salt at the bottom of the pot. Zhao Tianyu immediately took the pot off the fireplace, let it cool down a bit, and then carefully poured the sea salt into a bottle for storage. He took the pot to the riverbank, washed it clean, fetched some water, and brought it to the kitchen, placing it on the fireplace. He took a piece of leopard meat with alternating layers of fat and lean meat and put it in the pot to slowly stew. After eating the stewed leopard meat, Zhao Tianyu asked Lu Shui and Su Ran to continue filtering and boiling the brine in the bamboo tube to make sea salt. He then led Lin Yu and Zhou wanting to continue building the smokehouse. Chapter 69 Smoked Leopard Meat. As the sun gradually sank in the west, a touch of orange-red sunset appeared on the horizon. Zhao Tianyu, along with Lin Yu and Zhou wanting, finally finished setting up the smokehouse. At the same time, Lu Shui and Su Ran successfully boiled all the seawater in the bamboo tube into sea salt, making as many as 5 or 6 bottles. This amount of sea salt is more than enough to marinate the leopard meat, and there will still be plenty left over. Time was of the essence, so Zhao Tianyu quickly led the girls into the woods before it got completely dark, and cut down some pine branches. They took the pine branches back to the smokehouse and then lit some firewood inside. As the fire spread, the firewood gradually burned out, leaving only some glowing charcoal. Zhao Tianyu carefully placed the pine branches on the charcoal, letting them continue to burn and release a rich pine resin. Next, Zhao Tianyu picked up some sea salt and sprinkled it evenly over the leopard meat, ensuring that each piece of meat fully absorbed the salt. He then carefully placed the marinated leopard meat into the smoking room. Looking at the leopard meat enveloped in smoke in the smoking room, Lu Shui couldn't help but feel curious. She blinked her big eyes and asked doubtfully, "Brother Zhao, after this kind of smoking treatment, is this leopard meat still edible?" Zhao Tianyu's lips curled into a confident smile as he patiently explained, "Of course you can eat it, and it will taste quite good. This smoking method not only extends the shelf life of the meat but also gives it a unique flavor. Hearing him say this, Lu Shui and the others were somewhat skeptical. After eating some stewed leopard meat, everyone returned to the shelter early and went to bed. The next morning, before the sun had even risen, Zhao Tianyu opened his eyes early, as usual. He quietly rolled out of bed, careful not to wake Lu Shui and the others who were still fast asleep. Zhao Tianyu tiptoed out of the shelter and arrived at the smoke chamber. After being smoked all night, the leopard meat had undergone a noticeable change. Their moisture gradually evaporated, causing them to become somewhat dehydrated, and their skins were also blackened by the smoke. Zhao Tianyu carefully observed these changes and nodded to himself, indicating that the smoke treatment was quite effective. Then, Zhao Tianyu turned and walked into the woods. Holding a military knife, he skillfully chopped off some fresh pine branches. Zhao Tianyu brought the chopped pine branches back to the smoking room and carefully took out the leopard meat inside. They took some firewood and put it inside the smokehouse to light a fire. Once the firewood had burned out, and only a pile of glowing charcoal remained, Zhao Tianyu quickly covered it with the pine branches he had just cut. Zhao Tianyu hung the leopard meat back in the smoking room, letting it continue to be smoked. After finishing the fumigation work, Zhao Tianyu went to the riverbank. He squatted down and washed his face with the cool river water. In that instant, he felt refreshed, as if all his fatigue had been washed away by the river. They picked up the 2 fishing cages again to inspect them, and found that each cage had caught quite a few small fish and shrimp. Carefully pour the fish and shrimp into a small puddle by the river, then gently put the fish trap back into the river. After doing all that, he looked down at his dirty clothes and was hit by a strong smell of sweat. He frowned and muttered to himself, "Ugh, I'm so dirty I can hardly stand it. And the smell is awful, I need to wash up right away." His gaze fell on the crystal clear river water, and an idea struck him. "I haven't taken a bath in days. Why don't I take a good bath in the river before Lu Shui and the others wake up?" With that thought in mind, Zhao Tianyu turned around and went back to the shelter without hesitation. He quickly grabbed a clean change of clothes and then hurried back to the riverbank. He stood on the bank, stripped himself naked, and went down into the river to bathe. Although the river water was a bit cool, it didn't feel too cold in the morning sunlight. Zhao Tianyu swam freely in the water, feeling the gentle caress of the current, as if all his fatigue and grime had been washed away by the river. Just as he was enjoying his relaxing bath, Su Ran emerged from the shelter, still half asleep. She rubbed her eyes as she walked toward the river, seemingly unaware that Zhao Tianyu was bathing in the river. At this moment, Zhao Tianyu had his back to Su Ran, so he did not notice Su Ran's arrival. When Su Ran rushed to the riverbank, she was suddenly stunned by what she saw. Zhao Tianyu was bathing in the river completely naked. This sudden sight startled Su Ran, and her face instantly turned bright red, like a ripe apple. Su Ran said somewhat shyly, "Brother Zhao, why are you taking a shower so early in the morning? You really gave me a fright." Her voice trembled slightly. Clearly she hadn't fully recovered from the shock she'd just experienced. Upon hearing Su Ran's voice, Zhao Tianyu quickly turned his head. When he saw Su Ran's face turn completely red, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He quickly explained, "Oh, I felt really dirty, so I took a shower before you all woke up. You can leave for a bit, I'll be right there." However, Su Ran did not turn away as Zhao Tianyu expected. Instead, a mischievous smile appeared on her lips as she said, "Why should I avoid it? You're a grown man, are you afraid I'll see you? Besides, you already saw all 4 of us naked on the beach." Zhao Tianyu was speechless after hearing Su Ran's words. He hadn't expected Su Ran to say those words so directly, which caught him off guard. However, he quickly realized what was going on and said with a laugh, "Haha, you're right. In that case, go ahead and look. Anyway, I'm in such a good body, I'm not afraid of you looking." After saying that, Zhao Tianyu seemed to have completely let go of his worries and continued taking a shower on his own, no longer paying any attention to Su Ran's presence. Su Ran's eyes were drawn to Zhao Tianyu's brown skin and strong muscles as if by a magnet. "I couldn't help but think to myself, I never knew he had such a great physique." The thought flashed through her mind, and Su Ran's face suddenly turned as red as a ripe apple. She scolded herself inwardly. "Su Ran, what's wrong with you? Why have you become so infatuated? However, her eyes seemed to have a mind of their own, and she couldn't help but keep staring at Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu seemed to notice Su Ran's gaze, and he said somewhat embarrassedly, "Hey, beautiful Su, have you looked enough? If you have, turn your head away, I'm going to come up and get dressed." Chapter 70 Marry Me. Su Ran blushed even more upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words. Like a startled rabbit, she quickly turned her head away, not daring to look at Zhao Tianyu again. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu quickly climbed ashore from the river, grabbed his clothes, and put them on as fast as he could. After he finished dressing, he said to Su Ran, "I'm dressed, you can turn around now." Su Ran slowly turned around, her face still flushed, looking exceptionally beautiful. Looking at her shy expression, Zhao Tianyu's heart stirred, and he teased with a smile. "Beautiful Su, when you were staring at me just now, were you thinking about something embarrassing?" Teased by Zhao Tianyu, Su Ran's face turned even redder. She glared at Zhao Tianyu and said irritably, "I don't know what you're talking about." After saying this, he quickly walked to the riverbank, squatted down, scooped up the river water with his hands, and began to wash his face. Zhao Tianyu stopped teasing her and took the clothes he had changed out of to the riverbank to wash them and hang them on the tree branches to dry. Back in the kitchen, I sat by the fireplace, lit a cigarette, and leisurely smoked it. After washing up, Su Ran returned to the kitchen and saw Zhao Tianyu sitting by the fireplace smoking. She said with some concern, "Brother Zhao, smoking is bad for your health. You should smoke less." Zhao Tianyu said with a smile, "I don't have many other hobbies, but I have a big smoking habit. You have no idea how bored I was when I didn't have any cigarettes for a while." Hearing him say that, Su Ran smiled and didn't say anything more. She took some firewood and lit it in the fireplace. He took the iron pot to the riverbank, fetched some water, and carried it to the kitchen, placing it on the fireplace. After completing these tasks, I rushed to the smoking room. Upon opening the door, a faint smell of smoke wafted out. She picked out a piece of leopard meat with a good balance of fat and lean, and then took it to the riverbank. She washed the leopard meat in water, took it back to the kitchen, cut it into small pieces, and put it in a pot to stew. At this moment, Zhao Tianyu was sitting leisurely by the fireplace, a cigarette dangling from his lips, watching Su Ran's busy figure, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. When Su Ran finally finished everything and sat down next to Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but praise her. "Beautiful Su, I never expected you to be so diligent. Look at you, not only are you good-tempered and beautiful, but you're also so capable. Any man who marries you is truly blessed." Hearing Zhao Tianyu's praise, Su Ran felt a surge of joy. She smiled slightly and said coquettishly, "Since you praise me so much, why don't you just marry me? Anyway, we're stuck on this deserted island now, and we don't know when we'll be able to leave." Zhao Tianyu was clearly not expected Su Ran to say such a thing. He was stunned and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. However, he quickly regained his smile and replied with a laugh, "Haha, don't joke with me. I'm just a small security guard. I have nothing. No car, no money, no savings. I only make a few thousand yuan a month. And you, Ms. Su, are a high-ranking HR manager, with so many suitors. Would you even consider me?" Su Ran smiled dismissively and retorted, "That's not necessarily true. Maybe I'll just happen to fall for a security guard like you." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu was stunned again. He stared wide-eyed at Su Ran, seemingly unable to believe his ears. Seeing this, Su Ran's smile grew even brighter, like a blooming flower. She continued enthusiastically, "Look at you, your skills are amazing. You even managed to take down Ah Bao so easily. I'm really curious. Someone as capable as you, why don't you find a higher-paying job? Did you know that Ah Bao earns a whopping 50,000 yuan a month as Mr. Lu's personal bodyguard?" Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Zhao Tianyu smiled slightly, revealing a faint smile. He replied calmly, "I live alone now, so as the saying goes, if one person is full, the whole family isn't hungry. I think being a security guard is pretty good. That way, I don't have to be at the mercy of others all the time, and I can live freely. Isn't that great? Don't you think so?" Su Ran nodded in agreement after hearing Zhao Tianyu's words. He smiled and said, "Yes, you're right. You really do have a clear understanding of life." Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu's smile widened even more. He continued, Of course. Life is only a few decades long, why make yourself so tired? The most important thing is to live each day happily and in the present. What's the use of making so much money? After all, no one knows whether tomorrow or an accident will come first. Don't you agree? Upon hearing this, Suran's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. She nodded gently, indicating her agreement with Zhao Tianyu's words. Just then, Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting walked into the kitchen together. As soon as she entered the kitchen, Lin Yu asked with a smile, "What are you two talking about? You look so happy." Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu's smile grew even brighter, and he replied in a relaxed tone. "The beautiful Su said she wants to marry me. We're currently discussing how to hold a grand wedding after we leave here." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting all burst out laughing. Lin Yu made no attempt to hide her teasing, saying, "Are you trying to fool a 3-year-old? How could Sister Suran possibly marry you?" Zhao Tianyu didn't seem to care about Lin Yu's teasing. He still smiled and said, "Look at what you're saying. Why can't the beautiful Su marry me? If you don't believe me, ask her. Didn't she just say that she wanted me to marry her?" As he spoke, he winked at Suran playfully. Lin Yu then looked at Suran and asked her, "Sister Suran, is what this guy is saying true?" Suran nodded and said with a smile, "I did just say that I wanted Brother Zhao to marry me." Hearing her say this, Lu Shui and the other two all had expressions of disbelief on their faces. Zhao Tianyu then chuckled and said to Lin Yu, "Big watermelon, see? I didn't lie to you. Even the beautiful Su herself admitted it. And I was just bathing in the river with her." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Lu Shui and the other two all turned their gazes towards Suran. Suran quickly said, "Don't listen to his nonsense, I didn't take a bath with him." Lin Yu then looked at Zhao Tianyu and said angrily, "I told you not to call me Big Watermelon anymore, it sounds awful. If you keep calling me that, I'll get angry." Zhao Tianyu said with a smile, All right. I won't call you anymore." Chapter 71. Lin Yu's chest was grabbed by Zhao Tianyu again. Before long, the leopard meat in the pot had been stewed until it was fragrant, tender, and flavorful. Smelling the enticing aroma, everyone eagerly picked up their bowls and chopsticks, grabbed pieces of leopard meat from the pot, and began to eat heartily, fully enjoying the satisfaction brought by this delicious dish. After breakfast, Lu Shui smiled and said to Zhao Tianyu, "Brother Zhao, look how nice the weather is. Why don't you go for a stroll in the woods?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but laugh and asked curiously, "Why would I want to wander into the woods for no reason? There's plenty of leopard meat here, enough for us to eat for half a month." Seeing this, Lu Shui quickly explained, "Oh dear, you'll get tired of eating leopard meat every day. Why don't you go for a walk in the woods? Maybe you can find some wild vegetables or fruits to try. Besides, we're almost out of mugwort sticks to repel mosquitoes. Why don't you go and get some more while you're at it?" Upon hearing her words, Zhao Tianyu chuckled and said, "Tell me honestly, what exactly did you want to do by sending me away?" Before he could finish speaking, Lin Yu couldn't hold back any longer and blurted out, "We wanted to go for a bath in the river, but we were afraid you'd peek, so we thought we'd let you take a stroll in the woods." Zhao Tianyu muttered, "Am I that kind of person? Besides, would I need to spy on you? I saw you all clearly that day on the beach." However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he immediately realized he had said the wrong thing, but it was too late to take them back. Lu Shui and the other three girls' faces instantly turned bright red, like ripe apples. Zhou Wanting even angrily scolded, "Brother Zhao, you big liar! Didn't you say you didn't see anything?" Lin Yu wasn't about to back down and immediately demanded, "Tell me, what exactly did you see?" Faced with this barrage of questions, Zhao Tianyu felt extremely uncomfortable and embarrassed. At this critical moment, he had a sudden inspiration. His eyes darted around, and he suddenly turned his attention to Lin Yu, saying calmly, "You were bending over with your butt sticking out when I checked you wound. What do you think I could see?" Zhao Tianyu's words were like a bombshell, instantly creating a storm in Lin Yu's heart. Her face was as red as if it had been roasted by fire, so red it looked like it could bleed, and she was so shy she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. "You bastard surnamed Zhao! I'll fight you to the death!" Lin Yu shouted angrily. Before she finished speaking, she pounced on Zhao Tianyu like an enraged tiger cub, baring her teeth and claws. Zhao Tianyu reacted swiftly, like lightning, instantly extending his arms to tightly embrace her. His movements were so rapid that she had no time to react at all. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Tianyu reached out without hesitation and accurately grabbed her high and firm breasts, and squeezed them hard without any mercy. This was the second time Zhao Tianyu had grabbed her chest so roughly, and Lin Yu's body couldn't help but tremble violently. A strange sensation, like an electric current, quickly spread throughout her body, causing her to lose control of her body instantly, and become completely still, as if she had been frozen in place. Lu Shui, Su Ran, and Zhou Wanting, who were standing to the side, witnessed this scene. They were stunned at first, and then burst into hearty laughter in unison. Seeing that Lin Yu had calmed down, Zhao Tianyu not only did not stop, but instead pinched her breasts twice more before finally letting go with satisfaction. With a mocking smile on his face, he said to Lin Yu, "Little brat, you think I can't handle you?" After saying that, Zhao Tianyu quickly stood up, grabbed the bamboo basket next to him, and ran out of the kitchen like a gust of wind, leaving Lin Yu alone on the spot, her face flushed, feeling both ashamed and angry. After a while, Lin Yu finally came to her senses. Her face was flushed with anger, and she cursed in the direction Zhao Tianyu had left. "You bastard, Zhao, you took advantage of me again!" However, Zhao Tianyu had already run more than 10 meters away. After hearing Lin Yu's cursing, he stopped, turned around, made a face at Lin Yu, and said with a grin, "Big watermelon, it feels really good." These words undoubtedly added fuel to the fire, making Lin Yu's anger burn even more fiercely. She stomped her feet in anger, but there was nothing she could do. Zhao Tianyu pressed his advantage, saying, "Big watermelon, don't be shy, just tell me honestly. When I was checking your wound the other day, I accidentally saw your private parts, and oh my, they were really quite beautiful." Before he finished speaking, Zhao Tianyu dashed into the woods like a greased rag doll, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Hearing Zhao Tianyu's blunt and malicious words, Lin Yu's face flushed red, and she trembled with anger, cursing inwardly. "What terrible luck I've ever had! Why am I always the one who gets hurt?" Meanwhile, Lu Shui, Su Ran, and Zhou Wanting were still laughing unrestrainedly. Seeing this, Lin Yu was furious. She glared at the three of them and shouted angrily, "Are you still laughing? Don't you consider me your good sister? You just stand by and watch him bully me. You're so unfair." Lu Shui suppressed a laugh and said to Lin Yu, "Who told you to provoke him? Now look what happened, Brother Zhao grabbed your chest again, ha ha ha." Su Ran laughed along, interjecting, "But seriously, you and Brother Zhao are such a pair of clowns. You're always bickering and joking around, and you always bring us a lot of joy." Zhou Wanting laughed so hard she almost fell over, saying between laughs, "Who told you to have such big breasts? Who else would people grab if not you? Ha ha." Lin Yu snorted and said, "Weren't you three seen naked by him?" Hearing her say that, Su Ran laughed and said, "Although he saw us naked, we didn't stick our butts out in front of him. Besides, he didn't grab our breasts, did he?" Hearing Su Ran say that, Lin Yu was both angry and embarrassed. Lu Shui quickly said, All right. Stop fooling around. While Brother Zhao is in the woods, let's hurry to the river to bathe. It won't be good if he comes back." After saying this, she stood up and walked towards the shelter, and Su Ran quickly followed her. Back at the shelter, I grabbed a change of clothes, went to the riverbank, stripped naked, and went into the river to take a bath. Chapter 72 He's in Heat. While taking a shower, Lin Yu kept replaying the scene of Zhao Tianyu pinching her breasts in her mind. The feeling was like an electric current running through her body, making her feel a little distracted. Her face flushed instantly, and she thought to herself, "How could this be? It feels so good to be pinched by Brother Zhao." As she thought of this, her heart pounded faster and faster, as if it was about to jump out of her throat. Just then, Su Ran noticed Lin Yu's unusual behavior. Looking at her flushed face, Su Ran asked with a smile, Yeah, what's wrong with you? Why is your face as red as an apple? Are you having second thoughts?" Upon hearing this, Lu Shui chimed in, "Is that even a question? Look at how shy she is, she's definitely in heat." Zhou Wanting chimed in with a laugh. I bet Yeye is still savoring the wonderful feeling of Brother Zhao pinching her breasts. After being teased by Lu Shui and the other two, Lin Yu's face turned even redder, like a ripe apple or a monkey's bottom. She retorted coquettishly. Humph! Who's in heat? I think it's the three of you who's in heat. Before she finished speaking, she quickly scooped up the river water with her hands and then splashed it at Lu Shui and the other two. Caught off guard, Lu Shui and the other two were drenched, but they were not to be outdone. They scooped up river water with their hands and retaliated against Lin Yu. For a moment, water splashed everywhere on the river, and the laughter and screams of the four girls mingled together as they had a great time. Zhao Tianyu carried the bamboo basket for a long distance before finding a shady tree. He first cautiously looked around to make sure there was no potential danger before leaning against the tree trunk with peace of mind. He took a cigarette out of his pocket, skillfully put it in his mouth, and then lit it with a lighter. After taking a deep breath, the smoke filled his mouth. The scene of grabbing Lin Yu's breasts kept flashing through his mind, and a smug smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. Hee, I must say, Lin Yu's breasts actually feel quite nice to squeeze, he thought to himself. Having four beauties with me on this deserted island is quite a unique kind of enjoyment. Zhao Tianyu smoked 2 or 3 cigarettes in a row, lost in his own thoughts. After a while, he finally came to his senses and continued walking deeper into the woods. After walking for a while, he finally found some lush and green mugwort under a big tree. He stopped, drew a sharp military knife from his waist, and deftly cut the mugwort at the roots before carefully placing it into a bamboo basket. He didn't stand up and continue walking into the woods until he had cut down about half a basket of mugwort. As he walked, his eyes suddenly lit up when he saw some wild ferns that had just sprouted. The ferns were so fresh and tender, they had obviously just grown. Zhao Tianyu was delighted and quickly walked over. He never expected to find wild ferns on this deserted island. What a pleasant surprise! It seems he'll have another delicious dish to enjoy from now on. He excitedly squatted down and couldn't wait to start picking the tender wild ferns. It took them almost an hour to finally pick 3 or 4 pounds of wild ferns in the woods. That much ferns was enough for them to eat for several meals. Thinking that he had been out for so long, Lu Shui and the others should have finished showering by now. He turned around and headed towards the shelter. However, he hadn't gone far when a clear pheasant call reached his ears. He couldn't help but look up and follow the sound, only to see a brightly colored pheasant perched on a branch of a large tree not far away, calling out incessantly. Zhao Tianyu's eyes lit up, and he immediately stopped and quickly took out the slingshot he had made from his pocket. He bent down, picked up a small, round stone from the ground, placed it on the slingshot's pad, pulled the rubber band tight, and aimed at the pheasant. As he released his grip, the small stone shot towards the pheasant like an arrow. The stone fired from the slingshot hit the pheasant's body with perfect accuracy. The pheasant let out a scream, spread its wings and flew forward 4 or 5 meters before falling to the ground and flapping its wings incessantly. Zhao Tianyu quickly stepped forward, picked up the pheasant that was still flapping its wings, grabbed its neck and twisted it hard. With a crack sound, the pheasant's neck was snapped, and after struggling for a couple of seconds, it became completely still. When he finally returned to the shelter, Lu Shui and the other 3 were sitting on a rock by the river, chatting and laughing. Upon seeing Zhao Tianyu return, they immediately stopped chatting, stood up, and walked towards him. Lin Yu stood in the crowd, but her expression was somewhat off. Her brows were slightly furrowed, clearly still angry about Zhao Tianyu grabbing her breast earlier. Her gaze was fixed on Zhao Tianyu, filled with anger and dissatisfaction. Zhao Tianyu noticed Lin Yu's expression and said with a smile, Yeah, why are you looking at me like that? His voice was relaxed and teasing, as if he didn't take Lin Yu's anger seriously. Lin Yu's face darkened further, and she replied irritably, Who told you to bully me? Zhao Tianyu, however, didn't take it to heart and continued to smile, saying, Where did I bully you? Lin Yu was speechless for a moment after being choked by his words, not knowing how to respond. Zhao Tianyu put the bamboo basket he was holding on the ground and said to Lu Shui, Go and process the pheasant. Lu Shui nodded, and just as she was about to bend down to take the pheasant from the bamboo basket, her gaze was suddenly drawn to the wild ferns in the basket. She asked curiously, Brother Zhao, what is this? Zhao Tianyu replied with a smile, This is wild bracken, Don't you recognize it? Lu Shui said somewhat embarrassedly. I don't cook at home, so how would I know these things? Zhao Tianyu nodded and joked. That's true. A CEO like you, why would you need to cook for yourself? Hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Lu Shui felt a little embarrassed. She smiled and said, Brother Zhao, please don't tease me. As the CEO on this deserted island, I still have to listen to you. After saying this, he picked up the pheasant, walked to the kitchen, and was about to throw it into the fireplace to burn the feathers. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu quickly stopped her, saying with a smile, Now that we have a pot, we can't treat the pheasant like that. You should take the mugwort outside to dry. I'll handle the pheasant. As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up the pot, went to the stream, filled it with water, and placed it on the fireplace. In just over 10 minutes, the water in the pot had boiled. We carefully took the pot off the stove and put the pheasant into the boiling water for 3 or 4 minutes. They took the pot and the pheasant to the riverbank and started processing it. In less than 20 minutes, the pheasant was processed, cleaned, and taken back to the kitchen. Chapter 73 Rainy Night Conversation. As evening approached, Zhao Tianyu chopped the prepared pheasant into small pieces and put it in a pot to stew. When the pheasant meat was almost cooked, some clean wild ferns were cut into small pieces and put into the pot to stew with the pheasant meat. I must say, this pheasant stew with bracken has a completely different flavor. After dinner, Lu Shui and the others gathered the pots and pans together and took them to the river to wash them. Zhao Tianyu took the half-dried mugwort to the kitchen and started kneading it into small strips. Lu Shui and the others washed the pots and pans clean and joined him in rubbing moxa sticks. Time flies like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 days have passed as quickly as flowing water. During this period, their lives were uneventful and routine. Apart from occasionally going into the woods to cut some firewood, they spent almost all their time in that simple shelter. After dinner that evening, they sat by the fireplace and chatted for a while before everyone returned to the shelter early and went to bed. In the dead of night, the once tranquil night sky was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds. The inky black clouds churned like ink, as if they were about to devour the entire world. In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder roared, a fierce wind swept in, violently pounding against the bamboo door of the shelter, making a creaking sound. Before long, large raindrops began to pour down from the sky, hitting the roof with a pitter-patter sound, like 1,000 horses galloping, deafeningly loud. The sudden downpour caught everyone off guard, and Zhao Tianyu and the others, who were still sound asleep, were awakened by the thunder and rain. Lying in bed, listening to the rain pounding against the roof, they felt a strange sense of oppression welling up inside them. I miss home! Su Ran blurted out suddenly. Although her voice was not loud, it was like a lightning bolt that ripped through the night sky, instantly breaking the original tranquility of the room. These words seemed to possess a certain magic. Upon hearing them, Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting couldn't help but feel a surge of homesickness. Images of their family members flashed through their minds like scenes from a movie. Their familiar smiles and warm embraces made them miss them dearly. Thinking of their families, the 4 girls' sleepiness vanished instantly, and they all sat up in bed. Zhao Tianyu also got out of bed, silently took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. Just then, Lin Yu suddenly broke the silence, her voice tinged with anxiety. Brother Zhao, do you think we'll be trapped on this deserted island forever? I don't want to spend the rest of my life on this deserted island. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu's lips curled into a faint smile. He reassured him. Don't worry, we'll leave this deserted island someday. But I think it would be quite nice to live on this deserted island forever. Lin Yu was clearly unhappy with Zhao Tianyu's words. She said irritably, What's so good about this lousy place? Do you want to stay here for the rest of your life? With a mocking smile on his lips, Zhao Tianyu continued. For me, I would be willing to stay on this deserted island for the rest of my life. After all, having 4 beautiful women like you by my side on this deserted island is simply one of life's greatest pleasures. I'll marry all 4 of you then, and we'll have a whole bunch of adorable babies. Then we'll settle down and prosper on this island. As soon as he said that, Lu Shui and the other 3 were stunned and didn't know how to respond. After a while, Zhou Wanting was the first to react. She chuckled and teased. Your idea is quite unique. Do you think you're some kind of ancient emperor? You're even thinking of taking all 4 of us as your wives and concubines. Lin Yu chimed in. That's right. You're too greedy. You should be grateful if you could marry one of us. I think you're still half asleep, just spouting nonsense. Zhao Tianyu, however, remained unconvinced and said with a grin, Oh well, you should always have ideas. Who knows, they might come true someday. Look at this deserted island, right now there's no one else but me and Yi Wei's group. If we're stuck here forever, who else are you going to marry but me, or those scumbags like Yi Wei? Hearing Zhao Tianyu say this, Lu Shui and the others were unable to refute it for a moment. After a while, Lu Shui said to Zhao Tianyu, Brother Zhao, you must have had quite a few girlfriends, right? Zhao Tianyu was completely taken aback by Lu Shui's question. A look of embarrassment immediately appeared on his face. After a slight hesitation, he answered somewhat awkwardly. To be honest, I joined the army when I was 18 and only returned a couple of years ago after being discharged. I've never been in a relationship. To this day, I'm still a virgin. As soon as Zhao Tianyu finished speaking, Lu Shui and the others burst out laughing in unison. Su Ran laughed and teased. You're not lying to us, are you? You've really never been in a relationship? Zhao Tianyu said irritably. Why would I lie to you? I'm telling the truth. Su Ran pressed on. Logically speaking, a man your age should be married by now. How come you don't even have a girlfriend? Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu immediately became displeased and retorted. How old am I? I'm only a year older than you, and you have the nerve to talk back to me. As for you, you're already 26, why aren't you married yet? In our countryside, women your age would already have kids running errands. Hearing Zhao Tianyu say that, Su Ran smiled and said, I've been busy with work, so I haven't had the time or energy to date. The most important thing is that I haven't met a man who makes my heart flutter. Zhao Tianyu then asked Lu Shui. Lu Shui, what about you? Lu Shui laughed and said, I'm so busy with work all day, I don't have time to think about these things. Zhao Tianyu then said to Lin Yu, Lin Yu, what about you? You haven't been in a relationship either, have you? Hearing Zhao Tianyu ask this, Lin Yu smiled and said, I did have a relationship in college, but we broke up after 6 months. Hearing her say that, Zhao Tianyu laughed and said, Oh, then you must have been taken advantage of, otherwise you wouldn't have broken up with me. Lin Yu immediately flew into a rage and said, You're talking nonsense. I wasn't taken advantage of at all. We didn't even hold hands. I'm still a virgin. Hearing her say that, Zhao Tianyu laughed and joked. I don't believe it. Unless I have to check it myself. Lin Yu said angrily. You wish. You're trying to take advantage of me again. Chapter 74 After the rain, the sky is sunny. Zhao Tianyu stopped teasing Lin Yu and instead asked Zhou Wanting. Beautiful Zhou, what about you? How many relationships have you had? Zhou Wanting smiled slightly and replied. I had a relationship once in college, but we broke up later. After I started working, I haven't had another one. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu asked with great interest. Oh? Why did you break up? Zhou Wanting blushed slightly and said somewhat embarrassedly. Actually, there's no particular reason. He just wanted to ask me to go to a hotel, but I felt it wasn't appropriate, so I didn't go, and then we broke up. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but laugh, and then asked, Then why don't you go? Isn't this kind of thing quite normal in today's society? Zhou Wanting glared at him and said irritably, A girl's first time isn't something she gives away so easily. I'm saving it for the person I love most. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu suddenly chuckled, his laughter seemingly carrying a hint of mockery. Seeing this, Zhou Wanting asked curiously, What are you laughing at? What's so funny? Zhao Tianyu then stopped laughing and said, I'm just a little surprised. I really didn't expect that all 4 beauties in our company are virgins. If the other people in the company knew this, they'd be shocked. Hearing him say that, Lu Shui and the other 3 were speechless again. The rain outside the shelter continued to drizzle, and everyone sat on the bed listening to the thunder and rain outside. They didn't know how much time had passed, but then they all felt sleepy again and went back to bed. It was almost noon the next day when Zhao Tianyu finally woke up and slowly opened his eyes. He groggily looked up and found that Lu Shui and the other 3 were still fast asleep. Zhao Tianyu did not wake them up, but quietly got out of bed, afraid of disturbing Lu Shui and the other three. I slowly walked to the bamboo door of the shelter and gently pushed it open. Outside, the sky was still shrouded in thick clouds, and the rain continued to fall as if there was no end in sight. The entire sky was gray and gloomy, which made people feel depressed. Looking at the relentless rain, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but think to himself, "It looks like this rain isn't going to stop anytime soon." He shook his head helplessly, then strode quickly towards the riverbank in the rain. When he arrived at the river, he was surprised to find that the once crystal-clear river water had become murky and muddy. Not only that, the river level has also risen significantly, the current has become extremely rapid, the rushing water roars, and a large number of branches, leaves, and even the carcasses of some small animals are floating on the surface. Zhao Tianyu's gaze fell on the small puddle by the river that was originally used to raise fish and shrimp. He saw that the puddle was completely submerged, and the fish and shrimp inside had long since disappeared. Suddenly, Zhao Tianyu remembered the 2 fishing cages he had placed in the stream. His heart tightened, and he rushed to the place where he had put the fishing cages to check. However, when he saw the empty river, a sense of disappointment welled up in his heart. The 2 fishing cages had obviously been washed away by the raging river. Zhao Tianyu could only sigh helplessly, turn around and go back to the kitchen, take some firewood and put it in the fireplace to light. They also took some bamboo tubes and placed them under the eaves outside the kitchen to collect rainwater. He sat by the fireplace, lit a cigarette, and leisurely smoked it. After finishing a cigarette, he took the pot to the kitchen doorway, poured the rainwater collected in the bamboo tube into the pot, and put it on the fireplace to heat. After the water was heated, a piece of leopard meat, blackened by smoke, was taken down from the bamboo rack and placed in the pot to be washed. It took more than 10 minutes to clean the leopard meat. I cut it into small pieces with a military knife, stir-fried it in a pot until it was fragrant, poured in some rainwater, and started to simmer it slowly. Just as the leopard meat was about to be cooked, Lu Shui and the other 3 woke up one after another. They walked sleepily into the kitchen, rubbing their eyes as they quickly washed themselves with rainwater from the bamboo tube. Once the leopard meat was cooked in the pot, everyone picked up their bowls and chopsticks and began to feast on the stewed leopard meat. The rain showed no signs of stopping. For the next 3 days, it rained incessantly, and everyone only had to brave the rain briefly to use the restroom. The rest of the time was spent in the kitchen and shelter, idly passing the time. On the morning of the 4th day, Zhao Tianyu woke up early, while Lu Shui and the other 3 were still fast asleep. Zhao Tianyu gently pushed open the bamboo door of the shelter, and a breath of fresh air rushed in. He looked up and saw that the whole sky was a deep blue, and the sun was slowly rising from the horizon. Breathing in the fresh morning air, Zhao Tianyu felt exceptionally refreshed. He thought to himself, "That's wonderful! This damn rain has finally stopped. I've been so cooped up these past few days." Arriving at the riverbank, gazing at the murky water, I shook my head helplessly. It looks like the river will need at least 5 or 6 more days to become clear again. Fortunately, they had collected a lot of rainwater in bamboo tubes over the past few days, and if they used it sparingly, it would be enough to last them for several days. He turned back to the kitchen, took out some moxa sticks, lit them, and put them into a bamboo tube. Next, he tied the bamboo tube tightly to the bamboo basket with a rope. Once everything was ready, he shouldered the bamboo basket and walked briskly towards the woods. After 3 days of heavy rain, Zhao Tianyu guessed that the porcini mushrooms in the woods should have already sprouted. So he decided to pick some, dry them, and enjoy them slowly. Although the rain had stopped, the ground in the woods was still muddy and the roads were extremely slippery. Zhao Tianyu walked carefully, afraid that he might slip and fall. To increase stability, he picked up a wooden stick about the thickness of his arm and gripped it tightly in his hand. He hadn't gone far when his clothes were already covered in mud, but he seemed oblivious and continued walking briskly forward, as if the mud was no problem for him at all. After walking for a while, he finally found a few newly sprouted porcini mushrooms under a pine tree. These porcini mushrooms look incredibly fresh and have a hint of earthy fragrance. Zhao Tianyu carefully walked to the pine tree, squatted down, and slowly reached out to break them off one by one. To protect the porcini mushrooms, Zhao Tianyu specially broke off some pine branches and placed them at the bottom of the bamboo basket before carefully putting the harvested porcini mushrooms inside. Chapter 75 Searching for Food with Four Beautiful Women. After wandering in the woods for nearly 2 hours, Zhao Tianyu finally picked most of the porcini mushrooms in his bamboo basket. Looking at the bamboo basket full of porcini mushrooms, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Seeing that he had been out for quite some time, he stopped picking porcini mushrooms and turned to walk back towards the shelter. On his way back, he picked some wild ferns. When he returned to the kitchen, Lu Shui and the other three were sitting around the fireplace, chatting and laughing. The stewed leopard meat in the pot was emitting a strong aroma. Seeing Zhao Tianyu return covered in mud, Lu Shui said to him, "Brother Zhao, what have you been doing? Why are you all covered in mud?" Zhao Tianyu said with a smile, "I was just thinking that there would definitely be a lot of porcini mushrooms after the heavy rain, so why don't I go and pick some?" After saying this, he put the bamboo basket on the ground. When Lu Shui and the others saw the basket full of porcini mushrooms and ferns, their eyes lit up. Su Ran said with admiration, "Brother Zhao, you're amazing! You actually picked so many porcini mushrooms and bracken." Lu Shui said with some concern, "These wild mushrooms are not easy to preserve. We can't possibly eat so many of them in a short time." Zhao Tianyu explained with a smile, "We can dry them and store them, that way, they won't spoil even after several years." After saying this, he asked Lu Shui and the other three to take some porcini mushrooms, wash them with rainwater from the bamboo tube, slice them, and put them in a pot to stew with the leopard meat. After breakfast, everyone cleaned the remaining porcini mushrooms and laid them out in the sun to dry. Time flies, and a month has passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, everyone's life seemed somewhat monotonous. They would occasionally go into the woods to cut down firewood for storage, or look for porcini mushrooms to dry as food reserves, or pick wild vegetables to add some variety to their daily diet. Apart from that, they spend most of their time in the shelter, enjoying the rare tranquility. During this time, Zhao Tianyu would occasionally take some time to teach them some wilderness survival skills and how to use bows and arrows. Before they knew it, they had been stranded on this deserted island for 2 months, and Lu Shui and the others had gradually adapted to life on the island. Now, autumn has arrived, and the temperature on the deserted island is gradually dropping. At the same time, the number of mosquitoes has decreased significantly, and is no longer as bothersome as it was some time ago. That evening, after dinner, everyone sat around the fireplace, chatting and laughing. Zhao Tianyu's gaze inadvertently fell on the bamboo rack, where the last few pieces of leopard meat were displayed. He thought to himself, "This leopard meat will probably only last for another 2 or 3 days at most. It seems I'll have to go into the woods to find food tomorrow." He then said to Lu Shui and the others, "This leopard meat will only last us 2 or 3 days at most. Tomorrow we need to go into the forest to find food. You'll come with me too, and we can also test how your archery skills have improved over the past month." Hearing Zhao Tianyu say this, Lu Shui and the other three looked eager to try. The next morning, Zhao Tianyu woke up before dawn and woke up Lu Shui and the other three who were still fast asleep. "After leaving the shelter, I washed up briefly by the river and tidied myself up before heading into the woods." Zhao Tianyu, holding a military knife, led the way, while Lu Shui and the other three followed closely behind him with bows and arrows. After walking for about half an hour, suddenly, a clear pheasant call reached everyone's ears. The sound was exceptionally loud in the quiet woods, like a morning song from nature. Hearing the sound, everyone stopped and looked up. They saw a plump pheasant perched on a branch not far away, calling out incessantly. Its feathers were multicolored and shone brightly in the morning light. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu turned to Lu Shui and the other three and said, "Who of you will go and shoot that pheasant down?" As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ran said without hesitation, "I'll go." With that, she quickly picked up her bow and arrow and walked lightly toward the tree where the pheasant had landed. The pheasant seemed to sense Su Ran's approach. Unlike other pheasants that would panic and fly away, it perched on a branch, curiously observing Su Ran and making clear chirping sounds. Su Ran arrived at the tree where the pheasant had landed, picked up an arrow, knocked it on the bowstring, and aimed at the pheasant on the branch. He took a deep breath and decisively released the bowstring. The arrow pierced the sky like lightning, carrying boundless power and speed, flying straight toward the pheasant. However, despite having practiced archery for a month, this was still her first time actually shooting a pheasant, and she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. The arrow flew past the pheasant's body at an astonishing speed. Startled, the pheasant suddenly spread its wings and flew high, quickly landing on a large tree 50 or 60 meters away. Seeing that she had missed the pheasant, Su Ran's face instantly turned bright red, like a ripe apple. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu and the others quickly walked to her side. Su Ran said somewhat apologetically, "Brother Zhao, am I too stupid? I didn't even hit the pheasant at such close range." Zhao Tianyu looked at her, a gentle smile on his lips, and comforted her. "You've done a great job. After all, it's your first time shooting a pheasant with an arrow. You'll get better with a few more tries." His words flowed into Su Ran's heart like a clear spring, bringing her warmth and comfort. After saying that, Zhao Tianyu quickly walked to where the arrow had fallen, picked it up, then turned around and walked to Su Ran, handed her the arrow, and encouraged her. "Don't be discouraged, try again. I believe you can definitely hit that pheasant." Encouraged by Zhao Tianyu, Su Ran took a deep breath, calmed herself, and slowly nodded. Her gaze was fixed on the large tree where the pheasant had landed, and she walked towards it step by step. She came to the tree, picked up an arrow, and carefully knocked it to the bowstring. Her hand trembled slightly, revealing her inner unease. "Close your eyes, take a few deep breaths, and try to calm yourself down," he silently told himself. "I can do it. I can definitely hit this pheasant." When she opened her eyes again, her gaze was sharp and focused. Slowly, she raised her bow and aimed the arrow at the pheasant. The pheasant seemed oblivious to the approaching danger, and continued to leisurely preen its feathers on the branch. Chapter 76: Encountering a Wild Boar. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Ran decisively released the bowstring, and with a whoosh, the arrow shot out like lightning. The arrow struck the pheasant squarely in the body. The porcupine bristle arrowhead pierced the pheasant's flesh, and before it could even utter a cry, the immense impact sent it flying. The pheasant traced an arc in the air before crashing heavily 7 or 8 meters away. Its body thrashed about, trying to break free of the arrow's grip, but it was too late. Seeing that he had finally hit the pheasant, Su Ran felt an indescribable surge of excitement and joy. He excitedly turned around and shouted to Zhao Tianyu and the others, "Brother Zhao, I finally shot a pheasant!" Hearing Su Ran's call, Zhao Tianyu smiled with relief. He quickly ran to where the pheasant had fallen, picked it up, grabbed its neck, and twisted it hard. With a crack, the pheasant's struggle stopped instantly. He pulled the arrow out of the pheasant, handed it to Su Ran, and said with a smile, "See? I told you could do it. You shot the pheasant down." Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting also praised her, and Su Ran was overjoyed to hear their compliments. The group continued on their way, walking quite a distance. Apart from the occasional bird calls from the branches and the animal bones scattered on the ground, they did not see any other animals. The sun was already high in the sky, and although it was autumn, the woods were still quite stuffy. By this time, Lu Shui and the other 3 were already sweating profusely and panting heavily, their clothes soaked with sweat. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu could only find a shady tree, look around to make sure there was no potential danger, and then let Lu Shui and the other 3 sit down under the tree to rest. He leaned against the tree trunk, took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it skillfully, and took a deep drag. Zhao Tianyu's gaze inadvertently fell on the collars of Lu Shui and the other 3, and he realized that he seemed to be addicted to this kind of spying. From this angle, the loose necklines of Lu Shui and the other 3 women's clothes perfectly revealed the color of their underwear, and their deep cleavage. Especially when his gaze fell on Lin Yu, her 30-60 full breasts made his heart race, his throat bobbed, and he swallowed hard, thinking, "Damn, they're huge!" Just as he was completely absorbed in peeking at Lu Shui and the other 3, Su Ran suddenly raised her head without warning, her gaze sharp and fixed on him. Caught off guard, Zhao Tianyu was startled by the sudden gaze. His heart leaped as if it were about to jump out of his throat. However, what embarrassed him even more was that when his eyes met Su Ran's, he realized that his eyes were staring straight at Lin Yu's neckline. Su Ran clearly noticed this as well. She was taken aback at first, seemingly surprised, but quickly recovered and a faint blush appeared on her face. Upon seeing this, Zhao Tianyu inwardly cried out in alarm. He quickly averted his gaze as if he had been electrocuted, cursing himself for being so careless and being caught red-handed by Su Ran. Looking at Zhao Tianyu's somewhat flustered expression, Su Ran couldn't help but chuckle to herself. She thought to herself, "No wonder Brother Zhao always leaned against the tree trunk whenever he rested. It turned out he did it so he could easily spy on us." Thinking of this, Su Ran's face turned even redder, and her heartbeat quickened involuntarily, as if a little deer was pounding wildly inside. Zhao Tianyu was so embarrassed that he wanted to disappear. He never expected that Su Ran would see through his little scheme, especially in such a situation. It was really too embarrassing. Just then, Su Ran suddenly asked with a smile, "Brother Zhao, is it good?" Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for everyone present to hear clearly. Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting all looked up at Zhao Tianyu with curiosity. Hearing her say that, Zhao Tianyu felt his face burning. He stammered, What did you say? I don't understand what you mean." As he spoke, he deliberately pretended to be confused, as if he had no idea what Su Ran was talking about. Seeing that Zhao Tianyu wouldn't admit it, Su Ran didn't expose him. Instead, she winked at him and said with a smile, "Nothing? I was just asking if the scenery in this forest is beautiful." Seeing that she hadn't exposed him, Zhao Tianyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "The scenery is quite nice. Have you all rested well? Let's continue looking for food." After saying this, he continued walking deeper into the woods, and Lu Shui and the others quickly followed him. They walked on for a while longer, and all around was quiet, with only the sound of their footsteps echoing in the woods. Suddenly, a loud noise came from a thicket of bushes not far away, as if some enormous creature was struggling inside. Upon hearing the sound, everyone stopped and looked warily at the bushes. Zhao Tianyu frowned slightly and said to Lu Shui and the other three, "You stay where you are, I'll go check what's going on." Before Lu Shui and the other three could answer, they took their military knives and walked towards the bushes. Lu Shui and the other three quickly picked up their bows and arrows and aimed at the bushes that were making the noise. Just as Zhao Tianyu was about to reach the bushes, suddenly, a fat head poked out from the bushes. This sudden scene startled Zhao Tianyu, and his body trembled violently. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that it was a gigantic wild boar. The boar had an enormous head, two sharp and curved tusks, and a pair of small eyes that exuded ferocity and cunning. Upon seeing this, Zhao Tianyu's heart tightened. He immediately gripped his military knife and stared intently at the wild boar, not daring to relax for a moment. At the same time, Lu Shui and the other three were also startled by the sudden appearance of the wild boar's head. Their hearts suddenly raced, and the bows and arrows in their hands trembled slightly. The wild boar looked at Zhao Tianyu and let out a series of low growls, as if warning him. Ignoring the wild boar's warning, Zhao Tianyu said defiantly, "You beast, come and bite me if you dare! I'll kill you!" Perhaps understanding what Zhao Tianyu said, the wild boar became increasingly agitated, its roars growing louder and louder, and its forelegs pawing at the ground. Zhao Tianyu could also tell that the wild boar was about to attack him. Chapter 77: Easily Dealing with Wild Boars. Sure enough, the moment the thought flashed through Zhao Tianyu's mind, the ferocious wild boar went berserk, baring its fangs and claws as it charged straight at him. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu showed no fear. Instead, he roared, "You ignorant beast! You've come at the perfect time. Let's see how I deal with you today!" His voice, like thunder, echoed through the empty mountains and forests, as if even the air itself was awestruck by its power. However, the wild boar completely ignored Zhao Tianyu's roar and continued to charge towards him aggressively. In the blink of an eye, the wild boar, like an out-of-control truck, charged towards Zhao Tianyu with overwhelming force. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Tianyu's reaction speed was astonishing. Just as the wild boar was about to collide with him, he swiftly raised his military knife and slashed down hard at the boar's fat head. With a crisp snap, the military knife sliced a deep gash into the wild boar's head as easily as chopping vegetables. Instantly, blood gushed from the wound, splattering all over Zhao Tianyu's face. The wild boar cried out in pain, then, as if all its strength had been drained, it staggered forward for 5 or 6 meters before finally stopping. However, the wild boar was clearly not intimidated by Zhao Tianyu's knife. After catching its breath, it turned its head again, glared with its scarlet eyes, and charged at Zhao Tianyu fiercely once more. This time, Zhao Tianyu did not choose to dodge. He stood firmly in place, his eyes fixed on the wild boar. As the wild boar drew closer, Zhao Tianyu took a deep breath and suddenly raised his size 42 foot, as if all his strength was concentrated in that one kick. He used all his strength to kick the wild boar's head hard. The power of that kick was astonishing. With a loud bang, the wild boar, weighing 140 to 150 pounds, flew straight out like a kicked soccer ball. The wild boar flew through the air in an arc before crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The scene was so shocking that Lu Shui and the others standing at a distance were stunned, their mouths agape, completely speechless. Lin Yu exclaimed in disbelief. "Holy crap, is this even human?" She simply couldn't believe her eyes. Zhao Tianyu had actually kicked such a large wild boar away with a single kick. But Zhao Tianyu didn't stop. Seeing the wild boar he had kicked to the ground, he grabbed his military knife and rushed forward like a ghost. He stepped on the wild boar's head, immobilizing it, and then without hesitation stabbed it in the neck. The knife was deeply embedded in the wild boar's neck. The moment the military knife was pulled out, a spurt of blood gushed out, splattering all over Zhao Tianyu. The wild boar let out a heart-wrenching scream and rolled around on the ground. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu quickly retreated, creating a distance of 4 or 5 meters between himself and the wild boar to prevent it from attacking him suddenly. Time passed slowly, and after about 7 or 8 minutes, the wild boar's screams gradually weakened and eventually disappeared completely. Zhao Tianyu cautiously approached and gently kicked the wild boar. However, the boar showed no reaction, clearly having lost all signs of life, and Zhao Tianyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He bent down, pulled the blood-stained military knife from the wild boar's body, wiped it clean on the boar's fur, and then tucked the knife back into his waistband. At this moment, Lu Shui and the other 3 walked up to Zhao Tianyu's side, their eyes all falling on the dead wild boar on the ground. Lu Shui's eyes widened, her face full of admiration. She exclaimed in amazement, "Brother Zhao, you're amazing! You're incredibly brave! You took care of that ferocious wild boar so easily!" Su Ran, standing to the side, was equally full of admiration. She exclaimed excitedly, "Brother Zhao, you're amazing! I'm completely stunned. You subdued this wild boar so easily, it's incredible!" Lin Yu couldn't believe her eyes at all. Her mouth was wide open, and her face was full of disbelief. She said, "Holy crap! Brother Zhao, are you even human? You actually kicked this wild boar away with one kick! That's terrifying strength!" Zhou Wanting praised him with admiration. "Brother Zhao! You're so cool! You're like a superhero from a movie, so amazing!" Faced with the praise from the 4 beauties, Zhao Tianyu was secretly pleased, but he still pretended to be modest and said, "Haha, don't be too infatuated with me. I'm just a legend. Okay, let's hurry back. This wild boar is enough for us to eat for a while." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Tianyu reached out and grabbed the wild boar's 2 legs, then suddenly swung it upwards. The huge wild boar landed steadily on his shoulder, as if it had been thrown as a sandbag. Zhao Tianyu easily hoisted the wild boar onto his shoulder and strode towards the shelter. Seeing this, Lu Shui and the other 3 quickly followed. Time passed slowly, and it took Zhao Tianyu nearly 2 hours to carry the enormous wild boar outside the shelter. Although Zhao Tianyu was in good physical condition, he still felt somewhat overwhelmed after carrying such a heavy wild boar for such a long distance. At this moment, he felt as if he had been exhausted to the extreme, as if the last bit of strength in his body had been drained away. My clothes were already soaked with sweat and clung tightly to my skin, making me feel somewhat uncomfortable. After finally managing to throw the wild boar off his shoulder and onto the ground, Zhao Tianyu felt a huge weight lifted off his shoulders and collapsed onto the ground like a lump of mud, unable to move any further. He was breathing heavily, as if he wanted to release all the fatigue from the journey through his breath. Seeing how hard Zhao Tianyu was working, Su Ran couldn't help but feel sorry for him. She ran quickly to the kitchen, picked up a bamboo tube, and without hesitation scooped a full tube of cool boiled water from the pot. Then she hurriedly walked to Zhao Tianyu's side and handed the water to him. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu quickly reached out and took the bamboo tube, tilting his head back to gulp it down. The cool water slid down his throat and into his stomach, bringing a refreshing feeling that helped him regain some of his energy. After finishing his water, Zhao Tianyu handed the bamboo tube to Su Ran, then continued to pant heavily, seemingly still recovering from extreme fatigue. Chapter 78 Lin Yu's Complaint. After resting for a while, Zhao felt that his strength had recovered somewhat. Zhao Tianyu said to Lu Shui and the others, "Go and get some firewood to the river bank and light a fire." Lu Shui and the other three immediately went to the kitchen, carried some firewood to the river bank, and lit a fire. Zhao Tianyu then dragged the wild boar to the river bank and put it on the fire to start burning. When the wild boar came into contact with the fire, a strong smell of burning pig hair instantly filled the air. Upon smelling the odor, Lu Shui and the other three covered their mouths and noses with their hands and quickly moved to a distance. Time passed by, and after about 10 minutes, the wild boar's hair had been burned off completely, and even its skin was burned black, making it look unrecognizable. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu found a piece of wood about the thickness of an arm and used it to pull the charred wild boar out of the fire. Then, he asked Lu Shui and the others to bring bamboo tubes, draw water from the river, and begin to slowly clean the wild boar. Cleaning a wild boar is no easy task, especially since this one was so badly burned. It took Zhao Tianyu and Lu Shui nearly half an hour to thoroughly clean the boar. Zhao Tianyu's eyes lit up when he saw the charred pigskin. He eagerly picked up his military knife, carefully cut off a slice, and then without hesitation put it into his mouth, chewing it slowly. This move stunned Lu Shui, Su Ran, Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting, who were present. They stared wide-eyed at Zhao Tianyu, as if they had witnessed something incredible. Su Ran was the first to come to her senses. She looked at Zhao Tianyu with concern and said, "Brother Zhao, are you that hungry? Why would you eat raw meat? Aren't you afraid of parasites?" Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Zhao Tianyu was not angry at all. Instead, he chuckled and explained, "This raw pork skin is a specialty dish in southwestern Yunnan, my country. You should try it. I guarantee you'll never forget it." As he spoke, Zhao Tianyu cut off another piece of charred pork skin and handed it to Su Ran. Su Ran hesitated for a moment, then took the pigskin and took a bite. The moment she took a bite, a unique fragrance filled her mouth. Su Ran's eyes suddenly lit up, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "I must say, this raw skin is really delicious. It's fragrant and chewy." Upon hearing Su Ran's praise, Lin Yu's face immediately lit up with anticipation. She eagerly said to Zhao Tianyu, "I want to eat too." Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu quickly cut off a few more pieces of pigskin and handed them to Lu Shui, Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting respectively. Everyone took the pigskin and began to chew it. Before long, they were all captivated by this unique delicacy, eating with great relish and praising it highly. Zhao Tianyu said with a smile, "Isn't it delicious? I didn't lie to you." Lu Shui and the other three immediately nodded. Zhao Tianyu then said with a smile, "It's a pity there's no dipping sauce on this deserted island, otherwise the taste would be even better." After everyone had eaten a lot of raw skin, Zhao Tianyu finally picked up his military knife and made a cut on the wild boar's belly. They removed the internal organs, keeping only the liver, and threw the rest into the river to be washed away by the current. They then cut the wild boar meat into small pieces and had Lu Shui and the other three carry them to the kitchen. In less than half an hour, the wild boar meat was cut into small pieces and moved to the kitchen. Everyone couldn't wait to marinate the wild boar meat with sea salt and put it in the smoking room to start the smoking process. After finishing all that, Lu Shui looked down at her clothes, which were covered in pig's blood. She said to Zhao Tianyu, "Brother Zhao, look at us, we're covered in pig's blood. It's so dirty. We want to go take a bath in the river, but you absolutely mustn't peek." Zhao Tianyu replied with a smile, "Don't worry, I will never peek. Even if I do, I will do it openly and honestly." Lu Shui and the other three were speechless upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words. They all thought to themselves, "How can this guy be so shameless?" Su Ran looked at Zhao Tianyu with a half-smile and said, "Are you sure you won't peek?" Her tone was tinged with doubt. Zhao Tianyu suddenly felt a little guilty after being asked by Su Ran. After all, just yesterday, he had been secretly watching these girls in the woods, only to be caught red-handed by Su Ran. However, Zhao Tianyu still tried to remain calm and replied, "Of course I'm sure. I'm a gentleman, why would I do something like peeping?" Suran simply smiled faintly and didn't say anything more. Upon reaching the riverbank, the girls stripped naked without hesitation and walked directly into the river. The river water was crystal clear and cool, making them feel very comfortable. Zhao Tianyu sat by the fireplace, lit a cigarette, and leisurely smoked it. Time passed by, and after nearly an hour, Lu Shui and the other three finished showering, changed into clean clothes, and returned to the kitchen, where they sat around the fireplace. Zhao Tianyu's gaze involuntarily fell on the girls who had just finished showering. Their skin was as clear and beautiful as a lotus emerging from the water. He couldn't help but be mesmerized by their beauty. Perhaps because they were already used to Zhao Tianyu's gaze, Lu Shui and the other girls did not express much dissatisfaction, and even felt a little bit of inexplicable joy. Just then, Lin Yu suddenly sighed and complained, "Ugh, this is so annoying! I haven't used shampoo in so long, and my hair is all tangled up. I can't comb it no matter what I do. And without shower gel, I feel sticky and uncomfortable." Zhou Wanting chimed in, "Yes, I also feel very uncomfortable. Even my clothes feel like they're not clean." Hearing their complaints, Lu Shui suddenly had an idea. Her eyes lit up and she excitedly said, "I see a lot of shampoo and shower gel bottles washed up on the shore. Why don't we go to the shore sometime and maybe we can find some unused shampoo and shower gel?" Hearing her say that, Suran said with some concern, "Even if I find some unused shampoo and shower gel, I wouldn't dare to use them. What if I lose hair or have an allergic reaction after washing my hair?" Hearing her say that, Lu Shui and the other two also felt that it made sense. What was said in jest was taken seriously by Zhao Tianyu, who chuckled and said, "Isn't that simple? I'll just make you some soap. You can use it to wash clothes, and you can also use it to wash your hair and take a bath." Chapter 79 Bet. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui and the other three all looked up at him. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile, and he teased, "Why are you all staring at me like that? Do you think I have flowers growing on my face?" Lu Shui's eyes widened, and she asked with a face full of suspicion, "You say you can make soap? How is that possible? We're on a deserted island right now." Zhao Tianyu smiled dismissively and replied confidently, "It's just a bar of soap, what's the big deal? For me, it's a piece of cake." Lin Yu scoffed from the side and mercilessly exposed him, saying, "Stop bragging. You don't even bother to think before you lie." Zhao Tianyu's smile didn't fade at all. In fact, it grew even brighter. He looked at Lin Yu provocatively and said, "Oh? You don't believe me? What if I actually managed to make the soap?" Lin Yu crossed her arms and replied with a smile, "Okay, if you can really make soap, I'll do whatever you ask. But if you can't, then you'll have to do whatever I tell you to do." Zhao Tianyu readily agreed. "It's a deal. If I really make the soap, you can't go back on your word." Lin Yu raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a sly smile, and said, "Whoever cheats is a little dog. I want to see how you're going to make the soap." Zhou Wanting smiled slightly and said softly, "I'll take a gamble with you. If Zhao Tianyu really succeeds in making the soap, then I'll do whatever he asks me to do without hesitation." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu's smile grew even brighter, and he readily agreed. "All right, it's settled then. I'll demonstrate my soap-making skills to you tomorrow." After saying this, he stood up, went to the shelter to get a change of clothes, went to the riverbank, stripped himself naked, and went down into the river to take a bath. At the same time, Suran looked at Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting and said softly to them, "Are you two really going to make a bet with Brother Zhao? If he really makes the soap, then you'll have to do whatever he asks you to do." Lin Yu smiled confidently and replied nonchalantly, "Sister Suran, I know Brother Zhao is indeed quite capable, but you also have to consider where we are. Making soap on this deserted island is simply a pipe dream." Zhou Wanting chimed in, "That's right, Sister Suran, don't worry, we definitely won't lose." Hearing what they said, Suran didn't say anything more, but just shook her head helplessly. In her eyes, Zhao Tianyu was practically an omnipotent god, seemingly capable of anything. Since he claimed he could make soap, he must definitely be able to. At this moment, Zhao Tianyu was soaking in the somewhat icy river water, feeling its coolness. he thought to himself. The temperature on this deserted island is getting lower and lower, and even the river water is getting colder. This can't go on. I need to find a way to build a bathroom and heat some hot water for bathing. Zhao Tianyu stayed in the river for nearly half an hour before returning to the shore and wiping his wet body with the clothes he had taken off. He put on a clean set of clothes, then washed the clothes stained with pig's blood and hung them on a tree branch by the river to dry. He found a flat rock by the river and sat down. He took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it skillfully, and then leisurely began to smoke. After finishing his cigarette, Zhao Tianyu slowly stood up, stretched, then turned and walked back to the kitchen, saying to Lu Shui and the other three, "You stay in the kitchen, I'm going out for a bit." Before he finished speaking, he picked up the bamboo basket and slung it over his back. Su Ran looked up at him with a face full of curiosity and asked in confusion, "Where are you going?" Zhao Tianyu raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile, and replied softly, "I'll go into the woods and find more mugwort." Su Ran pressed further, "What do you need mugwort for? Don't we have plenty of mugwort sticks?" Zhao Tianyu smiled and patiently explained, "I'm looking for mugwort to make soap." Upon hearing this, Su Ran's eyes lit up immediately, and she quickly said, "Oh, I see. Then I'll go with you." Zhao Tianyu was secretly delighted. Having such a beautiful woman by his side was something he couldn't ask for more. He nodded without hesitation and readily agreed. "Okay, let's go together then." So the two walked side by side into the woods. Along the way, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow on them. A gentle breeze caressed their faces, bringing with it a refreshing coolness. After walking for a while, Su Ran suddenly stopped and asked Zhao Tianyu, "Brother Zhao, can you really make soap?" Zhao Tianyu stopped, looked at Su Ran with confidence, and smiled broadly, saying, "Of course. Don't you believe me either? How about we make a bet?" Su Ran quickly shook her head and said, "I won't bet with you. If you say you can make soap, then you definitely can." Zhao Tianyu smiled and didn't say anything more. The two walked on in silence, without exchanging a word. After walking for quite a while, they finally saw some lush green mugwort under a large tree. He immediately stopped, put down the bamboo basket on his back, and quickly squatted down. He carefully used his military knife to cut the mugwort at the roots, and neatly placed them in the bamboo basket. They picked some fragrant wildflowers, and seeing that the sun was about to set, the two immediately turned around and headed towards the shelter. After walking for a while, Su Ran suddenly seemed to remember something, a sly smile appearing on her face. She said to Zhao Tianyu, "Brother Zhao, when we went to the woods to find food today, were you spying on us?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu's heart tightened, and a feeling of embarrassment welled up inside him. He quickly denied it, saying, "Don't talk nonsense! Why would I be spying on you?" Seeing that Zhao Tianyu wouldn't admit it, Su Ran laughed and said, "Stop making excuses, I saw it all! When we were resting under the tree, you were leaning against the trunk, staring intently at our collars. I was wondering why you always leaned against the trunk when we rested under the big tree. It was so you could spy on us." Chapter 80 Su Ran Confesses. Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Zhao Tianyu was speechless for a moment. Seeing this, Su Ran smiled and said, "Actually, it's nothing. Look how capable you are. Taking advantage of the four of us is a piece of cake for you. But we've been together for so long, and you've never taken advantage of us, which is enough to prove that you're a good person. If you want to watch it in the future, you don't have to do it secretly like before. Just tell me, and I'll definitely fulfill your request." After saying this, Su Ran's face flushed instantly. She lowered her head shyly, seemingly unable to meet Zhao Tianyu's gaze. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu was utterly shocked. He couldn't help but think to himself, "Such a good thing? Judging from Su Ran's tone, it seems she's already fallen for me. My damn charm!" He then smiled and asked Su Ran, "Is everything you said true?" Su Ran's face turned even redder, and she nodded slightly, which was her answer to Zhao Tianyu's question. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu became even more excited and said impatiently, "Then show it to me now." Hearing Zhao Tianyu's direct request, Su Ran's face turned even redder. She lowered her head and asked in a voice barely audible, Where do you want to see?" Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu was secretly delighted. He replied with a smile, Of course it's your enviable 36C. Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Su Ran's body trembled violently, as if struck by an electric current. Clearly, she felt somewhat embarrassed and ashamed by Zhao Tianyu's words. However, despite some hesitation, she eventually reached out a hand, carefully grasped her collar, and gently pulled it open. Upon seeing this, Zhao Tianyu immediately seemed to be drawn in and quickly leaned closer, wanting to see what was going on. When his gaze fell on Su Ran's high, firm, fair and flawless breasts, his eyes widened instantly. Her full curves, delicate skin, and the barely visible cleavage all made Zhao Tianyu feel a sudden dryness in his mouth. He couldn't help but swallow hard, thinking to himself, "This is the legendary 36C. It's incredibly big." Zhao Tianyu's gaze lingered on Su Ran's chest for several seconds before reluctantly looking away. He knew very well that if he continued to stare at her like that, he might lose control of his desires and do something impulsive to Su Ran on the spot. Su Ran's face was already flushed red. She shyly withdrew her hand, lowered her head, and asked Zhao Tianyu in a voice so low it was barely audible, "Brother Zhao, is it pretty?" Zhao Tianyu nodded quickly and answered without any attempt to hide his feelings, "It's quite beautiful. It's really big and firm." His tone revealed an undisguised praise and appreciation. Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's reply, Su Ran felt even more ashamed. Her face turned as red as a ripe apple, and even her ears blushed. The two continued walking towards the shelter. After walking for a while, Su Ran suddenly stopped and took a deep breath. As if summoning a great deal of courage, she raised her head, looked directly at Zhao Tianyu, and whispered, "Brother Zhao, do you like me?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu froze, clearly not expecting Su Ran to suddenly ask such a question. A flicker of surprise crossed his face, but he quickly regained his composure. However, his heart began to race uncontrollably, as if it were about to leap out of his throat. Looking into Su Ran's clear, watery eyes, he felt an indescribable joy welling up inside him. He nodded and smiled, saying, "You're so beautiful, and you have such a good personality. What man wouldn't like you?" Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's answer, Su Ran's face immediately blossomed into a bright smile, like a flower blooming in spring. Her heart was filled with sweetness, and she whispered, "Brother Zhao, I like you too. Actually, I've only been stranded on this deserted island for a few days, but I've already fallen for you." Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Zhao Tianyu felt an overwhelming surge of joy. He couldn't help but laugh and asked, "I'm just a security guard, don't you look down on me?" Su Ran quickly shook her head and said, "If I like someone, I won't care about any of this." Looking at Su Ran's resolute expression, Zhao Tianyu felt even more moved. He suddenly chuckled and said, "Look, I like you, and you like me too. Shouldn't we do something?" Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Su Ran's face flushed bright red. She lowered her head and said shyly, "Brother Zhao, what do you want to do?" Seeing her like this, Zhao Tianyu laughed and said, All right, I won't tease you anymore. It's getting dark, let's go back." When he returned to the kitchen, it was already dark. Zhao Tianyu placed the mugwort and wildflowers by the fireplace and began to slowly roast them. Looking at the mugwort and wildflowers by the fireplace, Lin Yu asked, "Are you planning to use these mugwort and wildflowers to make soap?" Zhao Tianyu replied with a smile, "Of course. Don't forget our bet. If I really make the soap, you can't go back on your word." Lin Yu replied with a smile, "Don't worry, I won't renege on my promise. I'd like to see how you're going to make this soap." After eating some stewed wild boar, they sat by the fireplace and chatted for a while. Everyone felt sleepy, so they got up, went back to the shelter, and lay down on their beds to sleep. The next morning, Zhao Tianyu also woke up early. Seeing that Lu Shui and the others were still fast asleep, he did not wake them. Opening the bamboo door of the shelter and breathing in the fresh morning air, I felt exceptionally good. After stretching my stiff body and washing my face by the river, I instantly felt much more refreshed. Since the last 2 fishing cages were washed away by the river, Zhao Tianyu has made 2 new fishing cages and placed them in the river. I walked over to the 2 places where the fishing traps were placed, picked them up and examined them. Perhaps because the weather was getting colder, the small fish and shrimp didn't seem to be very active. Each fishing trap only caught a handful of small fish and shrimp. Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but sigh. He put the caught fish and shrimp into a small puddle by the river and put the 2 fishing traps back into the river. Back in the kitchen, I saw that the mugwort and wildflowers placed by the fireplace had dried completely after a night of baking. They carefully collected the dried mugwort and wildflowers, took them to the riverbank, and placed them on a relatively flat, large rock. Chapter 81: Ancient Methods of Soap Making. Zhao Tianyu took a lighter out of his pocket. He skillfully opened the lighter cap, pressed his thumb lightly, and a flame shot out with a whoosh. He held the lighter close to the mugwort and wildflowers, and the flame immediately licked at them. In no time, the mugwort and wildflowers were engulfed by the raging flames. Time passed by, and after about 10 minutes, the mugwort and wildflowers had turned to ashes. He went back to the kitchen, grabbed 2 bamboo tubes, and went to the big rock by the river. Slowly squatting down, he carefully collected the ashes from the burning mugwort and wildflowers into 2 bamboo tubes. Back at the shelter, he looked up at the wall and his gaze fell on the seashells that Lu Shui and the other 3 had picked up from the shore last time. He took the seashells to the kitchen, rummaged through the fireplace for some still burning charcoal, and placed the seashells on it to slowly burn. He burned the shells for almost half an hour, then took them to the riverbank, gently placed them on a stone, and searched for a suitable sized stone nearby. He picked up the stone and, without hesitation, smashed it down on the shells. With a crack, the seashells shattered. Zhao Tianyu didn't stop. He continued to repeatedly strike the seashells with the stone until they were all smashed into tiny fragments. Then Zhao Tianyu put down the stone and began to slowly grind the shell fragments with his hands. Over time, the shell fragments were gradually ground into a fine powder, just like flour. Zhao Tianyu looked at the seashell powder with satisfaction, then poured it into the 2 bamboo tubes containing mugwort and wildflower ash. Then he poured some water into the 2 bamboo tubes and stirred them continuously with a small wooden stick. They stirred for several minutes before stopping, carefully carrying the 2 bamboo tubes to the kitchen and placing them next to the fireplace. They took some wild boar fat, cut it into small pieces, put it in a pot, and started rendering lard. While he was rendering lard, Lu Shui and the other 3 woke up and, still half asleep, walked to the riverbank. After a quick wash, they went to the kitchen together. Upon entering the kitchen, they saw Zhao Tianyu standing in front of the stove, diligently rendering lard. Seeing this, Su Ran asked curiously, "Brother Zhao, are you planning to use the rendered lard for cooking?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu's lips curled up slightly, revealing a smile, and he said, "Haha, you're quite knowledgeable, you know this is lard." Upon hearing this, Su Ran grumbled somewhat unhappily. "Although I haven't cooked much, I still recognize lard, okay." Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu quickly laughed and explained, "Haha, don't be angry, I was just joking with you. Actually, I'm not rendering this lard for cooking." "Oh? So what do you use rendering lard for?" Su Ran's curiosity was completely piqued, and she pressed for an answer. Zhao Tianyu smiled mysteriously and said, "This lard of mine has a very useful purpose. I'm going to use it to make soap." "What? You make soap with lard?" Zhao Tianyu's words were like a thunderclap, exploding in the ears of Lu Shui and the other 3. Lin Yu looked at Zhao Tianyu with a face full of suspicion and asked incredulously. Seeing Lin Yu's surprised expression, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but feel a little smug. He chuckled and said, "Of course. Once I've made the soap, don't forget our bet." Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh when she heard this, and said, "This is hilarious! You actually make soap with lard? I've never heard of such a thing before." Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Zhao Tianyu immediately retorted, "Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Who told you not to study more? This is an ancient method of making soap. Our ancestors used this method to make soap." Lin Yu smiled smugly after hearing Zhao Tianyu's words. She said provocatively, "Oh? Is that so? Then I'd like to see how you make soap using this lard." Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu knew that further words would be of no use, so he stopped paying attention to Lin Yu and focused on rendering lard. Time passed by, and after about half an hour, the wild boar fat in the pot was finally rendered into lard. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu quickly took the pot off the stove and placed it on the ground. Then, he carefully scooped out the oil residue with bamboo chopsticks. Next, he took out a relatively clean piece of clothing from his suitcase and cut a strip of cloth from it with his military knife. Zhao Tianyu took the strip of cloth to the riverbank and carefully washed it clean. Back in the kitchen, he picked up a large bamboo tube and covered it with the clean strips of cloth. Carefully picking up a bamboo tube containing mugwort, wildflower ash, seashell powder, and water, I slowly tilted the tube, letting the solution flow out along the edge and drip onto the cloth. The solution slowly seeped down the fabric's texture, while the impurities remained on the fabric's surface. Zhao Tianyu patiently repeated this action until all the mugwort ash, wildflowers, and shell powder solution in the 2 bamboo tubes were filtered out. By this time, the lard in the pot had cooled down. Zhao Tianyu carefully poured the filtered solution into the lard, then picked up a small wooden stick and began to stir it continuously. As he stirred, the once calm lard began to ripple, and the solution gradually blended with the lard. Just then, an amazing scene unfolded. The lard in the pot seemed to be under a spell, slowly turning from yellow to white, and its texture became increasingly viscous, eventually forming a white, sticky substance. Seeing this, Lu Shui and the other 3 were so shocked they couldn't close their mouths. They stared wide-eyed at the changes in the pot with disbelief. Seeing their surprised expressions, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but smile. Smiling, he explained to Lu Shui and the other 3. Actually, there's nothing magical about it. These mugwort and wildflower ash, mixed with seashell powder, are dissolved in water and then filtered to become alkaline water. When this lye solution is poured into lard, a chemical reaction occurs, causing the lard to change in this way. This is the method our ancestors used to make soap. Hearing Zhao Tianyu say this, Lu Shui and the other 3 looked at him with admiration. They never expected that Zhao Tianyu would know so much. At this moment, Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting also regretted making the bet with Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu then took a few bamboo tubes about the thickness of an arm and carefully put the lard that had turned into a white, viscous substance in the pot into the bamboo tubes, leaving them to air dry naturally. After finishing all that, Zhao Tianyu looked up at Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting and said, "The soap is done. Do you two admit defeat?" Chapter 82 Building a Bathroom and Toilet. Lin Yu forced herself to remain calm and retorted stubbornly, "Who knows if the soap you make will be any good? We'll only know after we've used it." Zhou Wanting quickly chimed in, "That's right. Who knows if you're just trying to fool us with some lard?" Zhao Tianyu raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a confident smile, and replied unhurriedly, "Haha, you two really won't admit defeat until you see the coffin. This time I'm going to make you admit defeat wholeheartedly. Let's wait until you've used it before we judge." After saying that, he turned around, picked up the pot, and leisurely walked to the riverbank to carefully wash it clean. Then, he walked briskly back to the kitchen and placed the pot steadily on the fireplace. After resting for a while, Zhao Tianyu took a piece of marbled wild boar meat from the smoking room and washed it clean by the river. Back in the kitchen, he skillfully cut the wild boar meat into evenly sized pieces, put them in a pot, added an appropriate amount of water, and began to stew. While the wild boar meat was stewing, Zhao Tianyu said to Lu Shui and the other 3, "It's autumn now, and the temperature on this deserted island will gradually drop. I'm thinking of building a bathroom by the river, and then building a bathtub inside. We can heat water for bathing from then on. What do you think?" As soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of the 4 girls lit up, as if their enthusiasm had been ignited by the suggestion, and they all nodded in agreement. Lin Yu immediately added, "I think we need to build a toilet. That way, we won't have to run into the woods every day to use the toilet." Hearing her say that, Zhao Tianyu and the others nodded in agreement. After breakfast, Zhao Tianyu led Lu Shui and the others to the bamboo forest to cut down bamboo to build a bathroom and toilet. The bathroom and toilet don't need to be built so sturdily, it's enough to provide shelter from the wind and rain. Therefore, the bamboo that needs to be cut doesn't need to be that thick. Zhao Tianyu specially selected some bamboo that was about the thickness of an arm, picked up his military knife, and started cutting. Lu Shui and the other 3 were responsible for carrying the bamboo he had cut to the riverbank. It took several hours for the group to cut down dozens of bamboo stalks as thick as an arm and carry them to the riverbank. After working for several hours straight, everyone was exhausted. In particular, Lu Shui and the other 3 collapsed onto the floor in the kitchen as soon as they finished moving the last load of bamboo and began to pant heavily. After a short rest, Zhao Tianyu took another piece of wild boar meat from the smoking room, cut it into small pieces, and put it in a pot to stew. After eating the stewed wild boar meat, Lu Shui and the other three packed up the pots and pans and took them to the river to wash them. Zhao Tianyu then picked up the bamboo tubes containing soap made with lard to examine them. The soap inside the bamboo tube had completely solidified. Zhao Tianyu carefully picked up his military knife and split the bamboo tube open, revealing rows of round bars of soap. They emitted a faint fragrance of mugwort and wild flowers. Then they cut the round bar of soap into small pieces and took them to the riverbank to dry on a large rock. After a whole week of hard work, with everyone's concerted efforts, a bathroom and a toilet were finally successfully built by the river. Although the bathroom had been successfully built, constructing a bathtub with a heating function was no easy task. However, this did not stump the clever and resourceful Zhao Tianyu. He led Lu Shui and a few others to the riverbank, carefully selected some stones of suitable shape, and then took them back to the bathroom. First, Zhao Tianyu carefully built a sturdy stove on the ground, and then cleverly constructed a spacious bathtub above the stove using stones. To ensure the bathtub's airtightness and sturdiness, Zhao Tianyu specially found some clay with good adhesion. He mixed this clay with an appropriate amount of water, creating a soft lump of mud. Then, he carefully spread the mud evenly on the inside and outside surfaces of the bathtub, making sure that every part was covered with a thick layer of mud. After waiting for the mud to dry naturally, Zhao Tianyu lit a roaring fire in the stove and began to heat the bathtub. This process lasted all day, the raging flames constantly licking the tub, hardening the mud on it to the hardness of iron without the slightest crack. Zhao Tianyu instructed Lu Shui and the others to fetch some water using bamboo tubes, and then pour the water into the bath. When he saw that the bathtub he had fired showed no signs of leaking, the joy he felt was indescribable. He smiled broadly at Lu Shui and the other three, saying, "Haha, that's great! Now we have a bathroom and a bathtub, so we don't have to go to that little river to take a bath anymore." Hearing Zhao Tianyu say this, Lu Shui and the other three were very happy. They quickly cleaned the bath, then picked up bamboo tubes, drew water from the river, and poured the water into the bath. After everything was ready, they lit a fire under the stove and started boiling water, preparing to take a good bath. Just then, Lu Shui suddenly remembered something. She turned to Zhao Tianyu and said, "Brother Zhao, haven't those soaps you made been drying for many days? I think they should be ready to use now, right?" After hearing this, Zhao Tianyu nodded and replied, "Yes, it should be usable. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten about it." After saying that, he turned to look at Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting, a sly smile on his face, and then said to them with a chuckle, "You two shouldn't forget our bet." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting's cheeks instantly flushed with a shy blush, like ripe apples. Lin Yu's lips curled into a playful smile as she said coquettishly, "Humph, if your soap isn't good, you can't go back on your word." Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but smile. He blinked and replied casually, "Haha, how could I possibly cheat? I'm more worried that you two will cheat. We agreed beforehand that whoever cheats is a little dog." Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting exchanged a glance and said in unison, "Don't worry, we won't go back on our word." Time flew by, and in less than half an hour, the water in the bathtub was already hot. Upon seeing this, Lu Shui and the other three were overjoyed. They quickly grabbed a clean set of clothes to change into and 2 bars of soap that Zhao Tianyu had carefully made, and went to the bathroom. As soon as they entered the bathroom, the 4 girls couldn't wait to take off their clothes. They stood naked by the bathtub, picked up bamboo tubes to scoop up hot water from the tub, and enjoyed this rare hot bath to their heart's content. This was the first time they had taken such a comfortable hot shower in nearly 2 months since arriving on the deserted island. Moreover, the soap made by Zhao Tianyu surprised them greatly. The delicate foam, the elegant fragrance, and the excellent cleaning effect made them praise the soap highly. In this small bathroom, the 4 girls laughed and played to their heart's content, as if they had forgotten all their worries and stress. Chapter 83: Fulfilling the Bet. After taking a shower, the 4 of them changed into clean clothes, feeling refreshed. They returned to the kitchen, sat by the fireplace, and began to tidy their still dripping hair. Looking at the 4 people who had just finished showering, they were as beautiful as lotus flowers emerging from the water. Perhaps it was because they had used soap, but all 4 of them had a faint fragrance. Zhao Tianyu looked at Lin Yu with a smile, a sly glint in his eyes. He grinned and said to Lin Yu, Yeah, how's the soap I made? Lin Yu's face flushed instantly, like a ripe apple. She lowered her head and whispered, It works quite well. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu continued to smile and said, Since it works so well, shouldn't we fulfill our bet? As he spoke, his gaze turned to Zhou Wanting, and his smile became even brighter. Zhou Wanting felt a little uncomfortable when Zhao Tianyu glanced at her. Her face flushed slightly, and she said softly, What do you want us to do? Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu became even more smug. He deliberately kept everyone in suspense and said with a smile, Why do I feel a bit of soreness in my shoulders? How about you give me a good shoulder massage? Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's request, Zhou Wanting's face flushed even redder. She stood up somewhat awkwardly, walked behind Zhao Tianyu, hesitated for a moment, and finally reached out and gently massaged his shoulder. Zhao Tianyu smiled and said cheerfully, Oh my, I have to say your shoulder massage technique is really quite good, it feels so comfortable. As he spoke, he closed his eyes, fully enjoying Zhou Wanting's service. However, seeing Zhao Tianyu's smug expression, Zhou Wanting's anger flared up. However, since she had already lost, she could only suppress her dissatisfaction and continue to massage his shoulders silently. Time passed second by second, and Zhou Wanting felt her hands were about to ache, but Zhao Tianyu didn't seem to be going to stop. Finally, she couldn't help but say, Okay, that's enough. Upon hearing Zhou Wanting's words, Zhao Tianyu slowly opened his eyes and nodded. Zhou Wanting breathed a sigh of relief and quickly returned to sit down by the fireplace. Zhao Tianyu's smile widened. He turned to look at Lin Yu, a sly glint in his eyes, and said with a grin, Yeah, it's your turn. Lin Yu's face flushed red instantly, and she asked shyly, What do you want me to do? Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu was secretly delighted. He deliberately focused his gaze on Lin Yu's high and firm breasts, and then said with a wicked smile, Hee, come here, let me give your 30-60 big boobs a good squeeze. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Shui, Su Ran, and Zhou Wanting all burst out laughing, while Lin Yu's face turned as red as a ripe apple, almost dripping blood. She was both embarrassed and annoyed, and said irritably, No way! Change it! Zhao Tianyu smiled mockingly and said softly, Yeah, a bet's a bet. We made a deal, you have to do whatever I tell you to do. Anyone who tries to cheat is a puppy. Do you want to be a puppy? Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Lin Yu felt as if she had a fishbone stuck in her throat and couldn't utter a single word. Su Ran, standing to the side, grinned mischievously, eager to stir up trouble, and egged on. Yeah, since you lost, you have to keep your word. Getting pinched by Brother Zhao won't cost you a piece of flesh, what's there to be shy about? Lu Shui chimed in, grinning. That's right, yeah, you have to accept the consequences of your bet. It's not like you've never been pinched by Brother Zhao before. Lin Yu's face flushed bright red instantly after being teased like that, just like a ripe apple. She was so ashamed that she wanted to disappear. She could only stand up and slowly walk to Zhao Tianyu's side. Then she closed her eyes tightly, looking completely submissive, as if to say, Do whatever you want. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu's smile widened even more. He unceremoniously stretched out his hands and grabbed directly at Lin Yu's high and firm breasts. The instant Zhao Tianyu's hand touched Lin Yu's chest, Lin Yu's body felt as if it had been struck by lightning, a strong electric current instantly coursing through her entire body. This sudden feeling sent a shiver down her spine, as if every cell in her body had been activated. Zhao Tianyu seemed unaware of the profound impact his actions had on Lin Yu. Lin Yu completely lost control of her body, and she involuntarily let out a discordant sound that seemed particularly abrupt in the quiet kitchen. Upon hearing this sound, Lu Shui, Su Ran, and Zhou Wanting couldn't help but laugh. Their laughter echoed in Lin Yu's ears, making her face instantly turn bright red, extremely embarrassed. Lin Yu cursed herself inwardly. Lin Yu, what's wrong with you? You've made a complete fool of yourself. How could you make such a sound? She glared fiercely at Zhao Tianyu, her heart filled with anger and shame. Her face was as red as a ripe apple. She lowered her head and hurried back to sit down by the fireplace, burying her face in her hands. Zhao Tianyu stood up and said with a smile, I'm going to take a good shower too. I went back to the shelter, got a change of clothes, went to the bathroom, took off all my clothes, and lay down in the bathroom. The warm water enveloped his body, making him feel incredibly comfortable and relaxed. He leaned comfortably against the pool, closed his eyes, and enjoyed the moment of tranquility. The scene of him pinching Lin Yu's breasts kept flashing through his mind, and a smug smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. Zhao Tianyu soaked in the bath for nearly half an hour until the water gradually cooled down, at which point he reluctantly stood up from the pool. He picked up a bar of soap and gently rubbed it. Soon, the soap produced a lot of fine foam. He applied the foam to his hair and body, massaging it in carefully so that every inch of his skin could fully enjoy its moisturizing effects. Then he picked up a bamboo tube, scooped some water from the bath, and slowly poured it over his head and body, rinsing the foam off completely. After taking a shower, he quickly put on his clothes, then put his dirty clothes into the bathtub and carefully scrubbed them with his hands. After washing the clothes, Zhao Tianyu wrung them out and took them outside the bathroom. He found a thick tree branch and hung the clothes on it to dry. After doing this, he returned to the bathroom, scooped out the water from the bathtub with a bamboo tube, and then went back to the kitchen. Chapter 84: The Wolf Pack Attacks at Night. Time flies, and a few days have passed in the blink of an eye. These days, apart from occasionally going into the woods to look for some wild vegetables and cut some firewood, everyone has been staying in the shelter. That evening, after stewing some wild boar meat and eating it, everyone sat around the fireplace, chatting and laughing as they warmed themselves by the fire. Zhao Tianyu stared at the meager amount of wild boar meat, thinking to himself, "This amount of wild boar meat will only last for 2 or 3 days at most. It seems I'll have to go into the woods to find food tomorrow. Not only that, the sea salt I made last time is almost gone. I'll have to go to the coast to make some more sea salt crystals." It was very late when the group finally got up, returned to the shelter, and lay down on their beds to sleep. In the dead of night, when all was quiet, 7 or 8 gray wolves appeared silently outside the shelter like ghosts. As if sensing the presence of people inside the shelter, they raised their heads and let out a deafening howl that shattered the tranquility of the night. The sudden howl of the wolf, like a thunderclap, abruptly woke Zhao Tianyu and the others from their sweet dreams. Hearing the howling of wolves outside, Zhao Tianyu's heart tightened, and he jumped out of bed with a start. He quickly put on his shoes and rushed towards the shelter entrance like a whirlwind. When he was setting up the shelter and installing the bamboo door, he made sure to leave a small window in the door. This small window not only ensures air circulation but also allows him to observe the outside situation at any time. As Zhao Tianyu approached the bamboo door, he peered through the small window and saw 7 or 8 gray wolves surrounding the shelter, staring at them menacingly. These gray wolves were enormous, several times larger than ordinary wolves. Their eyes, illuminated by the bright moonlight, gleamed with an eerie green light, seemingly capable of piercing one's soul. Their sharp fangs peeked out in the darkness, sending chills down one's spine. However, Zhao Tianyu did not panic when faced with such a ferocious gray wolf. He knew how sturdy the shelter was. Its walls were made of bamboo as thick as a bowl, using mortise and tenon joints, tightly connected, as solid as a rock. No matter how fierce these gray wolves are, they absolutely cannot easily destroy this sanctuary. In contrast, Lu Shui and the other 3 were not so calm. They were pale with fright, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, and they curled up tightly on the bed. Su Ran stammered, "Brother Zhao, what kind of monster is making that sound? It sounds so scary!" His voice trembled slightly, clearly indicating that he was quite frightened by the wolf's howl. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu quickly smiled and reassured them. "Don't be too afraid, there are only 7 or 8 gray wolves. Don't worry, our shelter is impregnable, the gray wolves can't do anything to us." His tone was relaxed, as if he didn't care about these gray wolves at all. Hearing Zhao Tianyu say this, Lu Shui and the other 3 relaxed a little, and their tense nerves eased somewhat. "Although I'm still a little scared, at least I'm not as terrified as I was before." Perhaps seeing Zhao Tianyu standing at the entrance of the shelter, the gray wolves became increasingly agitated and restless. The wolf howls emanating from its mouth grew louder and louder, as if it were taunting Zhao Tianyu. Its forelegs began to paw at the ground incessantly, as if it might attack the shelter at any moment. After a stalemate of 2 or 3 minutes, the largest gray wolf suddenly took a few steps forward, raised its head, and let out a deafening howl. The wolf's howl echoed in the silent night, sending chills down one's spine. Zhao Tianyu thought to himself that this gray wolf must be the Wolf King. Accompanied by the Wolf King's deafening howl, the other gray wolves charged straight toward the shelter like arrows released from a bow, their speed as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, they crashed hard against the hard wall of the shelter, making a dull thud. The sudden impact terrified Lu Shui and the other three, who were curled up on the bed, and they screamed loudly. However, despite the extraordinary force of the gray wolves' impact, the shelter's walls displayed remarkable sturdiness. It only swayed slightly and suffered no significant damage. Seeing this, the gray wolves seemed somewhat unwilling. They quickly retreated to a distance, letting out a low howl, as if they were communicating with each other. Immediately afterwards, they rushed towards the shelter once again like a storm. This time the impact was even more violent than the last, the loud noise echoing in the air, making people's eardrums hurt. However, the shelter still stood firmly, only swaying slightly, as if mocking the gray wolves' overestimation of their abilities. The two violent impacts failed to cause any real damage to the shelter. The wolves' anger grew increasingly uncontrollable, and their howls became louder and louder, echoing through the mountains and forests, as if they were demonstrating against Zhao Tianyu and the others inside the shelter. Looking at the furious gray wolves outside, Zhao Tianyu's lips curled into a mocking smile. He then laughed and cursed without any politeness. "You bunch of idiots! You think you can just barge into my shelter with a few gray wolves? You're dreaming! Watch how I deal with you overconfident fools!" Zhao Tianyu's voice echoed in the cramped shelter, full of confidence and disdain. Hearing his arrogant shouts, Lu Shui and the other three couldn't help but exchange bewildered glances, secretly marveling. Brother Zhao is amazing! Even at this point, he can still remain so calm and composed. It's truly admirable! Zhao Tian quickly walked to the bedside, took a step forward, and reached out to grab the slingshot from the bed. Then, he bent down and picked up a handful of small stones from the foot of the bed. These were the small stones he usually collected from the riverbank and placed at the foot of the bed. Holding a slingshot, I stood still at the entrance of the shelter, and then carefully placed the small stone on the slingshot's pad. Through the small window above the bamboo door, his gaze, like that of a hawk, was fixed on the head of the Wolf King. With everything ready, Zhao Tianyu took a deep breath and then suddenly released the slingshot. The slingshot made a whoosh sound, and the small stone shot out like an arrow, flying straight towards the Wolf King's head. With a muffled thud, the small stone slammed into the Wolf King's head. Although the blow was not fatal, it still caused the Wolf King considerable pain. It let out a shrill scream, and its body trembled involuntarily. After being hit on the head with a slingshot by Zhao Tianyu, the Wolf King became extremely angry again, raised its head and let out a wolf howl that resounded through the sky. Chapter 85 The Wolf Pack Leaves. After the wolf howled, the Wolf King rushed towards the bamboo basket in the shelter like a bolt of lightning, its speed as fast as the wind. In the blink of an eye, a loud bang was heard. The bamboo door of the shelter shook violently under the Wolf King's fierce impact, making creaking sounds as if it would break at any moment. The gray wolves were equally determined, following closely behind the Wolf King and charging fiercely at the shelter walls like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. The sudden impact caught Zhao Tianyu, who was standing at the entrance of the shelter, completely off guard. His eyes widened in shock as he stared at the scene before him, cursing under his breath. "Damn it! You beast, you scared me half to death! You're quite clever, aren't you? You knew this bamboo door was the most vulnerable spot in the shelter and specifically targeted it. Wait till I get my hands on you." Zhao Tianyu grumbled and strode quickly to the foot of the bed, grabbed a sharpened wooden stick, and dashed to the shelter entrance like an arrow. Gripping the wooden stick tightly, they stood ready, silently waiting for the Wolf King to launch another attack. The Wolf King was furious when it saw that its powerful ramming had failed to break open the bamboo door of the shelter. It let out a low growl, then retreated 5 or 6 meters like an enraged bull. They stood still, staring intently at the bamboo door of the shelter, as if preparing for an even more violent attack. Time passed by, and after about 10 seconds, the Wolf King suddenly went berserk and charged toward the bamboo gate of the shelter once again. Zhao Tianyu reacted extremely quickly. Almost the instant the Wolf King charged, he swiftly gripped the already sharpened wooden stick with both hands and, without hesitation, extended it from the window of the bamboo door, thrusting it straight at the Wolf King. In the blink of an eye, just as the Wolf King crashed into the bamboo door of the shelter, Zhao Tianyu's wooden stick pierced through the Wolf King's body like lightning. In an instant, a stream of scarlet blood gushed out from the Wolf King's wound like a fountain, splashing onto the ground and forming a shocking pool of blood. The Wolf King suffered a severe blow and let out a shrill scream. Then, as if all its strength had been drained, it collapsed to the ground, rolling around incessantly, seemingly trying to alleviate the excruciating pain. The other gray wolves witnessed this scene and were so frightened that they froze in place. Their noisy howling stopped abruptly, and the whole scene became completely silent. At this moment, only the Wolf King's painful howls echoed outside the shelter, sounding particularly mournful and desolate in the vast wilderness. Standing at the entrance of the shelter, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but burst into laughter at the scene before him. After rolling on the ground for a minute or two, the Wolf King endured the excruciating pain, struggled to its feet, and retreated 7 or 8 meters. Its body trembled slightly, and blood continued to gush from the wound. It stuck out its tongue and kept licking the blood flowing from the wound. Zhao Tianyu stood at the entrance of the shelter and shouted loudly at the Wolf King outside. "You idiot! Now you know how powerful I am! Come on, try again if you dare!" His voice echoed outside the shelter, as if it were a mockery and provocation to the Wolf King. The Wolf King seemed to understand Zhao Tianyu's words, and a low growl came from its throat, as if responding to Zhao Tianyu's provocation. However, although the Wolf King seemed somewhat annoyed, it did not immediately launch another attack on the shelter. Instead, it stood still, staring intently at Zhao Tianyu with fierce eyes, as if weighing whether to continue the risk. Upon seeing this, Zhao Tianyu's lips curled up slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. He put down the sharpened wooden stick in his hand and picked up the slingshot next to him. He picked up a stone, placed it on the slingshot pad, pulled the bowstring taut, and aimed at the Wolf King's head. With a whoosh, the stone launched from the slingshot flew like lightning, striking the Wolf King squarely on the head. The Wolf King let out a piercing scream, its body shuddering violently. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu felt secretly pleased. He picked up his slingshot again, preparing to strike the Wolf King once more. However, this time the Wolf King seemed to have learned its lesson. It quickly turned around and ran wildly into the woods without looking back, disappearing into the dense forest in the blink of an eye. Seeing their Wolf King flee, the other gray wolves followed suit, turning around and rushing into the woods with him, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Seeing that the wolf pack had left, Zhao Tianyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Turning to look at Lu Shui and the others who were trembling with fear, he smiled slightly and said softly, "All right, the wolf pack is gone. Everyone, don't be afraid anymore. Go back to sleep." Hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Lu Shui and the other 3 finally relaxed. The next morning, the sun was already high in the sky, and sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow on the ground. Zhao Tianyu slowly opened his eyes and glanced sleepily at Lu Shui and the other 3 who were still fast asleep. He didn't wake them, but quietly got out of bed, put on his shoes, and slowly walked to the entrance of the shelter. Zhao Tianyu gently pushed open the bamboo door and looked up. The entire sky was a deep blue, and the dazzling sunlight seemed to pierce his eyes, making it difficult for him to open them. He took a deep breath of the fresh morning air, feeling the refreshing scent flow through his body, and his mood became exceptionally pleasant. Then, he stretched his somewhat stiff body, allowing it to gradually adjust to the morning chill. Zhao Tianyu came to the riverbank, squatted down, scooped up some cool river water with his hands, and gently splashed it on his face. The icy sensation instantly spread throughout his body, invigorating him and sweeping away all his fatigue. They picked up the 2 fishing traps that were in the stream and examined them. Perhaps because of the cold weather, each trap had only caught a few small fish and shrimp. Put the small fish and shrimp into the small puddle by the river to raise them, and put the fish trap back into the river. He returned to the shelter, retrieved a bow and arrow and a slingshot, went to the kitchen, put them in a bamboo basket, slung the basket over his shoulder, and prepared to head into the woods to find food. However, just as he took a few steps, a clear voice suddenly came from behind him. "Brother Zhao, where are you planning to go?" Upon hearing the sound, Zhao Tianyu immediately stopped and slowly turned around. He saw Lu Shui standing at the entrance of the shelter, rubbing her sleepy eyes. "Oh, I realize we're almost out of smoked wild boar meat, So I thought I'd go into the woods to see if I could find some more food, Zhao Tianyu explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Shua's eyes lit up, and she quickly said, "Wait for me, I'll go with you." Before she finished speaking, she dashed to the toilet by the river like a nimble little deer. A short while later, Lu Shua came out of the toilet, walked quickly to the riverbank, and washed up briefly. Then, she hurried back to the shelter, picked up a bow and arrow, and quickly walked to Zhao Tianyu's side, and together they walked into the woods. Chapter 86, Taking Lu Shua to the woods to find food. Zhao Tianyu, carrying a bamboo basket and holding a military knife, led the way, while Lu Shua followed closely behind him with a bow and arrow. And so, the two walked silently through the forest for nearly half an hour, the only sounds being the occasional chirping of birds and the rustling of leaves. However, suddenly, a clear pheasant call broke the tranquility. They stopped in their tracks, looked up, and gazed in the direction of the sound. Not far away, a plump pheasant was perched on a branch of a large tree, calling out incessantly. Upon seeing this, Zhao Tianyu immediately put down the bamboo basket on his back, quickly took out a slingshot from the basket, and prepared to shoot the pheasant. Just as he was about to make his move, Lu Shua suddenly spoke up. "Brother Zhao, let me try, okay?" Her voice revealed a hint of anticipation and excitement. Zhao Tianyu turned his head, looked at Lu Shua's eager expression, smiled slightly, and nodded in agreement. After receiving permission, Lu Shua smiled with delight. Holding her bow and arrow, she slowly walked towards the pheasant. The pheasant seemed to have noticed Lu Shua approaching, but instead of flying away in panic like most pheasants, it appeared curious. It stared at Lu Shua with wide eyes, making occasional calls as if observing this uninvited guest. Before long, Lu Shua had reached the foot of the big tree. She stopped, took a deep breath, raised her bow and arrow, and aimed at the pheasant on the branch. Although Lu Shua and the others had been practicing archery diligently during this time, it was still her first time shooting pheasants with a bow and arrow, so she was inevitably a little nervous. She took a deep breath, then slowly released the bowstring. The arrow shot straight towards the pheasant like an arrow released from a bow. However, perhaps due to nervousness, Lu Shua's hand trembled slightly, causing the arrow to miss the pheasant and instead hit the branch where the pheasant was perched. With a loud bang, the arrow embedded itself firmly in the branch, while the pheasant, startled, spread its wings and flew like lightning to a large tree dozens of meters away. Seeing that she had not only failed to hit the pheasant but had also left the arrow stuck in the tree trunk, Lu Shua's face instantly turned bright red. Like a child who had done something wrong, she lowered her head in embarrassment, her heart filled with regret and awkwardness. Zhao Tianyu saw all of this and quickly walked over to Lu Shua, gently comforting her. "Don't worry, it's nothing serious. Su Ran was the same last time, just practice a few more times. Come on, try again, I believe you can definitely hit that pheasant." Zhao Tianyu's words seemed to give Lu Shua a boost of strength, and her mood calmed down a little. So she picked up her bow and arrow again and walked with firm steps toward the big tree where the pheasant had landed. Before long, Lu Shua arrived at the tree. Without hesitation, she picked up her bow and arrow and aimed her gaze once again at the plump pheasant on the branch. She took a deep breath, as if she were to gather all the strength in her body into this one arrow. At the same time, she silently cheered herself on. "Lu Shua, come on! You can definitely hit it!" As she released the bowstring, the arrow shot out like lightning, flying straight toward the pheasant. The arrow's angle and force were just right, hitting the pheasant's body precisely. The pheasant, struck by this sudden attack, shuddered violently, flying forward 4 or 5 meters along with the arrow before crashing heavily to the ground. It rolled around on the ground, letting out a series of shrill screams. Seeing that she had successfully shot the pheasant, Lu Shua was extremely excited. She excitedly turned her head and shouted loudly to Zhao Tianyu, who was not far away. "Brother Zhao, I finally shot a pheasant!" Zhao Tianyu strode to Lu Shua's side and said with a smile, "I told you you could do it!" Before he finished speaking, Zhao Tianyu quickly walked to the spot where the pheasant had fallen. He bent down and picked up the pheasant that was still rolling around on the ground, then grabbed its neck tightly and twisted it hard. With a crisp crack, the pheasant's neck snapped, and its screams abruptly ceased. He then pulled the arrow out of its body and handed it to Lu Shua, put the pheasant in the bamboo basket, and the two continued walking deeper into the forest. And so they walked on in silence for a long time, without seeing any other animals along the way, and the two of them couldn't help but feel disappointed and frustrated. Time passed by, and the sun gradually rose higher. Although it was already autumn, the woods were still unusually hot and humid. Zhao Tianyu didn't seem to be greatly affected, but Lu Shui was already panting heavily, her clothes soaked with sweat. Zhao Tianyu felt a pang of sympathy seeing Lu Shui's flushed face and breathless state. He then found a shady tree, carefully observed the surrounding environment, and after confirming that there was no potential danger, turned to Lu Shui and said, "Let's rest here for a while." Lu Shui nodded slightly, then slumped down under the big tree as if relieved, panting heavily as if she wanted to expel all the fatigue from her body. Zhao Tianyu gently placed the bamboo basket on his back on the ground, then took out a cigarette from his pocket and skillfully lit it. He took a deep breath, the smoke swirling around his mouth and nose, and he looked relaxed and content. Just then, Zhao Tianyu's gaze inadvertently fell on Lu Shui's loose neckline. Through the slightly open neckline, he caught a glimpse of Lu Shui's deep cleavage, faintly visible and alluring. Zhao Tianyu stared at Lu Shui's loose neckline for a long time before reluctantly turning his gaze away. After resting under the big tree for almost 20 minutes and feeling that they had regained some strength, the two continued walking into the woods. They walked another 2 or 3 kilometers and only managed to shoot one pheasant. Several hours had passed since they came out, but the two of them did not venture any deeper into the dense forest. I turned and walked towards the shelter, and didn't see any other animals on the way back. By the time they returned to the shelter, it was already noon. Meanwhile, Su Ran, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting were already anxiously waiting at the kitchen door. Seeing the two of them return, Su Ran and the other two finally felt relieved. Back in the kitchen, Lu Shui plopped down on the floor and began to pant heavily. Zhao Tianyu put the bamboo basket down and also sat down, panting heavily. Chapter 87 Su Ran's awkward moment. Seeing that 2 pheasants had been taken out of the bamboo basket, Su Ran immediately took a pot to the riverbank, filled it with water, and carried it to the kitchen to boil on the fireplace. In less than 20 minutes, the water in the pot had boiled, and Su Ran carried the pot to the riverbank. Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting each picked up a pheasant and went to the riverbank. They put the pheasants in boiling water for a few minutes, then took them out and started plucking their feathers. After living on the deserted island for several months, they have become skilled at handling pheasants. They finished processing and cleaning the 2 pheasants in less than half an hour and took them back to the kitchen. Zhao Tianyu first chopped the prepared pheasant into small pieces, then poured some lard into the pot. As the oil temperature rises, the lard begins to smoke, emitting an enticing aroma. Zhao Tianyu quickly poured the chicken pieces into the pot and stirred them continuously with a homemade wooden spatula, ensuring that each piece of chicken was evenly coated with oil. After the chicken was stir-fried until fragrant, some water was added and the mixture was slowly simmered. While the pheasant was stewing, Lin Yu said to Lu Shui with a grin, "Sister Shui, did you and brother Zhao agree to go to the woods together?" Lu Shui smiled slightly and replied, "I went to the toilet this morning and happened to see brother Zhao going into the woods, so I went with him." With a sly smile, Su Ran continued to press Lu Shui. "So, were you and brother Zhao really just looking for food in the woods?" Lu Shui's cheeks flushed instantly. She smiled shyly and retorted, "Hey Su Ran! Can't you be a little more naive? Brother Zhao and I just went into the woods to find some food. What more do you want from us?" However, Su Ran didn't seem to intend to let it go. Her smile widened as she teased, "Oh dear, a lone man and a lone woman going into the woods, it's no wonder something's going to happen." Lu Shui was both amused and exasperated by her words, and quickly explained, "We really just went to find food. What more do you want from us?" After saying that, he suddenly changed the subject and said, "But speaking of which, something seemed a little off about your trip to the woods with brother Zhao last time." Upon hearing this, Su Ran's heart tightened. She recalled the time she pulled down her collar in the woods with Zhao Tianyu and showed him her chest. Lu Shui seemed to notice Su Ran's unusual behavior. She looked at Su Ran with a smile and pressed, "Well? Did I hit the nail on the head? Tell me quickly, what exactly did you and brother Zhao do in the woods last time?" Su Ran's face turned as red as a ripe apple. She stammered, "No. I didn't do anything. I just found some food. Seeing her hesitant and reluctant manner, Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting exchanged glances, and a sense of curiosity arose in their hearts. They secretly wondered what had happened between Su Ran and Zhao Tianyu in the woods last time. Unable to contain her curiosity, Lin Yu rushed to Su Ran and asked with a big smile. Sister Su Ran, stop keeping us in suspense. Tell us quickly, what exactly happened between you and brother Zhao in the woods? Zhou Wanting wasn't to be outdone, and chimed in with a grin. That's right, Sister Su Ran, stop hiding it and tell us. Have you and brother Zhao already secretly pledged yourselves to each other? Su Ran's face flushed red instantly. She lowered her head shyly and stammered. Oh dear, don't make wild guesses. Brother Zhao and I really have nothing going on, it's just. But what is it? Tell me already. You're driving me crazy. Lin Yu interrupted Su Ran impatiently, pressing for an answer. Just then, Zhao Tianyu, who had been sitting quietly smoking to the side, suddenly laughed and said slowly, Actually, nothing serious happened between Su Ran and me. I just glanced at her chest. As soon as Zhao Tianyu finished speaking, Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting were all stunned, their faces filled with shock and their mouths agape. Seeing their shocked expressions, Zhao Tianyu laughed and said, What's so shocking about that? I only saw her chest. I saw all of you naked on the beach last time. As soon as he said it, Zhao Tianyu immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing. Sure enough, as soon as he said that, Lu Shui and the other two blushed. Zhou Wanting said angrily, Brother Zhao, you big liar! Didn't you say you didn't see anything on the shore? Zhao Tianyu chuckled and said, Why are you making such a fuss? So what if you saw everything? It's not like you'll lose a piece of your flesh. Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Lu Shui and the other two were speechless. Before long, the two pheasants stewing in the pot emitted a fragrant aroma, making everyone's mouths water. They all picked up their bowls and chopsticks, grabbed some stewed pheasant meat from the pot, and stuffed it into their mouths to enjoy. After breakfast, Lu Shui and the others took the initiative to clean up the pots and pans, washed them on the beach, and brought them back to the kitchen. Zhao Tianyu then said to the group, The wild boar meat on the bamboo frame will only last us 2 or 3 days at most. I need to go into the woods to find more food and see if I can bring back another wild boar or a leopard. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Shui and the other three said almost in unison, We'll go with you. Zhao Tianyu did not refuse. After all, it was a good thing to have beautiful women by his side, and he could also teach them some wilderness survival skills. Zhao Tianyu carried a bamboo basket on his back, while Lu Shui and the other three each took a bow and arrow. The group marched into the woods in a large group, with Zhao Tianyu leading the way with a military knife, and Lu Shui and the other three following closely behind him. They walked for almost an hour, but apart from the occasional bird calls from the branches, they didn't see a single pheasant. The group couldn't help but feel disappointed and frustrated. It was afternoon, the hottest time of day. Although it was autumn, the woods were still incredibly stuffy. Zhao Tianyu was fine, but Lu Shui and the other three were already flushed and panting, their clothes soaked with sweat, which accentuated their perfect figures. Seeing their condition, Zhao Tianyu asked with a smile, Would you like to stop and rest for a while? Upon hearing his question, Lin Yu immediately replied, Then let's stop and rest for a while. Zhao Tianyu nodded, then found a shady tree, looked around, and had Lu Shui and the other three sit under the tree to rest. He put down his bamboo basket, leaned against the tree trunk, took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and leisurely smoked it. His eyes involuntarily drifted towards the loose necklines of Lu Shui and the others. Chapter 88 Encountering the Leopard Again. Ever since he accidentally saw the color of Lu Shui's and the other three girls' underwear, and their deep cleavage for the first time, Zhao Tianyu's heart was like a fire ignited. He couldn't resist the feeling of peeping. At this moment, he was leaning against the tree trunk, looking down at Lu Shui and the other three through their loose necklines, taking in the color of their underwear and their deep cleavage. This scene made his heart race, as if the whole world had been reduced to just this patch of spring sunshine. However, just as he was engrossed in watching, Su Ran suddenly looked up. Their eyes met for a moment, and Zhao Tianyu immediately felt embarrassed, as if his privacy had been exposed on the spot. Damn it, why am I so unlucky? Zhao Tianyu cursed inwardly. I've been caught red-handed by Su Ran again. He couldn't help but feel annoyed, wondering why he had been so careless. Su Ran's reaction surprised him. Her face flushed, and she glared at him fiercely, her eyes seeming to say, "Didn't I tell you last time in the woods? I told you not to peek anymore. If you wanted to see, I would let you. Why are you peeking again now?" However, Su Ran did not expose Zhao Tianyu on the spot. Instead, she lowered her head, stretched out a finger, gently hooked her loose collar, and slowly pulled it out. Although the gesture was subtle, it was incredibly alluring, causing Zhao Tianyu's heart to pound even harder. As Su Ran slowly pulled open her collar, her previously concealed snow-white skin and high breasts unfolded before Zhao Tianyu's eyes like a beautiful painting. Zhao Tianyu's throat involuntarily bobbed, and he felt a surge of heat rise from his throat to his heart, instantly making his throat extremely dry. His gaze was completely drawn to Su Ran's body, unable to look away. He thought to himself, "What exactly is Su Ran doing? Isn't she deliberately tempting me to commit a crime?" His reason told him he couldn't keep watching like this, otherwise he might lose control and do something he would regret. So he struggled to look away from Su Ran, took a few deep breaths, and tried to calm himself down. However, the restless emotions burned like wildfire in his heart, making it difficult for him to calm down. He could only take deep breaths and inhale deeply, hoping the nicotine would slightly alleviate his inner turmoil. After a while, his restless heart gradually calmed down. After resting for almost 20 minutes, the group continued deeper into the woods. Throughout the journey, Zhao Tianyu tried his best to focus his attention on his surroundings and stop thinking about Su Ran. As they walked, suddenly, a slight rustling sound came from the bushes in the distance. Although the sound was not loud, it seemed particularly abrupt in the quiet woods. Everyone immediately stopped and watched the bushes warily. Zhao Tianyu said to Lu Shui and the others in a low voice, "You all stay here for now, I'll go see what's going on." Lu Shui looked at him with some concern and said, "Be careful." Zhao Tianyu nodded, then drew the sharp military knife from his waist, gripped it tightly in his hand, and carefully walked towards the bushes. When he was less than 5 meters away from the bushes, a gust of wind suddenly blew by, rustling the leaves. Zhao Tianyu's heart tightened, and an ominous premonition welled up in his mind. Just as he was about to stop and observe his surroundings, a huge leopard leaped out from behind the bushes like lightning. It opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs, and let out a deep roar that seemed to make the entire forest tremble. Zhao Tianyu was so frightened by this sudden scene that he trembled all over. His heart was racing and a layer of fine sweat appeared on his forehead. However, in this critical moment, he did not panic, but reacted quickly. Just as the leopard pounced on him, Zhao Tianyu swiftly dodged to the side, nimbly avoiding the leopard's attack. At the same time, he quickly swung the military knife he was holding tightly and slashed fiercely at the leopard. The slash was as swift and powerful as lightning, landing precisely on the leopard's body. With a sharp rip, the military knife sliced through the leopard's fur, leaving a gash several centimeters long. In an instant, a gush of blood gushed from the wound like a spring, splashing onto the ground and forming a shocking pool of blood. The leopard cried out in pain, letting out a mournful roar. Its body lunged forward 8 or 9 meters before it finally managed to stop. The leopard was clearly enraged by Zhao Tianyu. It turned its head and stared at Zhao Tianyu with a hateful gaze, growling softly as if warning him not to easily challenge its authority. Just then, the leopard suddenly pounced on Zhao Tianyu again with lightning speed. Its speed was astonishing, as if it had traversed space in an instant, and it had already rushed in front of Zhao Tianyu in the blink of an eye. Faced with this sudden attack, Zhao Tianyu had no time to think, his body reacted instinctively. He quickly raised one foot and, with all his might, kicked the leopard hard in the jaw. This kick was like a thunderbolt, carrying tremendous force, and struck the leopard's jaw directly. A dull thud was heard as the leopard was kicked and sent flying, tumbling several times in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. However, the leopard was not defeated by the attack. After rolling on the ground a few times, it immediately got up again. Perhaps realizing that Zhao Tianyu was not someone to be trifled with, it changed its target and turned to charge towards Lu Shui and the other 3. From the moment the leopard appeared until now, the entire process took less than half a minute, but it all happened so fast that it caught everyone off guard. Lu Shui and the other three were completely terrified by the scene. They stood frozen in place, unable to move, and even forgot to scream. In the blink of an eye, the leopard rushed towards Lu Shui and her companions like a black whirlwind. Before Lu Shui and the other three could recover from their shock, the leopard pounced on Zhou Wanting with lightning speed. Before Zhou Wanting could even react, the leopard pounced on her and knocked her to the ground with a loud thud. Immediately afterwards, the leopard opened its blood-red maw, revealing its terrifyingly sharp fangs, and without hesitation bit down on Zhou Wanting's neck. Chapter 89. Zhao Tianyu intervenes in time to save the day. This all happened so fast that Zhou Wanting had no time to think. She had only one thought in her mind: she couldn't let the leopard bite her neck. Perhaps driven by an instinct for survival, Zhou Wanting instinctively stretched out her hands and braced them against the leopard's jaw, using all her strength to prevent its fangs from touching her skin. However, the leopard was simply too strong, and Zhou Wanting's resistance seemed insignificant. Despite her best efforts, the leopard's gaping maw slowly approached her neck, the distance growing ever closer, and the shadow of death growing ever heavier. At this moment, Zhou Wanting's mind went blank, and she felt an unprecedented despair. She didn't know how much longer she could hold on. Perhaps the leopard's fangs would pierce her throat and take her life in the next second. At this critical moment, Zhao Tianyu arrived like a shooting star. He swiftly extended his left hand, gripping the leopard's neck like an iron clamp, and then, with all his might, pulled hard, yanking the leopard off Zhou Wanting. This tug caused the leopard to lose its balance. Its body arced through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhao Tianyu took advantage of the leopard's unsteady footing, roared, and like an enraged lion, used all his strength to pin the leopard to the ground. The leopard struggled desperately beneath Zhao Tianyu, but Zhao Tianyu's strength was like a mountain, making it impossible for it to break free. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Tianyu swung his right hand, and the military knife in his hand drew a cold light in the air, stabbing straight towards the leopard's belly. With a thud, the military knife pierced the leopard's belly without any resistance, and blood gushed out like a fountain. After being stabbed in the stomach by Zhao Tianyu's military knife, the leopard let out a shrill scream, as if the entire forest was shaken by the sound. It struggled desperately, trying to break free from Zhao Tianyu's grasp, but Zhao Tianyu's left hand held its neck tightly like an iron clamp, making it impossible for it to escape. He then quickly pressed his knee against its body, rendering it completely unable to resist. His right hand gripped the military knife tightly, and he relentlessly stabbed the leopard's belly again and again. Each slash was imbued with Zhao Tianyu's anger and determination. The military knife repeatedly pierced and plunged into the leopard's belly, splattering blood and staining the surrounding grass red. Blood splattered all over Zhao Tianyu's face. He continued to stab the leopard more than 10 times. The leopard's struggles grew weaker and weaker until it finally stopped moving. Its body gradually stiffened, and there was no longer any sign of life. Only after confirming that the leopard was completely dead did Zhao Tianyu release his grip, letting the leopard's body fall to the ground. He was also panting from the exertion and slowly got up from the ground. At the same time, Lu Shui and Su Ran quickly helped Zhou Wanting up. Zhao Tianyu quickly walked up to Zhou Wanting, who was still in shock, and asked anxiously, "Are you alright? Are you hurt?" Zhou Wanting was clearly still reeling from the fear she had just experienced. She shook her head somewhat blankly, and then suddenly burst into tears like a child. Her cries echoed through the silent forest, stirring pity in all who heard them. While crying, Zhou Wanting threw herself into Zhao Tianyu's arms, as if only in this way could she feel safe. She sobbed, "Brother Zhao, you scared me to death! Thank you so much! If you hadn't intervened in time, I would have been killed by the leopard by now." Zhao Tianyu gently patted her back and comforted her. "It's all right. It's all right, it's all over now." After being comforted by Zhao Tianyu for a few words, Zhou Wanting's crying gradually stopped, and her emotions calmed down a bit. She slowly released her grip on Zhao Tianyu, her body trembling slightly. Just then, Zhao Tianyu's gaze suddenly fell on Zhou Wanting's chest. To his surprise, he discovered that the leopard had torn her clothes above her chest, and blood was slowly seeping out from the tear. Zhao Tianyu's heart tightened, and he quickly asked with concern, "Are you injured?" Upon hearing the sound, Zhao Wanting seemed to wake from a dream and looked down at her chest. When she saw the torn clothes and the seeping blood, a sharp pain instantly overwhelmed her. He must have been injured by the leopard's sharp claws when it pinned him to the ground. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu became even more anxious and hurriedly said, "Let me check your wound." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanting blushed deeply, lowered her head shyly, and looked flustered and uneasy. However, Zhao Tianyu paid no attention to her reaction. He was only focused on checking her injuries. Zhao Tianyu carefully reached out and slowly lifted Zhao Wanting's clothes. Although Zhao Wanting was a little embarrassed, she did not stop him. She just stood there quietly and let Zhao Tianyu lift up her clothes. When Zhao Tianyu lifted her clothes, he discovered that the leopard's sharp claws had torn several deep wounds on her chest, and blood was still flowing out. When Lu Shui, Su Ran, and Lin Yu saw her wound, they couldn't help but gasp. Lu Shui asked anxiously, "Brother Zhao, how serious is Wanting's wound?" Zhao Tianyu said, "It's not too serious. Just go back and get some anti-inflammatory ointment to apply and bandage it up." After saying this, he slowly pulled down Zhao Wanting's clothes. He said to Lu Shui and the others, "This leopard is enough for us to eat for a while. Let's leave here quickly, lest the leopard's blood attract other carnivores." After saying this, he quickly walked to the leopard's carcass, wiped the blood-stained military knife directly on the leopard's skin, and tucked it back into his waistband. He grabbed the leopard by its feet, slung it over his shoulder, and hoisted the 100-pound leopard toward the sanctuary. Lu Shui and the other three quickly followed. It took almost 2 hours to get back to the outside of the shelter. Zhao Tianyu threw the leopard off his shoulder and went back to the kitchen to pick up a bamboo bowl. He reached into the pot, scooped up some cool boiled water, and drank it down in a gulping motion. He drank 3 large bowls of cool water before stopping and plopped down by the fireplace, panting heavily. Then he said to Su Ran, "Go to the shelter and find some anti-inflammatory medicine, disinfectant and gauze in your suitcase. I will treat Wanting's wound. Although her wound is not very serious, it is easy to get infected and inflamed if it is not treated in time." Chapter 90, Helping Zhao Wanting Treat Her Wounds. Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Su Ran dared not delay for a moment. She quickly stood up and hurried towards the shelter, anxiously searching for the necessary medicine. At the same time, Zhao Tianyu turned to Lin Yu and gave her the next instruction. "Go get a pot, fetch some water from the river, and put it on the fireplace to heat." Without hesitation, Lin Yu picked up the pot, walked quickly to the riverbank, carefully fetched some water, and then carried the pot back to the kitchen, placing it steadily above the fireplace. Seeing this, Lu Shui quickly got to work. She swiftly took some dry firewood, gently placed it inside the fireplace, and then lit the fire with a lighter. Zhao Tianyu took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it skillfully, and slowly began to smoke. Smoke swirled before his eyes, but his thoughts had already drifted back to the scene that had just unfolded in the woods. The thought of Zhao Wanting almost being killed by that ferocious leopard filled Zhao Tianyu with lingering fear. He secretly rejoiced that he had reacted quickly enough to avert a tragedy. In fact, after spending this time together, Zhao Tianyu had already come to regard the 4 of them as his family. He sincerely hoped that each of them would be safe and sound, and did not want any of them to encounter any accidents. This deserted island was far more dangerous than he had imagined. He realized that he had to be extra careful when venturing into the woods in the future, and could never let his guard down. After he finished smoking 2 cigarettes, the water in the pot on the fireplace was already hot and bubbling. Su Ran also took a bottle of disinfectant, a bottle of anti-inflammatory medicine and a roll of gauze to the kitchen. Zhao Tianyu stood up, carefully took the pot off the fireplace, and placed it on the ground. Then, he turned around and said to Zhao Wanting, "Hurry up and take off your clothes, I'll treat your wounds." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Zhao Wanting blushed again. She lowered her head, clutching the hem of her clothes tightly with both hands, looking somewhat at a loss. Seeing this, Lu Shui quickly said, "Wanting, what time is it? Are you still shy? Brother Zhao has already seen all of us naked on the beach. What's there to be embarrassed about now? Hurry up and take off your clothes so Brother Zhao can treat your wounds." Hearing Lu Shui's words, Zhao Wanting was still somewhat unwilling, but she knew the situation was urgent and could not be delayed any longer. So, she gritted her teeth, slowly loosened her grip, and began to unbutton her clothes. After she took off her coat and shirt, she was left wearing only a pink bra, which partially covered her chest wound. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu said, "Take off your bra too." Upon hearing this, Zhou Wanting's face instantly turned bright red, like a ripe apple, even redder than a monkey's bottom. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Wanting looked at Zhao Tianyu shyly and said softly, "Brother Zhao, why don't you let Sister Shui and the others help me treat my wound?" However, before she could finish speaking, Lin Yu couldn't wait to interject. "Hey, Sister Wanting, I've already bent over and let Brother Zhao check my wound. What are you still embarrassed about?" As if they had planned it beforehand, Lu Shui and Su Ran said in unison, "We don't know how to treat wounds." Hearing the three of them say that, Zhou Wanting's face showed a hint of helplessness and reluctance. But in the end, she still slowly reached out and unhooked her bra. When Zhou Wanting unhooked and took off her bra, her large breasts, which had been restrained, were finally revealed to Zhao Tianyu without reservation. Zhao Tianyu's gaze was instantly drawn to it. He felt a sudden dryness in his throat, as if a flame was burning inside. He swallowed hard, trying to calm his restless heart. After a while, Zhao Tianyu finally came to his senses. He took a deep breath, picked up the roll of gauze, and carefully tore off a small piece. Then, he soaked the gauze in the pot and slowly used it to wipe away the bloodstains near Zhou Wanting's wound. As Zhao Tianyu gently wiped her wound, Zhou Wanting suddenly felt a strange sensation coming from the wound. The sensation was like a slight sting, yet also like an indescribable itch, making her blush slightly. After the bloodstains around her wound were completely cleaned, Zhao Tianyu tore off a new piece of gauze. He gently opened the bottle of disinfectant, and a pungent smell immediately filled the air. He dipped some disinfectant in the gauze, then looked up at Zhou Wanting and said, "This disinfectant might sting a little when it touches your wound, so please bear with it." Zhou Wanting's cheeks flushed slightly. She nodded shyly, but her gaze never met Zhao Tianyu's. Zhao Tianyu took a deep breath and then gently applied a gauze soaked in disinfectant to her wound. In an instant, Zhou Wanting felt a piercing pain. She couldn't help but grit her teeth, but she endured it without making a sound. Zhao Tianyu noticed the change in her expression and felt a pang of pity. His movements became even gentler. After disinfecting her wound, Zhao Tianyu picked up some anti-inflammatory medicine and carefully sprinkled it on her wound. Finally, Zhao Tianyu picked up a clean piece of gauze again and carefully wrapped her wound. After bandaging the wound, he looked up at Zhou Wanting and said with concern, "The wound has been treated. Try not to let it get wet these days. Also, since your wound is right on your chest, don't wear underwear until it's fully healed, so as not to affect the healing process." Zhou Wanting blushed and nodded, saying, "Thank you," to Zhao Tianyu. He quickly stood up, went back to the shelter, and found a set of loose clothes in his suitcase to put on. Her mind was filled with the image of Zhao Tianyu pulling the leopard off her and treating her wounds, and her face flushed red again. In fact, after spending time together, she had already developed feelings for Zhao Tianyu, and after today's events, she had fallen hopelessly in love with him. Zhao Tianyu dragged the leopard to a large rock by the river and began to deal with it. Lu Shui, Su Ran, and Lin Yu also rushed forward to help. It took less than 20 minutes to peel off the leopard's skin. They then cut another opening in the leopard's belly, removed its internal organs, and threw them directly into the stream, letting the current carry them away. After cutting the leopard meat into small pieces, Zhao Tianyu had Lu Shui and the others carry it back to the shelter. After cutting the leopard meat, he cleaned the leopard's skin and hung it on the branches of a big tree by the river to dry. Chapter 91. Can you kiss me? By the time they finished all that work, it was completely dark, and everyone was starving. Zhao Tianyu took a piece of leopard meat, cut it into small pieces, put it in a pot, and started stewing it. Seeing Zhao Tianyu covered in blood, Lu Shui, Su Ran, and Lin Yu took bamboo tubes, went to the riverbank, drew water, and poured it into the large bathtub in the bathroom. Then they lit a fire in the stove under the bathtub and started heating bathwater for Zhao Tianyu. At this moment, only Zhao Tianyu and Zhou Wanting remained in the kitchen. Perhaps because something had just happened, Zhou Wanting blushed and lowered her head, not daring to look at Zhao Tianyu or take the initiative to speak to him. Seeing her embarrassed expression, Zhao Tianyu didn't say anything to her. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and leisurely smoked it. Before long, Lu Shui and the other two returned to the kitchen. Looking at the pile of leopard meat on the palm leaves on the ground, Su Ran said with some worry, "Brother Zhao, we only have a little bit of sea salt left, which is not enough to marinate this leopard meat. If this leopard meat is not processed in time, it will easily rot and spoil." In fact, Zhao Tianyu had thought of this problem a long time ago, and then said, "I will go to the coast tomorrow morning to boil some sea salt crystals and bring them back. You guys can put these leopard meats in the smoking room to smoke them tomorrow morning. The weather isn't so hot now, so it should keep for 3 or 4 days after smoking." No sooner had he finished speaking than Su Ran immediately said, "I'm worried about you going to the coast alone. I'll go with you." Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting also quickly expressed their desire to go to the beach with him. Zhao Tianyu shook his head and said, "Wanting is injured now, and someone needs to guard the smoking of these leopard meats. You guys can stay at the shelter. Don't worry, I'll be fine." Hearing him say that, Su Ran immediately said, "No, I must go to the coast with you. Let Shui Jie and the other two stay at the shelter." Hearing her say that, Zhao Tianyu thought that it would be nice to have a beautiful woman by his side. Who knows what might happen between him and Su Ran on this trip to the coast? He nodded and said, "Then you can come with me to the coast. Xiao Xue, the 3 of you stay at the shelter. After we leave, you must stay in the shelter and don't wander around." Hearing Zhao Tianyu's arrangement, Su Ran was immediately delighted, and Lu Shui and the other two could only reluctantly agree. Before long, the leopard meat in the pot was cooked, and everyone picked up their bowls and chopsticks to eat the stewed leopard meat. After dinner, the water in the bathtub was already heated up. Zhao Tianyu asked Lu Shui and the others, "Do you want to take a bath?" Lu Shui and the others said they didn't want to wash, but Zhao Tianyu stood up, went back to the shelter to get a change of clothes, and then went to the bathroom and stripped naked. He simply lay down in the bathtub and started soaking. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Zhao Tianyu woke up and saw that Lu Shui and the other 3 were still fast asleep. He got out of bed, put on his shoes, walked to the large bed where Lu Shui and the other 3 were, and gently patted Su Ran, who was still fast asleep. Startled by Zhao Tianyu's pat, Su Ran rubbed her sleepy eyes and woke up, gently getting out of bed. The two left the shelter and went to the river to wash up briefly. They returned to the kitchen, put the pot in a bamboo basket, put a piece of leopard meat in the basket, and filled a few empty bottles with water. The two walked towards the coast. Zhao Tianyu led the way, carrying a bamboo basket and holding a military knife, while Su Ran followed closely behind him with a bow and arrow. The sun had just risen, and the entire forest was still shrouded in mist, with low visibility. Furthermore, one must constantly be aware of their surroundings, so walking is relatively slow. After walking for more than 2 hours, they had only covered less than half the distance. By then, the sun had risen high in the sky, and the mist in the woods had completely dissipated. The entire forest became somewhat stuffy and hot. Zhao Tianyu didn't seem to notice anything, but Su Ran was already flushed and panting heavily. Seeing her panting heavily, Zhao Tianyu looked around and finally found a large, leafy tree with a shady spot under it. Zhao Tianyu walked quickly to the big tree, gently placed the bamboo basket on the ground, then turned around and said gently to Su Ran, "Su Ran, you look tired, why don't you stop and rest for a while?" Su Ran slumped down under the tree, panting heavily. Zhao Tianyu leaned against the trunk naturally, took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it skillfully, took a deep drag, and exhaled a cloud of white smoke. Amidst the swirling smoke, Zhao Tianyu's gaze inadvertently fell upon Su Ran. She sat under the tree, her head tilted slightly back. A ray of sunlight shone through the gaps in the leaves onto her face, highlighting her delicate features and fair skin. Her breasts rose and fell with her breath, their barely visible curves sparking the imagination. Zhao Tianyu's throat felt a little dry, so he quickly looked away and pretended to continue smoking as if nothing was wrong. However, at that moment, Su Ran suddenly spoke up. "Brother Zhao, it's just the 2 of us now, why are you still leaning against the tree trunk? Are you trying to peek at me again?" Zhao Tianyu was a little embarrassed by her question and said with a smile, "Sorry. I'm used to it." After saying this, he immediately sat down under the tree. As soon as he sat down, Su Ran suddenly moved closer to him, and their bodies were pressed tightly together. Zhao Tianyu felt a faint fragrance waft towards him. It was Su Ran's unique scent, which made him feel slightly dizzy. His gaze, as if drawn by a magnet, involuntarily fell upon Su-ran. My gaze slowly moved along the lines of her body, finally settling on her chest, which rose and fell with her breath. Su-ran's collar was slightly open, and her skin, faintly visible, shone with a soft glow in the sunlight, as if tempting Zhao Tianyu to explore more secrets. Zhao Tianyu's heart began to race involuntarily, as if a deer was pounding wildly inside him, making him somewhat distracted. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "What's wrong with Su-ran? She's practically trying to seduce me into committing a crime." However, just as Zhao Tianyu was lost in thought, Su-ran suddenly spoke up. With a smile on her face, her gentle voice was like a spring breeze. "Brother Zhao, do you think I'm pretty?" Zhao Tianyu blurted out, "Beautiful." Hearing Zhao Tianyu's answer, Su-ran blushed shyly, and her voice became even softer. "Brother Zhao, can you kiss me?" Chapter 92: A good thing ruined by a poisonous snake. These words struck Zhao Tianyu like a thunderbolt. He had never expected Su-ran to make such a direct request. He was stunned at first, then a surge of joy welled up inside him. "What a great thing!" Zhao Tianyu thought to himself with delight. "Since you asked for it, then I won't stand on ceremony." Without hesitation, he threw the cigarette butt in his hand on the ground, grabbed Su-ran's slender waist, and pulled her tightly into his arms. Su-ran's body trembled slightly, but she did not resist. Zhao Tianyu felt her softness and warmth, and his heart pounded even harder. He slowly lowered his head, aimed at Su-ran's sexy and charming cherry lips, and gently kissed them. Although either of them had ever experienced sexual relations, they naturally knew a little about such matters. As the old saying goes, "Even if you haven't eaten pork, have you never seen a pig run?" Moreover, when Zhao Tianyu was working in the security department, he would sometimes secretly hide under the covers and watch some Japanese adult films during his free time at night. The moment Zhao Tianyu's lips touched Su-ran's, Su-ran suddenly felt an unprecedented and wonderful sensation surge through her body like a tide, a feeling that was difficult to describe accurately in words. As their kiss grew more intense, Zhao Tianyu's large hands began to wander over Su-ran's body, caressing her wantonly. As Zhao Tianyu caressed her like that, Su-ran's body felt as if it had been set on fire, instantly becoming unbearably hot and restless. However, just as the two were lost in a passionate kiss, Zhao Tianyu suddenly heard a faint, rustling sound in his ear. His instincts told him that there might be some kind of danger lurking behind that sound. So, he released Su-ran without hesitation. Su-ran, however, stared at him blankly, clearly still caught up in the excitement of their earlier encounter. Just as Su-ran was about to ask Zhao Tianyu what was wrong, she saw him looking around warily, and she didn't say anything more. Zhao Tianyu's gaze, sharp as a hawk's, landed quickly and accurately on a clump of dense weeds 3 or 4 meters away from them. The weeds were growing extremely lushly. His keen ears caught the rustling sound coming from the clump of weeds. His expression instantly turned serious, and he whispered to Su-ran beside him, "Slowly stand up, don't panic, and then slowly back away. Remember, try not to make any noise." Hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Su-ran had some doubts, but she didn't dare to ask any more questions. She took a deep breath, carefully stood up, and like a startled rabbit, her steps were so light they were almost inaudible as she slowly retreated. Zhao Tianyu gripped the military knife on the ground tightly and slowly stood up. Leaning slightly forward, his eyes were fixed on the clump of weeds as if drawn by a magnet, not daring to relax for a moment. Just then, suddenly, a snake as thick as an arm shot out from behind the weeds like lightning, its speed catching everyone off guard. However, Zhao Tianyu reacted with extraordinary speed. His body flashed to the side like lightning, and at the same time, the military knife in his hand drew a cold light in the air, slashing fiercely at the venomous snake like a meteor. With a crisp snap, the knife sliced the snake in two as easily as if it were cutting tofu. The severed snake body fell to the ground, rolling around as if making its final struggle. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu did not hesitate to raise one foot and stomp hard on the snake's head like Mount Tai crushing an egg. He crushed it forcefully, as if trying to completely destroy the snake's life force. As he continued to crush it, the snake's body gradually became limp and eventually stopped moving completely. Zhao Tianyu then slowly lifted his foot and carefully observed the snake's condition. When he looked closely, he saw that the snake's head had been crushed to pieces by him, its face completely disfigured and a gruesome sight. The broken head was clearly triangular, a typical feature of venomous snakes. Zhao Tianyu and Su Ran exchanged a glance, both seeing deep fear and lingering dread in each other's eyes. If Zhao Tianyu hadn't had a keen sense of danger and hadn't discovered the venomous snake in time, they would probably have been bitten by it by now, with unimaginable consequences. The more Zhao Tianyu thought about it, the more frightened he felt. He wanted to slap himself twice, cursing inwardly. Luckily I reacted quickly. If I had been so focused on getting intimate with Su Ran that I hadn't heard the hissing sound of that venomous snake, I'd probably be a cold corpse by now. After being startled like that, both of them lost all interest, and had no desire to continue their intimacy. Zhao Tianyu steadied himself, drew his military knife from his waist, and with a swift stroke, severed the snake's head. Then, he put the snake carcass, which had been broken in two, into the bamboo basket, carried it on his back, and continued walking towards the coast with Su Ran on his back. The two became even more cautious, and it took them almost 3 more hours to reach the shore. Fortunately, they did not encounter any further dangers along the way, and Zhao Tianyu even shot a pheasant with his slingshot. It was already noon. It had taken them 5 or 6 hours to walk from the shelter, and the two of them were starving. Zhao Tianyu found a big tree on the shore, put his bamboo basket under the tree, and sat down to catch his breath. Su Ran also collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. After resting for a while and feeling that he had regained some strength, Zhao Tianyu told Su Ran to rest under the tree while he went into the nearby woods to collect some firewood, carried it to the big tree, and lit a fire. They put the pheasant directly into the fire and burned it. In no time, the pheasant's feathers were burned off completely, and even its skin was burned black. They took the pheasant to the shore, cleaned it thoroughly, and then removed its internal organs and threw it into the sea. Back by the fire, I chopped the pheasant into small pieces, put them in a pot, poured in 2 bottles of water I had brought from the shelter, and started to stew it. While the pheasant was stewing, I also cleaned the snake that had been broken in 2, cut it into small pieces, and put it in the pot to stew with the pheasant. An hour passed, and the stewed pheasant and snake meat in the pot began to emit a fragrant aroma. The two of them began to eat heartily. After breakfast, Zhao Tianyu took a pot to the shore, filled it with water, and placed it under a big tree over a fire to boil and crystallize sea salt. He said to Su Ran, "You stay here to boil sea salt crystals. I'll go for a stroll along the coast and see if I can find any usable supplies." Su Ran nodded obediently and told Zhao Tianyu to come back soon. Zhao Tianyu nodded, picked up the bamboo basket, and walked towards the shore. After Zhao Tianyu walked away, Su Ran went to the nearby woods and gathered some firewood. Chapter 93: Finding an Oil Drum and Fishing Line. Zhao Tianyu walked slowly along the long coastline, his heart filled with anticipation, hoping to find some useful supplies on this vast beach. However, after walking a long way, his hopes gradually faded. Although there was a lot of trash washed ashore by the sea, he did not see any useful supplies. He felt somewhat frustrated, and his steps became heavy. Finally, he found a huge rock on the shore, and sat down with a sigh of relief, facing the sea and feeling the sea breeze. Zhao Tianyu took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag. Smoke billowed in front of his eyes. He gazed at the surging sea, the waves crashing against the shore with a deafening roar. The sea breeze whistled past his body, bringing a touch of coolness, but he seemed oblivious, his thoughts already drifting far away. The scene of his passionate kiss with Su Ran in the woods flashed involuntarily into his mind, and that intense and passionate moment made his heart race. If it weren't for that wretched venomous snake suddenly appearing, he believed that he and Su Ran would have already taken their relationship to the next level, and might even have already consummated their relationship. Thinking of this, Zhao Tianyu's lips curled up slightly, revealing a smug smile. During the time he spent with Lu Shui and the other 3, he could clearly feel that they were becoming more and more dependent on him. Not only that, he could also sense that Lu Shui and the other 3 people's affection for him was growing day by day. Perhaps, it won't be long before he can successfully win over these 4 beautiful girls. In fact, sometimes Zhao Tianyu would think that living on this deserted island might not be such a bad thing. Although there is no hustle and bustle of the city here, having beautiful women by your side is a unique kind of enjoyment. If he were in the company, he would just be an insignificant security guard. Even if Lu Shui and the other three saw him, they probably wouldn't even give him a second glance. After all, his status was so lowly, and compared to them, he was like heaven and earth. After finishing a cigarette, he slowly stood up, stretched, and continued walking along the coast, constantly scanning his surroundings, hoping to find some usable supplies. And so, they walked and searched, and before they knew it, they had walked quite a distance. Finally, among a pile of garbage washed ashore by the sea, they found a rusty oil drum. Zhao Tianyu quickly stepped forward, squatted down, and carefully examined the area. Although the oil drum looks very old, upon closer inspection, its structure is still intact, and it should still be usable. With this oil drum, he can make a pot, so he won't have to worry about cooking anymore. He took the oil drum to the shore and placed it on a flat rock. He took out his military knife, carefully cut off the top of the oil drum, and then rinsed it clean with seawater. Then they put the cleaned oil drums into a bamboo basket and continued walking along the coast. After walking for a while, my eyes suddenly lit up. There was a tangled mess of fishing lines on the beach not far away. Zhao Tianyu walked over quickly, picked up the fishing line, and saw that there were several rusty fish hooks on it. He was secretly delighted and quickly pulled hard on the fishing line, but to his surprise the line was so strong that it did not break. Seeing that it was getting late, he stopped searching and turned to walk back. When he returned to the fire, Su Ran was sitting there intently, carefully boiling sea salt. The blazing flames reflected on her focused face, radiating a tranquil and warm atmosphere. Su Ran was quite happy to see that Zhao Tianyu had actually brought back another oil drum. With this oil drum, the speed of boiling sea salt into crystals could be doubled. Zhao Tianyu took the pot made from an oil drum to the shore, filled it with water, and then carried it back to the tree and placed it above the fire. Then, he picked up the tangled mess of fishing line and began to patiently clean it up. This is no easy task. The fishing line gets tangled, and it takes a lot of time and effort to untangle it. After nearly half an hour of effort, Zhao Tianyu finally managed to untangle the tangled fishing line. At this point, there was still some time before dark, so he decided to make the most of the time and go to the shore to see if he could catch any fish. He walked into the woods and found a stick slightly thicker than his finger, which would become his fishing rod. Then, he went to the shore, selected a few mussels, gently smashed them with a stone, took out a piece of tender mussel meat, and hung it on his fishing hook. I also tied a small piece of foam to the fishing line to use as a float. With everything ready, Zhao Tianyu tied the fishing line to the stick and then forcefully threw the hook into the sea. As the fishing hook fell into the water, he waited quietly for the fish to bite, looking forward to a delicious seafood feast that night. Time passed by, and after about an hour, there was still no fish biting the hook. Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but feel anxious. He stared intently at the calm sea, silently praying that a fish would take the bait. As the sun gradually sank in the west, its orange-red afterglow spilled onto the sea, draping the entire surface in a golden veil. As Zhao Tianyu watched the sun slowly sink below the horizon, he sighed inwardly. "Looks like I won't be able to catch any fish today?" Just as he was about to put away his fishing rod, suddenly, the foam float that had been floating on the surface of the water. It was as if it had been instantly sucked away by a powerful force, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Zhao Tianyu's fishing rod seemed to be suddenly pulled by an invisible giant hand, and it rushed straight into the sea. Zhao Tianyu was startled. Without thinking, he quickly grabbed the fishing rod and held it tightly. As he finally steadied the fishing rod and lifted it upwards, an even stronger force came from it. The wooden rod was instantly pulled into a bow shape, and the fishing line made a hissing sound as if it would break at any moment. Zhao Tianyu inwardly cursed. He knew that the fish that had taken the bait must be quite large. If he was not careful, not only would the fish get away, but his fishing rod and line might also be ruined. So he carefully placed the end of the fishing rod against his abdomen, using his body weight to counteract the fish's pull. Then, he slowly began to reel in the line, engaging in a battle with the fish. During those tense 10 minutes, Zhao Tianyu dared not relax for a moment. He focused intently on sensing every movement of the fish, adjusting his strength and direction according to the fish's struggles. Finally, the fish that had taken the bait seemed to gradually lose its strength, and its struggles became weaker and weaker. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhao Tianyu pulled sharply, dragging the fish out of the water. The fish flipped itself over on the surface of the water, revealing its silvery white belly and black fins. Zhao Tianyu was overjoyed. He knew he had subdued the fish. He carefully dragged the fish to the shore, then reached out a hand, quickly grabbed its gills, and pulled it out of the water. Chapter 94 The Wolf Pack Attacks in the Middle of the Night. Only then did Zhao Tianyu realize that the fish he had caught was actually a salmon, weighing more than 10 kilograms. His eyes widened, his face filled with surprise, as if he couldn't believe his good fortune. Shouldn't salmon be in the deep sea? How come I can catch it right here on the shore? Looks like I'm having pretty good luck today. Zhao Tianyu thought to himself, his smile growing even brighter. He carefully removed the fishhook from the salmon's mouth, and upon closer inspection, he noticed that the hook had been stretched quite a bit. Zhao Tianyu also felt somewhat fortunate. If the fish had struggled a few more times, it probably would have gotten off the hook. He put the fishing rod aside, quickly pulled out his military knife, and began skillfully preparing the salmon. In no time, the fish was cleaned and rinsed with seawater before Zhao Tianyu took it back to the fire. Seeing that Zhao Tianyu had actually brought back such a large salmon, Su Ran said incredulously, "Brother Zhao, you're amazing! You actually managed to catch a salmon, and such a big one at that." Zhao Tianyu looked at Su Ran with curiosity and asked in confusion, "You actually know about salmon?" Su Ran rolled her eyes at him, annoyed, and replied in a curt tone, "Of course I know it. I used to eat salmon all the time, but it was always the frozen kind." Zhao Tianyu nodded without saying anything more. He carefully placed the salmon into the bamboo basket, then stood up and walked into the woods. A short while later, he came out carrying a large bunch of palm leaves, went straight to the fire, and spread the palm leaves on the ground. Then, Zhao Tianyu took the salmon out of the bamboo basket and gently placed it on a palm leaf. He skillfully cut off a piece, then sliced it thinly, and without hesitation put it into his mouth, savoring it carefully. Seeing this, Su Ran could no longer contain her eagerness. She quickly picked up a piece of salmon, stuffed it into her mouth, and began to chew it heartily. Even without dipping sauce, this fresh salmon still has a unique flavor, with a delicious taste that leaves a lasting impression. While enjoying her meal, Su Ran said with a happy smile, "I never expected that this freshly caught salmon would be so delicious. It would be even better with some dipping sauce." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu glared at her and said irritably, "You're really ungrateful. On this deserted island, where am I supposed to get you any dipping sauce? You should be grateful to have anything to eat." Hearing Zhao Tianyu say that, Su Ran made a face at him. Everyone ate nearly a pound of salmon before they stopped. The two sat by the fire, chatting and laughing, until late at night. Zhao Tianyu then gathered some more firewood and lit several more fires around the big tree. He said to Su Ran, "You go to sleep first. I'll keep watch." Su Ran nodded and said, "All right then. Wake me up in the middle of the night so I can take your place." Zhao Tianyu nodded, and Su Ran immediately lay down on the palm leaf and fell asleep. Perhaps she was too tired, or perhaps she felt safe with Zhao Tianyu keeping watch. She had been asleep for only a few minutes. Looking at Su Ran, who was already fast asleep, Zhao Tianyu took out a cigarette, lit it, and leisurely smoked it. "Although I got a lot of cigarettes from Ah Bao, so much time has passed and the remaining cigarettes are becoming increasingly scarce." Zhao Tianyu also started to worry. Where would he get cigarettes after he finished these? He didn't want to go through a period without cigarettes again. As midnight approached and all was quiet, Zhao Tianyu's eyelids began to droop, and a strong sense of drowsiness washed over him like a tide. He tried to rouse himself and fight off the weariness, but ultimately he couldn't overcome his body's instincts. His head drooped little by little, and he dozed off. However, just as he was about to drift off to sleep, a sudden howl of wolves shattered the tranquility of the night. The sound was like the howl of a demon from hell, echoing in the darkness and sending chills down one's spine. Zhao Tianyu jolted awake, instantly losing all sleepiness. As if electrocuted, he drew his military knife from his waist and stared warily into the depths of the woods, as if countless unknown dangers lurked there. At the same time, Su Ran was also awakened by the wolf howls. She was sleeping on the palm leaf, and now she scrambled up from it like a startled rabbit. Her face was as pale as paper, her whole body was trembling, and her voice was filled with obvious fear. "Brother Zhao, that wolf howl is so scary, I'm so frightened." Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu quickly comforted him. "Don't be afraid, I'm here, nothing will happen." His voice was calm, but he was actually a little nervous inside. After all, on this deserted beach, facing a pack of hungry wolves, who could truly remain fearless? After saying this, Zhao Tianyu quickly picked up some more firewood and threw it into the few fires that were almost out. As the firewood burned, the flames grew stronger, illuminating the surrounding darkness. The roaring fire brought them a touch of warmth. More importantly, Zhao Tianyu knew that wolves were afraid of fire, and with this fire, the wolves wouldn't dare to get too close to them. Hearing Zhao Tianyu's words of comfort, Su Ran's emotions stabilized slightly, but her body remained tense, clearly still very nervous. Just then, another wolf howl came, much louder than the previous one, and clearly closer to them. Zhao Tianyu and Su Ran both knew very well that the wolf pack was gradually approaching them. Before long, 6 or 7 gray wolves appeared in the two's field of vision. They slowly approached Zhao Tianyu and Su Ran, like a pack of hungry hunters closing in on their prey. Upon seeing these enormous gray wolves, Su Ran was so terrified that she trembled uncontrollably, her hands and feet shaking uncontrollably. In contrast, Zhao Tianyu remained relatively calm. He gripped his military knife tightly, stood up, and stared intently at the gray wolves, not daring to relax for a moment. Perhaps because they were afraid of the firelight, the gray wolves suddenly stopped when they were about 10 meters away from Zhao Tianyu and Su Ran. They raised their heads, opened their blood-red mouths, and let out a series of wolf howls that echoed through the sky. The howls of wolves echoed in the silent night, sending chills down one's spine. The wolves' gleaming eyes exuded a chilling aura of terror. Even Zhao Tianyu felt a chill run down his spine when he saw the menacing gray wolves. His hand, gripping the military knife, began to sweat slightly. Time passed slowly, and after 3 or 4 minutes of this stalemate, the gray wolves finally began to slowly walk towards Zhao Tianyu and Su Ran. Chapter 95: Scaring Away the Wolves. As the wolf pack drew closer, Zhao Tianyu's eyes widened in fury, and he roared at them. "You damned beasts, stop right there! If you dare come any closer, I'll kill you all right now!" His voice, like thunder, echoed across the empty coastline, clearly startling the gray wolves from the sudden roar. They suddenly stopped, their fierce gazes turning hesitant, and they let out low growls, revealing sharp fangs as they warily stared at Zhao Tianyu. At this moment, the distance between Zhao Tianyu and the gray wolves was very close, only 7 or 8 meters away. He clearly saw the wolves' ferocious faces and hostile eyes, and his heart tightened. Zhao Tianyu knew that although his loud shout had temporarily intimidated the wolf pack, it was only a temporary measure. Judging from the wolves' behavior, they will not give up easily, and it won't be long before they attack again. Rather than waiting to be killed, it's better to take the initiative. Zhao Tianyu made a decisive move. He quickly grabbed a still-burning piece of firewood from the fire, swung his arm forcefully, and hurled the firewood like a cannonball at one of the gray wolves. The burning piece of firewood flew straight toward the gray wolf like a bolt of lightning. It struck the gray wolf squarely, hitting it directly in the body. In an instant, the flames, like a demon, rapidly devoured the wolf's thick fur. With a pitiful howl, the gray wolf was in excruciating pain from the flames. It rolled on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames on its body. A pungent, burnt smell filled the air, making people want to vomit. The other gray wolves were also startled by this scene and retreated 3 or 4 meters away. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu did not hesitate to grab another burning piece of firewood from the fire and throw it at the gray wolves like an arrow. However, this time the gray wolves seemed to be prepared. They nimbly dodged to the side and easily avoided the firewood that Zhao Tianyu threw. At the same time, the gray wolf that had been hit by firewood from Zhao Tianyu had extinguished the fire on its body. It suddenly stood up from the ground, shook off the ashes, and stared intently at Zhao Tianyu with its fierce eyes, letting out low and angry wolf howls, as if declaring war on Zhao Tianyu. The gray wolf pawed at the ground with all 4 paws, each paw moving with unusual force, as if gathering strength for its impending attack. Upon seeing this, Zhao Tianyu thought to himself, "This is bad." He immediately realized that the beast had clearly been provoked, and would probably launch a fierce attack on him. As expected, the moment Zhao Tianyu had that thought, the gray wolf charged straight at him like lightning. It completely ignored the surrounding fire, its eyes fixed solely on Zhao Tianyu. In the blink of an eye, the gray wolf rushed to within 3 meters of Zhao Tianyu. Suddenly it leaped high into the air, opened its blood-red maw, revealing sharp fangs, and pounced straight at Zhao Tianyu like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Faced with this sudden attack, Zhao Tianyu's reaction speed was also exceptional. With lightning speed, he grabbed another burning piece of firewood from the fire, ready to face the wolf's attack. Just as the gray wolf pounced on him like a hungry tiger, only inches away, Zhao Tianyu picked up the still burning piece of firewood and smashed it down on the wolf's head like a meteor. With a deafening bang, the piece of firewood, as if it had eyes, struck the gray wolf squarely on the head with a dull thud. In an instant, the once sturdy piece of firewood snapped like a fragile branch and fell in two. The gray wolf also suffered this sudden and heavy blow, falling straight down from midair like an airplane hit by a cannonball and crashing heavily to the ground. However, Zhao Tianyu did not give the gray wolf any chance to catch its breath. Before the gray wolf could react, he suddenly raised his foot, gathered all his strength in his toes, and kicked out with the force of a thunderbolt. The power of this kick was astonishing, its force far exceeding 100 pounds. With a whoosh, the kick, like lightning, streaked across the night sky and struck the gray wolf squarely in the body. The gray wolf was sent flying as if by an invisible force, instantly soaring into the air and flying straight towards a blazing fire like a cannonball. Like an enraged beast, the flames instantly enveloped the gray wolf's body, quickly igniting its fur. The gray wolf let out a blood-curdling howl, a sound that seemed to pierce the soul and send chills down one's spine. It struggled desperately in the fire, trying to escape from the hellish flames. Finally, the gray wolf used all its strength to climb out of the fire. Its body was burned beyond recognition, and its originally gray fur was now charred black. It let out painful howls and staggered back more than 10 meters before collapsing to the ground like a lump of mud, rolling around incessantly as if trying to extinguish the raging fire on its body. The other gray wolves witnessed this horrific scene and were immediately terrified. Their howls stopped abruptly, and they retreated several meters away in fear, as if the blazing fire were a demon from hell. Zhao Tianyu quickly grabbed a burning piece of firewood from the fire and brandished it like a flaming sword. He glared angrily at the gray wolves and roared, "Come on then! See how I deal with you beasts!" His voice boomed through the night sky like thunder. The gray wolves trembled at the sudden roar and involuntarily retreated several meters, as if the firewood in Zhao Tianyu's hand was an incredibly terrifying weapon. Time passed second by second, and after about 3 or 4 minutes, the gray wolf, engulfed in flames, finally managed to extinguish the fire on its body. It struggled painfully on the ground, trying to get up, but due to the severity of its burns, its movements were extremely difficult. As the gray wolf got up, a mournful howl echoed through the night sky. The sound was filled with pain and fear, which moved people deeply. Looking at the gray wolf again, its fur was almost completely burned off, revealing its black skin. It looked extremely disheveled and miserable. The gray wolf had long since lost its earlier arrogance. It stood there, its body trembling slightly, staring intently at Zhao Tianyu with fearful eyes, seemingly filled with dread. The two sides remained deadlocked for more than 10 minutes. The gray wolves seemed to realize that they had no way to deal with Zhao Tianyu and Su Ran tonight. It raised its head and let out a long wolf howl. Reluctantly, it turned and ran into the woods, disappearing completely in no time. Chapter 96, Safely returning to the shelter. Only after watching the wolf pack leave did Zhao Tianyu's tense nerves relax slightly. He let out a long sigh of relief, his body feeling as if all his strength had been drained, and he plopped heavily on the ground, panting heavily. Su Ran, like a deflated balloon, slumped limply to the ground, her face as pale as paper, with a few glistening beads of sweat on her forehead. After a while, she came to her senses and said with lingering fear, "Brother Zhao, that was really dangerous. If you hadn't scared those gray wolves away, I can't even imagine what would have happened." Zhao Tianyu nodded, still feeling a lingering fear as he recalled the thrilling scene. After being startled, the two were wide awake and simply sat by the fire, chatting and keeping warm. Su Ran looked at Zhao Tianyu with admiration, her eyes sparkling. She exclaimed sincerely, "Brother Zhao, you're amazing! You even scared away such a fierce gray wolf. You truly deserve to be my man." Hearing her say that, Zhao Tianyu's heart stirred. He smiled mischievously and teased her. Since you've said I'm your man, shouldn't we do something between men and women? Su Ran's face flushed red instantly. She lowered her head shyly, her hands unconsciously fidgeting with the hem of her clothes, and said softly, Brother Zhao, why are you suddenly saying such things? I remember when we first met you weren't like this. A playful smile played on Zhao Tianyu's lips as he said softly, Spending every day with 4 such beautiful women, I'm afraid any man would find it hard to resist. After all, women love bad boys. His words were like a gentle breeze, lightly brushing past Su Ran's ear, instantly making her cheeks flush red, like a ripe apple. Su Ran lowered her head shyly, not daring to meet Zhao Tianyu's gaze, but her heart was pounding like a deer. The two sat quietly by the fire, and time passed by unnoticed. In the blink of an eye, the sky was turning a pale white, and the dawn's light gradually fell upon them. Zhao Tianyu stretched and yawned, then turned to Su Ran and said, It's dawn now, there shouldn't be any danger. I'm so sleepy, I need to take a nap. What about you, do you want to sleep a little longer? Su Ran shook her head and replied with a smile. I'm not very sleepy yet, you go to sleep. I'll go collect some firewood and boil some sea salt crystals while I'm at it. Zhao Tianyu nodded, then lay down directly on the palm leaf. In less than 3 minutes, a soft snoring sound came from his nose, which was particularly clear in the quiet morning. Su Ran looked at Zhao Tianyu, who was fast asleep, and a smile involuntarily appeared on her lips. I thought to myself, Brother Zhao is such a carefree person. He can fall asleep so quickly no matter where he is. I stood up and stretched my stiff body, then went to the beach to wash my face. Instantly, I felt much more refreshed. They went into the nearby woods, gathered some firewood, tied it together with tree bark, and carried it to the base of a large tree. They took the 2 pots, went to the shore to fetch some water, carried them to a big tree, and placed them on the fire to continue boiling the sea salt to crystallize. Time passed quietly, and before he knew it, it was noon. Zhao Tianyu finally woke up. He slowly opened his eyes, and what came into view was Su Ran's beautiful eyes staring at him. This sudden turn of events caught Zhao Tianyu off guard. Su Ran blushed as if she had been caught red-handed, her face turning bright red like a ripe apple. She hurriedly looked away, not daring to meet Zhao Tianyu's gaze again. Upon seeing this, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but let out a mocking smile. He slowly climbed up from the palm leaf, then grinned mischievously at Su Ran and said, Beautiful Su, you're not bewitched by my charm, are you? Otherwise, why are you staring at me like that? Tell me, did you do something naughty to me while I was asleep? Upon hearing this, Su Ran glared at Zhao Tianyu with a mixture of embarrassment and annoyance, and said reproachfully, Stop being so conceited, I didn't do anything to you. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu chuckled, rushed to Su Ran, and before she could react, quickly kissed her exquisitely sculpted cheek. Then he laughed and said, Haha, it tastes really good. Su Ran was startled by his action, and her face instantly turned bright red, as if it could bleed. Zhao Tianyu laughed heartily as he walked to the shore, scooped up a handful of cool seawater, washed his face, and felt much more refreshed. He turned back to the fire, took out the salmon he had caught the day before from the bamboo basket, skillfully cut off a section, and then sliced it into thin fillets. After eating sashimi, Zhao Tianyu went to the shore, found a few mussels, smashed them with stones, picked up a piece of mussel meat, hung it on the fishing hook, and started fishing. But luck was clearly bad today. After waiting on the shore for 2 or 3 hours, the buoy still didn't budge. Zhao Tianyu didn't have the patience to fish, so he packed up his fishing rod and returned to the campfire. He said to Su Ran, You should get some sleep first. You'll keep watch tonight. We'll go back to the shelter first thing tomorrow morning. Su Ran nodded and lay down on the palm leaf to sleep. The day passed by unnoticed. Although there was still a lot of salmon in the bamboo basket, the 2 of them did not eat it. Instead, they planned to take it back for Lu Shui and the others to try. After roasting and eating some leopard meat that we had brought from the sanctuary, we sat by the fire and chatted for a while. Zhao Tianyu said to Su Ran, I'm going to sleep now. Watch the fire and make sure it doesn't go out. Wake me up immediately if anything happens. Su Ran nodded, and Zhao Tianyu lay down on the palm leaf and fell asleep. Fortunately, nothing else happened that night. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, the two tidied up, extinguished the fire, and headed toward the shelter. On the way back, Zhao Tianyu shot down 2 more pheasants with his slingshot. It took the 2 of them more than 5 hours to get back to the shelter, where Lu Shui and the other 2 were sitting at the kitchen door chatting. Upon seeing Zhao Tianyu and Su Ran return, Lu Shui and the other 2 immediately stopped chatting and stood up. When Zhao Tianyu and Su Ran arrived at the kitchen door, Lu Shui immediately said, "You 2 are finally back. We were so worried about you these past 2 days." Zhao Tianyu laughed and said, "What's there to worry about? We're back now, aren't we?" Back in the kitchen, Su Ran plopped down on the floor, panting heavily, her clothes completely soaked with sweat. Zhao Tianyu also put the bamboo basket on the ground and sat down by the fireplace, panting heavily. Chapter 97 Sense of Crisis. Lu Shui then took out the items from the bamboo basket one by one. When her gaze fell on the leftover salmon, her eyes suddenly lit up, her face filled with excitement and anticipation. He asked, "Brother Zhao, where did you get this salmon?" Zhao Tianyu smiled slightly and replied, "Of course, we caught them from the sea. Su Ran and I ate some on the shore and specially saved some to bring back for you to try." Hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Lu Shui and the other 2 were deeply moved. They were surprised that Zhao Tianyu was so thoughtful, even bringing back delicious food for them. Lu Shui quickly grabbed a pot, hurried to the riverbank, and carefully filled it with water. Then, she carried the pot back to the kitchen, placed it on the fireplace, lit the firewood, and began to boil the water. Soon, the water boiled, making a gurgling sound. Lu Shui and the other 2 carefully carried the boiled water to the riverbank and gently placed the 2 pheasants into the scalding water. They briefly scalded the pheasant in boiling water, then quickly scooped it out and began skillfully processing it. In less than half an hour, the 3 girls had cleaned the pheasant thoroughly and brought it back to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyu was also busy, cutting the remaining salmon into small pieces. Upon seeing the tempting salmon, everyone eagerly picked up their chopsticks and began to eat it in large mouthfuls. The half salmon they brought back from the coast was devoured by the 5 of them in less than 10 minutes, leaving nothing behind, and Lu Shui and the others still looked like they wanted more. Lin Yu said to Zhao Tianyu, "Brother Zhao, this salmon is so delicious. Why don't you catch more to eat?" Zhao Tianyu was speechless for a moment, glared at her and said, "You think salmon is so easy to catch? You're lucky to have caught one like this." After saying this, he stood up, walked out of the kitchen, and went to check the smoke room. After 2 days of smoking, the leopard meat was blackened, but it hadn't spoiled even though it wasn't cured with sea salt. Zhao Tianyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He led Lu Shui and the others to the riverbank with bamboo tubes to fetch water. They poured the sea salt crystals into the bamboo tubes and stirred them continuously with a small wooden stick. The process only stopped when all the sea salt crystals had dissolved into the water. Zhao Tianyu then used empty bottles, charcoal, and river sand to make a simple filter device and began filtering the salt water. It took a whole day to finally boil all the brine into sea salt. This time, they boiled up 6 or 7 bottles of sea salt, enough to last them for quite some time. After rubbing the smoked leopard meat with sea salt to marinate it, the group put it back into the smoking room to smoke again. Time flies like an arrow, and before we knew it, a month had slipped away. During this period, everyone's life was peaceful and orderly. Apart from occasionally going into the woods to cut some firewood and pick some wild vegetables, they spent most of their time in the shelter, enjoying this rare tranquility. Since Zhou Wanting was unfortunately attacked by a leopard, Lu Shui and the others have realized that if they want to survive better on this deserted island, relying solely on Zhao Tianyu is far from enough. They must make themselves stronger. So, from that day on, the 4 girls began their arduous training day after day. They set aside time every day to practice archery, striving to improve their skills. Watching them improve day by day filled Zhao Tianyu with pride. After these months of living on the deserted island, the 4 girls had undergone a complete transformation. They had not only mastered some basic wilderness survival skills, but also learned how to support each other and grow together in adversity. However, as time went by, the temperature on the deserted island gradually dropped, and the nights became increasingly cold. The group often woke up shivering from the cold. To address this situation, everyone worked together to build another fireplace in the shelter. Every night before going to bed, They would light a roaring campfire in the fireplace, letting the warm firelight accompany them through the long, cold night. After having breakfast that morning, Zhao Tianyu looked at the dwindling amount of food left on the bamboo shelf. He realized that as the weather grew colder, finding food would become increasingly difficult. He said to Lu Shui and the other three, "The weather is getting colder and colder, and it won't be so easy to find food in the future. Moreover, the current weather is perfect for storing food, so we need to gather more food and store it." Lu Shui and the others nodded in agreement after hearing Zhao Tianyu's words. The group quickly packed their belongings, picked up their bows and arrows, slung bamboo baskets over their shoulders, and then strode resolutely toward the woods. It was late autumn, the weather was cold, mosquitoes had long since disappeared, and there was no need to worry about venomous snakes. Along the way, apart from the occasional clear bird calls from the branches, the surroundings were completely quiet. They walked for 3 or 4 kilometers through the woods without seeing a single pheasant, and everyone was somewhat disappointed and frustrated. It seemed that finding food would become increasingly difficult as they went further. Seeing that Lu Shui and the other 3 were flushed and panting, Zhao Tianyu had no choice but to let them stop and rest for a while. After resting for almost half an hour, and feeling that they had regained some strength, the group continued to walk deeper into the forest. As they walked, Zhao Tianyu, who was at the front, suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis surging towards him like a tidal wave. The sense of crisis was so intense that his body tensed up instantly, as if he were being gripped tightly by an invisible hand. He immediately stopped in his tracks, his feet seemingly nailed to the spot, unable to move. His eyes, like those of a hawk, vigilantly scanned his surroundings, not missing any corner that might be hiding danger. Seeing Zhao Tianyu suddenly stop, Lu Shui and the other 3 also stopped without hesitation. Su Ran asked with some curiosity, "Brother Zhao, why did you suddenly stop? Did you discover something wrong?" Zhao Tianyu's voice was low and serious as he slowly said, "I feel like something is watching us from the shadows." After saying this, he did not look away from his surroundings, but continued to keep a close eye on his environment, not missing a single sound or movement. After a while, Zhao Tianyu's gaze finally fell on a clump of bushes not far away. The bushes looked ordinary and nothing special, but Zhao Tianyu's intuition told him that something was definitely hidden behind them. Without hesitation, he reached for his waist, quickly drew the sharp military knife, gripped it tightly in his hand, and stared intently at the bushes. Chapter 98: Fighting the Grey Wolves. At the same time, Lu Shui and the other 3 immediately picked up an arrow, knocked it on the bowstring, and aimed at the bushes. Time passed by, and the atmosphere at the scene became extremely tense, as if even the air itself had frozen. However, the bushes remained completely still, just like any other ordinary bushes. Lu Shui said to Zhao Tianyu, "Brother Zhao, look at those bushes. They look ordinary. There shouldn't be anything hiding behind them, right? Maybe you're just overthinking it?" Upon hearing Lu Shui's words, Zhao Tianyu was slightly taken aback, then shook his head, a smile appearing on his lips, and said, "Perhaps I really am overthinking it." However, before he could finish speaking, something unexpected happened. A rustling sound was heard, and a huge creature suddenly sprang out from the seemingly peaceful bushes. Upon closer inspection, everyone realized it was a huge gray wolf. It stood there majestically, its sharp eyes fixed on Zhao Tianyu and the others, and it occasionally let out a low howl. The sudden appearance of the gray wolf startled Zhao Tianyu and his companions. Before they could even react, the gray wolf pounced on them like lightning. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu hurriedly shouted, "Everyone be careful!" However, this gray wolf was as fast as lightning, leaving everyone speechless. In the blink of an eye, it was like a gray lightning bolt, rushing to within 5 meters of Zhao Tianyu and the others. In the blink of an eye, the gray wolf was almost upon them. It leaped into the air, opening its ferocious and terrifying maw. Its sharp fangs gleamed coldly in the sunlight, and it pounced on Zhao Tianyu and his companions with the ferocity of a hungry tiger. Faced with this sudden attack, Lu Shui and the other 3 were panicked and hurriedly released the bowstrings. In an instant, 4 arrows shot out like meteors chasing the moon, all aimed at the gray wolf. After a period of diligent practice, Lu Shui and her 3 companions had become quite skilled archers. Their 4 arrows seemed to have eyes, striking the gray wolf's body almost simultaneously. However, unexpectedly, Although the 4 arrows hit the gray wolf, they did not cause it much damage. Almost at the same instant that Lu Shui and the other 3 shot the gray wolf, the wolf, like a cannonball, arrived in front of them with astonishing speed. With Lu Shui and the other 3 standing behind him, Zhao Tianyu didn't dodge. Undeterred, he resolutely raised his foot and kicked the gray wolf hard in the head. The kick was like a thunderbolt, powerful and heavy, striking the gray wolf directly in the jaw. With a loud bang, the gray wolf was struck as if by a heavy hammer, its body flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground. Zhao Tianyu was jolted backward by the force of the gray wolf's impact, and it took him a few moments to regain his balance. The gray wolf clearly hadn't anticipated Zhao Tianyu's ferocity. After rolling several times on the ground, it quickly stood up and retreated 7 or 8 meters like a startled rabbit. Then, it raised its head, opened its blood-red maw, and let out a deafening howl. The wolf howls echoed through the silent forest, sending chills down one's spine. Zhao Tianyu's heart tightened, and he knew something was wrong. He knew that the gray wolf was calling for its companions. "Oh no, this beast is calling its companions over! We have to take care of it right away!" Zhao Tianyu's voice was urgent and tense. As he shouted, he held his military knife and charged towards the gray wolf without hesitation. Seeing Zhao Tianyu pounce on it like an enraged lion, the gray wolf suddenly froze. It seemed intimidated by Zhao Tianyu's imposing aura, staring blankly at him, thinking to itself, "How can this guy be so fierce?" However, after only a moment's hesitation, the gray wolf came to its senses, leaped up from the ground, opened its sharp claws, and pounced on Zhao Tianyu like lightning. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu showed no fear. He gripped his military knife tightly, and stared intently at the gray wolf. Just as the gray wolf was about to pounce on him, he suddenly swung his military knife and thrust it fiercely into the wolf's neck with overwhelming force. The knife was as swift and sharp as lightning, piercing deep into the gray wolf's neck as if to pierce it completely. The moment the military knife was drawn, a spurt of bright red blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering onto Zhao Tianyu's face. Before Zhao Tianyu could even make a move to dodge, the gray wolf pounced on him with overwhelming force and knocked him to the ground. His body collided violently with the hard ground, producing a dull thud. He quickly used all his strength to push the gray wolf off him. Then, he sprang up like a spring and kicked the wolf hard in the head without hesitation. The force of the kick was so great that the gray wolf tumbled several times in the air like a ball that had been hit, before crashing heavily to the ground. The gray wolf emitted a series of shrill screams, clearly indicating that the kick had caused it immense pain. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhao Tianyu stepped forward, raised his foot, and stomped on the gray wolf's head without hesitation. Then, he picked up his military knife and stabbed it into the gray wolf's neck again. With that slash, the gray wolf's body trembled violently, and it rolled around on the ground in agony. Its blood stained the surrounding land, creating a shocking red stain. Just then, a chilling wolf howl suddenly came from the distant woods. Hearing the wolf howl, Zhao Tianyu had a bad feeling. He knew perfectly well that the wolf's companions were rushing over. He had no time to worry about the life or death of the gray wolf, because a more pressing matter was looming ahead. The wolf pack was attacking. He yelled at the top of his lungs at Lu Shui and the other 3. "The wolves are coming! Run!" Hearing Zhao Tianyu's shout, Lu Shui and the other 3 snapped out of their daze and turned to run towards the shelter. Time passed in a tense atmosphere. Just 3 or 4 minutes later, 7 or 8 gray wolves appeared like ghosts in front of the injured gray wolf. Looking at the gray wolf that Zhao Tianyu had stabbed twice, it was now barely breathing and on the verge of death. Its originally low, mournful cry grew weaker and weaker as its life force faded, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to be extinguished at any moment. Witnessing this scene, the wolves' eyes burned even brighter with ferocity. They raised their heads and howled angrily at the sky, the sound deafening, as if it would tear the entire forest apart. Chapter 99 Chased by a Pack of Wolves. However, the gray wolf ultimately could not withstand the arrival of death, and soon it became completely still. The wolves stared at the gray wolf's corpse, seemingly reluctant to let it go, but they quickly turned their gaze to the direction where Zhao Tianyu and the others had fled, and then dashed off like arrows. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyu and the others were still running frantically. However, how could human legs outrun the limbs of wolves? Despite their best efforts, the distance between them and the wolves continued to shrink. As the wolf howls behind him grew clearer, Zhao Tianyu's heart pounded faster and faster. He knew that running like this was not a solution and that the wolf pack would catch up with him soon. So he made a quick decision, stopped abruptly, stood still, and rapidly scanned his surroundings, looking for a way to deal with the wolves. When Lu Shui and the others saw Zhao Tianyu suddenly stop, they all stopped as well. They were breathing rapidly, their chests heaving, and they were panting heavily. Just then, Zhao Tianyu's gaze was suddenly drawn to a clump of lush dry grass not far away. An idea struck him, and he quickly ran over, took out a lighter from his pocket, lit it with a click, and then held the lighter close to the pile of dry grass. In an instant, the flames, like a ferocious beast, devoured the pile of withered grass. The dry grass burned fiercely in the fire, crackling and sputtering, sending sparks flying everywhere. Su Ran suddenly remembered that Zhao Tianyu had told her on the beach that wolves were afraid of fire. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately shouted to Lu Shui and the others, "Wolves are afraid of fire! Hurry up and gather firewood!" Upon hearing Su Ran's shout, Lu Shui and the other two snapped out of their daze and reacted very quickly. Fortunately, the area is covered with lush vegetation, and there are scattered pieces of dry firewood on the ground. Without saying a word, the four girls bent down and picked up the dry firewood from the ground, then threw it onto the burning pile of dry grass. As the firewood burned, the raging fire spread rapidly, forming a huge bonfire. The flames, like a ferocious beast, soared into the air, reaching a height of 3 or 4 meters. Just then, the relentless wolf pack arrived within 20 meters of them. These gray wolves were agile and had silver fur, which looked particularly sinister in the sunlight. Seeing the fiercely burning bonfire before them, they were filled with fear and stopped in their tracks, confronting Zhao Tianyu and his group of 5. The wolves glared angrily at Zhao Tianyu and his companions, their low howls sending chills down their spines. Seeing that the wolf pack had finally stopped, Zhao Tianyu and his companions secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, Zhao Tianyu knew that this stalemate could not continue indefinitely, and he had to find a way to drive the wolves away. Time passed by, and after about 4 or 5 minutes, Zhao Tianyu suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He quickly took out his slingshot from his pocket, picked up a small stone from the ground, and placed it on the leather pad. With a grave expression, he said to Lu Shui and the other 3, "Judging from the situation, these gray wolves probably won't leave any time soon, nor will they launch an attack on us." He paused for a moment, then continued, "However, this stalemate can't go on forever. We have to find a way to drive these wolves away. I plan to use a slingshot to provoke them and make them attack us." Zhao Tianyu's gaze swept over Lu Shui and the other 3, and he continued, "The 4 of you, don't panic, and don't be afraid. Each of you pick up a piece of still burning firewood from the fire and hold it in your hand. If the wolves charge at you, immediately throw the firewood at them. Understand?" Lu Shui and the other 3 were all pale-faced, clearly filled with fear, but they still nodded to show they understood. Everyone picked up a still burning piece of firewood from the fire and held it tightly in their hands. Seeing that Lu Shui and the other 3 were ready, Zhao Tianyu immediately picked up his slingshot and aimed at the eyes of one of the gray wolves. With a slight flick of his arm, the slingshot was instantly drawn to its full extent, and a pebble shot out like lightning, heading straight for the gray wolf's eye. At such close range, it was a piece of cake for Zhao Tianyu, a slingshot expert. He could hit exactly where he wanted to hit. The stone fired from the slingshot hit the gray wolf precisely in the eye. With a sudden howl, the gray wolf let out a shrill scream that echoed through the mountains and forests. Immediately afterwards, its body trembled violently, and its originally fierce eyes were now filled with boundless rage. Completely disregarding the blazing fire, the gray wolf, as if possessed, pounced straight at Lu Shui and the others. It was incredibly fast, like a bolt of lightning, and in the blink of an eye it had already reached a distance of 7 or 8 meters from them. Almost simultaneously, Lu Shui and the other 3 quickly grabbed burning firewood and hurled it at the gray wolf without hesitation. 4 burning pieces of firewood streaked across the night sky like shooting stars, striking the gray wolf's body with perfect accuracy. With a muffled thud, the firewood collided with the gray wolf's body, sending sparks flying. The gray wolf's thick fur was ignited instantly, and the fire spread rapidly. A pungent smell of burning hair instantly filled the air, making people nauseous. The burning gray wolf was clearly startled by this sudden turn of events. It immediately stopped in its tracks and, like a frightened wild beast, rolled around on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames on its body. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu didn't hesitate to grab another burning piece of firewood from the fire and hurled it at the gray wolf with all his might. The firewood arced through the air and landed squarely on the wolf. Seeing this, Lu Shui and the others followed Zhao Tianyu's example, picking up burning firewood from the fire and throwing it at the gray wolf one after another. In an instant, countless burning firewood rained down on the gray wolf. The gray wolf also let out a series of miserable howls, struggled to get up from the ground, quickly retreated more than 10 meters away, and then fell to the ground again and rolled around. After a while, the gray wolf finally put out the fire on its body. Its fur was almost completely burned off, and it looked miserable. It was still making painful howls. Seeing their companions covered in wounds, the gray wolves were stunned and stood there, looking at Lu Shui and the others with some fear. Seeing that his tactic had worked, Zhao Tianyu was filled with confidence. He picked up a still burning piece of firewood from the fire and shouted at the wolves. "You damn beasts, come at me again if you dare! Let's see how I deal with you!" Chapter 100: Shooting a Wild Boar Alone. Startled by Zhao Tianyu's roar, the wolf pack retreated several meters. After a stalemate of more than 10 minutes, the wolf pack seemed to realize that they would not gain any advantage by continuing the stalemate, so they turned around and left. Seeing the wolf pack leave, Zhao Tianyu and his companions secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Recalling what had just happened, everyone felt a lingering fear. They were also worried that the wolves would return, so they dared not stay there any longer and quickly walked towards the shelter. Fortunately, they did not encounter any further dangers along the way. The next morning, Zhao Tianyu woke up before the sun had fully risen. Opening his eyes, he saw that Lu Shui and the other three were still fast asleep, so he carefully got up, afraid of waking them. He left the shelter and came to the river bank. The river water was crystal clear in the early morning. He scooped up some water with his hands, washed his face, and instantly felt much more refreshed. After washing up, he picked up his bamboo basket and went into the woods alone to look for food. Because he encountered a pack of wolves in the woods yesterday, he was being extra cautious today. They walked a long way through the woods and only managed to shoot down one pheasant with a slingshot, but that one pheasant wasn't enough for the 5 of them to have a meal. Leaning against the trunk of a large tree, I rested for a while, adjusted my breathing, and then resolutely walked deeper into the woods. And so, Zhao Tianyu struggled forward for another 3 or 4 kilometers. Suddenly, the roar of a wild boar reached his ears. The sound was exceptionally loud in the quiet woods, and Zhao Tianyu was overjoyed. He immediately quickened his pace, walking briskly towards the direction from which the wild boar's cries came. As he got closer to the source of the sound, the wild boar's roars grew louder and louder. After walking about 400 or 500 meters, we finally saw a wild boar leisurely eating in the woods not far away, occasionally letting out bursts of roars. This wild boar wasn't particularly large, probably weighing around 140 or 150 pounds. Upon seeing this, Zhao Tianyu put down the bamboo basket without hesitation, then quickly drew his military knife from his waist and gripped it tightly in his hand. He walked towards the wild boar, and at the same time, the wild boar noticed Zhao Tianyu approaching him. It stared at him with wide, angry eyes, letting out an even louder roar, as if demonstrating and warning him. Despite the wild boar's warning, Zhao Tianyu showed no fear. He continued walking towards the boar without faltering. The wild boar was clearly enraged by his disregard. It opened its blood-red mouth, revealing sharp tusks, and charged menacingly towards Zhao Tianyu. Seeing the wild boar charging towards him, Zhao Tianyu showed no sign of backing down. He stood firmly in place, his eyes fixed on the wild boar, and shouted, "You beast, you've come at the right time! Watch how I deal with you!" Just as the wild boar was about to bite him, Zhao Tianyu immediately dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the boar's attack. While dodging, he swung his military knife and slashed fiercely at the wild boar. The military knife cut a gash several tens of centimeters long on the wild boar's body, and blood gushed out from the wound. The wild boar let out a scream and ran forward 7 or 8 meters before stopping and turning back to charge at Zhao Tianyu. This time he didn't dodge, intending to confront the wild boar head-on, just as the boar was about to pounce on him. He raised his foot and kicked the wild boar hard in the head, hitting it squarely in the jaw and knocking it to the ground. Zhao Tianyu seized the opportunity, picked up his military knife, and stabbed it viciously into the wild boar's neck. The knife went straight through the hilt, and the moment it was pulled out, another spurt of blood flowed from the wild boar's neck. The wild boar rolled around on the ground, letting out heart-wrenching screams. Zhao Tianyu immediately retreated 4 or 5 meters away, quietly watching the wild boar that kept rolling around. After 7 or 8 minutes, the wild boar, having lost too much blood, slowly stopped moving. Only when it stopped moving did Zhao Tianyu step forward to confirm that the wild boar was completely dead, and then wiped the blood off the boar's carcass with his military knife. He tucked the military knife back into his waistband, picked up the bamboo basket again, and carried it on his back. He grabbed the wild boar by its legs, slung it over his shoulder, and headed towards the shelter. Although he was physically strong, carrying this 140 to 150-pound wild boar through the rugged forest was still quite strenuous. The weight of the wild boar almost made him unable to straighten his back. We had to stop and rest after walking for a while. It took them almost 3 hours, walking and stopping along the way, to carry the wild boar to the outside of the shelter. Meanwhile, Lu Shui and the other 3 were already anxiously waiting at the entrance of the shelter. When they woke up in the morning, they didn't see Zhao Tianyu and knew that he had gone into the woods to look for food. Because he encountered a pack of wolves in the woods yesterday, the 4 girls were worried about him, fearing that he might encounter some danger. Seeing him return, the girls finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Tianyu put the wild boar down on the ground, took the bamboo basket off his back, and slumped down on the ground, panting heavily. Su Ran ran to the kitchen, scooped some cool boiled water from the pot with a bamboo tube, and handed it to him. After taking the cool boiled water from Su Ran, Zhao Tianyu gulped it down and then began to pant heavily. Lu Shui and the other 3 carried some firewood from the kitchen to the riverbank and lit a fire. Together they dragged the wild boar to the riverbank and placed it on the fire. The smell of burning boar hair immediately filled the air. Everyone covered their mouths and noses and stood at a distance. In just a few minutes, the wild boar's hair was burned off completely, and even its skin was burned black. The 4 girls brought the wild boar out again and used bamboo tubes to draw water from the river to clean it. By this time, Zhao Tianyu had regained some strength. He stood up and went to the riverbank to deal with the wild boar with the 4 girls. It took almost half an hour to clean the wild boar, and we could see the charred skin on its skin. Zhao Tianyu cut off a few pieces and handed them to Lu Shui and the other 3, then picked up a piece himself and began to chew slowly. It took almost half an hour to process the wild boar, cut the meat into small pieces, and move it to the kitchen. Zhao Tianyu cut off a few wild boar ribs, chopped them into small pieces, and put them in a pot to stew. Lu Shui and the other 3 rubbed the remaining wild boar meat with sea salt, and put it in the smoking room to smoke it. Chapter 101 Taking Lin Yu Hunting. 20 days have passed in the blink of an eye. During these days, apart from occasionally going into the woods to find some wild vegetables and cut some firewood, the group has spent almost all their time in the shelter. The temperature on this deserted island was getting lower and lower. Although they had a lot of clothes, almost all of them were summer clothes. To combat the increasingly cold weather, Zhao Tianyu sewed 4 more coats out of leopard skin for Lu Shui and the other 3 to wear. He was still wearing his thin summer clothes, and Lu Shui and the other 3 were deeply moved by his actions. After dinner that day, everyone sat around the fireplace in the kitchen, chatting and warming themselves by the fire. Looking at the few remaining smoked wild boar meat pieces on the bamboo rack, enough to last for 2 or 3 days at most, Zhao Tianyu planned to go into the woods early the next morning to find food. The next morning, the sun had just risen above the horizon, and the faint sunlight shone through the clouds onto the earth, giving it a hazy feel. Zhao Tianyu opened his eyes early and, seeing that Lu Shui and the other 3 were still fast asleep, did not wake them. I got out of bed, put on my shoes, walked to the entrance of the shelter, and opened the bamboo door. A biting cold wind, like a ferocious beast, suddenly pounced on him, making him shiver involuntarily. He quickly wrapped his already thin coat tightly around himself, muttering, "Damn it, this weather is getting colder and colder." When I arrived at the riverbank, I squatted down and put my hand into the icy water. I immediately felt that the water was much colder than usual. He scooped up some water and quickly washed his face. The cold water stimulated his skin and instantly made him feel much more awake. After washing his face, Zhao Tianyu picked up the fishing cage that was in the river and examined it carefully. However, to his disappointment, the fishing cage was completely empty, without even a small fish or shrimp. He shook his head helplessly, thinking, "It seems that it will be impossible to catch small fish and shrimp with this fishing trap in the future." He carried the empty fishing cage back to the kitchen, took some firewood from the corner, and lit it in the fireplace. A roaring flame instantly rose up, bringing a touch of warmth. He stood in front of the fireplace for a while to warm himself up, then picked up his bamboo basket and prepared to go into the woods to find food. As soon as I stepped out of the kitchen, a slight creaking sound reached my ears. Zhao Tianyu quickly turned his head and saw a figure walking out from behind the door. That was Lin Yu, her eyes still sleepy, clearly having just woken up. She rubbed her eyes as she slowly walked up to Zhao Tianyu. When she saw Zhao Tianyu carrying a bamboo basket, she seemed to immediately understand his intention. "Brother Zhao, are you going into the woods to find food?" Lin Yu's voice was slightly lazy. Zhao Tianyu nodded and replied with a smile. "Yes, the smoked meat in the kitchen can only last us 2 or 3 days at most. I want to go to the woods and see if we can bring back some wild boar or leopard." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes lit up, and she immediately said, "Wait for me, I'll go with you." Before she finished speaking, she turned around and ran like the wind towards the riverbank not far away. Zhao Tianyu watched Lin Yu's retreating figure, but before he could say anything, Lin Yu had already run to the riverbank, quickly took care of her personal needs, and then washed up briefly. Not long after, Lin Yu returned to the shelter, carrying a bow and arrow. She walked over to Zhao Tianyu and said with a grin, "All right, let's go." Zhao Tianyu nodded and led her into the woods. At this moment, the sun had just risen, and sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow on the ground. However, a thin layer of mist still lingered in the woods, making visibility not very high. Zhao Tianyu and Lin Yu made their way carefully through the woods, their steps slow and deliberate. Fortunately, in such cold weather, there's no need to worry about venomous snakes. Perhaps it is because of the cold weather that most animals have gone into hibernation. After walking 2 or 3 kilometers, apart from the occasional bird calls coming from the tree branches, we didn't even see a single pheasant. Judging from this situation, finding food to feed all 5 of them will become increasingly difficult in the days to come. However, just then, as the sun rose higher, the mist in the woods began to slowly dissipate. The warm sunlight filtered through the gaps in the trees, bringing a touch of warmth and making one feel incredibly comfortable. After walking a while longer, they suddenly heard the call of a pheasant, and the 2 of them stopped in their tracks. Looking up, I saw a pheasant perched on a branch not far away, clucking incessantly. Its feathers shimmered with iridescent colors in the sunlight, making it very eye-catching. Before Zhao Tianyu could react, Lin Yu had already quickly picked up her bow and arrow and carefully walked towards the pheasant. Zhao Tianyu stood quietly in place, watching with great interest as Lin Yu approached the pheasant step by step. Before long, Lin Yu arrived at the tree where the pheasant had landed. After standing still, Lin Yu took a deep breath to calm herself down. Her gaze, sharp as a hawk's, was fixed on the pheasant that was foraging for food. She slowly took an arrow from the bamboo quiver and knocked it on the bowstring. Adjusting my posture, I applied slight force to my arm, pulling the bowstring taut, and released it without hesitation. The bowstring twanged crisply, and the arrow shot out like lightning, heading straight for the pheasant. After a period of hard practice, the 4 girls' archery skills have improved more and more. The arrow seemed to have eyes, striking the pheasant squarely in the body. The porcupine bristle arrow easily pierced the pheasant's feathers and skin, embedding itself deeply into its body. The pheasant let out a shrill scream, its body trembled violently, and the arrow in its body flew 7 or 8 meters away before crashing heavily to the ground and flapping its wings incessantly. Seeing this, Lin Yu quickly put away her bow and arrows and strode forward. She walked to the pheasant, bent down to pick it up, and then tightly grasped its neck. With a sharp crack, the pheasant's neck was snapped in Lin Yu's hand. The pheasant's body twitched a few times before becoming completely still. From Lin Yu shooting the arrow to finally killing the pheasant, The whole process was as smooth as flowing water, without the slightest delay or hesitation. Zhao Tianyu, who was standing not far away, saw all of this and a gratified smile appeared on his face. After several months of living on a deserted island, the four of them not only learned how to survive in harsh environments, but also mastered many practical survival skills. Judging from this, even if I'm not around, the four of them can survive on this deserted island on their own. Chapter 102. Do you want to touch it? Lin Yu, beaming with joy, carried the pheasant she had just hunted and walked briskly to Zhao Tianyu, a proud smile on her face. Brother Zhao, she said, how's my archery? Not bad, right? Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu smiled and replied, not just okay, you're absolutely amazing. You've all made tremendous progress recently. If you continue like this, even if something unexpected happens to me one day, you'll all be fully capable of surviving on this deserted island. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's expression instantly turned serious. She hurriedly waved her hands and said, Pa! 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 Brother Zhao, how can you say such unlucky things? You're so powerful, how could you suddenly die? Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu quickly smiled and comforted him. Haha, I was just saying it casually, don't take it too seriously. But to be honest, on this deserted island, all sorts of dangers lurk everywhere, and no one can predict whether tomorrow or an accident will come first. Lin Yu's brows remained furrowed, and she said urgently, Brother Zhao, please stop saying these things. I really don't want anything to happen to you. Zhao Tianyu felt Lin Yu's concern and his heart warmed. He smiled and nodded, then asked half-jokingly, You're so worried about me, have you already fallen in love with me? Normally, Lin Yu would definitely have retorted without hesitation. However, she seemed like a different person today. Instead of refuting, she nodded gently and said softly, Yes. Brother Zhao, I've realized I've fallen in love with you. Hearing her say that, Zhao Tianyu was stunned. Was Lin Yu confessing her feelings to him? After a brief moment of astonishment, an uncontrollable surge of joy welled up in his heart. He stared blankly at Lin Yu, as if he couldn't believe his ears. When he finally came to his senses, he quickly took the pheasant from Lin Yu and put it in the bamboo basket. After a brief pause, the two continued deeper into the woods. Time passed by, and after walking for nearly another hour, they still hadn't seen any animals. The two of them couldn't help but feel disappointed and frustrated. After walking for more than 2 hours, Lin Yu's physical strength was clearly exhausted. Her cheeks flushed red, her breathing became rapid, and she seemed to struggle with every step she took. Zhao Tianyu noticed Lin Yu's condition and felt a pang of heartache. He quickly stopped and looked around, finally finding a flat patch of grass where Lin Yu could sit down and rest. Lin Yu plopped down on the ground and began to pant heavily. Zhao Tianyu put down his bamboo basket and sat down on the grass. He took a cigarette out of his pocket, lit it with a lighter, and took a deep drag. The smoke swirled in his mouth, bringing a brief moment of relaxation. Looking at the cigarette in his hand, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but feel a sense of worry. He got these cigarettes from Ah Bao, and now there weren't many left. He started to worry about how he would get through the days without cigarettes. You see, for him, cigarettes were not just a habit, but also a source of spiritual sustenance. If he doesn't smoke a few cigarettes a day, he feels uneasy, as if something important is missing. Just then, his gaze was suddenly drawn to Lin Yu's heaving chest. Her breathing seemed a little rapid, her chest rising and falling with the rhythm of her breath, as if it were about to burst out of her clothes. Zhao Tianyu's throat instantly went dry. He couldn't help but swallow, trying to pull his gaze away from that alluring area. However, his gaze seemed to be drawn to a magnet, unable to look away completely. After all, a man his age is full of energy and imagination. Spending every day with 4 stunningly beautiful women is undoubtedly a huge challenge for him. Fortunately, Zhao Tianyu had strong self-control. If it were Yi Wei and his group, they probably wouldn't have been able to restrain themselves and would have made advances towards Lu Shui and the others. However, despite his efforts to restrain himself, his eyes couldn't help but be fixed on Lin Yu's prominent breasts, as if they were the most attractive thing in the world. Just then, Lin Yu seemed to notice Zhao Tianyu's burning gaze. A blush instantly spread across her cheeks, like a ripe apple, making her look shy and adorable. Lin Yu parted her lips slightly and said coquettishly to Zhao Tianyu, "Brother Zhao, look at you, your eyes are almost popping out. Do you really want to touch them?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu was overjoyed. He could hardly believe his ears. Could such a wonderful thing really be true? Various thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant, and his heart began to beat faster involuntarily. He nodded hurriedly, like a chick pecking at rice, afraid that Lin Yu would change her mind. Lin Yu said shyly, "Since you want to touch me, then you can. But be gentle. Don't hurt me." Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Zhao felt a surge of excitement. He nodded quickly, and his right hand, as if drawn by an invisible force, reached inside Lin Yu's open collar without hesitation. His fingers gently touched Lin Yu's soft skin, feeling its slight elasticity, and then slowly began to caress her pert breasts. Lin Yu felt as if she had been struck by lightning, a tingling sensation instantly spreading throughout her body like an electric current. She couldn't help but tremble slightly. It was a wonderful feeling she had never experienced before, which made her body involuntarily hot, as if a flame was burning inside her. As Zhao stroked her, Lin Yu's thoughts began to become chaotic, with all sorts of strange ideas flashing through her mind. Her breathing gradually quickened, and she made a strange sound that sounded like both a groan and a sigh, which made people's hearts flutter. Seeing Lin Yu's emotional state, Zhao Tianyu's desire grew stronger. He could no longer suppress his impulse, and suddenly pulled Lin Yu into his arms, preparing to kiss her cherry-like, alluring lips. However, at this crucial moment, a bleating sound suddenly came from the distant woods, which seemed particularly abrupt in the quiet environment. Lin Yu seemed to be startled awake by the sudden sound, and her body trembled violently. She quickly and gently pushed Zhao Tianyu away, her face flushed, and asked, "What animal is making that sound?" Zhao Tianyu said angrily, "It must have been made by a wild goat. Damn it, why did that damned wild goat have to call out at this time to ruin my good time? I'm going to kill it." Chapter 103 Snatching Food from a Leopard's Mouth. Hearing Zhao Tianyu say that, Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle as she gently straightened her slightly disheveled clothes. She said coquettishly, "Brother Zhao, look at you, what's the rush? We'll have plenty of time later, why be in such a hurry?" Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu also laughed. He scratched his head and said somewhat embarrassedly, "Haha, that's true. I'll deal with you slowly later." After saying that, he leaned in and gave Lin Yu a big kiss on the cheek. After being kissed by him, Lin Yu blushed and her heart raced again. She said coquettishly, "Brother Zhao, you're so naughty." Zhao Tianyu gave a wicked smile. "Women don't love men who aren't a little bad." He stood up, slung his bamboo basket over his shoulder, and then walked briskly toward the direction from which the wild goat had made its call. Seeing this, Lin Yu didn't dare to be negligent. She quickly stood up, picked up the bow and arrows placed aside, and closely followed Zhao Tianyu's steps. Although they had been on this deserted island for several months, the area they had reached was only the tip of the iceberg. This was the first time they had heard the call of wild goats on this deserted island, suggesting that there were many other animals on the island that they were unaware of. As the two drew closer, the wild goat's call became clearer and louder. After walking about 400 or 500 meters, 2 gray wild goats finally came into view. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu quickly stopped and slowly put the bamboo basket on his back on the ground. Then he carefully lowered his voice and said to Lin Yu, Yeah, these wild goats are very wary. You stay here and don't make a sound. I'll sneak over and see if I can shoot one." Before Lin Yu could respond, he swiftly snatched the bow and arrow from her hand with agility and decisiveness. Immediately afterwards, he crouched down and carefully moved his feet slowly toward the 2 wild goats. He knew that wild goats were extremely alert and would flee at the slightest disturbance. Therefore, he would stop after each small step, hold his breath, and carefully observe the surroundings to make sure the wild goats were unaware of his presence before he dared to continue cautiously forward. Time passed slowly, and after about 5 or 6 minutes, he finally reached a thicket of bushes less than 30 meters away from the wild goat. However, the scene before him presented him with a dilemma. There was an open field ahead with no shelter whatsoever. He dared not proceed rashly, fearing he would be discovered by the wild goats, so he decided to hide behind the bushes for the time being and wait for an opportunity. He gripped his bow and arrows tightly, silently praying that the 2 wild goats would come closer to him. Although the bow and arrow in his hand were enough to hit a target that far away, at such a distance, even if he were lucky enough to hit a wild goat, it would probably be difficult to cause fatal damage. Time slipped away anxiously during the wait. 7 or 8 minutes passed, but the 2 wild goats not only did not come toward him as he had hoped, but instead walked further and further away. Zhao Tianyu grew increasingly anxious, and his heart began to race. Just as they were watching the 2 wild goats about to walk away, suddenly, a leopard leaped out of the nearby bushes like lightning and charged straight at the 2 wild goats. The wild goats were clearly terrified by the sudden attack. They panicked and ran away, trying to escape the leopard's pursuit. However, wild goats are no match for leopards in terms of speed, despite their frantic running. But the leopard was too fast. In just a few seconds, it caught up with one of the wild goats like a gust of wind. The leopard opened its sharp claws, like a deadly weapon, and pounced on the wild goat, knocking it to the ground. The wild goat struggled desperately on the ground, letting out pitiful cries, but all to no avail. The leopard opened its massive jaws and, without hesitation, bit down hard on the wild goat's neck. In an instant, a stream of bright red blood gushed from the wild goat's neck, staining the surrounding grass red. The wild goat's body convulsed incessantly, and it emitted pitiful cries. Zhao Tianyu, who witnessed this bloody scene, was first stunned into silence, his eyes wide open, his face full of disbelief. However, just a moment later, his anger erupted like a volcano. "Damn it, you damned leopard! How dare you try to steal my wild goat!" Zhao Tianyu cursed furiously. He casually tossed the bow and arrows in his hand to the ground, then quickly drew his military knife from his waist, stood up, and strode towards the leopard without hesitation. Just then, the leopard suddenly noticed Zhao Tianyu slowly approaching it. It suddenly released the wild goat it had been holding tightly, and quickly raised its head. A pair of large, bell-like eyes stared intently at Zhao Tianyu, revealing endless anger and hostility. The leopard let out a deep and majestic roar, as if issuing a stern warning to Zhao Tianyu. The sound, like muffled thunder, echoed through the silent forest, instilling fear in those who heard it. The leopard's mouth was stained with the blood of wild goats, the scarlet color contrasting sharply with its stripes, making it look particularly ferocious and terrifying. The wild goat that had just been released by the leopard, though freed, was severely injured. Its neck had been pierced by the leopard's sharp teeth, and blood kept gushing from the wound, staining the surrounding grass red. Nevertheless, the wild goat mustered all its strength to try to stand up and escape. It struggled with difficulty, barely managing to prop itself up and stagger forward 2 or 3 meters. However, due to the severity of its injuries, it finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell heavily to the ground again, its body convulsing uncontrollably. Despite the leopard's warning, Zhao Tianyu remained unusually calm. He gripped the sharp military knife tightly in his hand and continued walking towards the leopard with firm steps. Seeing this, the leopard was clearly angered by Zhao Tianyu's actions. It let out a deafening roar, and then pounced straight at Zhao Tianyu like an arrow released from a bow. Upon seeing this, Zhao Tianyu immediately stopped and stood firmly in place. He gripped his military knife tightly, his eyes fixed on the approaching leopard, not daring to relax for a moment. In the blink of an eye, the leopard had rushed to within 5 meters of Zhao Tianyu. It leaped up and pounced on him. Chapter 104: Harvesting the Leopard and Wild Goat. Just as the leopard charged like lightning and was about to pounce on Zhao Tianyu, his body swiftly dodged to the side like a spring, his movements agile and decisive. This quick movement allowed him to narrowly escape the leopard's deadly attack, successfully avoiding a life-or-death crisis. At the same time, Zhao Tianyu's military knife flashed through the air like lightning, striking the leopard. With a sharp slice, the military knife left a deep gash on the leopard's body, several tens of centimeters long, and blood gushed out instantly from the wound. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, the leopard let out a scream and ran forward for 4 or 5 meters before finally managing to stop. It looked down at the hideous wound on its body, from which blood was flowing continuously, staining the surrounding grass red. The leopard was enraged and let out a deafening roar that seemed to make the entire forest tremble. It stuck out its tongue and greedily licked the blood from its wound. The taste of blood seemed to ignite its even stronger wildness and fighting spirit. Then, it suddenly turned its head and stared fiercely at Zhao Tianyu, its eyes filled with hatred and murderous intent. Facing the leopard's renewed attack, Zhao Tianyu showed no fear and shouted, "Just in time!" The sound, like thunder, echoed through the air. He quickly raised his foot and kicked the leopard hard in the head with all his might. This kick was like a thunderbolt, carrying immense power and might. With a loud bang, the leopard was kicked to the ground as if hit by a cannonball. However, Zhao Tianyu was also forced to take 2 steps back due to the reaction force of the kick. However, he did not back down because of this. Instead, he rushed forward without hesitation the moment the leopard fell to the ground. Without hesitation, he raised his foot and kicked the leopard's fat head hard. The kick was incredibly powerful, sending the leopard tumbling across the ground like a ball. However, Zhao Tianyu did not give up. His gaze fell on the ground and he found a piece of wood that was thicker than his arm. He quickly threw his military knife aside, bent down to pick up the wooden stick, and then charged towards the leopard that was still rolling on the ground like an arrow. Zhao Tianyu moved with incredible speed, reaching the leopard in the blink of an eye. He gripped the wooden stick tightly with both hands, raised it high, and then, with all his might, slammed it down hard on the leopard's head. Bang! The wooden stick collided with the leopard's head with a dull thud, and the leopard immediately let out a shrill scream. Zhao Tianyu remained unmoved and continued to swing the wooden stick, smashing it down on the leopard's head again and again. Each blow carried Zhao Tianyu's anger and power, and each blow made the leopard's screams even more pitiful. Zhao Tianyu continued to strike the leopard 7 or 8 times, and the leopard's screams grew weaker and weaker. Suddenly, with a crack sound, the wooden stick broke into 2 pieces under Zhao Tianyu's powerful strike. He casually tossed the broken stick aside, then looked down at the leopard. By this time, the leopard had been smashed beyond recognition, its head almost completely smashed into a pile of mud, and it was no longer moving. Seeing the leopard's miserable state, Zhao Tianyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then he turned around, picked up the military knife from the ground, and walked back towards the dying wild goat. Zhao Tianyu walked to the wild goat, squatted down, grabbed the goat's neck tightly with one hand, and held the military knife in the other hand, then swung it forcefully at the goat's neck. The saber was incredibly sharp, easily slicing open the wild goat's throat. The goat's body convulsed a few times, then completely lost its life and stopped moving. Just then, Lin Yu also came to Zhao Tianyu's side carrying a bamboo basket. When her gaze fell on the leopard and wild goat that Zhao Tianyu had already dealt with, she couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. "Brother Zhao, you're amazing! You're practically invincible. You took care of the leopard and wild goats so easily." Faced with Lin Yu's praise, Zhao Tianyu simply smiled. They were worried that the smell of leopard and wild goat blood would attract other large carnivores. He dared not linger here any longer and had to bring the prey back to the sanctuary as soon as possible. So Zhao Tianyu acted swiftly. Holding his military knife, he cut several thick and sturdy vines in the nearby woods, and then used these vines to tightly bind the leopard and the wild goat together. Next, he cut a wooden stick about the thickness of an arm to use as a carrying pole. He carefully threaded the stick through the vines binding the leopard and the wild goat, then hoisted the heavy prey onto his back and strode confidently toward the sanctuary. Although Zhao Tianyu possessed amazing physical strength, the combined weight of the leopard and the wild goat, nearly 200 pounds, was still a considerable challenge for him. Walking on this rugged road was especially difficult for him. With each step he took, he had to exert tremendous effort, and fine beads of sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. And so, with frequent stops along the way, it took Zhao Tianyu and Lin Yu more than 3 hours to painstakingly carry the leopard and the wild goat back to the outside of the shelter. Time has quietly slipped away, and it is already past noon. Lu Shui, Su Ran, and Zhou Wanting stood anxiously at the kitchen door, waiting for Zhao Tianyu and Lin Yu to return. When they woke up in the morning, they didn't see Zhao Tianyu and Lin Yu, so they guessed that they must have gone into the woods to look for food. At first, no one paid much attention to it. After all, Zhao Tianyu was so capable. However, as time went by and noon had passed, Zhao Tianyu and Lin Yu still hadn't returned, and a sense of unease gradually rose in everyone's hearts. They began to worry about the safety of Zhao Tianyu and Lin Yu. After all, there were unknown dangers lurking everywhere on this deserted island. Just as everyone was filled with worry, Zhao Tianyu and Lin Yu finally came into view. Seeing that the two of them had returned safely, Lu Shui and the other two finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, when their gaze fell upon the leopard and the wild goat that Zhao Tianyu was carrying on his shoulders, their surprise was palpable. At this moment, Zhao Tianyu looked like he was about to collapse from exhaustion. His clothes were soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to his body as if you could wring water out of them. Sweat dripped from his forehead like raindrops, splashing up a small patch of dust as it hit the ground. After putting the leopard and wild goat down on the ground, he collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Lin Yu also put down the bamboo basket and gasped for breath. Chapter 105 Returning to the Coast. Seeing the two of them panting, Su Ran quickly turned around and hurried back to the kitchen. She grabbed 2 bamboo bowls and ladled 2 bowls of cool boiled water from the pot. Su Ran carefully carried 2 bowls of water to Zhao Tianyu and Lin Yu. She handed them the water and said, "Drink some water quickly." Zhao Tianyu and Lin Yu took the water Su Ran handed them and gulped it down. The cool spring water slid down their throats, making them feel refreshed, as if all their fatigue had been instantly dispelled. After drinking the water, the two were still panting heavily. Lu Shui, Su Ran, and Zhou wanting work together to drag the leopard and wild goat to the riverbank to begin dealing with them. After about 10 minutes, Zhao Tianyu and Lin Yu felt their strength gradually returning. They stood up and went to the riverbank to deal with the leopard and wild goat together with Lu Shui. With everyone working together, after more than an hour of busy work, the leopard and wild goat were finally dealt with. Afterward, they took the processed meat back to the kitchen, cleaned the leopard and wild goat's skins, and hung them on tree branches to dry. Zhao Tianyu picked up a piece of mutton with alternating layers of fat and lean meat, cut it into small pieces, put the cut mutton into the pot, sprinkled some sea salt on it, and gently stirred it to ensure that each piece of mutton was evenly coated with salt. Next, Zhao Tianyu found a bamboo tube, split it open with a knife, and shaved out some bamboo skewers. He then skewered the marinated mutton onto the bamboo skewers. Carefully using a stick, I picked out a few pieces of still burning charcoal from the roaring fire, and then neatly spread them on the ground. Next, placed the skewered, tender lamb pieces above the charcoal, allowing them to come into close contact with the flames and slowly receive the high-temperature roasting. In less than 10 minutes, the originally red and white mutton gradually turned golden, and many tiny oil bubbles appeared on the surface, making a sizzling sound. At the same time, an enticing aroma filled the air, as if telling people how delicious it was. The group of people, who were already starving, were made to drool by the aroma. He couldn't wait to grab the roasted lamb, ignoring its scalding temperature, and stuffed it directly into his mouth, chewing it heartily. This was the first time they had tasted grilled lamb skewers since arriving on the deserted island, and the unique flavor captivated everyone, making it impossible for them to stop eating. Only after everyone had eaten nearly a pound of roasted mutton did they pat their round bellies with satisfaction. After a short rest, the group did not idle around, but instead processed the remaining leopard meat and wild goat meat. They sprinkled sea salt evenly on the meat, and then hung it in a specially built smoking room for smoking. There's enough meat for them to eat for a month, and they won't have to worry about food for a while. Almost all of the sea salt we boiled last time was used to marinate leopard meat and mutton. Looking at the little sea salt left, Zhao Tianyu secretly considered that it was necessary to go to the coast again to boil some sea salt crystals and bring them back. He then shared this idea with Lu Shui and the other 3. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ran immediately replied, "I'm not comfortable with you going to the coast alone. So I think it would be better if I went with you, so we can look after each other." As soon as Su Ran finished speaking, Lin Yu chimed in, "I want to go with you too." Her tone was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Then, Lin Yu turned to Su Ran and continued, "Sister Su Ran, you and Brother Zhao went to the beach last time, so it should be my turn this time. I haven't been to the beach in so long, I'm going stir-crazy staying in this shelter all day." Hearing Lin Yu say this, Lu Shui couldn't help but laugh and teased, "What's going on between you two? Why are you suddenly getting jealous of each other? I think it's not just that you two want to go to the beach with Brother Zhao. You probably want something more special to happen between you two." Upon hearing Lu Shui's words, Su Ran and Lin Yu blushed. Zhao Tianyu raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile, and said softly, "Stop arguing! All 4 of you can go together." Lu Shui asked with some concern, "But what about all the meat in the smoking room? Are we just going to leave it alone?" Zhao Tianyu smiled and explained, Don't worry, the weather is already so cold now. These meats have been carefully marinated with sea salt, so they definitely won't rot or spoil even without smoking. Let's go to the coast together first thing tomorrow morning. The next morning, just as the sky was beginning to lighten, everyone woke up from their sleep. They quickly left the shelter, went to the riverbank, and washed up briefly. Then, everyone went back to the kitchen, took some firewood, lit it in the fireplace, roasted some delicious lamb, and after a hearty meal, they were ready to set off in high spirits. Zhao Tianyu arranged everything methodically. He asked Lu Shui and the others to take empty bottles to the river to fill them with water and bring them to the shore for preparation. He carefully placed the 2 pots into the bamboo basket, and then took some mutton and leopard meat from the smoking room and put them into the basket as well. Once everything was ready, everyone carried bamboo baskets on their backs, took bows and arrows, and headed towards the coast. Zhao Tianyu led the way with a military knife, while Lu Shui and the other 3 followed closely behind him with bows and arrows. The sun had just risen, and the forest was still shrouded in mist, resulting in low visibility and slow movement. They walked for almost 3 hours and had only covered half the distance. By this time, Lu Shui and the other 3 were already flushed and panting heavily. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu could only find a patch of grass where they could bask in the sun and let them stop and rest. After resting for almost half an hour, and feeling that they had regained some strength, the group stood up and continued walking towards the shore. They shot 2 more pheasants along the way, and after another 3 hours, they finally arrived at the coast. It was already afternoon, and the sun was high in the sky. It took more than 6 hours to walk here from the shelter, and everyone was exhausted, hungry, and thirsty. Arriving under a large tree on the shore, Zhao Tianyu asked Lu Shui and the other 3 to sit down and rest, while he went into the nearby woods to gather some firewood. They carried the meat to the base of a large tree and lit a fire. They took a pot from the bamboo basket and placed it on the fire. They took a piece of mutton, cut it into small pieces, and stir-fried it in the pot until fragrant. Then they poured in a few bottles of water and began to simmer it slowly. Chapter 106. Are you impotent? In less than an hour, the mutton in the pot was already stewing and smelling delicious. Everyone took out the bowls and chopsticks they had brought from the shelter from their bamboo baskets, and eagerly picked up the piping hot mutton from the pot to enjoy. The mutton was stewed until very tender, melting in your mouth, and its delicious flavor filled your mouth, leaving you wanting more. After eating the stewed mutton, Zhao Tianyu looked at Lu Shui and the other 3 and said, "You stay here to boil the sea salt crystals and gather some more firewood. I'll go to the coast to see if I can find any usable supplies." Before Lu Shui and the other 3 could even respond, he quickly slung an empty bamboo basket over his shoulder and turned to walk toward the shore. Seeing this, Su Ran immediately stood up and said to Lu Shui and the other 2, "I'll go with Brother Zhao." After saying that, she walked out quickly with light steps, as if afraid that Zhao Tianyu would not wait for her. Seeing this, Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting couldn't help but laugh. Lu Shui said with a smile, "It seems that Su Ran has been completely conquered by Brother Zhao. Judging from her appearance, she can't wait to repay Brother Zhao with her body right now." Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting both nodded in agreement. Actually, it wasn't just Su Ran. All 3 of them, like Su Ran, had fallen hopelessly in love with Zhao Tianyu. Even if Zhao Tianyu asked the 3 of them to offer themselves in return, they would not refuse. Zhao Tianyu and Su Ran walked side by side along the coast for a while when Su Ran suddenly reached out and gently took Zhao Tianyu's hand without warning. Zhao Tianyu felt a sudden surge of joy, as if an electric current had instantly coursed through his body. A slight smile crept onto his lips as he turned to Su Ran and teased, "Hey, beautiful Su, why are you being so proactive today? Could it be you're in heat?" When Zhao Tianyu teased Su Ran like that, her originally fair cheeks instantly flushed red, just like a ripe apple. She said coquettishly, "Oh, come on, I'm just in heat, so what?" Zhao Tianyu was clearly not expected Su Ran to respond in this way. He was stunned for a moment, and the words he had prepared were stuck in his throat. Looking at Su Ran's slightly shy yet defiant demeanor, Zhao Tianyu felt as if his heart had been gently brushed by a feather, leaving him feeling ticklish. The 2 continued their stroll along the coast, enjoying the scenery and chatting casually. Apart from occasionally finding a few large empty plastic bottles, they did not find any other valuable supplies. At this moment, the sun hangs high in the sky, casting warm rays that make one feel warm all over. The waves rhythmically lapped against the rocks, making a crisp sound, while the sea breeze gently caressed their faces, bringing a touch of coolness. In such a pleasant environment, Zhao Tianyu and Su Ran were both in a particularly good mood. As she walked, Su Ran's eyes suddenly lit up. She saw a flat, large rock on the shore not far away, which looked like a perfect place to rest. She excitedly pointed to the big rock and said to Zhao Tianyu, "Brother Zhao, look, there's a big rock over there. Let's go sit down for a while. We've walked for so long and we're tired." Hearing her say that, Zhao Tianyu smiled and nodded. The two walked quickly to the big rock and sat down on it. The moment her bottom touched the large rock, Su Ran moved swiftly toward Zhao Tianyu like a nimble kitten. Her body pressed close to Zhao Tianyu's, and a faint fragrance wafted into his nostrils, a fresh and alluring scent that made him feel somewhat aroused. Zhao Tianyu's gaze involuntarily fell on Su Ran, especially her chest rising and falling with her breath, which made his throat go dry and his heart beat faster involuntarily. His mind started racing with wild thoughts. He thought, "What are you doing, Miss Su? Sticking so close to me like this, aren't you deliberately trying to seduce me into committing a crime?" His eyes seemed to have lost control, staring straight at Su Ran's chest, as if there was some kind of magic there that made it impossible for him to look away. However, just as Zhao Tianyu was lost in thought, Su Ran suddenly felt his burning gaze. Her face flushed bright red instantly, like a ripe apple, yet she felt a sliver of anticipation, wondering what Zhao Tianyu would do next. However, as time passed, several minutes went by, but Zhao Tianyu still did not make any further moves towards her. Su Ran couldn't help but feel annoyed. She cursed inwardly. "I've already taken such the initiative, and you're still like a block of wood, not reacting at all." Finally, Su Ran couldn't contain her dissatisfaction any longer and said to Zhao Tianyu in a coquettish tone, "Brother Zhao, is there some kind of defect in your body? Why don't you react to me at all?" Hearing Su Ran's question, Zhao Tianyu suddenly came to his senses. He looked at Su Ran in astonishment and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Su Ran said to Zhao Tianyu with a reproachful look, "I'm such a beautiful woman sitting right next to you, and you're so calm and unmoved. Tell me honestly, is there something wrong with you in that area?" Men are most afraid of women questioning their abilities, especially in this kind of situation. Zhao Tianyu was speechless when he heard Su Ran say so bluntly that he couldn't do it. He muttered to himself, "I didn't lay a hand on you out of respect. And you dared to say that to me? That's just too much." Increasingly angry, Zhao Tianyu finally lost his temper and raised his voice, saying loudly, "Fine, since you said that, don't blame me for being impolite. Today I'll show you whether I'm capable or not." As soon as he said it, Zhao Tianyu stretched out his arms without hesitation and pulled Su Ran into a tight embrace. Before Su Ran could react, Zhao Tianyu's lips had already pounced on her cherry-like mouth like a hungry tiger. The sudden kiss left Su Ran's mind blank for a moment. She felt a strong electric current travel through her body from her lips, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. However, this wonderful feeling did not frighten or repel Su Ran. On the contrary, her body seemed to be ignited in an instant. She couldn't help but reach out and hug Zhao Tianyu's neck tightly, responding passionately to his kiss. Their lips pressed tightly together, their tongues began to intertwine and tease each other, and they could feel each other's passion and desire. Zhao Tianyu's large hands were no longer at rest. Like two mischievous little mice, they quietly slipped inside Su Ran's clothes, wantonly caressing her high, firm breasts and round, pert buttocks. Chapter 107 Encountering an Acquaintance. And so, time passed second by second, and the clothes on the two of them gradually fell like flower petals, scattering onto the huge rock. At this moment, they were like dry tinder in a raging fire, their passion about to ignite, as if the whole world had shrunk to just the two of them. Both knew perfectly well what was about to happen. However, at this critical moment, Zhao Tianyu suddenly looked up and through the hazy fog, vaguely saw a large group of people walking towards him from the distant shore. His heart tightened suddenly, and he quickly reached out and gently pushed Su Ran away. Startled by Zhao Tianyu's sudden action, Su Ran was completely bewildered and had no idea what had happened. She was about to ask when Zhao Tianyu spoke first. "Look, there are people walking this way from the shore in the distance." Upon hearing this, Su Ran hurriedly looked in the direction he was pointing and vaguely saw someone walking towards them. He hurriedly picked up the clothes from the ground and quickly put them on. Zhao Tianyu quickly picked up his clothes and put them on. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, why am I so unlucky? I always get interrupted at the crucial moment. Why is losing my virginity so difficult? The two of them stood up and stared intently at the group of people approaching them. Time passed second by second, and about 20 minutes later, the group of people got closer and closer to them. Su Ran had sharp eyes and recognized the group of people as Yi Wei and his group at a glance. He quickly said to Zhao Tianyu, Brother Zhao, look, it seems to be Yi Wei and his group. Zhao Tianyu looked closely and sure enough, it was Yi Wei and his group of company executives. Not only that, he also spotted a familiar figure, Security Captain Chen Hu. Zhao Tianyu was filled with curiosity. In his opinion, the security team members should have met with misfortune long ago. After all, several months had passed, and apart from them and Yi Wei's group, no other survivors had been seen on this deserted island. Chen Hu's sudden appearance here was truly puzzling. 7 or 8 minutes later, Yi Wei and his group finally arrived in front of Zhao Tianyu and Su Ran. Upon seeing Zhao Tianyu, Chen Hu's face immediately lit up with a joyful smile. He exclaimed, Little Zhao, I really didn't expect you to still be alive. I was worried that you had sunk to the bottom of the sea with that cruise ship. Although Chen Hu was the security captain, he treated Zhao Tianyu and the other security guards with great friendliness, showing absolutely no airs of a leader. Therefore, Zhao Tianyu had a very good impression of him. Hearing Chen Hu say this, Zhao Tianyu also smiled and said, Boss, I thought you were already dead. I didn't expect you to still be alive. That's great. Chen Hu replied with a smile. Yes, I didn't expect to survive either. Not only am I alive, but Xiao Li, Xiao Lu, and the others are alive too. There are also more than 10 other survivors who are stranded on this deserted island with us. Zhao Tianyu and Su Ran were both very surprised to hear this news. They originally thought that besides themselves, only Yi Wei and his group lived on this deserted island. They never expected that there would be more than a dozen survivors who had been stranded on this deserted island just like them. At this moment, Chen Hu suddenly turned his gaze to Su Ran, a smile appearing on his face, and said, Isn't this Manager Su, the beautiful Su? I didn't expect to see you here. Su Ran simply smiled and nodded, without saying anything more, and stayed close to Zhao Tian. Seeing the two of them so intimate, Chen Hu couldn't help but smile with admiration. He gave Zhao Tianyu a thumbs up and praised him. Little Zhao, you're really something. You actually managed to win over the beautiful Su. You've really brought honor to our security team. Upon hearing Chen Hu's words, Su Ran blushed shyly, her face turning as red as a ripe apple. She lowered her head somewhat embarrassedly. Zhao Tianyu, on the other hand, seemed quite smug, a slight smile playing on his lips as he replied, Haha, it's all right. But to be honest, we've been on this deserted island for several months now, and we haven't seen you at all. We thought we were the only survivors on this island. Upon hearing this, Chen Hu laughed and explained, I've never seen you guys before. When the cruise ship sank, I drifted here with Xiao Li, Xiao Lu, and more than a dozen other survivors. We're just on the other side of this deserted island, so we didn't see you, and you didn't notice us either. Zhao Tianyu nodded in understanding, then asked curiously, So how did you end up with Yi Wei and his group? Hearing Zhao Tianyu ask this, Chen Hu smiled and said, I had nothing to do this morning, so I went for a run along the coastline. After running for almost 10 kilometers, I suddenly saw smoke rising from this side. I was quite curious, so I ran along the coastline all the way here and found out that it was them. Hearing this, Zhao Tianyu nodded, pulled Chen Hu aside, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took one out and handed it to him. When Chen Hu saw the pack of cigarettes in Zhao Tianyu's hand, his eyes lit up and he said with a smile, Damn, you're pretty good. You managed to get cigarettes in this shit-loving place. After saying that, he took the cigarette, put it in his mouth, took out a lighter from his pocket, lit the cigarette, and took a deep drag. He shouted, Awesome! That's fucking awesome! By the way, where did you get those cigarettes? Zhao Tianyu said with a smile. I snatched it from Ah Bao. Ah Bao? Mr. Lu's bodyguard? Chen Hu asked with some curiosity. Zhao Tianyu nodded. Where is he? Chen Hu continued to ask. Zhao Tianyu didn't hide anything and said with a smile, "That kid tried to harm me, but I killed him." Hearing him say that, Chen Hu's expression didn't change much. He said, "It's good that the guy is dead. He always acted so arrogant." Zhao Tianyu whispered again, "You'd better not hang out with Yi Wei and his group. They're no good." Hearing this, Chen Hu's expression didn't change much. He smiled and said, "I know that without you telling me. They just asked me to take them in, but I didn't agree." Hearing him say that, Zhao Tianyu nodded, thinking to himself, "My boss is quite clever." Then he asked, "Then why did you come here with them? Isn't there shelter far from here?" Chen Hu pointed to the smoke rising from the coast not far away and asked, "Did you create that smoke?" Zhao Tianyu nodded and said, "Yes. We created that smoke." Chapter 108 Chen Hu, a Man of Loyalty. Chen Hu continued, "Just now, Yi Wei saw the smoke over here and probably guessed that you guys were here, so he made up a lie to trick me into coming over to take a look. Hey, this kid looks all refined and gentle, but he's actually a real scoundrel. He's been gossiping about you to me the whole way here. They even said that all 4 of those beautiful women, including President Liu, were with you, and they instigated me to join them in getting rid of you, so I could choose any of them." Upon hearing Chen Hu's words, Zhao Tianyu's anger flared up instantly. He cursed under his breath. "That bastard Yi Wei is a real piece of work. I've let them go time and time again, and even given them so many things. Not only is he ungrateful, but he also has malicious intentions and wants to kill me." The more Zhao Tianyu thought about it, the more he felt that Yi Wei and his group were despicable. They were simply a bunch of ingrates. Although they don't pose a great threat to me, keeping them around will only cause trouble sooner or later. Zhao Tianyu began to wonder if he should find an opportunity to wipe out this group of people in one fell swoop to prevent future troubles. Chen Hu seemed to see through Zhao Tianyu's thoughts, smiled slightly, and said, "Little Zhao, don't be too angry. Actually, back at the company, Yi Wei and the others always looked down on us, thinking we were easy to bully. What goes around comes around. Now they're stranded on this deserted island, and they're begging me to take them in. If you think keeping them is a nuisance, I'll get rid of them sometime." Hearing Chen Hu say that, Zhao Tianyu was obviously stunned for a moment, but he quickly regained his smile and replied casually, "Haha, forget it. With just a few of them, it would be a piece of cake for me to deal with them." Upon hearing this, Chen Hu nodded in agreement and said with a smile, "That's right. You're the best fighter in our security team. Dealing with these small fry is a piece of cake for you." After saying that, Chen Hu seemed to remember something, and suddenly said to Zhao Tianyu with a big smile, "By the way, Zhao, could you get me a couple more cigarettes? I've been so bored these past few months." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but laugh. Without saying a word, he quickly took out 2 unopened packs of cigarettes from his pocket, and handed them directly to Chen Hu. Chen Hu's eyes lit up as soon as he saw the 2 packs of cigarettes, like a hungry wolf seeing its prey. He eagerly reached out and took the cigarettes, as if afraid that Zhao Tianyu might suddenly change his mind, and then quickly stuffed them into his pocket. Finally, Chen Hu smiled contentedly at Zhao Tianyu and said, "Haha, you're a real gentleman. How about this, you bring the beautiful Sue and the others, and come back to my place with me. I have a big cave there, big enough to hold dozens of people, and it has a steady water source. Want to come back with me?" Zhao Tianyu shook his head slightly and said with a smile, "Let's forget about it. I found a small river deep in the forest and built a comfortable shelter. So far, it's been quite nice." After hearing this, Chen Hu nodded, a smile appearing on his lips, and replied, "That's true. After all, you've really had some good luck. Look, all 4 beauties in the company have flocked to you. You're currently surrounded by a sweetheart, so why would you want to go back with me?" Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but laugh when he heard Chen Hu's words, and then asked, "Besides you, Shaoli, and Xiao Lu, are there any other people on your side?" Chen Hu replied with a smile, "There are also 3 male colleagues from the marketing department, and the rest are all beautiful women from the public relations department." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu's smile deepened, and he teased, "You're quite the ladies' man. You have so many beautiful women by your side." Hearing Zhao Tianyu's teasing, Chen Hu couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Haha, what you said isn't wrong. But I'm a very loyal person when it comes to relationships. In my heart, there's only Song Mei. Unlike you, who's such a womanizer. Zhao Tianyu said with a smile. I remember you were really persistent in pursuing Song Mo at the company. But he just saw you as a security captain and ignored you completely. It was all wishful thinking on your part. Chenhu wasn't angry when he heard him say that. Instead, he replied cheerfully, sometimes, fate is a really strange thing. Isn't it a coincidence? Song Mei also ended up on this deserted island, and now she's my woman. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu was slightly taken aback, but then a joyful smile appeared on his face, genuinely happy for Chenhu. After all, everyone in the security team knew that Chenhu was deeply in love with Song Mei when they were in the company. Now that he has finally gotten his wish, Zhao Tianyu is naturally happy for him. The two chatted for a while longer, and Chenhu said to Zhao Tianyu, oh my, time really flies. If we don't go back soon, my Xiaomei will be worried. I'll head back now. If you need anything later, feel free to come find me. You can find our cave by walking along this coastline for about 10 kilometers. Zhao Tianyu nodded and said, you can come to me if you need anything in the future. We live by a small river deep in the forest. It's only 7 or 8 kilometers away from the shore. Chenhu nodded, then turned and walked up to Yi Wei and his group, saying loudly, hey Yi, let me tell you, Xiao Zhao is my brother, no matter where we are. If you dare to talk behind my back again, I'll be the first to kill you. Hearing Chenhu say that, Yi Wei's face was full of fear. He quickly laughed and said, what are you saying? I was just joking with you. Zhao Tianyu walked up to Yi Wei and his group and said coldly, I'm giving you one last chance. You'd better not challenge my bottom line, or you'll end up like Ah Bao. Now get lost! Hearing Zhao Tianyu and Chenhu say this, Yi Wei and his group could only turn around and leave quickly and sheepishly. Chenhu smiled and greeted Zhao Tianyu and Su Ran before turning and leaving. After watching them walk away, Su Ran finally spoke up, saying, it's clear that the security captain is a good person. Zhao Tianyu said with a smile. Of course. He treats us brothers in the company very well, and he is also very loyal, so everyone respects him. Su Ran then asked, so what did you whisper to him when you pulled him aside? I just told him that Yi Wei and his group are not good people, and that he should stay away from them. Zhao Tianyu said with a smile. Hearing him say that, Su Ran didn't say anything more. Seeing that it was getting late, the two turned around and walked back. Chapter 109, Salmon Caught Again. When they returned to the campfire, Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting were sitting around it, chatting happily. Inside the fire, 2 oil drums were still bubbling and steaming with seawater. Zhao Tianyu and Su Ran slowly walked to the fire and sat down. Seeing this, Lin Yu's lips curled into a sly smile, and she teased, why are you two so late? Did you sneak off to get intimate? Upon hearing this, Su Ran blushed instantly, and the scene of her intimate moment with Zhao Tianyu on that big rock involuntarily flashed through her mind. Zhao Tianyu remained calm. He smiled slightly and explained, I just ran into an acquaintance on the beach and we chatted for a while. An acquaintance? Lin Yu clearly didn't believe it. She continued to press, could it be Yi Wei's group? Brother Zhao, even if you're going to make up an excuse, you should at least come up with a better one. After saying that, she let out a burst of silvery laughter. Zhao Tianyu quickly waved his hand and said seriously, I really didn't make any excuses, I really did run into someone I know. Seeing Zhao Tianyu's serious expression, Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting were all taken aback. Lu Shui looked at Zhao Tianyu with a face full of curiosity and asked, you actually have acquaintances on this deserted island? Zhao Tianyu slowly replied, yes, it's Chenhu, the captain of our security team. I originally thought he had perished when the cruise ship sank. I never expected to see him again. Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu say this, Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting all. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu continued, I was quite surprised myself to meet him on this deserted island. Moreover, not only him, but also several male colleagues from the marketing department and a group of female colleagues from the public relations department were with him. His words shocked Lu Shui and the other two once again. They had all assumed that, apart from themselves and Yi Wei's group, there were no other survivors on this deserted island. Lu Shui was puzzled and asked, but we've been here for several months now, how come we haven't seen them before? Zhao Tianyu smiled slightly and explained. This deserted island is so vast that the area we've explored is only a small part of it, like the tip of an iceberg. When the cruise ship sank, Chunhu and the others were already stranded on this deserted island. They were just on a different side of this deserted island, so we didn't see them, and they didn't see us either. Hearing him say that, Lu Shui nodded and continued. If that's the case, then there should be other survivors on this deserted island. Zhao Tianyu shook his head and said, I don't know about that. Perhaps there are other survivors on this deserted island. Seeing that there was still some time before dark, Zhao Tianyu stood up, stretched his limbs, and then stepped into the woods. He searched carefully in the woods and finally chose a stick that was of moderate thickness and suitable length. Zhao Tianyu picked up his military knife, cut the wooden stick at the base, trimmed off the branches and leaves, and then brought it back to the shore. Back under the big tree, I took out the fishing line and hook from the bamboo basket and carefully tied them to the wooden stick. After everything was ready, he went to a large rock on the shore and found a comfortable spot to sit down. Zhao Tianyu gently pried off several mussels clinging to the rocks with his military knife, then smashed them with the rocks. He picked out a piece of mussel meat, hung it on the fishing hook, and then cast the hook into the sea. Next, Zhao Tianyu sat quietly on the rock, watching the buoys on the sea surface. Time passed second by second, and 2 hours flew by, but the foam float remained motionless. Zhao Tianyu's mood gradually changed from initial anticipation to disappointment and frustration. He couldn't help but think, it looks like I won't be able to catch any fish. Just as he was about to put away his fishing rod, suddenly, the once calm float seemed to be pulled by a powerful force and was abruptly dragged into the sea. This sudden turn of events caught Zhao Tianyu off guard. Before he could even react, the fishing rod in his hand was suddenly pulled away by an invisible hand and flew out of his hand. However, Zhao Tianyu's reaction speed was also extremely fast. Almost the instant the fishing rod left his hand, he reached out like lightning and grabbed it. Just as he gripped the fishing rod, a tremendous force surged forth like a tidal wave. The fishing rod was instantly pulled into a bow shape by this force, as if it might break at any moment. The fishing line was pulled taut, rubbing violently against the water's surface, making a screeching squeak sound, as if protesting the big fish's stubborn resistance. Zhao Tianyu inwardly cried out in alarm. The fish that had taken the bait was clearly much bigger than he had imagined. He quickly pressed the end of the fishing rod firmly against his abdomen, and began to slowly pull on the fish that had taken the bait. Seeing this, Lu Shui and the other 3, who were sitting by the fire, also stood up and ran quickly to the shore, watching the battle between Zhao Tianyu and the big fish with bated breath. Time ticked by, and Zhao Tianyu and the fish remained locked in a stalemate. After about 10 minutes, Zhao Tianyu felt the force from the fishing rod in his hand gradually weaken, and the fish seemed to have lost its previous strength. He was overjoyed, knowing his chance had come, so he carefully and slowly reeled in the line, pulling the fish little by little to the surface of the water. When the fish finally surfaced, everyone was surprised to find that it was a salmon weighing nearly 10 pounds. The salmon shimmered silver in the setting sun, its large, plump body making it look incredibly tempting. A wave of joy washed over everyone. Zhao Tianyu dared not be careless in the slightest. He slowly pulled the fish to the shore, then reached out a hand, precisely grabbed its gills, and steadily pulled it out of the water. Lin Yu exclaimed excitedly, "Brother Zhao, your luck is incredible! You actually caught such a big salmon. We're definitely going to have a feast tonight." Zhao Tianyu smiled and replied, "Haha, you're such a little foodie. No wonder you've grown so big." As he spoke, he deliberately glanced at Lin Yu's 30-60 breasts, as if hinting at something. Lu Shui, Su Ran, and Zhou Wanting, who were standing nearby, all burst out laughing when they heard Zhao Tianyu's words. Lin Yu's face instantly turned bright red, like a ripe apple. She shyly scolded, "Brother Zhao, how could you do this? You're so annoying!" Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu quickly waved his hand with a smile and said, all right, I won't tease you anymore." Chapter 110 How About Becoming My Bodyguard. Before he finished speaking, he skillfully removed the fishhook from the fish's mouth, then drew his military knife from his waist and began to process the salmon. In less than 10 minutes, the salmon was prepared, cleaned, and brought back to the fire. Next, he laid the salmon flat on a wooden board he had retrieved from the shore and carefully sliced it into pieces. Everyone then picked up the raw fish slices and began to devour them. The 5 of them managed to eat more than half of a salmon weighing over 10 kilograms. Night had fallen, and the world was pitch black. Zhao Tianyu gathered some more firewood and lit several fires around the area. Everyone gathered around the fire, enjoying the warm flames and the waves of heat. The sea breeze gently caressed their faces, bringing a touch of coolness. The waves crashed against the rocks, making a crisp sound, as if playing a symphony of nature. Lu Shui couldn't help but sigh. Time flies! Before we knew it, we'd been stuck on this deserted island for almost half a year. Her words revealed a hint of helplessness and emotion. Su Ran chimed in. Yes. I wonder how our families are doing now? These words acted as a fuse, instantly igniting the homesickness deep within Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting. They began to reminisce about the moments they spent with their families, and those heartwarming scenes kept flashing through their minds. Longing surged into my heart like a tide, and I felt somewhat lost. However, unlike the others, Zhao Tianyu's state of mind was not greatly affected. After all, he was the only one left in his family, so it didn't matter much where he was. In his eyes, he would be willing to be trapped on this deserted island for the rest of his life. Although life here is simple and monotonous, even somewhat dull, at least there are 4 beautiful women, including Lu Shui, by my side. But he also knew he couldn't be too selfish. So, with a smile, he gently comforted Lu Shui and the other 3. Don't worry, believe me, one day I will lead you to successfully leave this deserted island. When they heard Zhao Tianyu say those words, the 4 girls knew that he was just trying to comfort them. Nevertheless, their mood improved slightly. Lu Shui smiled gently and said, Brother Zhao, I'm truly grateful to you these past few months. Without you, we might have all died on this deserted island long ago. And you've so patiently taught us so many wilderness survival skills. We really don't know how to repay you. Zhao Tianyu's lips curled up slightly, revealing a playful smile, and he teased. Oh? Is that so? If you really want to repay me, then you might as well repay me with your body. Anyway, I won't look down on you. Hearing Zhao Tianyu say that, Lu Shui's cheeks instantly flushed red, like a ripe apple. She said shyly, Brother Zhao, I remember you weren't like this before. How come you seem to be getting naughtier and naughtier? Upon seeing this, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but burst into laughter. He replied cheerfully, Haha, you can't blame me for this. Spending all day with 4 such beautiful women, it's hard not to go astray. Su Ran looked at Zhao Tianyu and asked softly, Brother Zhao, if we are ever able to leave this place, what are your plans? Will you still want to be a security guard? Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu smiled broadly and replied cheerfully, Hee, if I could really leave this place someday, I'd be a celebrity. Why would I need to be a security guard? He paused briefly, then continued enthusiastically. When the time comes, I'll go live and tell everyone about my experiences on this deserted island. I think a lot of people will be interested, and with more viewers, there will naturally be more virtual gifts. Maybe I'll receive more gifts in a day than I earn in a month as a security guard. Zhao Tianyu's words initially surprised Lu Shui and the other 3, but they all burst out laughing at the same time. Lin Yu smiled and said, Haha, that's a really good idea. I support you. Su Ran was amused and laughed, echoing, I support you too. At this moment, Lu Shui interjected, But don't be discouraged if the live streaming route doesn't work out. How about you become my bodyguard then? Zhao Tianyu raised the corners of his mouth slightly, shook his head gently, and said slowly, Being your bodyguard is out of the question. I think you'd be more suited to be a security guard. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui couldn't help but feel curious. She blinked her big eyes and asked, Oh? Why is that? Are you really that unwilling to be my bodyguard? Zhao Tianyu's smile widened as he explained, Think about it, being a security guard is so carefree. So unrestrained, so great. But if I were your bodyguard, not only would I have to obey your orders, but I'd also be on edge every day. How tiring! Instead of getting angry, Lu Shui cheerfully replied, Hey, you've got some ideas. But if you really won't be my bodyguard, I'll just make you a vice president. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu was taken aback at first, then burst out laughing. He looked at Lu Shui teasingly and said, "Haha, look at me, do I look like I'm cut out to be a vice president?" He paused slightly after speaking, then glanced thoughtfully at Lu Shui before continuing unhurriedly. "Look at us this time, almost everyone in the company has gone out to travel. Think about it, even if you go back now, will your company still exist? Moreover, this cruise ship accident resulted in so many deaths. Although you weren't directly responsible for the accident, as the company president, you are responsible for it. I imagine the families of the victims are already in a huge uproar." Hearing Zhao Tianyu say this, Lu Shui raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a confident smile, and said softly, "Don't worry about that. Even if there is no one left in the company, as long as my father is still alive, the company will definitely not go bankrupt. After all, this company was the culmination of most of his life's work. How could he bear to watch it go bankrupt?" Lu Shui paused for a moment before continuing. "As soon as he learns of the cruise ship accident, he will definitely take over the company without hesitation. As for the company's internal personnel issues, they are not actually difficult to solve. In today's society, talent is abundant. As long as you are willing to pay enough money, you can easily recruit any kind of professional talent." At this point, Lu Shui's tone became increasingly relaxed, as if everything was under control. "As for the families of the victims, as long as we provide them with sufficiently generous compensation, I believe they won't make too much of a fuss. After all, money can often quell people's resentment and dissatisfaction." Chapter 111: Su Ran's Embarrassment. Hearing her say that, Zhao Tianyu nodded thoughtfully, indicating his agreement. "Ah, that's true. In today's society, the power of money seems to be all-powerful. As long as you have money, many things can be easily solved." As night deepened and it became increasingly late, Zhao Tianyu turned around and said to Lu Shui and the others with concern, "It's getting late. Everyone has worked hard all day. Get some rest. I'll keep watch tonight." Su Ran immediately interjected, "How about I take the night watch? I can wake you up to relieve me when I really can't hold on any longer." Zhao Tianyu nodded and replied, "All right then. But if anything happens, you must wake me up immediately." Su Ran readily agreed, and Zhao Tianyu, seeing this, said no more and lay down on the palm leaves next to the fire to sleep. Less than 3 minutes later, a loud snoring sound came from him. Seeing that Zhao Tianyu had fallen asleep so quickly, Lu Shui and the other three exchanged glances, feeling a renewed sense of admiration for him. In the middle of the night, Zhao Tianyu suddenly woke up without warning. To be precise, he didn't wake up naturally, but was forced awake by the cold night wind. He opened his eyes groggily, his blurry vision gradually clearing. The first thing he saw was Su Ran's drooping head, which was resting on his knees, indicating that she had fallen asleep. Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting were also curled up on the palm leaves, fast asleep. Seeing that the fires were almost out, he immediately climbed up from the palm leaves, took some firewood, and put it on the fires. As the firewood burned, the surroundings instantly warmed up considerably. He walked over to Su Ran and gently patted her back. Startled awake by Zhao Tianyu's pat, Su Ran rubbed her eyes and said somewhat awkwardly, "How did I fall asleep?" Zhao Tianyu said softly, "Go to sleep early. You're tired enough." Su Ran nodded and lay down on the palm leaf to sleep. Zhao Tianyu then moved his slightly numb body. Sitting by the fire, he took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, took a deep drag, exhaled the smoke, and stared blankly at the flames leaping from the fire. He continued like this until dawn, when he felt he couldn't hold on any longer. He took some more firewood and put it in the fire, then lay down and fell asleep next to Su Ran. Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting woke up almost simultaneously when the sun was high in the sky. When I opened my eyes, I saw Su Ran and Zhao Tianyu lying close together on the palm leaves. Su Ran had one arm around Zhao Tianyu, while her head rested on his chest. Seeing this, Lu Shui and the other two exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh, but for some reason, they all felt a pang of jealousy. Since being stranded on this deserted island and seeking refuge with Zhao Tianyu, he has given them countless surprises and touched their hearts. At first, they wanted to rely on him to survive here, but gradually they developed feelings for him, and by this time, the girls had fallen deeply in love with him. Lu Shui and the other two did not disturb Zhao Tianyu and Su Ran, who were already fast asleep. They climbed up from the palm leaves, walked to the shore, and washed their faces. They went into the woods again, gathered some firewood, and carried it back to the fire. They took the 2 pots to the shore, filled them with seawater, and placed them on the fire to continue boiling the sea salt to crystallize. Around noon, Su Ran slowly opened her eyes. Seeing Lu Shui and the other 2 sitting by the fire, looking at him with smiles, he felt a surge of curiosity. But she quickly realized why the 3 of them were looking at her like that. She realized that she was tightly embracing Zhao Tianyu, her body leaning against his broad chest, her cheeks flushed with a beautiful blush, like a ripe apple. She thought to herself, "What's wrong with me? When did I end up in Brother Zhao's arms? And I was holding him so tightly. Now and the others have caught me red-handed. It's so embarrassing." He immediately climbed up from the palm leaf, and just then, Zhao Tianyu slowly opened his eyes. His gaze met Su Ran's, and he instantly caught her blushing, shy expression. Zhao Tianyu's lips curled into a playful smile as he teased, "Beautiful Su, why is your face as red as an apple? Quickly confess, did you secretly do something naughty to me while I was asleep?" Being teased so bluntly by Zhao Tianyu, Su Ran's already flushed face turned even redder, as if it had been roasted by fire, becoming as red as a monkey's bottom, making people laugh. She retorted coquettishly, "What nonsense are you thinking? What could I possibly do to you? If I were to do anything bad, it would definitely be you touching me inappropriately while I'm asleep." Zhao Tianyu continued teasingly, "If I really wanted to do something to you, would I need to wait until you're asleep?" Su Ran was speechless for a moment. Just then, Lin Yu said with a smile, "Sister Su Ran, I saw you hugging Brother Zhao the whole time. And you even rested your head on his chest." Hearing Lin Yu say that, Su Ran's face turned even redder, and she cursed inwardly. Don't you think you're embarrassed enough? Why do you have to say that?" Zhao Tianyu chuckled and said, "Beautiful Su, did you hear me? Tell me honestly when you secretly ran into my arms." Zhao Tianyu's words made Su Ran feel embarrassed again, wishing she could disappear into the ground. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu stopped teasing her and stood up to stretch his body. "I squatted down by the shore, scooped up some cool seawater with my hands and washed my face. Instantly, I felt much more refreshed." They went into the woods, cut down a few small sticks, and returned to the campfire to sharpen one end. "Take a piece of goat meat out of the bamboo basket, cut it into small pieces, and skewer it with a wooden stick." They pulled out some still burning charcoal from the fire and placed the skewered goat meat on it to slowly roast. They sliced the leftover salmon from yesterday into thin slices, and soon the goat meat on the stick was roasted until it was golden brown and still sizzling with oil. Everyone picked up the roasted lamb and salmon slices and began to feast. After breakfast, Zhao Tianyu said to Lu Shui and the other 3, "You stay here to boil sea salt crystals. I'll take another stroll along the coast and see if I can find any usable supplies." Chapter 112 Jealousy and Rivalry. Before Su Ran could even speak, Lin Yu said sweetly, "I'll go with you." After saying that, Lin Yu winked mischievously at Su Ran with her big eyes, as if hinting at something. The meaning couldn't be clearer. "You went with Brother Zhao yesterday, so it's my turn today." Hearing Lin Yu say this, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but smile slightly, thinking to himself, "Could it be that my charm has increased again? How come no matter where I go, beautiful women always take the initiative to accompany me? In an office, this would be utterly unthinkable. It's so much better here on this deserted island. A beautiful woman is actually throwing herself at me like this." Since a beautiful woman was willing to accompany him, Zhao Tianyu naturally accepted with pleasure. He smiled and nodded, readily agreeing. "Okay. Then you can come with me." After saying that, the 2 of them shouldered their bamboo baskets, stood up lightly, and then walked slowly toward the shore together. Su Ran could only watch them walk further and further away, her heart filled with resentment and helplessness. Upon seeing this, Lu Shui and Zhou Wanting exchanged a glance and then burst out laughing in unison. Lu Shui covered her mouth and teased with a smile. "Su Ran, look at you and you're so inseparable. Have you been completely conquered by Brother Zhao? I bet you 2 are itching to give yourselves to him right now, aren't you?" Zhou Wanting covered her mouth and chuckled, echoing Lu Shui. "That's right, you 2 are a bit too impatient, aren't you?" Su Ran blushed instantly after being teased by the 2 of them, feeling so embarrassed that she didn't know what to do. She gave Lu Shui and Zhou Wanting a reproachful look and said irritably, "You two are criticizing me, but aren't you the same? Especially you, Wanting, ever since Brother Zhao rescued you from the leopard, the way you look at him has changed. You must be wishing you could repay him with your body now, right?" After Su Ran said that, Lu Shui and Zhou Wanting both became a little embarrassed. Their faces turned as red as ripe apples, making them look incredibly cute. Su Ran paused for a moment, then continued, "Actually, people like Brother Zhao are really hard to find even with a lantern. He's not only kind-hearted, but also very responsible. Such a good man is one in a million." There was a hint of emotion in her voice, then she changed the subject and continued, "Although his appearance may not be the type that makes people fall in love at first sight, his inner qualities far outweigh the importance of his appearance. After all, a person's appearance changes over time, but a person's character and personality are eternal. Look, we're all stuck on this deserted island now, and nobody knows what the future holds. Perhaps one day, we will suddenly encounter misfortune and leave this world forever. Therefore, I think we should cherish the present and bravely pursue the happiness we desire." Her tone was firm and decisive, as if she had already made up her mind. Lu Shui and Zhou Wanting exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of agreement in each other's eyes. Su Ran took a deep breath and continued, "I've figured it out too. Life is too short, why be bound by those worldly ideas? Since I like Brother Zhao, I should bravely express it. No matter the outcome, at least I won't have any regrets. Even if we do leave this deserted island one day, it's not too late to decide whether or not to stay with Brother Zhao. You two are the same. Since you've already fallen for Brother Zhao, just express it openly. Why be so hesitant? If you encounter any danger someday, it'll be too late to regret it." Upon hearing Su Ran's words, both Lu Shui and Zhou Wanting fell into deep thought, and in their hearts, they agreed with Su Ran's idea. Since you've already fallen in love with Brother Zhao, why not just openly express it? Why leave yourself with regrets? At this moment, Zhao Tianyu and Lin Yu were walking on the beach. Lin Yu was skipping and jumping all the way, looking quite happy. Seeing his happy expression, Zhao Tianyu asked with a smile, Yeah, what's wrong? Why are you so happy?" Lin Yu replied with a smile, "Of course I'm happy to be with you. Aren't you happy?" "I'm quite happy too," Zhao Tianyu quickly replied. Lin Yu then asked with a smile, "You and Sister Su Ran were out for so long yesterday, did nothing really happen?" Hearing Lin Yu ask this, Zhao Tianyu recalled the scene of their passionate kiss on that big rock on the coast yesterday. Seeing him like this, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel uneasy. She felt that something must have happened between Zhao Tianyu and Su Ran. So, she eagerly pressed on. "Brother Zhao, stop keeping me in suspense. Tell me quickly, what exactly did you and Sister Su Ran do on the beach yesterday? Did you somehow manage to make it happen?" When Lin Yu asked Zhao Tianyu that question, a slightly embarrassed look appeared on his face. Then, somewhat awkwardly, she replied, Actually, we didn't do anything much, just hugging and touching each other's breasts and stuff." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu felt a mix of emotions, as if a bottle of mixed flavors had been spilled inside her. He pressed on. "Brother Zhao, between me and Sister Su Ran, who do you like more?" This question caught Zhao Tianyu off guard, and he inwardly groaned. Why do women always ask this question? He thought for a moment, his eyes darting around, a smile appearing on his face, and then he replied casually. "Look at what you're saying, you're all great beauties, of course I'd like you both. But comparatively speaking, I like you a little more." Upon hearing this answer, Lin Yu's face lit up with a bright smile, and she asked excitedly, "Really? Then why do you like me a little more?" Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu's lips curled up slightly, revealing a mischievous smile, and he teased. "Hee, do you even need to ask? It's mainly because your breasts are big. They feel so good to touch." Lin Yu's pretty face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple. She lowered her head shyly and said reproachfully, "Brother Zhao, you're so mean! How could you say that?" Her voice was filled with a hint of anger and shyness. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but smile mischievously and teased. "Haha, this is what they call women love bad boys." The two chatted as they walked along the coastline. They walked quite a distance, but apart from finding a few empty bottles, they didn't see any other usable supplies. It was noon, the sun was high in the sky, and the sunlight felt warm on my skin. Chapter 113. I was tricked by Lin Yu. After walking a little further, Lin Yu suddenly turned to look at Zhao Tianyu. With a slight smile, she said softly, "Brother Zhao, look how nice the weather is today. The sun is shining brightly, and the sea breeze is gentle. It's such a pleasant day. Why don't we sit down and rest for a while?" Hearing Lin Yu's words, Zhao Tianyu secretly rejoiced. "Haha, isn't this exactly what Su Ran said yesterday? Resting is just an excuse. Her real purpose is probably to have something happen between us. Hee hee, my damn charm." So Zhao Tianyu smiled and readily replied, "Okay. Let's stop and rest for a while, and enjoy this beautiful sea view." The two found a large rock along the coastline and sat down on it. As soon as she sat down, Lin Yu, just like Su Ran had done yesterday, naturally moved closer to Zhao Tianyu, their shoulders almost touching. Zhao Tianyu could feel Lin Yu's body temperature and faint fragrance, which made him somewhat distracted. His gaze involuntarily fell on Lin Yu's chest, the prominent 30-60 breasts making his heart race and his mouth dry. His mind began to wander, and his eyes, as if drawn by a magnet, were fixed on Lin Yu's heaving chest. Lin Yu also felt Zhao Tianyu's burning gaze, and felt quite happy, while also harboring a hint of anticipation. Time passed by, and Zhao Tianyu made no further move, only staring intently at Lin Yu's chest. Lin Yu couldn't help but feel annoyed, cursing inwardly. "This guy is such a blockhead! Such a beautiful woman is sitting next to him, and he can still be so calm." She said to Zhao Tianyu coquettishly, "Brother Zhao, don't just stare at me, don't you want to touch it?" Her tone was slightly provocative. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu's heart skipped a beat, and he almost blurted out, "Of course I want to!" He naturally understood Lin Yu's meaning. Since the other party had taken such the initiative, it would seem unreasonable for him to remain indifferent. Without hesitation, Zhao Tianyu reached out a hand, wrapped it around Lin Yu's slender waist, and then pulled her sharply toward him. Without hesitation, he kissed Lin Yu's small, cherry-like lips. The sudden kiss caught Lin Yu off guard. She felt a tingling sensation spread through her body like an electric current, causing her to involuntarily close her eyes slightly. At the same time, she took the initiative to stick out her tongue and passionately kiss Zhao Tianyu. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyu's other hand was not idle either. His large hand, like a nimble snake, reached into Lin Yu's clothes without any politeness and caressed her smooth and delicate skin. As the two shared a passionate kiss, their bodies gradually heated up, as if the surrounding air itself had been ignited. Driven by passion, their clothes fell like petals, scattering across the large rock and creating a colorful scene. Zhao Tianyu was left with only a pair of bare underwear. Lin Yu, on the other hand, was even more shy, wearing only a small pair of underwear. At this moment, their skin was almost completely exposed, and their breathing became increasingly rapid. Just as Zhao Tianyu was preparing to take things a step further and explore Lin Yu's unknown territory, Lin Yu suddenly said softly, "Brother Zhao, not today! I'm on my period." Her voice revealed a hint of shyness, which made people feel sorry for her. However, these words were like a bolt from the blue for Zhao Tianyu. His lust was instantly extinguished by the cold water, and his mind felt like a million alpacas were galloping through his heart. He cursed under his breath. "I've already taken my pants off, and you say something like that to me?" Zhao Tianyu reluctantly released Lin Yu, his heart filled with frustration and resentment. He couldn't help but wonder why it was so difficult for him to lose his virginity. Seeing Zhao Tianyu's helpless and angry expression, Lin Yu couldn't help but giggle. Zhao Tianyu glared at Lin Yu fiercely, getting angrier the more he thought about it. He felt incredibly wrong that Lin Yu had tricked him like that. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he reached out and gave her 36D breasts a hard pinch. When he pinched her like that, Lin Yu immediately let out an unpleasant sound. Zhao Tianyu released her and said with a smile, "If you dare to play tricks on me again, see how I deal with you." After saying this, he picked up his clothes and slowly put them on. Lin Yu also picked up her clothes and slowly put them on. After getting dressed, they sat on the big rock to rest for a while, and then continued to search for usable supplies along the coastline. And so they walked along the coastline for a long time without finding any usable supplies. Time passed by, and seeing that 2 or 3 hours had already passed, they decided to stop searching and turn back. However, before she had gone far, Lin Yu suddenly stopped as if she had been frozen in place. Her eyes were fixed on the distant sea, as if something important had captured her attention. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. He quickly went to Lin Yu's side and asked with concern, Yeah, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly stop?" Lin Yu didn't answer his question immediately. Instead, she pointed her finger straight at the distant sea and said to Zhao Tianyu, "Look, there seems to be a small black dot on the sea. Could that be a ship?" Zhao Tianyu looked in the direction Lin Yu was pointing, and sure enough, on the boundless sea, he could vaguely see a small black dot moving slowly across the surface. Because the distance was too great, he couldn't see what the small black dot was. The two stood quietly on the shore, their eyes fixed on the small black dot slowly moving on the sea surface, as if drawn by a magnet. Almost half an hour passed, and the small black dot grew larger and larger in their field of vision. At this point, the two could vaguely see that the small black dot was indeed a ship. Lin Yu exclaimed excitedly, "Brother Zhao, that really is a ship! Can we leave here now?" Before Zhao Tianyu could even speak, Lin Yu immediately shouted, "We're here, come over quickly!" He shouted and waved continuously towards the ship in the sea. Zhao Tianyu, however, was not as excited as she was. He simply stared at the ship that appeared on the sea, his heart filled with curiosity. Chapter 114 Being Chased. And so, time passed by, minute by minute, and about 20 more minutes went by. The ship sailing on the sea gradually closed the distance to the shore, and now it was only 600 or 700 meters away. Standing on the shore, Zhao Tianyu's eyes were fixed on the ship. When he finally saw what the ship looked like, he couldn't help but frown. It was actually a wooden boat. However, Lin Yu, standing to the side, was completely unaware of this. Her face was still beaming with excitement as she waved her hands and shouted loudly, seemingly greeting the people on the boat. 3 or 4 minutes later, the ship got closer and closer to the shore, and Zhao Tianyu's vision became clearer and clearer. To his surprise, he discovered that the wooden boat was decorated with strange patterns that sent chills down his spine. What surprised Zhao Tianyu even more was that the dozen or so people on the boat all had strange appearances. Their skin was dark, and despite the cold weather, they were not wearing shirts, only some feather ornaments on their heads. Not only that, but each person also wore a necklace made of animal bones around their neck, which looked very strange. The weapons these people carried varied. Some held bows and arrows, others wielded broadswords, and still others carried spears, giving them a fierce appearance. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu felt a sense of foreboding. He quickly shouted to Lin Yu, "Stop shouting, let's go!" Lin Yu asked suspiciously, "Why? Why do we have to leave?" Zhao Tianyu quickly explained, "Take a closer look at these people's clothes and appearance. Are they modern people like us? Think about it. Where can you still see wooden boats in today's society?" Lin Yu was so focused on shouting that she didn't pay any attention to the ship, let alone the attire of the people on board. After Zhao Tianyu's reminder, Lin Yu suddenly realized what was happening and began to observe the attire of the group of people on the boat. She was shocked by what she saw, her face turned deathly pale, and she cried out, "These people look so terrifying! Who are they?" Zhao Tianyu shook his head and said, "I don't know who these people are either, but judging from their appearance, they seem to be indigenous people from some tribe. We need to leave here as soon as possible." At this moment, the wooden boat sped towards the shore like an arrow, and was less than 100 meters away from the shore. The group of people on the boat had obviously noticed Zhao Tianyu and Lin Yu's presence. They were all incredibly excited, as if they'd been injected with adrenaline, and they started yelling and shouting at the two of them. Zhao Tianyu and Lin Yu looked at each other, completely unable to understand what the group was shouting. But as they approached the shore, a nameless fear welled up inside me. Without hesitation, Zhao Tianyu grabbed Lin Yu's hand and ran quickly into the woods. In just 3 or 4 minutes, the wooden boat arrived at the shore as swiftly as lightning. The group of people on the boat jumped off nimbly, weapons in hand, and pursued them relentlessly like hungry wolves. Their screams echoed through the air, sending chills down one's spine. Zhao Tianyu and Lin Yu ran wildly, the wind whistling in their ears and the ground beneath their feet seemingly trembling. They dared not stop for a moment, running several hundred meters in one go. However, Lin Yu's strength gradually gave out, and she became panting and her steps began to become heavy. Zhao Tianyu noticed Lin Yu's condition and hurriedly turned around to check on her. The group of people were following them closely, and they were less than 300 meters away. He made a quick decision, stopped, turned to Lin Yu, and said, "You keep running forward and find a place to hide. I'll hold them off." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu immediately stopped and looked at Zhao Tianyu with a worried expression. Her chest heaved as she gasped. "Brother Zhao, these people look too vicious. It's too dangerous for you to stay. Let's run together." Zhao Tianyu's lips curled into a confident smile, his voice revealing a calm and composed demeanor. "You know how powerful I am, these people can't hurt me. Time is of the essence, you should run, staying here will only be a burden to me." Hearing Zhao Tianyu say this, and seeing the group of people closing in like hungry wolves, getting closer and closer, Lin Yu's heart tightened. She was well aware of Zhao Tianyu's strength, so she hurriedly said to him, "Be careful," and then turned and ran into the depths of the woods without hesitation. As Zhao Tianyu watched her receding figure, the smile on his lips gradually faded. He stood firmly on his feet, drew the sharp military knife from his waist, and gripped it tightly in his hand, as if he were one with the knife. His eyes, like those of a hawk, were fixed on the approaching group, revealing a cold and resolute expression. He took a deep breath, then suddenly opened his throat and shouted, "Stop right there, all of you! If you dare come any closer, don't blame me for being impolite!" The roar was like a thunderclap, echoing deafeningly through the empty forest. The group of people were clearly intimidated by Zhao Tianyu's imposing manner. Although they couldn't understand what he was shouting, they were startled by the sudden shout and involuntarily stopped in their tracks. At this moment, the group of people was only 30 or 40 meters away from Zhao Tianyu, and both sides could clearly see each other's faces and movements. The group was momentarily stunned, but then several of the men holding bows and arrows reacted quickly. They all raised their bows and arrows, aimed at Zhao Tianyu, and then released the bowstrings without hesitation. 7 or 8 arrows flew like meteors, carrying a fierce momentum, heading straight for Zhao Tianyu. However, Zhao Tianyu reacted unusually quickly, as if he had anticipated this sudden attack. Just as the rain of arrows was about to hit him, he dodged to the side like lightning, managing to hide behind the trunk of a towering tree beside him. The large tree served as a sturdy fortress, providing Zhao Tianyu with perfect protection. Some of the arrows shot by those people fell to the ground helplessly like birds that had lost their target. Others, as if attracted by a magnet, struck the trunk of the big tree with a crisp impact. Seeing that Zhao Tianyu had dodged their arrows so easily, the group was obviously surprised. After a brief hesitation, they charged at Zhao Tianyu like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, a cold smile appeared on his lips as he shouted, "Perfect timing! Watch how I deal with you all!" His voice, like thunder, echoed in the air, carrying undisguised confidence and domineering presence. In the blink of an eye, the group of people rushed to Zhao Tianyu like a whirlwind. One of the men, wielding a spear, was particularly menacing. The spear in his hand gleamed coldly, like a venomous snake spitting its tongue, as he thrust it straight at Zhao Tianyu. Chapter 115 Easily Defeating the Enemy. Zhao Tianyu reacted with lightning speed. His left hand gripped the man's spear like an iron clamp, preventing the man from breaking free. At the same time, his right hand moved with ghostly speed, wielding a military knife. With a flash of cold light, the knife slashed straight towards the man's neck. In an instant, blood gushed out from the man's neck like a spring, forming a scarlet pillar of blood. The man's face was filled with disbelief. His hand instinctively covered his neck, but blood continued to gush from between his fingers. His body slowly leaned backward and finally crashed heavily to the ground. Zhao Tianyu had no time to pay attention to the fallen enemy. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, quickly locked onto his next target. He suddenly kicked out, and like a cannonball, he slammed his foot into another person's stomach. The kick was incredibly powerful. The man was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. He flew through the air in an arc before crashing heavily to the ground 2 or 3 meters away, his body making a dull thud as he struck the ground. Despite their robust physiques, these men were utterly powerless against Zhao Tianyu. Every move he made was like a thunderbolt, impossible to withstand. In less than 2 minutes, Zhao Tianyu had knocked all of them to the ground. 4 or 5 of them had their throats slit by him and died on the spot, while the others lay on the ground, groaning in pain, clearly seriously injured. At that moment, those who had survived by chance stared at Zhao Tianyu with utter terror, as if he were a demon from hell. However, Zhao Tianyu ignored the fear and despair of these people. He gripped the sharp military knife tightly in his hand and walked slowly toward those who were still alive without expression. When he reached those people, he didn't hesitate at all. With a swift and decisive stroke, he ended their lives. Zhao Tianyu coldly looked at the corpses scattered on the ground, then bent down and picked up a few bows and arrows and a spear, and slowly walked into the depths of the forest. Meanwhile, Lu Shui, Su Ran, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting were hiding behind a clump of bushes about 700 or 800 meters away from Zhao Tianyu, their hearts filled with worry for him. When Zhao Tianyu finally came into view, Lu Shui and the other 3 breathed a sigh of relief. They breathed a sigh of relief, then stood up from the bushes and ran quickly toward Zhao Tianyu. The 4 girls rushed to Zhao Tianyu like a gust of wind and hugged him tightly. Su Ran looked at Zhao Tianyu with a worried expression and said softly, "Brother Zhao, you're finally back. We were so worried about you." Her voice revealed her concern and heartache for Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu gently patted her back. After they hugged, Lu Shui asked Zhao Tianyu, "Brother Zhao, where are those people?" Zhao Tianyu said with a smile, "I've already taken care of everything." Hearing him say that, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Lin Yu suddenly spoke up. "Brother Zhao, now that you've dealt with those people, can we leave here in their wooden boat?" Zhao Tianyu laughed and said, "What are you thinking? We don't even know which way the land is. If we try to leave here in this wooden boat, we'll all die in this vast ocean before we even find land." Hearing him say that, Lu Shui and the others didn't say anything more, and the group continued walking briskly towards the shelter. They walked and stopped along the way, taking a full 6 or 7 hours before finally returning to the shelter. By this time, everyone was already exhausted. Lu Shui and the others went to the kitchen, put the bamboo basket on the ground, and collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Zhao Tianyu wasn't in much better shape. He was also sitting on the ground, panting heavily. After resting for a while and feeling that he had regained some strength, Zhao Tianyu stood up, walked to the fireplace, took some firewood, and lit it. I took a piece of mutton with alternating layers of fat and lean meat, cut it into small pieces, stir-fried it in a pot until fragrant, added some water, and started stewing it. In less than an hour, the mutton in the pot emitted a rich aroma. The crowd, who were already starving, picked up their bowls and chopsticks, grabbed pieces of the stewed mutton, and began to devour it. A large pot of stewed mutton was devoured by the 5 of them in no time, leaving not even a drop of broth. Lu Shui and the other 3 packed up the pots and pans and took them to the river to wash them. Zhao Tianyu took some bamboo tubes to the riverbank, fetched some water, took it to the kitchen, and then put the sea salt crystals into the bamboo tubes. I found a large empty plastic bottle, cut off the bottom, filled it with some charcoal and sand, and made a simple filter. After all the sea salt crystals dissolved into the water, the group filtered the brine and began to boil the sea salt. By evening, 4 or 5 bottles of sea salt crystals had been boiled out. After eating some roasted mutton, Lu Shui and the other 3 took bamboo tubes to the river to fetch water and poured it into the bathtub in the bathroom. They then lit a fire in the stove under the bathtub. After the water was heated, the 4 girls each took a change of clothes and went to the bathroom to take off all their clothes. Pick up the bamboo tube, scoop up the steaming water, and slowly pour it over your body, feeling the comfort and relaxation brought by the heat. After taking a bath, I changed into clean clothes, then took the clothes I had taken off to the riverbank to wash them clean and hung them on tree branches to dry. Back in the kitchen, sitting by the fireplace, she began to tidy her still dripping hair. At this moment, Zhao Tianyu was sitting leisurely by the fireplace, a cigarette between his fingers, smoke swirling around him. His gaze inadvertently fell on the 4 girls who had just finished showering. Their beauty, like lotuses emerging from the water, made his eyes instantly fixated on them, as if he were under a spell. Involuntarily, images of Zhao Tianyu being intimate with Su Ran and Lin Yu on the beach flashed through his mind. The passionate kisses and gentle caresses made his heart beat faster. Being stared at like that by Zhao Tianyu, Lu Shui and the other 3 couldn't help but feel a surge of joy, as if being appreciated was a very pleasant thing. A faint blush rose on their faces, like ripe apples, radiating an alluring glow. Chapter 116 Winter quietly arrives. Time passed slowly, and 7 or 8 minutes flew by. Su Ran finally raised her head and her gaze met Zhao Tianyu's. "Brother Zhao, have you seen enough?" Su Ran's voice carried a hint of urging. "Hurry up and take a bath, the water in the bathtub is almost boiled dry." Startled by Su Ran's words, Zhao Tianyu gave an awkward smile. He quickly stood up and hurried back to the shelter. He grabbed a change of clothes and hurried to the bathroom. Once inside, he stripped naked without hesitation and went straight into the tub to lie down. Zhao Tianyu was enjoying the comfort of the hot water in the bathtub, and time passed by unnoticed. Almost half an hour later, he finally stood up from the bathtub with great reluctance. He slowly dried himself, changed into clean clothes, and then threw the dirty clothes he had taken off directly into the bathtub. After washing them clean, he hung them on tree branches to dry. When he returned to the kitchen, he found that Lu Shui and the other 3 had already gone back to the shelter to sleep. The kitchen was unusually quiet, with only the flames in the fireplace still flickering and making a soft crackling sound. Zhao Tianyu sat down by the fireplace and lit another cigarette. He quietly smoked, watching the smoke fill the air, his thoughts drifting away. After a while, he slowly stood up, returned to the shelter, and lay down on the bamboo bed to sleep. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, more than 20 days have passed. During this time, everyone lived a very regular life. Apart from occasionally going into the woods to find some wild vegetables, they spent almost all their time in the shelter, enjoying the rare moments of peace and quiet. At this time, winter, like an uninvited guest, quietly descended upon this deserted island. As time went by, the temperature gradually dropped, and the cold followed like a shadow. That morning, Zhao Tianyu woke up early and his gaze fell on Lu Shui and the other 3 who were still fast asleep. Their breathing was even and soft, as if they were immersed in a sweet dream. Not wanting to disturb their peace, Zhao Tianyu quietly climbed out of the bamboo bed, afraid of making the slightest sound. He slowly walked to the fireplace, where the embers still emitted a faint warmth. Zhao Tianyu carefully picked up some dry firewood and straw, put them in the fireplace, and then lit them with a lighter. As the flames rose, the firewood and straw crackled and sparks flew everywhere. The flames gradually spread, engulfing the firewood and releasing a warm light and heat. The entire shelter was instantly enveloped in warmth, and the chill vanished without a trace. Zhao Tianyu sat by the fireplace, feeling the warmth of the firelight, and warmed himself by the fire for a while, gradually getting his body warm. After a while, he stood up and walked toward the bamboo gate of the shelter. As he pushed, the bamboo door slowly opened, and a gust of cold wind rushed in like a ferocious beast. Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but shiver, his body trembling violently. He quickly wrapped the leopardskin coat around himself even tighter. He looked up at the sky and saw that the entire sky was shrouded in a gloomy gray, with thick clouds hanging low, giving a sense of oppression. It looked like it was going to rain or snow. Zhao Tianyu arrived at the riverbank, where the water rippled slightly in the cold wind. He crouched down, hesitated for a moment, and then carefully put his hand into the river. In an instant, a bone-chilling coldness spread from his arm throughout his body, and his hand felt as if it had been pierced by thousands of tiny needles at the same time, causing unbearable pain. Despite the excruciating pain in his hands, Zhao Tianyu washed his face with the icy river water. He went back to the kitchen, got some firewood, lit it in the fireplace, and started rubbing his hands together near the fireplace. After feeling some sensation return to his hands, he turned his gaze to the wooden shelf next to the fireplace. Looking at the dwindling amount of mutton and leopard meat, Zhao Tianyu frowned, thinking to himself, "Winter has arrived, and many animals have gone into hibernation. As a result, finding food will likely become increasingly difficult. Therefore, the most urgent task is to find a way to stockpile more food." Thinking of this, Zhao Tianyu suddenly stood up, quickly picked up a bow and arrow, and carefully put them into the bamboo basket. Then, he shouldered his bamboo basket, gripped a long spear tightly, and resolutely strode into the depths of the forest. As he traveled, Zhao Tianyu remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings with his eyes, not missing a single sound or movement. However, apart from the occasional clear birdsong coming from the branches, he did not find any trace of other animals. Zhao Tianyu's mood grew increasingly heavy, with disappointment and frustration following him like a shadow. But he was not discouraged. After resting for a while, he took a deep breath and continued to press on resolutely into the depths of the dense forest. Time passed quietly, and after about an hour, apart from the bird calls, no other animals were seen. Just when he thought he was destined to go home empty-handed, a deep and loud call of a wild boar suddenly came from the distant woods. The sudden sound was like a lightning bolt ripped through the night sky, instantly filling Zhao Tianyu's heart with ecstasy. He immediately quickened his pace and hurried toward the direction from which the wild boar was making its noise. As he drew closer, the wild boar's cries grew louder. Moreover, judging from the sound, there was clearly more than one wild boar. After walking several hundred meters further, they saw two huge wild boars. These two wild boars are leisurely eating. They are incredibly robust, each weighing over 200 pounds. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu carefully placed the bamboo basket on the ground, then, holding a spear, tiptoed toward the two wild boars. Despite Zhao Tianyu's exceptional skills and daring, he dared not be careless in the face of such a massive wild boar. He knew all too well that these wild boars were just as ferocious as leopards, and that if he wasn't careful, he might become their meal. However, as he approached, the two wild boars seemed to sense his presence. Suddenly, they raised their heads, opened their gaping maws, and let out a series of deep roars. The roars were deafening, filling him with dread. What's even more chilling is that the two tusks at the corners of the two wild boars' mouths gleamed coldly in the sunlight, making them look particularly terrifying and unsettling. Despite the warning cries of the two wild boars, Zhao Tianyu did not back down. He took a deep breath and continued to walk towards them with firm steps. Seeing that Zhao Tianyu was still getting closer and closer, the two wild boars became extremely angry. The roars from its mouth grew louder and louder, and its four legs were constantly pawing at the ground, as if it might attack him at any moment. Chapter 117, Dealing with Two Wild Boars. In less than a minute, the two wild boars shot straight towards each other like arrows released from a bow. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu shouted, "You've come at the perfect time!" In an instant, the two wild boars rushed towards Zhao Tianyu like lightning. However, Zhao Tianyu reacted with lightning speed. Without hesitation, he dodged to the side and quickly avoided the wild boar's charge. At the same time, the spear in his hand, like a dragon emerging from the sea, pierced fiercely towards one of the wild boars with a sharp momentum. Although the wild boar was large and had thick skin, Zhao Tianyu's spear was extremely sharp and easily pierced its belly. A piercing scream rang out, and the wild boar collapsed to the ground, writhing and struggling. Because the wild boar was so fast, Zhao Tianyu didn't have time to pull the spear out of its body. Left with no other choice, he had to let go and watch helplessly as the spear pierced deep into the wild boar's body. At the same time, Zhao Tianyu did not dare to delay for a moment. He immediately retreated 6 or 7 meters away, and then with lightning speed, he drew the military knife from his waist and gripped it tightly in his hand. The other wild boar, propelled by its powerful momentum, continued to gallop forward like a runaway horse for 7 or 8 meters before finally coming to a stop. It turned its head and looked in horror at its companion lying on the ground like a lump of mud, groaning in pain. The pitiful cry seemed to pierce the soul. The wild boar's eyes instantly turned blood red, and anger burned fiercely in its heart like a raging flame. It completely lost its mind and charged at Zhao Tianyu again with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, it had already rushed to within 3 meters of Zhao Tianyu, and then suddenly leaped up from the ground like a spring. It opened its gaping maw, large enough to swallow an adult whole, revealing sharp fangs, and pounced on Zhao Tianyu like a hungry tiger. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Tianyu remained calm under pressure. He quickly raised one foot and, with all his might, kicked the wild boar's head like a cannonball. With a muffled thud, the kick landed squarely on the wild boar's jaw. The nearly 200-pound wild boar was kicked to the ground as if it had been hit by a speeding truck, lying on its back with its legs in the air, unable to move. Zhao Tianyu's foot also ached from the impact. But he had no time to pay attention. Holding his military knife, he moved forward like the wind, taking a step to the side of the wild boar. Then, like a cowboy in the West, he leaped into the air and landed steadily on the massive body of the wild boar. The military knife in his hand gleamed coldly, and without hesitation, he plunged it into the wild boar's neck. The slash was as fast as lightning, and with such force that it almost pierced through the wild boar's body. The moment the military knife was drawn, a stream of bright red blood gushed out from the wild boar's neck like a fountain, forming a blood mist that splashed directly onto Zhao Tianyu's head and face. Upon seeing this, Zhao Tianyu quickly climbed off the wild boar's body and retreated 6 or 7 meters. The wild boar that Zhao Tianyu pierced in the abdomen with a spear was severely injured, but it was still struggling desperately to get up from the ground and escape. However, how could Zhao Tianyu let it escape so easily? He rushed forward in a flash, as fast as the wind, and kicked the wild boar hard. The kick was powerful, sending the wild boar flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground with a thud. Zhao Tianyu immediately rushed forward, grabbed the spear stuck in the wild boar's belly, and pulled it out of the boar's body with a sudden force. The moment the spear was pulled out, the wild boar let out another piercing scream, the sound echoing through the silent forest, sending chills down one's spine. Zhao Tianyu gripped his spear, his eyes blazing as he stared intently at the wild boar. Without hesitation, he swung his spear forward, the tip striking the wild boar's neck like lightning. With a thud, the spear easily pierced the wild boar's throat, and blood gushed from the wound like a fountain. The wild boar was so badly injured that it was no longer able to struggle. All it could do was writhe on the ground, letting out pitiful howls, its blood staining the earth beneath it. Zhao Tianyu stood 8 or 9 meters away, gripping his military knife and spear tightly. Like a war god, he stared intently at the 2 wild boars, not daring to let his guard down for a moment. After nearly 10 minutes, the 2 wild boars, having lost too much blood, gradually stopped moving. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu breathed a long sigh of relief. These 2 wild boars weighed nearly 400 pounds together. Even if Zhao Tianyu was as strong as an ox, it would be impossible for him to carry both of them back in one go. He took his military knife and went into the nearby woods to cut a sturdy vine. They tied a vine to the hind leg of a wild boar and then forcefully swung the other end of the vine onto a branch of a large tree. They used all their strength to pull the wild boar up to a height of 6 or 7 meters above the ground, and then firmly tied the vines to the tree trunk. He walked up to another wild boar carcass, grabbed its 2 hind legs, and carried the nearly 200-pound boar on his back towards the shelter. Although he was physically strong, carrying such a heavy wild boar through the rugged forest was still quite strenuous for him. I had no choice but to stop and rest every short distance. They walked and stopped along the way, and it took them almost 3 hours to get back to the shelter. Meanwhile, Lu Shui and the other 3 were already anxiously waiting at the kitchen door. When they woke up in the morning, they couldn't find Zhao Tianyu anywhere. All 4 girls knew that he had gone into the woods to look for food. But by noon, he still hadn't returned, and the 4 girls couldn't help but worry about him. Moreover, the sky was overcast, and it could snow or rain at any moment. They were also worried that Zhao Tianyu might encounter some danger. Seeing Zhao Tianyu return, the 4 girls finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly ran towards him. Zhao Tianyu felt completely exhausted after carrying such a large wild boar for such a long distance. He threw the wild boar on the ground, then slumped down on the carcass, panting heavily. Upon seeing this, Su Ran immediately ran to the kitchen, filled a bamboo tube with cool boiled water from the pot, and quickly walked over to him and handed it to him. Chapter 118: The First Snow on the Desert Island. Zhao Tianyu took the water Su Ran handed him and eagerly tilted his head back, gulping it down. Water flowed down his throat, as if bringing a refreshing rain to the parched land. He drank so fast that the water spilled from the corners of his mouth before he could even swallow it. After drinking the water from the bamboo tube, Zhao Tianyu casually tossed the tube aside and began to pant heavily again. Lin Yu's gaze fell on the large wild boar, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother Zhao, you're amazing! You actually managed to bring back such a big wild boar, enough for us to eat for a month." Zhao Tianyu didn't show much expression after hearing Lin Yu's words. He just slowly said, "There's another one in the woods. I killed 2 in total, but this wild boar is too heavy, so I can only carry 1 back for now." His voice was calm and composed, as if it were nothing serious. However, his words were like a thunderclap, exploding in the ears of Lu Shui and the other 3. They stared wide-eyed at Zhao Tianyu in disbelief, their minds replaying the scene of him fighting the 2 wild boars. It must have been a thrilling battle, and Zhao Tianyu's ability to defeat them only increased their admiration for him. At this moment, the four of them felt nothing but admiration for Zhao Tianyu. Zhou Wanting's gaze fell on Zhao Tianyu, whose clothes and face were covered in blood. Filled with worry, he quickly asked, "Brother Zhao, why is there so much blood on your face and body? Are you injured?" Lu Shui, Su Ran, and Lin Yu also looked at Zhao Tianyu with worried expressions, their eyes revealing their concern and worry for him. Seeing how worried the four of them were about him, Zhao Tianyu felt a surge of warmth in his heart and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'm not injured. This is all wild boar blood on me." Hearing Zhao Tianyu say this, Lu Shui and the other three finally felt relieved. Lu Shui quickly said to Zhao Tianyu, "Brother Zhao, you must be starving. We've already stewed some mutton, it smells amazing, hurry up and go to the kitchen to eat." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu smiled and nodded, then slowly stood up and walked towards the kitchen. Su Ran quickly scooped a large bamboo bowl full of steaming mutton from the pot, carefully placed it in front of him, and said gently, "Brother Zhao, this is for you, eat it while it's hot." Zhao Tianyu looked at Su Ran gratefully and said softly, "Thank you." Then, he picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of mutton, put it in his mouth, and began to chew it heartily. Just then, snowflakes suddenly began to fall from the sky. The pure white snowflakes, like goose feathers, fluttered down. Su Ran looked up at the sky with delight and exclaimed, "Wow! It's snowing! That's wonderful!" Hearing Su Ran's exclamation, Zhao Tianyu laughed and said, "It's just a little snow, what's the big deal?" Su Ran, however, disagreed. She excitedly said, "Brother Zhao, you don't know, we are all from the south, and we have never seen snow in our lives before." Zhou Wanting then added, "I've never seen snow either." Zhao Tianyu then asked Lu Shui and Lin Yu, "Have either of you ever seen snow before?" Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's question, Lu Shui and Su Ran replied in unison, "I've seen them before." After eating the stewed mutton, Zhao Tianyu said to Lu Shui and the other three, "You guys stay here and deal with this wild boar. I'll go into the woods and bring back the other wild boar and the bamboo basket." Hearing him say that, Su Ran immediately said, "Look at how heavy the snow is outside. I'm a little worried about you going alone. Let me go with you." Before he could speak, Lu Shui quickly added, "Yes. Brother Zhao, let Su Ran go with you. The two of them can look after each other on the way." Zhao Tianyu nodded and said, "All right then. You and I will go into the woods together to move the wild boar." By this time, heavy snow had begun to fall, and a thin layer of snow had accumulated on the ground. The two walked into the woods, and it took them more than 2 hours to reach the place where they had just hunted the wild boar. Seeing that the wild boar was still hanging there unharmed, Zhao Tianyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They quickly untied the vines binding the tree trunk, and the wild boar fell heavily onto the snow from a height of 7 or 8 meters. Zhao Tianyu carried the wild boar on his back, while Su Ran picked up the bamboo basket from the ground and carried it on her back as well. By this time, the snow on the ground was already more than 10 centimeters thick, making it increasingly difficult and slow for Zhao Tianyu to walk with such a heavy wild boar on his back. It took almost 4 hours to get the wild boar back to the sanctuary. At this time, Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting had already finished processing the other wild boar, cutting the meat into pieces and carrying it to the shelter. Zhao Tianyu put the wild boar down on the snow outside the kitchen, went inside, and sat down by the fireplace, panting heavily. Su Ran wasn't much better off. She put the bamboo basket down on the ground and plopped down next to Zhao Tianyu, panting heavily. Lu Shui and the other two took some firewood to the riverbank and lit a fire. Together they moved the wild boar onto the fire and started to burn it. A smell of burnt pig hair instantly filled the air. 7 or 8 minutes later, the wild boar's hair had been burned off completely, and even its skin was burned black. The three of them worked together to get the wild boar to the riverbank, picked up bamboo tubes, and began to wash it with the icy cold river water. After sitting by the fireplace and feeling that they had regained some strength, Zhao Tianyu and Su Ran stood up and went to the riverbank to deal with the wild boar with Lu Shui and the other two. It took about half an hour to process the wild boar and bring it back to the kitchen. At this moment, everyone's faces were red from the cold, and their hands and feet were almost frozen. They all sat around the fireplace to warm their nearly frozen bodies. After warming themselves by the fire for a while and feeling some of their senses return, the group moved all the wild boar meat to the smokehouse outside the kitchen. The temperature had already dropped below zero, making the smokehouse a natural refrigerator. Therefore, wild boar meat also needs to be cured with sea salt to preserve it for a long time. After finishing all that, it was completely dark, and the snow was still falling non-stop, and it didn't look like it would stop anytime soon. Zhao Tianyu took a few wild boar ribs, chopped them into small pieces, put them in a pot, and began to slowly stew them. Lu Shui and the other 3 girls went to the bathroom, took bamboo tubes, filled them with water, poured it into the bathtub, and lit a fire in the stove under the bathtub to heat the bathwater. Chapter 119. Come and rub my back. After enjoying the stewed wild boar ribs, Lu Shui and the other 3 returned to the shelter with satisfaction. They chose a clean change of clothes and then walked briskly into the bathroom. Zhao Tianyu sat leisurely by the fireplace in the kitchen, took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it skillfully, and took a deep drag. The smoke swirled in his mouth and nose, bringing a slight stinging and satisfying sensation. While enjoying this moment of tranquility, Zhao Tianyu pondered to himself. Of the cigarettes I got from Ah Bao, only 4 or 5 packs remain after this period of consumption. He couldn't help but worry about what he would do if there were no cigarettes left to smoke. As Zhao Tianyu was lost in his thoughts, time quietly slipped by. About half an hour later, Lu Shui and the other 3 finished showering, put on dry clothes, and returned to the kitchen. They sat around the fireplace, beginning to tidy their still wet hair, water droplets sliding down their strands and dripping onto the floor, forming small puddles. Zhao Tianyu's gaze was involuntarily drawn to this scene. His eyes, as if attracted by a magnet, lingered on the 4 girls. The 4 girls' fair skin, slender necks, and waterfall like long hair made his heart beat faster. Just then, Lu Shui suddenly looked up and met Zhao Tianyu's gaze. She smiled slightly and said, "Brother Zhao, you didn't make much soap last time. Could you make some more?" Zhao Tianyu snapped out of his daze, nodded quickly, a smile appearing on his lips, and replied, "No problem, I'll make some more for you tomorrow." Before he finished speaking, Zhao Tianyu stood up, went back to the shelter, got a clean change of clothes, and strode into the bathroom. He stripped himself naked, walked into the large bath, and lay down directly. Perhaps because he was too tired, or perhaps because lying in the warm water was more comfortable, Zhao Tianyu fell asleep without realizing it. Lu Shui and the other 3 sat around the fireplace, and time passed by, but Zhao Tianyu still hadn't returned. Su Ran's brows furrowed, and she looked worried. She couldn't help but ask, "Brother Zhao, why did it take you so long to take a shower? Could something have happened? I'd better go to the bathroom and check on him." As soon as she finished speaking, Su Ran didn't give Lu Shui and the others a chance to respond. She suddenly stood up, walked quickly out of the kitchen, and headed straight for the bathroom. Upon entering the bathroom, Su Ran could vaguely see Zhao Tianyu lying motionless in the bathtub by the dim light from the stove. Her heart tightened, and she quickly tiptoed to the side of the bathtub. Upon closer inspection, she found that Zhao Tianyu had his eyes closed and seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. Su Ran gazed at the sleeping Zhao Tianyu, a feeling of tenderness welling up inside her. Seeing his utterly exhausted appearance, he must have been completely worn out today. However, when her gaze inadvertently swept over Zhao Tianyu's naked body, Su Ran's face instantly turned bright red, as if it could bleed. Zhao Tianyu's bronze skin glowed with a healthy sheen in the dim firelight, and his well-defined muscles were faintly visible, sparking the imagination. Su Ran's heart suddenly raced, as if a fawn was pounding wildly in her chest, making a thump-thump sound incessantly. Her mind began to wander uncontrollably, and all sorts of embarrassing thoughts surged into her mind like a tide. Just as Su Ran's thoughts were becoming increasingly chaotic, Zhao Tianyu suddenly opened his eyes without warning. The moment their eyes met, Zhao Tianyu was clearly startled. His body trembled violently, and he almost jumped out of the bathtub. At the same time, Su Ran was staring intently at Zhao Tianyu, completely unaware that he would suddenly open his eyes. This sudden scene startled Su Ran. She quickly averted her gaze as if she had been electrocuted, and her heart began to race. After calming herself down a bit, Su Ran said to Zhao Tianyu with a slightly coquettish tone, "Brother Zhao, you really are something. How did you suddenly wake up? You startled me! Her voice carried a hint of reproach, but more so the lingering fear of being startled. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu's lips curled up slightly, revealing a playful smile, and he teased. You're the one who startled me! I say, Miss Su, you knew I was taking a shower, yet you still came to the bathroom alone. Isn't that obviously trying to take advantage of me? Su-ran's face flushed red instantly. She hadn't expected Zhao Tianyu to say that, and felt quite embarrassed. She quickly explained. What are you thinking? I'm not that kind of person. I was worried something had happened to you since you hadn't gone back for so long, so I came to the bathroom to check on you. Who knew you'd actually fallen asleep in the tub? Honestly. I'll be going now. As soon as she finished speaking, Su-ran turned around and prepared to leave the bathroom, as if staying any longer would make her even more embarrassed. However, just as she turned around, Zhao Tianyu suddenly called out. Beautiful Su, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Since you're already here, you can give me a back rub. His voice carried a hint of teasing and anticipation. Su-ran stopped abruptly, her face instantly turning even redder, like a ripe apple. She slowly turned around, as if every movement was carefully considered, and then slowly walked behind Zhao Tianyu. After standing still, Su-ran took a deep breath, stretched out a hand, and gently placed it on Zhao Tianyu's back. Her fingers gently caressed the object, as if she were touching a precious work of art. The scene was unusually ambiguous, and the air was filled with an awkward atmosphere that made people blush. In their minds, lust burned like wildfire. Time passed slowly, and after about 3 or 4 minutes, Su-ran slowly withdrew her hand. Her cheeks were flushed with a shy blush, like a ripe apple, and she said to Zhao Tianyu in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Brother Zhao, is everything all right now? Can I go now? Upon hearing Su-ran's words, Zhao Tianyu slowly turned his head. His gaze fell upon Su-ran's shy and charming face, and instantly, a surge of heat welled up in his heart, making him feel parched. Almost instinctively, Zhao Tianyu stood up from the bathtub. His movements were so hasty that he was completely unaware that he was standing naked in front of Su-ran. Su-ran was completely unprepared for Zhao Tianyu to suddenly stand up. Her eyes widened abruptly, and her gaze was involuntarily drawn to Zhao Tianyu's naked body. Her face turned bright red, as if it had been roasted by fire, and seemed to be dripping blood. Her eyes, however, were fixed on Zhao Tianyu's private parts as if under a spell, unable to look away. Chapter 120. Finally, Su-ran was won over. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, Zhao Tianyu suddenly grabbed Su-ran and kissed her cherry-like, alluring lips without hesitation. Su-ran was completely unprepared for Zhao Tianyu's sudden kiss. Her body felt as if she had been electrocuted, and a strange sensation swept over her like a surging wave. Her heart raced, her breathing became rapid, and she involuntarily stuck out her tongue, intertwining it with Zhao Tianyu's, and began a passionate kiss. Zhao Tianyu's hands were not idle either. They were like 2 restless snakes, slithering along the curves of Su-ran's body, not behaving themselves at all. His fingers gently glided across Su-ran's skin, sending a slight shiver through her, before he unhesitatingly slipped inside her clothes and began to caress her wantonly. Su-ran's body gradually warmed up, her consciousness began to blur, and she was completely immersed in Zhao Tianyu's caresses and kisses. Before long, as if by magic, her clothes were stripped off one by Zhao Tianyu and fell to the ground. When Su-ran's last piece of clothing was removed, she suddenly came to her senses and realized what might happen next. Her face was as red as a ripe apple, and she said shyly to Zhao Tianyu in a low voice, Brother Zhao, yeah, and the others are still in the kitchen and haven't gone to sleep yet. However, Zhao Tianyu was blinded by desire at this moment. He only had eyes for Su-ran's beautiful body, and no longer cared about Lu Shui and the other 2. He completely ignored Su-ran's words, gave her a strong princess carry, held her tightly in his arms, and strode towards the spacious bathtub. Upon entering the bath, Zhao Tianyu acted like a wild beast, gently placing Su-ran in the water. Su-ran's body trembled slightly in the water, and her skin appeared even smoother and more delicate under the reflection of the water. Their eyes met, and sparks flew instantly, like dry tinder meeting a raging fire. They released their passion for each other in the large public bath, forgetting everything else. Water splashed everywhere, and their panting and groaning filled the entire bathroom with an ambiguous atmosphere. However, since the kitchen was not far from the bathroom, Lu Shui and the other two, who were sitting in the kitchen, could also hear the noise coming from the bathroom. The sound was faint, sometimes present, sometimes absent, yet it seemed to penetrate the walls and drill straight into their ears. Although the three of them were still inexperienced in such matters, they were not entirely ignorant. They understood to some extent the meaning behind such a sound. In an instant, the faces of the three men turned bright red, like ripe apples, as if they could bleed. The intense heat spread rapidly through their bodies like wildfire, causing them to tremble slightly involuntarily. Lin Yu, in particular, felt as if a bottle of mixed emotions had bin spilled in her heart, with all sorts of feelings intertwined. She had always longed to be Zhao Tianyu's woman, and the first one at that, but now Su Ran had beaten her to it. How could she not feel resentful? That Su Ran is really something. She said she was worried about Brother Zhao and went to check on him in the bathroom, but I think she clearly wants to make things between them. Lin Yu got angrier and couldn't help but mutter to herself. Lu Shui and Zhou Wanting were taken aback when they heard her words, and then they both laughed at the same time. Lu Shui laughed so hard she almost fell off the bamboo chair. Yeah, what's wrong with you? Why are you so sour? Are you angry because you weren't the first woman to become Brother Zhao's woman? Lu Shui finally stopped laughing and teased Lin Yu. Lu Shui's prodding made Lin Yu's face turn even redder. She glared at Lu Shui, somewhat embarrassed and angry, and said reproachfully, "Don't talk nonsense! I didn't!" Listening to the sounds coming from the bathroom, Lu Shui and the other two became increasingly anxious, as if time had frozen at that moment. They could only pray silently, hoping that Zhao Tianyu and Su Ran could end this long ordeal as soon as possible. Finally, after nearly half an hour of fussing, the noise in the bathroom finally stopped. Those half hours felt like an eternity to Lu Shui and the other two. At this time, both Zhao Tianyu and Su Ran were undergoing a major transformation in their lives. Zhao Tianyu transformed from a naive boy into a real man. Su Ran, on the other hand, transformed from a simple girl into a mature woman. Both of them were panting heavily, clearly having expended a lot of energy during the intense exercise. Especially Su Ran, whose forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. Her fragrant, sweaty appearance made people feel sorry for her. However, Su Ran was not in the mood to enjoy the joy of this transformation, because a piercing pain came from her groin, which made her frown. She glared at Zhao Tianyu and complained coquettishly, "Brother Zhao, you really are something. You know perfectly well that it's her first time, yet you don't know how to be gentle with her at all." Zhao Tianyu felt embarrassed after Su Ran said that, and scratched his head. Somewhat embarrassed, she said, I'm sorry. This is my first time too. I have no experience. I'll definitely be more careful next time." Hearing him say that, Su Ran was speechless. Zhao Tianyu pulled her into his arms again, and Su Ran nestled against his broad chest like a docile kitten. They lingered in the large bath for a while longer before reluctantly getting up and putting on their clothes. When the two of them returned to the kitchen, Lu Shui and the other two were still sitting by the fireplace warming themselves. Upon seeing them return, Lu Shui and the other two all turned to look at them. Su Ran blushed instantly, lowered her head, and wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. Even with Zhao Tianyu's thick skin, he felt incredibly embarrassed and said with a smile, "It's so late, why aren't you three going to sleep yet?" Zhao Tianyu's question only made Lu Shui and the other two furious. Lin Yu said angrily, "How dare you say that? You and Sister Su Ran made such a racket in the bathroom, how were we supposed to sleep?" After saying that, he turned to Su Ran and said, "Sister Su Ran, didn't you say you were going to the bathroom to check on Brother Zhao? Why did you show up on your own? I think you've been looking forward to this moment for a long time." Lin Yu's words made Su Ran's already flushed face turn even redder. Zhao Tianyu chuckled and said to Lin Yu, Yeah, why does that sound so sour? Don't worry. There'll be plenty of time later. I'll take my time to pamper you." After Zhao Tianyu said that, Lin Yu was now embarrassed. Her face flushed, and she said insincerely, "Humph. You're dreaming. I don't want your favor. You should go and favor Sister Su Ran instead." Chapter 121 Chen Hu Comes Looking Forward. After sitting around the fireplace for a while, everyone felt a wave of drowsiness wash over them, and their eyes were almost too heavy to keep open. After getting up and returning to the shelter, Zhao Tianyu lay down on the bamboo bed and fell asleep. As he lay there, the image of him and Su Ran entwined in the large bathhouse came to mind again, and he was instantly wide awake. Su Ran was in the same boat as him, tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep, her mind filled with images of her intimate moments with Zhao Tianyu. At this moment, the only sounds inside the shelter were the breathing of Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting, who were fast asleep. They didn't know how much time had passed, but Zhao Tianyu and Su Ran both drifted off to sleep. Although he went to bed very late last night, Zhao Tianyu woke up early the next morning. When he opened his eyes and saw Lu Shui and the other three still fast asleep, a smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. He quietly got out of bed, afraid of waking Lu Shui and the other three who were still fast asleep. Then, he tiptoed to the fireplace and found that the firewood inside had burned out, leaving only some charcoal still emitting wisps of smoke. Zhao Tianyu quickly picked up some dry firewood and straw from the side, carefully placed them in the fireplace, and then lit them with a lighter. As the firewood burned, the shelter warmed up considerably. I sat by the fireplace for a while and felt my body getting warmer. He stood up and walked to the entrance of the shelter. He gently pushed open the bamboo door, and a gust of cold wind mixed with snowflakes rushed in, making him shiver. Zhao Tianyu quickly wrapped his leopard-skin coat tighter around himself to ward off the biting cold. Looking up at the woods outside the door, I saw that the entire forest was covered with thick snow, a vast expanse of white, like a fairy tale world draped in silver. The snow on the ground was already 20 or 30 centimeters thick. We walked through the thick snow to the riverbank. The river was frozen over, and a thick layer of snow covered the ice. He grabbed a stick, cleared away a patch of snow, and smashed a hole in the ice. He went back to the bathroom, grabbed a bamboo tube, scooped water from the ice hole, and poured it into the bathtub. It took almost 20 minutes to fill only a small portion of the bathtub with water, and then they lit a fire in the stove under the bathtub. He sat directly next to the stove, and after almost half an hour, the water in the bath began to steam. I picked up a bamboo tube, scooped up some water, washed myself quickly, and walked to the smoking room outside the kitchen. Inside, the wild boar meat was frozen solid. He took a piece of wild boar meat back to the kitchen, lit a fire in the fireplace, and took the pot to the riverbank. He drew some water from the ice hole, carried it to the kitchen, placed it on the fireplace, and chopped the frozen wild boar meat into small pieces, putting them in a pot to stew. Before long, Lu Shui and the other three also came to the kitchen, rubbing their sleepy eyes. As soon as they entered the kitchen, the four girls immediately gathered around the fireplace to warm themselves. Zhao Tianyu smiled at the four of them and said, "The bathhouse has already prepared hot water for you. Go wash up and come back for dinner." Hearing Zhao Tianyu say this, Lu Shui and the other three were deeply moved and stood up to go into the bathroom to wash up. When the four of them finished washing up and returned to the kitchen, the wild boar meat in the pot was already stewed. Everyone picked up their bowls and chopsticks, grabbed some stewed wild boar meat from the pot, and began to feast. After eating the stewed wild boar meat, Lu Shui and the other three went outside the kitchen to have a snowball fight and build a snowman. The four girls were having a great time playing in the snow, completely forgetting the cold. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu smiled and took some wild boar fat from the smoking room. He returned to the kitchen, cut it into small pieces, put it in a pot, and started rendering lard. While rendering lard, I took some dried mugwort that I had stored up in the summer and burned it in a pot to produce some ash. Lu Shui and the other three played in the snow for almost 2 hours until they felt their bodies were about to freeze. Then they returned to the kitchen, sat by the fireplace, and began to warm their nearly frozen bodies. The snow fell for 3 days in a row, and Zhao Tianyu also made some soap using lard. When Zhao Tianyu woke up early on the 4th day, Lu Shui and the other three were still fast asleep, and Zhao Tianyu did not wake them. I got out of bed, walked to the fireplace, took some firewood, and lit it. Opening the bamboo door of the shelter, one can see that the entire sky is a clear blue, and sunlight shines through the gaps in the trees. There was still a thick layer of snow on the ground. Although it had stopped snowing, Zhao Tianyu felt that the temperature was even lower than when it was snowing. After going to the bathroom, I boiled some hot water, washed up quickly, and then went to the kitchen to get some firewood to put in the fireplace and light it. I took a few frozen wild boar ribs from the smoking room, chopped them into small pieces, and put them in a pot to stew. When the wild boar ribs were ready to stew, Lu Shui and the other three had already washed up and come to the kitchen. After breakfast, Zhao Tianyu took the 4 girls into the woods to chop some firewood, which they carried back to the kitchen, shelter, and bathroom. As the weather gets colder, the firewood in the fireplace has never stopped burning, and quite a lot of firewood is burned every day. Fortunately, there are dead trees everywhere, so there's no need to worry about firewood. There are still several hundred kilograms of wild boar meat in the smoking room, so there's no need to worry about food for the time being. Another 7 or 8 days passed, and the snow on the ground had completely melted, and the temperature had risen slightly. That afternoon, the group was sitting leisurely on a large rock by the river, chatting and basking in the sun. Lin Yu suddenly saw someone walking towards them from the woods in the distance, and immediately said, "Look! Someone is walking this way from the woods." Upon hearing her say this, Zhao Tianyu and the others all looked into the woods and indeed saw several people walking towards them. However, the people were still 200 or 300 meters away from them, so they couldn't see their faces clearly for a moment. Everyone stood up, their eyes fixed on the group of people walking towards them. As the group drew closer, Zhao Tianyu immediately recognized that Chen Hu was walking at the front. He then said to Lu Shui and the other 3, "Don't be nervous, it's Chen Hu and his group." Before long, Chen Hu and his group arrived in front of Zhao Tianyu and his companions. Only then did Zhao Tianyu realize that besides Chen Hu, there were also Xiao Lu, Xiao Li, and 3 girls in the group. Zhao Tianyu knew all 3 girls. One of them was Song Mei, but he couldn't recall the names of the other 2. He only knew that they were from the Public Relations Department. Chapter 122: The Shock of Chen Hu and the Others. Upon seeing Zhao Tianyu, Xiao Li and Xiao Lu were overjoyed, as if they had met a long-lost relative. Their faces were filled with excitement, and their eyes shone with excitement. Xiao Li greeted him with a big smile, saying cheerfully, "Brother Zhao, I'm so surprised. I heard from the boss that you were still alive and with the 4 beauties in the company, but I was a little skeptical. I never thought it was true." Xiao Lu chimed in, his face beaming with joy. "Brother Zhao, I'm so happy to see you here. Come on, let me give you a hug." He opened his arms, as if to embrace Zhao Tianyu. However, Zhao Tianyu showed no interest in Xiao Lu's enthusiastic embrace. He quickly shoved Xiao Lu away and cursed angrily. "Get the hell away from me! I have no interest in men." It's worth noting that Zhao Tianyu had a relatively good relationship with Xiao Lu and Xiao Li in the company's security department. The 3 of them always hung out together, either drinking or gossiping about the beautiful women in the company. They were all quite happy and excited to see each other again on this deserted island. At the same time, Song Mei and her 2 friends were also extremely excited and happy to see Lu Shui and her 3 friends. Song Mei stepped forward with a smile and said warmly, "President Lu, what a pleasant surprise! I thought you had all met with misfortune, but I didn't expect you to be all safe and sound. I'm so happy to see you all again." Lu Shui smiled and replied, "Yes, I'm very happy to see you all." After exchanging pleasantries, Zhao Tianyu looked at Chen Hu with a smile and asked softly, "Boss, is there something you need from me this time?" Upon hearing this, Chen Hu looked slightly embarrassed. He hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, "Actually, it's not a big deal. It's just that it's already winter, and there was a heavy snowfall a few days ago. There are many people in our area, and the food we can find is getting scarcer and scarcer lately." He paused briefly, then continued, "I really had no other choice, so I came to you to see if you had any extra food. If you did, could you lend it to us to tide us over? Of course, if you feel it's too much trouble, then forget it, I understand." Upon hearing Chen Hu's words, Zhao Tianyu immediately laughed and replied heartily, "Boss, what are you saying? What's there to be embarrassed about? I still have several hundred caddies of wild boar meat here." As soon as Zhao Tianyu finished speaking, Chen Hu and the others froze in place as if they had been frozen in place, as if time had stopped flowing. Several seconds passed before Xiao Lu seemed to snap out of a daze, stammering with disbelief. You, what did you say? You have hundreds of pounds of wild boar meat here? You're not kidding us, are you?" Zhao Tianyu smiled and raised his hand, gently patting Xiao Lu on the head, saying as if joking, "Why would I have time to tease you?" After being hit by Zhao Tianyu, Xiao Lu acted like a child, showing no anger whatsoever. Instead, he wore a silly smile and muttered, Brother Zhao, why do you keep hitting me? You're making me stupid! Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu shook his head helplessly and replied irritably. When have you ever been smart? The conversation between the two made everyone else present burst into laughter. Just then, Chenhu and the other's stomachs suddenly started growling at an inopportune moment, and the sound was quite loud, which seemed particularly abrupt in the quiet atmosphere. Chenhu and his companions immediately blushed, embarrassed and at a loss for what to do. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu quickly smiled and smoothed things over, saying, "Oh dear, what a forgetful thing! I was so busy chatting with you all that I forgot you were hungry. Now that you're all here, I'd better treat you properly." After saying that, he turned to Lu Shui and the other three and instructed them. "Go to the kitchen and bring out some firewood, then light a fire by the river." Upon hearing this, Lu Shui and the other three ran happily to the kitchen to fetch firewood without saying a word. Chenhu and his companions were dumbfounded by what they saw, completely stunned by the scene before them. Chenhu stared wide-eyed at Zhao Tianyu in disbelief, inwardly marveling. "This guy is amazing!" He couldn't help but give Zhao Tianyu a thumbs up, saying with admiration, "You're really something! You managed to make President Liu and the other three run around like crazy. That's a skill that not everyone can have." Shaoli, standing to the side, was equally full of admiration for Zhao Tianyu. He said with envy, "Brother Zhao, I really admire you to the core. You actually have the four most beautiful women in the company listening to you so obediently. That's really amazing." Xiao Lu, on the other hand, smiled obsequiously, spouting nauseatingly flattering words. "Brother Zhao, you're incredibly lucky with the ladies. Judging by your demeanor, you must have won over all four of them, including President Liu. My admiration for you is like the Yellow River, flowing endlessly." Zhao Tianyu couldn't stand it anymore, so he quickly interrupted Xiao Lu and said irritably, all right, stop fucking flattering me. It's giving me goosebumps." After saying that, Zhao Tianyu led Chenhu and the others to the smoking room outside the kitchen. He walked to the bamboo door and pushed it open. When Chenhu and his men saw the scene inside the smoking room, their eyes lit up with excitement. Chenhu then said to Zhao Tianyu, "You're quite something, kid! You actually managed to get so much wild boar meat." Zhao Tianyu said with a smile, "I was just lucky. When you leave, I'll give you half to take with you." Hearing Zhao Tianyu say that, Chenhu patted him on the back and said with a smile, "You're a true friend." Zhao Tianyu didn't say much, and took a large piece of frozen wild boar ribs from the smoking room. Arriving at the riverbank, I placed the wild boar ribs on a flat rock and chopped them into small pieces. Meanwhile, Lu Shui and the others lit a bonfire on the shore. Zhao Tianyu rinsed the wild boar ribs briefly with river water, then put them in a pot and began to slowly stew them. The group sat around the fire, and Lu Shui and her three friends chatted and laughed with Song Mei and the other two girls. Zhao Tianyu then took out half a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. When Chenhu, Shaoli, and Xiao Lu saw the cigarettes in his hand, their eyes lit up again. Chapter 123 Feeding. Xiao Lu's eyes widened, and he exclaimed with delight, "Wow, Brother Zhao, you're living the high life. We've been stuck on this deserted island for half a year, and you still have cigarettes to smoke." As he spoke, he stared greedily at the cigarette pack in Zhao Tianyu's hand, as if it contained not ordinary cigarettes, but a rare treasure. Shaoli, standing nearby, eagerly chimed in, "Yeah, Brother Zhao, you're amazing. We haven't had a cigarette since we were stranded on this deserted island, and I've been so bored these past few days. Quick, give me one to perk me up." His voice revealed an intense craving for cigarettes, as if just one puff would instantly revitalize him. Looking at their hungry expressions, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but chuckle to himself, thinking, "These two guys are like monkeys who haven't eaten for days and are seeing bananas. If I don't give them to them soon, they'll probably just start snatching them." So he took out 2 cigarettes from the pack and handed one to Xiao Lu and one to Shaoli, and then casually handed one to Chenhu, who was sitting next to him. Chenhu and his 2 companions took the cigarettes, quickly putting them in their mouths as if they were precious treasures. Then, like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey, they grabbed a still-burning piece of firewood from the fire and eagerly lit the cigarettes. Immediately afterwards, they took a deep breath, and the thick smoke was instantly inhaled into their lungs, giving them a long-lost sense of satisfaction and comfort. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu finally couldn't help but laugh out loud, and Lu Shui and the other three were also amused by the comical scene and burst into laughter. Zhao Tianyu also took out a cigarette, lit it, and started smoking with a look of enjoyment on his face. Zhao Tianyu said with a smile, "When I saw the boss a few days ago, didn't I give him 2 boxes? Didn't he give you 2 to smoke?" Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Xiao Lu and Xiao Li both raised their heads and turned their gazes toward Chen Hu. Xiao Lu said somewhat angrily, "Boss, did Brother Zhao give you cigarettes a while ago?" Xiao Li quickly added, "Boss, that's really unfair of you. We trusted you so much, why didn't you share the cigarettes Brother Zhao gave you with us?" Hearing their words, Chen Hu felt embarrassed and said with a blush, "He only gave me 2 boxes, didn't he? If I had taken them out, you two would have used them up in less than a day." Hearing Chen Hu say this, Xiao Li and Xiao Lu didn't say anything more. The 3 of them finished their cigarette in just 2 or 3 minutes, and then all 3 turned their gazes toward Zhao Tianyu. Seeing the burning gazes of the 3 of them, Zhao Tianyu had no choice but to take out his cigarettes again and hand 3 to them. After taking the cigarettes from Zhao Tianyu, Chen Hu and the other 2 immediately lit them and started smoking with expressions of enjoyment. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu could only shake his head helplessly. At this moment, Xiao Li suddenly spoke up to Zhao Tianyu and asked, "Brother Zhao, where did you get these cigarettes?" Hearing his question, Zhao Tianyu smiled and said, "I got it from a bao." Hearing him say that, both Xiao Li and Xiao Lu were taken aback. "A bao? Isn't that President Lu's personal bodyguard? Is he also on this deserted island?" Xiao Li asked in surprise. Zhao Tianyu said with a smile, "Yes. He was also on this deserted island, but now the grass on his grave is almost 2 meters high." Hearing him say that, Xiao Li and Xiao Lu were taken aback again. Xiao Li asked again with a curious look, "He's dead? How did he die?" Zhao Tianyu then said with a smile, "This kid tried to kill me, so I killed him." "You actually killed Ah Bao? That's unbelievable. He was incredibly skilled," Xiao Li asked in surprise. Zhao Tianyu chuckled and said, "Impressive, my foot. He's nowhere near as good as me. Taking him down would be a piece of cake." Hearing him say this, Xiao Li and Xiao Lu were surprised again. Although they knew that Zhao Tianyu was the most capable fighter in the security department, they thought that Zhao Tianyu could not possibly be a match for a Bao. They were all thinking that Zhao Tianyu must have ambushed and killed Ah Bao. Xiao Lu glanced at Lu Shui, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu laughed and said, "What do you want to say, kid? Just say it directly. Why are you looking at her?" Xiao Lu then said hesitantly, "Ah Bao, after all, he's President Lu's personal bodyguard. You killed him, didn't President Lu cause you any trouble?" Hearing Xiao Lu say that, Zhao Tianyu smiled and said, "It's better to let her tell you herself." After saying that, he turned to Lu Shui and said, "Beautiful Lu, why don't you talk to them?" Lu Shui then quickly recounted how Ah Bao had tricked them into going into the woods. After hearing Lu Shui's story, Chen Hu cursed. "Damn it! I've disliked him for a long time. Just because he's President Lu's bodyguard, he acts all high and mighty. I never thought he was such a scumbag. He deserves to die." Hearing Chen Hu say this, Xiao Li and Xiao Lu nodded in agreement. Time passed quietly, and nearly an hour had gone by. The wild boar meat in the pot had been stewed until it was very flavorful, emitting an enticing aroma. The fragrance is almost magical, making one's mouth water after smelling it. Chen Hu and his companions could no longer contain themselves. Their stomachs were rumbling with hunger, and their mouths were overflowing with saliva like a burst dam. Seeing this, Suran gave everyone a set of bamboo bowls and chopsticks. Chen Hu eagerly took the bamboo bowl and chopsticks that Suran handed him and quickly picked up a piece of steaming hot wild boar meat. The wild boar meat was stewed to perfection, with a bright red color and glistening oil, making it irresistible to take a bite. Chen Hu carefully placed the wild boar meat near his mouth, gently blew on it a few times, and then, like presenting a treasure, brought it to Song Mei's lips, saying with a big smile, "Xiao Mei, you must be starving. Eat some." Seeing this, Xiao Li and Xiao Lu followed suit, each picking up a piece of piping hot wild boar meat, blowing on it to cool it down, and preparing to feed it to the other 2 girls. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu, Lu Shui, and the others couldn't help but laugh. Song Mei and the other two girls were momentarily at a loss, their three little faces turning bright red, like ripe apples. Song Mei said to Chinhu somewhat shyly, "So many people are watching. What are you doing? I can eat it myself." However, Chinhu didn't care about other people's opinions at all. He was only thinking about letting Song Mei taste the delicious wild boar meat. So, without giving Song Mei a chance to refuse, he directly stuffed the piece of wild boar meat into Song Mei's mouth. Chapter 124 The Boy Who Cried Wolf. Chinhu's lips curled into a smug smile, his voice radiating an air of self-assured confidence. "So what if I look? You're my wife now. It's only natural for me to feed you." At the same time, Xiaoli and Xiaolu were not to be outdone. They quickly stuffed the wild boar meat in their hands into the mouths of the two girls, their movements swift and decisive, as if it were nothing out of the ordinary. Xiaoli followed suit, mimicking Chinhu's tone and expression, and said smugly, "You're my wife now, so it's only natural for me to feed you." Xiaolu, with a silly grin on his face, said to the girl, "Hee, you're my wife, so it's only natural that I treat you well. Let others be envious." After saying this, Xiaolu gave Zhao Tianyu a deliberately provocative look, as if showing off her happiness to him. Zhao Tianyu and the others understood what was going on. Seeing that Chinhu and the other two were able to find their true love on this deserted island, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but feel happy for them. Zhao Tianyu was quite familiar with Song Mei, but as for the other two girls, he only knew that they were from the Public Relations Department, and he had no idea what their names were. So Zhao Tianyu smiled and said to the two girls, "Beautiful ladies, may I ask your names?" Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's question, the two girls immediately responded. The girl who was close to Xiaolu spoke first, smiling as she said, "Hello, my name is Hu Rui, you can call me Xiao Rui." Immediately afterwards, the girl who was close to Xiaoli also quickly said, "My name is Su Yan, you can call me Xiao Yan or Yanzi." Zhao Tianyu nodded, indicating he understood, then smiled and said to them, "Don't let my two brothers' looks fool you, their character is absolutely top-notch. You definitely won't suffer if you're with them. But if they ever bully you in the future, be sure to tell me, and I'll stand up for you." Hearing Zhao Tianyu say this, Hu Rui and Su Yan blushed and nodded obediently. Xiaolu grumbled with displeasure. "Brother Zhao, your way of praising people is really unique. What do you mean I'm not good-looking?" Zhao Tianyu smiled mockingly and replied, "Oh, don't be upset. Don't you know what you look like? Go find a place to take a piss and take a good look at yourself. For Xiao Rui to be interested in you is a blessing you've accumulated over 8 lifetimes, you should be secretly happy." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone around him burst into laughter. Seeing this, Su Ran smiled and said to Zhao Tianyu, "Brother Zhao, look how considerate he is. And look at you, the 4 of us have been with you for so long, and I've never seen you feed me anything." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu's smile widened, and he readily agreed. "Sure. Since you put it that way, I'll feed you right now." As he spoke, he quickly picked up a piece of fragrant wild boar meat, bit it into his mouth without hesitation, and then, like a naughty child, brought his mouth directly to Su Ran's lips. Su Ran was completely unprepared for Zhao Tianyu's actions, and her face immediately turned bright red with embarrassment, like a ripe apple. Her heart also suddenly started racing, as if it were about to jump out of her throat. However, Zhao Tianyu did not tease her further. Instead, he slowly chewed the piece of wild boar meat, seemingly enjoying the delicious food. Everyone was amused by Zhao Tianyu's actions again. At this moment, Chenhu suddenly thought of something, reached into his pocket and rummaged around, and actually pulled out a bottle of baijiu, Chinese liquor. Zhao Tianyu and his companions were stunned by what they saw. Zhao Tianyu said with a look of surprise, "Boss, you're amazing! You even have baijiu, Chinese liquor. Where did you get that?" Chenhu smiled and said, "I found this wine in a suitcase on the shore when I was stranded on this deserted island. I've been keeping it hidden away and couldn't bear to drink it. I brought it with me since I was thinking of coming to find you this time." Xiaolu then said to Chenhu with a displeased look, "Boss, you've really kept this a secret. How come I didn't know you had baijiu?" Chenhu said irritably, "If you knew, you would have stolen and drunk it all long ago." After saying this, he unscrewed the bottle cap and handed the wine to Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu took the wine offered to him and took a big gulp. He then handed the bottle to Chenhu, who took a big gulp and then passed it to Xiaoli. The four men then began to drink, taking bites of meat and sips of wine. After eating and drinking their fill, everyone sat around the fire, chatting and laughing. Before they knew it, it had gotten completely dark. The group returned to the kitchen and sat around the fireplace to chat. They chatted until very late, and everyone felt a wave of drowsiness wash over them. Zhao Tianyu gave his bed to Song Mei and the other two, while he and Chen Hu and the other two simply laid out some palm leaves by the fireplace in the kitchen to serve as temporary beds. The four grown men lay side by side on this rather simple bed. Zhao Tianyu turned his head and whispered to Chen Hu beside him. "Boss, why don't you guys just stay here? If we're together, we can look out for each other." Chen Hu smiled slightly and replied, "I appreciate your kindness, lad. But there are still 8 or 9 people in the cave. If I don't take care of them, they'll probably have a hard time surviving on this deserted island. Besides, wouldn't our staying here be a disturbance to you and President Liu?" After hearing this, Zhao Tianyu's admiration for Chen Hu deepened even further. In such a difficult time, Chen Hu still cares about others. His kindness and sense of responsibility are truly admirable. In contrast, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but wonder if he could be as selfless as Chen Hu if he were in Chen Hu's shoes. The four grown men lay there by the fireplace, and it was unclear how long it took before they finally drifted off to sleep. In the middle of the night, a wolf howl suddenly came from the woods, instantly waking Zhao Tianyu and his 3 companions from their deep sleep. They all scrambled up from the palm leaves, each grabbing a spear, and hurried to the kitchen door, peering out through the crack in the bamboo door. The group of girls, including Lu Shui, inside the shelter were also awakened by the wolf howls. Lu Shui immediately got out of bed, walked to the entrance of the shelter, and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Brother Zhao, the wolf is coming! You'd better come to the shelter quickly!" Su Ran immediately got out of bed, went to the shelter, and took some firewood to put in the fireplace. As the firewood burned, the entire shelter was illuminated. Chapter 125: The Calm and Collected. The kitchen wasn't very sturdy to begin with, and when he heard Lu Shui call out, Zhao Tianyu immediately responded, "Open the door, we're coming over." Lu Shui immediately opened the bamboo door, and Zhao Tianyu and the others quickly opened the bamboo door to the kitchen and ran into the shelter. After Zhao Tianyu came in, Lu Shui quickly closed the bamboo door and used a large wooden stick to prop it open. The howling of wolves continued, and they were getting closer and closer to the shelter. Zhao Tianyu immediately grabbed a spear and went to the entrance of the shelter, peering out through the crack in the bamboo door. Chen Hu, Xiaoli, and Xiao Lu each took a spear and came to the entrance of the shelter, standing next to Zhao Tianyu. They were all veterans, so they weren't too worried about the wolf howls outside. In less than 2 minutes, more than 10 huge gray wolves appeared and stood still less than 20 meters away from the shelter. It opened its blood-red maw and howled at the people inside the shelter. The wolves' gleaming eyes were quite frightening. Xiaoli said to Zhao Tianyu, "Brother Zhao, it looks like we're surrounded by wolves. What should we do next?" Zhao Tianyu laughed and said, "What's there to be afraid of? My shelter is built with bamboo as thick as a bowl, using mortise and tenon joints. No matter how fierce the wolf pack is, they can't do anything to us." Xiao Lu teased Xiaoli. "Look at you, so cowardly. A pack of wolves scared you like this. You still have the nerve to say you're a retired soldier? Don't you feel ashamed?" Xiaoli immediately retorted, "Do you see me scared? I don't even care about these few wolves. Do you believe I can go out and kill them all by myself?" Hearing him say that, Zhao Tianyu laughed and said, "Haley, can you change your habit of bragging? Or I'll open the door, you go out and take care of this pack of wolves, and let us see." After Zhao Tianyu said that, Xiaoli immediately wilted and stopped saying anything more. Blushing, she said, "Brother Zhao, please stop teasing me. Even if I'm incredibly skilled, I can't beat this pack of gray wolves." At this moment, Xiao Lu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said with a smile, "Brother Zhao, you're the best in our security department. You even killed Ah Bao. Why don't you show us your skills and go out and kill this pack of gray wolves?" Hearing him say that, Zhao Tianyu raised his foot and kicked him hard in the butt, saying angrily, "Are you stupid or am I stupid? You think I'm Superman? I can't beat this pack of gray wolves. Maybe 1 or 2 would be a chance." Hearing him say that, Xiao Li quickly said, "Brother Zhao, stop bragging. This gray wolf is so big, even if all of us work together, we might not be able to handle one." Upon hearing Xiao Li's words, Zhao Tianyu immediately became displeased and said irritably, "It seems you don't believe me that I can take on a gray wolf all by myself." Chen Hu and the other two shook their heads in unison. Zhao Tianyu immediately added, "Today I'll show you how I can take down a gray wolf all by myself." Upon hearing this, Su Ran immediately said, "Brother Zhao, please don't be reckless." Zhao Tianyu said with a smile, "Don't worry, dealing with a gray wolf is a piece of cake." Meanwhile, the wolf pack became increasingly agitated and restless, their howls growing louder and louder, and their four paws pawing at the ground incessantly. Judging from this, they could launch an attack on the shelter at any time. Less than a minute later, the largest gray wolf suddenly took 2 steps forward. Needless to say, this gray wolf must be the alpha wolf of the pack. The Wolf King raised its head and howled, and the other gray wolves, as if receiving a command, rushed towards the shelter in unison. Then came a series of bang, bang, bang sounds as a dozen or so gray wolves crashed into the walls of the shelter almost simultaneously. The shelter began to shake as it was simultaneously struck by more than 10 gray wolves, and dirt fell from the roof and walls, but the shelter was not damaged much. Seeing that they hadn't damaged the shelter, the gray wolves retreated to their previous position and continued to howl. Lu Shui and her group of girls were also startled by the violent impact of the wolf pack. Song Mei and the other two screamed even louder. Chen Hu quickly walked to Song Mei's side and gently pulled her into his arms. He lowered his head, leaned close to Song Mei's ear, and said in a deep and gentle voice, "Xiao Mei, don't be afraid, I'm here." At the same time, Xiao Li and Xiao Lu also walked over to Su Yan and Hu Rui, gently embraced them, and whispered words of comfort. Zhao Tianyu witnessed this scene and was speechless. His lips twitched slightly, revealing a wry smile, and he said with a laugh, "What do you three mean by this? Didn't you see that pack of wolves outside staring at us menacingly? And you still have the mood to show off your love here?" Chen Hu, however, didn't seem to care. He smiled faintly and replied, "Didn't you say your shelter was indestructible?" Xiao Lu chimed in, a sly smile on his face, and said, "Boss is right, and besides, you're here. Even if those gray wolves really charge in, you can easily take them all down by yourself." Xiao Li chimed in with a laugh. "Yeah, Brother Zhao, what are we afraid of with you here?" At this moment, the three of them were still able to chat and laugh so calmly, completely ignoring the pack of wolves eyeing them menacingly outside the shelter. Hearing the three of them say that, Zhao Tianyu felt a sense of helplessness welling up inside him, his lips twitching slightly, and he really didn't know how to respond. The 4 girls, including Lu Shui, were amused by their conversation, and their laughter seemed particularly abrupt in the tense atmosphere. However, just as the laughter subsided, a deafening roar suddenly came from outside the shelter. The Wolf King raised its head high and roared at the sky, as if demonstrating against the people in the sanctuary. With the Wolf King's howl, the wolf pack surged towards the shelter like a black torrent once again. They were incredibly fast, moving like lightning, and in the blink of an eye they were already close to the shelter. Immediately afterwards, another series of loud bangs rang out as more than a dozen huge gray wolves slammed into the walls of the shelter like cannonballs. The impact was extremely powerful, causing the shelter to shake violently. Soil from the roof and walls crumbled and fell down, but the shelter itself was not severely damaged. Song Mei, Hu Rui, and Su Yan were so frightened by the sudden impact that they screamed again, their faces turning ashen. Upon seeing this, Chen Hu and the other two quickly pulled them into a tight embrace. Watching this scene, Zhao Tianyu cursed inwardly. "Damn it, these 3 guys really know how to pick their moments to take advantage." At this moment, the Wolf King suddenly turned its gaze to the bamboo door of the shelter, perhaps realizing that this bamboo door was probably the weakest point in the entire shelter. Chapter 126, Putting the Grey Wolf into the Shelter. The Wolf King immediately let out a deep howl, as if conveying some kind of message. As the Wolf King howled, the other gray wolves, as if receiving a command, turned their heads and cast their gazes toward the shelter. Their eyes are sharp and fierce, revealing their desire for prey and their threat to the sanctuary. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu, who was standing at the entrance of the shelter, realized that the wolf pack was about to attack the bamboo door of the shelter. He quickly turned around and shouted at Chen Hu and the other two. "Hey, you three, haven't you had your fill of taking advantage? The wolf pack is about to attack the bamboo gate of the shelter." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's call, Chen Hu and his two companions reluctantly released Song Mei and the other two, and quickly walked to the entrance of the shelter. Chen Hu looked at Zhao Tianyu and asked, "What do you want us to do?" Zhao Tianyu calmly analyzed the situation. He knew that the bamboo door of the shelter was relatively small, and the wolf pack could not possibly rush in all at once. So he decisively said, "The bamboo door to this shelter is relatively small, so even if the wolves attack it, they'll do it one at a time. When the gray wolf attacks the shelter later, the three of you are responsible for quickly opening the bamboo door to let it in, and I'll take care of it." Hearing Zhao Tianyu say this, Chen Hu and the other two were stunned. Xiao Lu immediately said, "Brother Zhao, I was just joking with you. You really plan to let the gray wolf in to deal with it?" Xiao Li quickly added, "Yes, Brother Zhao, please don't be reckless. There are so many people in the shelter. If you let Gray Wolf in, and you can't handle him, then everyone will be in danger." Hearing them say that, Zhao Tianyu said confidently, "Don't worry, although I can't handle more than 10 gray wolves, I'm confident I can take care of one. Just do as I say." After saying this, he turned to Lu Shui and the other girls and said, "You guys hide behind the fireplace so you don't affect my performance later." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Lu Shui and the others hurriedly walked to the corner by the fireplace. Xiao Li carefully walked to the bamboo door of the shelter. He gently removed the large wooden stick that was propping up the door and stood quietly to the side, holding the stick tightly in his hand. Chen Hu stood on the other side of the bamboo door, his hand on the doorknob, trembling slightly, revealing his nervousness. Zhao Tianyu quickly put down the spear in his hand and drew a sharp military knife from his waist. His movements were swift and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. Then, he stood steadily 2 or 3 meters away from the entrance of the shelter, staring intently at the door, the military knife in his hand gleaming coldly. After all, the space in the shelter is very limited, and in such a confined environment, a saber is easier to handle and more flexible than a spear. At this moment, the entire shelter was completely silent. Even the breathing of the people inside became unusually faint, as if afraid of attracting the attention of the wolves outside. Chen Hu stood to one side of the shelter, staring intently at the wolf pack outside through the crack in the bamboo door. His heart was pounding, and a fine layer of sweat appeared on his forehead, but his gaze never left the wolf pack. Time passed second by second, and in less than 2 minutes, the Wolf King suddenly let out a deep howl at a huge gray wolf. Upon hearing the howl, the gray wolf charged straight towards the bamboo gate of the shelter like a bolt of lightning. It was incredibly fast, reaching the gate in the blink of an eye. Just as the gray wolf was about to crash into the bamboo door, Chen Hu quickly opened it without hesitation. Just as the gray wolf rushed into the shelter, Chen Hu slammed the bamboo door shut again, trapping the wolf inside. Xiao Li quickly used the wooden stick in his hand to push against the bamboo door. At the same time, just as the gray wolf rushed into the shelter, without hesitation, Zhao Tianyu raised his foot and kicked the gray wolf hard in the head with tremendous force. Zhao Tianyu put all his strength into this kick. His leg muscles tensed instantly, and power erupted like a volcanic eruption. The kick landed squarely on the gray wolf's fat head, like a precision-guided missile. With a loud bang, the gray wolf was sent flying backward as if hit by a cannonball, crashing straight into the bamboo bed where Zhao Tianyu was sleeping. The bamboo bed creaked loudly from the impact. Before the gray wolf could recover from the sudden heavy blow and impact, Zhao Tianyu pounced on it like a hungry tiger. His movements were swift and decisive. In the blink of an eye, he was on top of the gray wolf, as if a mountain had pressed down on it, making it unable to move. Zhao Tianyu's hand pressed down on the gray wolf's head like an iron clamp, preventing it from breaking free. His other hand gripped a military knife tightly, its gleaming blade flashing with the chilling light in the dimly lit shelter. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Tianyu raised his hand and brought down the knife, which pierced the gray wolf's neck with lightning speed and precision. The force of the blow was immense, almost piercing the gray wolf's neck. The moment the military knife was pulled out, a gushing stream of scarlet blood spurted from the gray wolf's neck like a fountain, splashing onto Zhao Tianyu's body and the surrounding ground, forming a horrifying pool of blood. The gray wolf, having suffered such a severe injury, let out an extremely shrill howl that echoed throughout the shelter, sending chills down everyone's spine. It struggled desperately to break free from Zhao Tianyu's grasp, but Zhao Tianyu would not allow it to succeed. He gripped the military knife tightly and slashed the gray wolf's neck again. The slash was as fast as lightning, showcasing the sharpness of the military knife to its fullest extent, cutting a large gash directly into the gray wolf's neck. The gray wolf also started twitching incessantly, and soon became completely still. Chen Hu and his companions were so shocked by what they saw that they were speechless, their mouths agape. Although they all knew Zhao Tianyu was skilled, they didn't expect him to be so incredibly capable. He took care of the gray wolf so easily. After more than 10 seconds, everyone finally came to their senses. Shaoli said in disbelief. "Wow, Brother Zhao, you're so brave! You took care of that gray wolf just like that." Xiaolu said with a face full of admiration. "Brother Zhao, you're amazing! You actually managed to take down the gray wolf? If I were a woman, I would definitely marry you. No wonder you were able to win over President Liu and those 4 beauties." Zhao Tianyu slowly stood up from the gray wolf's carcass and wiped the blood-stained military knife directly on the wolf's fur. Then he turned to Xiaolu and said, "Stop disgusting me. If you were a woman, who the hell would dare to marry you? Wouldn't you have nightmares if we slept together at night?" Chapter 127 Hot Kiss in the Kitchen. Hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Xiaolu's face flushed red instantly. He glared at Zhao Tianyu angrily and said indignantly, "Brother Zhao, how could you say that to me? All I have is a few pimples and a big face. Is it really necessary to insult me like that?" Their conversation made Lu Shui and the others laugh again. Chen Hu said to Zhao Tianyu with admiration, "Little Zhao, I really underestimated you before. I didn't expect you to be so capable. You took care of such a fierce gray wolf so easily." From the moment the gray wolf was placed in the shelter to the moment Zhao Tianyu successfully killed it, only a minute had passed. When the wolves outside suddenly heard the howl of the gray wolf coming from the shelter, they all took several steps back in terror, and the previously noisy pack instantly became silent. Zhao Tianyu strode to the entrance of the shelter and shouted at the top of his lungs at the wolf pack outside. "You beasts, if you dare to come in again, I'll slaughter you all!" The wolves seemed to understand Zhao Tianyu's words. His roar caused a hint of fear and retreat to show in their eyes. The wolf pack seemed to realize that if the stalemate continued, they would be unable to subdue the people inside the shelter. The Wolf King looked up and howled in resentment before turning and running into the woods. Seeing this, the other gray wolves also turned and ran into the woods, disappearing without a trace in no time. Seeing the wolf pack leave, everyone breathed a long sigh of relief. Zhao Tianyu said to Shaoli and Xiaolu, "You two take this gray wolf carcass to the kitchen." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Shaoli and Xiaolu immediately carried the gray wolf's carcass into the kitchen. Zhao Tianyu then said to Lu Shui and the others, "It's getting late, you should get some rest." The next morning, Zhao Tianyu, Chen Hu, Shaoli, and Xiaolu also woke up early and dragged the gray wolf to the riverbank to deal with it. By the time they finished dealing with the gray wolf, Lu Shui and the other girls had already woken up and had cooked and eaten some wild boar meat. Chen Hu said to Zhao Tianyu, Zhao, we need to go back quickly." Zhao Tianyu didn't try to stop them. After all, he knew that those who were with Chen Hu and the others were still waiting for food. He then told Chen Hu and his men to take all the wolf meat with them, and also gave them some wild boar meat. Time flies, and another half-month has passed. During this period, Zhao Tianyu and his companions spent almost all their time in the shelter, except for the occasional trip to the woods to cut firewood. Zhao Tianyu woke up early that morning, while Lu Shui and the other three were still fast asleep, and he didn't wake them. "I got out of bed, went to the fireplace, took some firewood, and lit it. As the firewood burned, the entire shelter became much warmer. After sitting by the fireplace for a while, I stood up and walked to the door of the shelter. The moment I opened the bamboo door, a gust of cold wind mixed with snowflakes rushed in. Zhao Tianyu wrapped his clothes even tighter around himself. All he could see when he looked up was a vast expanse of white, with a thick layer of snow on the ground. I walked through the thick snow to the riverbank, only to find that the river was already frozen over. He found a wooden stick and smashed a hole in the ice. He went back to the kitchen, got a bamboo tube, drew some water from the hole, and poured it into the large bathtub. They lit a fire in the stove under the bathtub and started boiling water. He sat down directly next to the stove and began rubbing his hands together. Just then, footsteps suddenly came from outside the bathroom. Turning around, I saw Lin Yu walking towards me. Before long, Lin Yu entered the bathroom and sat down next to Zhao Tianyu. She then placed her hands near the fireplace to warm them. Zhao Tianyu chuckled and teased. "Why are you up so early today? This isn't like you at all." Lin Yu said somewhat awkwardly. "Who wants to get up this early? I was woken up by the urge to pee." Hearing her say that, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but laugh. 10 minutes later, the water in the bathtub was steaming. The two of them used bamboo tubes to fetch some water and washed up briefly. Back in the kitchen, Lin Yu took some firewood and lit it in the fireplace, while Zhao Tianyu took a piece of frozen wild boar meat from the smokehouse, cut it into small pieces, and put it in a pot to stew. The two sat quietly by the fireplace, enjoying the warmth of the fire and chatting happily. Suddenly, Zhao Tianyu's gaze inadvertently fell on Lin Yu's high and firm breasts, which instantly brought his thoughts back to the scene of their intimate contact on the beach. Those passionate images kept flashing through his mind, causing his heart to beat faster involuntarily. It's been a long time since I consummated my relationship with Su Ran, and I haven't had a chance to be intimate with her since. Zhao Tianyu also found that since he and Su Ran consummated their relationship, his desire for intimacy had become increasingly strong. Especially at night when he was lying in bed looking at Lu Shui and the other three, his mind would always wander. At the same time, Lin Yu seemed to notice Zhao Tianyu's intense gaze. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she asked shyly, "Brother Zhao, what are you looking at?" "What do you think I'm looking at?" "Of course, it's my chest," Zhao Tianyu said with a chuckle. Lin Yu whispered again, "Do you want to touch it?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu's eyes lit up, and he answered without hesitation, "Of course I want to." Before Lin Yu could react, Zhao Tianyu quickly reached out and pulled her into his arms. Immediately afterwards, his hand, as swift as lightning, slipped inside Lin Yu's collar and began to grope her high, firm breasts without hesitation. When Zhao Tianyu touched her like that, Lin Yu's body trembled violently, and a strange feeling spread throughout her body like an electric current. Her breathing became rapid, and the expression on her face changed noticeably due to the sudden stimulation. Seeing Lin Yu's reaction, Zhao Tianyu knew perfectly well that she had been touched by his actions. Without hesitation, he leaned in and gently kissed her cherry-like, alluring lips. When Zhao Tianyu kissed her, Lin Yu wrapped her arms around his neck, closed her eyes slightly, and kissed him passionately with her tongue. They kissed passionately for 5 or 6 minutes when suddenly they heard the sound of a bamboo door opening outside the kitchen. Zhao Tianyu immediately released Lin Yu and whispered, "What a charming little vixen! I'll definitely teach you a lesson when I get the chance." Lin Yu winked at Zhao Tianyu and whispered, "Then I'll wait and see. I want to see how you're going to deal with me." Zhao Tianyu thought to himself, "Humph! Don't be so smug. I'll find a chance to teach you a lesson you won't forget." Chapter 128. Yi Wei and his group came looking for them. Just then, Lu Shui gracefully walked into the kitchen. Zhao Tianyu smiled and said to her, "Why are you up so early today too?" Lu Shui blinked and replied with a smile, "Why can't I get up this early? Are you the only one who can get up early?" Then, as if she had suddenly thought of something, she deliberately lowered her voice and said in a slightly teasing tone, "Did I get up too early and disturb your time alone with Yaya?" Zhao Tianyu quickly explained, "I was just asking casually, don't overthink it. By the way, there's hot water in the bathhouse, go wash up." Lu Shui nodded, then turned and walked towards the bathroom. In less than 10 minutes, Lu Shui had finished washing up and returned to the kitchen. She walked to the fireplace and unceremoniously plopped down next to Zhao Tianyu. Lu Shui looked at Zhao Tianyu with a sly smile, a hint of mischief flashing in her eyes, and said to him, "Brother Zhao, you'd better tell me the truth. Were you just being affectionate with Yaya here?" Zhao Tianyu quickly waved his hand in denial, saying, "What are you saying? Do you think I'm that kind of person?" However, before he could finish speaking, Lin Yu suddenly interrupted. "Brother Zhao, are you even a man? Who was kissing and touching me just now?" Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Zhao Tianyu's face instantly showed an embarrassed expression, and for a moment he didn't know how to respond. Lin Yu continued, Is it shameful to be intimate with me? Why don't you dare to say it out loud? Her tone was slightly provocative, making Zhao Tianyu's embarrassment even more obvious. Zhao Tianyu finally snapped out of his daze. He chuckled awkwardly, trying to ease the tense atmosphere, and then said, I was just afraid you'd feel awkward. However, before he could finish speaking, Lin Yu interrupted him mercilessly. What's there for me to be embarrassed about? Anyway, we 4 cabbages are going to be eaten by you, you pig, sooner or later. Zhao Tianyu was completely taken aback by Lin Yu's bluntness. He wondered, what's wrong with her today? Lu Shui quickly laughed and said, Yeah, don't talk nonsense. I don't want to be taken advantage of. Lin Yu smiled dismissively and said, Stop pretending. Don't you want to make things irreversible with Brother Zhao? Lu Shui's face flushed red instantly. In fact, she knew that if they continued to be trapped on this deserted island, she and Zhao Tianyu would eventually have to make it a fait accompli. Lin Yu continued, I've come to terms with it now. We're trapped on this deserted island anyway, and it's uncertain whether we can even leave. We might just suddenly die one day. To avoid leaving any regrets, why not enjoy it to the fullest? Zhao Tianyu smiled and said, Don't worry, as long as I'm on this deserted island, I won't let anything happen to you. I also believe that one day I will lead you away from here. Hearing him say that, Lu Shui and Lin Yu were moved once again. Lin Yu then smiled and said to Zhao Tianyu, Brother Zhao, how about we build another shelter? Upon hearing this, Lu Shui curiously interjected. Our current shelter is already quite comfortable, so why go through the trouble of building another one? Lin Yu blinked and said mischievously, Hee, this newly built shelter is of course for Brother Zhao. That way, if we want to get intimate with him, we can just go to him directly. It's so convenient, and we won't feel embarrassed. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but laugh and nodded in agreement. Yes, that's a really good idea. Seeing this, Lu Shui laughed and teased. Yeah, why do I feel like you can't wait to offer yourself to Brother Zhao? Actually, there's no need to go through all that trouble. If you two want to get intimate, the bathroom or kitchen are both great options tonight. Hearing her say that, Lin Yu nodded and said, That seems to work too. Last time, Brother Zhao and Sister Su Ran also made it happen in the bathroom. Almost half an hour passed, and the wild boar meat in the pot began to emit a fragrant aroma. Su Ran and Zhou Wanting also came to the kitchen. Even after we had eaten stewed wild boar meat, the snow continued to fall. The group could only sit idly by the fireplace in the kitchen, chatting and warming themselves by the fire. The snow continued to fall for 2 days, covering the world in a blanket of white, as if one were in a fairy tale. That morning, Lu Shui and the other 3 girls couldn't wait to drag Zhao Tianyu to the snow outside the kitchen, ready for a fun-filled snowball fight. On the snow, the pure white snowflakes were as soft as cotton candy. People ran and played in the snow, snowballs flew in the air, and laughter rose and fell. Just as they were having a great time, Su Ran suddenly noticed that a group of people seemed to be walking towards them from the woods in the distance. Look! It looks like someone is coming this way from the woods! Su Ran shouted quickly. Upon hearing her call, Zhao Tianyu and the others immediately looked towards the direction of the woods. Sure enough, they saw a group of people slowly walking towards them. Because of the distance, they could only vaguely see the figures of the group, but could not make out their faces. Could it be Chen Hu and his group? Lu Shui said. Zhao Tianyu shook his head, seemingly lost in thought, and said, Logically speaking, that's unlikely. The food we sent them a few days ago should have been enough for them to eat for at least a month. Besides, they live quite far from here, and they shouldn't be coming here in this freezing weather. Just as everyone was getting curious, the group of people were gradually approaching them, and the distance between them was constantly decreasing. As they got closer, everyone finally saw the faces of the group of people clearly. To their surprise, it turned out that they were Yi Wei and his group. Su Ran asked curiously, What are they doing here? Are they here to ask us for food? Lin Yu then responded, I think it's very possible. After all, it's not easy for them to find enough food in such cold weather. Time passed by, and after about 7 or 8 minutes, Yi Wei and his group had walked to a place only 7 or 8 meters away from Zhao Tianyu and the others, and then stopped. It was only then that Zhao Tianyu noticed that there were 3 unfamiliar faces among Yi Wei and his group. These three men were quite robust and looked very strong, giving Zhao Tianyu the impression that they were martial artists. However, Zhao Tianyu didn't pay too much attention to it. Chapter 129 One Move to Counterattack. Before Zhao Tianyu could even speak, Yue, like a hungry wolf, eagerly stepped forward and flashed a fawning smile at Lu Shui and the other three. He muttered to himself, "My beauties, it's been so long! You're all still so beautiful and charming. I dream about making love with you all every night." His words caused an uproar in the crowd. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui and the others' expressions instantly turned extremely ugly. Lu Shui glared at Yue and snapped at him without any politeness. "Yue, watch your mouth! If you dare to spout nonsense again, I'll make you regret it." Lin Yu was trembling with anger. She roared at Yue. "Yue, have you lost your mind? How dare you talk to us like that? Aren't you afraid Brother Zhao will teach you a lesson?" Although Su Ran didn't get angry directly like Lu Shui and Lin Yu, her tone was equally cold as she said to Yue, "Yue, you're not welcome here. You'd better get out of here right now." Faced with Lu Shui and the other two's accusations and attempts to drive them away, Yue's lips curled into a cold smile. He said sarcastically, "Oh ho, you bunch of bastards, you're pretty arrogant. Don't get too cocky, you'll see." After speaking, Yue turned his gaze to Zhao Tianyu, his eyes filled with hostility and disdain. He coldly said to Zhao Tianyu, "Little security guard, you seem to be living the high life. But today, I'm here specifically to settle scores with you. Listen up, today is your death day." Hearing Yue say this, Zhao Tianyu's lips curled up slightly, revealing a mocking smile, and he said slowly, "Yue, who gave you the courage and audacity to talk to me like that? I think you really have a death wish." After saying this, Zhao Tianyu slowly strode forward and walked straight toward Yue and his group. Seeing Zhao Tianyu approaching step by step, Yue's heart tightened suddenly, and he involuntarily took 2 steps back, his face full of fear. In the blink of an eye, just as Yue was retreating in panic, the 3 burly men seemed to be on the same wavelength. They all took a step forward in unison, each quickly drawing a gleaming, razor-sharp military knife from their waist, their cold gazes fixed on Zhao Tianyu like those of hungry wolves. When Lu Shui and her 3 companions saw the 3 of them pull out military knives, they were immediately startled. Zhao Tianyu also stopped in his tracks, his right hand flashing to his waist, and in the blink of an eye, he gripped his military knife tightly. A cold smile appeared on Zhao Tianyu's lips as he said in a chilling voice, "I was wondering why you were so tough today. So you've found these so-called backers. Perhaps because of the support of those 3 burly men, Yue's courage instantly grew. Looking at Zhao Tianyu with an arrogant expression and a contemptuous smile, he pointed at Zhao Tianyu and said with undisguised sarcasm, "Hey security guard, don't think you're something special just because you know a little martial arts. Let me tell you, these 3 are real masters. Your paltry skills are nothing compared to theirs. They're here specifically to take your life." After saying this, Yue suddenly seemed like a different person, bowing and scraping to the 3 men with a fawning expression, constantly uttering flattering words. "Hey guys, this is the security guard I told you about. You 3 hurry up and take care of him. Then you can choose from these 4 beauties and enjoy them. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Hearing Yue's obsequious flattery, the 3 men exchanged glances, and one of them curled up his lips into a cold smile. He looked at Zhao Tianyu with disdain and hostility in his eyes and said coldly, "Kid, I heard you've got some skills. But today I'll show you what it means to be outmatched." Faced with the man's provocation, Zhao Tianyu showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, he smiled easily and said slowly, "Oh? Is that so? Then I'll have to see for myself today and see just how powerful you so-called experts really are." Seeing Zhao Tianyu's composure, the man felt a surge of anger. He gripped his military knife tightly and approached Zhao Tianyu step by step, each step radiating a chilling murderous aura. Upon seeing this, Lu Shui and the other 3 almost simultaneously shouted to Zhao Tianyu, "Brother Zhao, be careful!" The moment he spoke, the man gradually approached Zhao Tianyu, and the distance between the 2 was only 3 steps. The man, holding a military knife, thrust it at Zhao Tianyu without hesitation, his speed as fast as lightning across the night sky. However, Zhao Tianyu showed no fear in the face of this sudden attack, and did not even try to dodge. Just as the sharp military knife was about to pierce his body, Zhao Tianyu suddenly reached out his left hand and grabbed the man's hand, holding the knife with lightning speed. This squeeze felt like it had the force of 1,000 pounds. The man's hand was clamped in an iron clamp, instantly losing all mobility and becoming completely immobile. Before the man could recover from his shock, Zhao Tianyu's right hand, holding a military knife, moved like a venomous snake, slicing across his neck with astonishing speed, leaving a deep gash. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Tianyu launched a flying kick, which landed squarely on the man's stomach like a cannonball. The kick was incredibly powerful, sending the man flying 3 or 4 meters before he crashed heavily onto the thick snow. With that kick, a gushing stream of scarlet blood spurted from the man's neck like a fountain, splashing onto the pristine white snow, creating a shocking scene. The man struggled in agony, trying to cover his wound with his hands, but it was too late. His face was filled with disbelief as he stared straight at Zhao Tianyu, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Finally, he slowly collapsed onto the snow, completely lifeless. Everyone who witnessed this scene was shocked, and Yui's mouth was agape in disbelief. In his opinion, it should have been an easy task for that person to deal with Zhao Tianyu, but he didn't expect that he would be killed by Zhao Tianyu in just one exchange. At this moment, Yui's eyes were also filled with fear. He regretted bringing people to cause trouble for Zhao Tianyu and his group today. Even the other 2 men holding military knives looked at Zhao Tianyu with fear in their eyes, and their hands holding the knives trembled uncontrollably. Chapter 130 Resolving Yue. A contemptuous sneer appeared on Zhao Tianyu's lips. His gaze, as cold as a frost star, fell directly on Yue, and he mocked. "This is what you call an expert? Haha, nothing special." Yui's face turned ashen instantly, his body trembled uncontrollably, and his lips quivered, but he couldn't utter a sound. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu ignored Yue and walked steadily and slowly toward the 2 men holding military knives, holding his military knife. Every step felt like stepping on the other person's heart, creating an invisible pressure. As Zhao Tianyu approached them, the fear in the 2 men intensified. They exchanged a glance, seemingly seeing despair in each other's eyes, but still gritted their teeth and charged at Zhao Tianyu like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. Zhao Tianyu remained unfazed, his steps steady, as if he didn't take the 2 men's attacks seriously at all. As the distance between the 2 sides drew closer and closer, to less than 2 meters, the 2 men finally lost their temper, raised their military knives, and fiercely stabbed at Zhao Tianyu. However, at this critical moment, Zhao Tianyu suddenly raised his foot and, with lightning speed, kicked one of the men's arms hard. With a crisp clang, the military knife in the man's hand flew out, drawing an arc in the air before finally embedding itself deeply into the snow with a thud. Zhao Tianyu pressed his advantage, and with lightning speed, his military knife plunged into the man's chest like a venomous snake emerging from its hole. The moment the military knife was drawn, a gushing stream of blood spurted out like a fountain, splashing onto the pristine snow and creating a shocking scene. As blood gushed forth, the man let out a blood-curdling scream, a sound like a pig being slaughtered, echoing across the silent snow-covered ground, sending chills down one's spine. The man clutched his chest and slowly collapsed onto the snow, convulsing uncontrollably. Just then, the second man's military knife came flying like lightning, about to pierce Zhao Tianyu's body. However, Zhao Tianyu's reaction speed was astonishing. Like an agile cheetah, he instantly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Tianyu raised his military knife and slashed down at the man's head with tremendous force. Upon seeing this, the man instinctively raised his arm to try and block the fierce attack, but Zhao Tianyu's military knife was exceptionally sharp, and he exerted tremendous force. With that one slash, it was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables, severing the man's arm completely at the root. The severed arm flew off like a broken branch, landing on the pristine white snow and splattering a patch of scarlet blood, a horrifying sight. The man let out a blood-curdling scream, his body collapsing limply onto the snow as if his spine had been ripped out, writhing in agony. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu showed no mercy. He raised his foot and kicked the man hard in the head, just like kicking a soccer ball. There was a crisp, crack sound, like the sound of bones breaking. The man's head exploded like a smashed watermelon, splattering brain matter and blood everywhere. The force of the kick was so great that the man lost his life on the spot, and his body stopped moving, lying quietly in the pool of blood, becoming one with the snow. From the moment Zhao Tianyu made his move to the moment he dealt with the two men, the entire process was incredibly swift, taking only a little over 10 seconds. This scene completely stunned Yi Wei and the others present. They stared wide-eyed at Zhao Tianyu with horrified expressions, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Yi Wei was so frightened that he knelt down on the snow. His legs seemed to have lost their support, and he was completely unable to stand. He pleaded with Zhao Tianyu relentlessly, his voice filled with fear and despair. Zhao Tianyu paid no attention to the corpses on the ground. His gaze fell directly on Yi Wei and his group, and then he walked towards them. Every step he took was so steady and firm, as if he were the master of this snowy land. As Zhao Tianyu approached Yi Wei, a pungent stench suddenly wafted towards him. He frowned and looked down, only to see that Yi Wei had lost control of his bladder and bowels due to extreme fear. A look of disgust flashed across Zhao Tianyu's face as he coldly asked, "How do you want to die today?" These words were like a sharp sword, piercing straight into Yi Wei's heart. His face turned deathly pale instantly, and a fine layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. Yi Wei's lips trembled as he stammered, begging for mercy. "Zhao Tianyu, no! Uncle Zhao! I know I was wrong. I promise I'll never do it again. If you spare my life today, I'll do whatever you want." However, Zhao Tianyu's expression remained cold and indifferent. He said without any mercy, "Do you think I will let you go today? I have given you many chances, but you have no remorse and have repeatedly challenged my bottom line. Keeping someone like you around is just a disaster." After saying this, he picked up the military knife and slashed Yi Wei's neck forcefully. A large gash was immediately slashed across Yi Wei's neck, and a gushing stream of blood spurted out from it. Yi Wei collapsed onto the snow, unwilling to accept his fate. After twitching a few times, he lost all signs of life. The others who witnessed this scene were terrified and knelt down, pleading with Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu thought to himself, "Now that I've eliminated Yi Wei, I reckon the remaining people won't dare to cause me any more trouble. After all, they work in the same company as me, and if it weren't for Yi Wei's instigation, they probably wouldn't dare to come here and cause me any trouble." Moreover, Zhao Tianyu thought again that if he killed all these people in front of Lu Shui and the other three, he wondered how they would view him. Thinking of this, Zhao Tianyu's face turned ashen, and he said coldly, "I will spare your lives for now, but if you dare to provoke me again, I will kill you all." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, the group repeatedly promised that they would never dare to provoke them again. Zhao Tianyu ignored them and walked over to Yi Wei's body, squatted down, and began to search his body. After some searching, they only managed to find a lighter in his pocket. He then turned around and walked to the three corpses, first picking up the military knife from the snow and placing it aside, and then searching their bodies. After a search, they found several packs of cigarettes and 3 lighters on the people. The moment Zhao Tianyu saw the cigarette, his eyes lit up. After all, he hadn't smoked for several days. Chapter 131 Fierce Tiger. Without saying a word, Zhao Tianyu quickly pulled a cigarette from the pack, put it in his mouth, lit it with a lighter with a click, took a deep drag, and then exhaled the smoke like he was blowing clouds of smoke. After doing all this, he slowly turned around, looked expressionlessly at the company executives who were still kneeling in the snow, and said coldly, "Get up and get out of here! And take these corpses with you." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's order, these people felt as if they had been granted a pardon. They hurriedly scrambled to their feet and frantically dragged the bodies of Yi Wei and the other 3 men toward the coast. Watching their receding figures, Lu Shui and the other 3 felt somewhat heavy-hearted. Zhao Tianyu bent down and picked up the 3 military knives from the ground, then walked over to Lu Shui and the other 3. Seeing that Lu Shui and the others seemed somewhat distracted, Zhao Tianyu's lips curled up slightly, and he asked with a half-smile, "What, are you blaming me for killing Yi Wei?" Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's question, Lu Shui and the other 3 seemed to be awakened and quickly shook their heads in denial. Lu Shui composed herself and answered first, "No, you've given him several chances, but he hasn't repented and has tried to harm you again and again. This kind of person deserves to die and doesn't deserve any sympathy." Su Ran immediately chimed in, "Yes. This kind of person is utterly wicked and deserves to die. If you let him go this time, given his vengeful nature, he'll definitely come looking for trouble with us again in the future. Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting both expressed that Yi Wei deserved to die. Hearing the unanimous opinion of the four of them, Zhao Tianyu felt very gratified. Time flies, and several days have passed in the blink of an eye. Although the snow had stopped falling, the ground was still covered with a thick layer of snow, resembling a world draped in silver. During these few days, the group would occasionally go into the woods to gather firewood. But they spent most of their time in the shelter. That evening, after everyone had dinner as usual, they sat around the fireplace, warming themselves by the fire and chatting happily. The roaring fire illuminated everyone's faces, filling the small shelter with a warm and cozy atmosphere. However, just as everyone was having a great time chatting, suddenly, a deafening tiger roar came from the woods. The sound, like a thunderclap, shattered the silent night sky, startling the birds perched on the branches, who scattered in panic. Upon hearing the sudden tiger's roar, Zhao Tianyu and the others' expressions changed. Lu Shui and the other three were so frightened that their faces turned pale and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Having been on the deserted island for almost half a year, this was the first time they had heard a tiger's roar. None of them had ever imagined that a tiger existed on this deserted island. Seeing Lu Shui and the other three trembling with fear, Zhao Tianyu quickly comforted them. "Don't be too nervous, let's hurry back to the shelter." Hearing Zhao Tianyu say this, Lu Shui and the other three quickly left the kitchen and returned to the shelter. After closing the kitchen door, Zhao Tianyu quickly walked into the shelter, closed the bamboo door, and picked up a wooden stick to hold it in place. Su Ran quickly walked to the fireplace, took some dry grass and firewood, lit them, and the entire shelter was illuminated as the firewood burned. Just then, another deafening tiger roar came from the woods. The sound was much louder than the previous one, as if the entire forest was trembling. It was clear that the tigers were getting closer and closer to their sanctuary. Lu Shui and the other three were startled by the tiger's roar again, and their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably once more. Zhao Tianyu's brows furrowed tightly. Although the shelter was built with bamboo as thick as a bowl and used a sturdy mortise and tenon structure, but Zhao Tianyu didn't know if it could withstand the tiger's fierce attack. Time passed by, and after about 4 or 5 minutes, a loud thud of footsteps suddenly came from outside the shelter. The footsteps were heavy and powerful, each step seeming to pound on everyone's hearts, making them tremble with fear. Everyone knows that the tiger has already arrived outside the shelter. Lu Shui and the other three were so frightened that they didn't dare to breathe. They could even hear their own heartbeats clearly. Zhao Tianyu quickly drew his military knife from his waist, gripped it tightly in his hand, and then walked to the entrance of the shelter without hesitation. He cautiously peered out through the crack in the bamboo door. By the light of the moon, Zhao Tianyu could clearly see one huge tiger after another pacing back and forth on the snow less than 20 meters away from the shelter. This tiger was nearly 3 meters long and over 1 meter tall, with limbs as thick as an adult's calf. Its head was almost the size of a bathtub, its fur was grayish-white, and it weighed several hundred kilograms. Even though Zhao Tianyu was a man of many experiences, this was the first time he had ever seen a tiger of such a large size, and he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He thought to himself, "Could this tiger be a spirit? How can it be so big? If this tiger were to attack them, the shelter would be utterly defenseless." Zhao Tianyu stood at the entrance of the shelter, his eyes fixed on the tiger outside, and even his hand holding the military knife began to sweat. Meanwhile, the tiger was still pacing back and forth outside the shelter. Almost 10 minutes passed, and the tiger did not attack the shelter. Instead, it turned and slowly walked into the woods, disappearing completely in no time. Seeing that the tiger had left, Zhao Tianyu breathed a sigh of relief and said to Lu Shui and the others, "All right, the tiger has left." Hearing Zhao Tianyu say this, Lu Shui and the other three relaxed their tense nerves. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That tiger's roar was terrifying. Brother Zhao, that tiger must have been quite large." Since the four of them had been huddled by the fireplace, they hadn't seen what the tiger looked like. Hearing her ask this, Zhao Tianyu slowly said, "It's more than just big. I've never seen a tiger this big before, it's like a cow. Its head is as big as a bathtub." After hearing Zhao Tianyu's description, Lu Shui and the other three felt a wave of fear again. Lu Shui asked curiously, Brother Zhao, logically speaking, that tiger should have sensed that we were in the shelter, so why didn't it attack us? As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Yu immediately said, I know, it must be that the tiger wasn't hungry, which is why it didn't attack us. Hearing her say that, Zhao Tianyu and the others were all stunned. Zhao Tianyu immediately gave her a thumbs up and said with a smile, Yeah. I really admire your imagination. Lin Yu blushed and said, Am I wrong? Then tell me, why didn't that tiger attack us? Chapter 132 The Fierce Tiger Seeks Help. Zhao Tianyu smiled faintly and said softly, I really can't figure out why that tiger didn't attack us, but it certainly can't be as you said. He paused briefly, then continued, This tiger is extremely ferocious by nature, and as the lord of the forest, it is highly aggressive. If it intends to attack us, it will not care whether it is hungry or not. After saying this, Zhao Tianyu turned to look at Lu Shui and the other three, and then continued, Fortunately, it didn't attack us, otherwise our shelter would have been unable to withstand its attack at all. Zhou Wanting said with a smile, Even if that tiger really attacks us, aren't you here? You easily took care of the leopard and the gray wolf. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu had a wry smile on his face and replied, Do you really think I'm Superman? How can a leopard or a gray wolf compare to this tiger? It could kill me with one slap. Su Ran said with a worried look, Now that this tiger knows we're in this sanctuary, will it come back again? Hearing her say that, Zhao Tianyu frowned and said, I don't know about that, but judging from what just happened, that tiger probably didn't mean us any harm, otherwise it would have attacked us just now. Lin Yu then asked, Brother Zhao, what should we do next? Zhao Tianyu slowly spoke again. What else can we do? Let nature take its course. After chatting by the fireplace for a while, everyone felt sleepy and went back to bed to sleep. The next morning, Zhao Tianyu woke up early and went to the fireplace, only to find that the firewood inside had burned out. He took some more firewood, put it in and lit it, sat by the fireplace for a while to warm himself, and then stood up and left the shelter. The tiger's footprints were still clearly visible on the snow, and the footprints were as big as the rim of a large bowl. After staring at the footprints for a while, Zhao Tianyu went to the bathroom, took a bamboo tube, fetched some water from the river, poured it into the bathtub, and then lit firewood on the stove under the bathtub to boil water. He simply sat down by the stove, leisurely smoking while warming himself by the fire. 10 minutes later, the water in the bathtub had heated up, and I used a bamboo tube to draw some water for a quick wash. Back in the kitchen, they started cooking. By the time breakfast was almost ready, Lu Shui and the other three had finished washing up and came to the kitchen. After breakfast, everyone went to play in the snow outside the kitchen. Just as they were having a great time, a deafening tiger roar suddenly came from the distant woods. The sound, like a thunderclap, shattered the tranquil atmosphere, causing everyone to tremble. Upon hearing the tiger's roar, everyone's expressions instantly turned serious, especially Lin Yu, whose face turned ashen and whose voice trembled slightly as she said, Why is that tiger here again? Judging from its appearance, it must be targeting us. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu immediately realized that the situation was not good. He decisively shouted to everyone, Stop dawdling and hurry back to the shelter! His tone revealed a hint of anxiety and tension. Hearing Zhao Tianyu's shout, everyone snapped out of their daze and turned to run towards the shelter. Upon returning to the shelter, everyone quickly braced themselves against the bamboo door. Their hearts were pounding so hard that they could almost hear each other's heartbeats echoing in the cramped space. The group stood at the entrance of the shelter, peering nervously through the cracks in the bamboo door. Time passed slowly, and after about 4 or 5 minutes, the tiger finally appeared in everyone's sight. Although Lu Shui and the other three had heard Zhao Tianyu describe the tiger's appearance in detail the night before, they were still deeply shocked when they actually saw the enormous creature with their own eyes. The tiger was enormous, with clearly defined muscles, and exuded a powerful aura that sent chills down one's spine. Su Ran exclaimed in astonishment, My God! Is this still a tiger? How could it grow so big? Zhou Wanting stammered, You, look! That ferocious tiger is walking towards us. At this moment, everyone's nerves were on edge, as if every step the tiger took was treading on their heartstrings. Before long, the tiger stood like a small mountain less than 10 meters from the shelter, and firmly took its place. Perhaps its keen eyes had already spotted Zhao Tianyu and the others hiding behind the bamboo door. Suddenly, the tiger began shaking its head incessantly toward the shelter, its massive head swaying from side to side as if trying to convey some kind of message. This scene surprised everyone present. Lu Shui stared wide-eyed at Zhao Tianyu with a suspicious look on her face and said, "Brother Zhao, what is this tiger doing? Why is it shaking its head so much?" Zhao Tianyu frowned slightly, and after a moment's thought, calmly replied, "In my opinion, it seems to be trying to communicate with us." Everyone was taken aback when they heard Zhao Tianyu say that. 2 or 3 minutes passed just like that, and time seemed to freeze at that moment. The mighty tiger remained standing still, making no attack on the sanctuary, only shaking its head incessantly. Zhao Tianyu stared at the tiger, his initial tension gradually replaced by curiosity. He began to carefully observe the tiger's behavior, trying to decipher its intentions. After observing for a while, Zhao Tianyu became increasingly certain that the tiger meant them no harm. "I don't think this tiger poses any threat to us," Zhao Tianyu said, turning to Lu Shui and the others. "It's standing there, neither roaring nor pouncing. Instead, it seems like it needs our help. I want to go out and see what's going on, to figure out what it wants." Before he could finish speaking, Su Ran suddenly grabbed his arm and exclaimed with worry, "Are you crazy? How can you go out? What if that tiger suddenly attacks you?" Lin Yu quickly chimed in. "Sister Su Ran is right, Brother Zhao, you absolutely cannot go out. This tiger might be deliberately luring you out to attack you. We can't take that risk." Lu Shui was equally anxious and quickly said, "Yes, Brother Zhao, you must not be careless. It would be very dangerous for you to go out like this. We all don't want anything to happen to you." Chapter 133 The Fox Borrows the Tiger's Power. Zhao Tianyu raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a confident smile, and reassured them. "Don't worry, everything will be fine. You see, if this tiger really harbored any ill intentions towards us, it probably would have launched a fierce attack on us long ago." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Tianyu completely ignored Lu Shui and the others' attempts to dissuade him and resolutely moved the wooden stick that was blocking the bamboo door. With a soft creak, the bamboo door slowly opened, and Zhao Tianyu walked out without hesitation. Lu Shui and the other 3 stood nervously at the entrance of the shelter, not daring to even breathe, fearing that the tiger might suddenly attack Zhao Tianyu. As for the tiger, when it saw the bamboo door being opened, its head, which had been shaking, instantly stopped moving. It stood firmly in place, its large, bell-like eyes staring intently at Zhao Tianyu and the others. Zhao Tianyu took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and then cautiously walked slowly toward the tiger. Although he knew in his heart that the tiger meant him no harm, Zhao Tianyu still couldn't help but feel uneasy in the face of such a huge creature. However, he did not back down because of this, but instead moved forward step by step with determination. Before long, Zhao Tianyu arrived in front of the tiger. At this moment, he was very close to the tiger, and could even clearly feel the tiger's hot breath. Zhao Tianyu composed himself and mustered his courage to ask, "Brother Tiger, is there anything I can do to help you?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he couldn't help but find them somewhat amusing. He thought to himself, "It's just a tiger. How could it possibly understand what I'm saying?" However, to everyone's surprise, just as he finished speaking, the tiger actually nodded at him as if it understood what he said. Upon seeing this, Zhao Tianyu was stunned and secretly wondered, "Could this tiger really be a spirit? It can actually understand what I'm saying." Just as he was in astonishment, the tiger suddenly shook its head at him. Then he turned around and walked steadily into the woods. As Zhao Tianyu watched the tiger's figure gradually disappear into the distance, his suspicions grew stronger. He stood there, hesitant, unsure whether he should follow. After taking a few steps, the tiger seemed to realize that Zhao Tianyu had not followed. So he immediately stopped, turned around, and shook his head at Zhao Tianyu a few times, as if signaling him to hurry up and catch up. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu was still a little uneasy, but he still mustered up his courage and asked, "Do you mean I should go with you?" To his great surprise, the tiger nodded at him again, as if in response to his question. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu finally made up his mind and slowly walked towards the tiger. When Lu Shui and the other 3 standing at the entrance of the shelter saw this scene, they were immediately filled with anxiety. However, he dared not speak up to dissuade Zhao Tianyu, for fear of accidentally provoking this fierce tiger. Zhao Tianyu followed behind the tiger into the woods, and soon disappeared from Lu Shui and the other three's sight. Su Ran said with great concern, "That brother Zhao is really something. Why did he go with that tiger? What if something happens to him?" Lin Yu said anxiously. "Yes. Brother Zhao was too reckless. Why did he go with the tiger? What will we do if something happens to him?" Lu Shui, however, was not as nervous as the others. She said, "I don't think this tiger has any ill intentions towards Brother Zhao. It must have something to do with bringing Brother Zhao into the woods. I believe Brother Zhao will be fine." Zhao Tianyu followed the tiger for about 700 or 800 meters. The tiger suddenly stopped, seemingly impatient with Zhao Tianyu's slow pace. It quickly lay down on the snow, then shook its head at Zhao Tianyu, as if signaling him to something. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu had an idea and tentatively asked, "Do you mean I should lie on your back?" The tiger seemed to understand him, and nodded at him again. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu was a little uneasy, but he still carefully climbed onto the tiger's back and stretched out his hands to tightly grasp the fur on its neck. Upon sensing Zhao Tianyu's movement, the tiger immediately stood up and, like a bolt of lightning, sped off into the depths of the forest. Zhao Tianyu felt a whooshing sound in his ears, so loud that it almost made him unable to open his eyes. Not only that, the snow on the ground was also swept up by the strong wind generated by the tiger's run, creating a white snow fog. Zhao Tianyu gripped the tiger's fur tightly, his body bouncing up and down as it ran, the trees on either side flashing past him like lightning. Many animals that originally lived in the forest were startled by the sudden commotion and scattered in all directions. Zhao Tianyu finally understood what it meant to borrow the tiger's power. Riding on the back of this fierce tiger, he terrified all the animals in his path. However, the tiger showed no sign of stopping. It carried Zhao Tianyu and ran wildly through the woods for nearly 20 minutes, and its speed showed no signs of slowing down. This place is more than 10 kilometers away from the shelter, deep in the dense forest. The surrounding area was covered with dense vegetation, with towering trees that blocked out the sun. Although he had lived on this deserted island for more than half a year, he had never set foot in this place before. The tiger carried him at breakneck speed, moving with lightning speed. After about 10 minutes, its pace gradually slowed down. Zhao Tianyu raised his head and looked ahead, where he saw a small hill a couple hundred meters high not far away. The hill is covered with vegetation, and a huge cave can be vaguely seen. The entrance is covered by weeds and vines, and it is difficult to find without careful observation. The tiger carried Zhao Tianyu to the cave entrance and finally stopped. It slowly lay down on the ground, seemingly exhausted. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu quickly jumped off the tiger's back, fearing it might suddenly attack. However, the tiger did nothing to him. Instead, it stood up and let out a deafening roar towards the cave. The tiger's roar was like a thunderclap, echoing throughout the entire forest and startling the surrounding birds into flight. Zhao Tianyu's eardrums were also shaken by the tiger's roar. He felt dizzy and lightheaded, as if countless bees were flying in his ears. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. "Damn it, that scared the hell out of me! My ears almost went deaf." Chapter 134 Examining the Tiger's Wounds. Along with the tiger's roar, an even more deafening roar suddenly came from inside the cave, as if the entire cave was trembling. Immediately afterwards, a series of huge and heavy footsteps approached from afar, each step seemingly causing the ground to tremble. Before long, a huge tiger slowly walked out of the cave. When the tiger saw Zhao Tianyu, it was clearly stunned for a moment, then looked at the tiger that had brought Zhao Tianyu. It began to emit a low, humming sound, as if it were communicating with it in some way. The tiger responded immediately, also making grunting noises, as if trying to explain something to the other. Zhao Tianyu stood still, quietly observing the interaction between the two tigers. He noticed the tiger that came out of the cave. Its belly was noticeably swollen, and it looked like it was pregnant. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that one of the tiger's hind legs was severely swollen, and he could vaguely see a wooden stick, about the thickness of a child's arm, stuck in it. Zhao Tianyu looked closely and saw that pus was constantly flowing out of the wooden stick, which was crawling with disgusting maggots. The scene was truly terrifying and disgusting. At this moment, Zhao Tianyu finally understood the purpose of the tiger bringing him here. It hoped that he could treat the pregnant tiger's wounds. After about 2 or 3 minutes, the exchange between the two tigers finally ended. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu pointed his finger at the pregnant tiger, then turned to the tiger that had carried him there and asked, "Do you want me to treat the wound on its leg?" The tiger seemed to understand Zhao Tianyu's words, and it immediately nodded in response. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu nodded to indicate that he understood. Then, he said to the pregnant tigress, "Lie down first, let me check your wounds." Surprisingly, the tigress seemed to understand Zhao Tianyu's words. Without hesitation, she lay down on the ground, as if waiting for Zhao Tianyu to inspect her. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu squatted down, crawled into the cave, and began to carefully examine the tigress's wounds. When he saw the wooden stick, he couldn't help but gasp. The wooden stick was deeply embedded in the tigress's thigh, and a large abscess had formed around the wound, from which pus was constantly flowing, while maggots were wriggling around the wound. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu frowned deeply. He knew very well that the wound was already infected and would not be easy to treat. Zhao Tianyu stood up and said to the tiger that had carried him back, "Its wound has become infected and the situation is quite serious. I need to go back and get some anti-inflammatory medicine." After saying this, fearing that the tiger might not understand, he gestured at it again. After Zhao Tianyu gestured, the tiger understood what he meant. It lay down on the snow again, gesturing for Zhao Tianyu to climb onto its back. Zhao Tianyu quickly climbed onto its back, stood up, and sped off towards the shelter. In less than half an hour, the tiger carried Zhao Tianyu to the woods near the shelter. At this moment, Lu Shui and the other three were sitting in the shelter when they suddenly heard a deafening noise, as if the entire forest was trembling. They looked at each other, a nameless fear rising in their hearts, not knowing what had happened. However, when the four of them stood up tremblingly and went to the entrance of the shelter to check, what they saw left them speechless, unable to believe their eyes. Zhao Tianyu was seen riding steadily on the back of the mighty tiger, like a valiant knight riding his warhorse. Zhou Wanting was so shocked she couldn't close her mouth. Her eyes widened, and her face was full of disbelief. He stammered, My goodness, Brother Zhao is amazing! He actually rode back on a tiger. This is something you only see in movies!" The tiger, carrying Zhao Tianyu, stopped abruptly about 7 or 8 meters from the shelter and refused to go any further. Upon seeing this, Zhao Tianyu quickly jumped off the tiger's back and walked towards the shelter. After entering the shelter, Zhao Tianyu went straight to under the bed and took out the suitcase containing the medicine. Seeing this, Lu Shui and the other three hurriedly walked to his side and curiously gathered around him. Su Ran couldn't wait to ask, "Brother Zhao, why did that tiger lead you into the woods? How did you manage to ride it back? That's amazing!" Zhao Tianyu's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile, as he explained. "There was a pregnant tigress who was injured. A wooden stick was stuck in her thigh, and the wound had become infected. This tiger was the one who led me to treat her wound." Hearing Zhao Tianyu say this, Lu Shui and the other three were extremely surprised. They hadn't expected that this tiger would be so intelligent, knowing to ask humans for help to treat its companions' wounds. Before long, Zhao Tianyu found some disinfectant, anti-inflammatory drugs and some gauze and put them in a plastic bag. He said to Lu Shui and the other three, "You four stay here in the shelter. I'm going to treat the tigress's wounds." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yu immediately said, "Brother Zhao, can I go with you?" Zhao Tianyu asked with some curiosity, "What are you going to do?" Lin Yu said with a smile, "You look so majestic riding that tiger. I'd like to try it too." Hearing her say that, Zhao Tianyu laughed and said, "Aren't you afraid it will eat you?" Lin Yu laughed and said, "Don't scare me. If you're not afraid, why should I be?" After saying that, she said in a coquettish and cute tone, "Brother Zhao, please take me with you, okay?" Lu Shui smiled and said, "Brother Zhao, since Yaya wants to go so much, why don't you take her?" Zhao Tianyu nodded and said, "All right then. Let's go together." The two of them also left the shelter and walked up to the tiger. Zhao Tianyu pointed at Lin Yu and said to the tiger, "Brother Tiger, I'm bringing a helper with me." The tiger seemed to understand what he said, nodded at him, and laid down on the snow. Zhao Tianyu first lifted Lin Yu onto the back of the tiger, and then made her hold onto the fur on the tiger's neck. He quickly climbed onto the tiger's back and hugged Lin Yu tightly. The tiger immediately stood up and sped off into the woods at lightning speed. Riding on the tiger's back, Lin Yu was extremely nervous, but even more excited. He said to Zhao Tianyu, "Brother Zhao, this feels so amazing! If I had a phone to record this, I could brag about it for the rest of my life." Hearing her say that, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chapter 135, Treating the Tiger's Wounds. Time passed by, and after about 20 minutes, the mighty tiger finally carried Zhao Tianyu and Lin Yu to the cave entrance. Zhao Tianyu and Lin Yu didn't dare to delay for a moment, and quickly jumped off the tiger's back. The tiger stood at the cave entrance, and let out another deafening roar into the cave. Not long after, the pregnant tigress slowly emerged from the cave. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu quickly walked up to the tigress and whispered to her, "Lie down first, I'll treat your wounds." The tigress seemed to understand Zhao Tianyu's words. She obediently lay down on the ground, exposing her injured area. When Lin Yu saw the wriggling maggots on the tigress's wound, a strong sense of nausea surged through her, and she felt as if her stomach was churning. Zhao Tianyu noticed Lin Yu's reaction and immediately said to her, "Stand back a bit, I'll take care of things here." Lin Yu felt as if she had been granted a pardon, and quickly nodded. Then she took 3 or 4 meters back and looked at Zhao Tianyu from a distance. Zhao Tianyu took a deep breath, composed himself, and then drew his military knife from his waist. He carefully brought the scalpel close to the tigress's wound and slowly peeled the wriggling maggots off the wound. It took more than 10 minutes to clean the maggots from the tiger's wound. Zhao Tianyu then said to the tigress, "I'm going to help you pull the stick out of your wound now. It might hurt a little, so you have to bear it." After saying this, fearing that the tiger might not understand him, he pointed to the wooden stick on its wound. The tiger seemed to possess a certain intelligence. It stared at Zhao Tianyu's finger, and then slowly nodded, indicating that it understood Zhao Tianyu's meaning. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and then stretched out his hands to tightly grasp the wooden stick. He used all his strength and pulled hard, and with a plop sound, the wooden stick was finally pulled out. However, the moment the stick was pulled out, a nauseatingly foul-smelling pus and blood gushed out of the wound like a fountain. The stench made Zhao Tianyu's stomach churn, but he forced himself to stay nauseous and didn't vomit. At the same time, the tiger's body trembled uncontrollably from the intense pain. Surprisingly, it didn't make a sound at all, silently enduring the painful torment. Zhao Tianyu didn't dare to delay for a moment. He quickly picked up his military knife and, without hesitation, made a small cut on the large abscess above the tiger's wound. In an instant, a thick stream of pus gushed out like a flood bursting its banks. Time passed by, and after about 2 or 3 minutes, as pus continued to flow from the wound, the large abscess above the tiger's wound gradually deflated. Zhao Tianyu did not stop what he was doing. He continued to squeeze the tiger's wound with his hands, hoping to squeeze out as much pus and blood as possible. Of relief, and stopped squeezing the wound when the blood flowing from it gradually turned from dark red to bright red. Zhao Tianyu took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and then took out a bottle of disinfectant and carefully unscrewed the cap. Point the bottle at the tiger's wound, then slowly tilt the bottle to let the disinfectant flow onto the wound. The moment the disinfectant touched the wound, the tiger's body trembled violently, its muscles tensing as if it were trying to endure immense pain. However, despite this, it did not make a sound, but simply endured it silently. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but feel a surge of respect. He knew that the tiger must be in great pain, but its resilience made him admire it even more. After disinfecting the wound, Zhao Tianyu did not stop what he was doing. He quickly took out some anti-inflammatory medicine and gently poured it onto the wound. Next, Zhao Tianyu picked up a roll of gauze and carefully wrapped it around the tiger's wound. His movements were gentle and skillful, each circle perfectly executed, neither too tight to affect blood circulation nor too loose to cause the gauze to come off. After bandaging the wound, Zhao Tianyu stood up and said to the tigress, "Your wound has been treated and will heal in no time. Try walking a few steps." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, the tiger slowly stood up. Its steps were unsteady, clearly due to the pain from its wound. But it still managed to take a few steps, each one seemingly difficult. The tiger took a few steps, then suddenly stopped and let out a deep roar at Zhao Tianyu. Although the tiger's roar was deep, it was full of power and gratitude. Zhao Tianyu could sense that the tiger was expressing its gratitude to him. At the same time, the tiger that carried Zhao Tianyu here also let out a deep roar, expressing its gratitude to him. Zhao Tianyu then said to the tiger that had carried him there, "Now that the wounds have been treated, can you take us back?" After saying this, he pointed in the direction of the shelter. The tiger understood his meaning and slowly lay down on the snow. Zhao Tianyu first carried Lin Yu onto the back of the tiger, and then climbed up himself. The tiger stood up and carried the two of them, speeding off towards the shelter. About 20 minutes later, the tiger carried the two people to a place less than 20 meters away from the shelter, and then came to a steady stop. Hearing the commotion, Lu Shui, Su ran, and Zhou Wanting quickly ran out of the kitchen. The tiger slowly lay down on the snow again, and Zhao Tianyu and Lin Yu quickly slid off its broad back. With a smile, Zhao Tianyu said softly to the tiger, "Thank you for bringing us back." The tiger seemed to understand him. It shook its massive head slightly, as if in response to Song Mo's gratitude. At this moment, Lin Yu also stepped forward. She said to the tiger with great joy, "Thank you for letting me ride on your back. I'll call you Dabao from now on, okay?" Surprisingly, the tiger seemed to understand Lin Yu's words. It even nodded at Lin Yu, seemingly quite satisfied with the new name. Immediately afterwards, the tiger turned to look at Zhao Tianyu and let out a deep and loud roar. Then, without hesitation, he turned around and, with agile steps, dashed into the dense forest like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, its majestic figure completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Chapter 136. Should I get a back rub? Lin Yu returned to the kitchen excitedly, beaming with pride as she boasted to Lu Shui and the other two. "You know what? I just rode on that tiger, and it felt amazing. It was like riding in a supercar, speeding along at breakneck speed. And all the animals in the forest scattered in terror when they saw us." Seeing this, Su Ran said somewhat displeasedly, "It's just riding a tiger once, look how proud you are." Zhou Wanting retorted, somewhat annoyed, "So what if you rode a tiger once? Look how smug you are." Lin Yu, however, didn't take it seriously and replied with a grin, "I'm just smug, so what?" Time flies like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month has passed. During this time, another heavy snow fell from the sky. Apart from occasionally going into the woods to collect some firewood, the group spent almost all their time in the shelter to avoid the severe cold. That evening, everyone sat together and enjoyed stewed wild boar meat. Su Ran turned to Zhao Tianyu and said, "Brother Zhao, the wild boar meat in the smoking room will only last us 4 or 5 more days at most. Shall we go into the woods together tomorrow to find some food?" Upon hearing her words, Zhao Tianyu smiled and replied, "Great! Miss Su is really making progress. You're even starting to consider food issues." Hearing Zhao Tianyu say that, Su Ran rolled her eyes at him. After eating stewed wild boar meat, Lu Shui and the other three went to the bathroom, took a bamboo tube, went to the river, drew water, and poured it into the bath. Then they lit a fire on the stove under the bathtub and started heating the bath water. After the water was heated, the 4 girls each took a change of clothes and went to the bathroom to take off all their clothes. He picked up a bamboo tube, scooped up hot water from the bathtub, and began to wash his body. Zhao Tianyu sat by the fireplace in the kitchen, his gaze fixed on the leaping flames, lost in thought. Time passed by, and after about half an hour, Lu Shui and the other 3 returned to the kitchen after taking a shower. They went straight to the fireplace, sat down, and began to tidy their still dripping hair. Zhao Tianyu's gaze was naturally drawn to the 4 women who had just taken a bath. His eyes, as if drawn by a magnet, kept moving over them. Lu Shui and the other 3 were already used to Zhao Tianyu's blunt gaze. They didn't react much to it, focusing instead on fixing their own hair and ignoring his gaze. After a while, Su Ran suddenly raised her head and met Zhao Tianyu's gaze. She noticed Zhao Tianyu's unshaven appearance and frowned, saying to him, "Brother Zhao, look at you, your beard and hair are so long, can you get them trimmed?" Zhao Tianyu rolled his eyes at Su Ran, annoyed, and replied irritably, "Do you think I don't want to trim them? The key is that you need the tools. Do you expect me to pluck them out one by hand?" Suran smiled faintly and said softly, "Isn't there a small pair of scissors in that suitcase?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu looked puzzled. He scratched his head and asked curiously, "Does the suitcase have small scissors? I've never seen one before." Seeing this, Suran smiled and said, "Of course I have one. I'll go find it for you right now." Before she finished speaking, Suran stood up, quickly walked out of the kitchen, and returned to their shelter. She bent down, pulled the suitcases out from under the bed one by one, and quickly opened them, beginning to search them carefully. Time passed by, and after a few minutes, Suran found a small pair of scissors in her suitcase. She picked up the small scissors, quickly returned to the kitchen, and handed them to Zhao Tianyu. However, Zhao Tianyu did not immediately take the small pair of scissors. Instead, he smiled slyly and said to Suran, "Why don't you trim it for me?" Suran was slightly taken aback, but didn't say anything more. She took the scissors and walked behind Zhao Tianyu. She carefully picked up the scissors and began trimming Zhao Tianyu's beard. Her movements were gentle and delicate, as if she were sculpting a precious work of art. Each cut was just right, neither too long nor too short, making Zhao Tianyu's beard look neater and more sleek. It took about 10 minutes for Suran to finally trim Zhao Tianyu's beard neatly. Immediately afterwards, she began to trim his messy hair. After Suran tidied him up, Zhao Tianyu looked much more energetic. His previously somewhat slovenly appearance was instantly transformed. Zhao Tianyu stroked his beard and smiled at Suran, saying, "With this tidied up, I won't prick you when I kiss you anymore." His words carried a hint of teasing and ambiguity, causing Suran's face to instantly turn as red as a ripe apple. Hearing him say that, Suran blushed instantly, while Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting couldn't help but laugh. Zhou Wanting teased Suran. "Sister Suran, no wonder you asked Brother Zhao to trim your beard. It turns out you were afraid it would prick your mouth when you kissed him." Her words made Suran's face turn even redder, and she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Seeing Suran's blushing face, Zhao Tianyu said with a smile, all right, I won't tease you anymore. I'm going to take a good shower too." After saying this, Zhao Tianyu slowly stood up, stretched, and then turned and walked towards the shelter. After entering the shelter, Zhao Tianyu quickly found a clean change of clothes, then left the shelter again and headed straight for the bathroom. Arriving at the bathroom, I walked to the bathtub, squatted down, and put my hand into the tub to feel the temperature of the water. "Wow, it's so hot!" Zhao Tianyu exclaimed. He quickly pulled his hand back, thinking that the water temperature was too high and he couldn't take a bath at all. Picking up the bamboo tube that was placed aside, he quickly walked out of the bathroom, went to the riverbank, fetched some cool water, and poured it into the bathtub. Once the water temperature was right, Zhao Tianyu immediately stripped naked and stepped into the bath, letting the warm water envelop his body. He closed his eyes, feeling the comfort of the water gently caressing his skin, as if all the fatigue in his body had been washed away in that moment. And so, Zhao Tianyu quietly enjoyed this moment of peace and relaxation as time passed by, second by second. About 10 minutes later, the bamboo door of the bathroom suddenly creaked, and Zhao Tianyu immediately opened his eyes and looked at the doorway. By the dim light of the stove, Zhao Tianyu saw Lin Yu walking towards him with a big smile on her face. Lin Yu walked to the edge of the bathtub and stopped, smiling as she said to Zhao Tianyu, "Brother Zhao, would you like me to scrub your back?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, "That's great! Quickly, give me a back rub." Chapter 137 Taking Down Lin Yu. After saying this, Zhao Tianyu turned his back to Lin Yu without saying another word. Lin Yu's gaze involuntarily fell on Zhao Tianyu's back. His broad shoulders, thick muscle lines, and bronze skin made her heart race and her mind start to wander. She couldn't help but reach out and gently stroke Zhao Tianyu's back, feeling his firm muscles and warm touch. Zhao Tianyu's body trembled slightly. He suddenly felt a dry mouth and his heart began to beat faster involuntarily. Lin Yu's slender fingers slowly traced his back, and this gentle touch gradually warmed Zhao Tianyu's body, causing his thoughts to become chaotic. Although he had already had intimate contact with Suran, it had been a long time since they had been affectionate. Since consummating his relationship with Suran, Zhao Tianyu has found his desire for intimacy with women to grow stronger. Especially at night, when he lay on the bamboo bed by the light of the fireplace, looking at Lu Shui and the other three sleeping on another large bed. Ambiguous scenes would involuntarily float into his mind, making him toss and turn, unable to fall asleep. After a while, Zhao Tianyu suddenly stood up as if he had made up his mind. He turned around and shamelessly displayed his naked body in front of Lin Yu. Lin Yu's eyes widened suddenly. She never expected Zhao Tianyu to be so bold as to stand naked in front of her. Her gaze slowly moved down Zhao Tianyu's body. His strong chest, flat stomach, and long legs made her blush and her heart pound. Seeing Lin Yu's blushing and pounding heart, Zhao Tianyu felt a surge of strong impulse. His gaze was fixed on Lin Yu's shy face, as if he could see the deep longing in her heart through her eyes. Zhao Tianyu's voice was slightly low, with a barely perceptible hoarseness, as he softly said, Yeah, tonight I'm going to make you my woman." Although the words were spoken softly, they struck like lightning across the night sky, causing Lin Yu's heart to race instantly. Hearing Zhao Tianyu's straightforward expression, Lin Yu's face flushed even more deeply. Her lips trembled slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she just nodded gently. Upon seeing this, Zhao Tianyu felt a surge of joy welling up inside him. Without hesitation, he stretched out his arms and tightly embraced Lin Yu's slender waist, pulling her into his arms. Lin Yu's body trembled slightly, but she did not resist. Instead, she obediently leaned into Zhao Tianyu's arms. Zhao Tianyu lowered his head and slowly approached Lin Yu's lips. When his lips were about to touch Lin Yu's cherry-like, alluring mouth, he could feel Lin Yu's breathing become rapid. Finally, he gently kissed Lin Yu's lips, a kiss that seemed to ignite a passionate flame between them. When Zhao Tianyu kissed her like that, Lin Yu felt a jolt of electricity run through her body, and her body trembled involuntarily. She slowly extended her tongue, intertwining it with Zhao Tianyu's, passionately responding to his kiss. As their passionate kiss grew more intense, Lin Yu's small hands began to roam over Zhao Tianyu's body. Her fingers gently traced Zhao Tianyu's back, feeling his strong muscles and warm body temperature. Zhao Tianyu's body also reacted to Lin Yu's caresses. His breathing became more rapid, and his hands began to roam restlessly over Lin Yu's body. The passionate kiss lasted for a long time, and Lin Yu's clothes gradually fell off and landed on the edge of the bathtub without her realizing it. Zhao Tianyu's gaze fell on Lin Yu's exposed skin, which looked exceptionally alluring under the light, as white as mutton fat. Zhao Tianyu's eyes lit up when he saw Lin Yu's flawless white skin and sexy figure. Unable to suppress his desire any longer, he picked up Lin Yu and carefully placed her in the bathtub. Lin Yu gently immersed herself in the warm water, her long hair cascading down the surface like a waterfall, creating a beautiful scene. Her eyes were closed, as if she were enjoying the tranquility and beauty of this moment. Zhao Tianyu's body was pressed tightly against Lin Yu's, their skin rubbing against each other, creating an indescribable sensation. Lin Yu knew what was going to happen next, and she felt both nervous and excited. After all, she had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The reason she came to the bathroom tonight to find Zhao Tianyu was to consummate their relationship. The two lovers released their emotions and desires to their heart's content in the bath. Lu Shui, Su Ran, and Zhou Wanting were sitting by the fireplace in the kitchen, leisurely enjoying the warmth of the fire and each other's company. A distinct groan suddenly came from the bathroom, causing the three of them to blush instantly and their hearts to race. The three of them immediately realized what was happening in the bathroom. Su Ran couldn't help but complain. "This Ye is really something. She went to the bathroom to get intimate with Zhao Tianyu while she was using the toilet." Lu Shui laughed and said, "Isn't it because I learned it from you? Didn't you and brother Zhao also make it a fait accompli in the bathroom last time?" After Lu Shui exposed her weakness, Su Ran's face turned as red as a ripe apple, and she quickly lowered her head. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyu and Lin Yu were engrossed in their own world in the bathroom. Time passed by, and Zhao Tianyu and Lin Yu spent a good half-hour in the bath before finally ending it all with satisfaction. For Lu Shui and the other two, those half-hours were pure torture. Lu Shui breathed a long sigh of relief and exclaimed, "My God! This long ordeal is finally over." The three of them were flushed, as if they had been scorched by a blazing flame. In the large bathtub of the bathroom, Lin Yu nestled quietly against Zhao Tianyu's warm chest, like a well-behaved kitten. Lin Yu's small face was as red as a ripe apple, making her look exceptionally beautiful and charming. At that very moment, she completed her magnificent transformation from an innocent girl to a mature and charming woman. Zhao Tianyu looked down at Lin Yu in his arms, a smug smile creeping onto his lips. He thought to himself, "I've finally managed to win Lin Yu over." The two lingered intimately in the bath for nearly half an hour before slowly standing up, picking up their clothes, and putting them on. Chapter 138. He married them all. When they returned to the kitchen, Lu Shui and the other two were still sitting quietly by the fireplace, as if they had been waiting for them to come back. When the two figures appeared at the door, Lu Shui and the other two simultaneously raised their heads and turned their gazes toward them. Su Ran's eyes revealed a hint of dissatisfaction. She pouted and complained irritably. "You little brat, didn't you say you were going to the bathroom? How come you ran off to the bathroom to get intimate with Brother Zhao in the blink of an eye?" Her voice carried a hint of reproach, as if she was somewhat surprised by Lin Yu's behavior. Hearing Su Ran's accusation, Lin Yu did not back down at all. Instead, she immediately retorted, "Sister Su Ran, how dare you say that to me? Didn't you also go to the bathroom to get intimate with Brother Zhao last time? Why can only the magistrates set fires while the common people are forbidden to light lamps?" Her words were like a sharp sword, piercing Su Ran's heart and leaving him speechless. Just as the two were engaged in a heated exchange, Lu Shui watched with amusement, a playful smile on her lips, and teased, "Brother Zhao, you're really fast. You've won over Ye so quickly." Her words were full of sarcasm, which made Zhao Tianyu laugh awkwardly. Zhao Tianyu touched his nose and replied with a smile, "Haha, Ye took the initiative to come to me tonight. Oh, my damn charm!" Lin Yu's face instantly turned bright red. She glared at Zhao Tianyu reproachfully and said coquettishly, "Brother Zhao, why do you say everything?" Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu quickly changed the subject, smiling as he said to Lu Shui and Zhou Wanting, "I wonder when you two plan to repay me with your bodies?" As soon as he spoke, Lu Shui and Zhou Wanting's faces turned bright red, like ripe apples. Lu Shui whispered, "Brother Zhao, I remember when I first met you, you were such a gentleman. How did you become so bad now?" Zhao Tianyu smirked and replied softly, "Oh dear, you can't blame me. Spending all day with four such beautiful women, it's hard not to go astray. But I think I'm pretty good. If it were any other man, we'd probably have already slept together." Zhou Wanting, who had been listening to this for a while, couldn't stand it anymore. She said irritably, "Brother Zhao, and yeah, it's fine if you two are being affectionate, but why do you have to make such a commotion? Have you even considered how we feel?" Lin Yu's face flushed instantly, and she retorted somewhat embarrassedly, "Do you think I wanted to do this? These things are beyond my control. Didn't Sister Su Ran scream just as loudly last time?" Hearing Lin Yu say that, Zhou Wanting was speechless. She didn't know how to refute it, so she could only glare at Lin Yu fiercely. Seeing this, Lu Shui quickly changed the subject and asked Zhao Tianyu, "Brother Zhao, now that Su Ran and Ye have both pledged themselves to you, how do you plan to treat them in the future?" Zhao Tianyu smiled and said easily, "Is that even a question? Of course I'll marry them both. And not only them, but once you and Wan Ting have consummated your relationship, I'll marry both of you too." His words were like a pebble on a calm lake, creating ripples. Lu Shui's cheeks flushed instantly, like a ripe apple, and she said coquettishly, "Humph! You wish! Who wants to force a relationship with you?" Zhou Wanting, standing to the side, was not to be outdone and immediately chimed in, That's right. You're really insatiable. Having Sister Su Ran and Ye isn't enough, you're even eyeing Sister Shui and me. That's just too much." Faced with their accusations, Zhao Tianyu remained unperturbed, responding with a grin. "Oh dear, look at you two, how petty! Who would complain about having too many wives? Didn't ancient emperors have 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines? I only married 4 wives, what's the big deal?" His words left Lu Shui and the other 3 speechless, unsure how to refute him. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu quickly smiled and smoothed things over, saying, All right, I was just joking with you guys, don't take it seriously. Let's go to sleep early, we still have to go into the woods to find food early tomorrow morning." Everyone stood up, returned to the shelter, and lay down on their beds to sleep. Lying in bed, Zhao Tianyu tossed and turned, unable to sleep, his mind filled with the passionate scene he had just shared with Lin Yu in the bathtub. Lin Yu felt the same way. The scene of her and Zhao Tianyu being intimate in the bathtub just now was also flashing through her mind. They didn't know how much time had passed before they finally drifted off to sleep. The next morning, before the sun had risen and the sky was still overcast, everyone got up. After a quick wash, they tidied up their gear, carrying bamboo baskets on their backs and bows and arrows and spears in their hands. Braving the morning chill and trudging through the thick snow, I resolutely headed deeper into the woods. Although the snow has stopped, the cold remains, with temperatures already below zero. The frigid air cuts like knives across the face, making one shiver. However, this did not stop them from moving forward. They trudged through the snow with difficulty, one step at a time. After walking for a long time, apart from the occasional clear bird calls from the branches, the surroundings were unusually quiet, and not even a pheasant was seen. The mood gradually grew heavy, with disappointment and frustration following them like shadows. At this moment, Lu Shui and the other three were also panting heavily, their strength clearly failing. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu felt sorry for them and told them to rest on the snow for a while. After a short rest, the group mustered their strength, stood up again, and continued their arduous journey into the depths of the dense forest with weary steps. Fortunately, the sun was already high in the sky, and the sunlight shone through the gaps in the trees, making me feel warm all over. They walked another 3 or 4 kilometers, still finding nothing along the way. Just as everyone was beginning to doubt whether they would return empty-handed, the call of a wild goat suddenly came from the distant woods. The cries were exceptionally clear in the silent snow-covered forest, as if nature had given them a glimmer of hope. Hearing the wild goat's call, everyone was overjoyed, and their exhausted bodies were instantly filled with strength. Everyone seemed to have been injected with adrenaline, and they ran towards the direction from which the sound came with great enthusiasm. As they drew closer, the calls of the wild goats became increasingly clear. They walked a few hundred meters forward, and then 2 wild goats came into view. At this moment, the 2 wild goats were less than 200 meters away from them, leisurely eating and occasionally bleating. Chapter 139: Hunting Wild Goats in the Snow. Zhao Tianyu lowered his voice and whispered to Lu Shui and the other 3. "You 4 stay where you are and don't make any noise. I'll try to sneak up on those 2 wild goats, and see if I can shoot one of them." Lu Shui and the other 3 nodded obediently. Zhao Tianyu took a deep breath, gripped the bow and arrow tightly with his left hand, and held the spear firmly with his right. Then, like an agile cheetah, it nimbly lay down on the snow and slowly crawled toward the 2 wild goats. Fortunately, the vegetation in this area was quite dense, and Zhao Tianyu cleverly used the snow as cover, so the 2 wild goats did not notice his presence for the time being. Time passed slowly, and after about 7 or 8 minutes, Zhao Tianyu finally managed to climb to a clump of weeds less than 30 meters away from the wild goat. However, just as he was about to continue forward, he discovered that there was a wide open space in front of him. Apart from a few scattered large trees, there were almost no other objects that could be used for shelter. Zhao Tianyu inwardly cried out in alarm. He knew that if he took another step forward, he might be discovered by the wild goats, thus ruining all his previous efforts. Although his bow and arrow were powerful enough to hit the wild goat, the arrow shot from such a distance had almost no killing power on the goat. Although the spear in his hand had enough throwing range, he was still unsure of himself. After all, hitting that agile wild goat with one blow was no easy task. At this moment, he had no other choice but to lie quietly like a statue behind the withered grass, not daring to make a sound for fear of startling the 2 wild goats. He silently prayed that the 2 wild goats would approach him as he wished. Time passed by, and after about 10 minutes, the 2 wild goats remained firmly in place, showing no sign of moving. Zhao Tianyu had been lying on the snow for a long time. The cold snow made his body gradually lose sensation, as if he were frozen. His hands and feet were numb, and the chill kept coming from all directions, eroding every inch of his skin. However, when he saw that the 2 wild goats remained unmoved, his anxiety intensified, like an ant on a hot pan. Lu Shui and the other 3, who were not far away, were equally anxious. They stared intently at Zhao Tianyu and the 2 wild goats, not daring to utter a sound. Time slowly passed in agony, and a few more minutes went by. Finally, a wild goat seemed to sense something and began to cautiously move toward the dry grass where Zhao Tianyu was hiding. Upon seeing this, Zhao Tianyu was overjoyed. He suppressed his physical discomfort and slowly placed the bow and arrow on the snow. His right hand gripped the spear tightly like an iron clamp, ready to deliver a fatal blow when the wild goat got close enough to attack. Fortunately, the thicket of weeds where he was hiding was very dense, almost a meter high, and the wild goat did not notice his presence. Time passed slowly, and soon the wild goat had slowly approached, less than 5 meters away from him. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Tianyu acted decisively, throwing the spear he was holding like an arrow straight at the wild goat's body. The spear flew rapidly through the air and, in the blink of an eye, pierced the wild goat's body like lightning. The wild goat, severely injured, let out a piercing scream, and then, as if all its strength had been drained, collapsed limply onto the pristine snow. However, unexpectedly, this wild goat was exceptionally resilient and did not die. After struggling painfully on the snow for a few moments, it miraculously managed to get up from the snow and then staggered away into the distance. Upon seeing this, Zhao Tianyu reacted with lightning speed. He immediately leaped out of the weeds where he was hiding and chased after the injured wild goat like a whirlwind. Meanwhile, the other wild goat, which had been foraging with the injured goat, was clearly terrified by this sudden turn of events. Before it could even utter a cry of alarm, it vanished without a trace like a bolt of lightning. Although the wounded wild goat was pierced by a spear, it did not run away very slowly because the spear did not hit any vital organs. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be difficult for Zhao Tianyu to catch up with this wild goat. But there was still a thick layer of snow on the ground, which greatly slowed down his running speed, and the distance between him and the wild goat was getting farther and farther. But Zhao Tianyu wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he slowed down, since the footprints and bloodstains left by wild goats on the snow were clearly visible. He calmly and slowly followed the footprints and bloodstains in the snow. He chased after it for about 800 or 900 meters, and then he saw the wild goat again. The wild goat was lying on the snow, barely alive, its body convulsing and emitting mournful cries. As Zhao Tianyu got closer and closer, the wild goat seemed to realize the danger. It struggled to get up from the ground and escape, but by then it had lost too much blood and could not get up from the snow after struggling a few times. Zhao Tianyu walked up to the wild goat, drew his military knife from his waist, grabbed the goat's horn with one hand, and slashed hard across its neck. A gash was immediately slashed across the wild goat's neck, and a gush of hot blood spurted out and splashed onto the snow. The wild goat twitched a few times and then became completely still. After 7 or 8 minutes, Lu Shui and the other 3 arrived. When the 4 of them saw that Zhao Tianyu had finally dealt with the wild goat, they were quite happy. After resting for a while, Zhao Tianyu grabbed the wild goat, hoisted it onto his shoulder, and headed towards the shelter. Lu Shui and the other 3 quickly followed him. They walked and stopped along the way, and by the time Zhao Tianyu carried the wild goat back to the shelter, it was already noon. After a short rest, everyone immediately began to deal with the wild goat. In less than half an hour, the group had processed the wild goat and brought it back to the kitchen. Zhao Tianyu immediately cut off a large piece of marbled mutton with a knife, cut it into small pieces, put it in a pot, sprinkled some sea salt on it, and marinated it. They found another bamboo tube, split off some bamboo skewers, skewered the marinated mutton, and pulled out some still burning charcoal from the fireplace, spreading it flat on the ground. Place the skewered lamb on top and start roasting it slowly. Chapter 140 Chen Hu and his group disappear. And so, time passed by minute, about 5 or 6 minutes later. The originally tender mutton gradually turned golden brown under the heat of the fire, with oil sizzling on the surface, and an enticing aroma filled the air with the heat. The group of people, who were already starving, couldn't wait to grab the lamb skewers after smelling the aroma. They didn't care that they were burning their mouths and stuffed them into their mouths to chew. Although it's simply seasoned with sea salt, this roasted lamb has a unique flavor and tastes incredibly delicious. Everyone devoured the roasted mutton like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. Everyone ate nearly a pound of roasted mutton before patting their bellies with satisfaction. After eating roasted mutton and resting for a while, everyone moved the remaining mutton to the smoking room for storage. After all, the temperature has dropped below 0. In such a low-temperature environment, even if these muttons are not treated in any special way, they can be preserved for a long time. Time flies, and almost a week has passed in the blink of an eye. The weather has been sunny these past few days, with no more snow, and the temperature on the deserted island has begun to gradually rise. The temperature gradually rose above zero, and the snow on the ground slowly melted under the sun, leaving only a thin layer. That afternoon, after eating some stewed mutton, everyone sat around the fireplace in the kitchen as usual, chatting leisurely while warming themselves by the fire. Just as everyone was chatting enthusiastically, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside the kitchen. Everyone was taken aback at first, then stood up and went to the kitchen door to check. Two girls were walking towards them, and upon closer inspection, they turned out to be Song Mei and Hu Rui. Zhao Tianyu and the others were quite curious as to why they were here on such a cold day. Song Mei and Hu Rui quickly arrived at the kitchen door. By this time, they were already panting heavily, and their little faces were red from the cold. Before Zhao Tianyu and the others could speak, Song Mei said with a sob in her voice, "Brother Zhao, please save Brother Hu and the others." Upon hearing her say this, Zhao Tianyu's expression immediately changed, and his heart skipped a beat. He quickly said, "You must all be freezing. Let's go into the kitchen and tell each other what happened." After saying that, he turned to Su Ran and said, "I think they are both starving. Go and get some mutton and roast it for them." Su Ran quickly went to the smoking room and took out a large piece of mutton, while Lu Shui and Lin Yu helped Song Mei and Hu Rui into the kitchen. Song Mei and Hu Rui sat by the fireplace and immediately put their hands together and started rubbing them together. Su Ran also cut some mutton, marinated it with sea salt, and skewered it with bamboo skewers. They pulled out some still burning charcoal from the fire and placed the skewered lamb on it to slowly roast. In just a few minutes, the lamb skewers were cooked. Su Ran immediately handed the grilled lamb skewers to Song Mei and Hu Rui. The two took the lamb skewers that Su Ran handed them and began to devour them. Seeing the way the two of them ate, Zhao Tianyu and the others couldn't help but feel sorry for them. After the two of them finished eating the roasted lamb, Zhao Tianyu finally asked, "What exactly happened?" Song Mei immediately said with tears in her eyes, "Brother Hu and his group of men went out to look for food yesterday morning, and they haven't come back yet. We women are too scared to go into the woods to look for them, so we came to find you." Upon hearing Song Mei's words, Zhao Tianyu's expression changed again, and he thought to himself, "Chen Hu and the others must have encountered some danger." Seeing that Zhao Tianyu remained silent, Song Mei cried again and said, "Brother Zhao, please go and find Brother Hu and the others." Zhao Tianyu quickly said, "Don't worry, the three of them, Boss Xiao Lu and Xiao Li, have been in the army for many years. They are quite skilled and have a lot of experience in wilderness survival. Even if they encountered danger, it's impossible that none of them would come back. I think they probably got lost in the woods. Look, it's getting dark soon, and we won't be able to reach the shore. You should stay here for the night, and I'll go find them first thing tomorrow morning." Hearing Zhao Tianyu say this, Song Mei and Hu Rui could only nod in agreement. After all, it's going to get dark soon, and if we go now, it will be dark before we even get to the shore. The next morning, everyone woke up early and roasted some mutton to eat. Zhao Tianyu said to Lu Shui and the other three, "The four of you stay at the shelter. I'll go find Brother Hu and the others with the other two." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Shui said, "Why don't the rest of us go with you?" Zhao Tianyu shook his head and said, "You won't be of much help even if you go. I think Brother Hu and the others have probably gotten lost deep in the forest. The four of you should just stay here." Hearing Zhao Tianyu say this, Lu Shui and the other three could only nod in agreement and repeatedly reminded him to be careful. Zhao Tianyu chuckled and said to Lu Shui and the other three, "Don't worry, you four just stay here at the shelter and wait for me to come back." After saying this, he led Song Mei and Hu Rui toward the shore. There was still a thin layer of snow on the ground, and the place was quite far from the coast. In addition, Song Mei and Hu Rui had to be taken into consideration, so the journey was not very fast. They walked non-stop for almost 3 hours, and Song Mei and Hu Rui were already panting heavily. Her little face was also flushed. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu quickly asked, "I see that you two are really exhausted. Why don't you stop and rest for a while?" The two immediately shook their heads at Zhao Tianyu. Song Mei said breathlessly, We should hurry up and leave. Every minute we delay, tiger and the others will be in more danger. Hearing her say that, Zhao Tianyu could tell that she really cared about Chenhu, and could only nod helplessly. The three continued walking towards the coast. After walking for a while, a deafening tiger roar suddenly came from the woods. The tiger's roar startled the birds on the branches, causing them to scatter and flee. Upon hearing the tiger's roar, Song Mei and Hu Rui were immediately terrified and turned pale. Zhao Tianyu immediately recognized the tiger's roar as coming from the tiger that had asked him for help. Lin Yu also gave it a name, De Bao. Seeing Song Mei and Hu Rui trembling with fear, Zhao Tianyu quickly said, "You two don't need to be afraid, this tiger is my friend." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Song Mei and Hu Rui were stunned into silence. Several seconds passed before Song Mei was the first to recover, and she looked at Zhao Tianyu with disbelief, saying, "Brother Zhao, what did you say? This tiger is your friend?" Chapter 141, Asking the Tiger for Help. Zhao Tianyu smiled and nodded, saying, "Yes. This tiger is my friend." After saying that, he immediately shouted at the top of his lungs, "De Bao! De Bao!" After shouting 3 or 4 times, the tiger immediately responded with a roar that resounded through the sky. Immediately afterwards, a loud noise came from the woods. As the noise grew louder, and 2 or 3 minutes passed, a huge tiger slowly appeared in everyone's sight. This tiger is the same one that asked Zhao Tianyu for help. When Song Mei and Hu Rui saw the enormous tiger, they were so frightened that they turned pale and hid behind Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu smiled and said to them, "Don't be afraid, it won't hurt us." Before long, the tiger arrived in front of Zhao Tianyu and his 2 companions. Zhao Tianyu patted the tiger's head and said, "De Bao, it's been a while. How are you?" The tiger seemed to understand what Zhao Tianyu said and nodded at him. Seeing that Zhao Tianyu was actually able to communicate with the tiger, Song Mei and Hu Rui were surprised again. Zhao Tianyu then said to the tiger, "De Bao, some of my friends have gone missing. Can you take me to find them?" After saying this, fearing that the tiger might not understand, Zhao Tianyu gestured to it again. Although the tiger may not have fully understood Zhao Tianyu's meaning, it still slowly lay down on the snow. Zhao Tianyu immediately said to Song Mei and Hu Rui, "My friend is willing to help us, so hurry up and climb onto its back." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Song Mei and Hu Rui glanced at the tiger, and Song Mei whispered, "I dare not." Zhao Tianyu laughed and said, "What's there to be afraid of? Hurry up and go up. Do you still want to find Brother Tiger?" Hearing Zhao Tianyu say this, Song Mei and Hu Rui mustered their courage and climbed onto the tiger's back, gripping its fur tightly with both hands. Zhao Tianyu quickly climbed up as well. Once all 3 of them were settled, the tiger slowly stood up and sped off towards the coast like lightning. As soon as Song Mei and Hu Rui were sitting on the tiger's back, they started screaming loudly. In just a few minutes, the tiger had carried the 3 people to the shore. Guided by Song Mei, the tiger sped along the coast toward the cave where Song Mei and the others lived. After more than 10 minutes, the tiger carried the 3 of them to the vicinity of the cave where Song Mei and the others lived. Just then, Su Yan and several other girls were anxiously waiting in the cave for Song Mei and Hu Rui to bring Zhao Tianyu to find Shen Hu and the others. Suddenly, a deafening sound came from outside the cave, as if a ferocious beast was running wildly. The sound made the girls' hearts race instantly, and they rushed towards the cave entrance without hesitation, eager to find out what was going on. When they saw a tiger rushing towards them, terrified screams echoed across the entire coastline. However, just as everyone was terrified and at a loss, they looked closely and were surprised to find that Song Mei, Hu Rui and Zhao Tianyu were actually riding steadily on the back of that tiger. This scene was so unbelievable that the girls forgot to scream. They all wore expressions of disbelief, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. In the blink of an eye, the tiger had rushed to the bottom of the cave like a gust of wind and stopped steadily. Zhao Tianyu nimbly jumped off the tiger's back, and then quickly helped Song Mei and Hu Rui down as well. After about 10 seconds, Su Yan was the first to come to her senses. She stammered to Song Mei, "Mei, Sister Mei, how did you manage to ride back a tiger?" With a smile, Song Mei explained, "This tiger is Brother Zhao's good friend. Brother Zhao invited it to help him find Brother Hu and the others." Upon hearing Song Mei's words, Su Yan and the others were so astonished that they couldn't close their mouths, their faces showing disbelief. After the initial shock, Su Yan quickly regained her composure and pleaded anxiously with Zhao Tianyu. "Brother Zhao, please, you must find Brother Hu and the others no matter what." The other girls echoed their sentiments, anxiously pleading with Zhao Tianyu to find Chen Hu and the others. Zhao Tianyu quickly reassured them. "Don't worry, Tiger and the others will definitely be alright. I guess they might have gotten lost deep in the forest, so they haven't come back yet. Just stay in the cave and I'll go find them right away." Song Mei quickly said. "Brother Zhao, why don't I go with you? More people means more strength." Zhao Tianyu smiled and shook his head, politely declining. "You must be tired from walking such a long way. Why don't you rest in the cave? With the bow here, I'm sure we'll be able to find Brother Hu and the others without any problems." After saying that, Zhao Tianyu turned to the tiger and whispered, "Debao, let's go into the woods to look for someone." The tiger understood what Zhao Tianyu said and immediately lay down, and Zhao Tianyu rode on the tiger's back again. The tiger stood up again and galloped into the woods. Only after the tiger had gone far away did Su Yan say with an incredulous look on her face, "Brother Zhao is too amazing. He actually managed to subdue such a big tiger." Song Mei also said with disbelief, "Yes. I didn't expect that this tiger would be Brother Zhao's friend. When this tiger appeared, it really scared Xiao Rui and me." Su Yan then said, "No wonder President Liu and the other three beauties are so devoted to Brother Zhao." Zhao Tianyu rode on the back of the tiger, his eyes scanning the surroundings. In just a few minutes, the tiger had already run several kilometers away, but there was still no sign of Chen Hu and his companions. Zhao Tianyu also knew that finding Chen Hu and the others in this forest was like finding a needle in a haystack. After all, they had been missing for 2 days, and the footprints they left in the snow had long since disappeared. Now, our only hope rests on this tiger. He then shouted loudly at the tiger. "Debao, stop for a moment." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's shout, the tiger slowly stopped. Zhao Tianyu then said, "Debao, I know you have a keen sense of smell. Now, we can only rely on you to find Brother Hu and the others." The tiger seemed to understand what Zhao Tianyu said and nodded at him. I strode quickly into the woods, glancing around as I went. Chapter 142, Finding Chen Hu and the Others. After walking 3 or 4 kilometers, the tiger seemed to have sensed something special, and its pace gradually slowed down. Upon seeing this, Zhao Tianyu felt a surge of curiosity and immediately focused his attention, carefully observing the surrounding environment. Following the tiger's footsteps, they walked another kilometer or so. Suddenly, the tiger stopped without warning and began shaking its head incessantly. Zhao Tianyu's heart tightened. He wondered why this tiger was behaving so strangely. He couldn't help but wonder, could Chen Hu and the others be nearby? The thought flashed through his mind, and Zhao Tianyu quickly looked around, but he didn't find Chen Hu and the others. Zhao Tianyu, feeling puzzled, said to the tiger, "Debao, do you mean there's something going on around here?" The tiger immediately nodded at him. Zhao Tianyu quickly jumped off the tiger's back, then shouted at the top of his lungs, "Brother Tiger, little Li, are you here?" His voice echoed through the silent woods, over and over again. After calling out 3 or 4 times, I finally got a response. A faint voice drifted into Zhao Tianyu's ears. "Little Zhao, is that you? Hurry up and save us!" Although the voice was weak, Zhao Tianyu immediately recognized it as Chen Hu's voice. His heart tightened, and he quickly looked around, trying to find Chen Hu and the others. However, after scanning the area, he didn't see anyone. Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but feel curious. Where could that sound be coming from? Zhao Tianyu composed himself, then shouted at the top of his lungs, "Brother Tiger, where are you? I can't see you guys." The weak voice came again. "We've fallen into a huge crevice. Be careful." This time, Zhao Tianyu finally heard it clearly. The sound was coming from dozens of meters away. He walked cautiously toward the direction from which the sound came, each step taken with extreme care. After walking about 50 meters, a large crack more than 2 meters wide suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Tianyu. The crack was very well hidden, surrounded by dense weeds, and it would be difficult to spot unless you got close and looked closely. Zhao Tianyu also cautiously approached to take a look, and saw that the crack was more than 10 meters high and about 30 meters long. At this moment, Chen Hu and the others were lying on the verge of death beneath the crack. Zhao Tianyu was overjoyed and excited to finally find Chen Hu and his group. He called out to the group, "Are you all right?" Hearing Zhao Tianyu's shouts, everyone's hope for survival was rekindled. They all sat up. Chen Hu said to Zhao Tianyu, "Little Zhao, it's so good to see you. I didn't expect you to find this place. I thought we were all going to be trapped here. Hurry up and pull us up." Zhao Tianyu said loudly again, "Don't worry, I'll find a way to pull you up." After saying this, he began to look around and soon saw a large clump of weeds. These weeds were over a meter tall. Zhao Tianyu immediately drew his military knife from his waist, cut the weeds at the root, and began to twist them into rope. The tiger, meanwhile, lay quietly on the ground not far away, waiting for him. After nearly an hour, Zhao Tianyu finally managed to twist out a rope that was more than 10 meters long. They lowered the rope into the large crevice. Chen Hu was the first to grab it, and Zhao Tianyu used all his strength to slowly pull him out. Then the two of them quickly pulled out the others one by one. Having not eaten for 2 days, Chen Hu and the others were extremely weak and collapsed on the ground. At that moment, the group saw the tiger not far away and were startled, so they all stood up. Zhao Tianyu quickly said, "Don't be afraid, its name is Dabao, and it's my friend. We owe you all this thanks to its help, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to find you." Hearing Zhao Tianyu say this, Chen Hu and the others were stunned, and their admiration for him grew even stronger. Seeing that Chen Hu and the others were extremely weak, Zhao Tianyu shouted loudly at the tiger, "Dabao, can you help me take them back to the shore?" Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's shout, the tiger slowly stood up and walked to Zhao Tianyu and the others, lying down on the ground. Seeing this, Chen Hu and his companions were extremely shocked. They never expected that the tiger would listen to Zhao Tianyu so obediently, and what was most surprising was that it could understand human speech. Everyone was thinking, could this tiger have become a spirit? Zhao Tianyu first had the 3 men from the marketing department ride on the back of the tiger, so that the tiger could take them back first. Once the 3 of them were settled, the tiger immediately stood up and galloped toward the shore. Watching the tiger's departing figure, Xiaolu said with envy, "Brother Zhao, you're amazing! You can actually make such a big tiger obey you. Tell me how you did it." Zhao Tianyu said with a smile, "Actually, it's nothing. I just treated his wife's wounds." He then briefly recounted how the tiger had asked him to treat the tigress's wounds. After listening to Zhao Tianyu's story, Chen Hu and the others couldn't help but marvel. Chen Hu then asked him, "By the way, how did you know we were in trouble? And how did you find our way here?" Zhao Tianyu said with a smile, "You were able to be rescued thanks to Song Mei and Hu Rei. Yesterday afternoon, the 2 of them rushed to my shelter and told me about your disappearance. This morning I came to the coast with the 2 of them. On the way, we met Dabao, who carried us to the cave where you live, and then brought me here to find you." After listening to Zhao Tianyu's story, Chen Hu and the others were deeply moved. Xiaolu hugged Zhao Tianyu tightly, tears welling up in her eyes, and said, "Brother Zhao, I'm so touched. You're so good to us. I thought we were going to be trapped here forever. I love you so much." Zhao Tianyu immediately felt goosebumps all over his body. He pushed Xiaolu away with a look of disgust and said loudly, "Get away from me, you've got your snot all over my clothes." This scene instantly made Chen Hu and Xiaoli laugh. Zhao Tianyu then asked Chen Hu, "By the way, how did you end up falling into this crevice?" Chen Hu chuckled and said, "Sigh. We've really had some bad luck. The day before yesterday, we went out to look for food and wandered around the woods for a long time before finally spotting a wild goat. I shot it with an arrow, and we chased it all the way here, but unexpectedly, we all fell into that crevice. Luckily, there was a thick layer of fallen leaves at the bottom of the crevice, so we weren't injured." Chapter 143, Chen Hu's Request. About half an hour later, the tiger had brought the 3 men back to the shore, back to Zhao Tianyu's side, and they lay quietly on the ground. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu carefully helped Chen Hu and the other 2 ride on the tiger's broad back, and then quickly climbed up himself. Once all 4 were seated, the tiger seemed to sense their weight. It paused briefly, then slowly stood up. Its movements, though slightly clumsy, were full of power. Immediately afterwards, this enormous creature, carrying Zhao Tianyu and the other 3, sped away like a bolt of lightning, its speed astonishing. Despite the fact that Zhao Tianyu and his 3 companions weighed a total of over 300 kilograms, this did not affect the tiger's running speed in the slightest. Like a tireless engine, it sped through the dense forest, rushing towards the coast. In just over 10 minutes, the tiger carried Zhao Tianyu and his companions steadily to the bottom of the cave, like a gust of wind. Meanwhile, Song Mei and her group of girls were already anxiously waiting at the entrance of the cave. When they saw Chunhu and the others on the tiger's back, they were immediately moved to tears. Zhao Tianyu and the other 3 quickly got off the tiger's back. Zhao Tianyu walked quickly to the tiger and gently stroked its fat head. He said gratefully, "Da Bao, thank you so much today. If it weren't for your help, I'm afraid I would have had a hard time finding the boss and the others." The tiger seemed to understand Zhao Tianyu's words. It shook its head at Zhao Tianyu and let out a deep and majestic roar, as if responding to his gratitude. Then, it turned and, like a yellow lightning bolt, quickly ran into the depths of the forest, disappearing from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. After the tiger left, Song Mei immediately threw herself into Chen Hu's arms and burst into tears. "Brother Hu, you're finally back! I thought I'd never see you again. I was so worried about you these past 2 days. Chen Hu gently patted Song Mei's back and said with a smile, "Xiao Mei, I'm sorry. I made you worry these past 2 days. I promise I won't do it again. It's all thanks to you for going to find Xiao Zhao to look for us, otherwise we might really not have come back." Hu Rui and Su Yan also rushed into Xiao Li and Xiao Lu's arms and burst into tears. Xiao Li and Xiao Lu quickly comforted the 2 of them. Seeing this touching scene, Zhao Tianyu was also deeply moved. He could also sense that Song Mei, Hu Rui, and Su Yan had fallen deeply in love with Chen Hu, Xiao Lu, and Xiao Li. After the hug, Song Mei went to Zhao Tianyu's side and said to him, "Brother Zhao, thank you so much for today. Thank you for bringing Brother Hu and the others back." Hu Rui and Su Yan also came over and thanked Zhao Tianyu again. Zhao Tianyu said with a smile, "Don't be so polite, we're good brothers in the company." At this moment, Xiao Lu suddenly spoke up. All right, stop being so dramatic, I'm starving." Everyone was immediately amused by his words and returned to the cave. Meanwhile, the girls from the public relations department had already prepared the meal. Although it was just a pot of wild goat meat stew with wild vegetables, everyone ate it quite happily. After all, they were already very satisfied to be able to eat such things on this deserted island. After finishing his meal, Zhao Tianyu stood up and began to examine the cave. The cave was quite spacious, about the size of a basketball court, and water was flowing out from the stone wall in one corner of the cave. Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, thinking, "Nature is truly a marvel of craftsmanship. It has actually created such a cave." It's getting late, and it's impossible for Zhao Tianyu to return to the shelter. He has no choice but to spend the night in this cave. As darkness fell, the group gathered around the fire at the cave entrance and began to chat. At this moment, a girl suddenly spoke up to Zhao Tianyu saying, "Brother Zhao, I heard from Brother Hu and Sister Mei that President Lu, Manager Su, and a few others are with you. Is that true?" Zhao Tianyu smiled and said, "Yes. All 4 of them are with me." The girl continued, "You're really lucky. Spending every day with those 4 beauties must be very enjoyable." Zhao Tianyu smiled and said, "It's all right." After saying that, he chuckled and asked the girl, "Are you doing all right here? Has Brother Tiger been bullying you?" Before the girl could answer his question, Xiao Lu said, annoyed, "Brother Zhao, that's really hurtful. You know what kind of people we are, how could we possibly bully them?" Zhao Tianyu laughed and said, "To be honest, you're not a very good person. Everyone in the security team knows you're the biggest lecher. You're always gossiping about this or that. Every night you even hide under the covers to secretly watch porn." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Xiao Lu felt extremely embarrassed, and his face turned bright red. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Hu Rui grabbed Xiao Lu's ear and said angrily, "You, Lu Ming! I thought you were an honest man. I didn't expect you to have this kind of hobby. You even secretly watched porn. Don't you think I'm entertained?" Xiao Lu immediately begged for mercy. "Ouch! Honey, be gentle. Don't listen to Brother Zhao's nonsense. I'm not that kind of person." Zhao Tianyu laughed and said, Alright, it's just watching a short movie. It's not something shameful. Hooray slowly released Xiao Lu's ear. The girl just said with a smile. Tiger and the others are very nice to us and take good care of us. Another girl chimed in. Yeah. If it weren't for Tiger and the others, we wouldn't be alive today. Hearing them say that, Zhao Tianyu smiled and nodded, without saying anything more. Chen Hu suddenly said to Zhao Tianyu, Little Zhao, could you stay a few more days? Zhao Tianyu asked with some curiosity. Why is that? Chen Hu said. As you can see, there are so many of us here, and we consume a lot of food every day. The weather is so cold, it's difficult to find food. To be honest, lately we've been going hungry. You're so skilled and have so much wilderness survival experience. Could you stay and help us find and store more food so we can get through the winter? Since Chen Hu had said so, Zhao Tianyu naturally had no reason to refuse, and immediately nodded in agreement. Chapter 144 The Valiant Zhao Tianyu. The next morning, the people in the cave were awakened by the first rays of sunlight. They opened their eyes and began to greet the new day. Chen Hu stood in the center of the cave, his voice loud and powerful, directing everyone to divide the work and cooperate. He sent Song Mei and a group of girls to gather firewood and pick wild vegetables, while he led a few men into the woods to search for food. Upon hearing Chen Hu's instructions, everyone acted swiftly without hesitation. The women picked up their woven bamboo baskets and walked excitedly out of the cave to collect firewood and wild vegetables. Zhao Tianyu stood aside, quietly observing everything. Seeing Chen Hu's high prestige among the crowd, and how everyone obeyed his orders, he felt very gratified. He thought to himself, It seems that Brother Tiger is indeed a very good leader among this group, and everyone respects him very much. A group of men, armed with bows and arrows, cautiously moved through the woods. The ground was still covered with a thin layer of snow, which made it difficult for them to walk and slowed their pace. They wandered around the woods for nearly 2 hours, but apart from shooting a few pheasants, they didn't see any other prey. Although they shot and killed several pheasants, no one was happy at all. After all, these few pheasants would only be enough for them to eat for one day, and they would have to find other food. By this time, the sun had risen high in the sky, and sunlight streamed through the gaps in the trees, bringing warmth to everyone. The sunlight felt warm and comforting on their skin, as if it had infused them with new energy. They walked on for quite a while longer. Zhao Tianyu, who was walking at the front, suddenly saw a slight rustling sound coming from the bushes not far away. His heart tightened, and he immediately stopped in his tracks. At the same time, he quickly reached his right hand to his waist and gripped the hilt of his military knife tightly. Upon seeing this, Chen Hu and the others also stopped in their tracks and watched the scene ahead warily. Chen Hu lowered his voice and asked, "What's wrong?" Zhao Tianyu did not answer, but simply pointed to the bushes not far away. Chen Hu looked in the direction he was pointing and indeed saw something moving in the bushes, making some subtle noises. Everyone tensed up instantly, grabbing their bows and arrows, all pointing their arrows at the bushes. Just then, a gust of wind blew by, rustling the branches and leaves of the bushes. Suddenly, 2 figures slowly emerged from behind the bushes. Upon closer inspection, everyone realized they were 2 leopards. Their bodies were long and agile, and their fur was covered with unique patterns that shone brightly in the sunlight. Both leopards had empty bellies, indicating that they hadn't eaten for several days. Their eyes were filled with hunger and vigilance as they stared intently at Zhao Tianyu and his group. Upon seeing Zhao Tianyu and his group, the 2 leopards immediately let out a low growl, as if warning them not to approach. Meanwhile, their 4 legs were constantly pawing at the ground, as if they were ready to launch an attack at any moment. Zhao Tianyu lowered his voice with a serious expression and warned everyone. "Everyone, be very careful, these 2 leopards are about to attack us." Before he finished speaking, the 2 leopards came rushing over like lightning, their speed astonishing. Seeing this, Chen Hu and the others released their bows without hesitation, and several arrows shot out like meteors, heading straight for the 2 leopards. However, although the arrows hit the leopards accurately, they did not cause them any real harm. In the blink of an eye, the 2 leopards rushed to within 3 meters of the group like a whirlwind. They suddenly leaped up, opened their blood-red mouths, revealing sharp fangs, and pounced straight at the group. Faced with this sudden and fierce attack, Chen-Hu and the others panicked and hurriedly dodged to avoid it. Zhao Tianyu, however, stood firmly in place, showing no fear. He swiftly raised his foot and, with the force of a thunderbolt, kicked one of the leopards hard in the abdomen. The kick was incredibly powerful, sending the leopard flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground. Before the leopard could recover from the excruciating pain, Zhao Tianyu followed closely, delivering another kick that slammed into the leopard's head. This kick was like Mount Tai crushing an egg, sending the leopard rolling several times and howling in pain. Zhao Tianyu rushed forward like a whirlwind, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived beside the leopard. Without hesitation, he leaped up and steadily mounted the leopard's back. Zhao Tianyu gripped his military knife tightly, its blade flashing and its cold light intimidating. Without any mercy, he plunged his general's knife into the leopard's neck. The strike was as swift as lightning, hitting the leopard's vitals precisely. The military knife easily pierced the leopard's flesh and embedded itself deeply in its throat. When Zhao Tianyu suddenly pulled out his military knife, a stream of scarlet blood gushed out like a fountain, splashing onto the white snow and instantly turning it into a shocking red. The leopard, severely injured, let out a piercing scream that echoed across the empty snowfield, sending chills down one's spine. It struggled desperately, trying to break free from Zhao Tianyu's grasp, but Zhao Tianyu's weight and strength were like Mount Tai crushing an egg, making it difficult for it to move. Zhao Tianyu was not about to let the leopard succeed. He pressed the leopard down with his own body, not giving it any chance to breathe. Immediately afterwards, he raised his military knife again and stabbed at the leopard's neck repeatedly, each stab filled with boundless killing intent and determination. The leopard's screams grew more and more pitiful, and its struggles became increasingly futile. As Zhao Tianyu delivered the final blow, the leopard finally stopped struggling and completely lost its life. From the moment Zhao Tianyu made his move to the moment he dealt with the leopard, the entire process took only a few dozen seconds. This breathtaking scene left Chen-Hu and the others standing not far away dumbfounded, their faces filled with disbelief. Although they knew Zhao Tianyu was brave and fearless, they never expected him to be so powerful and so extraordinary. At the same time, the other leopard was clearly also intimidated by Zhao Tianyu's ferocity. Unexpectedly, Zhao Tianyu took care of its companion so easily. But the leopard didn't run away. It let out a roar and charged at Zhao Tianyu with its blood-red mouth wide open. Perhaps inspired by Zhao Tianyu, Chen-Hu and his companions also became incredibly brave. Seeing the leopard charging towards Zhao Tianyu, Chen-Hu, Xiao Lu, and Xiao Li did not dodge this time, and pounced on the leopard almost at the same time. Chen-Hu grabbed the leopard by the neck and pinned it to the ground, while Xiao Lu and Xiao Li each grabbed one of the leopard's feet. Chapter 145 Brotherhood. Despite the leopard's considerable strength, it was completely subdued by Chen-Hu, Xiao Li, and Xiao Lu, and was utterly unable to move. Without hesitation, Chen-Hu clenched his fist and struck the leopard's head mercilessly. Each punch contained tremendous power, slamming hard into the leopard's head. Seeing Chen-Hu's ferocity, Xiao Li and Xiao Lu were not to be outdone. They clenched their fists and rained blows down on the leopard's head. With each punch, the leopard let out a piercing scream. The sound echoed through the silent forest, sending chills down one's spine. And so the three of them continued to beat the leopard, again and again. After dozens of punches, the leopard's resistance gradually weakened, and it eventually became completely still. Looking at its head again, it had been beaten beyond recognition by Chen-Hu and the other two, its flesh mangled and bloody, a truly gruesome sight. After confirming that the leopard was dead, the three slowly climbed off its body. Their hands were covered in the leopard's blood. Chen-Hu, panting heavily, walked over to Zhao Tianyu and said to him, "Little Zhao, you're really amazing! You managed to take down a leopard so easily. It took the three of us so much effort to barely subdue it." His tone was full of admiration and envy. Xiao Lu said with admiration, "Brother Zhao, to be honest, how many things are you still hiding from us?" Zhao Tianyu smiled faintly and replied, "What are you talking about? I haven't been hiding anything from you. It's just a leopard, dealing with it is a piece of cake." His words left everyone present speechless, and they all thought to themselves, "Aren't you deliberately trying to put us down?" After resting for a while, everyone worked together to lift the two leopards and slowly walked towards the shore. The two leopards together weighed about 200 pounds, which was enough to feed Chin Hu and his group for quite some time. When Song Mei and the other girls saw that Chin Hu and his group had brought back 2 leopards, they were all speechless with surprise, their faces beaming with joy and shock. When they learned that Zhao Tianyu had easily taken down one of the 2 leopards in just a few dozen seconds all by himself, they looked at him with even more admiration, as if he were an omnipotent hero. Especially the girls in the public relations department, they all looked at him with infatuated expressions. By evening, after stewing and eating some leopard meat, Zhao Tianyu said to Chin Hu and the others, "The meat from these 2 leopards should be enough for you to eat for a while. I'm going back tomorrow." Hearing him say that, Chen Hu and the others felt a little reluctant to part, but they also knew that Lu Shui and the other 3 were waiting for him to return, so they didn't say anything more. Zhao Tianyu took out the military knife from his waist and handed it to Chen Hu, saying, "Boss, take this military knife for self-defense. With it you'll be safer when you go into the woods to find food in the future." Chen Hu quickly waved his hand and said, "That won't do. This military knife is your treasure, and you're the only man there. President Lu and the others need your protection. You should keep the military knife." Zhao Tianyu said with a smile, "You don't need to worry about that. I have 3 more military knives like this." Hearing him say that, Chen Hu and his group were all taken aback. Chen Hu asked with a face full of curiosity, "Where did you get 3 more military knives? I remember when we went to your place 3 times, you only had this one knife?" Zhao Tianyu then said with a smile, "To tell you the truth, a few days ago Yu Wei brought 3 strange men to my place to cause trouble, and the military knife was snatched from them." Hearing Zhao Tianyu say this, Chen Hu said angrily, "That Yu Wei deserves to die. Why is he always trying to cause trouble for you? I'll definitely teach him a lesson next time I see him." Zhao Tianyu said with a smile, "You probably won't see him again." Before Chen Hu could even ask, Xiao Lu, who was standing to the side, spoke up first. "Why is that?" Zhao Tianyu then said with a smile, "That kid has already been killed by me." Everyone was stunned when they heard Zhao Tianyu say that. After a while, Chen Hu was the first to recover and said with a smile, "That's good, that kid should have died long ago." Xiao Lu laughed and said, "Brother Hu is right, that kid was really bad, he deserved to die." The next morning, Zhao Tianyu woke up just as dawn was breaking. He thought he was early enough, since it was barely light. However, when he came out of the cave, he was surprised to find that Chen Hu, Xiao Li, and Xiao Lu were already sitting by the fire at the cave entrance, roasting leopard meat. Zhao Tianyu looked at them with some doubt, thinking, "Don't these guys like to sleep in late at the company? Why are they getting up so early on this deserted island?" He walked to the fire and said to Chen Hu with a smile, "Boss, I remember you guys used to like sleeping in when you were at the company, right? Why are you up so early on this deserted island?" Chen Hu glanced at Zhao Tianyu and replied with a smile, "Haha, weren't you leaving this morning? So we got up early to see you off." Xiao Lu laughed and said, "That's right, you're leaving us today, so of course we have to get up early to see you off." Hearing their words, Zhao Tianyu felt a surge of warmth in his heart and said with emotion, "We're all brothers, what's there to give?" Chen Hu laughed and said, "We only give gifts to brothers." After saying that, he picked up a skewer of grilled leopard meat and handed it to Zhao Tianyu. "Here, try our grilled leopard meat, it tastes pretty good." Zhao Tianyu took the leopard meat, took a bite, and immediately felt the aroma and delicious taste. He nodded in satisfaction and said, It's delicious." The 4 men ate leopard meat while chatting. After finishing, they stood up together, went down from the cave, and headed towards the coast. After walking along the coast for 3 or 4 kilometers, Zhao Tianyu stopped and said to Chen Hu and the other 2, "Boss, you've already gone this far, hurry back. Don't worry, I'll be fine." Xiao Lu immediately stepped forward and gave Zhao Tianyu a big hug, saying with some reluctance, "Brother Zhao, I don't know when I'll see you again." Zhao Tianyu said with a smile, "You all know where I live, right? You can come visit me anytime." Zhao Tianyu then said to Chen Hu, "Boss, if you ever need anything in the future, just come to me. I'll do my best to help." Chen Hu nodded and said with a smile, "You too, if anything happens, come find us." After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Zhao Tianyu continued walking along the coastline, while Chen Hu and the others stood there watching him go. Only after Zhao Tianyu's figure became a small black dot did they turn around and walk towards the cave. Chapter 146 Barehanded Against the Grey Wolf. On the way back to the cave, Shaoli said to Qin Hu, "Brother Hu, we really owe a lot to Brother Zhao this time. If it weren't for him and that tiger, we probably would have been trapped and died in that narrow crevice." Qin Hu nodded in deep agreement and sighed. "Yes. Without him, we would have really been finished this time. Looking back now, it's really frightening. We must never be so careless when we go into the woods to find food again." At this moment, Xiao Lu chimed in to Qin Hu. "Brother Hu, look, we're both retired from the military, but why is there such a big difference between us? Brother Zhao's skills are amazing. Which unit did he serve in?" Qin Hu shook his head helplessly and replied, "I'm not too sure about that either. Actually, I've asked him a few times before, but he always just gave me a few perfunctory answers and wouldn't tell the truth at all. But as far as I can tell, he must have come from the special forces." Hearing Qin Hu say this, Xiao Lu and Shaoli both felt it made a lot of sense and nodded in agreement. Back when they were at the company, they knew Zhao Tianyu was the best fighter in the security department. But in their eyes, Zhao Tianyu was only slightly stronger than them. Since arriving on this deserted island, they have witnessed Zhao Tianyu easily deal with the Grey Wolf and the Leopard, and they know that the three of them are not even in the same league as Zhao Tianyu. The three of them became increasingly curious about what kind of military unit could produce such an extraordinary individual. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyu was walking alone in silence. He had been walking for 3 or 4 hours, but he had only covered half the distance. Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but feel worried about Lu Shui and the other three. After all, he had been out for 2 days and didn't know if they would encounter any danger. After spending these past few months together, Lu Shui and the other three have become increasingly important to him. Since his grandmother died, he has been all alone and hasn't felt the warmth of family for many years. During the time he spent with Lu Shui and the other three, he gradually came to understand that feeling again. After walking for almost 2 more hours through the woods, Zhao Tianyu was only 3 or 4 kilometers away from the shelter, so he quickened his pace. After walking for a while, Zhao Tianyu was strolling leisurely. Suddenly, a strange feeling welled up inside him, as if a pair of eyes were staring intently at him. His heart tightened, and he immediately stopped, looking around warily. However, after careful observation, he found nothing unusual. The surroundings remained quiet, with only the rustling of leaves in the breeze. Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but wonder, could it be my imagination? He shook his head helplessly, decided to stop worrying about it, and continued walking towards the shelter. But he hadn't gone far when a slight noise caught his attention. He turned his head sharply and saw a dark figure rush out from behind the bushes not far away, charging straight towards him like lightning. Zhao Tianyu looked closely and saw that it was actually a huge grey wolf. It bared its teeth and claws, looking menacing, clearly regarding Zhao Tianyu as its prey. His first instinct was to reach for the military knife at his waist. However, when his hand touched the empty space at his waist, he suddenly remembered that he had already given the knife to Qin Hu. At this moment, the grey wolf had rushed to within 3 meters of him, opened its blood-red maw, revealed its sharp fangs, and let out a low growl. Then he leaped up from the ground, like a grey lightning bolt, and pounced straight at Zhao Tianyu. As the grey wolf pounced on him like lightning, Zhao Tianyu's heart started racing. His brain raced in an instant, and his body reacted as quickly as if struck by lightning. He dodged to the side like an arrow released from a bow, his movements as fast as the wind, dazzling everyone. In the blink of an eye, he successfully dodged the grey wolf's fatal blow, narrowly escaping death. The grey wolf was clearly surprised by Zhao Tianyu's quick reaction. Its forward lunge lost its balance due to missing its target, and it had to continue running forward for another 7 or 8 meters before it could barely regain its footing. However, the grey wolf did not give up its attack on Zhao Tianyu. It quickly turned around, its eyes flashing with a fierce light, and pounced on Zhao Tianyu again like a hungry tiger. Upon seeing this, Zhao Tianyu's anger flared instantly. He roared furiously. "Damn it, you think I'm afraid of you? You think I'm going to give you face?" His voice boomed like thunder in the air, making the surrounding trees seem to tremble slightly. However, the grey wolf completely ignored Zhao Tianyu's roar. Its speed did not decrease at all, and it charged straight towards Zhao Tianyu like a grey lightning bolt. In the blink of an eye, the gray wolf had already rushed to within 2 or 3 meters of Zhao Tianyu. It opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs and emitting a nauseating stench, as if it wanted to devour Zhao Tianyu alive. Zhao Tianyu stopped dodging and stood firmly in place, his eyes fixed on the gray wolf, all his strength concentrated in his raised foot. When the gray wolf pounced and was only a meter away from him, Zhao Tianyu suddenly exerted his strength, and his foot kicked the gray wolf's head like a cannonball. With a loud bang, Zhao Tianyu's foot struck the gray wolf squarely on the head. The force of the kick was immense, like Mount Tai crushing an egg. The gray wolf's body was sent flying backward as if struck by a heavy hammer. Zhao Tianyu himself was also shaken back several steps by the huge reaction force. His legs were a little numb, but his eyes never left the gray wolf lying on the ground. The gray wolf rolled twice on the ground in agony, then staggered to its feet. Its head was a little dizzy from Zhao Tianyu's kick, but its eyes were still full of hostility and ferocity. A mournful wolf howl echoed through the silent forest, sending chills down one's spine. Then, the gray wolf charged at Zhao Tianyu again with lightning speed. At that moment, Zhao Tianyu suddenly saw a wooden stick with an arm on the ground, and he immediately bent down and picked it up. Just then, the gray wolf rushed up to him. Zhao Tianyu didn't have time to think and gripped the wooden stick tightly with both hands. The stick was aimed at the gray wolf's head and slammed down hard. With a loud bang, the stick broke in two as it hit the wolf's head. Chapter 147. You must be really holding back. After being knocked to the ground, the gray wolf rolled around incessantly, as if it were suffering immense pain. Its mouth was wide open, emitting a series of shrill screams that echoed through the empty forest, sending chills down one's spine. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu did not hesitate to raise his foot and kick the gray wolf's head with all his might. With a crisp crack, the gray wolf's skull was instantly shattered, and the wolf immediately lost consciousness. Its body stopped rolling around and just lay quietly on the ground, not moving at all. Zhao Tianyu did not stop there. He quickly picked up the wooden stick that had broken into 2 pieces and smashed it against the gray wolf's head again. The wooden stick struck the gray wolf's head with a series of powerful thumps. After 7 or 8 blows, the gray wolf's head was smashed beyond recognition, its original appearance completely obscured. Only after confirming that the gray wolf was completely dead did Zhao Tianyu stop what he was doing. He casually tossed the blood-stained stick to the ground, then bent down and hoisted the gray wolf's carcass onto his shoulder. The gray wolf's body was heavy, but Zhao Tianyu seemed to walk effortlessly towards the shelter. When Zhao Tianyu finally returned to the shelter, it was already afternoon. At this moment, Lu Shui and the other 3 were sitting by the fireplace in the kitchen, their faces revealing a hint of worry and unease. Zhao Tianyu has been gone for 2 days and has not yet returned, which fills them with worry. Just as the 4 of them were lost in thought, they suddenly heard footsteps coming from outside the kitchen. They immediately stood up and hurried to the kitchen door, eager to know if the visitor was Zhao Tianyu. When the 4 girls saw Zhao Tianyu return carrying a gray wolf, they were both surprised and delighted, and quickly ran towards him. Zhao Tianyu threw the gray wolf's carcass on the ground, dragged his exhausted body back to the kitchen, and collapsed onto the floor, panting heavily. Su Ran immediately took a bamboo bowl, scooped a bowl of cold boiled water from the pot, and handed it to him. After taking the cool water that Su Ran handed him and drinking it all in one gulp, he said, "Is there anything to eat? I'm starving. There's still some stewed mutton in the pot, let me heat it up for you," Lu Shui quickly replied. After saying this, he immediately put the pot on the fireplace, and in just a few minutes, the mutton in the pot was heated up. Zhao Tianyu picked up his chopsticks and began wolfing down the mutton. After eating the stewed mutton, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but let out a satisfied burp. Lu Shui then asked, "Brother Zhao, have you found Chen Hu and the others?" Zhao Tianyu said with a smile, "We found them. They all fell into a large crevice. We were able to find them this time thanks to De Bao." Hearing him say that, Lin Yu quickly asked, "Where did you meet De Bao?" Zhao Tianyu then briefly recounted the events of the past 2 days to the 4 girls. After listening to Zhao Tianyu's story, Lu Shui sighed and said, "It seems that we really owe a lot to De Bao this time. If it weren't for it, Chen Hu and the others might have died in that big rift." Zhao Tianyu nodded and said, "Yes. If it weren't for De Hu, I would never have been able to find the boss and the others." After all, that big crack was too well hidden. You couldn't find it at all unless you got close. After chatting for a while, everyone worked together to carry the gray wolf to the riverbank to begin processing it. It took more than half an hour to process the gray wolf. The wolf meat was cut into small pieces and taken to the kitchen. The wolf's skin was then cleaned and hung on a tree branch to dry. Because the temperature has risen recently, and to prevent the wolf meat from rotting, the group simply marinated it with sea salt before putting it in the smoking room. After finishing all that, it was already evening. Zhao Tianyu took a piece of wolf meat, cut it into small pieces, and put it in a pot to stew. Lu Shui and the other three took bamboo tubes to the river to fetch water, poured it into the bath, and then lit a fire in the stove under the bath to heat the bath water. After dinner, the water in the bathtub was heated up. Lu Shui and the other three each took a change of clothes and went to the bathroom to take a bath. Zhao Tianyu sat alone by the fireplace in the kitchen, staring blankly at the leaping flames. Zhao Tianyu hadn't smoked for quite a while and was feeling rather stifled. Thinking to myself, "Damn it, life without cigarettes is unbearable. I guess I have to go to the coast and see if I can find a pack or two of unopened cigarettes among the trash washed ashore by the sea, and while I'm at it, I can also get some sea salt crystals to boil into some sea salt." More than half an hour passed, and Lu Shui and the other three finished showering and returned to the kitchen. They sat by the fireplace and began to tidy their still dripping hair. Looking at the four women who had just taken a bath, their beauty as stunning as lotuses emerging from the water, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but let his gaze linger on them. Lu Shui and the other three were already used to it, and went about tidying their hair. After staring at the four people for a while, Zhao Tianyu reluctantly withdrew his gaze. He stood up, walked out of the kitchen, went back to the shelter to get a change of clothes, went into the bathroom, stripped naked, and lay down in the bathtub. Soaking in the hot water, Zhao Tianyu felt an indescribable comfort and ease. Perhaps because he was too tired, he actually fell asleep in the bath. Lu Shui and the other three sat in the kitchen for more than half an hour, but Zhao Tianyu did not return. Lu Shui said with a smile, "Why hasn't Brother Zhao come back yet? Is he asleep in the bath again?" As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Wanting said with a smile, "Very likely, after all, he was too tired today." After saying that, he turned to Su Ran and said, "Sister Su Ran, why don't you go check inside the bathroom?" Su Ran blushed and said, "Why do you want me to go?" Zhou Wanting said with a smile, "Sister Su Ran, stop pretending, okay? I know you haven't been intimate with Brother Zhao for a long time, you must be itching to get intimate. I'm just creating an opportunity for you." Hearing Zhou Wanting say that, Su Ran's face immediately turned as red as a monkey's bottom, and she whispered, "What nonsense are you talking about? Who's holding it in?" Lin Yu said with a smile, "Sister Su Ran, please stop pretending to be reserved, okay? If you're not going, I'm going." Hearing Lin Yu say that, Su Ran whispered, "I'll go instead." After saying this, he stood up and walked outside. Lu Shui chuckled and said, "Su Ran, it's fine to be affectionate, but don't make such a commotion again." Upon hearing this, Su Ran staggered and nearly fell to the ground. Seeing this, Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 148 Tender Moments in the Bathroom. Su Ran slowly walked to the bathroom door and gently pushed it open. When she saw Zhao Tianyu lying quietly in the bathtub, his eyes closed and snoring softly, she couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. She tiptoed to the edge of the bathtub, carefully extended a hand, and gently patted Zhao Tianyu's shoulder. Zhao Tianyu was startled awake by the sudden slap, and he slowly opened his eyes. Looking at Su Ran with sleepy eyes, he gave an embarrassed smile and said, "How did I fall asleep?" Su Ran smiled and replied, "Maybe you're just too tired." Zhao Tianyu nodded, saying somewhat helplessly, "Yes, I am indeed a bit tired today." Su Ran lowered her voice and said gently, "I noticed you hadn't gone back for a while, so I thought you might have fallen asleep in the bathhouse and came to check on you." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu grinned mischievously and teased, "You didn't just come to see me, did you? Do you also want to get intimate with me?" Su Ran's face flushed red instantly. She lowered her head shyly and whispered, "I didn't." Looking at Su Ran's shy appearance, Zhao Tianyu found her even more adorable. He smiled and said, "Ran, we haven't been intimate for a long time. You must be feeling pent up. Let me pamper you tonight. After saying this, Zhao Tianyu did not hesitate at all. Like a nimble fish, he stood up from the bathtub in a flash. He laid bare his naked body before Su Ran without reservation, every inch of his skin gleaming with a healthy glow in the firelight. Su Ran was completely unprepared for the scene. Her eyes widened, as if she had been frozen in place, unable to move. Her gaze involuntarily fell on Zhao Tianyu's muscular chest, broad shoulders, and long legs, then quickly shifted away, her cheeks turning bright red like ripe apples. Zhao Tianyu seemed quite satisfied with Su Ran's reaction. A mischievous smile appeared on his lips. Then, he strode forward and pulled Su Ran into a tight embrace, pressing her body close to his. Su Ran could feel Zhao Tianyu's body temperature passing through her clothes, and her heartbeat quickened involuntarily. Before Su Ran could react, Zhao Tianyu's lips were already raining down on hers. It was a passionate and affectionate kiss, tinged with a hint of domineering and aggressiveness. Su Ran felt a jolt of electricity instantly coursing through her body, causing her to tremble involuntarily. Her reason was overwhelmed by desire in an instant, and her hands seemed to have their own consciousness. She automatically wrapped her arms around Zhao Tianyu's neck, closed her eyes slightly, and opened her lips to receive his kiss. Her tongue, not to be outdone, entangled with Zhao Tianyu's tongue. Zhao Tianyu's large hands also began to caress Su Ran's body. As the two continued their passionate kiss, Zhao Tianyu gradually removed Su Ran's clothes. Zhao Tianyu then picked up Su Ran and placed her in the bathtub. The two of them then indulged themselves to their heart's content in the bath. Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting, who were sitting by the fireplace in the kitchen, also heard the noise coming from the bathroom. The three of them blushed, and their hearts raced. Lu Shui said, annoyed, "That's Su Ran, didn't I tell her to keep it down? Why did she have to make such a commotion?" Zhou Wanting blushed and said, "This sister Su Ran is really something, she doesn't consider our feelings at all." Lin Yu laughed and said, "Actually, you can't blame sister Su Ran for this. She couldn't control herself either." Zhou Wanting asked with some curiosity, "Why couldn't you control yourself?" Lin Yu chuckled and said, "You'll know once you and brother Zhao try it yourselves." Zhou Wanting said shyly, "I don't want to try it with him." Hearing him say that, Lin Yu laughed and said, "You're not being entirely honest with yourself. Do you dare say you don't want to repay brother Zhao with your body?" Zhou Wanting was speechless for a moment. Zhao Tianyu and Su Ran spent almost half an hour playing in the bath before finally ending the session, completely satisfied. Both of them were slightly out of breath, and Su Ran's cheeks were as red as ripe apples, shy and charming. The two did not leave the bath immediately, but continued to linger there for a while, enjoying each other's tenderness. Finally, they slowly stepped out of the bath, put on their clothes, and returned to the kitchen. As soon as they entered the kitchen, they felt three strange gazes. Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting all turned to look at them, their gazes seemingly containing a hint of teasing and curiosity. Su Ran lowered her head somewhat embarrassed, avoiding everyone's gaze. Zhao Tianyu, however, acted as if nothing was wrong, even revealing a mischievous smile, and said, "You guys are still awake?" Lin Yu retorted irritably, "Sleep my ass! How could we possibly sleep with you two making such a racket in there?" Zhou Wanting then teased Su Ran with a grin. "Sister Su Ran, looking at your radiant face, you must have had a great time this time." Upon hearing this, Su Ran's face flushed even redder, and she wished she could disappear into the ground to hide her embarrassment. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu quickly tried to smooth things over, saying, all right, stop teasing Su Ran." Then, he walked over to the fireplace and sat down, saying, "I plan to go to the coast again tomorrow." Lu Shui asked curiously, "Why are we going to the coast?" Zhao Tianyu said with a smile, "As you all know, I haven't smoked for quite a few days. I've been feeling really stifled these past few days. I feel like something's missing if I don't smoke." Hearing him say that, Lu Shui and the other three couldn't help but laugh. Zhou Wanting laughed and said, "Your smoking habit is too strong. Can't you quit?" Zhao Tianyu shook his head and said, "This is my spiritual support. I can't give it up." After saying that, he continued, "Besides, we don't have much sea salt left. I plan to get some more sea salt crystals to boil down. Do you want to come with me to the shore or stay here?" Upon hearing his question, Lu Shui and the other three almost unanimously replied, "Of course we'll go to the coast with you." After all, they had been cooped up in the shelter for the past month or two and were eager to get away to the coast to relax. After chatting by the fireplace for a while, everyone felt sleepy, got up, went back to the shelter, and lay down on their beds to sleep. The next morning, everyone woke up early, washed up, roasted some wolf meat and ate it, and then packed some things into bamboo baskets. With a bamboo basket on his back and a bow, arrows, and spear in hand, he headed towards the coast. Chapter 149. Lu Shui shoots and kills a wild chicken. The sun had just risen, and the forest was still shrouded in mist, with low visibility, so walking was quite slow. Zhao Tianyu walked ahead with a military knife in his hand, while Lu Shui and the other three followed closely behind him. Fortunately, the snow on the ground had completely melted, and with the weather so cold, there was no need to worry about venomous snakes appearing. After walking for almost 2 hours, we had only covered half the distance. By then, the sun was high in the sky, and the sunlight shone through the gaps in the trees, making us feel incredibly comfortable and at ease. The mist in the woods had completely dissipated. Zhao Tianyu was fine after walking such a long way, but Lu Shui and the other three were already panting heavily. Seeing the four of them panting heavily, Zhao Tianyu felt a little sorry for them. He found a sunny spot for them to sit down and rest for a while. After a short rest, the group stood up and continued walking towards the coast. They hadn't gone far when they suddenly heard the call of a pheasant, and everyone stopped to look. A plump pheasant was seen calling out incessantly from a large tree about 20 meters away. Before Zhao Tianyu could speak, Lu Shui volunteered, "You guys stay here, I'll go shoot that pheasant down." Before anyone could answer, he picked up his bow and arrow and slowly walked toward the big tree. The pheasant also saw Lu Shui approaching it. Instead of running away, it looked at her with curiosity and made a series of clear chirps. Completely unaware of the danger that was approaching, Lu Shui soon arrived at the foot of the big tree with her bow and arrows. She slowly picked up an arrow, knocked it on the bowstring, aimed at the pheasant, and released the bowstring without hesitation. The arrow struck the pheasant squarely, the porcupine bristle arrowhead piercing deep into its body. The pheasant immediately let out a miserable cry, and the arrow in its body flew forward 4 or 5 meters, falling to the ground and flapping its wings incessantly. Lu Shui also quickly stepped forward, picked up the pheasant from the ground, grabbed its neck and twisted it hard. With a crack, the pheasant's neck snapped instantly, and it twitched a few times before dying completely. Lu Shui pulled the arrow out of its body, held the bow and arrow in one hand and the pheasant in the other, and walked to Zhao Tianyu and the others. After living on the deserted island for more than half a year, Lu Shui and the other three have undergone a complete transformation compared to when they were first trapped there. Each of them possessed a considerable number of wilderness survival skills, and their archery skills were also quite impressive. Although Zhao Tianyu contributed to this, it was mostly the result of the four of them practicing diligently. Zhao Tianyu said with a smile, "Xiao Shui, your archery skills are getting better and better, you're almost catching up with me." Lu Shui smiled and said, "Brother Zhao, don't praise me. It's all thanks to your excellent teaching." Zhao Tianyu shook his head and smiled. "As the saying goes, the master leads you through the door, but the cultivation depends on the individual. This is still the result of your hard work." It took them another 2 hours to finally reach the shore. After resting for a while, Zhao Tianyu went into the woods, gathered some firewood, carried it to the beach, and lit a fire. Lu Shui and the other three took the pheasant to the shore, processed it, and washed it clean with seawater. He found a stick, strung some still burning charcoal out of the fire, and began to slowly roast it. In less than 20 minutes, the pheasant was roasted until it was golden brown and still sizzling with oil. After walking for several hours, everyone was starving. Tear off a piece of the roasted pheasant meat, stuff it into your mouth, and enjoy it heartily. In just a few minutes, the 5 men ate a pheasant until only a pile of bones remained. Zhao Tianyu then said to Lu Shui and the other three, "You all stay here to boil sea salt, I'm going to take a stroll along the coast." Lu Shui and the other 3 girls knew that he was going to the coast to look for unopened cigarettes. Su Ran immediately said, "I'll go with you." Lin Yu then added, "I want to go with you too." With beautiful women by his side, Zhao Tianyu was naturally more than happy to have them, and besides, the more people there were, the greater the chance of finding cigarettes. He nodded and then said to Lu Shui and Zhou Wanting, "Then you two stay here to boil sea salt crystals." Lu Shui and Zhou Wanting both nodded. Zhao Tianyu led Su Ran and Lin Yu toward the coast. The three of them walked along the coast, picking up and examining every cigarette box they saw. We walked along the coastline for 3 or 4 kilometers, picking up and examining every empty cigarette box we saw. Although I saw quite a few empty cigarette boxes, it was disappointing that I couldn't find any unopened cigarettes along the way. After resting briefly on a rock on the shore, the three continued their search along the coastline. They walked another 3 or 4 kilometers but still couldn't find any unopened cigarettes. Seeing that it was getting late, they had no choice but to turn back. When they returned to the campfire, Lu Shui and Zhou Wanting were sitting around it, chatting and laughing. Lu Shui asked Zhao Tianyu, "Brother Zhao, have you found it?" Zhao Tianyu shook his head and said, "No, it seems that finding an unopened pack of cigarettes on this coast is really difficult." Zhou Wanting laughed and said, "Who would throw unopened cigarettes into the sea for no reason? I think you should quit smoking." Zhao Tianyu chuckled and said, "Now I can't stop even if I don't want to quit." Before they knew it, the sun was slowly setting below the horizon, and Zhao Tianyu took out some wolf meat from the shelter from the bamboo basket. They found some small sticks, strung them together, and placed them on the fire to slowly roast. After roasting the wolf meat, it got completely dark, and everyone sat around the fire chatting. Listening to the waves rhythmically crashing against the rocks, making a crisp and melodious sound, Lu Shui couldn't help but be attracted by this beautiful sound. She gazed up at the vast starry sky, where countless stars twinkled like dazzling gems set against the black canvas of the heavens, a sight that captivated her. She couldn't help but sigh. "Time flies! In the blink of an eye, we've been trapped on this deserted island for half a year." Her voice revealed a hint of emotion and helplessness. Su Ran chimed in. "Yes, half a year has passed in the blink of an eye, but we're still stuck here, not knowing when we can leave. Are we really going to stay on this deserted island forever?" Her words were filled with worry and unease. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu quickly comforted him. "Don't worry, we definitely won't stay here forever. I believe that as long as we don't give up, we will find a way to leave this place one day." His tone was firm and full of confidence. Hearing Zhao Tianyu say this, Lu Shui and the other three knew that Zhao Tianyu was trying to comfort them, and they felt a little better. Chapter 150 Surrounded by Wolves. The group sat around the fire, chatting idly until late into the night, when they all began to feel sleepy. Zhao Tianyu looked at Lu Shui and the other three and said, "You must be tired today, so get some rest. I'll keep watch." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ran immediately said, "Brother Zhao, let me take the night watch. I'm not very sleepy right now, and you've had a long day, so you should get some rest." Zhao Tianyu hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded and said, "Okay then, but if you can't hold on any longer, be sure to wake me up in time." After saying this, he lay down by the fire and fell asleep, snoring within 3 or 4 minutes. In the middle of the night, Su Ran sat by the fire, her eyelids feeling as if they were being weighed down by a 1,000-pound weight. Just then, a deafening noise suddenly came from the woods, as if some enormous creature was rampaging through them. Immediately afterwards, a chilling wolf howl ripped through the night sky, striking Su Ran's ears like a bolt of lightning. The sudden howl of the wolf was like a bucket of ice water, instantly dispelling Su Ran's sleepiness. She suddenly opened her eyes and looked towards the woods with a face full of terror. The howling of wolves also woke Zhao Tianyu and the others from their deep sleep, and they sprang up from the ground as if they had been electrocuted. Their sleepy faces instantly contorted with terror, as they all looked toward the woods. The howling of wolves continued, growing louder and louder, as if a pack of hungry wolves was charging towards them. Judging from the resounding howls, the number of wolves was definitely not small. Upon hearing the terrifying wolf howl, Lu Shui and the others turned deathly pale and began to tremble uncontrollably. After all, being on the coast is not as safe as being in a shelter. There isn't even a place to hide. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu quickly picked up some burning firewood from the fire and started lighting a fire around the area. Seeing this, Lu Shui and the other three rushed forward to help. Before long, several bonfires were lit around them, and the blazing flames tightly surrounded them. Less than 3 minutes later, more than 10 gray wolves appeared less than 20 meters away from the group. Perhaps intimidated by the firelight, the gray wolves stopped in their tracks, staring menacingly at the group of people before them. They opened their ferocious, blood-red mouths, revealing sharp fangs, and continuously emitted low, intimidating wolf howls at the group. The sound echoed along the empty coastline, like the roar of a demon from hell, sending chills down one's spine. Under the bright moonlight, the gray wolf's eyes gleamed with an eerie green light, like two will-o'-the-wisps, revealing a chilling aura and murderous intent. The terrifying sight made everyone's hearts nearly leap out of their throats, and a chill ran down their spines, instantly spreading throughout their bodies. Zhao Tianyu cursed inwardly. Damn it! How can I be so unlucky? I just ran into a gray wolf in the woods yesterday, and today I've encountered a pack of wolves on this shore. The 4 people beside Lu Shui were already pale with fright, and their bodies trembled involuntarily. Zhou Wanting stammered to Zhao Tianyu. Brother Zhao, what should we do now? Her voice was filled with fear and helplessness. Zhao Tianyu took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He comforted them, saying, Don't be afraid. The wolves are afraid of fire, so they won't dare to come near us for a while. However, as time passed, the fires on the bonfires gradually dwindled, and the once blazing flames slowly weakened. The wolves seemed to sense this change, and they began to stir, slowly approaching the group. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu and the others quickly took some more firewood and placed it on the fire pits. As the fire grew larger, the wolves sensed the threat posed by the flames and involuntarily retreated a few steps. Su Ran looked at Zhao Tianyu with a worried expression and said anxiously, Brother Zhao, we have very little firewood left. If we burn it all, the wolf pack will definitely launch a fierce attack on us without hesitation. Zhao Tianyu was well aware of this harsh reality. His brows furrowed, and he was extremely anxious. Although he considered himself to be fairly strong, defeating these dozen or so ferocious gray wolves was practically a pipe dream. At the same time, the wolf pack began to become restless. Their emotions became increasingly volatile, and their howls rose and fell, deafening, as if they were demonstrating against humans. Moreover, their 4 legs seemed to be driven by an invisible force, constantly pawing at the ground, as if they were ready to pounce on the group at any moment. At this tense moment, a huge gray wolf suddenly emerged from the pack, taking a few steps forward with steady strides. Then, it suddenly raised its head, opened its blood-red maw, and let out a deafening wolf howl that resounded through the sky and sent chills down one's spine. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu thought to himself, Judging from the gray wolf's aura and behavior, it should be the wolf king of this pack. As the saying goes, to catch the thief, first catch the king. If we can find a way to get rid of this wolf king, we may be able to resolve this crisis. Thinking of this, Zhao Tianyu pointed to the majestic wolf king and said in a deep voice to Lu Shui and the other 3. That gray wolf should be the king of this pack. We need to kill it first. Pick up your bows and arrows, concentrate, aim at the wolf king, and when I give the order, everyone shoot at it together. Hearing Zhao Tianyu give such an order, Lu Shui and the other 3 were terrified, but they gritted their teeth and forced themselves to remain calm. They took a deep breath, each quickly picked up a bow and arrow, gripped them tightly, drew the bowstrings taut, and aimed the arrows at the wolf king. Zhao Tianyu picked up a long spear and gripped it tightly in his hand. At Zhao Tianyu's command, Lu Shui and the other 3 released their bows almost simultaneously. With a series of whoosh, 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 whoosh sounds, 4 arrows shot towards the wolf king like meteors. Despite the distance, their arrows seemed to have eyes, flying straight towards the wolf king. With 4 muffled thuds, 4 arrows struck the wolf king almost simultaneously. Although the distance was relatively far, being hit by 4 arrows at the same time still caused considerable damage to the wolf king. The wolf king immediately let out a miserable howl, becoming extremely angry. Ignoring the fires surrounding Zhao Tianyu and the others, it charged towards them. In the blink of an eye, the wolf king had already rushed to within 3 meters of the group. It leaped up from the ground, opened its blood-red maw, and pounced on the crowd. Chapter 151 Winter Goes and Spring Comes. Zhao Tianyu reacted extremely quickly, gripping the spear tightly and thrusting it fiercely towards the wolf king's mouth without hesitation. The spear, like an arrow released from a bow, pierced straight into the wolf king's mouth without the slightest deviation. The thrust was powerful, The spear easily pierced the Wolf King's hard skull, penetrating its head completely. Zhao Tianyu himself was also jolted back 2 steps by the huge impact, but he quickly regained his balance and did not fall. The Wolf King, having suffered such a severe blow, let out a shrill scream, and then, as if all its strength had been drained, it collapsed heavily to the ground, its body convulsing uncontrollably. In just over 10 seconds, the Wolf King's struggles gradually ceased, and it completely lost its life. Upon seeing this, Zhao Tianyu immediately stepped forward and swiftly pulled the spear out of the Wolf King's head. The moment the spear was pulled out, a stream of scarlet blood gushed from the Wolf King's mouth like a fountain, splattering all over the ground. The bloody scene silenced the wolf pack instantly. They retreated in fear, keeping a safe distance from Zhao Tianyu, seemingly filled with terror. Zhao Tianyu remained expressionless and drew a military knife from his waist. Without hesitation, he crouched down, raised his knife, and cleanly and decisively severed the Wolf King's head. He stood up, holding the Wolf King's head, and roared at the remaining gray wolves. "You beasts, come at me again if you dare! I'll slaughter you all!" His voice echoed across the empty coastline, carrying boundless majesty and murderous intent. When the gray wolves saw the Wolf King's bloody head, they were instantly terrified and took a few steps back, their eyes filled with fear. 2 or 3 minutes later, suddenly a gray wolf turned and ran into the woods. Seeing this, the other gray wolves also turned and ran into the woods, disappearing completely in no time. Seeing that the wolf pack had left, Zhao Tianyu and his companions breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Shui and the other 3 collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Recalling what had just happened, they all felt a lingering fear. To prevent the smell of blood from attracting other carnivores, Zhao Tianyu carried the bloody wolf head to the shore. He threw the wolf's head directly into the sea, dragged the Wolf King's corpse to the shore, turned around and went back to the campfire, sitting down next to Lu Shui and the others. Lu Shui said to Zhao Tianyu, "Brother Zhao, that was close. It's thanks to your idea that we dealt with the Wolf King first and scared the pack away. Otherwise, we would have been in danger tonight." Zhao Tianyu nodded, still somewhat shaken, and said, "Yes. If we hadn't failed to take down the Wolf King, we might all have become food for these gray wolves tonight." They sat on the ground and rested for a while before everyone recovered their composure. Zhao Tianyu said to Lu Shui and the others, "You guys should go to sleep. The wolf pack won't come again tonight. I'll watch the fire." Hearing him say that, Lu Shui and the other 3 didn't say anything more and lay down on the palm leaves by the fire to sleep. Zhao Tianyu sat by the fire until dawn. After glancing at Lu Shui and the other 3 who were still fast asleep, he stood up, went to the shore, squatted down, scooped up some cool seawater, and washed his face. Instantly, he felt much more refreshed. He drew his military knife from his waist and began to dispose of the Wolf King's corpse. By the time he finished disposing of the Wolf King's body, Lu Shui and the other 3 had also woken up one after another. Lu Shui said to Zhao Tianyu, "Brother Zhao, you should get some sleep. Look, your eyes are all swollen." Su Ran quickly added, "Yes, Brother Zhao, you didn't sleep well last night, you should get some sleep first." Zhao Tianyu nodded and lay down on the palm leaves next to the fire to sleep. Lu Shui and the others stood up and went to the shore. They washed their faces with seawater, then went into the woods to collect some firewood and carried it back. Around noon, Zhao Tianyu slowly opened his eyes. Lu Shui and the other 3 were sitting around the fire, chatting and laughing. After eating some fresh roasted wolf meat, Zhao Tianyu asked Lu Shui and the others to stay by the fire to boil sea salt. He planned to try his luck on the shore, hoping to find 1 or 2 unopened packs of cigarettes among the trash washed ashore. Before they had gone very far, Su Ran and Lin Yu followed them like shadows, and the 3 of them walked another 5 or 6 kilometers along the coast. Just like yesterday, I picked up and examined every cigarette pack I saw, but to my disappointment, I couldn't find any unopened cigarettes. I spent another 2 days on the coast, during which I boiled seawater to produce a lot of sea salt crystals. On the morning of the 3rd day, everyone got up early, roasted some wolf meat, ate it, packed their things, and headed towards the shelter. Time flies by in the blink of an eye, and before we knew it, more than a month had passed quietly. Over the past month, everyone's lives have been ordinary yet fulfilling. Apart from occasionally going into the woods to collect firewood and pick some wild vegetables, They spend most of their time quietly in the shelter, enjoying this rare tranquility. Time flies, and spring has quietly arrived on this deserted island. As the seasons change, the temperature on the deserted island gradually rises, as if nature is awakening this sleeping land in its unique way. As you enter the woods, you are greeted by a lush green landscape. The tender green leaves sway gently in the breeze, as if telling the story of spring. Wildflowers also gradually bloomed like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, their colorful blossoms dotting the grass and adding a touch of brilliance to this green world. The small animals also became active, frolicking and playing in the woods, bringing more life and vitality to the deserted island. There's no need to light a fire in the fireplace when you go to sleep at night. During this time, Zhao Tianyu would occasionally sneak off to be intimate with Su Ran and Lin Yu in the bathroom. Zhao Tianyu woke up early that morning and saw Lu Shui and the other three still fast asleep. Looking at them sleeping soundly, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but smile. Stepping out of the shelter through the bamboo door, breathing in the fresh morning air, and enjoying the birdsong and fragrant flowers in the woods, Zhao Tianyu was in a good mood. After stretching my slightly numb body, I squatted down by the river, scooped up some water with my hands, and washed my face. I felt much more refreshed. I went back to the kitchen, took some firewood, and lit it in the fireplace. He took a piece of wolf meat from the smoking room, cut it into small pieces, put it in a pot, and started to stew it slowly. Chapter 152: Thick Smoke on the Coast. Just as the wolf meat was almost cooked, Lu Shui and the other three arrived at the kitchen one after another. Just as everyone was sitting around the fireplace, eating wolf meat and chatting and laughing, a loud bang suddenly came from the coast, and everyone's expression changed upon hearing it. They immediately stopped talking, hurriedly put down their bowls and chopsticks, went outside the kitchen, and looked towards the coastline. Looking into the distance, one could see thick smoke billowing from the coast, like a ferocious beast taking off into the air. Although the place is nearly 10 kilometers away from the coast, the billowing smoke is still clearly visible, as if it could be reached. Looking at the thick smoke rising from the coast, everyone was filled with doubt and curiosity, wondering what had happened on the coast. Su Ran looked at Zhao Tianyu with a suspicious expression and asked anxiously, "Brother Zhao, what's going on? Why is there such a big plume of smoke rising from the coast?" Zhao Tianyu frowned, shook his head, and replied with an equally blank expression, "I'm not quite sure either, but judging from the loud noise just now, I guess something must have exploded. You guys stay at the shelter, I'll go to the shore to take a look." As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Shui and the other three said in unison, "We'll go with you." After hearing what the four of them said, Zhao Tianyu considered it for a few seconds and then agreed. Lu Shui and Su Ran each took a spear, Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting each took a bow and arrow. Led by Zhao Tianyu, the group walked briskly toward the shore. In order to find out as quickly as possible what had happened on the shore, the group moved quickly and closely, almost running the whole way. Having lived on this deserted island for more than half a year, Lu Shui, Su Ran, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting had long since shed their initial delicateness, and their physical fitness had greatly improved. Despite this, after jogging for 5 or 6 kilometers, Lu Shui and the other three began to feel somewhat exhausted, and their steps gradually became heavy. Their breathing became rapid, and they gasped for breath. Their originally fair faces turned red from the strenuous exercise, and a layer of fine sweat appeared on their foreheads. Zhao Tianyu noticed the situation of Lu Shui and the other three, and a pang of heartache welled up in his heart. He looked around and found a large tree not far away with a dense canopy, which could provide a shady spot. So he quickly called Lu Shui and the other three over and let them rest under the tree for a while. Lu Shui and the other three felt as if they had been granted a pardon and were relieved, so they plopped down under the tree as if all their strength had been drained away in an instant. They were panting heavily, trying to regulate their breathing and gradually calm their bodies down. Zhao Tianyu leaned quietly against the tree trunk, his gaze fixed on the thick smoke rising from the coast, seemingly lost in thought. After resting for more than 10 minutes, Lu Shui and the other three regained some strength and stood up to continue walking towards the shore. Before they had gone far, Zhao Tianyu, who was walking ahead, suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis wash over him like a tidal wave. This feeling came so abruptly that he was caught completely off guard. His body tensed instinctively, and his feet seemed to be nailed to the spot, instantly stopping in his tracks. Upon seeing this, Lu Shui and the other three were startled and quickly stopped, looking at Zhao Tianyu with suspicion. Lu Shui quickly walked to Zhao Tianyu's side and asked, "Brother Zhao, what happened? Why did you suddenly stop?" Zhao Tianyu frowned deeply, his gaze quickly sweeping across his surroundings as if searching for something. After a while, he slowly said, "I always feel like there's a pair of eyes watching us from the shadows, and it's a very unsettling feeling." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Lu Shui and the other three's expressions turned serious. They immediately looked around alertly, trying to find the so-called eyes. However, after careful observation, they did not see any suspicious signs. Su Ran looked at Zhao Tianyu with a puzzled expression and said, "Brother Zhao, there's clearly nothing around here. Are you being too nervous?" Zhao Tianyu shook his head, his brows still furrowed. "Maybe I'm being too sensitive, but this feeling is really strong. I don't have this feeling for no reason." He took a deep breath, composed himself, and then strode forward. Seeing this, Lu Shui and the other three quickly followed. However, less than 100 meters further on, that inexplicable sense of crisis once again loomed over Zhao Tianyu like a ghost. Zhao Tianyu stopped quickly again. Just then, a huge leopard suddenly darted out from behind a clump of bushes dozens of meters away from them without warning. It hurtled straight toward them like lightning, with astonishing speed. This sudden turn of events caught everyone present off guard. In the instant everyone was stunned, the ferocious leopard had already rushed to within 10 meters of them like an arrow, and was about to pounce on them. Lu Shui and the other three girls were completely stunned and unable to react. However, at this critical moment, Zhao Tianyu demonstrated an astonishing reaction speed. With lightning speed, he snatched the spear from Lu Shui's hand and thrust it fiercely at the leopard without hesitation. The leopard clearly hadn't anticipated Zhao Tianyu's swift counterattack, nor did it expect him to attack it with a spear. Before it could react, its massive body crashed into Zhao Tianyu's spear as if it had struck an impenetrable wall. Because Zhao Tianyu acted extremely quickly, and the leopard itself was also running at an exceptionally fast speed, the spear, like an incredibly sharp blade, easily pierced the leopard's body. The leopard immediately let out a piercing scream, a sound that seemed to shatter eardrums. It fell to the ground in agony, rolling around incessantly, blood gushing from its wounds, staining the surrounding grass red. Zhao Tianyu did not give the injured leopard any chance to catch its breath. He took another spear from Su Ran's hand and then, with all his might, plunged the spear into the leopard's neck. The spear also pierced the leopard's neck, pinning it to the ground. Pierced through the body by 2 spears in succession, the leopard's screams grew louder and louder, and its body began to convulse uncontrollably. Less than 2 minutes later, the leopard became completely still. Seeing that Zhao Tianyu had dealt with the leopard, Lu Shui and the other three breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Tianyu then pulled the 2 spears off the leopard's carcass, wiped the blood off the spears directly onto the carcass, and handed them back to Lu Shui and Su Ran. In their haste to reach the shore, the group ignored the leopard's carcass and quickened their pace toward the shore. Chapter 153. A group of Russians. After walking for almost 2 more hours, Zhao Tianyu and his group finally arrived at the woods on the edge of the coast. From afar, they could see a cruise ship burning fiercely on the shore, flames shooting into the sky and thick smoke billowing straight up into the clouds. At this moment, everyone realized that the loud noise they had just heard in the shelter was actually caused by the explosion of the cruise ship. Everyone was filled with curiosity. How could a cruise ship suddenly appear on the shore? And why did it inexplicably explode? As they chattered amongst themselves, they quickened their pace and headed toward the shore. As they drew closer to the shore, the burning cruise ship became increasingly clear. Suddenly, Zhao Tianyu seemed to notice something. He pointed to a spot a couple 100 meters away from the cruise ship and said to Lu Shui and the other 3, "Look, there's a group of people over there." Upon hearing this, Lu Shui and the others all looked in the direction Zhao Tianyu was pointing. Sure enough, on the shore not far away, there was a group of people standing there. From a distance, there seemed to be quite a few people, at least several dozen. Because they were still quite far away, the crowd couldn't make out their exact appearances or identities for the time being. "Let's go take a look," Zhao Tianyu said, quickening his pace as he walked towards the group. Seeing this, Lu Shui and the others followed. As they drew closer, the figures of that group became clearer and clearer. Zhao Tianyu took a closer look and was overjoyed to find that Qin Hu and the others were among them. Zhao Tianyu secretly guessed that Qin Hu and the others must have seen the commotion here, which was why they came here. Not long after, Zhao Tianyu led Lu Shui and the other three to the group of people. When Chen Hu and the others noticed Zhao Tianyu and his group's arrival, they immediately went up to them and greeted them with smiles on their faces. Chen Hu looked at Zhao Tianyu and asked warmly, "Little Zhao, what brings you here?" However, before Zhao Tianyu could answer, Su Ran, who was standing to the side, couldn't wait to speak up. "We suddenly heard a loud bang from the shore while we were in the shelter, and then we saw thick smoke rising from there. We were worried that something had happened, so we rushed over to check it out." Zhao Tianyu then turned his gaze to the group of people and began to scrutinize them carefully. He noticed that the group of people all had Western faces, each with blonde hair and blue eyes. Moreover, they are generally quite tall. A rough estimate suggests there are more than 30 of them, including men, women, and children of all ages. Among this group of people, 2 blonde, blue-eyed beauties stood out. They are all over 1.7 meters tall, with hot and sexy figures and curvaceous bodies. Moreover, both of these beautiful women looked quite young, probably only in their early 20s. What's even more surprising is that they look almost identical, clearly twins. Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but glance at the twins a few more times, secretly marveling at their beauty and uniqueness. At the same time, the group of people also looked Zhao Tianyu and his companions up and down. Zhao Tianyu asked Chen Hu, "Boss, who are these people? What are they doing here?" Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's question, Chen Hu quickly turned his gaze to Song Mei, who was standing to the side, seemingly waiting for her answer. Song Mei understood immediately and explained to Zhao Tianyu, "These people are all Russians, and they are all tourists on this cruise ship." Zhao Tianyu pressed on, "Then why are they here?" Song Mei spoke again. "I just spoke with them. They said their cruise ship encountered a malfunction at sea 2 days ago and could not continue sailing. So, they could only drift with the waves and eventually arrived here. However, their cruise ship had only been aground on this shore for a short time when it suddenly caught fire and exploded." After listening to Song Mei's account, Zhao Tianyu didn't say anything more and turned his gaze back to the group of Russians. Just then, Zhao Tianyu's gaze was suddenly drawn to a large tree behind the group of Russians. He noticed that under the big tree, there was a large pile of all sorts of things. These items looked quite messy, including some everyday items such as towels, toothbrushes, and toothpaste, several compound bows, and some suitcases. Upon seeing these things, Zhao Tianyu's eyes immediately lit up, and a strong desire surged within him. These are all rare and wonderful items. Especially those compound bows, which really tempted him. If you could get 1 or 2 of them, surviving on this deserted island would become much easier. However, despite how tempting these things were, Zhao Tianyu knew very well that they ultimately belonged to someone else. No matter how much he desired them, he would never resort to robbery. That would violate his moral principles. Chen Hu and the others clearly shared the same thoughts as Zhao Tianyu. They were also attracted by these supplies. When Xiao Lu noticed that Zhao Tianyu was staring intently at the supplies, he chuckled and teased Zhao Tianyu. "Brother Zhao, what's this? You've got your eye on these things too?" Zhao Tianyu glared at him irritably and replied, "Isn't that obvious? With so many good things, who wouldn't be envious?" Seeing this, Xiao Lu continued with a grin. "Brother Zhao, with your skills, dealing with these guys is a piece of cake. Just show them a little and teach them a lesson, and they'll definitely hand over all these things to you obediently." Zhao Tianyu was displeased upon hearing this and retorted irritably, "You, the boss, and Shaoli are all quite skilled. Dealing with these people shouldn't be difficult for you, right? So why don't you go and do it?" Little Lu said with a cheeky grin. "I could never do something like that." Hearing this, Zhao Tianyu was immediately amused. He kicked Xiao Lu in the butt and said, "You wouldn't even deign to do something, and you expect me to do it? Do you think I'm that kind of person?" At this moment, Chen Hu suddenly said to Zhao Tianyu, "I think we should leave. These people are quite wary of us and don't seem to welcome us." Hearing Chen Hu say that, Zhao Tianyu smiled and said, "That's normal. Anyone would do the same." After saying this, he turned his gaze to the group of Russians and said to them in fluent Russian, You don't need to be afraid. We are all Chinese, and we all work for the same company. We were also stranded on this deserted island half a year ago. We have no ill intentions towards you. Chapter 154 Chen Hu's Thoughts. Zhao Tianyu's words were like a boulder suddenly thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples and shocking Lu Shui, Chen Hu, and their group. They stared wide-eyed at Zhao Tianyu in disbelief. Who would have thought that a mere security guard could speak such fluent Russian with such perfect pronunciation? Lu Shui and the others became increasingly curious about Zhao Tianyu's past. Even the Russians couldn't help but take notice, casting surprised glances at Zhao Tianyu. One of the men, a man in his 30s, immediately spoke to Zhao Tianyu in Russian. "Hello, my name is Andre. I never expected you to speak Russian, and so well, almost like a local. What's even more surprising is that you've been trapped here for over half a year. Haven't you tried to leave this place?" Zhao Tianyu shook his head with a wry smile and replied in equally fluent Russian. "We try every day to find a way to leave this place, but we haven't seen a single passing ship in all this time. You must be in the same boat. Without contact with the outside world, leaving this place is incredibly difficult." The group of Russians were immediately disappointed and frustrated when they heard Zhao Tianyu say that. Zhao Tianyu looked at the group of Russians in front of him and said with a serious expression, "This deserted island is quite dangerous. Various large carnivores lurk everywhere, such as tigers, leopards, gray wolves, and wild boars. You must be very careful when you live here." As soon as he finished speaking, Andre quickly pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Zhao Tianyu's gaze was immediately drawn to the box of cigarettes, and his eyes lit up instantly, as if he had discovered some rare treasure. Not only him, but Chen Hu, Xiao Lu, and Xiao Li, who were standing to the side, were also frozen in place, their eyes fixed on the pack of cigarettes in Andre's hand, their eyeballs almost popping out. This scene naturally did not escape Andre's eyes. He slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a barely perceptible smile, and then handed the pack of cigarettes to Zhao Tianyu without hesitation. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu secretly rejoiced. This kid is quite sensible. He didn't stand on ceremony, took the cigarettes, pulled out a few, and handed them to Chen Hu, Xiao Lu, and Xiao Li. Then Zhao Tianyu picked up a cigarette himself, skillfully put it in his mouth, and then took out a lighter from his pocket and lit it with a click. He took a deep breath, and the thick smoke instantly filled his mouth, giving him an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Zhao Tianyu slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, which spread in the air and formed a faint gray cloud. A look of extreme enjoyment appeared on his face, as if this puff of smoke had made him forget all his troubles and fatigue. Chen Hu, Xiao Lu, and Xiao Li couldn't wait to light their cigarettes and start puffing away. For a moment, the air was filled with the strong smell of tobacco, which mingled with the surrounding wilderness atmosphere, creating a unique ambience. Andre continued, "You've actually survived on this deserted island for more than half a year, so you should be quite familiar with it. Could you tell us more about this deserted island?" Zhao Tianyu nodded and then slowly said, "There is a small river in this forest, about 10 kilometers away from the shore. We also built our shelter by the river. I suggest you also build a shelter there. There are plenty of pheasants, rabbits, and wild goats in the woods, which can provide you with food." Hearing Zhao Tianyu say this, Andre smiled and said, "Thank you for reminding me, my friend. Can you tell me where your shelter is located? Perhaps we will need your help in the future." Zhao Tianyu pointed in the direction of their shelter and said, "Our shelter is in that direction, by a small river. It's easy to find. If you ever encounter any difficulties in the future, you can come there to find me." Hearing Zhao Tianyu say that, Andre nodded, turned around and walked to the big tree, opened a suitcase, and took out 2 packs of unopened cigarettes. He walked up to Zhao Tianyu and said to him, "My friend, these 2 cartons of cigarettes are for you." Zhao Tianyu did not refuse. He took the 2 packs of cigarettes from Andre and said with a smile, "Thank you so much. We'll be going now." Andre nodded and didn't say anything more. Zhao Tianyu then said to Lu Shui and the others, "Let's go first." Xiao Lu asked with some curiosity, "They just left like that?" Zhao Tianyu said with a smile, "Are you planning to stay overnight instead of leaving? Can't you see that they don't really welcome us?" Xiao Lu stared at the 2 packs of cigarettes in Zhao Tianyu's hand and said with a smile, "I think they really like you, they even gave you 2 packs of cigarettes." Zhao Tianyu said with a smile. You think he's so kind of him, that he gave me cigarettes to get on my good side so he can ask me for help in the future? Actually, they're all wary of us. Because the two were speaking Chinese, the Russians couldn't understand what they were saying. Zhao Tianyu didn't say anything more and walked away into the distance, with Chen Hu and the others quickly following. After walking quite a distance, Chen Hu finally spoke to him, saying, Little Zhao, it seems I really underestimated you before. I never imagined you were not only so incredibly skilled, but also fluent in Russian. Tell me honestly, have you ever been to Russia? Zhao Tianyu shook his head and said, I learned Russian in the army for mission purposes. Hearing Zhao Tianyu say this, Chen Hu and the others were taken aback, but they did not ask any further questions. Chen Hu stared intently at the 2 packs of cigarettes in Zhao Tianyu's hand and said with a smile, Little Zhao, you've gone to all this trouble to come to the coast, and it's getting late. How about you stay in our cave for a couple of days? Zhao Tianyu chuckled and said, Hey boss! Why are you talking so indirectly now? Aren't you just after my 2 packs of cigarettes? Chen Hu felt embarrassed when Zhao Tianyu exposed his little scheme. Zhao Tianyu took out a pack of cigarettes and handed it to Chen Hu, saying with a smile, You guys can take this pack and divide it up. Chen Hu took the cigarette Zhao Tianyu offered and said with a smile, You're a real friend, kid. Zhao Tianyu turned to Lu Shui and the other 3 and said, It's getting late, how about we stay in the boss's cave for the night? Lu Shui and the other 3 said almost in unison, We'll do whatever you say. Chapter 155 Dialogue. Hearing Lu Shui and the others say this, Song Mei gave Zhao Tianyu a thumbs up and teased with a smile. Brother Zhao, you're really something. These beauties, President Lu and the others, are actually listening to you so much now? Xiao Lu also said with a smile. Brother Zhao, it seems that President Lu and the others have been completely won over by you. Zhao Tianyu said smugly. Sigh. That's the charm of a man. Hearing him say that, Chen Hu and the others were amused, while Lu Shui and the other 3 rolled their eyes at him. It took them more than 3 hours to reach the cave where Chen Hu and the others lived. The marketing and public relations staff were quite happy to see Lu Shui and the other 3. They all greeted them warmly, and Lu Shui and her 3 companions were quite happy to see these employees. After all, they had been on the deserted island for so long, and this was the first time they had met each other. Looking at these few employees, Lu Shui couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness, since almost all of the company's hundreds of employees had gone out for team building at that time. Only a dozen or so of them survived by sheer luck. Since Zhao Tianyu killed Yue last time, they haven't seen those company executives again, and they don't know if they are still alive. To entertain Zhao Tianyu and his group, Chen Hu specially stewed some wild boar meat and roasted some lobsters and crabs caught from the sea. After dinner, the sun slowly set below the horizon, and Zhao Tianyu and his group of men sat leisurely smoking at the entrance of the cave. Meanwhile, Lu Shui and her group of girls sat on the rocks by the shore, chatting and laughing. Chen Hu said to Zhao Tianyu, Zhao, now there are so many Russians on this deserted island. It seems we need to be more careful about them in the future. Zhao Tianyu said with a smile. Boss, what do you mean by that? Chen Hu sighed and said, Before you arrived today, Xiao Mei had already spoken with those Russians. I could tell they were quite wary of us, or rather, not very friendly. I was afraid they might suddenly attack us. Zhao Tianyu laughed and said, What's there to be afraid of? Although there are more of them, apart from the 8 or 9 young and strong ones, the rest are mostly women, the elderly, and children. It's easy to deal with them. No offense, but boss, I feel like you've become increasingly timid since we arrived on this deserted island. You, Xiao Lu, and Xiao Li have all served in the military for so many years. Chen Hu gave a wry smile and said, It's not that I've become timid, but rather that I feel a greater responsibility now. With so many people with me, what will they do if something happens to me? Hearing Chen Hu say this, Zhao Tianyu was stunned. He admired Chen Hu immensely and hadn't expected him to be so responsible. He couldn't compare to him. Zhao Tianyu also knew that if it weren't for Chen Hu, Xiao Lu, and Xiao Li, the others might have already died on this deserted island. Chen Hu then said earnestly to Zhao Tianyu, Little Zhao, I know you're quite skilled. Even if all of us were tied together, we probably couldn't beat you. But you need to understand that you're not alone anymore. President Liu and 3 other beautiful women are with you. What would they do if something happened to you? I can also see that President Liu and the other 3 women are completely in love with you. You must be a responsible man. Zhao Tianyu nodded and said, Boss, thank you for reminding me, I understand. Chen Hu continued, As you can see, those Russians have quite a few composite bows. Those things are more powerful than pistols, and if they suddenly attack, they won't be easy to deal with. Zhao Tianyu nodded again and said, Boss, I know what I'm doing, and I'll be wary of them. At this moment, Xiao Li suddenly interjected. Boss, Brother Zhao, since we know that these Russians will pose a threat to us in the future, we should take care of them all today. Chen Hu rolled his eyes at him and said, annoyed, How could you do that? Xiao Lu immediately shook his head and whispered, I can't go down. Chen Hu continued, That settles it then. Besides, they haven't provoked us, they're just not very friendly to us. Before they knew it, it was completely dark, and Lu Shui and her group of girls returned to the cave entrance. The group sat around the fire again, chatting and laughing. After a while, Chen Hu suddenly raised his voice and said to Zhao Tianyu, Little Zhao, if I suddenly die on this deserted island one day, you have to take good care of them for me. Bring them home safely. Hearing Chen Hu say this, everyone was stunned. Song Mei spoke first, saying, Brother Hu, what nonsense are you talking about? You won't get into trouble. If anything happens to you, I don't want to live either. It's clear that Song Mei has completely fallen in love with Chen Hu. Hearing Song Mei say this, Chen Hu looked at her with doting eyes and said with a smile, Xiao Mei, I, Chen Hu, am already very happy to have met you. Promise me that if something happens to me one day, you won't be sad or upset, and you'll live a good life. Song Mei hugged Chen Hu tightly, crying as she said, Brother Hu, I don't want anything to happen to you. Hearing the conversation between the two, Zhao Tianyu and the others were quite moved. Zhao Tianyu quickly said, All right, boss, what are you doing? Why are you making it sound like a life or death separation? You've even made Xiao Mei cry. Don't worry, we'll all be fine. One day we'll all return home safely. Lu Shui quickly chimed in. Yes. Brother Zhao is right, we will all return home safely. Chen Hu continued. After all, this is a deserted island, anything can happen, so we need to prepare for the worst. After saying this, he looked at Zhao Tianyu and said to him, If anything really happens, you must promise me that you will take good care of them for me. Zhao Tianyu looked at Chen Hu, remained silent for a moment, then nodded and replied, I agree. Just then, Xiao Lu suddenly interjected. Brother Zhao, why don't you guys stay with us? There's strength in numbers, right? If anything happens, we can help each other out, can't we? Before Xiao Lu could finish speaking and before Zhao Tianyu could even reply, Chen Hu immediately said, Absolutely not. Xiao Lu was clearly surprised by Chen Hu's reaction, and he asked in confusion, Why not? Chen Hu frowned and explained, Don't you know the principle of don't put all your eggs in one basket? If we all stay in this cave, what if we really encounter the enemy? Wouldn't we be wiped out in one fell swoop? Hearing Chen Hu say this, Xiao Lu felt that what he said made sense, so he didn't say anything more. Chapter 156: The Russian Man Who Picks a Fight. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Zhao Tianyu and the others woke up, and Chen Hu had already cooked a pot of wild boar meat. After breakfast, Zhao Tianyu and his group left. Chen Hu and his group stood at the entrance of the cave, silently watching Zhao Tianyu and his companions walk away, their eyes revealing a hint of reluctance. Walking on the beach, Suran was filled with doubt. She turned to Zhao Tianyu and said, Brother Zhao, what did Chen Hu mean by what he said to you last night? It felt like a life or death separation. Zhao Tianyu took a deep breath and slowly explained. Actually, the boss is just too responsible. He's worried that if something happens to him one day, there will be no one to take care of these people, so that's why he said that. After a long trek, Zhao Tianyu and his group finally returned to the shelter. It took 7 or 8 hours to get from the cave where Chen Hu and his group lived to the shelter. By this time, everyone was exhausted, tired, hungry, and thirsty. Lu Shui and the other 3 girls felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead, making each step extremely difficult. As soon as they returned to the kitchen, they collapsed onto the floor like deflated balloons, panting heavily. After resting on the ground for a while, Zhao Tianyu took some firewood and lit it in the fireplace. I took a piece of wolf meat from the smoking room, cut it into small pieces, put it in a pot, and started stewing it. And so, another 7 or 8 days passed. In these peaceful days, everyone's daily life was very regular. After breakfast that morning, everyone went to a grassy area outside the shelter, sat down, and leisurely enjoyed the warmth of the sun. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Shui suddenly seemed to have discovered something, abruptly raising her head and staring straight at the distant woods. Her voice was urgent. "Look, it looks like someone's coming over there." Hearing her call, Zhao Tianyu and the others also looked up and followed the direction she was pointing. Sure enough, deep in the woods, several figures were slowly walking towards them. Upon seeing this, everyone immediately stood up and watched the group of people warily. Because of the distance, their faces could not be seen clearly at first, but judging from their figures and walking posture, they should be the group of Russians we had encountered earlier. Time ticked by, and the group drew closer. After about 5 or 6 minutes, they were less than 50 meters away from Zhao Tianyu and his companions. At that moment, everyone could finally see their faces clearly. Leading the way was Andre, along with the beautiful twin sisters. In addition, there were several other men, each carrying a backpack, and Andre and several other men were each holding a compound bow. Lin Yu looked at Zhao Tianyu with a worried expression and said anxiously, "Brother Zhao, what are they doing here? And they're carrying compound bows. Are they here to cause us trouble?" Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu quickly reassured them. "Don't worry, I'm here. If they dare to cause trouble, I'll kill them all." Not long after, the Russians approached Zhao Tianyu and his group. They looked haggard and thin, almost unrecognizable compared to before. Clearly, they hadn't been doing well these past few days. Upon seeing Zhao Tianyu, Andre immediately greeted him with a broad smile, saying warmly, "My friend, long time no see. How have you been lately?" Zhao Tianyu smiled and nodded, replying, "Yes, we're doing quite well, thank you for your concern. How about you guys? How are you doing?" Andre shook his head and sighed. "Well, it's not good." His words revealed a hint of helplessness and bitterness. After he finished speaking, his gaze involuntarily turned to the shelter where Zhao Tianyu and the others lived, his eyes filled with envy. The other men stared intently at Lu Shui and her companions like hungry wolves, their faces revealing undisguised greed. Lu Shui and her 3 companions felt the unbridled gazes directed at them, and a surge of anger welled up within them. The feeling of being stared at so openly made them feel extremely uncomfortable and humiliated. Zhao Tianyu naturally noticed the gazes of those men, and his face instantly darkened. He glared at the men, his eyes wide, and shouted without any politeness, "Hey you guys, isn't it incredibly rude of you to stare at my woman like that?" Zhao Tianyu's voice echoed in the air, carrying obvious anger. However, the men didn't seem to take his words to heart. One of the men even provocatively raised his composite bow, the arrowhead pointed directly at Zhao Tianyu, his eyes filled with hostility and threat. When Lu Shui and the other 3 saw this scene, their hearts tightened and their nerves became tense. Despite the threat, Zhao Tianyu remained remarkably calm, showing no fear whatsoever. He simply stared coldly at the man holding the compound bow and said, "What do you want? Believe me or not, I'll kill you right now." Zhao Tianyu's voice was cold and firm, revealing an unyielding spirit. However, the man scoffed at his threat, a cold smile playing on his lips, and replied, "I don't believe it." Just as the 2 sides were locked in a stalemate, a clear female voice suddenly rang out, "Victor, what are you doing? Put down your bow and arrows right now." The voice came from one of the twin beauties, her tone tinged with anxiety and dissatisfaction. Hearing the beautiful woman say that, the man did not put down his compound bow. Instead, he roared furiously, "Nina, you get this straight, whose side are you on? This Chinese man is just too arrogant, I'm going to teach him a lesson today." Before he finished speaking, he didn't hesitate to point the compound bow directly at Zhao Tianyu's head. A smug look appeared on his face as he sneered. "Kid, are you scared now? Let me tell you, if I loosen my grip even slightly, your life will be over." Faced with such an arrogant threat, Zhao Tianyu merely sneered and fearlessly retorted loudly, "I'm not afraid of your mother." In that instant, Zhao Tianyu moved swiftly in front of the man like a ghost. His speed was as fast as lightning, leaving no time for anyone to react. Zhao Tianyu stretched out a hand and gripped the man's arm tightly like an iron clamp, then twisted it forcefully. With a sharp crack, Zhao Tianyu twisted the man's arm off instantly. The excruciating pain made him scream, and the compound bow in his hand fell to the ground. However, this was just the beginning. Zhao Tianyu did not stop there. He then raised his foot and kicked the man hard in the stomach. This kick was incredibly powerful, like a thunderbolt, sending the man flying 2 or 3 meters away. The man's body arced through the air before crashing heavily to the ground with a blood-curdling scream. Zhao Tianyu immediately drew his military knife from his waist, moved forward quickly, and pressed the knife against the man's neck. Chapter 157 stunned everyone. This sudden turn of events was like a bolt from the blue. It struck the hearts of the remaining Russians, leaving them stunned and speechless. In just 3 or 4 seconds, Zhao Tianyu made his move as swiftly as a ghost. With overwhelming force, he snapped the arm of the man named Victor and knocked him to the ground. Immediately afterward, his military knife flashed like lightning, instantly pressing against Victor's neck. The entire action was swift and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. These Russians had no idea that Zhao Tianyu was so agile, so swift, and so ruthless. Only then did the other Russian men snap out of their daze and frantically raise their composite bows. Arrows were all pointed at Zhao Tianyu, as if they would not hesitate to fire a fatal arrow if Zhao Tianyu made the slightest move. One of the men, his face contorted with rage, yelled at the top of his lungs, "You bastard, release Victor right now! Otherwise, we'll send you to meet your maker right now!" However, Zhao Tianyu showed no fear in the face of this ferocious threat. The military knife in his hand remained firmly pressed against Victor's neck, and he even applied a little more pressure, causing a trickle of blood to seep from Victor's neck. Zhao Tianyu's face was ashen, but his voice was as loud as a bell. "I'd like to see whether your composite bows are faster or my military knife is faster. Do you believe that I can kill you all before you even make a move?" His words were like a cold wind, carrying a chill that sent shivers down the spines of the Russians. Looking at Victor, whose neck was held to the throat by Zhao Tianyu, there was no trace of his previous arrogance. His face was as pale as paper, cold sweat poured down his forehead, and his eyes were filled with fear and despair as he looked at Zhao Tianyu. It was as if Zhao Tianyu was a demon from hell, who could take his life at any moment. At this moment, Andrei, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. "My friend, what are you doing? Let go of Victor right now, we mean you no harm." Zhao Tianyu said angrily. "Damn it, what do you guys want, a whole bunch of you with compound bows? Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Believe me or not, I'll kill you all right now." Andrei quickly added, "Let go of Victor first. We're really not here to cause you any trouble." After saying this, he turned to the men with compound bows and said, "Put down your compound bows first." Upon hearing Andrei's words, the men holding compound bows slowly lowered them. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu slowly moved the military knife that was pressed against Victor's neck away. Victor struggled to his feet, using his other hand to cover the arm that Zhao Tianyu had broken, and glared fiercely at Zhao Tianyu. He then turned to Andrei and said, "Andrei, you have to stand up for me. This kid broke my arm." Andrei raised his hand and slapped him hard across the face without saying a word, cursing. "Who told you to provoke him? I'll deal with you when we get back." Zhao Tianyu knew that Andrei was saying this on purpose for him to hear, and cursed inwardly. "Damn it, what a cunning old fox! Why didn't you say anything when he pointed a compound bow at me? Now you're playing the good guy." Andrei then smiled broadly at Zhao Tianyu and said, "My friend, this is all a misunderstanding. I apologize on behalf of Victor." Zhao Tianyu said coldly, "Stop talking nonsense. What do you want from me? If you have nothing to say, please leave. You're not welcome here." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, a cold expression flashed across Andrei's face, but he quickly regained his composure. But Zhao Tianyu noticed them and thought to himself that these people would be a menace if left alive, so should he get rid of them all now? Ever since Zhao Tianyu subdued Victor, the twin sisters' eyes have remained fixed on him. The girl named Nina seemed to have read Zhao Tianyu's mind. She quickly walked up to him and said with a smile, "My name is Nina. I'd love to be your friend. We really don't mean you any harm. We've come to see you mainly to exchange some food." After saying this, she gave Zhao Tianyu a flirtatious wink, and Zhao Tianyu's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, "Damn, this blonde, blue-eyed beauty is really something. She's making me so itchy." Lu Shui and the other three cursed Vixen countless times in their hearts. Andre quickly gave the man with the backpack a wink. The men immediately understood, took their backpacks off their backs, placed them on the ground, and opened them. Inside were some clothes, daily necessities, women's items, and several cartons of cigarettes. Upon seeing the packs of cigarettes, Zhao Tianyu's eyes lit up, while Lu Shui and the other three stared intently at the women's products. Andre laughed again and said, "My friend, you see, we didn't lie to you. We really did come to exchange food with you. What happened just now was a misunderstanding." Since Andre had said so, Zhao Tianyu didn't say anything more and nodded, saying, "Seeing how sincere you are, I won't hold what happened just now against you." After saying this, he turned around and walked to the smokehouse outside the kitchen, and opened the bamboo door of the smokehouse. When Andre and his group saw the mutton and wild boar meat in the smoking room, their eyes lit up again. Zhao Tianyu took some wild boar meat and mutton from the smoking room, which weighed about 50 or 60 pounds in total. He said to Andre, "Take this meat. Come back to me if you need more food in the future." Hearing Zhao Tianyu say this, Andre smiled and said, "Thank you so much, my friend." After saying this, he turned to look at the men, who immediately took everything out of their backpacks and piled it on the ground. Zhao Tianyu picked up the compound bow and quiver that Victor had just dropped on the ground, and said with a smile, "This compound bow is mine now, you guys don't have any objections, right?" Although Andre was extremely reluctant, he could only smile and say, "It's just a compound bow. Take it if you like." Zhao Tianyu said with a smile, "Then I won't stand on ceremony." Andre then instructed the men to put away the wild boar and mutton, and said to Zhao Tianyu, "My friend, we'll be leaving now, without disturbing you any longer." Zhao Tianyu nodded and said, "Take care." Andre and his group turned and left. Chapter 158. Let me pamper you properly this time. Watching the group of Russians walk further and further away until they disappeared from sight, Suran turned to look at Zhao Tianyu. With a suspicious look on his face, he asked, "Brother Zhao, are you just going to let them go like that?" Zhao Tianyu raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile, and replied nonchalantly, "Otherwise what? Are you suggesting we keep them here for a meal?" Upon hearing this, Suran couldn't help but laugh and teased, "I thought you were going to kill them all." Zhao Tianyu rolled his eyes at her and said irritably, "I'm not some kind of serial killer, why would I kill them all?" Seeing this, Lu Shui chimed in with a grin, "Brother Zhao, I just saw a hint of murderous intent in your eyes, but the moment that beautiful Nina opened her mouth, it vanished without a trace. Tell me, were you captivated by that Russian beauty?" Before Lu Shui could finish speaking, Lin Yu interrupted, "Is that even a question? I think he's completely bewitched by that vixen. I just saw her wink at him." Lin Yu grew angrier and angrier as she spoke, and finally she simply scolded Zhao Tianyu directly. "Brother Zhao, you have 4 beautiful women with you, aren't you satisfied?" Zhao Tianyu felt a wave of embarrassment. He hadn't expected Lu Shui to be so observant, actually seeing the killing intent in his eyes. He could only feign ignorance and say, "What nonsense are you talking about? Do you think I'm that kind of person?" As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Shui and the other 3 said in unison, "You are it." Zhao Tianyu was speechless for a moment. He picked up the cigarettes from the ground and returned to the kitchen. Lu Shui and the other 3 also took the rest of the items back to the kitchen. Sitting by the fireplace in the kitchen, Lu Shui said with some worry, "Brother Zhao, you just broke Victor's arm. You've made an enemy of him. I don't think they'll let it go so easily." Zhao Tianyu nodded and said, "I know that, but don't worry. If they dare to cause trouble again, don't blame me for being impolite." The group of Russians walked through the woods. Victor, groaning, said to Andre with some dissatisfaction, "Andre, that bastard broke my arm, why are you still being so polite to him? Do you think we can't handle him with so many of us?" Andre sighed and said, "You've all seen how terrifying that kid's skills are. Even though we have compound bows, we're no match for him even if we all ganged up on him." Victor said angrily, "I won't let this go so easily. That bastard dared to break my arm. I'm going to kill him." Nina yelled angrily at Victor, Victor, can't you stop being so reckless and impulsive? Look what just happened. We almost lost our lives because of your recklessness. Victor was instantly enraged upon hearing this. Veins bulged on his forehead, and he roared, his eyes wide with fury. Nina, listen to me. Whose side are you on? Why are you always taking that bastard's side? Do you have a crush on him? Nina trembled with anger at Victor's words. Her eyes widened and her voice rose 8 octaves. He retorted angrily. You idiot! You have no idea how dangerous the situation was. That Chinese man had already decided to kill us. If I hadn't spoken up in time, he might have wiped us all out. Nina became more and more agitated as she spoke, her chest heaving violently. She continued, I have a very strong intuition that if that Chinese man really wanted to kill us, we probably wouldn't have had the slightest chance to resist. Hearing Nina's words, Victor, though still dissatisfied, fell silent. Andre, standing to the side, frowned and said with a grave expression, Nina is right. That Chinese man was indeed very terrifying. If he had made a move, we wouldn't have had a chance to fight back. Victor said with some dissatisfaction, So my hand was broken for nothing? I can't swallow this. I'm going to kill that kid. Andre then said to him, This matter certainly cannot be left like this, but we can only take it slowly. If we confront him head-on, we are no match for him at all. Upon hearing Andre's words, Nina frowned and said, I think we should avoid provoking this Chinese man. Otherwise, we'll only end up hurting ourselves. Hearing her say that, Andre glared at her fiercely and said angrily, Nina, what do you mean by that? Nina said coldly, It doesn't mean anything. I just think it's best not to provoke that Chinese man again. Andre said coldly, You don't need to worry about this. Just watch, it won't be long before I make that Chinese man pay the price. Hearing him say that, Nina didn't say anything, but just sighed helplessly. That evening, after stewing and eating some wild boar meat, Lu Shui and the other 3 took bamboo tubes to the riverbank to fetch some water and poured it into the bathtub in the bathroom. Then they lit firewood in the stove under the bathtub to boil water for bathing. In less than half an hour, the water in the bathtub was heated up, and the 4 girls went back to the shelter to get a change of clothes and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Zhao Tianyu sat by the fireplace in the kitchen, lit a cigarette, and leisurely smoked it. Almost half an hour later, Lu Shui and the other 3 finished showering and returned to the kitchen. They sat by the fireplace and began to tidy their still dripping hair. Smelling the fragrance emanating from them, Zhao Tianyu chuckled and said, What did you put on? You smell so good. Su Ran said with a smile. You didn't apply anything? You only used shampoo and shower gel. Zhao Tianyu asked with some curiosity. Where did you get the shampoo and shower gel? Su Ran laughed and said, Of course it was brought by those Russians. Don't tell me you didn't see it? Zhao Tianyu said somewhat awkwardly. I didn't notice that. I was completely focused on those packs of cigarettes. Zhou Wanting couldn't help but joke. I think you're a chain smoker, you'll get lung cancer one day. Zhao Tianyu laughed and said, Wanting, are you really hoping I get lung cancer? If I die, won't you be a widow? Zhou Wanting blushed instantly and said coquettishly, I never said I wanted to marry you. Zhao Tianyu didn't tease her and said, Since there's shampoo and shower gel, I'll go take a good shower too. After saying this, he stood up and walked towards the kitchen doorway, but then suddenly stopped. Turning his head with a mischievous grin, he said to Lin Yu, Yeah, come and rub my back later, let your brother pamper you properly. After saying that, he turned and walked out. Chapter 159. Since we're already here, where do we go? Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Lin Yu's face flushed bright red, as if it could bleed. She lowered her head, clutching the hem of her clothes tightly with both hands, and said shyly in a soft voice, You wish? Who wants to scrub your back? Su Ran said with a smile. Yeah, brother Zhao has already left. You're not saying this on purpose for us to hear, are you? Lu Shui, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but chuckle. She teased, Yeah, what you're saying is a bit insincere. I bet you're secretly overjoyed. Zhou Wanting laughed along, echoing Lu Shui. That's right, yeah, stop dawdling. Hurry up and give brother Zhao a back rub. He's waiting for you to pamper him. Lin Yu became even more shy after being teased by the two of them. She said coquettishly, You two, stop talking nonsense. I'm not going! Seeing this, Su Ran deliberately provoked her, saying, Oh, you're not going? Then I'll go! As she spoke, she actually stood up and pretended to walk out. Upon seeing this, Lin Yu quickly reached out and grabbed her, saying irritably, Brother Zhao didn't call you, what are you going to do? After saying that, Lin Yu seemed to have made a great decision, and stood up abruptly, walking outside without looking back. Lu Shui, Zhou Wanting, and Su Ran were left standing there laughing heartily. Just as she was about to reach the kitchen door, Lu Shui called out loudly again. Yeah, when you two are being intimate, don't make such a loud noise. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu staggered and nearly fell to the ground, quickening her pace as she walked towards the bathroom. When she arrived at the bathroom, Zhao Tianyu was taking off his clothes. Looking at Zhao Tianyu's bronze skin and strong muscles, Lin Yu blushed and her heart raced. Upon hearing footsteps, Zhao Tianyu immediately turned to look at Lin Yu, noticing her flushed face. Zhao Tianyu chuckled and teased. Yeah, you're here so quickly. It seems you really couldn't wait. After being teased by Zhao Tianyu, Lin Yu's face turned so red it was almost bleeding. She rolled her eyes at Zhao Tianyu and said coquettishly, Brother Zhao, if you keep saying that, I'm leaving. Before she finished speaking, she quickly turned around, as if she really wanted to leave. However, Zhao Tianyu reacted quickly, rushing forward and grabbing her wrist tightly. You're already here, do you really want to leave? Zhao Tianyu said softly with a mocking smile on his lips. As he pulled her, Lin Yu involuntarily leaned forward and bumped right into Zhao Tianyu's arms. Her heart raced instantly, and a blush rose to her cheeks. Zhao Tianyu then led her to the bathtub, where Lin Yu's sexy and alluring figure was faintly visible in the dim light of the stove. Zhao Tianyu's gaze roamed over her, greedily admiring her beauty. The air was filled with the fragrance emanating from Lin Yu's body. Zhao Tianyu took a deep breath, feeling a surge of heat rising in his heart, making his mouth dry. Unable to suppress his inner impulse any longer, he suddenly lowered his head and kissed Lin Yu's cherry-like, alluring lips. Lin Yu's body trembled violently, and an electric shock-like sensation instantly spread throughout her body. She responded to Zhao Tianyu's kiss without hesitation, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck and intertwining her tongue with his, kissing him passionately. Zhao Tianyu's hands also began to wander, roaming over Lin Yu's body, feeling her smooth skin and soft curves. Lin Yu's breathing became rapid, and her body trembled slightly under Zhao Tianyu's caresses. As their passionate kiss grew more intense, their clothes seemed to be magically scattered and fell to the ground. Finally, Zhao Tianyu picked up Lin Yu and carried her carefully into the bathtub as if she were a rare treasure. Lu Shui, Su Ran, and Zhou Wanting were sitting around the fireplace in the kitchen, chatting idly. Suddenly, I heard a strange noise coming from the bathroom. The sound was faint yet clearly audible. Lu Shui's face flushed red instantly. She said somewhat awkwardly, This yeah is really something. I told her to keep her voice down, why did she still shout so loudly? Su Ran grinned mischievously and teased. She just couldn't control herself. Sister Shui, you seem to be in heat. Why keep holding back? Find some time to give yourself to Brother Zhao. What are you being so reserved about? Lu Shui was so embarrassed by Su Ran's words that she wanted to disappear. Her already red face turned as red as a ripe apple, even redder than a monkey's bottom. Just then, Zhao Tianyu and Lin Yu's voices came from the bathroom again. Their voices were sometimes deep, sometimes high-pitched, sometimes rapid, and sometimes soothing, like a passionate symphony. Lu Shui felt as if her body was being roasted by fire, her whole body was burning with heat, and her heart was beating faster and faster as if it was about to jump out of her throat. Zhou Wanting's face was also flushed, her body was slightly hot, and she felt extremely uncomfortable all over. And so, the three of them silently endured this awkward and ambiguous atmosphere. After frolicking in the bath for more than half an hour, Zhao Tianyu and Lin Yu finally stopped, satisfied. Lin Yu leaned against Zhao Tianyu's chest like a docile kitten. The two lingered in the bath for almost half an hour before finally leaving and picking up their clothes to put on. When the two of them returned to the kitchen, Lu Shui and the other two were still sitting by the fire. Lu Shui looked up at Lin Yu and said in a slightly coquettish tone, Yeah, didn't I just tell you to keep your voice down? You're shouting so loudly, are you afraid we won't hear you? Zhou Wanting chimed in, her face also showing displeasure, That's right. Yeah, you two can be affectionate all you want, but you have to shout so loudly. You may be enjoying yourself, but have you considered how we feel? After being told this by Lu Shui and Zhou Wanting, Lin Yu felt embarrassed and lowered her head with a blush. Su Ran chuckled and said, Yeah, don't mind them. They're just in heat. After saying this, Su Ran winked at Zhao Tianyu with a sly look and said, Brother Zhao, look how horny they are. Why don't you find some time to pamper them? Otherwise, it's not good for their health to keep holding back like this. Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Zhao Tianyu was taken aback at first, then burst into laughter and replied, Haha, of course I'd be happy to do something like that. But I wonder if Xu Xue and Wanting would be willing? Hearing their conversation, Lu Shui and Zhou Wanting were extremely embarrassed. They stood up, blushing, and walked out of the kitchen. Chapter 160 Black Bear Attacks in the Middle of the Night. In the dead of night, all was quiet, and everyone was fast asleep. However, in this peaceful moment, a deafening noise suddenly came from the woods outside the shelter, as if a huge creature was rampaging through it. Immediately afterwards, a deafening roar ripped through the night sky, sounding particularly abrupt in the silence. The sudden roar was like a thunderclap, instantly waking the sleeping people. Zhao Tianyu jolted awake, leaped out of bed, grabbed the composite bow he had seized from the Russians, and rushed toward the shelter's entrance like a whirlwind. I cautiously peered through the crack in the door at the entrance, gazing at the dark woods outside. However, the night was as dark as ink, and his vision was swallowed by the darkness, making it impossible for him to see what was happening in the woods. At the same time, Lu Shui and the other three quickly got out of bed, her heart pounding and her face filled with terror. Hearing that terrifying roar, her body trembled involuntarily, as if enveloped by an invisible fear. With a trembling voice, Zhou Wanting asked Zhao Tianyu, Brother Zhao, what animal is making that sound? It sounds so scary. Zhao Tianyu's gaze never left the crack in the door, his voice low and calm. That's the sound of a bear. These words struck Lu Shui and the other three with a jolt of emotion, instantly escalating their tension. Having been on this deserted island for more than half a year, this was the first time they had ever heard a bear roar. Zhao Tianyu then reassured them. You don't need to be too nervous. Our shelter is quite sturdy. Even if a bear comes, it won't be able to do anything to us. Put the firewood in the fireplace and light it. Hearing Zhao Tianyu say this, Lu Shui and the other three relaxed a little. Lu Shui quickly walked to the fireplace, took some firewood and hay, put them in the fireplace and lit them. Although there was no longer a need to light a fire in the fireplace at night, the shelter still had a considerable amount of firewood and hay stored inside. As the firewood burned, the entire shelter was illuminated. Lu Shui and the other three, spear in hand, came up behind Zhao Tianyu and peered out through the crack in the bamboo door. Just then, a deafening roar, like thunder, ripped through the night sky and resounded through the clouds. This roar was even louder than the previous one, as if the entire mountain forest trembled. Everyone's hearts tightened, knowing that the bear was getting closer and closer. Sure enough, not long after, a series of heavy footsteps came from afar, each step seeming to pound on people's hearts, making them tremble with fear. Time passed second by second, and finally, the huge black bear appeared less than 20 meters away from the shelter. It stood firmly, like an unshakable mountain, exuding a suffocating aura of power. By the faint moonlight, Zhao Tianyu and the others were finally able to see the true face of the black bear. Its body was enormous, standing 2 meters tall and over 3 meters long. Its head is the size of a child's bathtub, its limbs are so thick that they are almost comparable to an adult's thigh, and its weight is estimated to be close to a ton. Faced with such a huge black bear, everyone felt a chill run down their spines and their backs went cold. Lin Yu was so frightened that she trembled all over and even stammered. Oh my god, how can this black bear be so big? When Zhao Tianyu saw the enormous black bear, he couldn't help but exclaim, Is this black bear some kind of spirit? How can it be so huge? At this moment, his heart was filled with tension and fear. Although the walls of the shelter were carefully constructed with mortise and tenon joints using bamboo as thick as a bull. But he knew very well that such a defense was no match for the black bear's fierce attack. Even the compound bough he was gripping tightly trembled slightly with fear. He prayed silently that the black bear would not attack the shelter. However, the black bear outside seemed to have noticed the presence of Zhao Tianyu and the others in the shelter. It suddenly stood up, opened its blood-red maw, and let out a deafening roar towards the shelter. The roar was like a thunderclap, exploding in the air and making everyone's eardrums buzz as if they were being torn apart. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Tianyu had a bad feeling. He quickly shouted to Lu Shui and the other three. "Judging from this situation, this black bear is probably going to attack our shelter. Be careful to protect yourselves." Before he finished speaking, he rushed to the bamboo window of the shelter like a gust of wind and pushed it open without hesitation. Standing by the window, his gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, fixed on the head of the black bear not far away. He gripped the compound bow tightly in his hand, the bowstring taut as if it contained boundless power. Zhao Tianyu was well aware of the principle that the first to strike wins, the last to strike suffers. He understood that the black bear would attack the shelter sooner or later, so instead of waiting passively, he should take the initiative and seize the initiative. He took a deep breath to calm himself and his body, and then decisively released the bowstring. The arrow shot out like lightning, heading straight for the black bear's head. The arrow was incredibly accurate, striking the black bear squarely in the head. In an instant, the black bear let out a heart-wrenching scream, a sound that echoed through the silent forest, sending chills down one's spine. However, the black bear did not collapse immediately. Enraged by the excruciating pain, it charged madly toward the shelter. In the blink of an eye, it crashed violently into the shelter wall like an out-of-control truck. A loud bang was heard, as if the whole world trembled. The shelter shook violently from the impact, and dirt from the roof fell like raindrops. The shelter wall was also smashed open, and the black bear's enormous head poked its head through the hole. With its gaping maw revealing sharp fangs, it let out a deafening roar at the people in the shelter. The roar, like thunder, echoed continuously in the cramped shelter, causing everyone's eardrums to ache and almost deafening them. The four girls, including Lu Shui, were terrified and screamed, their voices filled with fear and despair. However, at this critical moment, Zhao Tianyu demonstrated an astonishing reaction speed. Without hesitation, he threw the composite bow to the ground and grabbed the spear from Lu Shui's hand. With lightning speed, he aimed it at the black bear's open mouth and then thrust it in with all his might. The spear, like an arrow released from a bow, pierced straight into the black bear's mouth. With a plop, the spear was deeply embedded in the bear's oral cavity. Chapter 161: Eliminating the Black Bear. The black bear, having suffered such a severe injury, let out a piercing scream and jerked its head back. Then, as if electrocuted, he quickly retreated 5 or 6 meters before crashing heavily to the ground, rolling around and struggling in agony. However, this black bear was incredibly resilient. In less than 20 seconds, it got back up from the ground. As if completely forgetting the pain from just now, he ran wildly towards the shelter again like a madman. Another earth-shattering roar. Bang! This time, the black bear slammed into the shelter wall with tremendous force. The fragile wall crumbled instantly under its impact. The shelter has also tilted severely, and looks like it could collapse at any moment. The black bear charged straight into the shelter, and Zhao Tianyu, spear in hand, plunged it deep into the bear's neck. A spurt of blood instantly gushed from the black bear's neck. Suffering such a severe injury, the black bear let out another scream and collapsed onto the ground of the sanctuary, rolling around incessantly. Zhao Tianyu shouted, "Run! The shelter is going to collapse!" Hearing his shout, Lu Shui and the others came to their senses, and at this moment they were all standing at the entrance of the shelter. Lu Shui immediately opened the bamboo door of the shelter and ran out, followed by Su Ran and the other two. At this point, only the injured black bear and Zhao Tianyu remained in the shelter. Just as Zhao Tianyu was about to turn around and escape from the shelter, he saw the huge black bear suddenly struggle to get up from the ground and charge towards him. At that moment, Zhao Tianyu was only 3 or 4 meters away from the black bear. Just as the bear was about to crash into him, Zhao Tianyu immediately dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the bear's attack. The spot where he had just been standing was directly facing the fireplace, and the black bear clearly hadn't expected Zhao Tianyu to react so quickly. Before he could stop, his head slammed into the fireplace with a loud bang, scattering the burning wood everywhere and sending sparks flying. The raging flames immediately set its fur ablaze. The black bear was in excruciating pain from the sudden heat, letting out pitiful howls as it struggled desperately to escape the flames. The fireplace, too, succumbed to the black bear's fierce impact and shattered into pieces in an instant. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Zhao Tianyu ran out through the gap in the wall that had been damaged by the black bear. Just as Zhao Tianyu ran out of the shelter, he heard a deafening roar behind him. The shelter that Zhao Tianyu and his friends had painstakingly built collapsed with a crash, burying the black bear alive. Worried that the black bear might not be completely dead, Zhao Tianyu immediately snatched the spear from Su Ran's hand and stared intently at the collapsed shelter. Sure enough, just as he expected, the pile of rubble began to tremble slightly, and then a huge bear paw emerged from below, trying to free him from his predicament. Upon seeing this, Zhao Tianyu immediately gripped his spear and charged towards the black bear like an arrow released from a bow. He moved with incredible speed, reaching the black bear in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, he raised his spear and, with all his might, thrust it into the bear's head. The spear pierced deep into the bear's skull, blood splattering everywhere. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting weren't idle either. Although they were afraid, seeing Zhao Tianyu's bravery inspired them as well. The two men exchanged a glance, then simultaneously raised their spears and rushed towards the black bear that was trying to crawl out of the rubble. They picked up their spears and plunged them deep into the bear's body. Pierced by 3 spears, the black bear let out heart-wrenching screams. Worried that He might rise from the ruins, Zhao Tianyu and the other two immediately retreated more than 10 meters away, their eyes fixed on the black bear that was constantly screaming in agony. 2 or 3 minutes passed, and the black bear's screams grew fainter and fainter until they fell completely silent. Zhao Tianyu and his group stood there for a few more minutes to observe before daring to approach and take a closer look. When it was confirmed that the black bear was completely dead, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the collapsed shelter, everyone felt an indescribable sense of sorrow. They stood there, stunned, their eyes fixed on the black bear's carcass and the ruins. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, and everyone's face was filled with astonishment and helplessness. After all, the shelter they had worked so hard to build had become ruins, and everyone was extremely saddened. After a while, Zhao Tianyu finally came to his senses. He turned around, looked at Lu Shui and the other 3, and said softly, all right, don't be sad anymore. Although the shelter is gone, we are all still alive and well, and that is more important than anything else." Lu Shui and the other 3 nodded silently. They knew Zhao Tianyu was right. The most important thing was that everyone was safe. Now, the shelter has been reduced to ruins, and everyone has had to temporarily move to the kitchen. Zhao Tianyu went to the kitchen, took some firewood, and lit it in the fireplace. The warm firelight shone on everyone's faces. As everyone sat around the fireplace, their mood calmed down a bit. Lu Shui's body trembled slightly as she said with lingering fear, "That black bear's attack power was too strong. It destroyed our shelter so easily." Her words were filled with fear and lingering dread. Su Ran chimed in, "Yes. This black bear is terrifying. I never imagined it would be so strong. Luckily, Brother Zhao reacted quickly and shot it in the head with his compound bow, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable." Zhao Tianyu listened to their conversation and felt a wave of fear wash over him. He sighed deeply and said, "This is the first time I've ever seen a black bear this big. Its strength is truly beyond my imagination. Fortunately, we finally managed to kill it." The group stayed by the fireplace until dawn, when they felt their eyes were about to close and finally fell asleep. When they woke up, it was already noon. They went to the river to wash up, and then went back to the kitchen to stew some wild boar meat and eat it. The group arrived at the black bear carcass, where they saw that the bear's body had become somewhat stiff and was covered with ants and various flying insects. Fortunately, the temperature is not very high now, and the black bear's body has not rotted or decomposed. The group first cleared away the things around the black bear carcass and then began to process the carcass on the spot. After all, this black bear weighed nearly a ton, and it was almost impossible for the 5 of them to move it. It took almost an hour for the group to skin the black bear. Chapter 162: The Tenderness of the Shelter. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Tianyu, holding a sharp military knife, did not hesitate to cut a long gash in the black bear's belly. The gash was like a split canyon, instantly exposing the internal organs. Zhao Tianyu acted swiftly and decisively, removing all the black bear's internal organs, leaving only the precious bear gallbladder. He ruthlessly threw the rest of his body parts into the river. As for bear meat, it's difficult to store, and there's simply not enough food for everyone. They kept some important parts of the bear paw, while the rest of the bear meat was carelessly thrown into the river like discarded waste. After dealing with the black bear's carcass, the group did not rest but immediately began cleaning up the shelter that had been damaged by the bear. It took 2 days to clean up the shelter that the black bear had damaged. For the next period of time, everyone devoted themselves to the work of rebuilding the shelter. Although the shelter was damaged, fortunately, most of the bamboo used to build it is still usable. After more than 10 days of hard work and with everyone's cooperation, the shelter was finally restored to its original state. Zhao Tianyu also considered that he always got intimate with Su Ran and Lin Yu in the bathroom. So this time, I specially built a small shelter for myself to live in. This period of time had exhausted everyone, and strangely enough, the Russians did not come looking for them again during this time. That evening, after cooking and eating some bear meat, Lu Shui and the other 3 girls sat around the fireplace in the kitchen, chatting and laughing. Zhao Tianyu lit a cigarette and leisurely smoked it. Lu Shui said to Zhao Tianyu, "Brother Zhao, it's been almost half a month, and we still haven't seen any trace of those Russians. Could they all be dead?" Zhao Tianyu laughed and said, "How could they all be dead? I think they must have found food during this time, which is why they haven't come looking for us. After all, it's not difficult to find food this season, and they still have so many compound bows." Hearing Zhao Tianyu say this, Lu Shui and the other 3 nodded in agreement. The group chatted until very late, until their eyes were almost too tired to keep open, before they finally stood up and decided to go back to the shelter to rest. When Su Ran reached the kitchen door, she suddenly turned back and whispered to Zhao Tianyu, "Don't lock the door tonight, I'll come find you." Hearing her say that, Zhao Tianyu was overjoyed. After all, he had been busy building the shelter these past few days and hadn't had a chance to be intimate with Su Ran and Lin Yu, which had really made him incredibly pent up. Back in his shelter, Zhao Tianyu lay on his bed, quietly waiting for Su Ran to arrive. It was almost midnight, and Zhao Tianyu was about to fall asleep, but Su Ran still hadn't arrived. Zhao Tianyu thought to himself, "What's wrong with Su Ran? Why hasn't she come yet? Is she going to stand me up?" Just then, the bamboo door creaked open. By the moonlight shining through the window, Zhao Tianyu could see that the person who came in was Su Ran. Suddenly, all sleepiness vanished, and she sat up in bed. Su Ran tiptoed to the bedside. Zhao Tianyu looked at Su Ran and said softly, "Baby, you're finally here. I was worried you'd stand me up. Come here and let me pamper you. I've been so bored these past few days." Hearing Zhao Tianyu's eager words, Su Ran couldn't help but shyly scold him. "Look at you, so impatient, you're like a monkey." Zhao Tianyu quickly reached out and pulled Su Ran to sit on the edge of the bed. Then he hugged her tightly and kissed her cherry-like, alluring lips without hesitation. Su Ran was caught off guard by Zhao Tianyu's sudden kiss, but she quickly became immersed in it and responded to him passionately. She slightly parted her lips, stuck out her tongue, and intertwined it with Zhao Tianyu's tongue, their breathing becoming increasingly rapid. Zhao Tianyu's large hands were even more restless, roaming freely over Su Ran's body, caressing her smooth skin, and feeling the temperature of her body. As their passionate kiss grew more intense, their clothes seemed to be magically removed, falling off one by one and scattering across the bamboo bed beside them. At this moment, apart from the occasional cries of small animals outside the shelter, the only other sound was the creaking of the bamboo bed, as if playing background music for the lovers' passion. Time passed by, and the passionate embrace lasted for more than half an hour before the bamboo bed finally stopped shaking. Looking at Zhao Tianyu and Su Ran on the bed, both of them were covered in sweat and panting heavily, as if they had just gone through a fierce battle. Su Ran nestled against Zhao Tianyu's warm chest like a docile kitten. After a while, Su Ran whispered to Zhao Tianyu, "I have to go back." Zhao Tianyu responded softly, "Let's stay here tonight. We don't need to go back. Xiaoxue and the others won't say anything anyway." Hearing Zhao Tianyu say that, Su Ran didn't say anything more. The two of them made love 3 times that night, and it wasn't until almost dawn that they finally fell asleep in each other's arms. When they woke up, it was already noon. Meanwhile, Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting had already prepared breakfast and were chatting by the fireplace. Seeing them enter the kitchen, Lu Shui smiled and said softly, "You two are finally awake. You look so listless. You must have been up to no good last night, right?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu and Su Ran instantly showed an embarrassed expression. They exchanged a glance and lowered their heads somewhat awkwardly. Upon seeing this, Zhou Wanting chuckled and looked at Zhao Tianyu with a smile. He joked, "Brother Zhao, you have to take care of your health. Don't overwork yourself, or you'll exhaust yourself." Zhao Tianyu wasn't annoyed by Zhou Wanting's teasing. Instead, he laughed and replied, "Haha, don't worry, I'm in great shape. I can easily do it 3 or 5 times every night." His words made Lu Shui and the others burst into laughter, and the somewhat awkward atmosphere instantly became relaxed. After breakfast, Zhao Tianyu led Lu Shui and the other 3 into the woods to chop some firewood. The firewood was tied together with tree bark, then carried back to the kitchen and bathroom, where it was neatly stacked for future use. After completing these tasks, the group went to a grassy area outside the shelter, sat down, enjoyed the warm sunshine, and chatted happily. Just as everyone was chatting enthusiastically, suddenly, a shrill scream came from the distant woods. The sound echoed in the silent forest, sending chills down everyone's spine. Chapter 163: The Russians Surrounded by Leopards. Upon hearing the sound, everyone stood up and peered suspiciously into the woods. However, the dense forest blocked their view, making it impossible for them to see anything. Zhao Tianyu frowned slightly as he stared into the depths of the woods, seemingly trying to see through the layers of branches and leaves to understand what was happening inside. After a moment, he turned to Lu Shui and the other 3 and said, "You stay here, I'll go check out the woods." Before he finished speaking, Lu Shui and the other 3 girls shouted almost in unison, "We want to go with you too." Their voices revealed a hint of tension and worry. Zhao Tianyu quickly waved his hand and explained, "It's safer for you all to stay in the shelter. It'll be easier for me to move around on my own, and if we really encounter danger, it will be easier for me to escape." Lu Shui and the other 3 exchanged glances. Although they were somewhat unwilling, they knew that Zhao Tianyu made a valid point. So they all nodded in agreement and repeatedly told Zhao Tianyu to be careful. Zhao Tianyu nodded to them, then turned and quickly returned to the shelter. He quickly picked up the composite bow, checked the bowstring and arrows, and walked into the woods without hesitation. However, before they had gone far, another shrill scream rang out, sounding particularly jarring in the silent forest. At the same time, a low, guttural roar from an animal rang out, sending chills down one's spine. Zhao Tianyu's heart began to race, and he quickened his pace, moving through the woods like a gust of wind. After walking about 700 or 800 meters, he finally saw the scene ahead. 5 huge leopards were surrounding more than a dozen Russians, and several corpses lay scattered on the ground, their blood staining the surrounding grass. These Russians, some carrying composite bows and others carrying knives, faced off against the 5 leopards, the distance between them only 20 or 30 meters. Among the group of Russians, Zhao Tianyu also saw Andrei and Victor, whose hand he had twisted off, as well as the twin sisters. The 5 leopards surrounded the Russians, emitting low growls. Its 4 legs were constantly pawing at the ground, looking like they might attack the group of Russians at any moment. At this moment, Zhao Tianyu was only a little over 100 meters away from the 5 leopards. Looking at the 5 menacing leopards, Zhao Tianyu was also struggling with whether or not he should step in to save the group of Russians. Although he was quite skilled and had a compound bow, he wasn't confident he could take on 5 leopards at once. In that short span of less than half a minute, the 5 leopards seemed to have planned it beforehand. Almost simultaneously, a fierce attack was launched against the group of Russians. Seeing the leopard approaching menacingly, the Russians wielding compound bows naturally dared not be careless. They quickly raised their bows and arrows and fired at the leopard without hesitation. However, the leopard was too fast as lightning, catching people off guard. The arrows fired by the Russians couldn't hit the leopard at all. They were like bolts of lightning, rushing towards the group of Russians in the blink of an eye. It must be said that these 5 leopards are not only incredibly fast, but also quite intelligent. 2 leopards, acting like perfectly synchronized partners, simultaneously pounced on a tall Russian man like arrows released from a bow. The man clearly hadn't expected the leopards to attack so quickly, and before he could react, he was easily pounced on by the two leopards. The two leopards worked together seamlessly, each biting one of the man's arms and effortlessly dragging him away. Meanwhile, the other three leopards did the same thing, pouncing simultaneously at another muscular Russian man with astonishing speed. Although the man was burly, he was no match for the leopard's pounce and was instantly knocked to the ground. These three leopards were equally clever. They bit the man's arm and clothes, then dragged him away like a dead dog. Finally, the 5 leopards dragged the 2 unfortunate Russian men 40 or 50 meters away. They opened their gaping maws, revealing sharp fangs, and bit down hard on the 2 terrified men. The 2 people screamed in pain as they struggled desperately after being bitten by the leopard. But all of this was in vain, and the 2 were soon killed by the leopard. Andrei, Victor, and their group could only watch helplessly as their 2 companions were dragged away and killed by the leopard, too afraid to step forward to help. After killing the 2 Russians, the 5 leopards ignored their bodies. They immediately dispersed, quickly encircling the group of Russians again, letting out low roars, ready to launch another attack at any moment. At this moment, the expressions on the faces of those Russians were completely filled with fear and despair. Their eyes held no other emotion, as if they had already foreseen their tragic end. Standing at a distance, Zhao Tianyu took in all of this, and a complex emotion welled up in his heart. He thought to himself, "If I don't help them, these Russians will probably lose their lives in this forest today." Zhao Tianyu was deeply disappointed with the Russians' abilities and couldn't help but curse under his breath. "Damn it, what a bunch of good-for-nothings! So many of them are armed with composite bows and knives, and they can't even handle 5 leopards. They're such big guys, what a waste!" Although these Russians had offended him a few days ago, Zhao Tianyu was not a cold-hearted person after all. He couldn't bear to watch them die so tragically at the hands of the leopard, especially since he had originally planned to extract more supplies from them. Although once these Russians are dead, it will be much easier for Zhao Tianyu to obtain supplies. But he is by no means the kind of person who would take advantage of someone's misfortune or kick them when they are down. Just then, Zhao Tianyu's gaze suddenly fell on the pair of twin sisters who were as beautiful as angels. He thought to himself, "Wouldn't it be such a pity if these 2 beautiful sisters were killed by the leopard?" Zhao Tianyu also had a good impression of the twin sisters. On one hand, they were both incredibly beautiful. If he could have something happen between them, it would be something he could brag about for the rest of his life, and it would also be considered bringing glory to the country. On the other hand, when Victor pointed his compound bow at himself that day, the girl named Nina even spoke up to stop him. This shows that neither of them were malicious women. Chapter 164: Fighting 5 Leopards Simultaneously. Thinking of this, Zhao Tianyu felt a surge of strong sense of justice and courage, and he decided to immediately take action to save the group of Russians who were on the verge of life and death. Zhao Tianyu took a deep breath, slowly squatted down, trying not to make a sound, and then carefully moved his feet toward the direction where the 5 leopards were. His movements were light and cautious, as if each step was carefully considered, for fear of attracting the leopard's attention. Fortunately, the vegetation here was exceptionally lush, providing Zhao Tianyu with excellent cover. Moreover, the 5 leopards were completely absorbed by the group of Russians and did not notice Zhao Tianyu quietly approaching. After a long and tense stealth maneuver, Zhao Tianyu finally arrived behind a clump of bushes less than 30 meters from the leopard. This distance was close enough for him to accurately shoot the leopard with his compound bow. Zhao Tianyu quickly drew an arrow from the quiver and steadily knocked it onto the bowstring. His gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, fixed intently on the neck of one of the leopards. This is an excellent shooting angle. If his arrow hits, the leopard will surely die. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhao Tianyu decisively released the bowstring. The arrow shot out like lightning, piercing the sky and heading straight for the leopard's neck. In an instant, with a whoosh, the arrow struck its target accurately, piercing deep into the leopard's neck. The leopard, severely injured, let out a piercing scream, then collapsed limply to the ground as if all its strength had been drained, rolling and struggling incessantly. However, Zhao Tianyu did not give the other leopards time to react. He quickly took a second arrow from the quiver, knocked it again, and aimed at the neck of another leopard. This time, his movements were more decisive and swift. The bowstring rang crisply in his hand, and the arrow shot through the air like a meteor once again. The arrow pierced the leopard's neck, and the leopard let out a scream, collapsing to the ground and rolling around. At this moment, the other 3 leopards also reacted and saw Zhao Tianyu behind the bushes. They quickly locked their gaze on Zhao Tianyu and rushed towards him like lightning. Zhao Tianyu reacted just as quickly. Without hesitation, he threw the compound bow in his hand to the ground, then swiftly drew his military knife from his waist and gripped the hilt tightly. In the blink of an eye, the first leopard rushed like a cannonball to within 5 meters of Zhao Tianyu. It suddenly leaped into the air from the ground, opened its terrifying, blood-red maw, and pounced on Zhao Tianyu with a ferocious aura. Faced with this sudden attack, Zhao Tianyu showed no fear. He roared, "Go to hell!" His voice echoed in the air like thunder. Immediately afterwards, he quickly raised his right foot and kicked the leopard's head with all his might. This kick was as powerful as a thunderbolt, striking the leopard directly in the head. The leopard, struck so hard, tumbled through the air like a kite with a broken string before crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. However, Zhao Tianyu was also forced to take 2 steps back by the force of the kick. Before he could even get his footing, the second leopard pounced on him like a ghost. Zhao Tianyu's nerves tensed to the limit instantly. Without thinking, he instinctively dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the leopard's fatal attack. At this critical moment, a third leopard suddenly appeared like a ghost, and Zhao Tianyu had no time to dodge. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Tianyu swiftly grabbed his military knife and, without hesitation, lunged at the leopard. The knife struck the leopard's neck with lightning speed and precision. The moment the military knife was pulled out, a stream of bright red blood gushed out from the leopard's neck like a fountain, splattering onto Zhao Tianyu. However, Zhao Tianyu was also suddenly pounced on by the injured leopard and knocked to the ground. But his reaction speed was extraordinary. In the instant he fell to the ground, he used all his strength to push the leopard away, and then quickly flipped himself up like a nimble carp. Zhao Tianyu didn't dare to hesitate for a moment. He quickly retreated, putting 3 or 4 meters between himself and the leopard, and finally retreated to the side of a big tree. But just as he regained his footing, the second leopard that had attacked him earlier also stopped. It turned around and pounced on him fiercely again. Just as the leopard's claws were about to grab him, Zhao Tianyu displayed astonishing agility and reaction speed at this critical moment. He dodged to the side like lightning, narrowly avoiding the leopard's fatal blow. Because it was moving too fast, the leopard had no time to stop, and with a bang, its head slammed hard into the trunk of the big tree. The immense impact sent the leopard flying backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground where it tumbled and rolled around, appearing to be in great pain. Zhao Tianyu seized the opportunity and kicked the leopard hard in the head. The leopard was already dizzy from hitting the tree trunk, and then Zhao Tianyu kicked it hard on the head, causing it to immediately lose consciousness. Just then, the first leopard that Zhao Tianyu had kicked to the ground endured the excruciating pain and struggled to its feet. Its eyes were filled with anger and hatred as it stared intently at Zhao Tianyu, then pounced on him again without hesitation. Faced with the leopard's attack, Zhao Tianyu did not back down at all. He reacted quickly. He raised his right foot in the same manner, and with all his might, kicked the leopard hard in the head. This kick was incredibly powerful, sending the leopard flying into the air. After tumbling several times in the air, it crashed heavily to the ground. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu immediately seized the excellent opportunity, rushed forward like the wind, and leaped onto the leopard's back. He gripped his military knife tightly and, without hesitation, plunged the blade deep into the leopard's neck. As the saber was pulled out, a stream of bright red blood gushed out from the leopard's neck like a fountain, splattering onto the surrounding grass. The leopard let out a shrill scream, its body trembling violently as it struggled desperately to break free from Zhao Tianyu's hold. But how could Zhao Tianyu let it succeed? He used his body to pin the leopard down, rendering it unable to move. Then, his military knife flashed like lightning, relentlessly stabbing at the leopard's neck. After 4 or 5 cuts, the leopard's struggles gradually weakened, and it eventually stopped moving completely. After confirming that the leopard was dead, Zhao Tianyu quickly got up from its body and walked briskly to the leopard that he had kicked unconscious earlier. He grabbed the leopard's head with one hand and slashed its neck with a military knife in the other. A large gash was instantly slashed across the leopard's neck, and the leopard began to convulse uncontrollably before dying completely. The leopard that he had just stabbed in the neck with his military knife was still lying on the ground, convulsing. Zhao Tianyu walked up to the leopard, took out his military knife, and stabbed it twice more in the neck. The leopard then became completely still. The two leopards that he had shot through the neck with his composite bow were now motionless. Chapter 165: The Beauty Trap. From the moment he shot and killed the first leopard with his composite bow, time seemed to be accelerated. In less than 3 minutes, he swiftly and accurately dispatched all 5 leopards, as if by magic. This astonishing scene completely dumbfounded Andrei and his group of Russians. Their eyes widened as if they were saucers. His mouth was wide open enough to fit an egg, and his face was full of disbelief. A group of more than 10 people, armed with compound bows and knives, went out to look for food when they suddenly encountered these 5 leopards. Not only did they fail to harm the 5 leopards in the slightest, but several people were also killed by the leopards. They had thought they would likely be devoured by the 5 leopards today, and were even prepared to give up the fight. However, Zhao Tianyu's appearance was like a god descending from heaven, easily killing all 5 ferocious leopards. Their previous impression of Zhao Tianyu was limited to his good skills, but they never expected that his strength would be so terrifying. Not only did he dare to face the attack of 5 leopards alone, but he was also able to defeat them all in such a short time, which is simply an unimaginable feat. Zhao Tianyu stood there, catching his breath, and picked up the blood-stained military knife without changing his expression. He gently wiped it on the leopard's skin. He wiped the blood off the knife clean, and then deftly tucked it back into his waistband. Then, he bent down to pick up the composite bow from the ground and walked steadily toward Andrei and his men. Looking at the Russians in front of him, who were frozen in fear, Zhao Tianyu cursed inwardly. Damn it, what a bunch of idiots! So many people with weapons, and they can't even handle a few leopards. Not only were several of them killed by leopards, but they were also terrified into such a pathetic state. It's utterly shameful. He looked at the Russians expressionlessly, his eyes filled with contempt and disdain. Then, in a cold tone, she asked them, "Are you all right?" Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's voice, the group of Russians snapped out of their daze and came to their senses. They looked at each other, somewhat at a loss, and after a while they all shook their heads to indicate that they were fine. Andrei looked at Zhao Tianyu with a face full of surprise and exclaimed, "My friend, you are simply amazing! To be able to kill 5 ferocious leopards is simply a miracle! We all thought we were going to be eaten by the leopard today, but you appeared at the crucial moment and saved our lives. I really don't know how to repay your life-saving grace." Zhao Tianyu's lips curled into a mocking smile as he said, "I'm not trying to criticize you, but so many of you, armed with weapons, couldn't even handle a few leopards. It's truly shameful. With your level of skill, what will you do when you encounter even more powerful beasts in the future?" After being mocked by Zhao Tianyu, the group of Russians felt extremely embarrassed and ashamed. Seeing their awkward expressions, Zhao Tianyu stopped mocking them and said, "I saved your lives today, how do you plan to repay me?" Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's question, Andrei quickly replied, "You can have whatever you want." Zhao Tianyu nodded and said, "I don't need much from you. You just need to give me a few more compound bows, plus some daily necessities. Cigarettes would be even better." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Andrei immediately nodded and said, "I'll bring the things to you when I get back." Seeing that he agreed so readily, Zhao Tianyu said with a smile, "Since you're so easygoing, I'll give you these leopard carcasses. That should be enough for you to eat for a while." After saying this, he said no more, turned around and walked away, seemingly intending to leave. However, he had only taken 2 steps when suddenly a clear voice called out from behind him, "Don't go yet!" The owner of that voice was Nina. Upon hearing the sound, Zhao Tianyu stopped and slowly turned around, his gaze falling on Nina. She walked quickly toward him, and her twin sister followed her. In the blink of an eye, the 2 girls were standing in front of Zhao Tianyu. Nina's face beamed with a genuine smile. She looked directly into Zhao Tianyu's eyes and said, "Thank you so much for saving us today." The girl standing next to Nina also showed a sincere expression and said softly, "My name is Lena, and I'm Nina's sister. Without your help today, we probably wouldn't be alive today. Thank you so much." Zhao Tianyu smiled slightly, waved his hand, and said, No need to be polite. I saved you, and you gave me supplies, so we're even. Also, don't wander around in the woods in the future. The woods are more dangerous than you think. After saying this, he was about to turn and leave when Nina quickly said, Can you lead us to survive on this deserted island? If you're willing, we'll listen to you from now on and do whatever you ask. If you agree to this request, my sister and I will be yours. Hearing her say that, Zhao Tianyu was stunned for a moment, thinking to himself, Damn it, she's actually using her beauty to seduce me. He immediately shook his head and said, I don't have the ability to lead you to survive here, and I don't want to have too much contact with you. Although you two are very beautiful, I'm sorry, I already have 4 beautiful women with me. After saying that, he immediately turned around and left quickly. Watching Zhao Tianyu leave, Nina wanted to say something more, but for a moment she didn't know what to say. Only after Zhao Tianyu had walked away did Victor say to Nina in a sarcastic tone, Nina, you actually did this to curry favor with this Chinese person. You're really disgracing our fighting nation. Hearing him say that, Nina immediately flew into a rage and retorted, So what if I was trying to please him? If you're so capable, why didn't you just kill all those leopards? If he hadn't appeared in time to save us, we would all be bitten to death by those leopards by now. Lena chimed in. Sister, you're only trying to please him so we can survive here. Besides, he just saved us. How can you be so ungrateful? After Nina and her sister said that, Victor immediately became so angry that his face turned red and his neck bulged. After a long pause, he finally spoke. He was just lucky, that's how he managed to kill those leopards. Nina retorted, annoyed. I think you're just jealous of her. Victor was about to say something more when Andre immediately stopped him. All right, stop talking and let's take these leopards and get out of here quickly. Hearing Andre say this, Nina looked at the bodies of her companions on the ground and asked, What should we do with their bodies? I think we should bury them. Chapter 166 How about we take a bath together? Upon hearing Nina's words, Andre's gaze slowly fell upon the corpse on the ground. He stared at the lifeless body, a heavy sigh rising in his heart. Even if we bury them, Andre's voice was low and helpless. It won't be long before wild animals dig up their bodies and eat them. His words revealed a deep understanding of the cruel reality of this wilderness. Andre raised his head, looked around, and a hint of worry appeared in his eyes. We need to get out of here quickly. I'm worried that it won't be long before other wild animals find us by the smell of blood. His tone was full of urgency, as if danger was closing in. Hearing his words, everyone agreed that he was right. So, the 2 men lifted the carcass of a leopard and, with heavy steps, walked towards their shelter. On the way back to the shelter, Victor suddenly broke the silence and said to Andre, Why did you agree to that Chinese man's conditions and agree to give him supplies? His voice was tinged with dissatisfaction and doubt. Upon hearing this, Andre's anger flared instantly. He glared at Victor, his eyes wide, and shouted, You still hold a grudge about him breaking your hand? I advise you to give up on the idea of revenge. You saw his skills yourself. He could kill 5 leopards so easily. He could kill us all just as easily. Andre's words struck Victor's heart like a heavy hammer, leaving him shaken. Andre continued, Think about it, if he wants our supplies he can just kill us all. Once we're dead, all those things will be his. But he didn't do that mainly out of respect for us. Since he asked for it, how could I refuse to give it to his mother? Besides, we'll need his help many times in the future. Hearing Andre say this, Victor dared not say anything more. Although he still deeply resented Zhao Tianyu, he wouldn't dare to seek revenge even if he had 100 times the courage. Andre then said to Nina and her sister, Tomorrow morning you 2 go and deliver supplies to him. Nina asked curiously, When we get back, you 2 can deliver supplies to him? Nina asked with some curiosity, Why is it just the 2 of us? Andre chuckled and said, Haven't you noticed? He has a better impression of the 2 of you. The way he looks at you is different. If it weren't for the 2 of you being there today, he probably wouldn't have stepped in to save us. Nina and her sister were both taken aback when they heard Andre say that. Andre then said, You 2 must make sure you get along well with him. Whether we can survive on this deserted island depends on you 2. It must be said that there is a reason why Andre was able to become the leader of this group of Russians. Not only is he intelligent, but he is also quite quick-witted and sees things very clearly. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe him as cunning and shrewd. After hearing his analysis, everyone felt it made sense, even though they all had their own thoughts about Nina and her sister. Deep down, they didn't want the two sisters to curry favor with Zhao Tianyu, but in order to survive, they had no choice but to accept this fact. When Zhao Tianyu returned to the shelter, Lu Shui and the others were anxiously waiting at the kitchen door. Seeing him appear, the four girls finally relaxed. They all ran towards him, and when they reached Zhao Tianyu, seeing him covered in blood, everyone was extremely worried. Lu Shui immediately asked with a concerned expression, "Brother Zhao, are you all right? How come you have so much blood on you?" Seeing the four of them looking worried, Zhao Tianyu was deeply moved. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. A group of Russians were surrounded by several leopards, and several of them were killed. I couldn't bear to see them die like that, so I intervened and saved them. All this blood on me is from the leopards." Hearing him say that, Lu Shui and the other three breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Shui then said to him, "I'll go boil some water for you to take a bath." Zhao Tianyu shook his head and said, "No need for that. I can just go to the river to wash. It's so hot now anyway, it'll be more comfortable to bathe in the river." After saying that, he turned to Su Ran and said, "Go to my shelter and get me a set of clothes." After saying this, he went to the riverbank, stripped down to only his underwear, and went straight into the river to take a bath. Before long, Su Ran also arrived at the riverbank with a change of clothes. Looking at Zhao Tianyu, who was only wearing a pair of shorts, Su Ran couldn't help but blush again. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu laughed and teased, "Beautiful Su, why are you blushing? Haven't you already seen everything about me? Soaking in this river is so comfortable, why don't you come down and take a bath with me?" Su Ran quickly shook her head, blushing as she whispered, "Aren't you ashamed?" Zhao Tianyu laughed and said, "What's there to be shy about? There are no outsiders here anyway." Su Ran didn't say anything more. She put the change of clothes on a rock, picked up the blood-stained clothes that Zhao Tianyu had taken off, walked to the riverbank more than 10 meters away, squatted down, and slowly began to wash them. Looking at Su Ran washing his clothes, Zhao Tianyu felt like the happiest man in the world. If conditions allowed, he would rather spend his whole life on this deserted island with Lu Shui and the other three. After all, he was the only one left in his family, so it didn't matter where he was. Besides, he was accompanied by 4 beautiful women every day here. He didn't know if Lu Shui and the other three would still treat him the same way if he really left this place one day. After soaking in the river for almost half an hour, Zhao Tianyu finally walked out of the river without even putting on his clothes. I found a relatively flat rock and sat down, letting the sunlight shine on me through the gaps in the trees. He sat on that rock for almost an hour, his underwear drying out completely, before finally picking up his clothes and putting them on. When he returned to the kitchen, Lu Shui and the other three were chatting and laughing. Seeing that Zhao Tianyu's beard and hair had grown quite a bit, Su Ran said to him, "Brother Zhao, I see that your beard and hair have grown quite a bit. How about I trim them for you?" Zhao Tianyu immediately nodded and said with a smile, "That's great. Hurry up and get ready so I don't hurt you when we kiss." Hearing him say that, Lu Shui, Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting were amused, while Su Ran blushed and glared at him. He stood up, walked out of the kitchen, went to the shelter, pulled the suitcase out from under the bed, opened the suitcase, and took out the small pair of scissors. She went into the kitchen, walked behind Zhao Tianyu, and began to trim his beard and hair. Chapter 167 The Twin Sisters Deliver Supplies. In less than 20 minutes, Su Ran had already trimmed Zhao Tianyu's beard and hair neatly. After tidying up, Zhao Tianyu looked completely refreshed, and his previously somewhat sloppy appearance instantly became neat and tidy. Lu Shui and the other 3 girls all turned their gazes to him at the same time. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu smiled mischievously and teased, "Are you all staring at me like that because you're captivated by my unparalleled good looks?" His words drew a burst of laughter, and Lu Shui and the other 3 laughed so hard they were doubled over. Lin Yu was even more merciless in mocking him, saying, "Can you stop being so narcissistic? Don't you ever look in the mirror and see what you actually look like?" Faced with Lin Yu's mockery, Zhao Tianyu was not angry at all. Instead, he replied with a grin, "Who cares what I look like? You've still been conquered by me, haven't you?" As soon as she said that, Lin Yu's face turned bright red, like a ripe apple. She opened her mouth, wanting to refute, but found herself suddenly speechless, unable to utter a complete sentence for a long time. After finally managing to squeeze out the words, "What a fine cabbage that has been eaten by a pig!" Lin Yu's voice was noticeably 8 octaves lower than usual, as if she lacked confidence. Zhao Tianyu naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to continue teasing her. His wicked smile widened, and he deliberately misinterpreted Lin Yu's words, saying, Yeah, how can you call yourself a pig? That's not good." His words were like adding fuel to the fire, making Lu Shui and the other two laugh even harder. Lin Yu, her face flushed with anger, shouted, "I said you're a pig, and I'm a cabbage." Zhao Tianyu then said with a smile, "Well, you're the one who let me take advantage of you." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was so angry that she couldn't speak. Before they knew it, it was already evening. Su Ran took some wild boar ribs from the smoking room, chopped them into small pieces, and put them in a pot to stew. Everyone sat around the warm fireplace, waiting for the wild boar ribs in the pot to cook. The flames in the fireplace danced, illuminating everyone's faces and filling the entire shelter with a warm atmosphere. However, just then, a faint sound of footsteps came from outside the kitchen. The sudden noise startled everyone, who wondered to themselves, "It's almost dark, who would come looking for them here?" Just as they stood up, preparing to go out of the kitchen to check the situation, 2 figures appeared in the doorway. The people who arrived were the sisters Nina and Lena, both of whom were carrying a huge backpack. Moreover, they also held several exquisite compound bows and several quiver full of arrows in their hands. Zhao Tianyu and the others were somewhat surprised to see the 2 sisters appear. Although Zhao Tianyu knew that Andre would send supplies, he never expected that it would be the sisters Nina and Lena who would deliver the supplies, and that they would arrive so late. Before Zhao Tian and the others could speak, Nina flashed a bright smile and said softly, "We've come to deliver supplies to you." After saying this, she and Lena first put their compound bows and quivers on the ground, and then took off their backpacks and opened them. The moment the backpack zipper was unzipped, Zhao Tianyu and the others were all drawn to it, because they saw the supplies inside. Although these supplies are not rare treasures, they are particularly important and practical in such a desolate place. The 2 backpacks were filled with various daily necessities, including towels, toothbrushes, toothpaste, soap, and even some feminine hygiene products. In addition, what was even more surprising was that there were 5 or 6 unopened packs of cigarettes in the backpack, which was undoubtedly a godsend for Zhao Tianyu. Looking at the supplies, Zhao Tianyu smiled with delight. He said to the Nina sisters, "It seems I really didn't save you for nothing. I was just saying it casually. I didn't really expect you to send these things. I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. Thank you so much." Nina smiled slightly after hearing Zhao Tianyu's words and replied, "Compared to you saving us, these things are nothing. Besides, we'll have to rely on you to survive here from now on." Zhao Tianyu quickly shook his head and said, "Please don't say that. I saved you today, and you gave me these things, so we're even. I don't want to have too much contact with you, because in this environment, everyone has to rely on themselves to survive. Therefore, if you want to live here, you can only rely on your own efforts." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, the Nina sisters' expressions clearly showed some disappointment. Zhao Tianyu asked, "Is it just the 2 of you who came?" Nina nodded slightly and replied, "It's just the 2 of us." Zhao Tianyu seemed to have gleaned something from Nina's answer. A slight smile appeared on his lips as he continued, "Was it Andre who specifically sent you here?" Upon hearing this, both Nina and her sister showed a hint of embarrassment, but they still nodded to Zhao Tianyu to indicate that he had guessed correctly. Zhao Tianyu thought to himself, "I didn't expect Andre to be so clever. Maybe he sensed that I had a crush on these 2 sisters, so he specially arranged for them to deliver supplies, hoping to use this opportunity to get closer to me." Because they were talking in Russian, Lu Shui and the other 3 standing to the side couldn't understand a word they were saying. Unable to contain her curiosity, Su Ran asked Zhao Tianyu, "Brother Zhao, why did they send us so many supplies?" Zhao Tianyu smiled slightly and explained, "Didn't I rescue those Russians in the woods today? Andre said he wanted to repay me, so I casually said that if he wanted to repay me, he could give me a few compound bows and some daily necessities. I didn't expect him to actually bring them to me." Lu Shui smiled slightly and said, It seems these Russians do know how to repay kindness. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu smiled slightly, but there seemed to be something deeper hidden in his smile. He said slowly, "You're oversimplifying things. Do you really think those Russians would be so kind as to send me so many supplies, and even specifically have those two sisters deliver them? They're not just repaying a debt of gratitude, there's definitely something else going on." When Lu Shui and the other three heard Zhao Tianyu say this, they all looked puzzled and asked in unison, "What's your purpose?" Zhao Tianyu smiled slightly, waved his hand, and said, "Don't stand there, come and sit down, let me tell you slowly." He then turned to Nina and her sister in Russian and said, "Since you're already here, and it's getting dark, you definitely won't be able to go back tonight. How about this, you stay here tonight?" Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, the Nina sisters smiled with delight and nodded in agreement. Actually, the main reason why the two of them came to deliver supplies so late was so that they could stay overnight and have more time to interact and communicate with Zhao Tianyu and the others. Zhao Tianyu noticed it too, but he didn't say anything. Chapter 168 Women's Minds Are Hard to Understand. After everyone was seated, Zhao Tianyu slowly spoke to Lu Shui and the other three, saying, "Think about it carefully. Those Russians witnessed me so easily killing those leopards today. They must be thinking that killing them and seizing their supplies would be a piece of cake." He paused briefly, then continued, "If that's the case, why don't they take the initiative to send us some supplies to improve our relationship?" After his explanation, Lu Shui and the other three immediately understood. Lu Shui smiled slightly and said, "So, they specially sent these two sisters to deliver supplies to you because they're planning to use their beauty to seduce you?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu smiled and nodded in agreement, replying, "That's right." Seeing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but turn her gaze to the two Nina sisters, a hint of bitterness in her eyes. Then, somewhat resentfully, he said to Zhao Tianyu, "Brother Zhao, you wouldn't happen to be bewitched by these two beauties, would you? Let me tell you, you can't be too greedy. Aren't the four of us with you enough?" Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu looked at Lin Yu with a half smile and teased, "What's wrong? Are you jealous?" Lin Yu said, annoyed, "Who's jealous? No way. I think you're just a womanizer." Zhao Tianyu continued, "They already used their honey trap on me in the woods today. They said that as long as I agreed to lead them to survive on this deserted island, they would be willing to be my women." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's heart tightened, and she hurriedly asked, "So, did you agree?" Zhao Tianyu rolled his eyes at her and replied irritably, "If I really agreed, would they still have bothered to come and deliver these supplies to me?" Zhou Wanting, who was listening from the side, couldn't stand it anymore and angrily cursed. "What a pair of shameless vixens! They'd even sell themselves out to save their own lives." Zhao Tianyu, however, didn't take it to heart. Instead, he smiled and advised, "Don't say that. When people are in dire straits, they sometimes do things that defy common sense in order to survive. Didn't you come to me for help in order to survive on this deserted island?" Zhao Tianyu's words struck Lu Shui and the other three like a heavy blow. They looked at each other, momentarily at a loss for words. After all, what Zhao Tianyu said was true. The reason they had joined Zhao Tianyu in the first place was because they valued his agility and extensive experience in wilderness survival. When they first sought refuge with Zhao Tianyu, they had prepared for the worst, which was that they would be bullied by Zhao Tianyu. Therefore, people will do anything to survive. Because they were communicating in Chinese, the Nina sisters couldn't understand what they were saying. Zhao Tianyu looked at the Nina sisters expressionlessly and said calmly, "I know very well why Andre sent you to deliver supplies. He just wants to get closer to me and improve our relationship. But I have to tell you, this is completely unnecessary." He paused, then continued, "As I said before, I don't want to have much contact with you, and I'm not capable of leading you to survive on this deserted island." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, the Nina sisters' faces instantly turned ugly, their eyes revealing deep disappointment and frustration. Zhao Tianyu noticed the change in their expressions and felt a pang of pity, but he hardened his heart and continued, "The environment on this deserted island is far more severe and dangerous than you can imagine. A slight misstep could cost you your life. Even I myself am not sure if I can survive here." After saying that, he took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it skillfully, took a deep drag, and then slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke. The smoke filled the air, seemingly masking his inner unease and inner conflict. Zhao Tianyu remained silent for a while, seemingly considering what to say next. Finally, he spoke again. However, if you really encounter any difficulties that you can't solve, you can come to me. I will do my best to help you with anything within my power. After all, meeting on this deserted island is a rare kind of fate. Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, the Nina sisters, who had been feeling rather disappointed, immediately beamed with joy. Nina said to Zhao Tianyu with immense gratitude, "Thank you so much, you're such a kind person." Hearing her say that, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but smile bitterly, thinking to himself, "Am I really a good person?" Meanwhile, the wild boar ribs in the pot were already stewed, and Su Ran took the initiative to bring Nina and her sister a set of bamboo bowls and chopsticks. After eating the stewed wild boar ribs, it got completely dark. The two Nina sisters then began communicating with Lu Shui and the other three in English. Zhao Tianyu, meanwhile, sat leisurely by the fireplace, smoking a cigarette. It's said that women are naturally outgoing, and Lu Shui and her three friends chatted with Nina and her sister for less than half an hour. They were already like old friends who had known each other for many years, with no barriers between them, chatting and laughing, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Seeing that Nina and her sister were covered in dirt, Zhou Wanting couldn't help but laugh and tease them. "Judging from your appearance, you haven't had a bath in a long time, have you?" As soon as these words were spoken, a blush of embarrassment immediately spread across the faces of the Nina sisters. They exchanged a somewhat embarrassed glance, then nodded slightly. Seeing this, Zhou Wanting didn't mock her at all. Instead, she continued with a smile. "We have a bathroom here, where you can take a hot shower." Upon hearing this, Nina and her sister's eyes lit up, their faces filled with disbelief. Several seconds passed before Nina came to her senses and exclaimed excitedly, "You guys are amazing! You even have a bathroom for hot showers, I can't believe it!" Zhou Wanting was amused by her reaction and laughed out loud. Then she said gently, "Okay, don't be surprised. I'll take you to the bathroom to boil water for a bath now." After saying that, Zhou Wanting took the hands of Nina and her sister and led them towards the bathroom like an older sister. Upon seeing this, Lu Shui, Su Ran, and Lin Yu immediately stood up and went out. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu was speechless, thinking, "Wanting has changed so much. She just called me a vixen, and now she's so enthusiastic. Women's minds are really hard to fathom." Chapter 169 How About We Become Your Wife? In this way, nearly an hour passed without anyone noticing, and Lu Shui and the other girls had finished showering and returned to the kitchen. Zhao Tianyu's gaze naturally fell on Nina and her sister, who had just finished taking a shower. Their hair was still wet, emitting a faint fragrance, and their skin appeared exceptionally delicate from being soaked in hot water. They were both tall and slender with shapely curves, and their legs were long and straight, making it hard not to take a second look. Zhao Tianyu's eyes were drawn to them like a magnet, constantly wandering over them as if he could never get enough of looking at them. The Nina sisters clearly noticed Zhao Tianyu's gaze, and their faces immediately turned red, like ripe apples. They quickly lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. Seeing this, Su Ran couldn't help but laugh and teased, "Brother Zhao, look at you, your eyes are about to pop out." Zhao Tianyu smiled awkwardly after Su Ran's comment and quickly explained, "It's not as exaggerated as you say. I just think they're both pretty, so I just glanced at them a few more times." Upon hearing this, Lu Shui and the other three were immediately displeased. Lin Yu said irritably, "Are you implying that the four of us aren't pretty?" Zhao Tianyu quickly said, "When did I say you weren't pretty?" Lin Yu said angrily, "Then tell me, are the four of us prettier, or are those two sisters prettier?" Zhao Tianyu said with a smile, "Is that even a question? Of course, the four of you are the prettiest." Unexpectedly, Lin Yu was not happy at all after hearing this, and said angrily, "You are just a hypocrite, you fall in love with every girl you see." Zhao Tianyu was speechless for a moment, feeling that whatever he said was wrong. He quickly stood up, walked out of the kitchen, went back to the shelter to get a clean change of clothes, and then went into the bathroom. As soon as he entered the bathroom, Zhao Tianyu couldn't wait to take off his clothes, walk into the bathtub, and lie down. The warm water enveloped his body, making him feel incredibly comfortable and relaxed. He remained quietly soaking in the bath, enjoying this moment of peace and tranquility. After about half an hour, he slowly stood up from the bath, put on his clothes, and walked out of the bathroom. When he returned to the kitchen, Lu Shui and the others had already gone back to the shelter to rest. He sat by the fireplace and smoked 2 cigarettes before getting up, returning to the shelter, and lying down on the bamboo bed to sleep. The next morning, as soon as the sun rose, Zhao Tianyu woke up early as usual. He stretched, then got up and went to the riverbank. The air by the river was exceptionally fresh. Zhao Tianyu took a deep breath, savoring the essence of nature. I squatted down, scooped up some water, and washed my face. I felt much more refreshed. I found a smooth rock and sat down on it. He took a cigarette out of his pocket, lit it with a lighter, and began to smoke leisurely. Just then, a crisp sound of a bamboo door opening was heard. He looked up and his gaze fell on Nina and her sister, who were walking out of the shelter where Lu Shui and the others lived. When Nina and her sister saw Zhao Tianyu by the river, they exchanged a glance and then walked straight toward him. When they approached Zhao Tianyu, he smiled and said, "It's still early. Why are you up so early?" Nina replied with a smile, "We have to go back, otherwise Andre and the others will worry." Zhao Tianyu nodded in understanding and then said, "All right then. Be careful on the road." Nina looked at Zhao Tianyu, a mischievous smile playing on her lips, and said, "Are you really going to let the 2 of us girls go back by ourselves? Aren't you going to see us off?" Since she had said so, Zhao Tianyu couldn't refuse, so he stood up, smiled and said, "All right then, I'll take you back." After saying this, he threw his cigarette butt into the stream, stood up, went back to the shelter, and retrieved a compound bough. Then he and Nina and her sister headed towards their shelter. After walking for a while, Nina suddenly said to Zhao Tianyu, "I heard Sister Lu Shui and the others call you Brother Zhao, so I'll call you Brother Zhao from now on too." Zhao Tianyu said with a smile, "Whatever you like to call me." Nina then smiled and said, "Brother Zhao, do you think my sister and I are pretty?" Hearing her ask that, Zhao Tianyu was taken aback, not knowing what she meant. But she still nodded and said, "You two are very beautiful." Hearing Zhao Tianyu say that, Nina and her sister were overjoyed. Nina then added, "How about we become your wives?" Her voice was clear and melodious, like a nightingale in spring, bringing joy to the listener. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu's body stiffened abruptly, as if struck by lightning. He stared at Nina in disbelief, his eyes wide, and it took him several seconds to come to his senses. He said to the 2 sisters, Nina and Nina, "I told you yesterday that you don't need to try to please me. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can come to me for help." Nina gently shook her head and continued, "We're not trying to curry favor with you, you know. If you hadn't saved us yesterday, we would have been killed by that ferocious leopard. You're our savior, so we're yours now." Hearing Nina's words, Zhao Tianyu thought to himself, "What kind of strange logic is this? How does saving your lives make you mine? But I quite like this way of thinking. If I could win over both of these beautiful sisters, that would be something I could brag about for the rest of my life." However, he couldn't say these thoughts out loud. He quickly composed himself and said seriously, "I saved your lives, and you gave me so many valuable supplies. So we're even. Nobody owes anyone anything." Hearing Zhao Tianyu say that, both Nina and her sister seemed a little disappointed. After walking for a while, Nina said to Zhao Tianyu, "Brother Zhao, if my sister and I ever come to you for refuge, will you take us in?" Hearing her say that, Zhao Tianyu asked with some curiosity, "Why would you come to rely on me for no reason?" Nina sighed and said, "You know what kind of people Victor and his gang are. Lately, they've been having ulterior motives towards us 2 sisters. They keep touching us inappropriately. If this continues, we'll be bullied by them sooner or later." Hearing her say that, Zhao Tianyu suddenly asked, "Do you two have some kind of background?" Chapter 170. Andre and his group were furious. Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's question, both Nina and Lena were taken aback. Lena asked curiously, "How did you know?" Zhao Tianyu smiled confidently and explained, "It's not hard to guess. You two are so beautiful, and you've been adrift on this deserted island for over a month. If it weren't for the background that made Andre and Victor hesitate, knowing them as I do, you would probably have been violated by them long ago." Zhao Tianyu's analysis impressed Nina and Lena. They stared at him with admiration, secretly marveling at his keen insight. After a moment of silence, Nina finally spoke. My father is a general in the army. That's why Andre and the others are wary of us and haven't dared to attack us yet. Zhao Tianyu nodded slightly to show he understood, and then said, I see. Nina continued. However, their behavior is becoming increasingly outrageous, and I feel that it won't be long before they start abusing us without any restraint. Therefore, only by relying on you can we avoid being bullied by them. Zhao Tianyu said with a smile. You too have come to rely on me, aren't you afraid I'll bully you? Nina's lips curled into a bright smile as she softly said, Although I haven't known you for long, I can tell you're a kind-hearted person. If you hadn't risked your life to save us yesterday, we would both have been killed by those leopards. Moreover, I can see that when Lu Shui and the other three are with you, their faces are always filled with happy and joyful smiles. Upon hearing Nina's words, Zhao Tianyu felt a surge of joy. He smiled and replied, Haha, since you all praise me so much, wouldn't it seem too heartless of me not to take you in? However, this is not a decision I can make alone. I also need to see what Xiuxue and the other three think. Nina seemed to have expected this. She smiled slightly and said, Don't worry, brother Zhao. As long as you agree, nothing else will be a problem. Sister Lu Shui and the others agreed to take us in last night. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu was taken aback and wondered to himself. What exactly did Nina and her sister say to Xiaoxue and the others? How could they agree to take them in so quickly? However, before Zhao Tianyu could figure it out, Nina added, My sister and I will be coming to stay with you in a couple of days. Zhao Tianyu snapped out of his daze, nodded, and said with a smile, Okay, no problem. Zhao Tianyu had a very good impression of the two sisters, and he couldn't bear to see them being abused by Andre and his ilk. After all, such two beautiful women should naturally be kept for myself. Time passed by unnoticed, and after nearly 2 hours, Zhao Tianyu finally brought Nina and her sister to the outside of their shelter. Just then, Andre was leading a group of people busy by the river, processing the leopard carcasses they had brought back the day before. When Andre and the others saw Zhao Tianyu and Nina, they immediately stopped what they were doing and hurried toward Zhao Tianyu. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu did not respond to them immediately, but began to carefully examine the shelter they had built. Although the shelter was slightly inferior to his own, it was still quite sturdy overall. Furthermore, they also covered the area around the shelter with thorny brambles, which undoubtedly increased its safety. With a broad smile, Andre said to Zhao Tianyu, Hey, my friend, what brings you here? Zhao Tianyu smiled slightly and replied politely, Oh, I was worried that the two of them might encounter danger, so I sent them back. I'm not trying to be mean, but why did you have to send 2 girls to deliver supplies to me? What if they encountered some danger? You have no sense of chivalry at all. Hearing Zhao Tianyu say this, Andre couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it, it's only because you have a good impression of them. If it weren't for wanting to get along with you, do you think I would have let them go? Zhao Tianyu smiled and said, Since the person has been delivered, I won't disturb you any longer. I'll head back now. With that, he turned and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Andre quickly said, Hey, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Since you're here, don't rush off. Let me treat you well and express our gratitude. Zhao Tianyu stopped, turned around, waved his hand with a smile, and said, Haha, no need to be so polite. I have other things to do. After saying this, he strode away, and Andre watched Zhao Tianyu's receding figure. He opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Seeing this, Victor muttered angrily, Honestly, this guy really doesn't know what's good for him. Then, he turned his gaze to Nina and her sister, his tone laced with sarcasm, and said in a sarcastic tone, Look, this Chinese man actually brought you back himself. It seems you two are really capable, managing to take him down so quickly? Nina and her sister Lena were furious upon hearing Victor's sarcastic words. However, Nina did not react immediately, but instead gave an unexpected smile. She said with a grin, Oh, really? You're right, my sister and I have indeed won him over. Last night, we not only took a bath together, but we also slept in the same bed. Lena then laughed and chimed in, Haha, that's right. And I have to tell you, this Chinese man is really something. You can't imagine how much my sister and I enjoyed it last night. Nina and Lena's words completely stunned Andre and his companions. The expressions on their faces were as if they had eaten a huge, foul-smelling mess. They looked incredibly ugly. These people were all so angry they were gritting their teeth, their resentment towards Zhao Tianyu reaching its peak. They wished they could tear him to pieces right then and there. Andre said to Nina, "Is what you're saying true? You really offered your bodies to this Chinese man?" Nina chuckled and said, "Of course it's true. Didn't you tell us to go and build a good relationship with him?" Hearing her say that, Andre angrily retorted, "I told you to get along with him, not to sleep with him." Chapter 171 Victor Loses His Mind. Hearing Andre say that, Nina smiled and said softly, "How can you get along with him if you don't sleep with him? Believe it or not, he's a really amazing man. Not only is he agile, but he also has quite a bit of stamina. He took good care of my sister and me." Upon hearing this, Andre flew into a rage and roared, "Damn it, you two shameless bastards! I'll beat you to death today!" As he cursed, he raised his hand, as if to hit Nina. However, Nina was not afraid at all, and didn't even try to dodge. Instead, she looked at Andre with a smile. She said provocatively, "Go ahead and touch me if you dare. Let me tell you, we're that Chinese man's women now. If he finds out you dared to hit us, guess what he'll do to you?" Upon hearing this, Andre's raised hand suddenly froze in midair as if under a spell, and he did not bring it down for a long time. Seeing this, Nina felt secretly pleased. It seemed that Andre and his group were now extremely afraid of Zhao Tianyu. Nina didn't say anything more, turned around and walked towards a large rock by the river. Lena followed her. Andre was left standing there, gritting his teeth in anger. Watching their retreating figures, Victor felt a surge of resentment. He turned to Andre and complained, "You insisted on sending those two sisters to deliver supplies to that Chinese man to curry favor with him. Now look what's happened, they've both been dragged into this mess. I haven't even had a chance to enjoy myself yet." Upon hearing Victor's complaints, Andre's anger flared up instantly. He roared furiously, "Damn it, I just told them to get on good terms with that Chinese guy. Who the hell knew they'd end up sleeping with him?" Victor grew increasingly annoyed, his gaze fixed on the two sisters, Nina and her sister, sitting by the river in the distance. He kept muttering to himself, "Damn it, whatever, even if those two sleep with that Chinese man, I'm going to go and have a taste of it and enjoy myself." Before he finished speaking, Victor, as if bewitched, strode toward Nina and her sister. Seeing this, Andre quickly reached out and grabbed him, shouting, "Victor, are you fucking horny? Have you gone mad?" However, at this moment, Victor's inner desires were burning like a raging fire, completely consuming his reason. Blinded by greed and impulse, he said to Andre, "Don't get involved in this matter. Let me tell you the truth. If it weren't for the fact that their father is a general, I would have already pinned those two women down and enjoyed myself to the fullest. I've figured it out. We have no chance of leaving this godforsaken place anytime soon. And we're very likely to die on this deserted island. Since that's the case, what do I have to fear? Why should I be afraid of their so-called worthless father, and that Chinese man? I'm going to enjoy these two sisters now and make them my playthings." Before he could finish speaking, Victor tried to break free from Andre's restraints, wanting to immediately put his filthy idea into practice. However, Andre was not about to let him succeed. With lightning speed, Andre raised his other hand and slapped Victor hard across the face with all his might. The slap was like a thunderclap, exploding in the air, crisp and loud. Enraged, Andre yelled at Victor, "Are you fucking crazy? You're going to kill us all! If you touch those two women now, that Chinese man will never let us go. He'll kill us all without hesitation. You saw how terrifying he is. He took care of those 5 leopards with ease. If he wanted to kill all of us, it would be a piece of cake for him. You don't want to live anymore? We still want to survive on this deserted island." After being slapped hard by Andre, Victor's cheek burned instantly, and his mind went blank for a moment. However, when he heard what Andre said, his reason finally began to return. He realized that his behavior just now was indeed too impulsive and completely out of control. Victor stood there, frozen in place, his eyes fixed on the two Nina sisters by the river, as if he wanted to devour them alive. After a long while, he finally managed to squeeze out a harsh word through gritted teeth. Damn it, I'm so angry! I will never let that Chinese man get away with this. One day, I will kill him with my own hands and then sleep with all his women. After saying this, Victor abruptly shook off Andrei's hand and turned back to deal with the leopards. His movements were somewhat rough, as if he were venting his dissatisfaction and anger. Andrei and his group also glared fiercely at Nina and her sister, who were sitting by the river, before continuing to deal with the leopard, their faces showing a hint of resentment and anger. The two Nina sisters, sitting by the river, naturally noticed this scene as well. However, due to the distance, about 40 or 50 meters, they did not hear clearly the conversation between Andrei and Victor. Lena looked at Nina with a worried expression and said softly, Sister, what we just said has probably completely enraged Andrei and the others. I think they hate us to the core now. What should we do? Nina's lips curled into a faint smile as she comforted her. Sister, don't worry. This is actually better. It allows us to see their true colors and inner thoughts. Now that we've completely broken ties with them, there's no need to stay here any longer. Tomorrow morning, let's go find Brother Zhao and seek refuge with him. Lena hesitated for a moment, then couldn't help but glance at Andrei and his group again, saying with a touch of reluctance, Sister, are we really just going to abandon them from now on? After all, we've all lived together for so long. Nina sighed helplessly and said with a wry smile, Sister, you're just too soft-hearted. Look at these people, they're all selfish and self-serving. Why should we pity them? Even if we don't leave, what good will staying here do? We can't change anything, and sooner or later they'll bully and abuse us. After listening to Nina's words, Lena remained silent for a moment, but finally nodded in agreement. She knew Nina was right, but she still felt a little guilty. Chapter 172 Nina and her sister seek refuge with Zhao Tianyu. When Zhao Tianyu returned to the shelter, Lu Shui and the other three had already prepared breakfast and were waiting for him. When Lu Shui and her three friends woke up in the morning, they found that Zhao Tianyu and the Nina sisters were nowhere to be found. They knew in their hearts that Zhao Tianyu must have gone to take Nina and her sister home. Last night, lying in bed, Nina and her sister told Lu Shui and the other three about their current situation in detail. The two sisters, Nina and her brother, deliberately portrayed themselves as incredibly pitiful, tearfully describing how difficult their days with Andrei and his gang were, and how they suffered bullying and abuse from them every day. Finally, they begged Lu Shui and her companions to take them in and free them from their suffering. After hearing about the plight of Nina and her sister, Lu Shui and the other three felt a surge of sympathy. Although they knew that taking in the two sisters would inevitably lead to something happening between them and Zhao Tianyu. But they simply couldn't bear to see these beautiful sisters being defiled by Andrei and his gang. Lu Shui and her three friends were kind-hearted and easily swayed by emotions. Faced with the desperate pleas of Nina and her sister, they agreed without hesitation. As soon as Zhao Tianyu stepped into the kitchen, Lu Shui and the others, as if they had agreed beforehand, all looked up and their eyes fell on him. A faint smile played on their lips, a smile that seemed to conceal some deeper meaning. Feeling uncomfortable under the stares of the four women, Zhao Tianyu blushed slightly. He chuckled awkwardly, trying to ease the slightly awkward atmosphere, and said, Why are you all looking at me like that? Do I have flowers growing on my face? Seeing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile and teased. Brother Zhao, you're really something. You're so chivalrous, you even personally escorted Nina and her sister home. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Zhao Tianyu's smile widened. He teased, Oh, why do you sound a little jealous? Are you perhaps a little sour? Lin Yu's face flushed red instantly, and she said reproachfully, You big idiot, you're jealous of me. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu burst into laughter, and then explained, Actually, the two sisters asked me to take them home. Since they said so, I couldn't very well refuse. Su Ran chimed in. Is that really the case? I have a feeling that you offered to take them home on your own initiative. Zhao Tianyu was speechless. He glanced helplessly at Su Ran and said, Your imagination is too vivid. I'm not as bad as you make me out to be. Su Ran persisted, asking, Did anything interesting happen between you and the two of them on your way back? Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Zhao Tianyu's face showed a hint of dissatisfaction and helplessness. He rolled his eyes at Su Ran and said irritably, Am I that kind of person? Don't think of me as so despicable. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Shui, Su Ran, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting responded in unison. You are that kind of person! Zhao Tianyu was speechless. He looked at the four women and secretly groaned inwardly. He never imagined that he would be seen this way in their eyes. However, Zhao Tianyu did not dwell on the topic. He quickly changed the subject and said to Lu Shui and the other three, I heard from Nina and her sister that you four have agreed to take them in. Lu Shui nodded and explained with a smile. We agreed to take them in partly because we felt sorry for them. If they continued to stay with Andre and his group, they would be abused by them sooner or later. But the most important reason is actually for you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but ask with some curiosity. Why would it be for me? Before Lu Shui could answer, Zhou Wanting eagerly interrupted with a laugh. Brother Zhao, stop pretending! We know what kind of person you are. We've known for a long time that you're interested in the Nina sisters. Don't deny it. After all, those two sisters are so beautiful, any man would be attracted to them. We agreed to take them in so you could get what you wanted. Su Ran also said with a smile. Brother Zhao, are you happy now? You've won over 2 more beauties. Hearing them say that, Zhao Tianyu was speechless for a moment, not knowing what to say. After several seconds, he finally spoke. Okay, I'm done talking. I'm starving, let's eat. After saying this, he picked up his chopsticks and began to devour the stewed mutton from the pot. Seeing his embarrassed appearance, Lu Shui and the other 3 couldn't help but laugh again. The next morning, before the sun had risen and the sky was just beginning to lighten, Nina and her sister quietly woke up. They glanced cautiously at the others who were still fast asleep, afraid of waking them. Then, like 2 nimble cats, they tiptoed out of bed, their movements so gentle they made almost no sound. The 2 sisters quickly packed their belongings into their backpacks. After packing up, they left the shelter without hesitation, without even looking back at the place that had once given them temporary refuge. With firm steps, they walked towards the shelter where Zhao Tianyu and the others lived. When Andre, Victor, and their group slowly awoke, they were astonished to find that Nina and her sister had vanished without a trace. Not only that, but their luggage had also disappeared. Everyone looked at each other, understanding what this meant. The Nina sisters had definitely gone to seek refuge with Zhao Tianyu. Andre's face turned red with rage and he roared. Damn it! These 2 heartless women actually abandoned us and went to join that Chinese man. Victor was equally furious, and he joined Andre in cursing. Damn it, those 2 bitches ran away. I didn't even have a chance to enjoy myself. After finishing his rant, Victor couldn't help but complain to Andre. Look at this bullshit plan of yours. You insisted on sending those 2 to curry favor with those Chinese people. Now look what happened, they've all run away. Hearing Victor say this, Andre was speechless for a moment, and his heart was filled with regret. He originally only wanted the 2 sisters to get along well with Zhao Tianyu and his group, but he didn't expect that the 2 sisters would abandon them and go directly to Zhao Tianyu and his group. But it's too late to regret it now. Chapter 173, Taking Nina to the woods to find food. When Nina and her sister arrived at the shelter where Zhao Tianyu and his friends were staying, they were sitting by the fireplace in the kitchen chatting. Zhao Tianyu and the others weren't too surprised to see the 2 of them arrive. Zhao Tianyu asked with a smile. Weren't you 2 supposed to come in a few days? Nina replied with a smile. I had a falling out with Andre and his gang yesterday, and I was worried they would bully me if I stayed there any longer. This morning, my sister and I sneaked out while they were still asleep. Hearing her say that, Zhao Tianyu smiled and didn't say anything more. Lu Shui and the other 3 were quite welcoming of their arrival, and they chatted and laughed with the 2 of them. The shelter where Lu Shui and her 3 friends lived was quite spacious. With the addition of the 2 sisters, they could easily fit in as well. All that was needed was to set up another bed in the shelter. A month passed in this way. After spending these days together, Nina and her sister had completely integrated into Zhao Tianyu's family. Summer had arrived, and the temperature on this deserted island was getting higher and higher. The number of mosquitoes was increasing, but fortunately, Zhao Tianyu and a group of girls found a lot of mugwort and rolled it into sticks. Every night before going to bed, they would light some and place them in various corners of the shelter to repel mosquitoes. Zhao Tianyu woke up early that morning. As soon as he opened the bamboo door of the shelter, he looked up and saw that the sky was overcast, and it looked like it was going to rain heavily. The shelter where Lu Shui and the others lived was still locked up by the bamboo gate, and they seemed to be fast asleep. Zhao Tianyu went to the riverbank, squatted down, scooped up some water to wash his face, stood up, went to the kitchen, took some firewood, and lit it in the fireplace. I went to the smoking room to get some mutton to stew, but there wasn't much left. It looked like it would only last for 2 or 3 days at most. Looking up at the gloomy sky, he thought, I need to go into the woods and get some more food. If it rains for the next few days, we'll all go hungry. Thinking of this, he immediately went back to the kitchen, grabbed a compound bough, lit some moxa sticks and put them in a bamboo tube, tied the bamboo tube to a bamboo basket, and then carried the bamboo basket on his back to prepare to go into the woods to find food. I had only taken a few steps when I suddenly heard the creaking sound of a bamboo door opening. Turning my head, I saw Nina rubbing her sleepy eyes as she walked out. Seeing Zhao Tianyu carrying a bamboo basket and holding a compound bough, Nina quickly came up to him and said with a smile, Brother Zhao, are you planning to go into the woods to find food? Zhao Tianyu nodded and said, There's not much mutton left in the smoking room, and I think it's going to rain soon. I'm planning to go into the woods to find some food to store so we won't go hungry when it rains. Nina smiled and said, I want to go with you too. Wait for me a moment. After saying this, before Zhao Tianyu could reply, he quickly ran towards the riverbank. Zhao Tianyu could only smile helplessly and stand there waiting for her. After all, it was quite nice to have a beautiful woman by his side. After spending more than a month together, he also noticed that Nina and her sister's affection for him was growing day by day. Even if he wanted to force himself on the two sisters now, they wouldn't refuse. 10 minutes later, Nina had finished washing up, grabbed a compound bough, and walked into the woods with Zhao Tianyu. They had walked less than a kilometer when they heard the call of a pheasant, and the two of them immediately stopped. Looking up, I saw a pheasant perched on a tree branch not far away, calling out incessantly. At this point, the pheasant was only about 30 meters away from them, and it wouldn't be difficult for them to shoot it with their composite bow. Zhao Tianyu immediately picked up an arrow, knocked it on the bowstring, and prepared to shoot the pheasant. Nina grabbed him and whispered, Brother Zhao, let me do it. Zhao Tianyu smiled and nodded, then slowly lowered the compound bow. Nina immediately picked up her compound bow, took an arrow from the quiver, aimed at the pheasant, and shot it without hesitation. For the past month, Nina and her sister have been practicing archery with Lu Shui and the other 3 every day, so their archery skills have improved considerably. She fired the arrow, piercing the pheasant's body perfectly. The pheasant let out a miserable cry and fell to the ground, flapping its wings incessantly. Nina was overjoyed and excited to see that she had shot the pheasant, as this was her first time killing prey. Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but praise. Your archery skills are impressive. Watching you practice these past few days has definitely paid off. Hearing Zhao Tianyu's praise, Nina felt very happy. Zhao Tianyu strode forward and picked up the pheasant that was still flapping its wings on the ground. He grabbed the pheasant by the neck and twisted it hard. With a crack, the pheasant's neck snapped instantly. It twitched a few times and died completely. Zhao Tianyu pulled the arrow out of the pheasant, put it in the bamboo basket, and handed the arrow back to Nina. The two continued walking into the woods, and walked quite a distance. Apart from the occasional bird calls coming from the branches, no other animals were seen. Although the sky was overcast and gloomy, the interior of the forest was unusually hot and humid, as if the air itself had solidified. At this moment, Nina was already drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Her originally delicate face was now slightly pale due to overwork. Her clothes were soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to her skin and outlining her graceful figure. Seeing Nina's exhausted appearance, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. He quickly looked around, searching for a relatively safe place for Nina to rest. Finally, he chose a large tree, carefully observed the surrounding environment, and only after confirming that there were no potential dangers did he feel at ease letting Nina sit under the tree. Nina collapsed onto the ground with a sigh of relief, panting heavily as if she had just gone through a fierce battle. Zhao Tianyu gently placed the bamboo basket on the ground, then leaned against the tree trunk, took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, took a deep drag, and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. However, at that moment, a subtle movement caught Zhao Tianyu's attention. Nina, sitting under the tree, seemed to be intentionally or unintentionally pulling open her collar with one hand while fanning herself with the other. Although the action seemed unintentional, it involuntarily drew Zhao Tianyu's attention to it. Through Nina's slightly open neckline, Zhao Tianyu could clearly see her bra and her deep cleavage. Nina was also quite voluptuous, with a large bust. Although not as large as Lin Yu's, it was at least a 36C. Upon seeing this, Zhao Tianyu suddenly felt a bit thirsty and his mind started to wander. Chapter 174: Encountering a Venomous Snake and a Leopard. Zhao Tianyu thought to himself, "Nina, what exactly are you up to? Don't you know that your actions are practically tempting me to commit a crime?" Although Nina didn't look up at Zhao Tianyu, she could sense that he seemed to have already seen through her spying. She even deliberately pulled her neckline down a little further, making the glimpses of her skin even more alluring. At this moment, Zhao Tianyu was certain that Nina had done this intentionally. It felt as if a fire was burning within him, making it almost impossible for him to suppress his inner impulse. He wished he could immediately pin Nina to the ground and punish her properly. However, reason prevailed in the end, and Zhao Tianyu forced himself to suppress his desire and forcibly looked away from Nina's alluring neckline. Time passed by, and after about 10 minutes, Zhao Tianyu suddenly heard a faint rustling sound. Although the sound was very faint, it was exceptionally clear in the quiet environment. Zhao Tianyu's nerves tensed instantly. He looked around alertly, trying to find the source of the sound. After careful observation, he finally determined that the sound was coming from behind a clump of bushes about 7 or 8 meters away. Without hesitation, he drew his military knife from his waist and whispered to Nina, "There's danger." Upon hearing his words, Nina reacted quickly, immediately picking up the compound bough that was placed aside and standing up. Somewhat nervously, he asked Zhao Tianyu, "Brother Zhao, what's wrong?" Zhao Tianyu pointed cautiously at the bushes and said in a low voice, "There seems to be something behind those bushes." Nina followed the direction of his finger, and a sense of unease welled up inside her. Suddenly, a red snake's head shot out from the bushes. The snake's head was enormous, almost the size of a bull, and it was clearly triangular, making it obvious that it was a highly venomous snake. Nina's face turned ashen instantly, and her body trembled uncontrollably as if she had lost control. Although Zhao Tianyu was relatively calm, he couldn't help but feel a surge of fear when he saw such a huge venomous snake. After all, they had been living on this deserted island for almost a year, and had never seen such a huge venomous snake, let alone a red one. The venomous snake had clearly sensed their presence. Its cold gaze was fixed on Zhao Tianyu and Nina, its tongue flicking and hissing. It seemed the snake might attack them at any moment. Zhao Tianyu said to Nina, "You slowly back away, I'll deal with it." Hearing Zhao Tianyu say that, Nina slowly moved her feet and retreated. Just as she retreated about 7 or 8 meters, the venomous snake suddenly slithered quickly towards Zhao Tianyu from behind the bushes. It crawled to within 3 meters of Zhao Tianyu, then suddenly sprang up from the ground, opened its blood-red mouth, and lunged at Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu reacted quickly. Just as the venomous snake was about to bite him, he dodged to the side and swung his military knife at the snake. The military knife was incredibly sharp. With one slash, it cut the venomous snake in two, and it fell to the ground, writhing incessantly. Zhao Tianyu stepped on the snake's head and began to crush it relentlessly. As Zhao Tianyu continued to crush it, the venomous snake writhed more and more violently. 3 or 4 minutes passed, and the venomous snake had completely stopped moving. Zhao Tianyu then slowly lifted his foot, only to see that the snake's head had been crushed to pieces by him. Seeing that Zhao Tianyu had dealt with the venomous snake, Nina breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Tianyu used his military knife to cut off the snake's head and tail. They picked up the remaining parts and put them in a bamboo basket, since snake meat stewed with pheasant was quite a delicacy. The two dared not linger there any longer, and continued walking into the woods with their bamboo baskets on their backs. Perhaps because they had just encountered a venomous snake, they became extremely cautious. After walking a while longer, Zhao Tianyu, who was walking in front, suddenly felt a sense of crisis and immediately stopped to look around. Seeing this, Nina immediately stopped and asked curiously, "Brother Zhao, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly stop?" Zhao Tianyu slowly began to speak. "I have a feeling that something is watching us." Hearing him say that, Nina also became a little nervous and quickly looked around. After observing for a while, she found nothing unusual, and then said to Zhao Tianyu, "Brother Zhao, there's nothing around here at noon." No sooner had they finished speaking than a leopard suddenly emerged from the bushes 40 or 50 meters away. Nina was startled again upon seeing the leopard, while Zhao Tianyu looked at the leopard with some excitement, thinking, "Damn, I was just worried about not finding food. I didn't expect you to actually deliver yourself to my door." The leopard stood there, staring at Zhao Tianyu and Nina. It was emitting low growls, and its 4 legs were constantly pawing at the ground, as if it might attack them at any moment. Zhao Tianyu also placed the bamboo basket and compound bow on the ground, gripping his military knife tightly as he waited for the leopard to launch an attack. Then he said to Nina, "Step back a bit, I'll take care of this leopard." Nina had personally witnessed Zhao Tianyu easily kill 5 leopards, so she wasn't worried about him. Upon hearing this, Nina immediately took a step back 4 or 5 meters. Just then, the leopard suddenly charged towards Zhao Tianyu, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Zhao Tianyu didn't dodge. He raised his foot and kicked the leopard hard in the head. The leopard was kicked so hard it tumbled twice in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Zhao Tianyu followed suit, straddling the lead leopard and stabbing it in the neck with his military knife. The moment the military knife was drawn, a spurt of blood gushed from the leopard's neck. The leopard also let out a scream and struggled desperately to get rid of Zhao Tianyu. But how could Zhao Tianyu let it succeed? He used his body to pin the leopard down, picked up his military knife, and stabbed the leopard's neck several more times. Chapter 175 I got soaked to the bone. After a few more cuts, the leopard was completely still. Zhao Tianyu wiped the bloody knife clean on the leopard's body and tucked it back into his waistband. At this moment, the sky became increasingly gloomy, and it looked like a heavy rain was imminent. Zhao Tianyu didn't dare to delay any longer. He grabbed the leopard's 2 feet and threw it over his shoulder. Nina carried a bamboo basket and a compound bow on her back, and the 2 of them quickly headed towards the shelter. Before they even got back to the shelter, a torrential downpour began, and soon the 2 of them were soaked to the bone. But there was nowhere to take shelter from the rain in the woods, so the 2 could only hurry forward in the rain. When they woke up in the morning, they didn't see Zhao Tianyu and Lina. Lu Shui and the others knew that the 2 of them must have gone into the woods. Lin Yu complained, "That brother Zhao is really something. It's about to rain, what are he doing in the woods with Nina? Do you think they went to make out in the woods?" Hearing her say that, Zhou Wanting nodded in agreement and said, "I bet they went to the woods to get intimate. Haven't you seen how Nina and her sister have been exchanging glances with brother Zhao these past few days? It's obvious to everyone that the 2 sisters have feelings for brother Zhao." Lu Shui shook her head and said, "You 2 shouldn't talk nonsense. Although Zhao Tianyu is a bit lecherous, he's not that thirsty. I think they probably went into the woods to look for food. After all, there wasn't much mutton left in the smoking room, and brother Zhao probably went into the woods because he saw it was about to rain." Because they were communicating in Chinese, Lina, who was standing to the side, couldn't understand what they were saying. As a torrential downpour began, and Zhao Tianyu and Nina still hadn't returned, Lu Shui and the other 4 began to worry about them. It took Zhao Tianyu and Nina more than an hour to get back to the outside of the shelter, where Lu Shui and the other 5 girls were already anxiously waiting in the kitchen. Seeing the 2 of them return, Lu Shui and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Tianyu carried the leopard back to the kitchen, then collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Nina also put down her bamboo basket and collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily as well. Seeing their disheveled appearance, Lu Shui and the others felt sorry for them. Su Ran immediately ran back to the shelter to get 2 towels. She handed one piece to Lina, and Lina picked up another piece and began to wipe the rain off Zhao Tianyu's head and face. Lina also quickly picked up a towel to wipe the rain off Nina. Lu Shui said to Zhao Tianyu with some concern, "You 2 should quickly change out of your wet clothes, or you'll easily get sick." Hearing her say that, Zhao Tianyu nodded, stood up and went back to the shelter to change into a clean set of clothes. Nina also went back to the shelter to change her clothes. Meanwhile, Lu Shui and the others began to process the leopard in the kitchen. After a year of living on a deserted island, they were quite adept at handling the leopard. It only took half an hour to process the leopard. The leopard meat was cut into pieces, and the leopard skin was hung on a tree branch outside the kitchen to be washed by the rain. Zhao Tianyu and Nina had also regained their strength. Zhao Tianyu immediately picked up a piece of leopard meat, cut it into small pieces, and put it in a pot to stew. Lu Shui and her group of girls then rubbed the remaining leopard meat with sea salt and hung it in the smoking room. The marinating of the leopard meat had used up almost all of their sea salt. Lu Shui said to Zhao Tianyu, "Brother Zhao, we don't have much sea salt left. When the rain stops, should we go to the coast to boil some sea salt crystals and bring them back?" Zhao Tianyu nodded and said, "Once the rain stops, I'll go to the coast to boil sea salt." Lin Yu immediately said, "Then let's go together. It's been almost 2 months since I've been to the coast. I'm going crazy staying here all day. It's good to go to the coast to relax." Zhao Tianyu said with a smile, "All right then. Let's go together then, and we can also visit the boss and the others. It's been so long since we've seen them. I wonder how they're doing?" Lin Yu said somewhat embarrassedly, "Brother Zhao, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you." Hearing this, Zhao Tianyu asked with great curiosity, "Why are you apologizing to me? What did you misunderstand about me?" Before Lin Yu could speak, Su Ran said with a smile, "When I woke up this morning and didn't see you and Nina, Yaya thought you two had gone to the woods to make out. Not only Yaya, but Wan Ting thought so too." Hearing Su Ran's words, Zhao Tianyu was speechless. He rolled his eyes at Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting and said with a smile, "Do you think I'm that kind of person? Even if I were desperate, I wouldn't go into the woods to get intimate with her at this time." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting felt embarrassed and lowered their heads, blushing. Fortunately, they were speaking Chinese, which Nina and her sister couldn't understand. I wonder what Nina would think if she could understand it. Zhao Tianyu chuckled and said to Lin Yu, "Even if I wanted more, I'd go to you and Su Ran. But speaking of which, it's been a long time since I've been intimate with you two. How about I pamper you two tonight?" Hearing this, Su Ran and Lin Yu blushed again, while Lu Shui and Zhou Wanting were amused. The two Nina sisters looked at everyone with curiosity because they couldn't understand what he was saying. Nina said to Lu Shui, "Sister Shui, what were you talking about just now? Why were you laughing so loudly?" Hearing her ask that, Lu Shui's eyes lit up, and she said with a smile in English, "Brother Zhao said he wants to pamper you tonight, and he's asking if you're willing?" Hearing Lu Shui say that, Nina's face turned as red as a monkey's bottom. Zhao Tianyu rolled his eyes at Lu Shui, then quickly said to Nina in Russian, "Nina, don't listen to her nonsense, I didn't say that." Nina blushed and said, "Brother Zhao, ever since you saved us, my sister and I have been yours. You can have us whenever you want. How about my sister and I serve you tonight?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu froze on the spot, thinking, "Holy crap, this is too exciting. If both of them serve me, I'll be so happy." Although he really wanted to have something happen between them, Zhao Tianyu managed to overcome his desires with reason and quickly shook his head at Nina, saying, "Let's forget about it." Chapter 176: The Movements at the Shelter. Hearing Zhao Tianyu say that, both Nina and her sister were somewhat disappointed. Nina said to Zhao Tianyu, "Brother Zhao, tell me honestly, do you not like the two of us?" Zhao Tianyu quickly shook his head and said, "You two have great figures and good looks. Any man would be attracted to you. How could I not like you?" Hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Nina and her sister were overjoyed again. Nina then asked, "Then why don't you let us serve you?" Zhao Tianyu said with a wry smile, "These are two different things. Let's talk about this later." Fortunately, they were communicating in Russian, which Lu Shui and the other three couldn't understand. If they had understood what Nina had just said, who knows what they would have done. Lin Yu asked Zhao Tianyu with some curiosity, "Brother Zhao, why are you speaking Russian with them? Are you secretly talking about us behind our backs?" Zhao Tianyu laughed and said, "Why would I say bad things about you guys?" Lin Yu pressed on, "So what were you talking about just now?" Zhao Tianyu quickly added, "We didn't say much, just chatted for a few minutes." Seeing that Zhao Tianyu remained silent, Lin Yu turned her gaze to the Nina sisters and asked them in English, "What were you saying just now?" Nina glanced at Zhao Tianyu and said with a smile, "We didn't say anything. We just chatted for a few minutes." She naturally wouldn't tell Lu Shui and the others what she had just said to Zhao Tianyu. If they found out, who knew how the four of them would view the two sisters. By this time, the leopard meat in the pot had been stewed and was ready, and the group of people, who were already starving, were now hungry. They all picked up their bowls and chopsticks, and began to devour the stewed leopard meat from the pot. After breakfast, the rain continued to fall in a light drizzle, leaving everyone bored and idly staying in the kitchen. As night fell, the rain showed no signs of stopping. In fact, it poured down even harder. After eating some stewed leopard meat, they sat by the fireplace and chatted for a while. Then, one by one, everyone stood up and prepared to return to the shelter to rest. Lin Yu deliberately waited until Lu Shui and the others had all left before slowly standing up, walking to Zhao Tianyu's side, and whispering to him with a blush. "Brother Zhao, don't lock the door tonight. I'll come find you after Sister Shui and the others fall asleep." He quickly walked out as soon as he finished speaking. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu was overjoyed. He had only joked with Lin Yu and Su Ran that morning, but he hadn't expected Lin Yu to take it seriously. After smoking a few more cigarettes by the fireplace, he slowly stood up and returned to his shelter. Once there, he even collected some rainwater to brush his teeth. Although it's already quite hot, there's no need to light firewood in the shelter's fireplace early on. But considering that Lin Yu was coming to see him tonight, and the shelter was pitch black, he didn't want to be intimate with her. So he took some firewood, lit it in the fireplace, and lay on the bed quietly waiting for Lin Yu to arrive. More than half an hour passed, and then the bamboo door of the shelter creaked open, and Lin Yu slowly walked in. Zhao Tianyu immediately got out of bed and looked at the firewood in the fireplace. Lin Yu asked curiously, "Why are you lighting a fire in the fireplace on such a hot day?" Zhao Tianyu said with a mischievous grin, "I'm doing this so it'll be easier for us to get intimate." Hearing this, Lin Yu blushed again. Zhao Tianyu strode over to Lin Yu, took her hand, and led her to sit down on the bed. He said with a smile, Yeah, you've finally come. I've been so penned up for over a month without being intimate with you." Lin Yu rolled her eyes at him and said coquettishly, "Look at how impatient you are." A mischievous smirk played on Zhao Tianyu's lips as he said softly, "How can I not be in a hurry? Let me pamper you properly tonight." Before he finished speaking, he pounced on Lin Yu like a hungry tiger, and kissed her sexy and charming cherry lips hard. Lin Yu was clearly not expecting Zhao Tianyu to be so sudden. Her body trembled slightly, but she was quickly infected by Zhao Tianyu's enthusiasm. Her hands wrapped tightly around his neck like vines, and she extended her tongue to passionately entwine with his. Zhao Tianyu's hands also began to wander, roaming over Lin Yu's soft body and wantonly caressing every inch of her skin. Before long, as if by magic, their clothes fell off and covered the entire bed. At this moment, apart from the thunder and rain outside, the clothes on my body seemed to be under a spell, scattering and covering the entire bed. At this moment, apart from the sounds of thunder and rain outside, the only sounds in the room were the creaking of the bamboo bed and Lin Yu's faint moans. Lu Shui and the others were already fast asleep, but they were soon woken up by the noise. Hearing Lin Yu's cries from next door and the creaking of the bamboo bed, they knew what was happening next door. They were all flushed, feeling hot and restless all over, extremely uncomfortable. Zhou Wanting said irritably, "This Ye is really something. It's one thing to sneak out and get intimate with Brother Zhao, but why does she have to make such a fuss? It's so annoying." Su Ran said with a smile, "I told you a long time ago that Ye couldn't help making that sound. I think you're itching to do something. If you keep going like this, you'll ruin your health sooner or later. It's been almost a year, and you and Sister Shui still haven't made Brother Zhao's relationship official. I don't know what you two are thinking." Hearing her say that, Lu Shui and Zhou Wanting's already flushed faces turned even redder. Both of them were thinking about whether they should find a time to make things official with Zhao Tianyu, since they had already fallen in love with him long ago. Besides, they've been trapped on this deserted island for a year now, and they've almost given up hope or illusion of being able to leave. Nina thought to herself, "You rascal, Brother Zhao! No wonder you wouldn't let my sister and me serve you this morning. So you made plans with Ye. I'll have to find a time to offer myself to you." Zhao Tianyu and Lin Yu spent almost half an hour fussing over it before finally finishing, panting heavily. Lin Yu nestled against Zhao Tianyu's warm chest like a docile kitten, while Zhao Tianyu's hand gently caressed Lin Yu's smooth and delicate skin. After a while, Lin Yu whispered to Zhao Tianyu. I have to go back. Zhao Tianyu said with a smile. Why don't you stay here tonight? You were shouting so loudly just now, you must have woken up Xue and the others. Won't it be embarrassing if you go back now? Chapter 177, taking the twin sisters to visit Chen Hu and his group. Hearing Zhao Tianyu say that, Lin Yu blushed and asked, Was I shouting very loudly? Zhao Tianyu laughed and said, You're shouting very loudly. Don't you know that? Lin Yu blushed and said coquettishly, I didn't feel like I was screaming very loudly. The two cuddled in bed for a while longer before falling asleep in each other's arms. The next morning, when the two of them woke up and went to the kitchen, Lu Shui and the others were already sitting by the fireplace. Upon seeing them enter, Lu Shui and the others all turned their gazes to them. The two Nina sisters looked at Zhao Tianyu with a hint of resentment. Zhao Tianyu naturally understood the meaning behind their glances. After all, Nina had said yesterday that she and Lina would come to serve him that night, but he had refused. Who would have thought that Zhao Tianyu and Lin Yu would cause such a commotion that night? Lu Shui smiled and said to Zhao Tianyu, Brother Zhao, you have great stamina. You made such a commotion last night, you and Yaya must have had a lot of fun. Hearing her say that, Zhao Tianyu blushed and said with a smile, It's all right. After all, I'm still so young. Zhou Wanting angrily said to Lin Yu, Yeah, really, I don't mind you secretly getting intimate with Brother Zhao, but why did you have to shout so loudly, as if you were afraid we wouldn't hear you? You're having a good time, but you don't even consider how we feel. Lin Yu felt embarrassed by her words, and after a few seconds she retorted, I think you're just in heat. Let Brother Zhao pamper you sometime, maybe you'll moan even louder than me. Hearing Lin Yu say that, Zhou Wanting blushed instantly. Zhao Tianyu teased Zhou Wanting. Wanting, tell me honestly, are you feeling all lovey-dovey and thinking about men? If you are, you can come find me, don't be shy. After being teased by Zhao Tianyu, Zhou Wanting's face immediately turned as red as a monkey's bottom. She rolled her eyes at Zhao Tianyu with a smile and said irritably, Thinking of you? You big dummy! I didn't. Seeing her like this, Zhao Tianyu stopped teasing her. 3 or 4 more days passed, and finally the rain stopped and the sky cleared. Everyone woke up early that morning. After washing up, I stewed some leopard meat and ate it. Then, after tidying up a bit, I headed towards the coast. After walking and stopping along the way for almost 4 hours, the group finally arrived at the coast. After walking for several hours, Lu Shui and her group of girls were exhausted. They were panting heavily, covered in sweat, and their clothes were completely soaked. He put down the bamboo basket and slumped onto the beach, panting heavily. Zhao Tianyu went into the woods to collect some firewood and lit a fire under a big tree. He took a pot out of the bamboo basket and placed it on the fire. He then took a piece of leopard meat that he had brought from the shelter, cut it into small pieces, and put it in the pot to stew. After eating the stewed leopard meat, Zhao Tianyu said to Lu Shui and the other girls, You guys stay here and boil sea salt. I'll go check on how the boss and the others are doing. Hearing him say that, Lu Shui and the others nodded obediently. Su Ran asked, When are you coming back? Zhao Tianyu said with a smile, I'll be here before dark. I don't feel comfortable letting you guys stay here overnight. After saying this, he took out a backpack full of things from the bamboo basket, put it on his back, and walked towards the cave where Chen Hu and the others lived. The backpack contained some daily necessities and a few packs of cigarettes, which he had brought from the shelter to give to Chen Hu and the others. Seeing Zhao Tianyu walking away with a backpack, Nina asked Lu Shui curiously, Sister Shui, where is Brother Zhao going? Lu Shui smiled and said, He's going to see a friend. Hearing her say that, Nina and her sister became curious again, and Nina continued to ask, What friends? Are they the people we saw when we were stranded on the desert island? Lu Shui smiled and nodded. The two Nina sisters exchanged a glance, then immediately stood up and chased after Zhao Tianyu. Seeing this, Lu Shui and the other 3 did not stop it. Su Ran said with a smile, It seems that the Nina sisters have completely fallen in love with Brother Zhao. They are planning to repay Brother Zhao with their bodies. After saying this, he glanced at Lu Shui and Zhou Wanting and said with a smile, Sister Shui Wanting, if you two don't make things official with Brother Zhao soon, Nina and her sister will beat you to it. Lin Yu also laughed and said, Sister Suran is right. If you two don't make a move, Nina and her sister will beat you to it. I don't know what you two are holding back for. Hearing them say that, Lu Shui and Zhou Wanting blushed. After a while, Lu Shui suddenly spoke up. If Brother Zhao really does consummate the relationship with Nina and her sister, won't you be jealous? Hearing her ask this, Suran spoke first, saying, What's there to be jealous about? But I do feel a little uncomfortable. After all, no one wants to share their man with someone else. But then I thought, we're trapped on this deserted island now, and we don't even know if we'll leave alive. Why not have a passionate love affair? Living each day to the fullest is the most important thing. If we really do leave this place someday, we'll figure out what to do then. Hearing her say that, Lu Shui and the other two nodded in agreement. After all, they are now trapped on this deserted island, and they have both fallen in love with Zhao Tianyu. If they are constantly fighting over him, how can they survive here? If I really leave this place someday, whether I can continue to be like I am now with Zhao Tianyu, we'll just have to wait and see. As Zhao Tianyu walked along the coast, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. He immediately stopped and turned to look. When he saw Nina and her sister walking quickly toward him, Zhao Tianyu felt a surge of curiosity. When Nina and her sister came up to him, Zhao Tianyu asked, Why aren't you two staying by the fire? Why are you chasing me? Nina said with a smile. Sister Shui said you're going to visit your friends, and the two of us want to go with you. Zhao Tianyu said with a smile. You've walked for several hours, aren't you tired? The cave where they live is quite far from here, you two should stay here. The two Nina sisters said in unison. We're not tired, we just want to go with you. Since they both said so, Zhao Tianyu naturally didn't refuse. After all, it would be quite nice to have these two beautiful sisters by his side. The three of them walked briskly along the coastline toward the cave where Chen Hu and the others lived. Chapter 178 Chen Hu and his group's envy. Just then, Lina suddenly spoke to Zhao Tianyu without warning. Brother Zhao, do you not like the two of us? Zhao Tianyu was completely taken aback by Lina's sudden question, and he was momentarily stunned, but quickly came to his senses. A smile spread across her face, and she quickly replied, Why would you ask that? How could I not like you? However, Nina did not seem to be comforted by Zhao Tianyu's answer, and her eyes immediately reddened. She said with some grievance, But why did you refuse when I told my sister I was going to see you last night? And you were so affectionate with Yaya last night. Doesn't this mean you look down on us? Hearing Nina's words, Zhao Tianyu was speechless. He sighed inwardly, thinking that having too many women really wasn't a good thing. However, he patiently explained to Nina and her sister, I'll say it again, I didn't take you in because I wanted anything in return. I just couldn't bear to see you two being abused by Andre and his gang. So please don't misunderstand my good intentions. Also, you don't need to try to please me. I don't want to treat this as a transaction. After all, matters between men and women must be consensual for both parties. I would never force you to do anything you don't want to do. As soon as she finished speaking, Nina couldn't wait to say, We're not unwilling at all. My sister and I have fallen deeply in love with you and are willing to dedicate our hearts and souls to you. This is entirely from the bottom of our hearts and is absolutely not to please you or for any other purpose. Lina quickly chimed in. Sister is right. From now on, we're your women, and you have to take responsibility for us. Hearing their blunt words, Zhao Tianyu was speechless. He thought to himself, What's going on? How come all these beauties are throwing themselves at me as soon as I arrived on this deserted island? If it were before, I probably wouldn't have even dared to dream of such a thing. Just as Zhao Tianyu was lost in thought, Nina said to him again, Brother Zhao, say something. What are you going to take us? Why don't we just give you our bodies now? Hearing Nina's words, Zhao Tianyu was even more shocked. He couldn't help but exclaim, My goodness, these foreigners are really open-minded. He quickly waved his hand and said, Let's talk about this later. We should hurry on our way, or we won't be able to get back tonight. Hearing him say that, Nina and her sister didn't say anything more, and the three of them quickened their pace and walked quickly toward the cave where Chen Hu and the others lived. And so, Zhao Tianyu and his two companions continued along the coastline. Time passed second by second, and their steps grew heavier and heavier. After a long 3-hour trek, Nina and her sister were already panting and drenched in sweat. But thankfully, they had arrived near the cave where Chen-Hu and the others were staying. Meanwhile, Chen-Hu and his friends were playing happily on the beach, enjoying the sunshine and sea breeze. They spotted Zhao Tianyu and his two companions from afar and quickly walked towards them. Before long, Zhao Tianyu and his two companions finally met up with Chen-Hu and his group. When Chen-Hu and his group saw Nina and her sister, they all had expressions of disbelief on their faces. Everyone stood there quietly, as if time had frozen at that moment. After a while, Xiao Lu finally came to his senses. He gave Zhao Tianyu a thumbs up and said with a big smile, "Brother Zhao, you're amazing! You actually managed to win over these two beauties. You're a role model for us all." Hearing Xiao Lu's praise, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but feel a little proud. He replied with a smile, "Haha, it's all right. It's mainly because I'm so charming. They begged me so much that I couldn't bear to refuse them, so I took them in." Hearing Zhao Tianyu say that, and seeing his smug look, Chen-Hu and the other men were so angry they wanted to tear him apart. Chen said to him, "Hey, aren't you going a bit too far? You're getting the better deal and then acting innocent. Aren't you just trying to drive us crazy?" Chen-Hu paused for a moment, then continued, "But honestly, I'm quite envious of you. Your luck with women is incredible, simply unbeatable. Not only do you have those 4 beautiful women by your side, Mr. Lu, but now you have these 2 sisters too. That's something so many men dream of." As soon as Chen-Hu finished speaking, Song Mei suddenly rushed forward like a gust of wind. She quickly grabbed Chen-Hu's ear and pulled hard, causing Chen-Hu to scream in pain. "Chen-Hu, you better explain yourself. What did you mean by that? You're not satisfied with me by your side?" Song Mei shouted angrily at Chen-Hu. Chen-Hu was startled by Song Mei's sudden action. He cried out in pain and begged for mercy. "Ouch, it hurts so much, Mei. Pull gently. You're going to pull my ear off. I was just saying that casually, don't take it seriously. Don't you know what kind of person I am? You're all I need, I have absolutely no other intentions." Hearing him say that, Song Mei took her hand down and said with a smile, "That's more like it. If you dare to betray me and go to see other women, I'll castrate you." Hearing her say that, Chen-Hu suddenly felt a chill in his crotch and quickly said, "Xiao Mei, I promise you, you are enough for me in this life. How could I dare to think about other women?" Seeing this dramatic scene, Zhao Tianyu and the others couldn't help but burst into laughter. Zhao Tianyu chuckled and said, "Boss, this is what they mean by one thing subduing another. Now someone's finally here to deal with you, right? Alright, let's talk about it in your cave. The 3 of us are practically dying of thirst after walking all this way." Upon hearing this, Chen-Hu immediately led the 3 of them toward the cave where they lived. Upon entering the cave, Xiao Lu immediately brought out 3 bamboo chairs that he had woven himself for the 3 of them. Zhao Tianyu and the other 2 sat in chairs, panting heavily. Song Mei then split open 3 more coconuts and handed them to the 3 of them. When they saw the coconut that Song Mei handed them, Zhao Tianyu and Nina's eyes lit up. It had been almost a year since Zhao Tianyu had drunk coconut juice. Zhao Tianyu and the other 2 took the coconuts from Song Mei, tilted their heads back, and drank the coconut juice in one gulp. After finishing the coconut juice, the 3 of them started panting heavily. Did anything happen between Chapter 179 and the Nina sisters? At this moment, Xiao Lu suddenly noticed the bulging backpack Zhao Tianyu was carrying and asked, "Brother Zhao, what's in there?" Hearing his question, Zhao Tianyu smiled and said, "These are the things I brought for you. Open them and take a look." Xiao Lu immediately unzipped the backpack, and when Chen-Hu and his group saw the supplies inside, their eyes lit up. Chen-Hu asked Zhao Tianyu, "Are all these things for us?" Zhao Tianyu nodded and smiled. "Of course they're for you." Chen-Hu immediately picked up a pack of cigarettes, tore open the outer packaging, took out a box, opened it, and handed one to each of Xiao Lu and the others. He then picked one up himself, lit it, and enjoyed smoking it immensely. Song Mei and her group of girls couldn't wait to take out all their other items. When they saw that Zhao Tianyu had even brought them some women's items, they were all overjoyed and thanked him profusely. After resting for more than 10 minutes, Zhao Tianyu and Nina regained some of their strength. Zhao Tianyu said to Chen-Hu, "Boss, we have to go back now. We mainly came to see you guys and bring you some things. I'm relieved to see you're all alright. If you need anything in the future, just come find me at my shelter." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Hu immediately said to him, "Since you're already here, why don't you stay with us for a couple of days? We haven't seen each other in a long time, let's take this opportunity to have a good get-together." Xiao Lu quickly added, "Yes. Brother Zhao, don't leave yet. It's been so long since I've seen you. Let's take this opportunity to have a good chat." Zhao Tianyu said with a smile, "Let's get together again later. Xiaxue and the other three are still boiling sea salt crystals on the shore. I'm worried about them, so I have to get back as soon as possible." Hearing him say that, Chen Hu and his group couldn't persuade him to stay any longer. Before leaving, Zhao Tianyu left the composite bow he had brought with him to Chen Hu and his group. By the time the three of them returned to the campfire, the sun had already set below the horizon, and Lu Shui and the other three were still sitting by the fire, boiling sea salt. This round trip took 6 or 7 hours. By this time, Zhao Tianyu and Nina were exhausted and sat down on the ground, panting heavily. Su Ran said with a smile, "Brother Zhao, you're finally back. I thought you weren't coming back tonight." Zhao Tianyu said with a smile, "I was worried about the 4 of you, so I rushed back." Hearing him say this, Lu Shui and the other 3 were deeply moved. Su Ran took out a piece of leopard meat from the sanctuary from the bamboo basket, cut it into small pieces, put it in a pot, and started stewing it. After eating the stewed leopard meat, everyone sat around the fire, listening to the sound of waves crashing against the rocks, looking at the starry sky, and feeling the sea breeze on their bodies. Everyone was in a bad mood, and Lin Yu said to Zhao Tianyu with a smile, "Brother Zhao, did anything happen when you took Nina and her sister to visit Chen Hu and the others today?" Hearing her ask that, Zhao Tianyu rolled his eyes at her and said with a smile, "What are you thinking about all day with that little brain of yours? We've been on the road the whole time, what could possibly happen?" Lin Yu laughed and said, "That's not necessarily true. If something happens between you and those 2 sisters, it'll be over in minutes, and we wouldn't even know." Zhao Tianyu suddenly grinned mischievously and said, "You know how amazing I am. A few minutes isn't enough. It takes at least half an hour." Hearing Zhao Tianyu say that, Lin Yu immediately blushed. Lu Shui, Su Ran, and Zhou Wanting were amused and burst into laughter, while only the 2 sisters, Nina and her sister, looked at them with curiosity, completely unaware of what was going on. Perhaps because they were too tired from traveling today, everyone soon felt a wave of drowsiness wash over them. To prevent wild animals from attacking them at night, the group lit several more fires around them. Zhao Tianyu told a group of girls to lie down and rest, while he stayed behind to keep watch. Su Ran immediately said to him, "Brother Zhao, you've had a long day. Look at all these fires around here. I don't think there's any danger. You don't need to keep watch anymore." After thinking for a while, Zhao Tianyu agreed, and everyone lay down to sleep on the palm leaves beside the fire. Everyone slept soundly that night, and no danger occurred. The next day, Zhao Tianyu didn't slowly open his eyes until the sun was high in the sky. Meanwhile, Lu Shui and the other girls were still fast asleep, and Zhao Tianyu did not wake them. He slowly got up from the palm leaf. The fires had all gone out, and Zhao Tianyu didn't think much of it. I stood up, went to the shore, scooped up some seawater, and washed my face. Instantly, I felt much more refreshed. After spending some time on the shore, I returned to the big tree, gathered some firewood, and lit a fire. Filled those pots with seawater and put them on the fire to boil and crystallize sea salt. He then took out the fishing hooks and lines he had brought from the shelter from the bamboo basket, went into the woods, and cut a 4 or 5 meter long wooden stick. Tied the fishing line to it, and walked to a large rock on the shore. Using a military knife, I pried off some mussels that were attached to the rocks, smashed them with the rocks, took a piece of mussel meat, hung it in the sea, and started fishing. I sat there quietly on that big rock, waiting for the fish to bite. But after waiting for more than an hour, the foam float remained motionless on the surface of the sea, leaving Zhao Tianyu somewhat disappointed and frustrated. Meanwhile, Lu Shui and a group of girls woke up one after another and came to the shore to wash up. Seeing Zhao Tianyu sitting on the rock fishing, Lin Yu smiled and said to him, "Brother Zhao, it's been more than half a year since you've eaten fish. You should fish for a few more days to catch some. It would be even better if you could catch a few salmon." Hearing her say that, Zhao Tianyu smiled wryly and said, "You have quite a lot of demands. I also want to catch a few fish to improve everyone's meals, but the fish won't bite, so there's nothing I can do. After washing up, Lu Shui and the others played and frolicked enthusiastically on the beach. It was almost noon, and no fish had bitten the hook. Zhao Tianyu thought to himself, "Looks like I won't be catching any fish today." Just as he was about to reel in his fishing rod, the foam float suddenly sank into the sea, and even the wooden fishing rod was pulled towards the sea. Fortunately, Zhao Tianyu reacted quickly and caught it with lightning speed. But the fish that took the bait was obviously quite big. Zhao Tianyu could barely hold onto the fishing rod with one hand. He immediately grabbed the fishing rod with both hands, pressed the end of the rod against his abdomen, and began to slowly struggle with the fish that had taken the bait. Chapter 180 Zhou Wanting's Initiative. Seeing a fish bite the hook, Lu Shui and her group of girls quickly ran to Zhao Tianyu. Watching him struggle with the fish, Lu Shui and her group of girls didn't even dare to breathe, their hearts filled with extreme tension. I was afraid the fish that had taken the bait would escape, but luckily the hook and line were quite strong. After more than 10 minutes, the fish that had taken the bait became weaker and weaker, and Zhao Tianyu slowly pulled it out of the water, revealing its white belly. Only then did everyone realize that it was actually a grouper weighing 8 or 9 pounds. Zhao Tianyu slowly pulled the grouper to the shore, reached out a hand to grab its mouth, and lifted it onto the sandy beach. He then carefully removed the fishhook from its mouth. Looking at the fishhook, which was already deformed from being pulled, Zhao Tianyu thought to himself, "That was close. If the fish had pulled a few more times, it would have definitely gotten off the hook." Looking at the grouper, Lu Shui and the other girls were overjoyed. Lin Yu said with a smile, "Finally, we can eat fish. That's great." Zhao Tianyu replied with a smile, "I think you're a complete foodie." Lin Yu chuckled and said, "Haven't you heard that being able to eat a lot is a blessing?" Hearing her say that, Zhao Tianyu laughed and said, "That's true. No wonder you're so big." As he said this, he deliberately stared at Lin Yu's high and firm breasts. Lin Yu blushed instantly and said coquettishly, "Brother Zhao, I feel like you're getting more and more lecherous. Why do you always make suggestive remarks when you talk?" Zhao Tianyu laughed and said, "Spending all day with you beautiful women would corrupt you even if you weren't bad. I'm actually doing all right." After saying this, he drew his military knife from his waist and began to process the grouper. In less than 10 minutes, he had prepared the grouper and cleaned it with seawater. He took it back to the fire, found a stick about the thickness of a finger, sharpened one end, and skewered the prepared grouper. They pulled some still burning charcoal from the fire and placed it on top to slowly roast it. In less than 20 minutes, the grouper was roasted to a golden brown and was still sizzling with oil. The aroma in the air made everyone's mouths water. After the grouper was grilled, everyone picked up a pair of bamboo chopsticks, picked up some fish meat, and slowly savored it. A grouper weighing nearly 10 pounds was quickly devoured by them, leaving only a pile of bones, and everyone still looked like they wanted more. Lin Yu said to Zhao Tianyu, "Brother Zhao, this grouper is so delicious. Why don't you go catch a couple more?" Su Ran also laughed and said, "Yes. Brother Zhao, since you're free anyway, why not give it another try? Maybe you can catch a few more." Hearing what they said, Zhao Tianyu nodded, stood up, went to the shore, sat on the big rock, and continued fishing. Lu Shui and a group of girls sat around the fire, chatting and laughing. Zhao Tianyu sat on that large reef until the sun set below the horizon, but he didn't catch another fish, so he had no choice but to put his fishing rod away. Since they couldn't catch any fish, the group could only cook some leopard meat they had brought from the shelter to eat. In the dead of night, when all was quiet, Zhao Tianyu was deep in sleep. In his dream, he felt as if someone was gently patting him. He gradually regained consciousness, slowly opened his eyes, and through his blurry vision saw Zhou Wanting gently patting him. Before Zhao Tianyu could even speak, Zhou Wanting's cheeks flushed red. Her voice was barely audible as she cautiously asked, "Brother Zhao, could you come with me to the restroom? I'm a little scared to go alone." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu immediately understood Zhou Wanting's meaning. Without the slightest hesitation, he quickly got up from the makeshift bed made of palm leaves. The two walked side by side toward the shore. Moonlight spilled onto the sand, casting their long shadows. The sea breeze gently ruffled their hair, bringing a touch of coolness. When they reached the shore, Zhou Wanting quickly ran behind a rock. She swiftly pulled down her pants, squatted down, and began to relieve herself. Zhao Tianyu stood about 5 or 6 meters away from her, took out a cigarette from his pocket, and lit it skillfully. Smoke swirled around his fingertips as he leisurely took a drag, letting the tobacco flavor fill his mouth. Time passed slowly, and about 7 or 8 minutes later, Zhou Wanting finished her task. She stood up, rinsed her private parts with seawater, then pulled up her pants and walked over to Zhao Tianyu. Just as Zhao Tianyu was about to turn around and walk towards the fire, Zhou Wanting suddenly reached out a hand and grabbed him. This sudden action caught Zhao Tianyu off guard. He stopped in his tracks and looked at Zhou Wanting with a puzzled expression. Zhou Wanting's face was as red as a ripe apple. She lowered her head, her gaze somewhat evasive, as if she were embarrassed. After a while, she finally mustered up her courage and said in a voice softer than a mosquito's hum, "Brother Zhao, do you love me?" These words struck Zhao Tianyu like a thunderbolt. He never expected Zhou Wanting to ask such a direct question. For a moment, he was at a loss, standing there blankly, not knowing how to answer. However, Zhou Wanting did not give him much time to think. Seeing that Zhao Tianyu did not respond immediately, she became increasingly uneasy. So she raised her voice slightly and asked again, "Brother Zhao, do you love me or not?" Zhao Tianyu then came to his senses. He composed himself and quickly said, "Of course I love you. What's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly asking me that?" Hearing Zhao Tianyu's answer, Zhou Wanting felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey, and a bright smile bloomed on her face. However, her voice remained very soft, as if only she could hear it, as she whispered, "Brother Zhao, tonight, let me be your woman, okay?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu was struck dumb, as if by lightning. He stared wide-eyed at Zhou Wanting, seemingly unable to believe his ears. However, when he saw Zhou Wanting's shy yet determined eyes, he knew this was no joke. A surge of joy welled up in Zhao Tianyu's heart. He never dreamed that Zhou Wanting would take such the initiative. Since the girl has taken such a proactive approach, how could Zhao possibly refuse? So, he smiled broadly and said to Zhou Wanting, "Have you thought it through? You won't regret it?" Zhou Wanting gave him a playful glare and said reproachfully, "What do I have to regret?" Chapter 181, Taking Down Zhou Wanting. Hearing Zhou Wanting say this, Zhao Tianyu felt a surge of excitement. He could no longer suppress his impulse, and suddenly pulled Zhou Wanting into a tight embrace. Zhou Wanting was completely taken aback by Zhao Tianyu's sudden action. Her body stiffened for a moment, but she was quickly melted by Zhao Tianyu's warm and powerful embrace. Without hesitation, Zhao Tianyu's lips pressed against Zhou Wanting's sexy and charming cherry lips, and a hot breath instantly spread throughout Zhou Wanting's body. Zhou Wanting was still a naive girl, and the sudden kiss caught her off guard. She felt an unprecedented sensation wash over her, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. The feeling was so unfamiliar, yet so wonderful. Zhou Wanting couldn't help but exclaim in her heart, "So this is what kissing feels like!" Although Zhou Wanting had not experienced it firsthand, she was not an entirely ignorant girl after all, and she still had some understanding of intimate behavior between men and women. So she slowly relaxed, gently wrapped her arms around Zhao Tianyu's neck, and responded to his kiss. Her lips parted slightly, and she stuck out her tongue, awkwardly intertwining it with Zhao Tianyu's. Zhao Tianyu's large hands, like nimble snakes, roamed over Zhou Wanting's skin, which was as white as mutton fat. His fingertips gently traced her high, firm breasts, as if playing a beautiful melody, then slowly moved downwards, exploring the curves of her shapely buttocks, each part captivating him. Zhou Wanting had never experienced such passionate caresses before. Her body felt as if it were on fire, unbearably hot, as if countless ants were gnawing at her. Her breathing became rapid, and her heart pounded faster and faster, as if it were about to leap out of her throat. As their passionate kiss grew more intense, their clothes fell off like leaves. Under the moonlight, Zhou Wanting's skin appeared even whiter and whiter, radiating a captivating glow. Zhou Wanting knew exactly what was going to happen next. She was filled with both anticipation and a little nervousness. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz as she shyly said to Zhao Tianyu, "Brother Zhao, this is my first time. Please be gentle." Zhao Tianyu's lips curled up slightly, revealing a mischievous smile. He replied gently, Don't worry, baby, I'll be very gentle and won't make you feel any pain. After saying that, he gently laid Zhao Wanting down on her clothes on the beach, and the two embraced tightly. On this tranquil coastline, one can freely unleash the fire of inner desire. At this moment, the only sounds along the entire coastline, besides the sea crashing against the rocks, were the sounds of the two people being affectionate. Almost half an hour passed before the two of them, panting and satisfied, finally finished. At this moment, Zhao Wanting's face was flushed, and she felt as if her whole body was about to fall apart, with her inner thighs feeling extremely sore. She rolled her eyes at Zhao Tianyu and said coquettishly, "Brother Zhao, I already told you it's my first time, and you're still being so rough. You don't know how to be gentle with a woman at all." Zhao Tianyu gave an awkward smile. "I'm so sorry. I couldn't control myself. I'll definitely be more careful next time. It's mainly because you're so charming, isn't it?" Hearing Zhao Tianyu say that, Zhao Wanting's face turned rosy. At this time, Zhao Wanting also truly transformed from a girl into a woman. After a while, the two of them picked up their clothes and put them on. Back by the fire, Zhao Tianyu added some more firewood to the fire pits before lying down on the palm leaves beside the fire and falling asleep. Perhaps because he was too tired yesterday, Zhao Tianyu didn't wake up until the sun was high in the sky the next morning. When he climbed up from the palm leaf, Lu Shui and a group of girls were sitting around the fire chatting, while seawater was boiling in a pot on top of the fire. Seeing Zhao Tianyu wake up, Lin Yu teased with a smile. "Brother Zhao, why did you sleep in so late today? This isn't like you at all." Zhao Tianyu said with a smile. "I was probably too tired yesterday, so I slept in a little longer." Hearing him say that, Lin Yu smiled and said, "It must be tiring. You walked so much yesterday, and then you worked overtime with Sister Wanting while we were asleep. No wonder you're tired." Hearing this, Zhao Tianyu gave an awkward smile. "You all knew?" Lu Shui said with a smile. "We didn't know at first, but we found out this morning when we saw Wanting walking." Su Ran also laughed and said, "Brother Zhao, you really are something. You know Wanting is still a young girl, why do you still have to torment her like this? You don't know how to be gentle with a woman at all." Zhao Tianyu said with a wicked grin. "Didn't I torment you back then too, and you didn't say anything, did you?" Hearing him say that, Su Ran blushed instantly, while Lu Shui and Lin Yu were amused. Zhao Wanting, blushing, lowered her head. Only Nina and her sister looked at him with some displeasure, their meaning quite clear. "We've both been so proactive, and you haven't done anything for us. I never expected you to be intimate with Wanting while we were asleep." Zhao Tianyu felt embarrassed looking at the two of them. "I quickly went to the shore, washed my face, and went to the big reef where I had fished yesterday. I used my saber to pry off a few mussels that were attached to the reef. Smash it with a stone, pick up a large piece of mussel meat, hang it on the fishing hook, and throw it into the sea to start fishing. Zhao Tianyu was quite lucky today. A fish bit the hook in less than 10 minutes, and he immediately lifted the fishing rod. Before long, he pulled a 2 or 3 pound sea fish out of the water, its white belly turned up. They carefully dragged the fish to the shore and removed the hook from its mouth. Seeing Zhao Tianyu catch a fish, the girls also came to the shore. Zhao Tianyu had Lu Shui and the others prepare the sea fish, while he picked up a piece of mussel meat, reattached it to the hook, and cast it back into the sea to continue fishing. By noon, although no grouper or salmon had been caught, for sea fish weighing 2 or 3 pounds each had been caught. Lu Shui and the other girls finished processing the fish, took them back to the fire, found some finger-thick sticks to skewer them, pulled out some still-burning charcoal from the fire, and placed the fish on top to slowly roast. In less than 20 minutes, the fish on the sticks was roasted to a golden brown and was still sizzling with oil. Everyone picked up bamboo bowls and chopsticks and began to eat the grilled fish in large mouthfuls. Chapter 182: Encountering Two Black Bears. They spent another 2 days on the coast, during which they boiled seawater to produce more than 10 kilograms of sea salt crystals. These sea salt crystals, filtered and boiled into sea salt, are enough for them to eat for 2 or 3 months. That morning, as the sun rose above the horizon, everyone woke up early. After quickly washing up at the beach, I returned to the big tree, put all my belongings into a bamboo basket, slung the basket over my shoulder, and headed towards the shelter. The sun wasn't too strong at this time, and the woods weren't too hot either. Walking among them, listening to the birds chirping in the branches and smelling the fragrance of flowers, the fresh air made everyone feel exceptionally comfortable, and their mood became cheerful as a result. They walked non-stop for 2 hours. As the sun rose higher, the temperature in the woods began to rise, and a sultry feeling gradually set in. Lu Shui and the other 6 girls were already panting heavily, their foreheads and noses covered in sweat. Even their clothes were soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to their bodies and perfectly outlining their beautiful curves. Looking at their exhausted appearance, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but feel a pang of tenderness. He then found a shady tree, looked around to make sure there was no potential danger, and then let the group of girls sit under the tree to rest. Lu Shui and the other 6 girls collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Zhao Tianyu slowly placed the bamboo basket on the ground, then gently leaned against the tree trunk, tilting his body back slightly so that his back was pressed tightly against the tree trunk. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, lit it with a lighter, took a deep drag, and the smoke instantly filled his mouth. He closed his lips tightly, paused briefly, and then slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, which formed a small smoke ring in the air and rose slowly. My gaze was involuntarily drawn to the 6 girls sitting under the big tree. His gaze swept across the girls' faces and then lingered on their necklines. This angle allows you to glimpse the scenery through everyone's collars. He stared at the necklines of the group of girls for a long time before reluctantly turning his gaze away. After resting for about 10 minutes, everyone felt their strength returning. They stood up, stretched their limbs, and prepared to continue towards the shelter. However, just as they stood up and prepared to take a step, a loud noise suddenly came from the woods in the distance. The sound was like thunder, echoing through the silent forest, deafeningly loud. The sudden noise not only startled the birds perched on the branches, causing them to scatter and flee, but also put Zhao Tianyu and the others on edge. Zhao Tianyu reacted very quickly. He immediately drew the sharp military knife from his waist and gripped it tightly in his hand. Lu Shui, Su Ran, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting each picked up a compound bough, while the Nina sisters picked up a wooden stick about the thickness of an arm from the ground and held it tightly in their hands. Just then, a deafening roar of a bear suddenly came from the woods not far away, as if the entire forest was trembling. The sudden roar was like a bolt from the blue, leaving everyone present stunned and their faces turning deathly pale, as if enveloped by an invisible fear. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, a coldness rising from their bones and penetrating to their heads. The terrifying roar of the bear, like the howl of a demon, echoed in everyone's ears, sending chills down their spines. The image of the ferocious black bear that had destroyed their shelter immediately flashed through Zhao Tianyu and the others' minds. The brutal scene was still vivid in their minds and sent chills down their spines. What's worse, from the roar of the bear just now, everyone keenly sensed that there was definitely more than one bear this time. As time ticked by, everyone grew increasingly tense, their scalps tingling as if being gnawed by a million ants. Finally, after a long and agonizing 2 minutes, 2 black bears, each as large as an ox, slowly emerged from the woods and came into view. These 2 black bears were enormous, with bulging muscles and thick black fur covering their bodies, exuding a wild aura. Their eyes, like copper bells, revealed ferocity and cruelty, making people afraid to look directly at them. The moment they saw the 2 bears, Lu Shui and the other 6 girls were terrified, their faces turning ashen, and they even lost control of their hands and feet, trembling uncontrollably. Although Zhao Tianyu appeared calm on the surface, he was also filled with fear inside, and his hands, which were gripping the military knife tightly, were sweating profusely due to tension. Despite Zhao Tianyu's confidence in his skills and courage, he was still faced with 2 enormous black bears. With just a military knife in hand, it would be a pipe dream to defeat them. It's simply a fantasy. At that moment, the 2 black bears also saw Zhao Tianyu and his group. It stopped about 50 or 60 meters away from the group and opened its blood-red maw, letting out a deafening roar. The roars of the 2 black bears made Zhao Tianyu and his companions' eardrums ring. Zhao Tianyu knew very well that they had been targeted by those 2 enormous and ferocious black bears. These 2 black bears, like 2 moving hills, exuded a chilling aura. Escaping from under their noses would be virtually impossible, and judging from the appearance of these 2 black bears, they seemed poised to launch a deadly attack at any moment. Faced with such a dangerous situation, Zhao Tianyu did not hesitate at all. he immediately said to Lu Shui and the others with a serious expression. You guys go quickly, I'll hold off these two black bears. His voice revealed a sense of determination and decisiveness. However, when Lu Shui and the others heard Zhao Tianyu's words, they all shook their heads in unison. Lu Shui stared intently at Zhao Tianyu, a resolute glint in her eyes, and said, Brother Zhao, how can we abandon you and run away? Su Ran quickly chimed in. Yes. Brother Zhao, if we're going to die, we'll die together. We would never abandon you. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu grew increasingly anxious. He knew this was not the time to argue. He had to get Lu Shui and the others away as soon as possible, otherwise everyone's lives might be in danger. So he raised his voice and said urgently, Now is not the time for you to be reckless. You guys go first, I'll hold off these two black bears by myself, maybe we can still survive. However, no matter how Zhao Tianyu tried to persuade them, Lu Shui and the others remained unmoved. They stood closely together, seemingly determined to face the terrifying black bear alongside Zhao Tianyu. Seeing them like this, Zhao Tianyu became increasingly anxious, but they refused to leave, and Zhao Tianyu couldn't do anything about it. Chapter 183 The Tiger Comes to the Rescue. Just then, the two enormous black bears suddenly raised their heads, opened their blood-red mouths, and let out a deafening roar that echoed through the sky. The sound, like thunder, echoed through the mountains and forests, sending chills down one's spine. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu and his companions knew that the two black bears were about to attack them. The group huddled together, ready to fight the two black bears to the death. A few seconds later, the two black bears charged towards Zhao Tianyu and his group. Just at this critical moment, a deep and majestic tiger roar suddenly came from the depths of the forest. The voice carried immense pressure, spreading throughout the air. Upon hearing the tiger's roar, the two originally menacing black bears seemed to be frozen in place. They stopped abruptly, their bodies trembling slightly, seemingly filled with fear of the tiger's roar. Zhao Tianyu, Lu Shui, and the other three were overjoyed upon hearing the tiger's roar. They immediately recognized it as coming from the Bao. In stark contrast to the excitement of Zhao Tianyu and his friends, Nina and her sister were completely unaware of what had happened. They had never seen the Bao before, and were so frightened by the sudden roar of the tiger that they stood there dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. Not long after, a majestic tiger sped out of the forest like a bolt of lightning and appeared in everyone's sight. This fierce tiger is none other than the Bao. Its agile figure and sharp eyes send chills down your spine. Seeing the Bao appear, Zhao Tianyu and the others finally felt relieved and breathed a long sigh of relief. Nina and her sister were ashen-faced, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They inwardly groaned. We're doomed! We're probably going to die in this forest today. We couldn't handle those two black bears, and now a tiger has appeared. What are we going to do? Lin Yu immediately said to the two of them. Don't be afraid, this tiger is our friend. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, the Nina sisters were stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. The moment the tiger appeared, the two black bears were clearly startled, and they involuntarily took a few steps back. After regaining their footing, the two black bears immediately opened their gaping maws and let out a deep, majestic roar at the tiger. The roar was deafening, as if the entire forest could hear their warning. The tiger was clearly not to be outdone. It responded with a deafening roar and then walked steadily toward the two black bears. As the tiger drew ever closer, the two black bears' fury was instantly ignited. Their eyes widened in rage, their fur stood on end, and they charged at the tiger without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, the two black bears charged at the tiger like lightning. They were menacing, baring their teeth and claws, seemingly ready to devour the uninvited guest alive. Although the tiger was about the same size as the two black bears, it was clearly much stronger. Facing the bears' fierce attacks, the tiger seemed to handle the situation with ease. It swiftly sidestepped, easily dodging a black bear's pounce. Immediately afterwards, it leaped up from the ground like lightning and pounced on the other black bear with lightning speed. The tiger moved with lightning speed, catching everyone off guard. It opened its gaping maw and mercilessly bit down on the neck of the fallen black bear. With a sharp crack, the black bear's neck was instantly pierced, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Those sharp, pointed teeth, like a merciless blade, easily tore through the black bear's flesh and bones. The black bear immediately let out a blood-curdling roar, as if the entire forest trembled. Its body convulsed violently as if electrocuted, twisting and contorting as it tried to break free from the tiger's grasp. Just then, another black bear stopped and turned to pounce on the tiger. The tiger seemed to have anticipated this sudden attack. It nimbly released the black bear whose neck had been bitten through, turned around with lightning speed, and slammed the charging black bear to the ground with astonishing speed and strength. Immediately afterwards, the tiger opened its blood-red maw and bit down mercilessly on the black bear's neck. With a sharp crack, the black bear's neck was instantly severed, and blood gushed out like a fountain. The black bear let out a shrill scream, its body twisting and turning incessantly. The tiger immediately released its grip, retreated 7 or 8 meters, and stood still, coldly staring at the 2 black bears whose necks it had bitten off. From the moment the tiger attacked until it bit off the necks of the 2 black bears, the entire process took only a little over 10 seconds. Zhao Tianyu and his companions were stunned by what they saw, their faces filled with disbelief. Although they knew the tiger was fierce, they never expected it to be so powerful, taking down the black bear in just over 10 seconds. Zhao Tianyu was secretly relieved that the tiger was not hostile towards them. If the tiger considered them enemies, they wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. After 2 or 3 minutes, the 2 black bears became completely still. Seeing that the 2 black bears were dead, the tiger slowly walked towards Zhao Tianyu and his group. Although Lin Yu had already said that the tiger was their friend, the 2 Nina sisters were still so frightened when they saw the majestic tiger walking towards them that they hid behind Zhao Tianyu. Before long, the tiger arrived in front of them. Zhao Tianyu said to it, "Debao, thank you so much for today. If you hadn't appeared in time, we might have become food for those 2 black bears today." The tiger seemed to understand what Zhao Tianyu said and shook its head at him. Lin Yu reached out and touched the tiger's head, but the tiger was no longer the majestic creature it had been moments before. It was like a docile kitten, letting Lin Yu stroke it. After a while, the tiger suddenly lay down on the ground, and Zhao Tianyu immediately realized that the tiger was going to carry them back. He immediately said to it, "Debao, I appreciate your kindness, but it's not too far from our shelter. We can go back by ourselves." Lin Yu quickly added, "Yes. Debao, you saved us today. We don't know how to repay you, and we dare not let you carry us back." The tiger seemed to understand what they were saying. It slowly got up from the ground, let out a low roar at the group, and then turned and left. Chapter 184. Andre and his group launched a sneak attack in the middle of the night. Seeing the tiger disappear into the woods, Zhao Tianyu and his companions breathed a sigh of relief. Recalling what had just happened, everyone still felt the lingering fear. If the tiger had appeared a few minutes later, they might have been killed by the 2 black bears. Looking at the 2 black bear carcasses on the ground, Lu Shui asked Zhao Tianyu, "Brother Zhao, what should we do with these 2 black bear carcasses?" Zhao Tianyu said, "Never mind it, let's hurry back to the shelter." After saying this, he picked up the bamboo basket on the ground, put it on his back, and walked quickly towards the shelter. Lu Shui and the other girls also quickly followed. It took almost 2 more hours for everyone to return to the shelter. Upon entering the kitchen, Lu Shui and the other girls collapsed onto the floor, panting heavily. Zhao Tianyu also put down his bamboo basket and gasped for breath. After resting for a few minutes, Zhao Tianyu stood up, walked to the fireplace, took some firewood, put it in, and lit it. I took a piece of leopard meat from the smoking room, cut it into small pieces, put it in a pot, and started to stew it slowly. Another month passed, and during this time, apart from going into the woods to find food and cut firewood, the group spent most of their time in the shelter. The past month or so has been peaceful, without any danger, and Andre and his group of Russians haven't come looking for them. Autumn has arrived in the blink of an eye, and the temperature on this deserted island is getting lower and lower every day. More than a year has passed since the cruise ship accident. The group had given up hope of leaving the deserted island and had completely adapted to life there. That evening, after dinner, everyone sat around the fireplace in the kitchen, as usual. Lu Shui and the other girls chatted excitedly, while Zhao Tianyu lit a cigarette and leisurely smoked it. They sat by the fireplace until late, and when they all felt sleepy, they got up and went back to the shelter to rest. As usual, Zhao Tianyu lay quietly in bed, but his heart was far from at peace. A strange unease enveloped him, making him feel as if something important was about to happen. Time passed by, and about half an hour later, Zhao Tianyu suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. The sudden pain made him jump out of bed immediately. He didn't care about anything else and rushed to the entrance of the shelter. Zhao Tianyu quickly opened the bamboo door and staggered along the path to the toilet built over the river. He hurriedly took off his pants, preparing to relieve this sudden physiological need. While he was engrossed in solving the problem, he was completely unaware that a group of uninvited guests were quietly approaching his shelter. These 7 or 8 people moved nimbly and lightly, like ghosts, silently sneaking up to the vicinity of the shelter where Zhao Tianyu lived. Each of them carried several torches covered in animal fat but not yet lit. These people were none other than Andrei, Victor, and their group of Russians. Ever since Nina and her sister left, Andrei and his group had harbored a grudge against Zhao Tianyu. However, Zhao Tianyu's skills made them wary, and they dared not confront him directly. And so, during this period, they would sneak over to the vicinity of the shelter where Zhao Tianyu and the others lived every few days to check on the situation. After several secret observations, they finally figured out the daily routine of Zhao Tianyu and his group. Not only that, they also unexpectedly discovered that Zhao Tianyu was living alone in a shelter. They had been stranded on this deserted island for several months. During this long time, their desire for women grew wildly in their hearts like weeds. Although there were several women in their team, these women were either older or plain-looking, a world apart from the young and beautiful women like Lu Shui and Nina. Worse still, those women had already been completely manipulated by them, and the novelty had worn off. Therefore, recently, they have set their sights on Lu Shui and her group of women. However, they knew very well that if they wanted to get these women, they had to get rid of Zhao Tianyu, who was an obstacle. This afternoon, Andrei and his group gathered together and discussed their plan to take action against Zhao Tianyu tonight. They also knew that Zhao Tianyu was exceptionally skilled, so they made thorough preparations. They deliberately made torches out of dry grass and coated them with animal fat, intending to burn Zhao Tianyu to death in the shelter. What a close call! When Zhao Tianyu came out to use the restroom, Andrei and his group were still 80 or 90 meters away from the shelter, so they didn't see Zhao Tianyu come out at all. Andrei stared wide-eyed at the dark shelter, thinking to himself, "Judging from this, Zhao Tianyu and the others should be fast asleep by now." Thinking of this, Andrei's lips curled up slightly, revealing a sly smile. He lowered his voice and whispered to the people around him, "Listen carefully. When I give the order, everyone light torches and throw them toward the shelter like grenades." He paused for a moment, then continued, "Victor, you and I aim at the doorway with our compound bows. I've observed it carefully beforehand. This is the only exit from their shelter. Once the torch is thrown in, it will definitely catch fire, and then the Chinese man will surely escape through that bamboo door. The moment we see him peek out, don't hesitate, shoot him dead. Do you all understand?" Everyone nodded and whispered in response, "Understood." Andrei nodded in satisfaction, then took a deep breath and shouted, "Go!" At his command, those holding torches quickly sprang into action. They skillfully pulled out their lighters, and with a click, a flame instantly shot up. Immediately afterwards, they swung their arms and threw the blazing torches like meteors toward the shelter where Zhao Tianyu lived. The shelter where Zhao Tianyu lives has been built for over a year, and the bamboo used to build it has completely dried out. Moreover, the roof was covered with a thick layer of palm leaves, and it hadn't rained for a while. As torches were thrown onto the roof of the shelter, the palm leaves on the roof were instantly ignited. Before long, the entire shelter was engulfed in flames. Andrei and Victor gripped their compound bows tightly, aiming at the doorway, waiting for Zhao Tianyu to come out so they could shoot him dead. Chapter 185. The shelter burns down. Time passed second by second, and 3 or 4 minutes flew by, but Zhao Tianyu still did not come out of the shelter. Andrei couldn't help but feel puzzled, muttering to himself, "This is so strange, why hasn't that Chinese man come out yet? Is he not inside?" Hearing Andrei's words, Victor smiled and said dismissively, "It's so late, where else could he be if he's not sleeping in the shelter? I bet he's already passed out from the smoke in his sleep. Besides, the entire shelter is surrounded by flames now, there's absolutely no way he could escape." After listening to Victor's analysis, Andrei found it to be quite reasonable. Although Zhao Tianyu was exceptionally skilled, escaping from such a fierce fire was simply a pipe dream. Meanwhile, the shelter where Lu Shui and the others lived was right next to Zhao Tianyu's shelter. As the fire at Zhao Tianyu's shelter intensified, the billowing smoke and raging flames spread rapidly like a demon, soon engulfing Lu Shui and the others' shelter. As the thick smoke from the burning shelter spread like a billowing cloud, a pungent odor filled every corner. Lu Shui and a group of girls were also choked awake from their sleep. They hurriedly got out of bed, not even bothering to put on their shoes, and rushed to the entrance of the shelter. As the bamboo gate opened, a group of girls rushed out like arrows, but they were caught by Andre and his men like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey just a few meters away. Lu Shui and several other girls struggled desperately to break free from Andre and the others' restraints, but their strength was insignificant in the face of these tall and burly men. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't get rid of those iron-like hands. "Let me go! You bastards!" Lu Shui screamed angrily. Nina yelled at Andre. "Andre, you bastard, how dare you burn down our shelter? Aren't you afraid Brother Zhao will kill you?" However, before Andre could respond, Victor burst into a wild, arrogant laugh that sent chills down everyone's spine. "Ha ha!" Victor laughed and said. "That Brother Zhao you mentioned has already been burned to death in the shelter." Upon hearing his words, Nina and her sister were struck dumb, their bodies trembling violently, and an expression of disbelief appeared on their faces. Because he was speaking Russian, Lu Shui and the other three had no idea what he was saying. Nina's emotions surged instantly. Her eyes widened, and she shouted angrily at Victor. "You're talking nonsense! How could Brother Zhao, who is so powerful, possibly be burned to death?" Her voice echoed in the air, filled with anger and doubt. Victor, however, was unconcerned. With a smug smile on his face, he continued. "So what if he's powerful? We were watching that bamboo door the whole time, and he didn't even try to get out of there." Upon hearing Victor's words, Nina and her sister turned even paler, their gazes falling simultaneously on the shelter engulfed in flames. Tears streamed down the faces of the two Nina sisters like a burst dam, and they burst into loud sobs. Lu Shui and the other three were startled by the sudden crying and looked at each other in bewilderment. Su Ran quickly asked Nina in English, "Why are you crying? What happened?" However, before Nina could answer, Victor chuckled and interjected. "I told them that the Chinese man had been burned to death, which is why they were crying." Hearing this, Lu Shui and the other three were stunned. Lin Yu shouted, "You're talking nonsense! How could Brother Zhao, who is so powerful, possibly be burned to death?" Victor looked smug, a mocking smile playing on his lips. He said in an arrogant tone, "What's impossible about that? Let me tell you the truth, we're here tonight specifically to burn him alive. Once he's dead, all of you beauties will be ours. Ha ha!" His laughter echoed in the night sky, sending chills down everyone's spines. Because he spoke English, the girls could all understand him. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui and her group's faces instantly turned ashen, and anger erupted in their hearts like a volcano. They clenched their teeth, their eyes flashing with rage, as if they wanted to devour Victor alive. Nina, her voice trembling, demanded, "Why did you do this? If it weren't for Brother Zhao's help last time, you would have been killed by those 5 ferocious leopards. He's your savior. How could you treat him like this?" Andre's lips curled into a cold smile as he answered without hesitation. "Why? The reason is simple, it's because of you beautiful ladies. Once we take him down, you'll all be at our mercy, being manipulated and played with by us. Ha ha!" After saying that, Andre suddenly hugged Nina tightly, pressing her body against his own, and leaned in to kiss her. Nina was completely taken aback by Andre's sudden action. Her face turned ashen, her beautiful features filled with terror and helplessness. She struggled with all her might, trying to escape from Andre's grasp, but Andre was too strong, and her resistance seemed so futile. Seeing Nina struggle, Andre not only didn't let go, but laughed even more excitedly. "Ha ha, the more you struggle, the more excited I get." His laughter sounded particularly jarring in the quiet night, sending chills down one's spine. Then Andre turned to Victor and his group and shouted, "Brothers, you've all been holding back lately, haven't you? Tonight, let's have a good taste of these beauties." His words revealed an uncontrollable desire and wickedness. Upon hearing Andre's words, Victor and his group gleamed with greed, like hungry wolves. They couldn't wait to get started and were about to tear off the clothes of Lu Shui and her group of girls. At this critical moment, a cold voice suddenly came. You all deserve to die. If I had known this day would come, I should have killed you all sooner. The voice seemed to come from hell, carrying endless chill and killing intent, sending shivers down one's spine. Upon hearing this voice, Andre and his group trembled violently, as if frozen in place. They were instantly dumbfounded, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Lu Shui and her group of girls were incredibly excited and happy to hear this voice. Chapter 186. Zhao Tianyu appears just in time. The person who spoke was Zhao Tianyu. He walked slowly from the riverbank, looking exactly like a grim reaper who had walked out of hell. Zhao Tianyu had already noticed when Andre and his group threw torches at his shelter. He was squatting in the toilet at the time, and he was having diarrhea, so he didn't come over to stop him immediately. When Zhao Tianyu appeared in front of everyone, Andre and his gang instantly panicked, and their arrogance vanished without a trace. Victor was so frightened that he stammered, unable to speak coherently. How didn't you weren't burned to death? Zhao Tianyu looked at Victor expressionlessly and coldly replied. Do you think it's that easy to burn me alive? I've been feeling uneasy all night. So it turns out you guys wanted to burn me alive while I was asleep. I must say, your idea is quite clever. Victor was quite intimidated by Zhao Tianyu's imposing manner. He stammered and asked again. Shouldn't you be sleeping in the shelter? Zhao Tianyu smirked and replied sarcastically. That's a good question. I was lucky to be alive because I had diarrhea, which is why I wasn't in the shelter. Otherwise, I'd probably be burned to ashes by now. Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, the expressions on Andre and his group's faces were even more unpleasant than if they had eaten a dead rat. Seeing that Zhao Tianyu was still getting closer to them, Andre immediately grabbed Nina's neck tightly with his hand. He shouted at Zhao Tianyu. Stop right there! If you dare take another step forward, I'll snap her neck right now! Victor and his group also grabbed Lu Shui and the others by the necks with their hands. Upon seeing this, Zhao Tianyu immediately stopped and coldly said, I'm giving you two choices. First, you release them, and I'll let you go. Second, you kill them, and then I'll slaughter you all. After saying this, he pulled out the military knife from his waist and said coldly, Make your choice quickly, my patience is limited. Hearing Zhao Tianyu say this, and looking at the gleaming military knife in his hand, I felt a chill run down my spine. Victor immediately retorted, Why should we trust you? What if we release them, and then you come back and kill us? Zhao Tianyu said with a sneer, I always keep my word. If I say I'll let you leave, I will let you leave. Victor immediately added, That's absolutely not going to work, unless you use that sharp knife in your hand to cut off your own hand. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu was first taken aback, then burst into laughter as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. He laughed as he spoke. Ha ha ha, are you really stupid, or do you think I'm stupid? Do you think I'd be so foolish as to cut off my own hand? Seeing this, Andre's face darkened, and he immediately said, If you refuse to cut off your own hand, then we won't be polite. We'll kill all these women right now, it's a matter of one life for another. Zhao Tianyu's lips curled up slightly, revealing a cold smile, and he said, All right, then hurry up and get started. His tone was relaxed and casual, as if he didn't take Andre's threat seriously at all. After saying that, Zhao Tianyu actually took out a cigarette from his pocket, skillfully put it in his mouth, and then slowly took out a lighter and lit the cigarette with a click. He took a deep breath, savoring the stimulation of nicotine, and then slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. The smoke billowed out in front of him, forming a thin cloud of mist. Zhao Tianyu looked at Andre and the others through the smoke with a half-smile, and slowly said, All right, I'll give you some time to think it over. You have to make a choice before I finish this cigarette. Either you release them and get lost, or you kill them and I'll deal with you slowly. Zhao Tianyu's voice wasn't loud, but it exuded an unshakable authority. Seeing Zhao Tianyu's calm and composed demeanor, Andre and his group suddenly felt less confident, and were quite flustered. With a ferocious expression, Andre roared at Zhao Tianyu. Don't you really care about their lives? Zhao Tianyu raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a contemptuous smile, and slowly said, Isn't that obvious? Of course I care about them, but don't even think about using them to blackmail me. That's absolutely impossible. Before he could finish speaking, Zhao Tianyu suddenly let out a sinister laugh that sent chills down everyone's spine. A cunning glint flashed in his eyes, as if he were plotting some terrible scheme. Then, Zhao Tianyu's tone became even colder and more ruthless. However, I just suddenly thought of a brilliant way to torture you. Hee, I won't let you die so easily. After you kill them all, I will break your arms and legs, turning you into a bunch of helpless cripples. Then I'll dig a deep hole and bury you all like garbage, leaving only your head sticking out. At this point, Zhao Tianyu paused deliberately, seemingly enjoying the horrified expressions on the faces of Andre and the others. He continued, Next, I will take a sharp knife and slash your faces and heads. Haha, just imagine it. Countless ants, drawn by the smell of blood, will slowly crawl onto your faces and heads, relentlessly sucking the blood from your wounds. That feeling, TSK, just thinking about it is incredibly exciting. Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's cruel description, Andre and his group turned pale and trembled with fear. They never imagined that Zhao Tianyu would come up with such a vicious method of torture. Andre cried out in terror. You're a monster! You're terrifying! Zhao Tianyu ignored him and just kept smoking. At this moment, Zhao Tianyu was also extremely panicked. After all, Lu Shui and her group were currently in the hands of Andre's group, and he was worried that Andre's group would fight to the death. But he also knew very well that he had to take the initiative at this time. That's why he deliberately acted so nonchalant. His purpose in saying this was to completely break down the psychological defenses of Andre and his group. After taking a few more puffs of his cigarette, Zhao Tianyu coldly addressed Andre and his group. I'm almost finished with this cigarette. Have you made your choice yet? Seeing Zhao Tianyu's appearance, and recalling what he had just said, Andre and his group's psychological defenses were completely shattered. Chapter 187 The Shelter Burned to Ashes. Andre's voice trembled slightly. He seemed to still have some doubts about Zhao Tianyu's words. So he cautiously asked again. If we release them, will you really let us leave? Zhao Tianyu nodded expressionlessly, his voice icy cold. Without a trace of emotion, he said, I keep my word, you'd better make a choice quickly. Hearing Zhao Tianyu say this, Andre and his group exchanged glances, then released Lu Shui and the other girls, and turned to run quickly into the depths of the woods. Zhao Tianyu did not chase after Andre and the others since it was pitch black all around and he could not see anything clearly. He strode up to Lu Shui and the others, a look of concern on his face, and asked softly, Are you all right? Lu Shui and the other girls shook their heads. Their faces were a little pale, but they didn't seem to have been hurt too badly. Su Ran suddenly hugged Zhao Tianyu tightly. Her eyes were slightly moist, and her voice was trembling with tears as she said, Brother Zhao, it's so good to see that you're all right. I thought you really had been burned to death. Zhao Tianyu raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a gentle smile, and softly comforted him. Okay, don't be sad anymore. Look, I'm fine, aren't I? Come to think of it, I was really lucky tonight, if I had just happened to be lying in bed sleeping. Even if they weren't burned alive in that raging fire, they would probably be shot to death by Andre and his men with composite bows. Recalling everything that had just happened, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. I thought to myself, it's really a blessing from heaven. If I hadn't had diarrhea tonight and gone to the river to relieve myself at that time, I might be dead by now. Looking at the two shelters engulfed in flames, Lu Shui's face was filled with heartache and regret. She murmured, It's such a pity. The shelters we worked so hard to build have been destroyed by a fire, and there were so many supplies inside. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu quickly comforted him. Don't be too sad. Although the shelter is gone, as long as we are safe and sound, that's all that matters. We can rebuild the shelter, and we can slowly collect the supplies. Lin Yu said indignantly. These despicable guys are absolutely heartless. They actually dared to ambush us in the middle of the night. How despicable! If I had known it would turn out like this, I should have killed them all. Zhao Tianyu said with a smile. Don't worry, they won't live much longer. I'll kill them all. Nina, her face filled with guilt, said in a slightly trembling voice. I'm so sorry, everyone. It's all because of my sister and me that we've caused you so much trouble and danger. I never imagined that Andre and his gang would be so heartless as to do such a thing." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu frowned slightly and quickly interrupted her. "What are you saying? How can you say that you two sisters harmed us? This is entirely the evil deed of Andre and his group, and has nothing to do with you." Since Nina spoke English, Lu Shui and the other three girls were able to understand her. Lu Shui quickly chimed in. "That's right. Don't think like that. It's not your fault at all. You don't need to blame yourself too much." Nina seemed unmoved by their words of comfort. She continued, "But if my sister and I hadn't come to you for help, perhaps Andre and the others wouldn't have resorted to such extreme measures." Lena nodded in agreement, saying, "Sister is right. If we hadn't come to you for help, this might not have happened tonight. I naively thought they would remember that Brother Zhao had saved their lives and wouldn't do anything to us. Who knew they would be so inhuman, utterly devoid of gratitude?" Hearing them say that, Zhao Tianyu smiled and said, "You don't need to blame yourselves. Even if you hadn't come to us, this kind of thing would still have happened. After all, I have 4 beautiful girls here, including Xiuxue, and Andre and his gang have been eyeing them for a long time. If they weren't wary of my skills, they would have already made their move. So either of you needs to blame yourselves. Whether you joined us or not, this kind of thing would still happen." Su Ran immediately chimed in. "Brother Zhao is right. You two don't need to blame yourselves. We didn't mean to blame you." Hearing Zhao Tianyu and Su Ran say this, Nina and her sister felt a little better. The group stood looking at each other, about 7 or 8 meters away from the shelter, watching helplessly as the raging fire mercilessly devoured it. Fortunately, the kitchen, bathroom, and 2 shelters were 8 or 9 meters apart, which prevented them from being affected by the fire. More than 10 minutes later, the 2 shelters collapsed with a loud bang. Looking at the scene before him, Zhao Tianyu said to everyone with a heavy heart, "It's getting late. Let's just squeeze into the kitchen tonight." His voice carried a hint of helplessness, but that was all they could do. After saying that, Zhao Tianyu walked towards the kitchen, and Lu Shui and the other girls silently followed him into the kitchen. The kitchen was very small, so everyone had to lie close together on the floor. The next morning, the sun was already high in the sky when everyone gradually woke up. When they slowly opened their eyes and stepped out of the kitchen, the scene before them shocked them. The 2 shelters had been completely burned to ashes, leaving only a charred ruin. After washing up briefly by the river, the group began searching the ashes of the former shelter. After a thorough search, only a few blackened knives were found. Everything else had been burned to ashes. Lin Yu said angrily, "Brother Zhao, these Russians are really bad. Why don't you go and kill them all now? If we let them live, they might come back to harm us in the future." Hearing her say that, Zhao Tianyu laughed and said, Yeah, I didn't expect you to be so enlightened. Do you think I can still find them now? They've probably already disappeared somewhere." Hearing what he said, Lin Yu felt it made sense and didn't say anything more. Zhao Tianyu then addressed the crowd, saying, All right, everyone, cheer up. After breakfast, we'll go cut bamboo to rebuild the shelter. As for Andre and his group, let them live a little longer." Chapter 188, leading a group of girls into the woods to find food. Back in the kitchen, after cooking and eating some mutton, Zhao Tianyu led a group of girls into the woods to begin cutting down bamboo needed to build a shelter. They had a clear division of labor. Some were responsible for cutting down trees, and others for transporting them. Despite the hard work, everyone was highly motivated, and no one complained. And so, day after day, after nearly 20 days of hard work, they finally built 2 shelters, one large and one small. These days, everyone is exhausted, but seeing the fruits of their labor fills them with a sense of accomplishment. That morning, the sun was already high in the sky when Zhao Tianyu slowly opened his eyes. He stretched, got out of bed, put on his shoes, walked to the shelter entrance, and opened the bamboo door. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept by, and he couldn't help but shiver. He quickly wrapped the leopard-skin coat around himself even tighter. The temperature on the deserted island was getting lower and lower, and winter had quietly arrived. He couldn't help but sigh. Time flies! The shelter where Lu Shui and the other 6 girls lived was still closed by bamboo doors, and they seemed to be fast asleep. This is understandable. After all, The group of girls were very tired after spending more than 20 days building a shelter. Now that the shelter has been built, I can finally sleep in. After standing at the entrance of the shelter for a while, Zhao Tianyu slowly walked to the riverbank. As soon as he squatted down and put his hand into the stream, he felt that the water was already icy cold, and his hand was also freezing and painful. I splashed some water on my face and felt much more refreshed. He stood up and went back to the kitchen, took some firewood and lit it in the fireplace. As the firewood burned, the whole kitchen became much warmer. After sitting around the fireplace for a while, they stood up, went outside the kitchen, and opened the door to the smokehouse. The mutton left in the smoking room was enough for them to eat for at most 2 or 3 days. After all, they've been busy building shelters these past few days and have rarely gone back into the woods to look for food. Zhao Tianyu thought to himself, "The weather is getting colder and colder, and it will become increasingly difficult to find food in the future. I should store up more food before it snows." I took a piece of mutton to the riverbank, washed it clean, took it to the kitchen, cut it into small pieces, stir-fried it in a pot until fragrant, added some water, and started to simmer it slowly. When the mutton was almost cooked, Lu Shui and the other 6 girls finished washing up and came into the kitchen one after another. As soon as they came in, they sat down by the fireplace to warm themselves. Soon, the aroma of stewed mutton filled the entire kitchen. Smelling the enticing fragrance, everyone eagerly picked up their bowls and chopsticks, grabbed pieces of perfectly stewed mutton from the pot, and began to feast. After a hearty breakfast, everyone felt very satisfied. Zhao Tianyu addressed the crowd, saying, "The weather is getting colder and colder, and it will become increasingly difficult to find food. We can't just sit here and wait to die. We need to find as much food as possible before it snows and store it up so that we can survive this winter." His words resonated with Lu Shui and her group of girls, who all nodded in agreement. After all, in this cold season, food reserves were crucial for survival. However, because their shelter had been burned down by Andre's group, they lost their 5 composite bows and many homemade arrows. 4 of the composite bows and the homemade arrows were destroyed in the fire. Only 1 composite bow and the spears stolen from the natives, which were kept in the kitchen, survived. These days, everyone has been busy building a new shelter, so Zhao Tianyu hasn't had the time or energy to make a new bow and arrow. Zhao Tianyu carried a bamboo basket on his back and took the compound bow, while Lu Shui and the other 6 girls each took a spear. The group of people then marched into the woods in a grand procession. Holding a compound bow, Zhao Tianyu walked steadily at the front, leading the way. Lu Shui and the other 6 girls followed closely behind, creating a unique scene. Perhaps because the weather is too cold, most animals have chosen to hibernate. Therefore, the group walked for 2 or 3 kilometers in the woods, except for the occasional clear bird calls from the branches. The fact that they hadn't even seen a single pheasant weighed heavily on everyone's spirits. Lin Yu couldn't help but show a worried look on her face. She said softly, "Brother Zhao, we've been walking for so long, but we haven't even seen a single pheasant. Are we going to be unable to find food today?" Zhao Tianyu smiled slightly, offering a reassuring look, and said, "Don't be too anxious. After all, it's winter now, and many animals have gone into hibernation. But I believe that as long as we keep going, we'll definitely find food." After hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, everyone felt a little more at ease and continued to walk forward with firm steps. However, as time passed, they walked nearly 3 kilometers further, but apart from shooting a pheasant, they still did not see any other animals. After walking such a long distance, Lu Shui and the other 6 girls were exhausted, panting heavily, their faces flushed, and their steps becoming increasingly heavy. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu felt sorry for them and found a big tree for them to sit down and rest. Lu Shui and the others collapsed to the ground with a sigh of relief, panting heavily. Zhao Tianyu leaned quietly against the trunk of a large tree, his eyes never resting, constantly scanning the surrounding environment, alert to any potential dangers. After about 10 minutes, everyone felt they had regained some strength and continued walking into the woods. They walked another 3 or 4 kilometers without finding any food. 3 or 4 hours had passed since they left the shelter, and everyone was exhausted and their stomachs were rumbling. Zhao Tianyu realized he couldn't continue searching, otherwise he wouldn't be able to get back before dark. So he said to everyone, "We've been out for long enough today, and everyone is exhausted. It's getting late, so let's go back. We'll come out to search again tomorrow. Hearing him say that, Lu Shui and the other girls immediately nodded in agreement. The group immediately turned and headed back towards the shelter. On their way back, they were lucky enough to shoot 2 more pheasants. Although they had caught 3 pheasants today, the group was far from happy. After all, those 3 pheasants would barely be enough for the group to eat for a day. To completely solve the food problem, it would be necessary to hunt down large animals such as wild boars, wild goats, or leopards. Chapter 189: Encountering Andre and his group in the woods. By the time they returned to the shelter, it was almost dark, and everyone was exhausted. Back in the kitchen, he collapsed onto the floor and began panting heavily. After resting for almost half an hour, I finally regained some strength, and by then it was completely dark. Zhao Tianyu took some firewood and lit it in the fireplace, while Lu Shui took a pot to the riverbank, fetched some water, and put it on the fireplace to boil. After the water was heated, it was taken outside the kitchen, and the 3 pheasants were scalded in the boiling water for a few minutes before being taken out and processed. In less than 20 minutes, the group had finished processing the 3 pheasants. Zhao Tianyu took 2, chopped them into small pieces, and stewed them in a pot. He also rubbed the other one with some sea salt and hung it in a smoking room. More than an hour later, the stewed pheasant in the pot began to emit a strong aroma. The crowd, who were already starving, picked up their bowls and chopsticks and began to devour the stewed pheasant meat from the pot. The 2 stewed pheasants were devoured by the group in less than 10 minutes, leaving not a drop of broth. Perhaps because they were too tired, after chatting by the fireplace for a while, everyone returned to the shelter early and went to bed. The next morning, before the sun had even risen, Zhao Tianyu had already woken up from his sleep. He quickly got up, stretched, and then gently pushed open the bamboo door of the shelter. As soon as the door opened, a biting cold wind rushed in like a ferocious beast, and Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but shiver and his body trembled violently. He quickly shrank his neck and wrapped himself tightly in the leopard skin coat. His gaze fell upon the shelter where Lu Shui and the others were not far away. The bamboo door remained tightly shut, without a sound. Presumably they were still sound asleep. Arriving at the riverbank, I squatted down and carefully scooped up some river water with both hands. The river water was icy cold. The moment his fingers touched the surface, he recoiled as if electrocuted. But he gritted his teeth, dipped his hands back into the water, and scooped up some to wash his face. In an instant, a cool sensation spread from his cheeks throughout his body, and Zhao Tianyu felt refreshed, as if all his drowsiness had been dispelled by the icy river water. He paused briefly by the river, enjoying the tranquility of the early morning and the fresh air. A few minutes later, he turned back to the shelter, picked up the compound bough from the corner, slung his bamboo basket over his shoulder, and prepared to go into the woods to find food. Just then, a slight noise came from the shelter where Lu Shui and the others were staying. Zhao Tianyu looked in the direction of the sound and saw the bamboo door slowly open with a creak. Nina and her sister, rubbing their sleepy eyes, slowly walked out. When they saw Zhao Tianyu carrying a bamboo basket and holding a compound bough, they immediately understood his intention. He was going into the woods to find food. Nina quickly walked up to Zhao Tianyu, a look of concern on her face, and asked, "Brother Zhao, are you going to look for food so early?" Zhao Tianyu nodded slightly and said with a smile, "You two got up so early? Why didn't you sleep a little longer?" Nina smiled brightly and replied, "We knew you'd get up early this morning to find food, so we wanted to go with you. We didn't expect you to be up even earlier than we thought." She paused for a moment, then continued, "If we had gotten up a few minutes later, you would probably have already gone into the woods. Wait a moment, we'll go wash up, we'll be done in a minute." Before she finished speaking, Nina ran quickly toward the riverbank like a gust of wind, with Lena following closely behind, her steps light and quick. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu had no choice but to stand there helplessly and wait for them. Time passed by, and after about 7 or 8 minutes, Nina and Lena finally finished washing up and returned to the kitchen. The 2 men each picked up a spear, and the 3 of them walked side by side toward the woods. At this time, the sun had not yet risen, and a thin layer of mist permeated the forest, like a light veil wrapped around the trees, making visibility very limited. They walked cautiously through the woods, their steps slow. Fortunately, There was no need to worry about venomous snakes at this time of year. They walked slowly through the woods for over an hour, seeing no other animals except for the occasional clear bird calls from the branches and animal bones scattered on the ground. The sun had already risen, and sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow on them. The mist in the woods gradually dissipated, and visibility improved. Breathing in the fresh morning air and feeling the sunshine on their bodies, the three of them were in a good mood. They walked another 2 or 3 kilometers without encountering a single pheasant. All three felt heavy-hearted, and disappointment and frustration began to creep into their hearts. Nina couldn't help but say, "It's really strange. We've walked so far and haven't seen a single animal. I wonder where they've all gone." Her voice revealed a hint of helplessness and anxiety. With a faint smile on his lips, Zhao Tianyu said in a relaxed tone, "There's really nothing strange about this. After all, it's winter now, and many animals choose to find a warm place to hide and hibernate. So it's normal that we can't find them right away. But don't worry, as long as we're patient and search slowly, I believe we'll definitely find the food." Nina looked at Zhao Tianyu and smiled. "Brother Zhao, I really didn't expect you to maintain such a good attitude under these circumstances." Zhao Tianyu smiled slightly and replied, "What else can we do?" Just as the two were talking, suddenly, a mournful cry of a wild goat came from the distant woods, the sound particularly abrupt in the silent forest. Upon hearing the sound, Zhao Tianyu and his 2 companions were first taken aback, then overjoyed. They exchanged a glance and quickly walked towards the direction from which the wild goat had made the call. After walking 300 or 400 meters, I suddenly saw several figures moving in the woods in the distance. Although they were quite far apart, Zhao Tianyu and his 2 companions immediately recognized that these people were Andrei's group. Seeing this group of people, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but recall what had happened that night. If he hadn't had diarrhea and had to go to the toilet, he might have been killed by these people. Moreover, the shelter they had painstakingly built and the supplies they had painstakingly collected were all burned to ashes. Thinking of this, Zhao Tianyu was instantly enraged and furious. He thought to himself, "Damn it, I was just wondering where to find you guys. I didn't expect you to actually deliver yourselves to my door. Today is your death day." Chapter 190 Zhao Tianyu makes a move. When Nina and her sister saw Andrei and his group from afar, their anger was instantly ignited. Zhao Tianyu also knew that Andrei's group had composite bows and knives. He knew very well that if he rushed over recklessly, he would likely be in danger. He then whispered to Nina and her sister, "You two stay here and don't make a sound. I'll sneak over and kill them all." When Nina and her sister heard Zhao Tianyu's words, they showed no pity for Andrei and his group. After all, they already hated these people to the core, and wished they were dead immediately. Nina looked at Zhao Tianyu with a worried expression and warned, "Brother Zhao, you must be careful. They have weapons." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu was taken aback for a moment, then a smile appeared on his lips as he teased, "I thought you would plead for them and ask me to let them off the hook." Nina shook her head immediately, saying indignantly, "These people are wicked to the core, they should have died long ago. If we let them continue to live, they will definitely come back to cause us trouble." Hearing her say that, Zhao Tianyu nodded and said, "It's good that you think that way. After all, this is a deserted island. If I'm too kind to them, we'll be the ones who suffer in the end." After saying this, he handed the compound bow to Nina and gently placed the bamboo basket on his back on the ground. He drew his military knife from his waist, crouched down, and slowly approached Andrei and his group. The 2 Nina sisters immediately squatted down, looking at Zhao Tianyu with extreme nervousness. Andrei and his group were gathered around a large tree, with the carcass of a wild goat lying on the ground. This wild goat was the same one that had just made that pitiful cry, and it had died because it had been shot by Andrei and his men with a composite bow. All eyes were on the dead wild goat on the ground. Victor's face lit up with a joyful smile. He exclaimed excitedly, "I never expected to be so lucky today. This wild goat is big enough for us to eat for days." Hearing Victor's words, Andrei couldn't help but laugh and replied, "That's right. I'm so lucky today, to be able to shoot a wild goat from so far away. Now I can finally have a delicious meal." Ever since that night when they fled in panic from Zhao Tianyu, Andrei and his group had been in a state of high tension. The next morning, they hurriedly moved out of their original residence, fearing that Zhao Tianyu would come back to cause trouble for them. For some time now, they have been living in fear and anxiety, and every little thing makes their hearts leap into their throats. So many days have passed, and Zhao Tianyu hasn't come looking for them. Everyone assumed that Zhao Tianyu had completely let them go. Little did they know that Zhao Tianyu and his companions had been busy building a shelter these past few days and hadn't had time to look for them at all. 7 or 8 minutes passed, and Zhao Tianyu had reached the bushes less than 20 meters away from Andre and his group. At this moment, Andre and his group were almost entirely focused on the wild goat, so they didn't notice Zhao Tianyu's presence. Just as Andre and his group were about to carry the wild goat back, suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps came from behind the bushes. Andre and the others turned around in astonishment, only to see Zhao Tianyu burst out of the bushes like a ferocious wild beast. His speed was extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning, leaving no time for anyone to react. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Tianyu had already rushed in front of Andre and the others. Before Andre and the others could react, Zhao Tianyu raised his military knife without hesitation and thrust it straight into Victor's chest. With a soft thud, the military knife pierced Victor's body without any resistance. When General Zhao Tianyu pulled out his sword, a stream of bright red blood gushed out of Victor's wound like a fountain. Victor let out a piercing scream, clutching his chest tightly as his body slowly collapsed involuntarily. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Andre and the others were stunned. They had never expected Zhao Tianyu to appear so suddenly, and to be so ruthless, showing no mercy in attacking them. After dealing with Victor, Zhao Tianyu quickly grabbed another person's arm and held him firmly in place. Then, he raised his military knife again and slashed the man's neck. The military knife easily sliced open the man's throat, leaving a deep gash in an instant. Blood gushed from the wound like a fountain, and the man didn't even have time to let out a scream before he fell to the ground in despair. At this moment, the others suddenly realized what was happening and scattered in panic. Zhao Tianyu knew very well that once this group of people scattered and fled, it would be impossible for him to eliminate them all. He swiftly grabbed his military knife and, like lightning, flung it at Andre, who was desperately trying to escape. The military knife drew a sharp arc in the air, carrying Zhao Tianyu's anger and determination, and like a deadly bullet, it pierced straight into Andre's back. Before Andre could even utter a cry of alarm, he was severely injured by the sudden attack, his body lurching forward to the ground with a piercing scream. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu didn't hesitate and strode forward like a whirlwind towards the fallen Andre. His speed was lightning fast, and in the blink of an eye, he was already beside Andre. He launched a powerful kick, like a thunderbolt, and slammed it hard into Andre's head. Zhao Tianyu used all his strength in this kick, and its power was astonishing. With a sharp crack, Andre's skull shattered instantly from the immense impact, splattering blood and brain matter everywhere. Blood also gushed from his 7 orifices, resembling a blooming flower of blood, a horrifying sight. However, the moment Zhao Tianyu finished off Andre, the others had already taken the opportunity to escape over 100 meters away. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu did not continue the pursuit. After all, he had already successfully eliminated Andre and Victor, the 2 most threatening individuals. As for those who escaped, we can only deal with them slowly when we have the opportunity later. Seeing the 3 corpses on the ground, Zhao Tianyu immediately squatted down and began to search them. After a careful search, he found 3 lighters, 2 knives, and 3 packs of cigarettes that were not yet finished on the bodies. In addition, there were 2 compound bows and some arrows scattered on the ground. The cigarettes they had obtained from Andre's group were burned to ashes that night, along with the shelter. He hadn't had a chance to smoke for days, and when he saw the 3 unfinished packs of cigarettes again, his eyes lit up as if he had seen some rare treasure. He eagerly pulled a cigarette from one of the boxes, skillfully put it in his mouth, and then lit it with a lighter. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke, which spread in the air and formed a small smoke ring. Closing my eyes, I savored the long-lost aroma of tobacco, feeling every pore on my body open up, and a blissful sensation welled up inside me. Chapter 191 Worrying About Food. Before long, Nina and her sister arrived in front of Zhao Tianyu. Looking at the corpses of Andre, Victor, and another Russian on the ground, the 2 sisters did not show much expression. After finishing his cigarette, Zhao Tianyu put the collected supplies into a bamboo basket. He grabbed the wild goat carcass, hoisted it onto his shoulder, and headed towards the shelter. The two Nina sisters quickly followed his pace without even glancing at the 3 corpses on the ground. By the time the 3 of them returned to the shelter, it was already noon, and Lu Shui and the other 3 were already anxiously waiting in the kitchen. When Lu Shui and her 3 companions woke up in the morning, they didn't see Zhao Tianyu and Nina. They knew that they must have gone into the woods to look for food. Seeing Zhao Tianyu and the other 2 return, Lu Shui and the other 3 finally felt relieved. The 4 girls were quite happy when they saw that he had actually brought back a wild goat. Zhao Tianyu put the wild goat on his shoulder onto the ground outside the kitchen, returned to the kitchen, and slumped down on a bamboo chair, panting heavily. The 2 Nina sisters also put their bamboo baskets on the ground and sat on bamboo chairs, panting heavily. After resting for more than 10 minutes, the 3 of them regained some of their strength. Lin Yu glanced at the wild goat outside the kitchen and said to Zhao Tianyu, "Brother Zhao, you 3 are amazing! You actually brought back a wild goat." Zhao Tianyu said with a smile, "We didn't shoot this wild goat, we snatched it from Andrei's group." Lu Shui asked in surprise, "You saw them?" Zhao Tianyu nodded and said, "I killed Andrei, Victor, and another Russian, but unfortunately the others got away." Hearing Zhao Tianyu say this, Lin Yu said with great satisfaction, "That's great, they should have died long ago." The group carried the wild goat to the riverbank and began processing it. In less than half an hour, with everyone's efforts, the wild goat had been processed. They cut the mutton into pieces and took them to the kitchen, and then cleaned the goatskin and hung it on tree branches to dry. Zhao Tianyu took another large piece of mutton, cut it into small pieces, and put it in a pot to stew. Lu Shui and the other girls marinated the mutton with sea salt and hung it in the smoking room. Another week passed, and during that week, Zhao Tianyu would go for a walk in the woods almost every day. Although they were no longer able to shoot large animals such as wild boars, wild goats, and leopards, they did manage to shoot a few pheasants and rabbits. Zhao Tianyu woke up early that morning, and the moment he opened the bamboo door of the shelter, a gust of cold wind mixed with snowflakes rushed in. There was already a thick layer of snow on the ground, and the entire forest was covered in white. Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but shiver and wrapped his leopard skin coat even tighter around himself. Looking at the snowflakes dancing in the sky, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but sigh. "Time really flies." Walking through the thick snow to the riverbank, I saw that the river was covered with a layer of ice, and the ice was also covered with a layer of snow. I found a wooden stick and smashed a hole in the ice. Then I went back to the bathroom, grabbed a bamboo tube, filled it with water, and poured it into the bathtub. Then they lit firewood on the stove under the bathtub, and as the firewood burned, the water in the bathtub began to steam. I scooped out some water with a bamboo tube, washed up quickly, and left the bathroom to return to the kitchen. He took some firewood, lit it in the fireplace, took a piece of frozen lamb from the smokehouse, chopped it into small pieces with a military knife, and put it in a pot to stew. Just as the mutton was almost cooked, Lu Shui and the other 6 girls woke up and left the shelter. Looking at the snowflakes falling from the sky and the thick snow on the ground, everyone was in a great mood. Zhao Tianyu said to the group, "The water in the bathroom is hot. Go wash up and come back for dinner." Hearing Zhao Tianyu say this, the group of girls were deeply moved. After breakfast, the 6 girls went to the snow outside the bathroom and started playing, having a snowball fight, and building a snowman. Zhao Tianyu sat at the kitchen doorway, watching them with great interest. They played in the snow for more than 2 hours until each girl felt like she was about to freeze, before returning to the kitchen and sitting by the fireplace to warm herself. Looking at the snowflakes falling from the sky, Zhao Tianyu looked worried. Su Ran asked curiously, "Brother Zhao, what's wrong? Why do you look so worried?" Zhao Tianyu sighed and slowly said, "We don't have much food left in our smoking room. At most, it will only last us 4 or 5 days. If this snow keeps falling and we can't find any food, we'll go hungry once we run out of food in the smokehouse." Hearing him say that, a group of girls also began to worry. Fortunately, the snow stopped after 2 days, and there was a layer of snow several tens of centimeters thick on the ground. Early on the 3rd day, Zhao Tianyu woke up. He quickly got out of bed and went to the entrance of the shelter to open the bamboo door. Looking up, a breathtaking scene unfolds before my eyes. The sky was no longer filled with snowflakes, but instead displayed a clear blue expanse, like a giant sapphire set in the sky. The sun had already risen quietly, and although its rays had not yet fully penetrated the clouds, its faint light still brought a touch of warmth to this white world. Although the snow has stopped, the temperature is much lower than when it was snowing. Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but shiver. He hurriedly picked up a compound bough, slung a bamboo basket over his shoulder, and trudged through the thick snow toward the woods. Each step felt like walking on cotton, requiring extra effort to move forward. The snow was knee-deep, making walking extremely difficult. Zhao Tianyu shivered in the cold, and he could even feel his limbs gradually losing sensation, as if they were tightly bound by the bitter cold. Although he knew that the chances of finding food in such cold weather were slim. However, he had no choice but to venture into the woods to find food in order to survive. If they can't find food soon, the group of 7 will likely have to endure the torment of hunger. Thus, Zhao Tianyu trudged through the thick snow for more than an hour, only managing to walk 2 or 3 miles. Along the way, he kept his eyes wide open, carefully searching the surrounding woods, hoping to find some traces of prey. However, let alone large animals like wild goats and wild boars, we didn't even see a small pheasant. Chapter 192: Fighting a Wild Boar in the Snow. Zhao Tianyu was also incredibly dejected. His body had long been eroded by the bitter cold, and he had lost all feeling in it, as if he no longer belonged to himself. He was exhausted after walking for so long on the thick snow. He plopped down on the thick snow, panting heavily. After resting for a while, he felt his strength had recovered somewhat, so he struggled to his feet and continued walking deeper into the woods. More than an hour passed without any sign of animals. Zhao Tianyu's hopes gradually faded, and he was on the verge of a breakdown. He raised his head and shouted loudly at the sky, "God! Please have pity on me and let me find some food to go back to!" His voice echoed through the empty woods, filled with despair and helplessness. After calling out several times, he felt a little better, so he dragged his tired body away. I continued walking deeper into the woods, silently praying that a miracle would happen. And so, Zhao Tianyu continued to walk forward with firm steps, each step seeming somewhat heavy. However, just when he was about to despair, suddenly, the cry of a wild boar reached his ears. The sound was like a bolt of lightning piercing the night sky, instantly igniting the flame of hope within him. Zhao Tianyu's heart suddenly raced. He could hardly believe his ears. To him, the wild boar's cry was as beautiful and melodious as heavenly music. He immediately stopped and listened carefully to the source of the sound, afraid of missing this rare opportunity. Once he determined the direction of the sound, Zhao Tianyu walked quickly in that direction without hesitation. His steps became lighter, as if the wild boar's calls had dispelled all his fatigue. As he drew closer, the wild boar's cries grew clearer and louder. Zhao Tianyu's excitement grew, knowing he was getting closer to his goal. After walking about 300 or 400 meters, Zhao Tianyu finally saw the wild boar. It was standing in the woods more than 100 meters away from him, its enormous size astonishing. This wild boar was enormous, weighing at least 300 or 400 pounds. Its body was covered with a thick layer of black fur, which stood out starkly against the white snow. The wild boar kept scratching at the snow, seemingly searching for food, and occasionally let out a low growl. Upon seeing the large wild boar, Zhao Tianyu felt a surge of joy. He thought to himself, "If we can shoot this wild boar and bring it back, it will be enough for us to eat for a month." Thinking of this, he immediately put the bamboo basket on the ground, picked up an arrow, knocked it on the bowstring of his composite bow, and walked towards the wild boar through the thick snow. As he drew closer, the wild boar seemed to sense his presence, suddenly raising its head, opening its gaping maw, and letting out a series of low roars at him. The sound echoed through the silent snow-covered forest, like the roar of a demon from hell, sending chills down one's spine. The 2 enormous tusks at the corners of the wild boar's mouth gleamed coldly in the sunlight, making it look particularly terrifying and intimidating. However, Zhao Tianyu seemed not to hear the wild boar's warning. He continued to approach the wild boar steadily without pausing his steps. Seeing that Zhao Tianyu was unmoved by his warning, the wild boar was completely enraged. It let out a deafening roar, a sound that exploded in the air like thunder, causing the entire snow forest to tremble. Then, the wild boar charged straight at Zhao Tianyu like a runaway tank. The wild boar was incredibly fast. The snow it kicked up as it ran danced in the air like waves whipped up by a hurricane. Seeing that the wild boar was less than 30 meters away from him, Zhao Tianyu's heart started racing. He took a deep breath, steadied himself, and then quickly aimed at the wild boar's head, releasing the bowstring without hesitation. With a whoosh, the arrow shot out like lightning, heading straight for the wild boar. The arrow was incredibly accurate, striking the wild boar squarely in the head. Instantly, the boar let out a piercing scream that echoed throughout the entire forest. However, this wild boar was exceptionally resilient. Despite suffering such a severe injury, it did not collapse immediately. Instead, it became enraged, growing even more ferocious, its speed undiminished, and continued to charge towards Zhao Tianyu like a whirlwind. Upon seeing this, Zhao Tianyu felt a chill run down his spine. He knew how formidable this wild boar was and dared not be careless in the slightest. He reacted swiftly, throwing his composite bow onto the snow without hesitation, and then drawing his sharp military knife from his waist with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, the wild boar had rushed to within 5 meters of Zhao Tianyu. Suddenly it leaped high from the snow, opened its blood-red mouth, revealed its ferocious fangs, and pounced fiercely at Zhao Tianyu. In the blink of an eye, just as the wild boar was about to pounce on Zhao Tianyu, he dodged the boar's fatal blow with a swift, ghost-like movement. The evasive action was clean and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. As he dodged, Zhao Tianyu swung his military knife like lightning, whistling through the air, and slashed fiercely at the wild boar. The slash was as swift as lightning, cutting a shocking gash into the wild boar's massive body with lightning speed. The gash was several tens of centimeters long and deep enough to expose the bone. Fresh blood gushed out of the wound like a fountain, splashing onto the pristine white snow. It formed clusters of scarlet blood flowers, creating a stark contrast with the surrounding white snow. The wild boar, so badly injured, let out a piercing scream that echoed across the open snow-covered ground, sending chills down one's spine. He ran forward like a madman for 7 or 8 meters before suddenly stopping. It turned its head and stared intently at Zhao Tianyu, constantly emitting low growls. Immediately afterwards, it charged at Zhao Tianyu again without any hesitation, its speed as fast as a whirlwind. As the wild boar hurtled toward him like an out-of-control truck, Zhao Tianyu's nerves tightened to the limit. Just as the wild boar was about to pounce on him, he dodged to the side with astonishing speed. At the same time, the military knife in his hand drew a cold light in the air, slashing fiercely at the wild boar like a meteor. With a crisp snap, the knife struck the wild boar accurately once again, leaving a gash several tens of centimeters long. Blood gushed from the wound like a burst dam, splashing onto the snow and turning the surrounding snow crimson. The wild boar let out another heart-wrenching scream, even more piercing than before. It staggered forward for 7 or 8 meters before stopping, turning around and charging at Zhao Tianyu again like a madman, disregarding everything. This time, Zhao Tianyu did not choose to dodge, just as the wild boar was about to pounce on him. Suddenly, he quickly raised his right foot and kicked the wild boar's head with all his might. Chapter 193 Hunting Wild Boar Encounters a Tiger. The kick was like a thunderbolt, and the wild boar was kicked hard to the ground with a dull thud. Due to the enormous reaction force, Zhao Tianyu's body was violently thrown backward, as if swept away by a gale, and he fell directly onto the thick snow. However, his reaction speed was extremely fast. He quickly rolled over and got up almost the instant he fell, as if it were all within his expectations. His movements were fluid and without the slightest hesitation. He then casually picked up a wooden stick about the thickness of an arm. Like an arrow released from a bow, it rushed towards the fallen wild boar. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to the wild boar and rained blows on its head with the wooden stick in his hand. Each time the stick fell, it was accompanied by a scream from the wild boar, the sound echoing through the silent snow, sending chills down one's spine. Zhao Tianyu showed no mercy, smashing the boar again and again, as if he wanted to pour all his strength into it. He continued to strike the wooden stick more than 10 times until it could no longer bear the weight and snapped in two with a crack. But Zhao Tianyu didn't stop. He casually threw away the broken stick and continued to punch the wild boar's head hard. Finally, under his relentless attacks, the wild boar's head was smashed to pieces and it became completely motionless. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu stopped, let out a long sigh, and slumped down on the wild boar's carcass, panting heavily. After resting for more than 10 minutes, Zhao Tianyu's breathing gradually stabilized, and his strength slowly recovered. He looked at the wild boar, which weighed 300 or 400 pounds, and felt troubled. Despite his incredible strength, it would have been nearly impossible for him to carry such a massive wild boar back by himself. Moreover, the thick layer of snow on the ground undoubtedly made the moving work even more difficult. For now, the only option is to dispose of the large wild boar on the spot, and then transport it back in several trips. Just as he picked up his military knife, preparing to deal with the wild boar on the spot, suddenly, a deafening tiger's roar came from the distant woods. The sound, like thunder, echoed through the woods, sending chills down one's spine. Zhao Tianyu immediately recognized the tiger's roar as coming from Dabao. Overjoyed, he quickly raised his voice and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Dabao, I'm here!" After calling out 2 or 3 times, sure enough, another tiger's roar came. This time, the sound was obviously closer. In less than 2 minutes, Dabao's enormous body appeared in front of Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu excitedly reached out and gently stroked Dabao's head, his eyes filled with love and joy. He said to the tiger, "Dabao, long time no see. How have you been?" The tiger seemed to understand Zhao Tianyu's words. It nodded slightly and let out a low growl, as if responding to Zhao Tianyu's greeting. Zhao Tianyu pointed to the dead wild boar on the ground and said to Dabao, "Dabao, look, I just hunted this wild boar, but it's too heavy for me to carry back by myself. Could you help me take it back?" The tiger nodded to Zhao Tianyu again, then slowly lay down on the snow. He shook his head at Zhao Tianyu in a gentle manner. Zhao Tianyu understood immediately. He quickly picked up the bamboo basket and composite bough, and without hesitation, straddled the tiger's back, gripping its fur tightly. The tiger slowly stood up, opened its blood-red maw, its sharp teeth gleaming coldly in the sunlight, and bit down on the wild boar's neck, lifting it up effortlessly. They sped off toward the shelter where Zhao Tianyu and the others were staying. Although he was carrying a wild boar weighing 300 or 400 pounds in his mouth, he was also carrying Zhao Tianyu on his back. But the tiger's running speed did not decrease at all. It sped past like lightning, its speed astonishing. As it ran, the tiger's 4 hooves kicked up snowflakes that looked like white waves dancing in the air. In less than half an hour, the tiger arrived at the shelter where Zhao Tianyu and the others lived like a whirlwind. Meanwhile, Lu Shui and her 6 friends were already anxiously waiting in the kitchen. When they woke up in the morning, they didn't see Zhao Tianyu. Everyone knew that he had gone into the woods to look for food. At first, no one paid much attention, but as noon approached and Zhao Tianyu still hadn't returned, they couldn't help but worry about him. Hearing the commotion from the running tiger, Lu Shui and the other girls rushed outside the kitchen to check. When they saw Zhao Tianyu being carried back by a tiger, and that tiger was carrying a wild boar weighing several hundred pounds in its mouth, a group of girls were both delighted and shocked as the tiger carried Zhao Tianyu to the entrance of the shelter. Zhao Tianyu put the wild boar he was carrying on the ground and slowly lay down. He also quickly got off the tiger's back. Zhao Tianyu said to the tiger, "Dabao, thank you so much." The tiger shook its head at him, then turned and ran wildly into the woods, disappearing completely in no time. Seeing the tiger leave, Lin Yu said angrily, "I'm so angry! That Dabao is really something, he left without even saying goodbye." Hearing her say that, Zhao Tianyu and the others were amused. Lu Shui laughed and said, Yeah, really, why are you getting angry with a tiger?" Su Ran then said to Zhao Tianyu, "Brother Zhao, how did you end up being carried back by Dabao?" Zhao Tianyu said with a smile, "I just shot and killed a wild boar. I was thinking of processing it on the spot and bringing some wild boar meat back. Then Dabao appeared, and I begged it to bring me back." Hearing him say that, Su Ran glanced at the wild boar again and said with a smile, "Such a big wild boar is enough for us to eat for a month. We won't have to worry about food for a while." Lu Shui and the others immediately brought some firewood from the kitchen and lit a fire by the river. They put the wild boar back on the fire and started burning it. After more than 10 minutes, the boar's hair was burned off completely, and its skin was burned black. The group worked together to get the wild boar out of the fire, then used bamboo tubes to draw water from the stream and cleaned it. Zhao Tianyu then cut the wild boar meat into small pieces, while Lu Shui and the other girls tied the wild boar meat with rope and hung it in the smoking room. Now that the temperature is almost below zero, wild boar meat can be stored for a long time even without being cured with sea salt. Chapter 194 Wolf Pack Attack. Time flies by in the blink of an eye, and before we knew it, more than 10 days had slipped away. For more than 10 days, everyone's life seemed somewhat monotonous. Apart from occasionally going into the woods to cut some firewood, they mostly choose to stay in the shelter, enjoying this rare tranquility. There has been no more snowfall during this period, and the snow on the ground has long since melted away. The temperature has also risen slightly, making people feel that spring is gradually approaching. That evening, after stewing some wild boar meat and eating it, everyone sat around the fireplace in the kitchen as usual, chatting leisurely while warming themselves by the fire. The roaring fire illuminated everyone's faces, bringing a touch of warmth to the small space. However, just as everyone was chatting enthusiastically, a sudden loud noise broke the silence. The noise came from the woods not far away, followed by a chilling wolf howl that pierced the night sky and echoed in everyone's ears. Upon hearing the wolf's howl, everyone's expressions instantly turned serious. They stood up and quickly walked to the kitchen doorway, looking into the woods. But the woods were pitch black. Although the wolf howls could be heard clearly, nothing could be seen. The howls sounded particularly jarring in the darkness. Zhao Tianyu immediately shouted to everyone, "The kitchen is not safe! Everyone, hurry back to the shelter!" Hearing him say this, everyone left the kitchen and quickly walked to the shelter where Lu Shui and the others lived. Upon entering the shelter, Zhao Tianyu quickly closed the bamboo door tightly and grabbed a piece of wood to prop it shut. Lu Shui walked quickly to the fireplace, picked up some dry firewood, gently placed it in the fireplace, and then lit it with a lighter. As the firewood burned, the warm flames gradually spread, illuminating the entire shelter. Meanwhile, the howling of wolves outside the shelter grew louder and closer. The howls of wolves echoed in the silent night, sending chills down one's spine. Moreover, judging from the increasingly close wolf howls, the wolf pack is definitely quite large. However, this was not the first time they had encountered such a situation. Although they were somewhat nervous, they did not show excessive panic. After all, having survived on this deserted island for more than a year, everyone had long been accustomed to all sorts of unexpected situations. Time passed by, and after about 4 or 5 minutes, a large pack of gray wolves appeared less than 10 meters from the shelter. Their silhouettes appeared and disappeared in the dim moonlight, giving off an eerie and terrifying feeling. At that moment, everyone simultaneously peered through the small window in the shelter wall at the pack of gray wolves. In the dim moonlight, they could clearly see the appearance of the pack of gray wolves. The wolves' bellies were shriveled, clearly indicating they hadn't eaten in a long time. Their eyes, illuminated by the moonlight, gleamed with an eerie green light, exuding an aura of hunger and greed that sent chills down one's spine. At this moment, the pack of gray wolves outside the shelter seemed to have noticed Zhao Tianyu and the others inside. Suddenly it became restless and its wolf howls grew louder and louder, as if it were taunting Zhao Tianyu and the others. Moreover, these gray wolves were constantly pawing at the ground with their 4 paws, appearing unusually restless. Their bodies leaned slightly forward, and their tails are held high, giving the impression that they may launch an attack at any moment. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu immediately shouted to Lu Shui and the group of girls, "Everyone, be careful! The wolf pack might attack us. I'll use my composite bow to shoot down one gray wolf first, to give them a warning. Each of you grab a spear, and when the wolves charge, use your spears to deal with them." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Lu Shui and the other 6 girls each picked up a spear, gripped it tightly in their hands, and then aimed the tips of the spears at the small window on the wall, quietly waiting for the wolf pack to launch an attack. Zhao Tianyu calmly picked up a compound bow, took an arrow, and skillfully knocked it on the bowstring. Through the small window in the door, he aimed the arrow at the largest gray wolf in the pack. Zhao Tianyu took a deep breath, adjusted his posture, and then released the bowstring without hesitation. With a whoosh, the arrow shot out like lightning, streaking across the night sky like a meteor, heading straight for the largest gray wolf. With a soft thud, the arrow pierced the gray wolf's neck with perfect accuracy. The gray wolf didn't even have time to let out a scream before it fell straight to the ground like a kite with a broken string. However, the arrow did not kill the gray wolf immediately. It rolled around on the ground. Blood gushed from the wound, staining the ground beneath him. His pitiful screams echoed throughout the forest. The other gray wolves, witnessing this scene, were instantly enraged. Their eyes burned with fury, and they growled in low voices, like a pack of enraged beasts charging recklessly toward the sanctuary. In the blink of an eye, this large pack of gray wolves swept in like a black whirlwind. They were moving at extremely high speeds and crashed into the shelter walls almost simultaneously. With a loud bang, the entire shelter shook violently, and soil from the roof and walls fell off. However, although the shelter was hit violently, it was fortunately built to be exceptionally sturdy and did not suffer much damage. Just as the wolf pack crashed into the shelter, the spears in the hands of Lu Shui and her 6 friends shot out like lightning through a small window in the shelter's wall. The thrust was swift as lightning and accurate as a shooting star. The 3 unlucky gray wolves couldn't dodge in time and crashed hard into the spear. The spears pierced their bodies easily, and the gray wolves let out a series of shrill howls before collapsing limply to the ground, rolling around as if their souls had been ripped away. Upon seeing this, the other gray wolves immediately realized that the humans inside the shelter were not to be trifled with, so they quickly retreated, stopping only after maintaining a distance of more than 10 meters from the shelter. However, the gray wolves did not give up. They stood at a distance and howled repeatedly toward the shelter. Zhao Tianyu quickly picked up another arrow, knocked it on the bowstring, and locked his gaze on one of the gray wolves through the small window of the bamboo door. After adjusting your breathing and aiming at the target, suddenly release the bowstring, and the arrow flies out like lightning. With a whoosh, the arrow struck the gray wolf accurately. Chapter 195: Chen Hu Seeks Help. Although the arrow did not hit a vital spot, it pierced deep into its belly, causing it severe damage. The wounded gray wolf let out a heart-wrenching howl, then collapsed limply to the ground as if all its strength had been drained away. The other gray wolves were quite frightened by the sudden arrow. They all retreated 20 or 30 meters away, stood at a distance, and watched the shelter warily, still howling from time to time. Time passed slowly, and after about 4 or 5 minutes, the gray wolf whose neck had been shot through by Zhao Tianyu finally stopped breathing and lay motionless on the ground. The 3 gray wolves that had been pierced by spears by Lu Shui and the other 6 girls struggled painfully for a while before finally getting up from the ground with difficulty. Their bodies swayed unsteadily, clearly badly injured, and they could only stagger backward. The gray wolf, shot in the stomach, remained lying on the ground, howling incessantly. Another 10 minutes or so passed, and the 3 gray wolves that had been pierced by Lu Shui and her group of girls with spears collapsed to the ground, convulsing due to excessive blood loss. Soon after, they became completely still. The remaining gray wolves, seeing the tragic deaths of their companions, also developed a fear of Zhao Tianyu inside the shelter. After letting out a wolf howl, it turned and left unwillingly. At this moment, only the gray wolf with its belly shot through it was left lying on the ground outside the shelter, howling incessantly. Seeing that the wolf pack had left, Zhao Tianyu and his companions secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Tianyu took the wooden stick that was propping up the bamboo door, opened the door, walked up to the gray wolf that was still alive, and smashed it hard on the head with the stick. With that one blow, the gray wolf's brains splattered open, and it died instantly. Looking at the corpses of the gray wolves on the ground, Zhao Tianyu felt a surge of joy. With so many gray wolves, they would have enough to survive the winter. The next morning, the group dragged the carcasses of the gray wolves to the riverbank and began to process them. It took several hours of work to process the 5 gray wolves. The wolf meat was cut into small pieces, tied with rope and hung in the smoking room, and the wolf skins were cleaned and hung on tree branches to dry. Time flies by in the blink of an eye, and before we knew it, more than half a month had passed. During this period, everyone's life was relatively peaceful. Occasionally, they would go into the woods to cut some firewood or pick some wild vegetables. For the majority of the rest of the time, everyone chose to stay in warm shelters to avoid the harsh cold. 2 days ago, there was another heavy snowfall, and the snow on the ground was already several tens of centimeters thick, turning the entire forest into a vast expanse of white. That noon, after eating some stewed wolf meat, everyone sat around the fireplace in the kitchen, chatting and laughing as they warmed themselves by the fire. Time passed quietly, and in the afternoon, a sudden sound of footsteps broke the tranquility of the kitchen. Zhao Tianyu and the others looked up alertly, stood up, and quickly walked to the kitchen door to check the situation. When they pushed open the door and looked up, they saw Chenhu, Xiaolu, and Xiaoli struggling to walk towards the shelter through the thick snow. Their figures appeared somewhat small in the snow, yet they were exceptionally eye-catching. Upon closer inspection, Zhao Tianyu was surprised to find that all three of them were wearing clothes made of leopard skin. Although the clothes looked quite thick, they were clearly no match for the freezing weather. They were shivering and panting heavily. Seeing the three of them appear, Zhao Tianyu felt both happy and surprised. Before long, Chen Hu and his two companions arrived at the kitchen door. Zhao Tianyu said with a smile, "Boss, it's been a while since we last met. What brings you here?" Chen Hu, panting heavily, said, "Let's go to the kitchen first. The three of us are almost frozen, and our stomachs are growling." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu quickly ushered them into the kitchen. As soon as they entered, Chen Hu and the other two hurried to the fireplace and eagerly began rubbing their hands together. Zhao Tianyu took a large piece of frozen wild boar meat from the smoking room, chopped it into small pieces with his military knife, and put it in a pot to stew. Chen Hu and the other two sat around the fire for more than 10 minutes before their bodies slowly warmed up and their frozen bodies gradually regained some sensation. Chen Hu breathed a sigh of relief, then slowly said to Zhao Tianyu, "Little Zhao, the three of us came here to find you because we have something we'd like to ask for your help with." Zhao Tianyu quickly said, "Boss, just let me know if there's anything you need. As long as it's within my power, I'll do my best to help." Chen Hu scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly, looking awkward, and said softly, Do you have any extra food here? If so, could you share some with us? The weather has been getting colder and colder lately, and we can find less and less food every day. For the past 2 weeks, we've hardly had a full meal." His voice was slightly low, as if he found it difficult to make his request. Zhao Tianyu and the others were all taken aback when they heard Chen Hu's words. Seeing that they didn't respond immediately, Chen Hu felt a little uneasy and quickly added, "If you don't have any, that's fine. I won't make things difficult for you. After all, there are quite a few of you here, and the weather is so cold. It must be hard for you to find food." His tone revealed a hint of helplessness and apology. Zhao Tianyu immediately said, "Boss, what are you saying? You're being too polite. If you don't have food, come to me. Why are you only coming now? To tell you the truth, I got a wild boar weighing several 100 pounds a few days ago. And I even shot and killed 5 big gray wolves. All that meat added up to 600 or 700 pounds. Chen Hu, Xiaoli, and Xiaolu stared wide-eyed at Zhao Tianyu's words, their faces filled with disbelief. Several seconds passed before Chen Hu came to his senses and said to Zhao Tianyu with great admiration, "Little Zhao, you're amazing! To be able to get so much food in this freezing weather is truly infuriating. You're so much better than us. No wonder President Liu and her group of beautiful women are so devoted to you." Hearing him say that, Zhao Tianyu quickly laughed and said, "Boss, what are you saying? I was just lucky." Almost an hour passed, and the stewed wild boar meat in the pot began to emit a strong aroma. The three of them couldn't help but swallow hard as they smelled the aroma. Upon seeing this, Su Ran immediately took down the stewed wild boar meat from the fireplace, while Lu Shui handed the three of them a set of bamboo bowls and chopsticks. Chapter 196. Watching Chen Hu and the other two leave. Chen Hu and the other two didn't stand on ceremony. They took the bamboo bowls and chopsticks handed to them by Lu Shui and picked up the stewed wild boar meat from the pot. Ignoring the fact that it was too hot to eat, they stuffed it into their mouths and began to wolf it down. Seeing the way the three of them ate, like starving ghosts reincarnated, Zhao Tianyu and the others couldn't help but sigh. In just over 10 minutes, Chen Hu and his two companions devoured the stewed wild boar meat in the pot, leaving not a single drop of broth. Xiao Lu patted his stomach and exclaimed, "It feels so good to be full." After saying that, he smiled and said to Zhao Tianyu, "Brother Zhao, do you have a cigarette? Can I have one?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but laugh and say, "There used to be a lot, but there aren't any now." Xiao Lu asked curiously, "Why is that?" Before Zhao Tianyu could speak, Lin Yu said indignantly, A while ago, the shelter was burned down by those Russians, and all the supplies inside were burned. If Brother Zhao hadn't gone to the toilet that night because he had diarrhea, he might have been burned to death by those Russians. Chen Hu and the other two were taken aback when they heard Zhao Tianyu say that. Chen Hu said angrily, "Damn it, these Russians deserve to die. I should have killed them all on the shore. Where are they now? I'm going to go and kill them all." After saying this, Zhao Tianyu glanced at Nina and her sister, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, they don't understand Chinese. I killed 3 of those Russians. The rest escaped and I haven't seen them for a long time. I don't know where they went." Hearing Zhao Tianyu say this, Chen Hu said with some worry, "Then you have to be careful. These Russians might come back for revenge one day." Zhao Tianyu said with a smile, "Don't worry, I've already killed the 2 who were in charge. I think the rest of them won't dare to come back." Chen Hu then said to him, "It's better to be careful. If you understand, with your skills, killing them all would be a piece of cake. You could easily take them down with a dirty trick." Zhao Tianyu nodded and said, "Thank you for reminding me, boss. I understand." Before they knew it, it was already evening. Lu Shui took a large piece of wolf meat from the smoking room, cut it into small pieces, and put it in a pot to stew. After dinner, they sat by the fireplace in the kitchen and chatted for a while before Lu Shui and the other 6 girls got up and went back to the shelter to rest. Only 4 men remained in the kitchen: Zhao Tianyu, Chen Hu, Xiao Lu, and Xiao Li. Looking at the flickering flames in the fireplace, Xiao Li said sadly, "Do you think we can ever leave this deserted island? We've been here for almost a year and a half, and we haven't even seen a single passing ship. Are we going to be stuck on this deserted island forever?" Hearing him say that, Zhao Tianyu and the other 2 also became somewhat saddened. After a while, Zhao Tianyu smiled and comforted him. "Don't worry, since God has saved us from this calamity and left us stranded on this deserted island, it means we are very lucky. I believe that one day we will leave this place and go home." Chen Hu smiled and said, "Xiao Zhao is right. As long as we live well, we will definitely leave here and go home." They chatted until very late, until their eyes were almost too tired to keep open, before the 4 of them slowly stood up and returned to the shelter, where they squeezed onto Zhao Tianyu's bamboo bed to sleep. Fortunately, Zhao Tianyu's bamboo bed was quite spacious and sturdy, so even with 4 people squeezed on it, it didn't feel crowded, and the bamboo bed didn't collapse. Although they went to bed late, the 4 of them woke up early the next morning. Chen Hu said to Zhao Tianyu, "Little Zhao, we have to go back now. Xiao Mei and the others are waiting for our food. They'll come to see you again later." Hearing him say that, Zhao Tianyu didn't try to stop him, and took 3 bamboo baskets to the smoking room. They took some wild boar and wolf meat from the smoking room and filled the 3 bamboo baskets to the brim. He said to Chen Hu, "Boss, this meat is enough for you to eat for half a month. If you run out of food, come find me. We're all brothers, so don't feel bad." Hearing Zhao Tianyu say this, and seeing the 3 full bamboo baskets of meat, Chen Hu and the other 2 were instantly moved to tears. Seeing their expressions, Zhao Tianyu laughed and said, Stop, what are you doing? You're making me a little sentimental." Chen Hu patted Zhao Tianyu on the shoulder and said with utmost sincerity, "Little Zhao, thank you so much. If it weren't for your repeated help, we would have died on this deserted island long ago." Zhao Tianyu laughed and said, "Boss, what are you saying? We're all brothers, so don't be so formal with me. If you ever run into trouble, just come to me." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Chen Hu and the other 2 each carried a bamboo basket on their backs and walked towards the coast through the thick snow. Watching the 3 of them walk away, Zhao Tianyu also became somewhat saddened. Only after the 3 of them disappeared from his sight did Zhao Tianyu turn around and go to the riverbank. "I found a stick and smashed a hole in the ice. I scooped up some icy river water and washed my face. Instantly, I felt much more refreshed. After standing by the river for 7 or 8 minutes, I went to the bathhouse, took a bamboo tube, filled it with water, poured it into the bathtub, and then lit firewood in the stove under the bathtub." After sitting by the stove for a while, he stood up, went out of the bathroom, went back to the kitchen, took some firewood, lit it in the fireplace, and took some wolf meat from the smokehouse to stew in a pot. After a while, Lu Shui rubbed her sleepy eyes and came to the kitchen, only to find that Zhao Tianyu was the only one there. Lu Shui asked curiously. Why are you alone? Where are Chun Hu and the other two? Zhao Tianyu said with a smile. They were worried about Song Mei and the others, so they went back early. Hearing him say this, Lu Shui couldn't help but exclaim. Chun Hu is truly a man of great loyalty and righteousness. Zhao Tianyu nodded and said, Of course, our boss is the most loyal person. When we were in the security department, he took good care of all of us brothers. Lu Shui smiled and said, It seems you all have a very good relationship. I'm just a little curious, since you're so close, why don't we all live together? That way we can look after each other, right? Zhao Tianyu explained. Anything can happen on this deserted island. If we all stay together and are attacked by the enemy, wouldn't we all be wiped out? Hearing Zhao Tianyu say that, Lu Shui smiled and didn't say anything more. Chapter 197 Gunshots from the Woods. Zhao Tianyu said with a smile. Why are you up so early today? This isn't like you at all. Lu Shui blushed slightly and said somewhat awkwardly. I was woken up by the urge to pee. Hearing this, Zhao Tianyu was immediately amused and said to her, All right, I've heated up some hot water in the bathroom for you. Go wash up quickly. Hearing Zhao Tianyu say that, Lu Shui felt a warmth in her heart. She looked at Zhao Tianyu with deep affection and then turned to walk towards the bathroom. When the wolf meat was almost cooked, Su Ran and the others woke up one after another, washed up, and went to the kitchen. Time flies, and almost a month has passed in the blink of an eye. For the past month, apart from occasionally going into the woods to cut firewood and pick some wild vegetables, everyone spent the rest of their time in the shelter. It snowed twice more this month, and there is still a thick layer of snow on the ground. That noon, after eating some stewed wolf meat, everyone sat around the warm fireplace, enjoying the leisure time after lunch. The roaring fire illuminated the smiles on everyone's faces as they chatted easily, just like always. However, just as everyone was chatting enthusiastically, a sudden noise broke the silence. Zhao Tianyu's nerves tensed instantly. His brows furrowed, and he abruptly stood up. He hurried to the kitchen door, pushed it open without hesitation, and looked towards the woods. Seeing Zhao Tianyu's actions, Lu Shui and the others also stood up and came outside the kitchen. Zhao Tianyu stood still, gazing at the woods, his brows still furrowed. Seeing this, Lu Shui quickly asked, Brother Zhao, what's wrong? What happened? Zhao Tianyu took a deep breath and slowly said, These are gunshots, and judging from the noise, it's definitely not just one gun firing. Upon hearing the words, gunshot, Lu Shui and the others instantly turned pale, their hearts pounded, and a sense of fear spread through their hearts. Su Ran stared wide-eyed at Zhao Tianyu and asked, How could there be gunshots on this deserted island? Zhao Tianyu slowly shook his head and said in a solemn tone, I'm not entirely clear on the specifics, but judging from the current situation, it seems that others have landed on this deserted island. Moreover, judging from the gunshots just now, those who fired the shots are probably no more than 2 kilometers away from our shelter. His words instantly weighed heavily on Lu Shui and the other girls. They were already somewhat nervous, and now they were enveloped in fear. Lin Yu asked worriedly, What should we do now? Zhao Tianyu pondered for a moment, then looked up at them with a firm gaze and said slowly, You all stay here and don't wander off. I'll go into the woods to check the situation and see who these people are. Also, remember to extinguish the fire in the fireplace, and absolutely do not light it again before I return. Hearing him say that, Lu Shui and the other girls all looked worried. Su Ran said anxiously to Zhao Tianyu, Brother Zhao, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. How about this, let's all go together. There's strength in numbers, and we can help each other out if anything happens. Lin Yu chimed in. Yes, Brother Zhao, if you're going, let's go together. That way we can look out for each other, which is better than you facing the unknown dangers alone. However, Zhao Tianyu shook his head without hesitation and said firmly, No! They have guns, and we know nothing about them, including who they are, how many there are, etc. It would be too dangerous for you to come with me. If I go alone, even if I encounter danger, I can find a way to escape in time. But if I take you with me, I'll have some reservations. It will be inconvenient for me to move around, and I might even become a burden to you. Although the group of girls present were somewhat unwilling, they all understood that what Zhao Tianyu said was true. After all, the other party was armed, which was no joke. If the others went with him, they wouldn't be able to provide any real help. Instead, they might bring Zhao Tianyu more trouble and danger. Seeing the girls' worried expressions, Zhao Tianyu quickly reassured them. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Just stay in the shelter and don't wander off. Wait for me to come back. Hearing Zhao Tianyu say this, Lu Shui and the others could only tell him to be careful and to come back safely. Zhao Tianyu nodded to the group, returned to the shelter, retrieved a compound bow, and slung the quiver over his back. He trudged through the thick snow toward the direction from which the gunshots had just been heard. Lu Shui and the other 6 girls stood quietly at the kitchen door, their eyes following Zhao Tianyu's receding figure, as if time had frozen at that moment. They prayed silently that Zhao Tianyu would return safely. Only after Zhao Tianyu's figure disappeared into the depths of the woods did Lu Shui and the other 6 girls slowly turn around and return to the kitchen with somewhat heavy steps. As soon as they entered the kitchen, they quickly went to the fireplace, reached out and took the still burning firewood out of the fireplace, and then stomped it out hard. The 6 girls sat around the fireplace, none of them speaking, just silently watching the extinguished firewood, their anxiety growing stronger. Time ticked by, and a sense of oppression filled the entire kitchen. Finally, after a long while, Lin Yu couldn't help but break the silence and said softly, Do you think Brother Zhao will be all right? Her voice trembled slightly, revealing her fear and unease. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui quickly said, Pa! 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 Yeah, don't talk nonsense. Brother Zhao is so powerful, he even took care of Ah Bao with ease, how could he possibly be in trouble? Although her tone was firm, a hint of worry was also revealed in her eyes. Su Ran quickly chimed in. Sister Shui is right. Brother Zhao is so capable, he'll definitely be alright. We should trust him, he'll definitely come back safely. However, despite saying this, she wasn't entirely confident herself. Hearing them say that, Lin Yu said nervously, I know Zhao Tianyu is incredibly skilled, but the other side has a gun. Hearing her say that, Lu Shui and the others immediately fell silent, since what Lin Yu said was true. Although they all knew that Zhao Tianyu was quite skilled, the other party had a gun in his hand. Moreover, Zhao Tianyu just said that the gunshots weren't fired from a single gun. Chapter 198 The Mysterious Man Who Appeared in the Woods. At this moment, Lu Shui and the other girls could only silently pray in their hearts that Zhao Tianyu would not encounter any danger. After all, if something really happened to Zhao Tianyu, the others would probably have a hard time surviving on this deserted island. Although they have learned many wilderness survival skills over the past year or so. However, without Zhao Tianyu's presence, it would have been almost impossible for them to survive on this deserted island on their own. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyu was struggling to walk on the thick snow, each step requiring tremendous effort, as if a 1,000-pound weight was pressing down on him. Not only that, the biting cold wind kept attacking him like a demon, making his body almost numb. Although he was wearing a coat made of leopard skin, it did not completely protect him from the severe cold. He had only walked less than a kilometer when he felt as if his body was frozen, and he could hardly continue. However, faced with such a harsh environment, Zhao Tianyu had no other choice but to grit his teeth and continue walking quickly toward the direction from which the gunshot had come. And so he continued his arduous journey step by step, until he had finally walked nearly 2 kilometers. Suddenly, I noticed smoke rising from the woods in the distance, and I could vaguely see figures moving around. Zhao Tianyu's heart tightened, and he instinctively crouched down to avoid being discovered. Fortunately, the lush vegetation provided him with excellent cover. He carefully maintained his crouching position, not daring to make a sound, for fear of attracting the attention of the group of people in the distance. Zhao Tianyu crouched quietly on the ground, using the dense vegetation for cover, and slowly moved toward the group of people, each step showing extreme caution. Time passed slowly, and after about 10 minutes, Zhao Tianyu finally managed to reach a clump of bushes less than 100 meters away from the group of people. He stopped, held his breath, and carefully observed the situation ahead through the gaps in the bushes. By this time, he could clearly see the faces and attire of the group of people. The group consisted of about 15 or 16 people, all of them Westerners, each wearing a thick military overcoat, giving them an air of authority and mystery. What's even more striking is that they each had a backpack on their backs and a gun slung over their shoulders. Although they were still far away, Zhao Tianyu recognized it as an AK-47 rifle at a glance, based on his years of experience. Zhao Tianyu was filled with curiosity. He pondered to himself. What is the origin of these people? Why are they here? What's even more puzzling is that they are all carrying guns. This series of questions swirled in his mind like a revolving lantern, leaving him completely baffled. He looked closely and saw a group of people sitting around a roaring fire, eating leisurely and whispering among themselves. However, because the distance was too great, Zhao Tianyu couldn't hear what they were saying at all. Although he was still nearly 100 meters away from the group of people, and the vegetation here was quite lush, Zhao Tianyu did not dare to approach them again rashly. Left with no other choice, he lay prone on the snow behind the bushes, holding his breath and watching their every move intently. Time passed by, and after about 20 minutes, the group of people suddenly stood up without warning and walked straight towards another part of the woods. Zhao Tianyu, who witnessed this scene, breathed a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, the group didn't head in his direction, otherwise, no matter how well he hid, they would have found him by following the footprints he left in the snow. As the group of people walked further and further away until they disappeared from sight, Zhao Tianyu slowly stood up. He took a deep breath, steadied himself, and then stepped forward without hesitation, closely following the footprints left by the group. He carefully maintained a distance of about 200 or 300 meters from the group, so that they could not discover him, but he could better monitor their every move. After chasing for about 3 or 4 kilometers, Zhao Tianyu suddenly noticed that the group of people had stopped. His heart tightened, and he immediately became alert. He quickly found a clump of bushes for cover, hid behind it, and observed the group's every move. The group of people took off their backpacks, and each of them skillfully pulled out a folding military shovel from the side of the backpack. Holding shovels, they effortlessly began digging through the thick snow on the ground. Zhao Tianyu watched this scene in surprise, wondering to himself, "What are they trying to do?" Not long after, in just a few minutes, the group cleared a space in the snow. Then, 3 of them opened their backpacks, took out 3 tents, and began to skillfully set them up. Meanwhile, several other people went into the woods and soon came out carrying some firewood. They piled the firewood under a large tree, then lit it with a lighter, instantly creating a roaring fire. The remaining people seemed to have other tasks. They walked deeper into the woods, their figures quickly disappearing into the dense foliage. Zhao Tianyu hid behind the bushes, his eyes fixed on the group's every move. At this moment, his body was almost numb from the cold. But in order to find out who these people were, and what their purpose was in coming here, Zhao Tianyu didn't want to leave so easily. After all, he didn't know whether these people were good or bad, and they all had guns. If they were to discover the shelter where they lived, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, all Zhao Tianyu could do was keep rubbing his hands together, trying to warm them up. Almost 20 minutes later, a gunshot suddenly rang out from the woods not far away. Zhao Tianyu also knew that the gunshot was made by the group of people who had just gone into the woods. Almost 20 minutes passed, and the group that had gone into the woods returned. The 2 men were carrying a wild goat. Zhao Tianyu realized that they had gone into the woods to find food. The 2 men carrying the wild goat carried it to the fire, threw it on the ground, and each drew a military knife from their waist and began to process it. In less than 20 minutes, the 2 men had finished processing the wild goat and set it aside. The group sat around the fire, warming themselves and talking amongst themselves. Chapter 199, Seizing the Gun and Annihilating the Mysterious Man. More than 10 minutes passed like this, and Zhao Tianyu remained highly vigilant, his eyes fixed on the group of people, not daring to relax for a moment. In order to observe their every move more clearly, Zhao Tianyu crouched down and then, like a lurking cheetah, slowly moved towards the group of people. Fortunately, the vegetation here was exceptionally lush, providing Zhao Tianyu with excellent cover. He used the cover of grass and bushes to move forward silently, each step taken with extreme caution. Time passed slowly, and after 7 or 8 minutes, Zhao Tianyu finally managed to reach a clump of bushes about 70 or 80 meters away from the group of people. He crouched there, almost blending into his surroundings. Nearly half an hour passed, and Zhao Tianyu's nerves remained on edge. Just as he was beginning to relax, he suddenly saw one of the people stand up without warning and walk straight toward him. Zhao Tianyu's heart raced instantly, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. What's this guy doing here? Did he spot me? However, in just a moment, he calmed down and thought, "Impossible. If they had spotted me, they would have shot me already." Zhao Tianyu took a deep breath to calm himself down a bit. He continued to observe the man's actions, and saw the man walk to a clump of weeds about 7 or 8 meters away from Zhao Tianyu, and then stop. What happened next was completely unexpected by Zhao Tianyu. The man casually placed the gun on his shoulder on the snow, then quickly took off his pants, squatted down, and began to relieve himself with his back to Zhao Tianyu. In an instant, a strong stench wafted in on the breeze, almost making Zhao Tianyu vomit. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Damn it, this smell is awful!" Zhao Tianyu's eyes lit up instantly when he saw the gun on the snow. His heart began to race, and a strong desire surged within him. He wanted to snatch that gun. At this moment, Zhao Tianyu no longer cared about the identities of these people. All he knew was that they had come to this deserted island with guns, which was undoubtedly a huge threat to him. Thinking this, Zhao Tianyu gently placed the composite bow on the ground without hesitation, then swiftly drew his sharp military knife from his waist. His movements were quick and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Tianyu, like a cheetah lurking in the snow, carefully lay down on the snow and slowly approached the person. He crawled forward with extreme caution, as if afraid of making the slightest sound and alerting the other party. Time passed second by second, and in less than a minute, Zhao Tianyu had successfully climbed to a point less than a meter away from that person. At that moment, the person seemed completely unaware of the approaching danger. He was still enjoying taking care of his personal matters, oblivious to the impending doom. Zhao Tianyu slowly got up from the ground, half squatting, as silent as a ghost. He covered the man's mouth with his left hand to prevent him from making any sound, and then used his right hand to forcefully slam the man down onto the snow. This series of actions was performed smoothly and seamlessly, giving the person no chance to resist. Without hesitation, Zhao Tianyu raised his military knife and swung it forcefully towards the man's neck. In an instant, the knife flashed through the air, striking straight at the man's neck. With a soft thud, the military knife easily pierced the man's skin, and blood gushed out like a fountain, splashing onto the pristine snow, creating a shocking scene. A spurt of blood gushed from his neck and splattered onto the pristine white snow. The man kept twisting his body, his mouth opening and closing as if trying to make a sound, but Zhao Tianyu's hand was like an iron clamp, tightly covering his mouth, preventing him from making a sound. In just over 10 seconds, the person's body gradually stopped twisting and eventually became completely still. After confirming that the person had stopped breathing, Zhao Tianyu slowly released his hand from the person's mouth. Zhao Tianyu quickly picked up the AK rifle on the ground, skillfully removed the magazine, and carefully inspected the bullets inside. When he saw that the magazine was full of bullets, he felt a little more at ease. He quickly loaded the magazine back into the gun, then raised it and aimed at the group of people sitting around the fire not far away. Zhao Tianyu took a deep breath, steadied himself, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Suddenly, a series of gunshots rang out. The group was completely unprepared for the sudden attack and caught off guard. The moment the gunshots rang out, some people didn't even have time to react before they were hit in vital areas and died on the spot. Their bodies lay limply on the snow, as if their souls had been ripped away, without any chance to struggle. Others were luckier. Although hit, they were not fatally wounded. They lay on the snow, screaming and groaning in pain. Zhao Tianyu then fired shots at those who were still alive, one by one, until all the bullets in the magazine were emptied, and the group of people became completely still. Even so, Zhao Tianyu did not dare to be careless in the slightest. He observed for another 10 minutes or so, but did not see the group of people make any further noise. Zhao Tianyu then stood up and slowly walked towards the group of people, arriving in front of them in no time. After squatting down and checking each person one by one to confirm that they were all dead, Zhao Tianyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, he felt that his body was so cold that he had lost all feeling. He immediately went to the fire and began to warm his almost frozen body. After about 10 minutes, I felt a little warmer. Zhao Tianyu slowly stood up, first picking up all the guns that the group of people had dropped on the snow and piling them up together. They then began to loot the bodies, and after a thorough search, they found a number of spare magazines, bullets, military knives, cigarettes, lighters, and other items on the corpses. The only thing missing from the bodies was something that could identify them, which made Zhao Tianyu even more curious about their identities. They opened and checked each backpack one by one. Inside, there were mostly survival gear and some everyday items. Chapter 200 Zhao Tianyu returns safely. Without hesitation, Zhao Tianyu stripped the heavy military overcoats off these people. However, faced with such a large amount of supplies, he couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed. Moving so much stuff back at once would be an almost impossible task. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhao Tianyu made a quick decision to hide the looted supplies first. He quickly scanned his surroundings and spotted a dense thicket of bushes not far away. He strode over and carefully hid the supplies in the bushes. To ensure that these supplies would not be easily discovered, Zhao Tianyu also cut some tree branches and weeds to cover them. Then, he picked up a military shovel, shoveled up some snow, and covered it up, making the supplies look as if they were naturally covered by snow. After finishing all this, Zhao Tianyu rested for a while, then picked out a military overcoat from the supplies and put it on to ward off the cold. Then, he picked up a backpack and put some necessary supplies into it. I trudged through the deep snow, my feet sinking deep into the snow, and strode towards the shelter. It wasn't until almost dark that Zhao Tianyu finally arrived at a place not far from the shelter. Meanwhile, in the shelter, Lu Shui and the other 6 girls were already anxiously sitting by the fireplace in the kitchen, waiting for Zhao Tianyu's return. Several hours have passed since Zhao Tianyu left the shelter. Meanwhile, bursts of gunfire could be heard intermittently from the woods, making Lu Shui and the others extremely anxious, as they were very worried that Zhao Tianyu might be in danger. As it grew dark and Zhao Tianyu still hadn't returned, Su Ran became increasingly anxious. No, brother Zhao still hasn't come back. What if something happened to him? Su Ran's voice revealed obvious worry. I have to go find him. Lin Yu, who was standing nearby, quickly chimed in. I'll go with you. After saying that, the two stood up at the same time, ready to go find Zhao Tianyu immediately. However, at that moment, Lu Shui suddenly shouted, You two, stop right there! Her tone was somewhat stern, causing Su Ran and Lin Yu to stop in their tracks. It's almost dark. Where are you going to look for him? Lu Shui continued. Brother Zhao is so skilled, he'll definitely be alright. However, Su Ran wouldn't listen to Lu Shui at all. She stamped her feet anxiously and retorted. You heard the dense gunfire in the woods just now. Brother Zhao must be in danger, otherwise he would have come back long ago. I don't care, I have to go into the woods to find him. If I can't find him, I'd rather die in the woods. Seeing Su Ran so agitated, Lu Shui couldn't help but get anxious. She said loudly, Calm down, okay? It's so late, aren't you just asking for trouble by going out? Besides, if you leave, and Brother Zhao comes back and sees that you're not here, won't he have to come looking for you? Hearing Lu Shui say this, Su Ran was speechless for a moment. Lin Yu then said anxiously, Then what do you think we should do? We can't just sit here and wait, can we? Just then, a faint sound of footsteps came from outside the shelter. Although the sound was very soft, it was exceptionally clear in the quiet environment. Everyone tensed up instantly. They looked at each other, then simultaneously rushed outside the kitchen to check the situation. In the dim light, they could vaguely see a figure slowly walking towards them through the thick snow. As the figure drew closer, everyone finally recognized who it was Zhao Tianyu. Seeing Zhao Tianyu return safely, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. They all wore joyful smiles and rushed forward to greet her. Before long, Lu Shui and the others arrived in front of Zhao Tianyu. Su Ran rushed straight into Zhao Tianyu's arms. Her voice was slightly choked with tears as she said, Brother Zhao, you're finally back. You have no idea how worried we were about you. We thought you had encountered some danger. Feeling Su Ran's embrace, Zhao Tianyu felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Smiling, she comforted him. All right, I'm back safe and sound, aren't I? Let's go into the kitchen first, I'm freezing. Upon hearing this, Su Ran immediately released Zhao Tianyu. Everyone returned to the kitchen, and Zhao Tianyu said to Lu Shui, Get some firewood and light it in the fireplace. Lu Shui immediately went to the fireplace, took some firewood, and lit it. As the firewood roared to life, the entire kitchen was instantly illuminated by the dazzling flames. The originally somewhat dark space gradually became brighter, and at the same time, a warm feeling slowly spread. Su Ran took a large piece of frozen wolf meat from the smoking room, cut it into small pieces, put it in a pot, and started stewing it. A group of people sat around the fireplace, and Lu Shui asked, "Brother Zhao, where did you get this outfit, that gun, and that backpack?" Zhao Tianyu smiled slightly and replied calmly, "More than a dozen fully armed people have come to this deserted island." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Shui and the others' expressions instantly turned serious, and a strong sense of unease welled up in their hearts. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu quickly reassured them. "You don't need to be too nervous. I've already killed all of them." His words were like a thunderclap, exploding in the ears of Lu Shui and the others. Their eyes widened, their faces filled with disbelief. Su Ran was the first to come to her senses. She asked in surprise, "Brother Zhao, you're amazing! Those guys had guns, how did you kill them?" Zhao Tianyu then recounted to the girls how he dealt with that group of people. After hearing Zhao Tianyu's account, everyone was shocked once again. Almost an hour passed, and the wolf meat in the pot was cooked. The crowd, who were already starving, picked up their bowls and chopsticks and began to devour the wolf meat from the pot. After dinner, everyone sat around the fire, chatting idly. Just then, Lu Shui suddenly seemed to remember something important, and her eyes lit up. He excitedly said to Zhao Tianyu, "Brother Zhao, think about it, since these people were able to come to this deserted island, they must have arrived here by boat." Her words drew everyone's attention, and Su Ran and the others looked at her with expectant eyes. Lu Shui continued, "Now that you've taken care of them all, there must be some boats they left behind on the shore. If we just go to the shore and find those boats, we can leave this hellhole, right?" Her words immediately invigorated Su Ran and the other girls. Lin Yu eagerly chimed in, "That's right! As long as we can find their ship, we can go home."